Family, who understands? Just after crossing over to become Zenitsu Agatsuma from Demon Slayer, I was blocked by my senior brother in a small grove, ready to go all out. With a move called Thunderclap, he swung at my face. I was so frustrated and angry that I immediately retaliated with a sword strike, and his bamboo sword shattered into pieces, sending him flying and unconscious. What will happen next? Keep watching. Family, who understands? I just crossed over and got blocked by my senior brother in a small grove, with a sword pointed at my nose, ready to go all out. With a move called Thunderclap, he came at me directly, and that intensity was no joke. My mind went blank, and all my frustration and anger surged up, so I swung back with his sword. With a bang, his bamboo sword shattered right there, and he flew several meters away, unconscious. Sigh, let me tell you, this story starts from when I got struck by lightning. When I opened my eyes, I found myself lying in a Japanese-style room, in pain all over, with a head full of newly dyed no, freshly struck by lightning blonde hair. An old man with white hair was holding my hand, crying and calling Zenitsu, Zenitsu. I thought, wow, I've crossed over and become that crybaby Zenitsu Agatsuma from Demon Slayer. What's even more absurd is that something extra popped up in my head. A panel appeared, displaying current world, Demon Slayer, physical condition, weak, strength assessment, Kyogai followed by a bunch of question marks. Seriously, this golden finger is too shabby, right? It's all about a supportive growth, huh? Then, the original owner's memories flooded in like a tide. Wow, this guy was purely a love-struck fool. At just over 10 years old, he had gone into debt for a scamming woman and almost got taken away to repay it. Luckily, he was saved by the current old man, who is the former Thunder Hashira, Jigoro Kawajima, and taken as his disciple. But this kid complained about the training every day, avoiding it by climbing trees, and then got struck by a bolt of lightning that just so happened to send my soul here. All right, since I'm here, I felt the original owner's lingering desires, which were simple. First, to honor the master well. No problem, this old man treats me like his own grandson, so it's a must. Just as I finished that thought in my mind, I felt my soul lighten significantly. The second desire, I thought with a try-it-out mentality. Don't worry, they'll help you win over a beautiful girl. Wow, that last bit of desire instantly vanished. Damn, it really was this. All right, buddy, I promise to fulfill these two wishes for you. From that day on, I felt like a different person. Whatever the old man asked me to practice, I practiced without a single complaint, no matter how hard or tiring it was. The old man looked at me like I was a treasure, moved to tears every day. But there was a problem. Everything was fine except for the most basic first form of thunder breathing. I just couldn't master it. I clearly had all of the original owner's memories and experiences in my head, but whenever I tried, my body just wouldn't cooperate. Either the bamboo sword would snap on its own, or I'd accidentally jab the tip into my thigh. In just a month, I had ruined more bamboo swords than I had eaten meals. Unbelievable. Just when I was squatting on the grass, doubting my life, that good senior brother of mine, Kaigako, buzzed over like a fly. This guy was pure pressure every day. He buzzed in my ear, calling me useless and coward, constantly PUing me. Today, he came again in a sarcastic tone. TSK, coward, still practicing this move? You're just a waste. Why don't you roll down the mountain already? I laughed at that, not even turning my head, and leisurely asked, Senior brother, you've been on the mountain longer than I have. You should have learned this move ages ago, right? That one sentence left him speechless. I'm telling you, this guy gets most triggered by this. He couldn't learn the first form either. I pretended to be surprised. Oh, could it be that you also then were both useless, huh? This completely lit him up. The boomerang hit him back, and he exploded. How dare you compare yourself to me? He shouted angrily, picking up a half-ripe peach and throwing it at the back of my head with such force that it really seemed like he wanted to knock me out. My chest heated up. The sound of thunder faintly echoed. I turned around faster than lightning and caught the peach. Without a second thought, I threw it back at him. With a cry of pain, Kaigaku stumbled back, clutching his face, and a bloodied tooth flew out. I patted the peach fuzz off my hands, mimicking the most popular judgment style of 2025, and mockingly looked at him. So it's you, bullying a junior in his teens, every day? I didn't believe it before, but now I do. It's definitely you, you scumbag. He didn't understand, but his eyes were already filled with a murderous intent. I continued to press on, lowering my voice. You keep mocking me for being tricked by women, but what were you before coming to the mountain? Oh, I remember. The master seems to have mentioned you were a thief. He'll kill you. Kaigaku completely lost it, grabbing his bamboo sword and charging at me with a move meant for slaying demons thunder breathing. Fourth form, thunderclap. Holy crap, he's serious. In that instant, I didn't have time to think. All the frustration, defeat, and anger I had bottled up over the past month surged to the top. That vague first form model in my mind suddenly became crystal clear. My body moved instinctively, rushing towards his sword. The moment our two bamboo swords clashed, mine seemed to come alive, wrapping around his and shooting upwards, creating a series of crisp sounds as his bamboo sword shattered into countless pieces. He stood there dumbfounded, staring at the tip of my broken bamboo sword, which stopped right in front of him. Then a surge of immense force erupted, and he was sent flying backward like he had been hit by a train, falling unconscious. Gasping for breath, I looked at the unconscious Kaigaku on the ground. Then at the remaining handle of my bamboo sword in my hand, an unprecedented feeling of exhilaration surged from the soles of my feet straight to the crown of my head. What the heck? I'm actually pretty strong. I instinctively opened the system panel. Hey, the data refreshed. Strength assessment changed from Kyogai to Run. Energy recovery jumped from 0 to 4. Time until next possible crossover changed to girl's lifespan shortened. What the heck? Is this some kind of joke? Just as I was feeling good, a ghostly voice came from behind me. What's going on here? I turned around to see the old man standing there like a ghost, ignoring the unconscious Kaigaku, his eyes sparkling as he stared at me, making me feel uneasy. I quickly forced a smile and laughed. Master, please don't misunderstand. I was just sparring with my senior brother, friendly sparring. The old man squinted at me, not saying a word, but his expression, Tiske, I felt like this was not simple. I'm telling you, the way the old man looked at me was so kind and gentle. He could have had good child carved on his face. But me? I squinted and glanced at Kaigaku with only one thought in my mind. Good punching bag. Don't I need to take advantage of this? In the blink of an eye, half a year has passed. In these 6 months, I've completely worn down my senior brother Kyogai. We went down the mountain to have ramen, and he had a long face the whole time, not daring to say a word. I was slurping my noodles deliciously and deliberately asked him, Senior brother, aren't you hungry? He gritted his teeth and managed to squeeze out 2 words. It's fine. I was immediately displeased, put down my chopsticks, and started lecturing him. Master taught us that if it's good. If it's not, it's not. What does it's fine mean? Who understands my family? His thick eyebrows and big eyes looked like he wanted to explode, but didn't dare, turning red from frustration. It was quite something. I couldn't help but tease him. Oh, senior brother, that little expression of yours. Are you trying to seduce me? Do you know how to write, Meng Meng? He's a rough guy. How would he understand that? I cleared my throat and started my live version of explaining Chinese characters. Let me tell you, this character, when you break it down, the top can mean grass, the bottom can mean sun, and the back can mean something else. It's simply all-encompassing. I believe everyone will become more and more Hmong in the future. Good heavens. After hearing that, Kyogai trembled in fear, looking at me as if I were a ghost. Chinese characters are truly terrifying. From that day on, he completely became obedient, just like a docile little wife in front of me. Of course, what he was most distressed about wasn't this. I had 4 bowls of ramen in a row, and the look in his eyes was as if I was eating his flesh. Well, can he not be distressed? This money was what he brought down the mountain to rob the rich and help the poor in. Poor certainly refers to the 2 of us. But now I'm the one in charge of Taosan, and the boss, the master, is second, and he, as the 3rd, shouldn't speak. It's a rule that he must treat us after the meal. If he doesn't follow the rules, he'll get beaten. While eating my 5th bowl, I argued with him. Senior brother, the reason I couldn't beat you half a year ago was because I was malnourished. Look at you, stealing peaches every day. You must have been born from a peach. He got anxious. I wasn't born from a peach. I shrugged, fine. Anyway, he doesn't understand English. After finishing the noodles, he suddenly leaned over with a flattering face. Shawnee Jr. brother, you haven't finished the story from last time. After the purple-clothed marquis and the white-clothed man flew together, where did they go? All right, I was just idly telling him a modified version of a martial arts novel. If Mr. Gulong knew I had written his life and death nemesis as a pair, he would probably crawl out his grave to give me a thumbs up. Seeing his eager little eyes, I knew I had him hooked. I smiled mischievously, ordered another bowl of noodles, and slowly said under his bloodshot gaze, they went out to sea. At sea, the purple-clothed marquis discovered a treasure of a sea overlord. Kyogu's eyes lit up. Treasure. I lowered my voice, pretending to be mysterious. That sea. The infamous pirate known as Luo Jia once declared before his demise, do you covet my treasure? Then venture forth to the sea, for I have concealed everything there. Allow me to elaborate. Subsequently, the Ziho and the Bai Run discovered the treasure. Decades later, Ziho's daughter inherited all that was left, transforming ancient sunken ships into humanoid weapons. Kyogu gasped in astonishment. Humanoid weapons. What is your daughter's name? I sipped my soup, a look of reverie crossing my face. People refer to her as the Admiral. Kyogu appeared flabbergasted, his expression full of admiration for such a formidable name. As the tale concluded, so too did my meal. With an impassive demeanor, I extended my hand, handed over. He feigned ignorance. What? I rolled my eyes. Your extra earnings from the entertainment district today. You think I don't know? You fool. If you pilfer from Mama-san, she will certainly report you to Master. His face paled. Is Mama-san on good terms with Master? A gasp escaped my lips. I seemed to have uncovered something quite significant. I cannot be bothered to entertain him further, and confiscated his purse entirely. He pleaded with a sorrowful countenance for me to spare a portion, but I flatly refused. No, I cannot trust you with the money. He argued that I too had indulged in food, to which I replied, no, this time it is for medicine. Upon hearing the word medicine, his face turned green. Likely recalling the time I had frightened him with tales of aphrodisiac-laced swine. Observing his trembling form, I leisurely informed him, just a jest. I intend to purchase some external wound ointment and cold medicine, for I am descending the mountain. The following day, I packed my belongings, preparing to set forth. Kyogai stood nearby, unable to conceal his glee, practically ready to pop champagne in celebration of my departure. Be gone, stay far away. And may you perish out there. I could easily surmise his thoughts. Meanwhile, the old man expressed his concerns, furrowing his brow. Shawnee, have you truly made up your mind? You have yet to master the first form of your sword technique. Indeed, I had practiced diligently for 6 months, grasping the essence of the thunder-breathing technique, yet the foundational first form eluded me. Kyogai had long regarded me as a stubborn fool because of this. I observed his smug demeanor with a smirk of disdain. Deliberately speaking before my master, I reassured him, do not worry, master. The first form is fundamental. Without mastering it, learning anything else would be futile. Perhaps if I descend the mountain and confront a demon, I will grasp it through practice. After bidding farewell to my master, I descended the mountain with my knapsack. Just a short distance down, the sky darkened suddenly, and a low rumble of thunder echoed ominously. The sound rolled in unhurried, like the advance of the tide. I halted, sensing the impending rain. No, thunder is an abrupt force, lacking warning, arriving unexpectedly. If it could be predicted, it would lose its intimidation factor. In that moment, my mind buzzed, and without thought I drew my blade. There was no stance, no angle, only instinct and speed, as the thunder breathing surged to its peak. A colossal thunderclap. A streak of golden lightning cleaved through the air. In the next instant, I found myself over 20 meters away. As I steadied myself, the dull sound of air being sliced met the thunder above. The old man on the mountain's peak gazed with gleaming eyes, excitement causing his beard to quiver. And Kyogai, I must tell you, he became a gaping fool, instinctively closing his eyes from the brilliance of my sword light, his mouth agape in astonishment as if an egg could fit within. His mind must have been repeating one phrase. He has learned it. He has learned it. He has learned it. But that was not the end. Just as I completed the first form, the blade still humming, the surroundings crackled with tiny arcs of electricity. Then, with a resounding zap, they converged, producing a sound akin to a myriad of birds in unison. The third form, 1,000 birds converging to create thunder. Following that, the electrical currents reversed, scattering outward in a broad attack of the sixth form, thunderclap. Then came the second form, the fifth form, the fourth form. I unleashed every technique of the thunder breathing in one breath, ultimately transforming into a flash of lightning, vanishing at the mountain's end, leaving behind only my joyous laughter. The old man gazed at the direction of my disappearance, letting out a long sigh, thoroughly satisfied. Meanwhile, my poor senior brother appeared utterly dazed, his mind overwhelmed. Yet perhaps it was for the best. He was finally liberated from my torment. I descended the mountain, arriving at a somewhat bustling town. However, upon reaching the city gates, I was taken aback. Surely, I had dreamt of returning to 2020? The gates were swarming with officers clad in masks, wielding batons, some even brandishing firearms, while individuals in protective suits conducted checks on those entering the city. The atmosphere was palpably tense. I strode confidently forward, only to be intercepted. Hey kid, step over here for a check. Naturally, I refused. A doctor-like figure regarded me with a sinister gaze, stating, if you refuse inspection, you will be treated as an infected individual. Should you resist, I possess the authority to conduct a bodily search. He paused, adding ominously, at that point, the tools will be a rubber glove and a spoon, little boy. You understand. I instinctively cover my rear, feeling utterly horrified, and shouted, I do not want to understand at all. Are you some kind of joker? How skilled are you? Just then, an officer noticed the blade in my hand, his complexion shifting dramatically. You dare to carry a knife? I suddenly recalled the waist blade order from the anime Gintama. The officers promptly lunged at me. What could I do? I swiftly executed a horizontal slash, snapping 2 batons. Following that, a vertical chop shattered 2 gun barrels. Innocently, I inquired, is there not a way to resolve this amicably without resorting to blades and firearms? They all froze, then began shouting for reinforcements. Sensing the dire turn of events, I seized the earlier doctor, pressing my blade against his neck. Guess what? The officers immediately hesitated. I realized that this doctor held significant status. Narrowing my eyes, I assessed him. It seems I have captured a notable figure. They appear quite apprehensive about your safety. He forced a smile, remarking on his good relations. I tightened my grip on the blade. Do you believe I could dispatch you and still make a clean getaway? He remained calm. I believe you could. However, I also trust that a demon slayer would not indiscriminately slay the innocent. There is righteousness in your gaze. I thought to myself, righteousness indeed. However, he recognized the Nicaran blade, which made things simpler. I lowered my weapon and inquired how I could carry a sword without issue. He sighed, pointing to himself. The mayor oversees this matter. Come, let us have some tea. Oh, by the way, I'm a mayor. I exclaimed, goodness. The Nicaran blade is back in the fold. Hey, kid, calm down. I retorted fiercely. Perhaps I should just eliminate you to prevent any retaliation. I see through your intentions. You would definitely resort to using that spoon. In the end, I accompanied him. Along the way, I learned that it was now 1918, and the Spanish flu was ravaging the globe, explaining the apocalyptic atmosphere. I complied with the examination and was found to be healthy. However, the unscrupulous mayor assigned me a task, stating that to obtain a blade permit, I must toil for 1 to 2 years as a laborer, moving bricks. I was incensed. Am I not simply applying for a permit? Is that truly necessary? With my age, I will be considered child labor. He earnestly replied, this is a pact between your family and the government. I rolled my eyes. Spare me the nonsense. This rule is merely a means to harass people. To my astonishment, he looked at me in surprise. What else could it be if not harassment? I was taken aback by his candid admission. In that moment, I resolved that my first lesson upon descending the mountain would be to cultivate courage. Before venturing to Tungshi Mountain, I must acclimate to this era, ideally finding a feeble demon to hone my skills. If that proves impossible, I could always observe the deceased. As a soul from the 21st century, if I cannot face the dead, how can I possibly slay demons? I inhaled deeply. Gazing at the mayor, my confusion considerably diminished. I addressed him. Moving bricks is simply out of the question. It will never happen. Can we not find an alternative position? I wish to try this particular role. Upon uttering those words, the mayor was momentarily stunned, his gaze towards me shifting significantly. Previously, he might have thought of me as just a spirited young man with golden hair. Now, however, upon witnessing the courage glimmering in my eyes, he seemed to have stamped my identity as a ghost hunter without a doubt. He nodded and remarked, changing jobs is feasible, but don't even think about becoming an official. The government officials have always looked down upon us ghost hunters. I chuckled at that moment, feeling as though I had transcended to a higher realm, my soul cleansed. Calmly, I replied, becoming an official? Even if you beg me now, I would refuse. Mayor, the work I intend to pursue is to see death before encountering ghosts, to slay the living before dealing with the dead. I aim to perform euthanasia on those suffering from severe influenza. The mayor's jaw nearly dropped, and he looked at me as if I were a monster, finally managing to utter, are you really just a child? I gazed at the ceiling at a 45-degree angle, my tone steeped in profoundness. I believe that should not be the case. Just as I was halfway through my bravado, a young girl clad in a bathrobe emerged from behind the screen. Around 13 or 14 years of age, with an enchanting appearance. In a moment of impulse, I turned to the mayor and asked, how about having me as your son-in-law? Get lost, the mayor retorted, completely flustered. My daughter is not marrying a ghost hunter and becoming a widow at such a young age. Thus I and my wife, Sean E., smoothly integrated into the town's medical team. Honestly, when I personally sent off my first patient, I realized the tearful version of myself was long gone. This job is truly not meant for the faint-hearted. What is referred to as euthanasia is merely the administration of various medications. But how could the families understand? In this era, the efficacy of medications is unreliable. After administering medication to one patient, he did not pass on, but instead screamed in anguish, seeking vengeance. I was momentarily stunned, armed only with a scalpel. Although he was on the brink of death, he was still a person. What was I to do? I hesitated. At that moment, the mayor, who was moonlighting as a doctor, without uttering a word, swiftly dispatched the patient with a glint of cold steel. He then turned to me and advised, "Remember, when a doctor cannot save a life, one must use the swiftest means to end their suffering. Do not hesitate. Hesitation is a vice." I tell you, at that instant, my stomach churned with tumultuous emotions. Fear, nausea, and a myriad of feelings surged through me. I had previously been an ordinary office worker, unaccustomed to such scenes. But as the terror peaked, I felt a sudden click in my mind. As if something had snapped, or perhaps connected. My entire being felt invigorated. I nodded calmly to the mayor. "You are right. There are still 2 at the knife tower. I shall proceed there." The mayor's gaze towards me resembled that of someone who had seen a ghost. He likely thought I was mimicking his nonchalance towards life and death. Little did he know, I was not imitating. I had genuinely experienced a mental transformation. Dead bodies? The more one sees, the more desensitized one becomes. From that day forth, I worked while humming a little tune. Little bunny, white and pure, lifting up its 2 big legs, cutting veins then arteries, motionless, oh so cute. I had thought my first encounter with life-threatening danger would occur during the examination at Tungshi Mountain. However, plans are often outpaced by reality. That day, I had a rare day off, dined at the mayor's home, teased his daughter, and contentedly returned to my shabby little dwelling beside the morgue. After months of acclimatization, my psychological resilience had strengthened to the point where I could eat amidst the corpses. Thus, when I heard a commotion from the morgue, I remained unperturbed and leisurely opened the door. To my astonishment, a female ghost with 2 horns was hunched over a corpse, feasting. The corridor's light illuminated her blood-soaked visage as she lifted her head and gazed at me with eerie eyes. I politely waved, saying, having a midnight snack? My apologies for the interruption. Could you do me a favor and let me take a shot? She remained silent, staring at me with a sinister green gaze. I smiled and drew my knife, but my grin gradually faltered as I noticed the word "xia" clearly inscribed within her left eyeball. At that moment, I was struck dumb. As the saying goes, fresh out of the nest, invincible in the world. Yet here I was freshly initiated, directly colliding with the 12 ghosts of the month. Was the world boss supposed to be outside the novice village? Run. That was the only thought racing through my mind. My master had warned me repeatedly, when encountering the 12 ghosts of the month, do not hesitate, just flee. I had never believed I would be so unlucky. Yet here I was. I kicked through the window and bolted outside, the female ghost screeching behind me like a bat. The pressure was overwhelming. I felt like the most conspicuous target of 2025. As I unleashed the thunder-breathing technique in a frenzy, I couldn't help but yell back. "Why are you screaming so loudly? Are you sent by the property management?" Scolding aside, I swiftly executed the second form, Inazuma, unleashing 5 bolts of lightning that struck her face. But that was not the end. Following that, I executed the 5th form, Raging Thunder, igniting the 5 wounds on her face in flames. Even as a ghost, a woman cherishes her appearance. She immediately went berserk, emitting a horrific scream, "My face! You shall pay for this!" This thoroughly enraged her. Yet I must confess, I became intoxicated in the heat of the moment, fear evaporating, my eyes brimming with excitement. She lunged at me, one hand guarding her neck while the other clawed toward my shoulder. She aimed to tear my arm apart, but I didn't even glance her way. With a powerful thrust, my knife plunged into her abdomen, twisting violently. This woman was relentless, despite my blade piercing her. She bore the agony, her claws digging into my shoulder with bone-crunching intensity. With a wicked grin, she proclaimed, "Kid, your ghost hunting career ends here. Remember my name." "I am Ling Yu-zi," I coldly retorted. "Just a mountain yam. What is there to be arrogant about? Tonight, we feast on roasted meat." I leaned back sharply, evading her grasp, then sprang forward like a spring, utilizing her force against her, and in a flash, my fingers plunged into her other eye. The scream that erupted was nothing short of horrific. She went mad, the sound wave propelling me backward, feeling as though all my bones were dislocated. Before I could catch my breath, an invisible hand squeezed my heart. It was blood demon technique. My mind went blank, consumed by a singular thought. I must survive. I forcibly executed the 3rd form, gathering mosquitoes in a thunder, and a surge of electricity coursed through me, twisting my body to evade the attack. Just as I landed, my knife whizzed past my nose, embedding itself in a nearby lamppost. Incredible! She had yanked my knife and used it as a throwing dart. No, this was unwinnable. I had to flee. The moment I turned, I heard the female ghost pursuing me. I was perplexed. Why was she still chasing me despite her injuries? Was I her cough syrup? When I turned to look back, I was taken aback. Her expression was one of sheer terror, as if she had seen a ghost. Oh right. She was a ghost. She too was in flight. Behind her loomed a colossal shadow, chanting Buddhist sutras, swiftly closing in like a high-speed train. I stood frozen, watching as the sorrowful one-eyed female ghost dashed past me, casting a grateful glance my way. Instinctively, I stepped aside. Seconds later, the enormous monk-like shadow also swept past, a flurry of snow enveloping me. Silently, I wiped the snow from my face, listening to the earth-shaking sounds of battle resonating from the depths of the snowy forest. My expression devoid of emotion. What on earth are these monsters? The night was deepening, and the snow fell ever more heavily. I found myself utterly lost within the forest. Cold and famished, my left shoulder throbbed with a numbing pain, and exhaustion weighed heavily upon me. Leaning against a tree, I felt that if I closed my eyes, slumber would claim me. Yet I understood the peril of sleep. Succumbing would mean never waking again. As I trembled, I spoke to myself, employing every means to remain alert. Just as I felt I could no longer endure, a sudden sound pierced the silence. It was a human voice, seemingly groaning in agony. In the dead of night, in this desolate place, apart from my unfortunate self, who else could it be? A chill gripped my heart, and I was struck by a foreboding sense of dread. Could it be? Was I truly fated to encounter that wretched Zenitsu once more? I called out, "Hey!" The bonds of life and death do not manifest in such a manner. Upon closer inspection, to my astonishment, it was not a ghost, but rather a pig. No. Upon further scrutiny, it was a person donned in a wild boar mask. What a peculiar sight to behold in the dead of night. Engaging in cosplay, this fellow was hanging from a tree like some desiccated meat, groaning in discomfort, a sound that resonated painfully. I pondered the implications. Should we encounter Zenitsu? It would be a mere exchange, and if fortune did not favor me, I would become their midnight snack. As we stared at one another in disbelief, a bear suddenly dashed past. My mind raced with a singular thought: bear paw. Just then, the masked individual exclaimed, "Is human flesh delicious?" I was momentarily speechless. Who would understand the absurdity of such a statement? It was clear this person was somewhat unhinged. Cautiously, I inquired, "Brother, your breathing technique seems rather proficient. Which school do you belong to? Yenju Hushi or Yenju Hushi?" He looked utterly bewildered and replied, "What is that? Can it be eaten?" So, he was evidently a wild card. I finally discerned that this fellow was bare-chested in the frigid winter, merely sporting a pig's head, a true warrior among men. When I asked if he was a demon slayer, he retorted with ignorance about what a demon slayer was. Fantastic. I had stumbled upon someone entirely uninformed. He boisterously demanded I remember his name. Ko Ping Yi Zhu. Upon hearing this, I thought, now that's quite wild. A self-created identity? Shouldn't it be called Zhu Zhi Hu Shi? After all, he is Ko Ping Yi Zhu. Just as my mischievous thoughts began to take shape, he leapt from the tree, landing silently, and claimed he had sensed my insults. "Yellow hair, state your name. Let us fight." I found this pig-headed individual amusingly naive. He was on the verge of starvation, yet he insisted on engaging me in combat. I acquiesced, stating, "A fight is acceptable, but you must remove your mask. It is a sign of respect towards one's opponent." Amazingly, he complied and removed his headgear. Under the moonlight, I was struck dumb. That face. It was breathtakingly beautiful, resembling a stunning maiden. I thought to myself, this journey has not been in vain. However, as my gaze drifted downward, I was bewildered to discover he was male. Good heavens, was fate toying with me? In the next moment, he let out a primal scream and charged at me. I bolted, my mind filled with a cacophony of bewilderment. A beauty like that, and he was a man? Was there no justice left in this world? This fellow, starved to the brink of madness, pursued me relentlessly through the mountains, and I genuinely feared he would mistake me for his next meal. Attempting to hide was futile. His self-created Dudervushi had an absurdly heightened sense of perception. Wherever I sought refuge, he would find me. With no alternatives left, I was compelled to fight. I swiftly drew my blade, and with a flicker of light, I severed the wooden stick from his grasp. Remarkably, he showed no fear, howling and lunging at me. I struck him down, yet to my astonishment, he twisted his body like a boneless eel, evading my next strike with an inhuman grace. In that moment, I felt compelled to kneel. His flexibility was astonishingly superior. He was not finished yet. He countered with a striking pose reminiscent of JoJo. "My senses dulled. Good sir, are you here to duel or audition for the 2025 Olympic Gymnastics?" Just as I prepared to deliver a powerful blow, our stomachs simultaneously growled in a duet. "Very well. Heroes see eye to eye. Let us feast first. After satisfying our hunger, we could resume our battle. Remarkably, he knew the way, mentioning an old man down the mountain who could provide a meal. I thought, following this pig means food, and eagerly trailed after him. Along the way, he shared that he used to frequent the old man's home, claiming it as his own and even driving away the man's grandson. I could only think, brother, you are the epitome of a usurper. However, after wandering for over an hour, we were still lost in the woods. This fellow was utterly directionless. Just as I was on the verge of becoming a frozen statue, imitating him by stuffing snow into my mouth, he suddenly sniffed the air, his demeanor shifting as he declared that he sensed the scent of blood. Human blood. My heart sank. Trouble was afoot. As we crept closer, I beheld a scene that would forever haunt my memories. A young boy, scarcely 11 or 12, sat amidst a pool of blood, his body drenched, his eyes void of life. Inside the dwelling lay another, already lifeless. I later learned that the boy was called Weilong, and the deceased was his brother. Earlier that morning, a demon had infiltrated their home. His brother had sustained grievous injuries while trying to protect him. In a moment of desperation, the boy had taken up a wooden stake and confronted the demon, ultimately pinning it outside until the sun rose to finish it off. Just then, two others arrived. One was a large monk, weeping like a river. The other, a cold-faced, dark-haired young man, wore an expression that seemed to convey, "You all owe me money." I realized with shock that they were pillars. Yanju Buri, Ming Yu Xingming, Anskiju, Fu Gangiyong. In an instant, the monk turned and spotted me, hurling a string of prayer beads in my direction without hesitation. I barely dodged as the tree behind me splintered. I quickly explained, "Brother, I am one of your own." Yet he was unconvinced, accusing me of having given Shihu a clear path the night before, suspecting I was allied with the demons. A hand as large as a fan descended towards my head. I dared not confront it. My entire body crackled with lightning as I fled. The monk was taken aback. "Leizhi Hu Shi, are you a disciple of Song Dao Chanbai?" Upon mentioning my master, his demeanor shifted entirely, stating that my master had sent word for them to care for me. He began to praise me for having mastered the breathing technique at such a young age, capable of traversing the icy wilderness overnight. I scratched my head, feeling somewhat embarrassed, and replied, "Master, I just recently learned it." The monk's tears ceased, his jaw nearly dropping in disbelief. I explained that I had observed him pursuing the demon the night before and had sensed something amiss. How could a human possess such strength? Witnessing the pig-headed youth's extraordinary flexibility, I contemplated the human body's innate potential. When he struck, I suddenly understood. It was as if I had heard thunder in silence. The way the two pillars gazed at me resembled that of a monster. I discreetly glanced at my system panel, astonished to find my energy had surged from 7 to 15. I suddenly comprehended that my system was a learning machine. By acquiring new skills, I could recharge. Goodness, did this mean I ought to learn every breathing technique available? As I plotted my method of stealthily acquiring these skills, I could not resist confronting the monk directly. "Your arrival is rather fortuitous. I assent it. Did you deliberately allow the demon to enter, to coerce Weilong into joining the Demon Slayer Corps?" The monk, enraged, began to chant, incredulous that a youth could possess such a corrupt heart. What could I say? Having witnessed so many vile occurrences, how could my heart remain untainted? As the sun rose, the pinned demon disintegrated into ash. The pig-headed youth, clutching the food bestowed by Weilong, scampered off, tossing me a hard bun that could likely cause harm, claiming it as a deposit for our next fight. I could only scoff. Turning back, I saw Weilong gazing at the sunrise, his entire aura transformed, a new breathing technique awakening within him. At that moment, the stoic and handsome Toko Ju approached me, wearing a smile devoid of warmth, and remarked, "Senior Sojima has asked us to take good care of you and to offer you guidance." I curled my lips slightly and inquired, "How does the water Hashira intend to guide me?" That warrants a thorough discussion. I must say, his expression remained as impassive as the winter of 2025 as he replied, "Rest assured, I do not force anyone. If you wish to learn, I will teach. If you do not, consider my words unspoken." Goodness, his words were reminiscent of a leader painting grand visions. He paused for a moment before adding, "However, regardless of your choice, you must first eat, sleep, and recuperate." Upon hearing this, I felt as though I had stumbled into a classic scene where a priest in a church asks if one is willing. I immediately knelt, eager to respond, "Father, please do not say more. I am willing." He twitched the corner of his mouth and retorted, "I'm not a priest." After this, his gaze fell upon the sword at my waist, since you are willing, once you heal, we shall commence with drawing the sword. Drawing the sword? Just that? At the time, I had expected something far more profound. A few days later, once my injuries had mostly healed, I stood before him, vibrant and full of life, and with a swift motion, drew my Nichiren blade, striking a pose that resembled the leading character on a manga cover. Surely, I thought, this would earn me accolades. But to my surprise, Toko's icy visage broke into a smile akin to glaciers melting, yet his words swiftly froze me back to the Ice Age. Your form is commendable. From today onward, you shall draw your sword 1,000 times each day. Should you fail to accomplish this, there will be no meals for you. What? My mind buzzed, and I turned to stage a dramatic exit, only to be blocked by the ever-chanting monk, Mr. Bei Mingyu, who appeared like a wall, wearing a look of profound sympathy. Ba, young brother, a man's word is his bond. Fear not, we are all good people. At that moment, I could only think, Mama, what a bunch of weirdos, with one playing the good cop and the other the bad cop. How can they claim to be good people? This monk is undoubtedly holding a grudge and seeking revenge. I quickly altered my approach, smiling as I said to the monk, I believe I require some quality education. You, Lord Iwa, appear to possess great wisdom. Would you consider teaching me? To my dismay, he shook his head vigorously, tears streaming down his face like a sprinkler. No, I truly cannot teach students. Oh dear, who hasn't had their first time? I remained undeterred. If all else failed, the water Hashira was trained by the illustrious Lin Lang Senpai, renowned for his exceptional teaching skills, which meant Toko would undoubtedly excel as well. Alas, this annoying monk was simply pestering me. Nevertheless, I took note. Lin Lang Senpai, my master had mentioned, was a formidable educator, yet it appeared all his disciples had perished in the final selection. How peculiar. But this was not the moment for such thoughts. Who understands the plight of drawing the sword 1,000 times? What infernal KPI is this? On my most intense day on the mountain, I managed only 200 draws, and that was enough to boast about for a year. After that, I collapsed for 2 days, my arms sore for a week. Now, I was expected to endure 5 times that intensity? I protested. 1,000 is far too many. How about breaking it down? And can I use a bamboo sword? I've always practiced with one. Toko merely regarded me with his cold gaze, shaking his head without uttering a word. Let me tell you, that single look was more painful than being berated 100 times. His glare shattered my defenses. My face flushed. Water Hashira, are you looking down on someone? This blondie has dignity too. 1,000 times, you say? It's merely a matter of will. Very well. If 1,000 is what you demand, then so be it. How will you respond if I accomplish this? His voice was as chilling as ice shards. Utter another word, and you shall forego lunch. I immediately fell silent. Fine. You are formidable. Yet, I sensed that beneath his icy exterior lay a warm-hearted, proud enigma. He was fierce in speech, but I was certain he was not a bad person. I resolved to trust him, as he was entrusted by my master. But would this endeavor truly bear fruit? As I walked while drawing, my stance resembled the initial form of the first style. It required not only the strength of my arms, but also my core. Initially, I pondered how to stealthily learn his water-breathing techniques. Yet, gradually, all that occupied my mind was drawing the sword, sheathing it, and breathing. My once proud breathing technique began to falter. With my breath disrupted, Toko's sheathed sword seemed to have eyes of its own, swiftly striking the back of my hand. It didn't break the skin, but it stung. The greater agony was in my arm. It felt as if countless ants were hosting a party within my bones, both numb and painful, as if it might snap at any moment. 541 times. Toko turned with an expressionless face, announcing a number. Oh no, a count. With 3 hours until dinner and 6 hours until sleep, it appeared I would miss dinner. I hoped to complete this task before bedtime. I rubbed my arms, which were nearly numb. You're not teaching me to draw the sword. You're training my breathing technique. Maintaining breath during high-intensity exercise is beneficial. But this was utterly extreme. His gaze flickered. No, I only teach you sword techniques. I do not teach breathing techniques. Huh, but you want to prevent me from learning, right? That must be what you mean. I attempted to find a loophole in his words, yet he merely raised the stakes. What I mean is, you still have 551 draws remaining. I exploded. It's 459. How'd you learn math? Did a ghost teach you? Regardless, if you do not reach 1,000 before dinner, you will go hungry. If you do not reach 1,000 before bedtime, you will stand. He turned and walked away. We shall not wait for you. Tomorrow we will resume our journey. You are too distracted. I seethed in frustration, yet remained silent, for his next words rendered me speechless. You must be wondering if this practice is worthwhile. Without turning back, he continued, "No one persists in doing something meaningless. Now let me ask you, if it were Senior Sojima asking you to draw your sword 1,000 times each day, would you comply?" Trust. Yes, it is trust. Having chosen to believe, I resolved to refrain from whining. Clenching my teeth, I endured the piercing pain that felt as though my bones were being scraped, and once more drew the sword. The weight of that blade felt as though it had multiplied, becoming hundreds of pounds, my hands trembling to the point of nearly slipping from my grasp. Thoughts of surrender echoed in my mind. Yet at that moment, those distractions transformed into vivid, brutal images. I recalled the deceased I had seen, those who succumbed to illness, starvation, murder, and those devoured by demons. All of them were the weak. I refused to become one of them. Thus, I staked my life on the edge of this blade. In the following hours, I lost track of how I persevered. At dinner time, I had not eaten, still drawing my sword by the lakeside. My arms had long since lost sensation, moving solely by muscle memory. In the distance, I overheard the monk speaking with Toko, for someone of his age to endure this. His will is remarkable. Toko's voice remained as frosty as ever, yet the content had shifted, not merely commendable. Can you find another such child within the entirety of the Demon Slayer Corps? You cannot. Well, perhaps the insect Hashira's adopted child might suffice. She cannot. Kocho Shinobu is too tender-hearted. Toko paused briefly, pondering about that woman. Then, I seemed to hear him softly utter a name, as if reminiscing about someone. The next morning, I was awakened by the sound of boiling water. I began to understand. These demon hunters tread unconventional paths, traversing mountains and valleys daily. No wonder they do not seek blade permits from the government. The police cannot catch them. I lay limp in my bed, feeling like a salted fish. Toko entered, lifting the blanket and swatting my backside with his sword sheath. Awake now? How does my knicker and blade smell? Rise. Today we practice with your left hand. I felt a wave of darkness wash over me. You might as well kill me. What if my right hand is injured or lost? I must learn to wield the sword with my left hand too. He even took the time to explain. My friends, do you know what I felt at that moment? I felt like the lifeless body of a Yasuo, unable to move anything but my head, unresponsive to my teammates' incessant pinging. Yet a new day dawned. I struggled to sit up. I had intended to reach 1,500 draws today, but upon seeing my expression of horror, he amended his statement. Forget it, considering your state. Let us just aim for 1,000. I breathed a sigh of relief, only for him to begin weaving dreams of rewards. If you can endure, I shall grant you a prize. What sort of reward? My eyes sparkled with intrigue. What do you desire? Is it not obvious? Must I spell it out? Fine. I wish to learn the water-breathing technique. Rest assured, I am not planning to switch allegiances, merely broadening my horizons. He scrutinized me for a while before conceding. If you persist for a month, I shall teach you the water-breathing technique. However, do not even think about swordsmanship. It was a pact. No questions asked. The answer lay in sheer determination. A month later, I was still alive. My daily draws had escalated to 2,000. 2,000 draws every day. Who could withstand that? My sheath was almost polished to perfection. At times, I marveled at how my arms had not given out. Rather, they had grown sturdier and more muscular. Could it be that my arms were filled with some sort of sponge? The most astonishing moment came when, one day, Fujimoto appeared silently behind me, and I sensed his presence beforehand. He seemed surprised. It appears you are recovering well. Is the medicine you provided? I modestly replied, though internally I was elated. Throughout this month, my progress was evident to the naked eye. Fujimoto recognized that mere draws would no longer suffice. It was time to introduce new challenges. He snapped a branch and placed it on a stone. It has been a month, and I shall fulfill my promise to teach you the water-breathing technique, while simultaneously commencing a new lesson. My heart sank. Was there another phase to this training? He pointed to the branch, cut in half. Seeing this, I knew it was no trivial task. I stood, took a deep breath, and with a flash of light, my blade returned to its sheath with a resounding clang. The branch on the stone was severed in two, leaving a white mark on the stone. My youthful exuberance took over, and I dubbed my move 0-hour blade flash. Fujimoto ignored my antics and inspected the branch. The length is adequate. Your progress is commendable. Flattery is unwarranted. It is all thanks to your instruction, I replied, engaging in mutual praise. To my surprise, he nodded without reservation. Indeed. What response? Could he not offer a compliment in return? This man surely had no friends. Just as I was lamenting, he made his move. A swift, fluid flash of his blade passed, and the branch remained perfectly still. Yet I knew it had been severed. The most absurd part was that the cut was flawless. The branch remained upright, and the stone bore not a single mark. What kind of sorcery was this? I was left dumbfounded, exclaiming, "Are you even human?" His expression remained impassive. "What do you think a demon slayer is? Every student under Mr. Linlang can achieve this. Here is your new assignment. Can you accomplish it within 6 months?" My goodness, he was starting to manipulate me again. To say that everyone could do it was a stretch. If that were the case, Mr. Linlang would be laughing in his dreams. However, he seemed to realize the importance of honesty and quickly amended his timeline to 6 months. I said nothing, silently turning to the forest to gather more branches. Curse it all, just grind it out. Another month and a half passed, and I was still grappling with those branches. This task was exceedingly difficult. If I lacked strength, I could not sever it, and if I exerted too much force, the stone would bear the marks. That precise control was a dual torment for both mind and body, and my vision was nearly failing me. One day after training, I lay on a tree, exhausted, when the amnesiac youth, Shido Michiro, surprisingly sat beside me. He spoke first. That yellow-haired guy called me by my name, you rascal." I snapped back. He paused, then regarded me with a look of admiration. "Why are you so impressive?" I was taken aback. A recognized genius was complimenting me? I pointed to myself. "You think I'm impressive?" "Yes, your training is remarkable. I admire and envy you." It dawned on me that he meant to say, though I was a non-entity, my relentless determination was truly admirable. I could only offer a wry smile. What is impressive about this? I am merely fighting to survive. Without strength, I would perish. As we conversed, we delved into the topic of the 12 Kazuki. I suggested he ask Fujimoto, but when I turned around, the two Hashiro were busy digging for potatoes. I hopped down from the tree to assist, casually inquiring, "Mr. Fujimoto, what became of that lower moon for, the little lowly demon? How is her figure?" The instant I asked, Fujimoto's gaze turned icy. "Zenitsu, retract your last question. Do you have some sort of fantasy about demons?" "I'll tell you, demons are demons. They must devour humans." I protested my innocence. I was merely a perv, not a saint. Just as I was about to explain, my shovel struck something hard. You know that feeling. It's the precursor to pulling an SSR. I hastily cleared the dirt, revealing a fist-sized black lump. I scanned my system panel and exclaimed, "Good heavens, it's meteorite iron. Celestial iron from beyond the stars." I let out a delighted squeal. Fujimoto leaned closer. "What is this? An antique?" "Antique. This is called meteorite iron. If I forge a small piece into my blade, its sharpness and hardness will be off the charts. Forget lower moon 4. Even 3 of them couldn't break my sword." He looked skeptical. "Is that true?" "TSK, you clearly haven't read any martial arts novels." To prove my point, I snatched his Nicaran blade and struck the meteorite iron. Clang! Sparks flew. The meteorite remained unscathed, while a chip was taken out of his blade. The atmosphere turned awkward. Thinking quickly, I exclaimed, "I was merely demonstrating. Do you see how magnificent it is? Why didn't you use your own sword?" Fujimoto roared, snatching his blade back with a pained expression. Immediately, he crouched down to begin digging again, muttering, "Such a fine item. I wish to have a piece as well." I chuckled. "Don't even think about it. This thing is extremely precious. If I sell it, I won't have to worry about food or clothing for 5 years. And I could adopt several adorable little girls." Why did I put quotation marks around adopt? I ignored him and continued. "Finding one piece has already triggered my luck. Do you really expect to find a second? Dream on." Seeing his unwavering determination, I sighed. "All right, fine. I'll give you a bit as a token of gratitude for your teachings. From now on, we're even." He stood up, turning away from me as he walked forward, and I sensed he might have smiled. For the first time, that back seemed less lonely. As the spring sun shone down, the day of our parting arrived. A week later, I entered Tokyo alone. I must tell you, although my soul hails from the future, standing on the streets of the late 19th century felt like a dream returned to Akame Ga Kill. When Tatsumi entered the capital, the roar of cars and trams, the scent of exhaust fumes, neon lights, Western-style buildings, kimonos, modern and conservative suits, wealth and poverty all intertwined. It was an extraordinary sensation. Originally, Fujimoto had instructed me to go to the swordsmith village to forge a new sword from this celestial iron. Logically, I should have gone, but my damned intuition warned me against it. We all know that my intuition has never been wrong. Thus, I decided against it. I would avoid those garish places. I came to Tokyo with serious business. What serious business? To challenge the legendary Edo 3 dojos, to measure the mettle of these swordsmen. And what happened? My navigation skills took a turn for the worse, and after inquiring about directions, I suddenly found myself standing beneath the grand sign of Kabukicho. At that moment, my heart surged with excitement, thinking it was fate guiding me. However, upon entering, my spirits plummeted. Who could understand? In this era, kabuki was performed by men with faces painted as white as walls in female roles. At that moment, I felt an urgent need for eye drops, prompting me to flee. This shadow had left me with a deep-seated aversion to all traditional Japanese arts. To cleanse my eyes and soothe my wounded spirit, I resolved to indulge in a bowl of ramen. Reaching into the small stash I had borrowed from my senior, Kyogai, I was reminded of cherished memories. Not, however, of nostalgia, but of the sheer joy that money can bring. Without hesitation, I ordered 2 large bowls and was fully immersed in the delicious sounds of slurping, when I suddenly heard a soft, delightful slurp nearby. This ramen was simply divine. Upon hearing the sound, I realized it was a young lady. I discreetly turned my head and was taken aback by a girl sporting 2 charmingly simple braids. Yet those light green eyes, and well, her striking figure were simply captivating. With her eyes closed in bliss, she exuberantly exclaimed, "Another bowl, please." The tone of her voice, infused with a hint of cilantro, stirred something within my DNA, prompting me to exclaim, "Hey meow, is that you?" The girl looked puzzled and softly replied, "You must have mistaken me. I am Kanroji Mitsuri." It dawned on me, and I quickly laughed it off, claiming she resembled a friend of mine. Let me tell you, at first glance, she was stunning. Upon closer inspection, while perhaps not as breathtaking as my dear friend, the pig-headed boy, Inosuke, she possessed a charm that grew on you, especially when she smiled. Innocent and lively. Wait a moment. What was that longing look in her eyes yearning for? "Boss, another bowl of ramen, please." I had solved the mystery. She was yearning for food. Wasn't this her 3rd bowl already? As I pondered this, she leaned in to share a secret. Let me tell you, the ramen broth paired with sakuramachi is a match made in heaven. With that, she clasped her hands together and began to whisper a prayer. What was I doing? I focused my attention and heard her mumble, "May I eat my fill every day, may my family eat their fill, and may I find a good husband." My heart melted at such simple wishes, especially the last one. A good husband? What a coincidence. As a theoretical master of romance, I was determined to take action today. I expressed my keen curiosity about her unique pairing of sakuramachi with ramen, and she generously offered me a piece. I took a bite, and regardless of its taste, I lavished her with compliments. In return, I boldly declared, "Kanroji, you treat me to machi, and today, I shall cover the cost of the ramen. Eat as much as you desire." Her eyes sparkled with delight, yet she hesitated slightly, "But I have a large appetite." "No worries. I'm not short on cash," I proclaimed grandly. Her smile widened, and she offered me all the sakuramachi she had. She then took a deep breath, rolled up her sleeves, and fixed her serious gaze on the 5 bowls of ramen the boss had just brought out. I thought to myself, allow me to set the scene for you. Miss Kanroji Mitsuri, aged 15, possesses an appetite that could rival 3 sumo wrestlers combined. When I finally approached the counter to settle the bill, the boss's smile was more painful than a frown. This meal had obliterated my food budget for an entire week. Seeing my pained expression, Kanroji lowered her head in embarrassment and apologized. What could I say? I had bragged, and now I had to pay, tears in my eyes. As twilight descended, I offered to escort her home, playfully warning her of potential stalkers lurking in the night. To my surprise, she not only remained unafraid, but her breath quickened, her eyes sparkling as she stammered, What if they want to torture me? No, please. I absolutely don't want to be subjected to such things by someone I don't like." I couldn't contain my laughter. My innocent romantic fantasies shattered like dumpling filling. This girl was not merely peculiar. She was an ultimate masochist. Noticing my unusual expression, she quietly inquired if I thought her strange. She then confided in me that she was born with a unique physique, her muscle density being 8 times that of an ordinary person, allowing her to feel no pain and thus yearning to experience it. Upon realizing this, I hastily encouraged her, inadvertently confessing, "It's perfectly normal to pursue what you lack. Wanting to be hurt by someone you cherish is only natural, but you must first find that special someone." In terms of eccentricity, I might have been even more so. Once I could practice my right-hand magnetic lines next to a corpse without a care. Kanroji froze, staring at me with shock. That's an extraordinary level of abnormality. My embarrassment was overwhelming, and I dashed away, covering my face. As I sprinted through an alley, an elderly woman holding a lantern called out to me, cheerfully saying, "Young man, that Mitsuri girl is quite strong-willed. Don't neglect her, all right?" Oh, and tell her that too much machi can change the color of her hair. Feeling guilty for leaving her alone, I turned back to find her waiting. Worried I might get lost, my heart warmed. Where could I find such a wonderful girl? I promptly relayed the elderly woman's message to her. Upon hearing it, her complexion drained of color, her eyes and mouth widening in shock, and she trembled. That old lady has been dead for several years. It felt as if a bolt of lightning struck me, and my golden locks stood on end. My expression shattered. Nanny? Since that ghostly encounter, Kanroji was too frightened to leave her home for several days. Meanwhile, I was left grappling with my shaken worldview and hastily sought a legitimate job. I ran around Tokyo until I finally secured a position as a translator and receptionist at the Jinbu Dojo of the Hokushin Ito Ryu, which included accommodation and meals. However, the dojo master, an elderly man, was rather bothersome, constantly pestering me with questions reminiscent of Xiangling's wife. Tell me, does a person retain consciousness after death? Shut your mouth. I found myself shouting at him daily. After a week, Kanroji finally made an appearance. She bounded over with enthusiasm, announcing her decision to learn self-defense to ward off ghosts. She even brought me a large box of sakuramachi. This time, she had wised up and insisted I demonstrate my skills first. For women, I feigned disdain, yet my body was all too honest. I instructed her to stand still and warned her not to disclose my secrets. With a firm slap on the table, a brush from the pen holder soared into the air. In the next instant, a flash of golden light flickered. The brush gracefully descended back onto the table. And to Kanroji's bewildered gaze, numerous precisely aligned cracks suddenly appeared along its length, resulting in it shattering into perfectly sized wooden segments. Kanroji, perplexed yet impressed, clapped her hands in awe. Wow, that looks incredible. Meanwhile, behind her, the elderly dojo master, known to us as the Chiba legend, had materialized silently. His mouth hung agape, capable of accommodating a goose egg, and his old eyes were wide with astonishment, completely taken aback. He had witnessed the sheer number of strikes I had unleashed in that fleeting moment. This was no mere sword technique, it was pure velocity, a marvel beyond the comprehension of this era. Let me tell you, the old man was utterly dumbfounded, likely pondering, what kind of monster is this? And he wants to be my disciple? Absolutely not. Later, he recalled that I had registered my profession as a demon slayer upon joining, while he was a legitimate demon hunter with his own lineage, thus having no need to teach me. He then quietly slipped away, hoping to remain unnoticed. Little did he know, I had keen hearing. As soon as he left, I exhaled a sigh of relief. Who understands the pressure of being the heir to the former Hashira, sneaking into someone else's dojo to learn? If I were caught, I could be subjected to relentless humiliation. Yet, my ears served as a living radar. I could hear every sword practice from my fellow disciples in the dojo with crystal clarity. Hey, that was a decent case of slash. Oops, that combo was a misstep. Did you rent those hands? This fellow's rapid assault technique is far too rigid. After a week of listening, I had effectively absorbed the foundational sword techniques and footwork of the Hokushin Ito Ryu. Certainly, the core secrets must be taught behind closed doors. I'm unable to steal them. However, I have discerned their sex principle of utilizing a strategy of counterattack, adapting to changes as they arise. This perfectly aligns with my own Iji Xing. And once my sword prowess reaches its zenith, I shall confront that individual known as Ling Yuzi once more. My life in Tokyo is rather simple, and just as I ponder how to further enhance my skills, a pink-haired girl, Kanroji Mitsuri, approaches me. Zenitsu, my family made a plethora of sakuramachi. Come dine at my home. Upon hearing this, I felt overwhelmed. This girl is an absolute glutton. Her appetite is utterly unmanageable. She even blinks her big eyes at me, saying, I want to eat beef too. What could I do? Facing that innocent and pure visage, I found it impossible to decline. Fine, I shall buy it all for you. However, just as we reached the street corner, an unexpected sight lay before us. A police cordon had been set up, and a man lay on the ground, his death a gruesome spectacle. My instincts kicked in, and I approached to inspect the scene. The wound was unmistakably inflicted by a demon. Mitsuri beside me exclaimed, Ew, gross. Let's hurry and leave. I paid her no mind. Suddenly, my ears caught two irregular heartbeats, each beating only a dozen times within a minute. I thought to myself, have you both transformed into whales? Following the sound, I spotted a man and a woman amidst the crowd. The woman, in her 30s and dressed in a kimono, appeared frail yet retained an air of grace. Beside her stood a man with striking green hair, resembling a bodyguard, who glared at me with intensity. I can assure you, these two are definitely not human. I quickly informed Mitsuri that I had matters to attend to and sent her away, stealthily trailing behind the peculiar duo. My mind raced with familiarity. This plot felt eerily reminiscent. A protagonist spies suspicious figures and stealthily follows them. This is the prologue to Shinichi Kudo transforming into Conan. I must be cautious and avoid being struck from behind. I lack his protagonist's halo. Holding my breath, I crouched low, eavesdropping as the woman introduced herself as Tamayo. While the green-haired man was called Yashiro, they were indeed discussing demons. Just then, Yashiro suddenly turned around with a sneer. Come out. Sneaking around. I thought, oh no, have I been discovered? But from the bushes emerged a genuine demon. Oh, it wasn't calling for me, so all was well. I simply sat down like a duck and began to enjoy the unfolding drama. Just as I was trying to comprehend the situation, a sudden warmth enveloped me, and a soft body pressed against my back. Small hands embraced me from behind. I froze. Who could it be? Kanroji Mitsuri. This girl had followed me. What are you doing? I hissed, lowering my voice. What are you doing here alone in such a dangerous place? She replied, sounding quite aggrieved. We began to bicker quietly among the bushes. Don't touch my chest muscles. I'm feeling your heartbeat, you fool. You should be grateful I even considered sharing food with you. Our argument escalated, and we forgot to keep our voices down. Consequently, the trio, Tamayo, Yashiro, and the demon, halted, all turning to gaze at us in unison. Their expressions conveyed a clear message. Why aren't these two getting married yet? At this point, we were thoroughly exposed. The pale demon turned around, and Mitsuri immediately panicked. Aw, a monster. The demon, clearly annoyed, retorted, shut up. I'm a demon. Mitsuri's voice grew louder. Aw, a demon is speaking. A demon suffering from albinism is talking. It didn't end there. Upon seeing the dent in Yashiru's head, she screamed again. Aw, a kappa. Yashiro snapped, shut up. You filthy woman. Are you auditioning for a play? The demon chimed in. Who would ever be interested in such an ugly woman? She wouldn't even make it to the matchmaking stage. Let me tell you, that remark was a killer. Mitsuri was instantly petrified. Her eyes rolled back, and she fainted. Well, now it was quiet. I stood up, my hand resting on my sword. The woman named Tamayo suddenly cut her wrist, releasing an eerie fragrance, blood demon art. Was she attempting to incapacitate us all? Unfortunately for her, it would not work on me. I walked directly up to the still yelling demon, who trembled in fear, trying to drag Tamayo and Yashiro into his predicament. Those two over there are also demons. Go kill them. They've undoubtedly devoured countless people. I couldn't help but laugh at the absurdity. What is this? About to be exposed, and you frantically report your companions. Huh? Can't handle the heat? No sooner had I spoken than a flash of steel gleamed. By the time Tamayo and Yashiro realized what had happened, the demon's head had already soared into the air, its body sliced into several pieces. They didn't even catch a glimpse of my blade-esque movement. Then, I turned around, smiling pleasantly at the two. Where are you two in such a hurry? I heard you were demons? How about a chat? Yashiro, displaying remarkable bravado, stood protectively in front of Tamayo. Yet, I hadn't even drawn my sword. Merely the fierce sword aura caused him to bleed from his 7 orifices. I must say, the technique of Mizunoto no Kokyu, created by Tenjin Yuzui, is truly impressive. It can intimidate without striking. However, I had no intention of killing them. These two demons seemed somewhat different. Seeing that I had refrained from violence, Tamayo took the initiative to speak. She confessed that she had caused many deaths in the past, and now sought redemption by researching a method to transform demons back into humans. I remained silent, my thoughts tangled. Transforming demons back into humans? Is that even possible? However, observing her earnest demeanor, I decided to watch and wait. I inquired how they had survived, and she revealed that she had altered her body, freeing herself from the control of the demon King Muzan, requiring only a small amount of purchased human blood to live. She also mentioned that she was a doctor. Well, that was quite the revelation. A lady over 200 years old? Oh no, I mean a young lady. I glanced at the duo, their bond evident. One was willing to fight, while the other willingly endured. I had little desire to witness their affectionate exchanges any longer. I lifted the unconscious Mitsuri from the ground and made my exit. From that day forth, I found myself visiting their small clinic nearly every evening, much to the chagrin of Yashiro, who would explode in frustration daily. He would shout at me, "Why do you always sneak in at night? It's terrifying, you know, during the day. Do you demons dare to roam about? I must come at night." I retorted, "I must clarify. My visits were not merely supervisory. I was strategically mooching off their meals. During the day, Miss Tamayo was swamped at the clinic, while the dinner at night was splendid. This approach was all about a companionable dining experience. My beloved Zenitsu paid me no mind, lost in his own world, humming a tune from the most popular folk song of 2025, lamenting how, without a hint of caution, you just appear. Listening to him made my toes curl in exasperation. Yeshuru, the little jealous king, wore an expression that screamed, "If you look at my Miss Tamayo one more time, I'll chop you into pieces." Reluctantly, he led me inside, tossing a warning that I was not to lay a hand on Miss Tamayo before retreating to the kitchen. Miss Tamayo remained her ever-gentle self, smiling as she inquired about the bundle in my hands, which emitted steam. I swiftly switched to my innocent youth mode and presented my offering. Oh dear. It's quite embarrassing to be mooching off your meals every day. This is a small treat I made myself. Would you care to try? Let me tell you, this is not the Sakura Machi that silly Mitsuri devours. This is my groundbreaking confection. Miss Tamayo accepted it, and upon catching a whiff, her expression transformed into one of sheer horror, as if she had seen a ghost. Wait, no. What ingredients did you use? I feigned innocence. What else could it be but seasonal flowers? Then she screamed, "How could you make Sakura taste like this?" I grew agitated, retorting, "Who said it was Sakura? It's rhododendron. Rhododendron cake. That flavor, for those who know, when you walk down the street in April. One whiff, and it feels as though your DNA has been awakened." In any case, once I had thoroughly vexed Miss Tamayo, I needed to attend to business. The head of the Jinbu Pavilion, an elderly gentleman named Chiba Suji, has been holding lectures daily. Although I am not a disciple of his family, I have indeed mastered the art of stealthily acquiring knowledge. I arranged for Gon Lu Si to cover for me and slipped away to the Daochong. Let me tell you, my agility is akin to that of the legendary yellow flash of Mai, effortlessly soaring to the top of Grand Tree, where I secured a prime VIP vantage point. While that old man is formidable, as long as he is not on the level of Zhu, he shall not detect my presence. Thus, I spent my days concealed among the branches, eavesdropping. I managed to grasp the application of momentum quite well. Yet the most essential mysteries were never publicly disclosed. Every night, the old man would call out names. "Sasaki, come to my room tonight. Hikigaya, come to my room tonight." I found this rather peculiar. It turned out he was conducting private lessons, closing the doors to converse quietly, wary of eavesdroppers like myself. What was I to do? Being too close would surely lead to my discovery. As I furrowed my brow in concern, that foolish girl from Gon Lu Si approached me, inquiring about my troubles. Her mind seemed to revolve around Lady Zhu and food, insisting that a man who can cook is certainly not a bad person. I thought to myself, this logic sounds like something an AI would concoct. It was utterly absurd. Nevertheless, her mention of her recent culinary prowess sparked an idea in my mind. Who among my family would understand? The whispers shared with my cousin in elementary school came to mind. This was precisely the moment. A single thread, 2 paper cups, a makeshift telephone. I promptly enlisted Gon Lu Si's help to procure some fine steel wire for an even better effect. 2 days later, the venerable Chiba stood in the courtyard, his face turning an alarming shade of green. He must have long suspected my clandestine learning, despite his vigilance. He was utterly unprepared for my ingenious application of the laws of physics. His exclusive techniques were pilfered using merely 2 paper cups and a piece of wire. Infuriated, the old man erupted, cursing, "Where's my disciple, Zenitsu? Where is he?" A disciple reported back, "Master, he has taken a 7-day leave," proclaiming he is off to the mountains to mine for treasures. The old man, likely oblivious to what mining for treasures entailed, was beside himself with rage. "I shall write to Ubuyashiki to lodge a complaint. Oh, but by the time he does, I shall have vanished without a trace." Indeed, I did venture to mine, but not for profit. Rather, I sought to forge my very own Nicaran blade. I learned of a mountain in Kanto, known as High-No Shutsu-san, where the finest crimson sand iron could be found at its peak. After 3 days of travel, I arrived at the mountain's base just as dusk approached. A sign along the path warned of bear sightings. I chuckled to myself, bears? Perfect. I had a craving for bear paw. Just as I mused, a light rain began to fall, and a most delectable aroma wafted through the air. Following the scent, I discovered a dilapidated shrine where a woman was cooking. I must say, this woman, with black hair, violet eyes, adorned with a butterfly hairpin, and draped in a garment reminiscent of butterfly wings, was breathtakingly beautiful, akin to a purple butterfly seeking refuge from the rain. I approached with a greeting, yet she merely smiled at me in silence. I attempted to converse in English, but she continued to smile. In the wilderness, A beautiful woman who only smiles made my hair stand on end. Could I have encountered a ghost? Yet the aroma of her soup was irresistible. Unable to contain myself, I pointed to the pot. May I have a taste? She nodded and served me a bowl. Upon inspecting the concoction, I was taken aback. The broth was a riot of colors, more resplendent than a rainbow, unmistakably a toxic brew. But fear not, for I possess my unique skill. I discreetly assessed it and found no poison. Without hesitation, I raised the bowl to my lips and drank. It was delightful. The flavor was so exquisite it nearly made my eyebrows fall off. Seeing my enjoyment, she smiled even more brightly. It was then I noticed her petite stature, which only heightened my interest. I eagerly initiated a conversation. I am Kamadu Zenitsu. What is your name, fair lady? Still, she remained silent, gazing at me with an enchanting smile. Feeling emboldened, I attempted to impress her. Such a lovely lady and a delightful dish. Alas, if only there were wine. Merely a casual remark. Yet to my astonishment, she produced a jar of wine from seemingly nowhere and placed it before me, her eyes urging me to drink. This woman was truly intriguing. I took a hearty swig, relishing the exquisite flavor, before passing the jar to her. She tilted her head back and drank deeply, the liquid cascading down and soaking her clothing. I was utterly mesmerized. Her demeanor was reminiscent of a cinematic heroine. We continued to indulge in the wine, taking turns, until I found myself quite inebriated. As is often the case when intoxicated, I began to vent my frustrations, pouring out all the grievances and anger I had accumulated since my arrival. Why must only sunlit ores be used to slay demons? Why was the Demon Slayer Corps such a remarkable organization, not recognized by the government? Why could I not lead a mundane life as a civil servant, instead of risking my life to hunt demons? I even unleashed my darkest thoughts. I shall let you in on a secret. I harbor a desire to kill. I wish to exact revenge on those who deceived me and bullied me. At this moment, I noticed her stiffen slightly, a flicker of shared hatred glimmering in her eyes before it was quickly suppressed. Exhausted from my tirade, I leaned against a post, gazing skyward, and echoed the sentiments of a certain Director Chi. Curse you, heavens. I have spoken my piece. Let tomorrow unfold as it may. Later, I lost consciousness, only to awaken to find my head resting on her lap, my hand in an inappropriate place. She had departed, leaving behind a pot of still warm soup. I hastily rose, reflecting on my folly, how careless it was to drink in the wilderness with a stranger. What if she were a dangerous individual? My life could have been forfeit. Stumbling down the mountain, I entered the town, only to find the townsfolk gazing at me with peculiar expressions. As I pondered this, a child pointed at me and exclaimed, "Mommy, look, that yellow-haired brother has a turtle on his face." Drawing my blade, I was horrified to discover that the wretched woman had drawn a turtle upon my visage during my slumber. It was a remarkably lifelike depiction. Who is the turtle brother? I shall not rest until I catch you again. After much effort, I finally cleaned my face and returned to Tokyo with the mine door. I intended to drop off my materials and then visit Gonluci's home for some sakuramachi. However, upon arriving at her doorstep, I found it deserted. Where could her family have gone? A chill of unease crept over me. I recalled Miri mentioning that the elderly woman next door had passed away, and that house had been vacant for many years. Instinctively, I addressed the dusty door. May I inquire where the Gonlu family has gone? No sooner had I spoken than I regretted it. Conversing with a ghost house was ill-advised. I turned to leave, but then, dear friends, from within that very house came a voice reminiscent of the long-lost elderly woman. They have been invited as guests. The moment those words escaped, my hair stood on end. Zenitsu, too, was taken aback, his teeth chattering. He is quite the odd fellow. When faced with a genuine man-eating demon, he charges forward with fervor. Yet the supernatural sends him into a panic. He trembled, calling out from behind the door, Is that so? Do you know who invited them?" To which the elderly voice slowly replied, after a fit of coughing, "It is a very powerful individual, with a particularly high hairline, much like the Emperor." Zenitsu was rendered speechless. A high hairline? Could it be the Emperor Meiji? In an instant, a vivid image formed in his mind. Cautiously, he probed, "Does he also lack eyebrows? Is his face as round as a goose egg?" The old woman retorted, "Goose egg? More like a pockmarked stone resembling a goose egg." I nearly burst into laughter at the accuracy of her critique. Zenitsu was left stammering, finally conceding, "Yes, that is indeed him." Everything aligned perfectly. It was none other than the legendary Chiba, the master of the Genbu Dojo. Good heavens! I had pilfered his martial secrets, and now the original master had come to confront me. The elderly voice softened once more, advising him to treat Miri well. Shan Yi, without a moment's hesitation, readily agreed and then shot out like an arrow released from its bow. At that instant, his mind was consumed by a singular thought. It was over. He had implicated Li's family, and come what may, even if the king of heaven himself appeared, he had to rescue them. His speed was astounding as he raced towards the Bei Chun Yi Dao Lu dojo, a trail of sparks and lightning in his wake. I had anticipated a cataclysmic battle ahead, but to our astonishment, upon bursting through the door, we were greeted not by a scene of abduction, but rather by the Kanroji family, gathered around a grand table, indulging in a sumptuous feast. The table was laden with exquisite delicacies, and the master, Qinya Chuanqi, was personally in attendance, beaming with joy. However, the moment Shan Yi entered, the old man's expression shifted from sunny to stormy, his gaze a mixture of disdain, arrogance, and a hint of anxiety of being caught off guard. Midi, cheeks stuffed to the brim, glared at him with bulging cheeks, exclaiming, "Shawnee, why are you running so fast? I couldn't keep up. Your teacher is so enthusiastic, constantly asking us when we will get married. I was so shy." He. Shawnee stood there, utterly bewildered, his head filled with question marks. Huh? My teacher? Who? In the next moment, the old man, Qinya, rose with a serious expression, his face set like a stone. Yet pride radiated from his eyes as he bellowed at Shan Yi, "You ungrateful disciple. Why are you still standing there? Come over and eat." It was only later that I realized the old man had deviated from the expected course of action. Instead of confronting Shan Yi directly for secretly learning his sword techniques, he opted for a clever maneuver by writing a letter of complaint to the leader of the Demon Slayer Corps. The leader, being astute, forwarded the letter to Shan Yi's master in Tao Mountain. This was not merely a complaint against the teacher. It was akin to reporting to a parent. The most absurd part was that his master, Sang Dao Ci Wu Lang, surprisingly replied in agreement, allowing Shan Yi to directly join the Bei Chun Yi Dao Lu as a disciple of inheritance. In essence, he would not typically interfere with dojo matters, but should the school face extinction, he would be responsible for passing on the lineage. When Shan Yi received his master's handwritten letter, he was utterly dumbfounded, unable to comprehend why his master would take such a light-hearted approach, seemingly adding a burden to his own head. He even darkly suspected that the leader had coerced his master. In reality, this was indeed his master's own decision, rooted in the profound love a parent has for their child. Thus, Shan Yi inexplicably became the close disciple of Qinya Chuanqi, relieved of concerns about his daily sustenance, yet burdened with a teacher who relentlessly urged him to practice swordsmanship. This teacher was peculiar. While he treated Shan Yi with the utmost care, his demeanor during lessons was akin to that of someone confronting a sworn enemy. In contemporary terms, he was an old-fashioned Sundara. Unable to lower his pride and show goodwill directly, the old man resorted to assigning Shan Yi an avalanche of homework, nearly wishing to cram a lifetime of knowledge into his mind. Yet, this young lad, Shan Yi, harbored doubts about his own capabilities, believing himself to be woefully inadequate. He constantly measured his strength against the 12 Kazuki, thus training with an almost frenzied intensity. He practiced drawing his sword 1,000 times a day, even attempting to replicate the methods of Tanjiro, leaving his fellow disciples utterly bewildered. To make matters worse, he had to endure the daily display of affection between himself and Li. Over the past 2 months, everyone in the dojo had grown accustomed to the antics of a young couple, chasing each other, teasing, and flaunting their love. However, today this lad, for the first time, lay lazily in a tree, much to the astonishment of Qinya. When asked what he was pondering, Shan Yi jumped down and solemnly inquired, "Teacher, I'm wondering, what is the principle behind this thing called momentum? How can it influence other psychology?" Upon hearing this, the old man was taken aback. The lad was contemplating such profound matters. After mocking Shan Yi for a moment, he suddenly adopted a serious demeanor and pointed a finger at him. Just as Shan Yi was about to critique his teacher's awkward pose, his brows furrowed in confusion. In that instant, the aura around Qinya transformed entirely. He seemed to embody a sheathed sword, brimming with latent power. The sword intent of a master swordsman is the very essence of the sword itself. This revelation struck Shan Yi with clarity. He closed his eyes, pondering how thunder could be a sword. And what about water? How could water transform into a sword? As he listened to the distant roar of a steam locomotive, enlightenment washed over him. Observing him, Qinya felt a surge of excitement, yearning to pat Shan Yi on the shoulder and exclaim, You are truly a genius." Yet he refrained, for they had established a pact. Teachers must never praise their students. One day, Shani took Mi Li to enjoy a meal at Ms. Zhushir's clinic. Mi Li, pulling Shan Yi's hand, was as cheerful as a husky, exclaimed, "Shan Yi, you are simply the best." Unfortunately, she crashed into the clinic wall. No, rather, she passed right through it. Stammering in fright, she exclaimed, "Ghost, ghost hitting the wall." Shan Yi calmly explained that it was merely a barrier. Upon entering, the cold-faced Yu Lang approached, sardonic in tone, saying, "Oh, not only do you come to mooch off food, but you've brought someone else along as well. Let me make it clear, no ugly women or demons are allowed inside." "How dare he call me ugly?" Shan Yi drew his sword in an instant, retorting, "Wow, you're quite brazen, aren't you? Is my Nicaran blade not enticing enough?" Yu Lang promptly backed down, saying, "I take back what I said. You're not just here to mooch, you're here to eat for free." The two exchanged barbs, while Mi Li watched from behind, thinking to herself that their bond was quite strong. Perhaps Shan Yi had a fondness for boys? After the meal, Shan Yi unexpectedly offered to assist Miss Zhushir with her patients. She was pleasantly surprised, to which he claimed to have experience as a doctor. At that moment, I wondered what kind of doctor he could be, one responsible for euthanasia, perhaps. The patient suffered from malaria, and Zhushir's treatment with Qinghao had proven ineffective. After pondering, Shani suggested, "How about trying stinky mugwort? I read about it in a novel." Zhushir looked at him incredulously, ignoring her skepticism. He sent Mi Li to fetch some, then seized a handful of stinky mugwort and squeezed it, allowing the yellow-green juice to drip into the patient's mouth. The patient grimaced, unwilling to drink. I must say, Shani had little tolerance for uncooperative patients. He punched the patient in the face, demanding, "Open your mouth. Do you want me to pour it down your nose or backside?" The patient complied, obediently drinking the medicine. Yu Lang, witnessing the scene, was left speechless, muttering, "Incredible, you really are something." Shan Yi beamed with pride, declaring, "Flattery will get you nowhere. As long as one possesses an unyielding heart, one too can wear exquisite garments." Mi Li, feeling envious, interjected, "Who is this exquisite woman?" The atmosphere was delightful. That evening, Shan Yi departed with Mi Li, but half an hour later, he silently returned, resembling a ghost, perched above to observe Zhushir and Yu Lang in the clinic. After a prolonged watch, he confirmed that these two demons were indeed good-hearted, living mundane lives. He left with a sense of relief. However, unbeknownst to him, while he observed others, a petite figure, like a butterfly, quietly watched him from behind. After he left, the figure revealed herself to be Butterfly Shinobu, who had come to Tokyo on the orders of the leader to investigate the 12 Kizuki. Although she had seen little of the demons, she had developed a keen interest in a yellow-haired lad praised by Tanjiro. Unwilling to accept this, she believed her stepson Kanao was the most diligent. Thus began her lengthy career as a stalker, as she secretly observed Shan, witnessing him practice swordsmanship like a madman, holding his breath in the pond, and sharing tender moments over meals with the girl with pink-green hair. In all of this, Shan Yi, the straightforward young man, remained blissfully unaware. Had he known that such a petite and charming enigmatic lady was secretly observing him, he would hardly have had the inclination to engage with the foolish Mi Li. To be honest, Mi Li had indeed blossomed beautifully over these past months. Her figure had become increasingly alluring, and her skin was as fair as Sakura Machi. Speaking of Sakura Machi, one cannot overlook her eccentric hair, which had transformed from black to a delightful gradient of pink and green after indulging in Sakura Machi. If she continued, she might end up with a head of cherry blossom pink. One evening, the old man Qian Yi, inebriated, seized Shan Yi and began to urge him towards matrimony, extolling Mi Li as a good, gentle, and kind-hearted girl who had affections for him, claiming this to be a man's greatest happiness. As he rambled on, he boasted, women, if they misbehave, must be taught a lesson. Just as he was about to reminisce about his own wife, he suddenly noticed the silhouette behind the screen, his face frozen in shock, promptly altering his tone to one of righteousness. In the past, your master and I treated each other with utmost respect. Remember, women need tenderness. I nearly burst into laughter at that old man's desperate survival instincts. Indeed, the next day, the old man was expelled from the dojo by his wife and sulkily retreated to his private blacksmith shop. When Shan Yi ventured there, he was struck by a sense of familiarity. It turned out to be Nirgon Lu Si. He realized that the steel wire he had once pilfered for his makeshift telephone came from this very place. Such is fate. Gazing at the blacksmith shop, Sean E suddenly yearned to learn the craft of blacksmithing, wishing to forge himself a Nicaran blade. Although Qian Yi was initially reluctant, Sean E insisted, expressing a desire for a ritual that would imbue his sword with his convictions. Seeing the seriousness in his demeanor, the old man relented. The two mischief makers shared a hearty laugh over the outdated yet charming tradition of polygamy. Meanwhile, on the rooftop, Butterfly Shinobu listened to the rhythmic sound of hammering and their raucous laughter, feeling an inexplicable warmth in her heart. As summer swiftly approached, a month passed. Sean E had taken to blacksmithing with remarkable skill, even contemplating that should he become a Hashira, he might very well be an Iron Hashira. One sweltering afternoon, he toiled away in the stifling blacksmith shop, sweat pouring down his bare torso, as the furnace blazed and the clanging grew ever more fervent. Suddenly, a thunderous clap resonated outside, followed by torrential rain. A girl with environmentally friendly hair, clutching a food box, hurried to take shelter under the eaves. It was Mealy. She did not intrude, but stood quietly, listening to the sounds of hammering from within, a joyful smile gracing her face. She attentively listened, the rhythmic pounding becoming louder and more intense, eventually drowning out the roaring thunder and the pelting rain. Wukong, do you know what dang 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 means? I tell you, that sound is my husband Sean E forging. Mealy, peeking through the door, caught sight of her husband, glistening with sweat, his muscular form strikingly beautiful. And her eyes lit up. Her imagination began to conjure some rather indescribable scenarios, pondering the juxtaposition of roughness and elegance. Just then, Shawnee turned around and swiftly donned his trousers, leaving Mealy exasperated. Why are you wearing pants? It's so hot. Take them off. You'll get heat rash. At that moment, I mused, sister, your intentions are as clear as day. Shawnee retorted, you're just craving my body, aren't you? And how did Mealy respond? With unabashed boldness, she declared, how could it be just my lower half, you fool? Ah, dear friends, who truly understands? This girl's desires were laid bare. Starving. Sean E seized the food box Mealy had brought, devouring it ravenously. Mealy, standing by, chided him, saying the old man had proclaimed him lacking in talent. A fool who should focus on swordsmanship instead of blacksmithing, and that he was eating more than she did. Quite unscientific. Oh, my temper. What does it mean to be dull? I'm experiencing life. How is blacksmithing not a form of cultivation? Besides, you, a battle-hungry glutton, are only concerned that I might steal your food. Just as Sean E attempted to clarify, asserting his understanding of propriety and moderation, Mealy blushed deeply at the mention of those very words. Her gaze fixated on Sean E.'s abdomen, stammering, propriety and moderation. Truly, how many trains of thought had traversed her mind? As Sean E continued his work, Mealy watched and, in the rhythm of the hammering, began to grasp a certain wondrous cadence, feeling as if she was inherently gifted at cultivation. She daydreamed about a future where Sean E became a blacksmith, and they lived a tranquil life together. Just then, the weather turned tumultuous, fierce winds and rains surged. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck, accompanied by a deafening crash. Sean E, in a moment of inspiration, swung his hammer toward the tempestuous winds and rain, only to miss entirely. However, it seemed he had an epiphany, casting aside the hammer and shouting, I understand. What do you think he understood? He understood nothing. Then, I must tell you, he removed his trousers and dashed into the downpour, striking a flamboyant pose, throwing his head back in a wild cry. Ah, is this the essence of water breathing? E.M. ecstatic. Meanwhile, on the other side, a newly turned demon, a little monk named Shirpayu, had a bit of a cleanliness obsession. Upon stepping outside, he found himself splattered with mud from the rain, which was quite uncomfortable. What to do? Strip, he thought to himself, running naked through the rain to embrace nature, shedding the armor of his soul. How sophisticated. He was laughing heartily, feeling like the most solitary yet free creature in the world, when suddenly, another laughing naked man whizzed past him. Both halted abruptly, their smiles frozen. The atmosphere was so awkward it could fill a 3-bedroom apartment. The monk spoke first, attempting to maintain decorum. Ahem, this is a serious religious ritual. I am not a pervert. Namo Amida Butsu. Shawnee quickly chimed in, I understand. I am merely relieving stress. You know how it is. Today's youth bear immense burdens. They exchanged hasty justifications, ultimately agreeing to pretend nothing had happened and to never meet again. Once the monk departed, Sean E sighed in relief, only to catch a whiff of something foul, blood, and the scent of a demon. Good heavens! Had that been a demon? He was left aghast, wondering how such a perverse demon could exist. Without hesitation, Sean began forging a blade with his own hands. Let me tell you, the scene was nothing short of extraordinary. He entered a transcendent state, neglecting food and drink, growing thin like a telegraph pole, while Mealy watched, tears streaming down her face. Yet her eyes sparkled with an intense brightness. The forging of the blade continued for several days, the furnace burning brightly, the rhythm of the hammer echoing like a heartbeat. Finally, on the night of the full moon, he delivered the final blow. Boom! A bolt of lightning struck down. Shawnee jumped, exclaiming, "What the heck is this tribulation? Am I truly this weak?" The old master slapped him. "Tribulation, my foot. It's that broken meteorite carrying electricity. The heavens are helping you demagnetize it. Understand?" However, that bolt of lightning attracted the attention of a significant figure, Kibutsuji Musen. Sensing the malice of fate, he dispatched 2 temporary workers, the same naked man and his partner, to investigate. Kibutsuji even spun grandiose tales, declaring them to be his 12 Kizuki, thrilling the inexperienced demons to tremors of excitement. Unfortunately, these 2 unfortunate souls were intercepted by a woman, Butterfly Shinobu. Dressed in butterflies, she smiled sweetly, asking, "Oh dear, do you wish to play ball?" Thus, she nearly incapacitated the 2 demons with her poison. As time swiftly passed, autumn arrived, and Sean prepared to depart. He was to attend the final selection of the Demon Slayer Corps. Before leaving, he sought out Mealy. Upon hearing his mention of going to Fujisaki Mountain after half a year, she burst into tears, exclaiming, "Why must you speak of such a terminal fate? Oh dear sister, your thought process is truly exceptional." After Sean elucidated his intentions, Mealy clung to him, unwilling to let him depart. However, the current Sean possessed a heart as unyielding as iron. After forging his sword, his path had been irrevocably determined. The following day, he left a letter and departed without a word. He dared not make any promises, for a demon slayer could perish at any moment on the road. Later, in a small town's inn, he unexpectedly encountered that troublesome woman, Butterfly Shinobu. She sat there, lazily smiling, and upon spotting him, pretended not to. How infuriating! Yet, she was rather charming. Just as Sean contemplated greeting her, he hesitated, reasoning that it was better to observe from a distance. Unbeknownst to him, Butterfly Shinobu had been covertly watching him for several months, even dealing with those 2 unfortunate souls with ease. Meanwhile, as Butterfly Shinobu observed Mealy, who was in tears at home, she floated over with a smile, asking, "Would you like to see him again? Why not become a demon slayer? I can help you through the back door." On Shan Yi's side, he arrived at Fujisaki Mountain, gazing at the vast expanse of wisteria flowers, pondering whether he could extract some chemical weapons to poison the demons. Then he suddenly remembered that his new sword was yet to be named. This sword was peculiar. It was transparent under normal circumstances, but when in his grasp, it transformed into a vibrant rainbow hue. He cherished it dearly, gently caressing the sheath, and, after much contemplation, he decided to name it Sword of Immaculateness, inspired by the legendary sword saints. The blade hummed, though it was unclear whether it was pleased or displeased. As he pondered various names, such as the Void Blade or Ice Blossom Heaven, he felt increasingly dramatic, as if the sword was mocking him for his simplicity. Just then, a soft, delicate laugh broke his reverie. Turning around, he was taken aback by a girl. This was indeed the first time he had seen someone clad in a kimono with a haori, adorned in red and black, exuding exquisite taste. Of course, she was even more captivating. With her mid-length black hair and petite stature, she was smaller than Butterfly Shinobu. Yet her icy green eyes radiated a distinct aura of do not approach. However, the focal point was the fox mask with floral patterns she wore at her waist. Suddenly, he recalled his brother, Tanjiro, boasting about it, declaring it a symbol of the Shinazugawa clan, led by the esteemed Sakanji Urokodaki. He had advised him to protect his fellow disciples during assessments. Hey, which one of you is safeguarding whom? This is a prime opportunity handed to me by Tanjiro. Determined, he approached her with enthusiasm, stammering, "You are a disciple of Master Urokodaki, right? I am Kamado Tanjiro, trained under the water Hashira." Upon hearing Ju Tomioka's name, her eyes brightened instantly. His heart sank. "So, Ju, you have such a charming childhood friend?" When she spoke, he was left speechless. How is Master Tomioka? Ever since the passing of Shinobu, he seldom returns. His feelings for her were profound. His mind exploded with chaos. Shinobu? A woman? Ju? Also a man? Such deep feelings. His imagination spiraled into a whirlwind of scenarios. He blurted out, "Are you implying that Master Tomioka and your senior brother shared a romantic relationship?" The girl looked bewildered. What is a romantic relationship? Good heavens, she was utterly innocent. Her adorable naivety made him even fonder of her. He boldly flirted, "Miss, would you like to date? The protective kind?" Astonishingly, she agreed, albeit without full comprehension. "I will protect you. I am Shinobu," she added. His heart soared with joy. Excellent. Golden Inoki. Accompanying Shinobu to the assessment square, he surveyed the surroundings, utterly dumbfounded. Why does this final selection resemble a primary school outing? Everyone wields their swords unsteadily, their gazes vacant, their steps faltering. Some can barely even breathe. He whispered to Shinobu, "Why are there so many novices here?" Shinobu stared at him in shock, her expression suggesting disbelief at his audacity. She likely pondered how he could critique others when he himself was the only one proficient in breathing techniques. She quietly inquired about his master, to which he replied, "Former water Hashira." Her astonishment was palpable as she explained that all Hashira were formidable individuals. He was taken aback. How was he to know that the old man who poked peaches with a cane was so impressive? He had never mentioned it. He then jested, "Even without a teacher, one could learn it themselves. It isn't exceedingly difficult." At that moment, Shinobu's gaze shifted entirely, now viewing him as a hidden powerhouse. She even offered him some of her lunch. Upon seeing it was filled with vegetables and pickled fish, he felt a pang of sympathy. Unable to resist, he exclaimed, "I adore fish. I can make boiled fish, sauerkraut fish, and even tiger-striped shark. If you enjoy it, I shall prepare it for you every day." The moment the words left his mouth, he regretted it. "Oh no, did I just confess to someone I met only 2 hours ago?" Surprisingly, Shinobu nodded naturally. "All right. Once we both pass the assessment, you shall cook for me." Her innocence was enchanting. After finishing their meal, they realized everyone had already departed. Two doll-like girls informed them that the assessment had commenced 10 minutes prior. They hurried into the forest. The atmosphere was eerie, and to bolster his courage, he began introducing himself to Shinobu, inadvertently quoting Kiriyashika's lines, causing immense embarrassment. Suddenly, he sensed a disturbance and halted. Something is approaching, crawling along, triggering the traps I set, yet it remains silent. Its vitality is strong, he said. Shinobu looked astonished, likely just beginning to hear the commotion while he had already deduced the entity's movement trajectory. As a green-skinned, goblin-like demon emerged from the trees, its body was marred, missing both legs and arms. Upon seeing them, it erupted in fury. Who set these traps? Who? 3 of them smeared with wisteria poison and chili powder. Do you have no humanity? And then, it simply died from rage. He had unsheathed his sword halfway, utterly dumbfounded. Was that all? Another demon, lurking in the shadows, witnessed this scene and fled in terror. He shouted at it, "Would you like to experience the sensation of having chili powder applied to your backside?" The demon shrieked and scurried away, exclaiming, "Such cruelty! This new generation is merciless." Shinobu silently distanced herself from him. Who understands? Am I not the most dangerous one here? They continued deeper into the woods, where Shinobu confided that nearly all the disciples from her clan had perished on Fujisuki Mountain, and she was there to investigate. The fox mask on her face was a protective talisman from her master. Seeing her sorrowful expression, he instinctively reached out to comfort her. But his hand slipped from her shoulder to her hair, then to her cheeks. He solemnly declared, "This is a blessing ritual for my hometown, meant to dispel confusion and fear." At that moment, a chilling sensation crept down his spine. Turning around, he was met with a grotesque sight, a towering mountain of flesh, adorned with hands. It was hideous, almost inhuman, and it bore the lifeless body of a demon slayer, staring menacingly at them. Its multitude of hands shot toward them like tentacles, and in a moment of instinct, he swung his sword sheath without thinking. With a thunderous crash, severed hands and blood splattered everywhere. The grotesque mass writhed in agony. He stood there, stunned. What in the world was that? "Jingu, that fellow seems to be gearing up for a major attack. We should retreat." Jingu, with a stern expression, replied, "No, it merely felt pain from your strike." The Shogue regained its composure and immediately recognized the mask on Jingu's face, sneering, "Yellow hair brat, you can leave. This masked one stays." In that moment, it dawned on me that for all these years, Master Lin Long's disciples had fallen victim to this creature. The Shogue began to boast of its achievements, declaring Jingu to be its 13th meal, and mentioned a small demon with flesh-colored hair and a scar by its mouth. Wasn't that Jatu? Zhenggu broke down on the spot, unable to fathom that the disaster-warding mask given to her by Master had turned into a death warrant. Seeing Zhenggu's spirit falter, the Shogue seized the opportunity and taunted me. "Kid, I don't care about your relationship with this little fox. Those who stand in my way shall die." I was instantly agitated and earnestly explained, "It's not what you think." The Shogue was taken aback. "Huh? Are you saying that eating people is wrong?" Trying to persuade me to let go of my hatred? I scratched my head, feeling quite embarrassed. I just wanted to say that my relationship with Zhenggu isn't as you perceive. The Shogue fell silent for a moment, then erupted in fury. "Is that the point? I've changed my mind. I'm going to devour you both. Your ashes will be scattered to your mother." Good heavens! How does this ghost even get away with such banter, as if it crossed over from 2025? It bellowed, its gaze fixated on Zhenggu's face. And I lost my appetite as hundreds of hands descended upon us from all directions. I drew my blade, activating the water-breathing technique, effortlessly slicing through all the hands. To my surprise, the Shogue halted, staring at me in epiphany. "I see. You deliberately provoked me to lead me into your trap. You wish to play the hero, saving the beauty? How cunning." I was at a loss for words and could only agree. Indeed, you guessed correctly. This is the hero saving the beauty. This made it even angrier. "Useless. Today, I will kill you both. Not a single one of you will escape. So you might as well make yourselves comfortable in my belly." Let me tell you, after the Shogue said this, it continued to mockingly laugh, its eyes like searchlights. Scanned Zhenggu, deliberately poking at her vulnerabilities. "Oh dear, can't comprehend, can you? What do you call the mask you wear? A disaster-warding mask? Yet, your senior brothers and sisters were all devoured by me one by one because of this very mask. They are now comfortably nestled in my stomach, just as if Master Lin Long himself sent them on their way. Good heavens! Isn't this pure, unadulterated banter from a Zwan run, wildly questioning everyone in the channel? It seemed to sense that I, Zhenggu, was a bit sinister and dared not provoke me, instead aiming to infuriate Zhenggu to make her charge and recklessly. How could the little fox withstand such provocation? Who among her kin understands? It felt as if the heavens were collapsing. Her emerald eyes turned red in an instant, her mind consumed by a singular thought. Kill it. Slay this beast. She drew her blade, ready to charge forward, but fortunately, Zhenggu acted swiftly, pulling her back into his embrace. Zhenggu struggled like a madwoman, tears streaming down her face. Let me go. I must kill him. Zhenggu held her tightly, shouting in her ear, calm down. That orphan ghost wants you to deliver your head. In this state, how can you fight? Let me go. I cannot let you go to deliver me. Your waist is too soft. I almost lost my grip. Zhenggu was on the verge of tears. That is not my waist. Ridiculous. These two were actually causing discord in front of the boss. The Shogue was momentarily bewildered, contemplating whether to seize the opportunity for a sneak attack, but it sensed that the yellow-haired kid was quite formidable every time it struck. It got injured, clearly not an ordinary foe. This ghost had survived for so many years by being cautious, having once ambushed a Biddo only after exhausting the target. However, upon witnessing that yellow-haired brat kiss the little fox right before it, the Shogue could no longer contain itself. This was simply intolerable. It charged forward. In truth, Zhenggu had no alternative. To calm this foolish girl, he had to hold her tightly and then, gazing into her bewildered eyes, lean down to press his lips against her delicate pink ones. This maneuver, I must say, was quite bold. Displaying affection before the boss was audacious in the extreme. Zhenggu released the nowadays Zhenggu and unleashed a verbal barrage at the advancing Shogue. Fool, you think you're provoking her. But how do you know I'm not provoking you? A mass of hands descended upon us, a sight more repulsive than 1,000 squids. Yet, Zhenggu was no longer the naive novice. He was slightly disgusted for just a moment, then regained his composure. His gaze shifted from caution to a godlike perspective, viewing the Shogue as mere ants. His peripheral vision had already locked onto the Shogue's neck, though a thick arm shielded it. Such defense was akin to paper against Zhenggu's prowess. He advanced rather than retreated, holding Zhenggu close, a flash of yellow light, and he vanished from sight. In the next moment, he reappeared behind Shogue. A blade of astonishing grace, flowing like water, effortlessly pierced the ghost's neck, rendering it utterly defenseless. The massive head of the ghost, still muttering in defiance, slowly slid down to the ground. Zhenggu snapped out of her shock, disregarding the earlier kiss. Stammering, what sword technique is this? Was it the water-breathing style, taught to you by Brother Fu Gang? That's not a sword technique. It was just a casual strike. Shangu released her, his expression turning serious again as he raised his blade once more. What are you doing? This type of aberrant ghost likely possesses a blood rebirth mechanism. It must be ground to dust. The head on the ground seemed to weep, eyes glistening with tears. Murmuring, I didn't let you go. I'm nearly dead. Shangu scoffed. That's what all villains say. Immediately, the forest echoed with the crackling of electricity, accompanied by Shanji's shout. Zhengu, move aside. I'm about to unleash my full power. Let me tell you, your water-breathing technique is ineffective for obliterating corpses. We must rely on the Tanshan sword technique. Zhengu was speechless. She wanted to say that a ghost decapitated by the Nichiren blade was essentially dead. However, seeing Shangu's earnest expression, she found it difficult to voice her thoughts. Shangu, in contrast, was devoid of her concerns. He felt that this Tang Shishan ghost was surprisingly weak, akin to a novice village boss. Dispatched with a single strike, he had prepared a plethora of backup plans, ready to switch to his powerful technique, the Beichun Tianlang blade, should his blade break. But none were necessary. Regardless, let us unleash a grand technique to celebrate. Thunder breathing. Sixth form, electric thunderstrike. Crackle, lightning, and fire. The effects were stunning. As if the budget were ablaze. The remnants of the show Gui's ashes vanished instantly. Yet he was still unsatisfied. Thunder breathing. Fifth form, heat wave thunder. With a resounding crash, the ground ignited. The extreme heat of the lightning warped the air. Zhengu anxiously implored, stop, you'll start a forest fire. Both began to clumsily extinguish the flames. What a spectacle. After vanquishing the Shogui, no other ghosts dared to approach them. By the time they exited the trial grounds, dawn was almost breaking. The square lay desolate, devoid of a single soul. Exhausted and weary, Zhengu leaned against Shanji's shoulder and fell asleep. When she awoke, the sky was already dimly lit. Shangu also opened his eyes, confusion etched on his face. Did we pass? Where is everyone? Did only the two of us survive? What level of difficulty was this assessment? Shangu was equally perplexed. He only knew that the ghosts encountered along the way had been absurdly weak. While Zhengu appeared to be less than formidable, she was undeniably adorable, but her strength and skill lacked a bit. Oh well, it doesn't matter, as long as she's cute. Shangu rubbed his shoulders. Are you awake? Feeling better? Zhengu gently caressed the fox mask adorning her face and smiled. Thank you. Feng Yikun. I dreamt of everyone. They bid me farewell and returned to Master Linlong. She paused, a hint of confusion crossing her features, however. They mentioned that you are a fickle heart, advising me against falling in love with you. What does fickle heart mean? I am certainly no demon. They are. Feng Yikun retorted, his face flushing with indignation. At that moment, the two little girls responsible for the assessment appeared, announcing that the pair had passed. Indeed, they were the only two. Next came the distribution of uniforms, measuring for sizes and engraving ranks. Both were assigned the lowest rank, Gui. Then Zhenghua proceeded to choose the jade steel for her blade, while Zen Ikuin found himself empty-handed. Hey, where's my sword? Wasn't the Nichiren blade supposed to be complimentary? Lord Mizunoto said you already possess your own blade and do not require another, they replied. Zen Ikuin's composure shattered further. Things escalated when a black crow alighted on Zhenggua's shoulder, cawing loudly. Meanwhile, a small, bobbing sparrow appeared by Zen Ikuin. He exploded with frustration. Not only am I denied a sword, but I'm also stuck with a sparrow? Why is she a crow while I am merely a sparrow? The sparrow, dainty and rather endearing, drew Zhenggua's attention. Wow, how cute, she exclaimed. Isn't it? Much cuter than that black crow. Zen Ikuin suggested. Shall we trade? The crow on Zhenggua's shoulder held its head high and croaked in a raspy voice. But I refuse. Zen Ikuin, incensed, protested. I refuse your refusal. Zhenghua, I shall raise this sparrow into a fierce bird, and in the future, I must conquer that wretched crow. As he spoke, he reached out to seize the crow, intending to brush Zhenggua's cheek in the process. However, the sparrow seemed to perceive his intentions, flitting to Zhenggua's embrace, nuzzling her underdeveloped chest and chirping sweetly. Goodness! Not only did the crow disdain him, but even his own sparrow was a flirt. The two continued their playful bickering as they descended the mountain. Zhenghua, if you have no plans, let's find a place to rest. I know of a town ahead. The mayor and I are quite familiar, Zen Ikuin suggested. As he spoke, the flirtatious sparrow finally returned to his arms. Oh, so you know to come back? Have you figured out who your master is? The sparrow flapped its wings, pecking playfully at him. Zen Ikuin's expression shifted. Are you hungry? Even if you are, do not nuzzle me. I have no milk for you. He glanced at Jinghua, who quickly waved her hands. Don't look at me. I have none either. In desperation, he resorted to foraging for small insects along the roadside to feed it, clucking as he did. Come eat. Little one, cluck cluck cluck. Jinghua stifled a laugh. Zen Ikuin, sparrows do not make that sound. What do they sound like? The mischievous crow seized the opportunity. They caw caw caw. I'll have your head, Zen Ikuin exclaimed, attempting once more to catch the crow, but it adeptly evaded him. As he struggled to grasp the crow, he fell into contemplation. He understood the principle of yin fan, delivering 3 swift strikes to seal all escape routes. In his previous life, he would have failed, but perhaps in this life he could attempt it. His hand rested on the hilt of his sword, completely absorbed in his thoughts of swordsmanship, unaware that the little fox beside him was secretly watching. Her emerald eyes filled with admiration and longing. When he finally regained his awareness, they had already entered the town. Zen Ikuin led Jinghua with familiarity to the mayor's grand residence. Belay Tower, I have returned in triumph to see you. Are you having lunch? Would you mind if I added 2 more sets of chopsticks? The mayor, startled by the voice, nearly dropped his bowl. Turning, he saw a familiar face grinning at him. Good heavens! The mayor's eyes nearly bulged, pointing at Zen Ikuin. It's you. How are you still alive? You wretched scoundrel who seduced my daughter. The mayor trembled with agitation. Doctor, is your Parkinson's not yet cured? What nonsense! When did I ever have Parkinson's? The mayor abruptly pulled Zen Ikuin closer, his expression turning serious. You have come at just the right time. I need your help. Several cases of missing persons have occurred in the town, all involving girls under 16. This is likely the work of someone with a peculiar proclivity, such as a pedophile or a lolicon. Exactly. I thought the same. The mayor exclaimed, slapping his thigh. And the only lolicon I know is you. Zen Ikuin's face twisted in distaste. The mayor earnestly patted his shoulder. So, to clear your name, you must find the culprit swiftly. Zen Ikuin opened his mouth to protest. What the hell? This is outrageous. The mayor gestured for silence. Zen Ikuin immediately composed himself, displaying a professional smile. This price is quite reasonable. After a hearty meal, Zen Ikuin decided to indulge in a hot spring. As he soaked, he pondered whether the recent assessment at Tung Shi Mountain was merely a playful test, perhaps indicating his own strength. No, there is only one truth. It is not that I have grown stronger. It is that the demons I encountered were too weak. Upper moon demons must be infinitely stronger than these weaklings. I cannot afford to slack off. As he rationalized to himself the need for continued effort, he overheard whispers from the women's bath next door. His keen ears detected the voices of Jinghua and the mayor's daughter, Xiao Yuan. Then, to his astonishment, he began employing breathing techniques, utilizing the steam from the hot spring to manipulate light and spy on the adjacent bath. Was this how breathing techniques were meant to be used? Just as he finally managed to clarify the image, before he could even contemplate viewing it upside down, Jinghua, wrapped in a towel, appeared behind him, her face flushed with embarrassment and anger. What are you looking at? Zen Ikuin adamantly denied. Did you not see? I was practicing my handstands. Jinghua tilted her head, pointing to the lingering mist. Then explain what that is? How can you see through to the other side? Understanding dawned upon him. This was the legendary mirage. Zen Ikuin's face turned crimson, yet he stubbornly persisted. Seeing his feigned ignorance, the little fox chuckled, her anger dissipating. Is the hot spring ready? Shall we go for a stroll? It is nearly time for the demons to roam. Zen Ikuin hastily shifted the topic. Jinghua, are there demons here? Yes. The recent missing girls incidents all occurred at night, with people vanishing in an instant. She fell silent for a moment. Are you asking me to accompany you? Intending for me to serve as bait? Without a second thought, Zen Ikuin replied, what else could it be? As soon as the words left his mouth, he regretted them, quickly adding, besides, I have inquired, and all that disappeared are beautiful, charming girls. Jinghua, you are so adorable. Surely the demons will take the bait. Whether the demons would bite, he did not know, but this yellow-haired lecher certainly had. Jinghua fixed her gaze upon him for a long while, then lowered her head, only to lift it again, her expression now serious. Then let us go. I will protect you. All right, I understand it's a sarcastic remark. He grasped the girl's hand as they exited the hot spring. After taking a few steps, he suddenly halted, turning sharply. Is there anyone left in the women's bath? Yes. Xiao Yuan said she wanted to soak a little longer. In the next instant, Zen Ikuin vanished from Zhengguo's side. A flash of yellow light reappeared. A terrified scream erupted from the women's bath, In the hot spring, a demon had seized Xiao Yuan, adhering to its own culinary philosophy of only consuming girls under 16, justifying it by claiming it was to allow them to perish in their most exquisite and delectable state. "You should be grateful to me," it proclaimed, opening its jaw wide enough to stretch to its ears, revealing rows of sharp teeth poised to bite down. Yet in the next moment, its mouth was stuffed with several raw eggs. A hand pressed firmly against its mouth, and with a resounding thud, its head was forcefully smashed against the stones of the hot spring. Zenitsu's voice echoed eerily. "Are hot spring eggs delicious? You demons are nothing but carnivorous beings, indulging daily in flesh and blood. Would it not be more beneficial to occasionally consume some vegetables or eggs for a more balanced diet? Look at how the ghosts from Tungshi Mountain gnaw on tree bark. Observe your own appearance." I must tell you, that ghost was utterly bewildered, as if someone were grabbing his hair and forcefully smashing his head against a stone, akin to a game of whack-a-mole. Once he regained his senses, he was astounded and enraged to find the stone drenched in his own blood. "You bastard!" he roared, mustering all his strength to break free, pointing an accusatory finger at my brother Sean and exclaiming, "What business do you have interfering with me? Do you not realize she will be 16 in a few months? After that, she will no longer be desirable. Do you understand?" My brother Sean, holding the mayor's daughter, raised an eyebrow and remarked, "Oh, who would have thought you were a connoisseur of delicacies?" The ghost, invigorated by the banter, retorted, "Of course. Who does not have standards when it comes to food?" My brother Sean nodded sagely. "You speak the truth. Indeed, after turning 16, a young lady's flavor changes dramatically. It transitions from the taste of strawberry milk to that of ergo 2, and in a few more years, it will resemble aged vinegar with a hint of MSG, exceedingly salty." The ghost's head slowly transformed into a question mark. "What the hell are you talking about?" However, my brother Sean swiftly transitioned the conversation, brandishing his knife with a twisted expression, reminiscent of a child whose favorite toy has been snatched away. "Why should you be the only one to feast? Am I not entitled to indulge as well?" The ghost, realizing the threat, quickly deduced my brother's intent. Ignoring the potential danger posed by my brother, he resorted to stealth, employing his blood demon technique to burrow underground, preparing for a surprise attack. At that moment, Zhenghua arrived, asking Sean, "What is happening? Is Xiao Yuan all right?" My brother Sean handed the unconscious girl to Zhenghua, his demeanor shifting to one of seriousness as he slowly drew his knife. "Be cautious. This ghost can burrow underground, much like a Hangson. Though he appears weaker than the hand ghost, we must remain vigilant." Zhenghua also unsheathed her petite Nicaran blade, her nerves taut. She thought her speed would suffice to evade danger, but she forgot she was still carrying a living person weighing dozens of pounds. As anticipated, the ghost targeted her immediately. My brother Shan's expression darkened. His ears, akin to a human radar, detected something amiss. Underground, within the walls, and in the water, he discerned 3 distinct sounds. Are we playing a game of doppelgangers here? There is not one ghost, but 3. Almost simultaneously, 3 ghostly figures lunged towards Zhenghua. One cackled menacingly, another ground its teeth furiously, and the previously agitated ghost joined them, forming a brotherhood of terror. As one ghost charged, it caught a glimpse of the almost imperceptible smile on my brother Shan's face and was instantly paralyzed with fear. "What? Is this part of your dream too? You yellow-haired fiend." In the next moment, a blinding flash of blade illuminated the entire room. The speed of the knife was preposterous, slicing through the air with a mournful wail as if it were destined to melt, just as the 3 ghostly figures attempted to alter their course. The blade's brilliance intensified threefold. The sounds of thunder and rushing water erupted simultaneously. The cackling ghost and the tooth-grinding specter had no time to react, being torn to shreds instantly. Only the initial violent ghost remained, albeit with the misfortune of retaining only its upper body. I assure you, this was not due to its strength. Rather, my brother Sean had an epiphany, stacking 3 strikes into one, resulting in a supercritical hit. How could such a feeble ghost withstand that? With a remarkable flash akin to a thunderclap, the residual force of the blade illuminated the ghost's pale visage. Soon after, both of its arms were severed. The ghost wailed in despair, a sound that tugged at the heartstrings. Yet this was not the end. My brother Shan's knife tip gently pressed against the ghost's forehead. "I have a few questions for you. Are there any living girls among those you have captured in recent days?" The ghost shook its head. "Very well. Now tell me, what does the one who transformed you into a ghost look like?" Upon hearing this, the ghost froze, paralyzed by fear, unable to utter a single word. "Oh, so you possess some backbone, do you?" My brother Sean observed. It seems you require a game of truth or dare to loosen your tongue. It was not merely a matter of courage. The ghost's upper body writhed on the ground, desperately attempting to flee as if it had seen a true specter. My brother Sean turned to Zhenghua, instructing, Zhenghua, go fetch some sedatives from the mayor. He must have them as a physician. Oh, and while you're at it, could you please bring me a late-night snack? I'm feeling a bit peckish. He then seized Zhengua's two small, dagger-like knives and, with a swift motion, pinned the ghost's shoulder to the wall. Come now, remove its helmet and administer the sedative. The ghost let out a cry. My brother Sean, exasperated, replied, what are you wailing about? You think you're Digga? This is my head, not a helmet. One cannot deny that its head, a ghastly blue hue, bore 3 horns and lacked any sheen in its eyes, resembling a shoddy cosplay helmet. Fine, even if that is your head, it is still mine. This ghost was indeed peculiar. After being administered the sedative, it energetically engaged my brother Sean in a verbal duel for 2 hours. Ultimately, the mayor could no longer bear the scene and brandished a massive syringe, plunging it into the ghost's neck with a force that seemed almost excessive. Remarkably, the injection proved more effective than oral sedation. In no time, the ghost appeared intoxicated, its eyelids drooping as it entered the realm of truth-telling. Indeed, this substance proved effective even on ghosts. Although the ghost rambled about its admiration for one named Tong, M.O., it ultimately revealed that the one who transformed it was Kibutsuji Musen. Yet, the moment the name Kibutsuji Musen escaped his lips, the ghost trembled violently, as if awakening from a nightmare. An overwhelming malice surged forth from every drop of its blood. Its newly formed limbs appeared even more robust than before. Yet, the ghost could find no joy in this transformation. Instead, it was gripped by terror, clutching its throat with bloodshot eyes wide open. My brother Sean roared. You just mentioned Kibutsuji Musen, did you not? The ghost quaked even more, covering its mouth, its eyes pleading for mercy. Then, enduring the agony, it yanked the knife from its shoulder, attempting to flee. Forgive me. I said nothing. Please forgive me. Before it could finish, its face and eyes began to change color, blood uncontrollably gushing forth, as if something were attempting to escape its body. My brother Sean immediately expelled the mayor and others from the room, leaving only him and Zhenghua. A malevolence, dormant for millennia, began to ferment within the ghost's being, a sensation of danger palpable even to my brother Sean. He silently gripped his knife, preparing for an impending battle, fearing Kibutsuji Musen might remotely control this ghost to silence him. However, the outcome was far more horrifying than anticipated. The ghost simply perished, its demise excruciatingly tragic. Zhengua's face turned pale with fear as she witnessed a grayish-white, robust hand sprouting from the ghost's mouth. The hand acted beyond the ghost's control, grasping its own head and forcefully pulling. Zhenghua, do not look. With a sickening sound, the ghost's head, along with a complete spinal column, was gruesomely torn from its body. The scene was grotesque beyond imagination. Yet this was not the end. After crushing the head, the hand proceeded to reduce the remaining body to a mushy mass, ultimately dissolving into nothingness. At this point, my brother Sean was visibly shaken, glancing at the still-dazed Zhenghua. Has Mr. Rentaki ever mentioned Kibutsuji Musen? Only twice. He mentioned that he is the origin of demons, but seldom appears. Noticing the cold sweat on my brother Shan's forehead, Zhengua's heart softened, and she felt less frightened, even offering him a handkerchief to wipe his brow. Thank you, Zhenghua. Zhenghua then embraced him, saying, do not be afraid. I, Shangu, managed a bitter smile. Honestly, witnessing the scene was indeed somewhat frightening. It was only now that I realized, in comparison to that formidable demon, I was merely a mediocre fighter, pathetically weak. Zhengu, with utmost sincerity, comforted me, saying, it's okay, just grow a bit more and eat well, and you will become stronger. What a genuine form of consolation. The corners of my mouth twitched, but I soon smiled again, thinking to myself that I had no intention of seeking the limelight, nor would I dare confront Kibutsuji Musen head-on. Surely, I wouldn't be that unfortunate, would I? Look, my dear friends, the banner is raised. It's almost piercing the heavens. I still have much to live for. I have yet to teach you about romance. As I spoke, the two of us were still half embraced. Turning my head, I noticed Zhengu's rosy lips slightly parted, her gaze flickering. Zhengu. She remained silent, fixated on my face, and suddenly exclaimed with delight, you're blushing. This pure-hearted boy, apart from tightening his embrace around Zhengu, found his mind utterly blank. The next day, as we prepared to part ways, Zhengu suddenly said, I want to see your Nichiren blade. Huh? This one? There's nothing special about it. No, the one at your waist, the one that protected me. Zhengu took the blade, which was an ordinary, worn-out sword. Yet, she examined it with intense focus, as if trying to see through it. She recalled how this blade had saved her twice and glanced at my side profile. Filled with youthful vigor, and she came to a realization. The feeling of being protected was, in fact, so blissful. It seemed she understood the distinction between a master, a senior brother, and a uniquely important affection. Her heart warmed, and she could not help but lower her head and smile. At the intersection, she paused, returned the blade to me, and earnestly stated, "I like your sword." I scratched my head, huh? What's so special about it? Even if you like it, I can't give it to you. It's a keepsake from my master. Zhengu did not engage with my clumsy humor, but calmly reiterated, "I really like your sword." She cradled a small sparrow in her hands, gently stroking its fluffy little head. "I also like your bird." Gasp! I inhaled sharply. Then, Zhengu looked at me with clear eyes, her cheeks slightly flushed, and spoke each word distinctly. "I also like you." Incredible. Even the sparrow bore witness. Astounding. I was momentarily taken aback by this straightforward confession, staring blankly as Zhengu waved goodbye and gradually walked away. My heart was blooming with joy. How fortunate I was to be liked by two girls, doubling my happiness. One in the Demon Slayer Corps, and one in Tokyo. We wouldn't cross paths anyway. This strategy was foolproof. Who needs to study? What I need a bicycle for? Isn't my persona of the blonde-haired lad supposed to be like this? With this happiness in my heart, I walked into the town ahead, pondering whether I might encounter Kochu Shinobu again. Unfortunately, I did not. I sat down at the place where we had dined previously, savoring the delightful memories, when a rather effeminate man approached me to strike up a conversation. He was dressed in a Western-style outfit, with medium-length hair, inquiring about directions to Tokyo. I grumbled about the state of the trains in this era, and suggested he walk. The man chuckled in an odd, mocking manner. "Young man, you look quite happy." "How can you be so happy?" His voice grated on my nerves like rusty metal scraping together, sending a chill down my spine. Just as I prepared to retort, he had already walked away. What a peculiar individual. That night, I returned to my guest room, ready to sleep. I dreamt a beautiful dream, embracing two girls. And even Kochu Shinobu joined in the embrace. As I woke from the dream, I smiled, relishing the moment, slowly opening my eyes. In the next instant, every hair on my body stood on end. A pair of murky, lifeless eyes, akin to those of a dead fish, were fixed directly above my face, staring intently at me. The woman from my dream, the one with butterfly motifs, was hanging upside down from my room's beam. She was dead. I sat up, stretched lazily, and reached out to touch her pale face, wondering why the corpse was not warm. Calmly, I approached the door, and, as I pushed it open, a small figure collapsed into my arms, the fox mask shattered to pieces. It was Zhengu, her abdomen drenched in blood. I carefully laid her down and kicked open the door to the adjacent room, where I found Kanroji Mitsuri dismembered into 8 pieces. I quietly closed the door, pondering the immense hatred it took to reduce someone to such a state. Upon seeing the system notification, I understood. I had fallen victim to an illusion. Yet, the caster would never have imagined that my soul was extraordinarily resilient. I opened my eyes and immediately sensed something was amiss, especially upon seeing Zhengu's corpse. That fox mask had already been given to me by her. How could it still be on her face? The skill that allowed me to be ensnared so effortlessly was impressive. I focused on the darkness at the end of the corridor, slowly drawing my blade. However, to break free, I had to seek you out in your world and eliminate you. Gripping the sword tightly in my right hand, a flash of golden light surged as I lunged forward. Wherever the blade passed, familiar faces were brutally disfigured. Familiar patrons of the hotel, neighbors along the long street. Even those who had warmed my heart, and the girls I shared mutual affections with, all fell victim to my sword. I fought my way forward, and at the end of the long street stood an elderly figure, my master, Sanjo Takuro. I knew these were mere illusions. They could not frighten me. I aimed my blade at the apparition, declaring, "You don't imitate well." The look in the old man's eyes conveyed concern and care, and I thought to myself, what is this? With a single swing, the master's illusion vanished. Who else was there? In the next moment, the scene morphed into chaos. I coldly laughed as I stepped forward. The surrounding environment began to regenerate. It transformed into a room filled with the style of a 21st century Chinese otaku. Before me stood my parents from my previous life. How novel. Shangu abruptly opened my eyes. I was still in the restaurant, chopsticks in hand, surrounded by the clamor of diners. From the moment I was approached, I had been ensnared. That effeminate man with medium-length hair stared at me, his expression rigid, impossible. How could you escape my technique so quickly? You didn't even dream. What answered him was a blinding flash of my blade, slicing through the air. The man retreated at incredible speed, but was still a moment too late. His right eye was slashed open, and his nose was severed. In his widened left eye, the words Lower Moon 1 were inscribed. Upon seeing those words, I was momentarily stunned, but then recalled the dream, my fury igniting. I transformed into a bolt of lightning. Chasing out the window, you, Yuan Meng, are as good as dead today. Isnt even called Yuan Meng. Far thunder, far thunder, far thunder. I executed a series of rapid movements, hot on the heels of Lower Moon 1. This individual, known as Yuan Meng, was adept at causing chaos within the dreams of others. Yet he had the misfortune to encounter me, Shangu, a soul transformed. From the moment he cast a spell until I awoke, only a few seconds had passed. The meal had not even been touched, and yet, his eyes and nose were gone. Yuan Meng still could not believe it, running while turning back, frantically questioning, "Did you not dream at all?" I was crafting a Chinese dream. I was furious, exclaiming, "Of course I dream. I dream every day of being a winner in life, surrounded by adorable little girls. Why can't you conjure up such delightful dreams for me? Who the hell wants to experience nightmares of death and despair?" Yuan Meng's effeminate face contorted in rage. Social trash. Upon hearing this, I was trembling with anger, my hands and feet icy. This society cannot improve? What must we girls do to satisfy you? Tears streamed down uncontrollably. I stood dumbfounded. Have you lost your mind? You're a man. What are you doing here fighting? Should you be making them feel pain and despair? I was shocked. I never expected you to be such a Lower Moon 1. Yan Meng composed himself, revealing a twisted smile. Indeed, I take great pleasure in witnessing the suffering of others and loathe their happiness. You are far too content. If I could shatter your joy, the exhilaration would be exquisite. He continued mockingly. You must have been a priest in a past life. Do you know someone named Yin Feng Qili? I gripped the hilt of my blade, suddenly accelerating, causing the air around us to feel as if it had solidified. Sensing the imminent threat, Yan Meng deftly changed his direction in midair. In a flash of brilliance, I unleashed my technique, striking with ferocity. I thought to myself, if only I had been a tad more precise, I could have severed his neck. But upon reflection, I mused, well, his skull is effectively gone. Isn't that a more definitive demise? Yet, to my astonishment, Yan Meng did not perish. His head, akin to a 3D print, swiftly regenerated, save for his hair, resembling a soft-boiled egg, while the rest of him remained unscathed. I was taken aback. Was this the nature of a demon? His recovery was astonishingly rapid. Instead of anger, he wore an expression of sheer ecstasy, cradling his face and exclaiming, "Ah, this sensation sends chills down my scalp." Cheerful, I was tempted to slap him, incredulous at his nonchalance. How can you find joy in this? Your brain is practically dry from the winds, and you speak of delight? His demeanor suggested he was at least 10 versions ahead of me in mental clarity. Noticing my bewilderment, he smugly remarked, "You cannot fathom this ecstasy. It is beyond human comprehension. Your blade is formidable, yet my blood demon art surpasses it." With that, he extended his hand, and to my horror, a mouth split open on his palm, commanding me, "Sleep." In that moment, my eyelids felt as heavy as lead, as if I had been awake for 7 days straight. My mind instantly shut down. As I began to succumb to unconsciousness, I instinctively activated the 11th form of the water-breathing technique that Kyogai taught me, designed to counteract such a state. However, darkness enveloped me, and I slipped into slumber. When I regained consciousness, I found myself in a nightmarish realm. The ground was littered with the corpses of the Demon Slayer Corps, rivers of blood flowing through the scene, a sight both surreal and horrifying. The sole adversary was a shadowy figure wielding a Nicaran blade, mercilessly slaughtering our ranks as if in a frenzy. In my daze, I spotted Fu Gang and Yanzhu Beimingyu charging forward, only to meet their demise in an instant, gutted without a trace of mercy. I was left in shock. Could even the Hashira be felled so easily? This entity was either a monster or a demon of unimaginable power. If you told me he was Kibutsuji Musen, I would believe it. The taunting voice of Yan Meng echoed in my mind. This is your deepest fear, your inner demon. I couldn't help but chuckle in frustration. Inner demon? How many cultivation novels have you read to spout such nonsense? If anything, this is my cyber doppelganger. He persisted, Should your inner demon defeat you, you will perish in reality as well. Your body cannot withstand much longer. I'm feeling quite hungry. A pang of dread struck me as I recalled his penchant for consuming others. As the shadow approached, I instinctively executed my technique, yet he effortlessly evaded. Regarding me with a derisive gaze, you dare to attack me with sword techniques? Your foolishness amuses me. In the next moment, he drew his own blade. The stance he assumed, the way he initiated his attack, was unmistakably the breath of thunder. Furthermore, he unleashed 4 bolts of lightning, surpassing my own technique. I found myself utterly powerless against him. Every move I possessed, he mirrored with greater finesse and strength. Utilizing the Baichen Yi Dao Liu, I felt utterly defeated, consumed by a sense of helplessness. Who was this being? As he pummeled me mercilessly, a sudden epiphany struck. These techniques, these moves, were not Himon's but my own. I realized this was not merely an inner demon. It was a stronger, more ruthless version of myself. Understanding this, I gazed at the blade poised to pierce my chest, a strange smile forming on my face. Your script is lacking. It is far too pedestrian. I would have cut the throat without any preamble. As I spoke, the world around me transformed. I became the shadowy figure of carnage, while the original shadow morphed into my own self, pinned to the ground by my blade. The voice of Yimeng emerged from my lips, filled with shock and confusion. How is this possible? Why can you so casually accept the slaughter of your comrades? Brandishing my sword, I felt as though I had taken control in a narrative in which I was far ahead. Grinning as I replied, "First, this is a dream. It is all fictional. Secondly, what is there to misunderstand? I could easily fabricate a reason. Perhaps Miss Rin Cho transformed into a demon, prompting the demon slayers to hunt her down, and in my desire to protect her, I oppose everyone. Does that not render it reasonable? The true figure of devastation is I. You are merely the impediment to my inner demon." I looked at him, smiling even broader. Originally, my death would conclude this chapter. But who can blame you for insisting on taking the stage as me? Allow me to let you experience the narrative I have penned. In an instant, the illusion reset. I stood with my sword drawn, now the embodiment of a relentless avenger. Yimeng, transformed into a frail team member clad in uniform, cowered amidst the crowd. Fear etched across his face. He screamed, "Why do you possess my techniques?" I flicked the blood from my blade, responding with a flourish. I have no other virtues, save for my eagerness to learn. Upon awakening from the dream, I was greeted by the sight of Shishi, convulsing on the ground. Evidently suffering from the backlash of his own blood demon art, his mind shattered. The opportunity arose. Without hesitation, I charged forth, unleashing a flurry of strikes. He had only just severed one arm and was still reeling when I thrust my blade through his shoulder. Following that, I plunged the sword into his abdomen, employing my newly devised technique, the third form, Tao Guangzhu Wencheng Lei. Let me tell you, this move was extraordinary. Countless minuscule bolts of lightning coursed through his body, as if a celebration erupted within his very organs. He transformed into a gushing sack of blood, flesh splattering everywhere. Although not fatal, the humiliation was profound, and it drained him of his vitality. Finally, I delivered a decisive blow, cleaving him in half. He lay on the ground, his upper body and lower body separated, his expression a grotesque blend of agony and rapture, maintaining a peculiar posture as his head twisted to gaze at me. The sight was surreal, reminiscent of a horror film. He stared at me, the pain on his face gradually morphing into a twisted pleasure, muttering something about the ecstasy of slaying one's own fate. At that moment, I thought to myself, this demon is not merely a sadist, he is a philosophical mentor, an ultimate masochist. As I prepared to grant him a swift end, he trembled and reached for my pant leg. Mustering his last ounce of strength to smile and utter a final, unforgettable phrase, "Whatever you do, do not stop." I was left in a state of disbelief. Who are you? Have you mistaken your script? Is this really your line? In a fit of urgency, I struck down a nearby tree, allowing sunlight to pierce through and swiftly purified him. This pervert was too filthy to behold for even a moment longer. After vanquishing Sha Xianyi, I wasted no time in making my way to Tokyo. After days and nights without rest, when I finally beheld the city lights, I felt an immense sense of relief. This time, my arrival coincided with the vicinity of Sensoji. Let me tell you, adjacent to Asakusa lies the famed Yoshiwara. Those in the know understand. It is the renowned pleasure district of the Taisho era, a veritable paradise for men. At that moment, I felt an irresistible itch and strolled through the streets. yearning to engage in a conversation about life with a charming young lady. However, the reality was rather grim. After several days of arduous travel without a wash, I appeared as disheveled as a beggar. The women seated in their cubicles regarded me with unabashed disdain. Just as I was feeling dejected, I glanced up and spotted a prominent establishment named Jingjingwu. On the second floor, a woman with a complexion as pale as freshly painted walls was peering down at me. I curled my lip in disdain, thinking not my type. To my surprise, her sharp ears caught my thoughts, and she retorted with indignation, "Ugh, where did that filthy, yellow-haired creature come from? You reek. Get lost." Infuriated, I shouted back, "Even if I were clean and fragrant, I would never seek the company of an old hag like you." What a blunder that was. I had stirred a hornet's nest. The woman, veins bulging on her forehead, pointed at me and cursed, "Look closely. I am Oren Wageheim. You little brat, come at me if you dare." Just as she was about to unleash her fury, her gaze fell upon the blade at my waist, and her expression swiftly morphed from fury to one of predatory desire. Alarm bells rang in my mind, and I fled before the turtle-like fellow could retaliate. I settled at a nearby udon stall, prioritizing nourishment before anything else. Just as I was savoring my meal, a man suddenly sat beside me. Upon glancing up, I was taken aback by his striking appearance. Adorned in a blood-red bodysuit and light gold wide-legged trousers, his hair was white with hints of crimson, and his eyes sparkled in a kaleidoscope of colors, resembling decorative contact lenses. His nails were painted a flamboyant pale blue. In my mind, I could only think, what a flashy character. To my surprise, this flamboyant individual was quite polite, greeting me with a gold fan. "Hello." In admiration, I replied, "You are quite ostentatious." Despite his flamboyance, he lamented the poor dynamics at his workplace. He began to pour out his woes about the challenges he faced at the company. It turned out he had clawed his way from 6th to 2nd place through fierce competition, clearly stepping on the heads of the former 3rd. Now, he was desperately trying to ingratiate himself with his colleagues, who were not inclined to look kindly upon him. He sighed. Fortunately, whenever arguments arise, the second-in-command intervenes. I thought to myself, you better cling tightly to the second-in-command. But then he lamented further, "Don't even mention it. The second-in-command can't stand me either. Every time I speak, he brushes me off. That man is so cold inside and out." It dawned on me that this Mr. Tong was utterly loathed in the workplace. Completely oblivious to his unpopularity, he continued to complain, "The 5th also ignores me, even though I prepared things for him to satisfy his trivial hobbies." I couldn't help but think, isn't your approach to winning people over a bit outdated? My mind was nearly overwhelmed by his complaints. "Are all you in management this amusing?" He suddenly laughed. "Well, the 6th is rather kind to me. Although he insists that the teapots he makes are artistic treasures, I truly cannot appreciate them." "Oh, so there's another one," I interjected. He attempted to mention the 7th, but I interrupted him. "Incredible. You have a 7th as well?" He insisted I mentored the 7th, but it was futile. He spends all day in the Yoshiwara Flower District seeking beautiful women. Without thinking, I exclaimed, "A habitual patron." He mumbled, "Not a habitual patron, but rather someone who believes that eating with beautiful women will make them more beautiful." Goodness, the logic was absurd. Even the secretary beside our boss is unapproachable. Tell me, what does that signify? Need it even be stated? It merely indicates that they are too lazy to acknowledge you. Their attitude is quite evident. I scoffed. "Why don't you report to your boss? This is blatant workplace bullying." He scratched his nose, looking troubled. "Actually, our boss doesn't like me either." At this point, I was at a loss for words to console him. Only managing a forced smile. "Eat your noodles. When you're feeling low, just indulge." He responded with a non-committal implying it was merely passable. After all, affluent individuals hardly regard udon noodles with any esteem. As I lowered my gaze to my meal, an ominous sense of danger began to intensify. When I looked up, I met his kaleidoscopic eyes, which appeared vibrant yet hollow, more unsettling than the previous encounter. My instincts screamed that this person was trouble, and I resolved to leave promptly. Just as I was about to depart, he called out, "Hey, Katsuya, I have a business proposition. Want to head to Tokyo with me? I see potential in you." I waved my hands dismissively. No, I just returned to Tokyo." He did not press further, merely smiling enigmatically. "Well, farewell. I believe we shall meet again." As I watched him walk away, I exhaled a sigh of relief. I sensed he had detected my unease, and I was acutely aware of his. This individual, with the Nichiren blade at his side, was undoubtedly affiliated with the Demon Slayer Corps. Then his cheerful demeanor instantly darkened, revealing a menacing aura. Katsuya, find an opportunity to eliminate him. Upon returning to the Jinba dojo, exhaustion overwhelmed me, and I collapsed onto the bed, closing my eyes to recuperate. Yet, my weariness stemmed not solely from the encounter with that peculiar individual, but rather from a more pressing matter. Kanroji Mitsuri had vanished. To be precise, she had been taken by the Ubuyashiki family. It was claimed that the talented Mitsuri was personally taken by the bug Hashira for training. What I confidently declared. I asserted she would live her life as an ordinary girl, never entangled with the Demon Slayer Corps or embroiled in any turmoil. My boastful declaration had barely stood for a few days before crumbling. Who understands this predicament? How am I to navigate life now? Furthermore, my master had written to inform me that a young man named Taketo Michiru had also ascended to the rank of Hashira. It was said he achieved this in merely 2 months. 2 months. I felt a pang of unease. I had sensed something amiss during the sunrise, but alas, I had been too occupied with the rigorous training under Tomioka Ju to pay heed. How absurd that one could attain supreme martial prowess simply by watching a sunrise. I have never considered myself a genius. I merely possess a greater capacity for hard work than others. Look at them, achieving the rank of Hashira in 2 months. What could I accomplish in 2 months? At best, I could develop a relationship with an unfamiliar girl and maybe learn a bit about blacksmithing. Upon reflection, perhaps I am quite remarkable in my own right. Nevertheless, the situation with Mitsuri continues to trouble me. Joining the Demon Slayer Corps signifies engaging in life-or-death battles with demons, with the ever-present threat of mortality. This was precisely why I had departed without notice. What is this predicament now? And who is this bug Hashira? As I pondered this, the sweet aroma of Sakura and Machi wafted into my senses, revitalizing me. At that moment, my little sparrow returned, landing atop my head and chirping enthusiastically. It bore a letter, and I assumed it was news of safety from Itsuguko, but upon opening it, I discovered it was a mission directive from Ubuyashiki. I was tasked with investigating the mysterious disappearances of courtesans in the Yoshiwara Flower District, suspected to involve demons preying on humans. They even assigned 2 Hashira to assist? Splendid. I would play the role of D. Renjia, while they could be my Li Yuanfang. I could sense that beneath the surface of this Tokyo realm lay treacherous secrets, perhaps even the 12 Kazuki or the true form of Musen Kibutsuji. With uncertainty gnawing at me, I sought out my balding mentor, Chiba Suji. He was seated beside a rockery, counting ants, likely having been punished by his wife. I stood in silence for a while until he finally raised his round face. Grinning mischievously, "What troubles you? Speak, and let me find joy in your woes. Can you be serious for once? I might be facing something rather troublesome. Beings that have lived for hundreds or thousands of years." Chiba nodded. "Polygamy, is it, master?" He finally ceased his jesting, waving his hand dismissively. "If the enemy is too formidable, keep your distance. A sword is meant for preserving life, not courting death. If you're unable to win, retreat and wait for the day you can fight back." I sighed in resignation. What if I can never overcome them? Then let your son take up the challenge. He replied, exasperated. "If one cannot prevail alone, seek assistance. Have you never engaged in a group fight? How do we establish our footing in Edo? It was through gaining notoriety from battling in groups." He glanced at me and remarked, "You, my boy, are not lacking in courage. What brings you here to borrow some audacity? When I bestowed upon you the sword, I also imparted its essence. However, I yearn for more. The more, the better. Why? Courage, much like wealth, is undeniably better in abundance. Alcohol emboldens the timid. That is not what I meant. It is the only interpretation I can offer you. What else would you have me convey?" His disdainful expression irked me, prompting me to slap his smooth head, startling the goldfish in the pond. The old man, rather amused, said, "Look at you. You even dare to strike your teacher now. What else could possibly intimidate you?" He observed me with great interest. "How about you undertake something you aspire to do but have been too afraid to attempt? Something you have buried deep within your heart. Something you feel compelled to accomplish in the future." I was taken aback. Indeed, there were things I wished to do but hesitated to pursue, yet felt I might have to in the future. I resolved to undertake that very task. If I could accomplish this, what else in this world could possibly frighten me? Days later, far away at the headquarters of the ghost-killing team, Kanroji Mitsuri and the distant Shinjuro received a letter simultaneously. In it, I expressed my affections and formally sought a relationship, a partnership, and even marriage. However, before they could blush at my ardent declarations, they reached the end of the letter. There, in clear terms, it was stated, "Simultaneously, as I propose to you, I am also proposing to another young lady." Intelligence confirmed. My wife, Zenitsu, is alive. Courage level, max. The autumn sky was dark and gloomy. I plunged my newly dyed, rainbow-hued Nicaran blade into a stone, inhaled deeply, and recited in a bard's tone. He who draws this sword shall be the king of Britannia. Alas, this line would sound best if delivered with a mock tone of a certain white-haired trickster. A passing senior brother regarded me as if I were a fool. I sighed. Why is it that, among the same gender and the same voracious appetite, Mitsuri is but a pitiable figure? Is there something wrong with being flat-chested? Aren't feminists fond of that? Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck, causing me to flinch. I hastily retracted my blade. All right, no more of this. I was wrong. I adore plump girls. I, a superficial admirer of beauty, had not realized that the world's consciousness favored those with ample bosoms. There was no time for idleness. The contact from the Ubuyashiki family awaited me at the nearby Fujiwara house. Upon opening the door, I was taken aback. Kirito, is that you? How is Asuna? Inside stood a man who astonished me greatly. He bore 2 swords, a clear indication of his prowess in dual wielding, and he must have towered at least 2 meters tall. His head was wrapped in a scarf adorned with jewels, exuding a distinctly Middle Eastern oil magnate vibe. Exceedingly flamboyant. If Doma was flamboyant in demeanor, this fellow was overtly so. His eyes were encircled with red patterns, and his naturally smiling lips made him seem like a walking embodiment of desire. Stop staring at me, boy. You received the summons too, didn't you? Upon speaking, a commanding aura emanated from him. I pondered. Such a character had never been part of the ghost-killing team. Speak up. Why does your foolish face remind me of that butterfly's stepson? You all are quite irksome. Suddenly, he erupted with a roar, but midway he swiftly shifted positions, eyeing me with suspicion. Did you just attempt to tug on my belt? Your speed is rather intriguing. I was equally astonished, retracting my hand. Your speed is also remarkable. My flying dragon seeks clouds technique failed. That was not the flying dragon seeks clouds. What you executed was merely a clumsy grab. His expression grew serious. Listen well, boy. I am the esteemed former ninja, Yuzui Tenjin. Do not presume your feeble hands can touch me. Ninja? I inquired curiously. Are there still ninjas in this day and age? And one styled like a Middle Eastern oil magnate at that? His eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. Who are you addressing? I am Hashira. A Hashira. Do you understand? You are conversing with an officer. I feigned a puzzled expression. I don't perceive you as a Hashira. Your stature pales in comparison to Tanjiro's. You appear rather foolish. Foolish, you say? Enough of that. We are on a covert mission. We must infiltrate the most decadent of locales, elegantly. To the entertainment district? Does that not equate to becoming a patron? My excitement surged as I rubbed my hands together. He nodded in approval. Listen closely, boy. The first thing you must remember is my identity. I am a god. You must obey my commands and worship me wholeheartedly. As he struck a pose reminiscent of a character from JoJo, rather than feeling anger, I found immense amusement. Was he not displaying arrogance, but rather affection? He raised a foot, directing his sword outward. Remember, I am a god. This nation has many gods. Which one do you happen to be? He suddenly lowered his voice, leaning closer. Remember, I am the god of extravagance, the god of festivals. Does that not resonate with you? Not all. I mimicked his tone. Let me share a secret. I too am a god. I am the festival deity of the most handsome Thunder King of the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Please treat me kindly. He stared blankly at me. Are you insane? You are truly revolting. I exploded with indignation. How dare you say that to me? The entertainment district had many establishments, and I instructed my wives to infiltrate several of them. I understand. Let the experienced driver lead the way. I was thrilled, rubbing my hands together, only to suddenly grasp the crux of the matter. Wives? Oh, they're all ninjas capable of self-defense. No. I'm not concerned about that. You actually have a wife? Multiple wives? I am flabbergasted. Isn't it supposed to be monogamous these days? Isn't that illegal? He solemnly patted my shoulder. Ninjas are an exception. Damn, I want that lavish lifestyle too. I want to be a ninja. It turned out his 3 wives, Hinetsuru, Makio, and Suma, had already infiltrated the entertainment district. He was right. Being a patron paled in comparison to embedding oneself within the enemy's ranks. It was merely having my wives masquerade as courtesans. Shouldn't he change the color of that scarf on his head? We noted the 3 establishments, Tokawakiya, Ajimoto, and Kayagaku, were the most suspicious. Now, let us begin our disguises. He tossed me a uniform. This outfit was personally crafted by Kanroji for you. She pricked her fingers while sewing. All right, that part is fabricated. It was the tailor who pricked his fingers. but do not take her goodwill for granted. I silently accepted the uniform, inhaling its scent, a delightful cherry rice cake fragrance. It was unmistakably Mitsuri's aroma. How wonderful she was, bold, unreserved, and possessing great physical resilience, making her a joy to be around. Yuzui Tenjin gave me a peculiar look. She even prepared another outfit for you. You are fortunate. I received it. My heart swelled with gratitude as I unfolded it, only to be further touched. I had no idea Mitsuri even prepared women's clothing for me. Why? The towering man produced lipstick and cosmetics, a mischievous grin on his face. How else do you expect to blend into the entertainment district? My wife, you little rascal. In the red light district, the entertainment quarter, I now introduce myself as Wifey Zenzenko, facing disdain from every establishment. Ugh, the newcomer is utterly unattractive. My stomach is upset. I must take my leave. My dear wives urged me to return and count ants. Farewell. Yuzui, this joker, proclaimed himself a friend of women, yet his makeup skills were a disgrace, rendering me ghastly. He even blamed me. It's all your fault for having such short hair. If it were longer, tying it into a Neza style would be adorable. Adorable, my foot. Do I not understand the merits of single or double ponytails? I can even manage bubble pigtails. As a seasoned connoisseur of Lolis, I am well acquainted with the hairstyles of young girls. I rehearse it in my mind daily. I murmur to myself. On Monday, she is a serene princess in blue. On Tuesday, she is a fiery little pepper. On Wednesday, Yuzui Tenjin gazed at me in bewilderment. How are you so proficient? Do you have a younger sister? Where would I get a sister? I merely have a keen familiarity with the charm of young girls. What do I do now? I seem unable to sell myself. What is truly disheartening is that I am clad in a kimono meticulously crafted by Miuli, and the more exquisite the packaging, the more it underscores the lack of demand for my product. Following behind Yusui Tian Yuan, I watch as he charms and captivates those around him. And my frustration mounts. You are utterly useless. Not even a clearance sale can entice anyone. In a fit of anger, I raised my fair leg and kicked him squarely. Why don't you take the initiative? Just look at your face and your long hair. You are far more suited for this than I am. Who could have imagined that this oil tycoon would turn out to be such an exquisite, handsome man? Truly, good looks afford one the liberty to act as they please. Sobbing and pounding the ground, by the time I regained my composure, I found myself encircled by the matron and several geishas from Jingji-Wu. They pulled me over, removed my makeup, and in an instant, my eyes sparkled with recognition. I told you she is a beauty. Jingji-Wu will profit immensely, they exclaimed. Wrap her up. Let her become our second Zhuiji. Thus, I was led away, my expression blank, as they redid my makeup and inappropriately touched me. Is this child a bit too sturdy? ISNT, a little fleshiness, quite delightful? Rather than saying she is chubby, it would be more accurate to say she is firm. In this manner, I, my wife Shanzi, settled into the flower district. My talents were thoroughly acknowledged. That child plays the shamisen exceptionally well. Indeed, that lemon face is a bit tart. Who has a lemon face? It's clearly an orange face. It is said she possesses extraordinary hearing. She learns any instrument instantly, and the proprietress has struck gold. More like she has encountered a ghost. I plucked the shamisen with a sense of desolation, feeling an uncanny resonance with those ancient wanderers. That evening, I returned to my small room and comfortably sank into the bath, surrounded by flower petals. I closed my eyes, and the cacophony of Jingji-Wu wafted into my ears, some sounds clear, others indistinct. I relaxed completely. In this state of utter relaxation, a peculiar sensation surfaced. My ears seemed to take flight, and the sounds transformed in my mind into vivid images. Lines, colors, sounds, scents, temperatures, all gradually became clear. Goodness, my hearing has awakened to an all-seeing perspective. I must tell you, once this ability is unleashed, my first desire is to uncover what strange entities lurk within Jingji-Wu, ignoring the proprietress's incessant nagging, which was quite bothersome. I switched my focus to the most important figure, the courtesan. A cacophony of splashing water ensued. Astonishingly, I discovered that my ears could not only discern sounds, but also perceive temperature and scents. The warmth enveloped me, accompanied by the fragrance of flower petals. This lady was bathing. I found myself, without invitation, admiring a rather graceful figure. However, I wondered if her shoulders were a bit too broad. She appeared less like a delicate maiden and more like a trained fighter, devoid of excess flesh and reminiscent of a fierce Barbie. As my auditory radar swept upward, landing on her face, I was struck with the expression of an elderly man on the subway, engrossed in his phone. Confirmed, it was indeed the same courtesan, Zhuiji, who had previously insulted me on the street. That harsh visage, paired with damp hair and phoenix eyes, possessed a wild beauty, but her expression screamed, "Don't approach me." What a letdown. I quickly changed the channel. Just as my gaze shifted away, I heard her suddenly open her eyes wide, a look of suspicion crossing her face as if she felt countless knives poised at her. "Hey, lady, you're quite perceptive, aren't you?" After witnessing the live performance, I donned male attire and stealthily ascended to the rooftop. Upon arrival, I spotted Yu Sui Tian Yuan, brooding with a furrowed brow. Upon seeing me, he remarked, "I sense an ominous presence, yet there is no ghostly aura." I replied, "Doesn't that indicate the absence of ghosts?" He shook his head, his expression grave. "No, this precisely indicates that the ghost concealed here is extraordinarily formidable. An upper moon. Kid, heed my command and flee. The farther the better. What do you know? You want me to run? What a joke." I placed my hands on my hips and huffed at him. "I may not have faced an upper moon, but I just eliminated lower moon one. Doesn't that grant me some measure of challenge? Besides, this is a veritable paradise for men. My eyes and ears have just savored several delights. I'm not going anywhere." I continued, relishing the thought. "Oh, that courtesan from Shirenwu, Miss Li Xia, is truly beautiful." The look Yu Sui Tian Yuan shot me instantly transformed. It was the kind of look one gives when realizing a friend is beyond salvation. Filled with despair. By daybreak, we remained perched on the rooftop. My curiosity piqued. I asked, "Do you truly believe ghosts would hide here as courtesans? Aren't ghosts supposed to be increasingly abstract in appearance? The only ghost I've encountered with any semblance of form is Lower Moon one." Yu Sui Tian Yuan shot me a look of utter superficiality, stood up, and said, "You understand nothing. The more advanced the ghost, the more human-like they appear. If all ghosts looked like villains, our Demon Slayer Korwun T have lost so many Ashira over the years." "Oh, is that the reasoning?" I realized I had been judging ghosts by their appearance. However, my mind was quick. I instantly comprehended the profession of courtesan, working by night and resting by day, is a natural shield for ghosts. I slapped my thigh, proposing an ingenious plan. "Then let us gather all the ladies for a grand 5-in-a-row tournament in broad daylight. Anyone who dares not show is a ghost. Plus, we can earn money." How splendid. Upon hearing this, Yu Sui Tian Yuan nearly kicked me off the rooftop, exclaiming that my mind was filled with water, specifically the Pacific Ocean. The primary reason was succinct. Money. Inviting all the courtesans to play would bankrupt the production house on the spot. I concocted another idea. "Then let us initiate a public demolition. Cut off the problem at the root." His look of despair deepened. "Can't you think of a solution that doesn't cost money? Your imagination is too extravagant." It all boiled down to the issue of finances. As we were at a loss, Yu Sui Tian Yuan suddenly exclaimed in excitement. Following his gaze, I spotted none other than Miss Li Xia from Shirenwu. I felt a surge of energy and jokingly remarked, "What if she drops a hairpin from the balcony, and I just happen to catch it?" Before I could finish my sentence, the little sparrow in my arms took flight, executing a precise dive to retrieve the hairpin from her head, landing it neatly before me. I was taken aback. Yu Sui Tian Yuan was even more exhilarated, shouting, "Good job. That bird of yours is impressive. Hurry, let us go down. It's time for a heroic rescue." Just as I was about to approach her window, my all-seeing perspective activated once more. I overheard the unscrupulous proprietors of Jing Ji Wu whispering in a corner about something sinister, mentioning that those girls hadn't eloped, but had all perished. Good heavens, the nature of this situation has drastically changed. At that moment, Miss Li Xia opened her window, looking innocently at me and asking, "Oh, is this my hairpin?" Yu Sui Tian Yuan's eyes nearly bulged out, eagerly awaiting my performance. Then, I swiftly pressed the pointed end of the hairpin against her fair neck and activated my persuasion mode. "Now, share with me everything you know." Yu Sui Tian Yuan was utterly aghast, jumping down from the tree and pointing an accusing finger at me, shouting, "Are you insane?" Days passed swiftly, and Kochu Shinobu arrived. When she did, Yu Sui Tian Yuan was spending a fortune, having me portray a naive rich heir at Shirenwu, surrounded by beautiful women to lure out the snakes. Upon seeing my carefree demeanor, Kochu Shinobu's expression darkened, her smile radiating a murderous aura. Yu Sui Tian Yuan hurriedly explained that this was part of our strategy, proudly pointing to a dancing girl and exclaiming, "Look, that's my wife. I must say, The expression on Kochu Shinobu's face at that moment bore the hallmark of a smile veiling a deep frustration. That evening, I returned to our base, exhausted as if I were a lifeless dog. I told you Sui Tian Yuan, the plan is a go. I've already spread the word that I intend to redeem Miss Li Xia. The wretched spirit preys solely on beautiful women, and undoubtedly, it will not remain idle now. Upon hearing that urgent matters needed addressing, the despicable man, Yuze, immediately summoned me back to Jingjiu House, instructing me to keep an eye on his other wife, Chu-chan. I let out a cold laugh and declared, "Do not call me little brother. From now on, please refer to me as Shan Shanzi." Just like that, I reverted to the meek little sister serving at Jingjiu House. By day, I entertained clients, and by night, I was subjected to their whims, serving tea, water, and even giving shoulder massages. That evening, the proprietress tasked me with delivering refreshments to the courtesan, Jueji. Upon entering, the woman tilted her head disdainfully and glared at me, exclaiming, "Why is that hideous creature delivering to me? Ugh, so ugly, get away from me." Could I let her have her way? I retorted with a head tilt of my own. Huh? As she mimicked my gesture, her neck twisted even more dramatically. Huh? I challenged. "Do you want to fight?" She countered. "Are you looking to die?" I shot back. "Come and kill me, then." We were like two roosters ready to clash, nearly coming to blows. In the end, the unfortunate patron was unceremoniously kicked out by her, and I faced a stern reprimand from the proprietress, who ordered me to leave. Just as I stepped out, I caught sight of the proprietress nervously entering Jueji's room. I pressed my ear against the door and could hear the proprietress's voice trembling like a leaf. Yet she still dared to confront Jueji. "Jueji, you've truly gone too far lately." I thought to myself, this was about to escalate. However, there was silence for a long moment before I heard Jueji leisurely respond with a huh, as if she were enjoying a snack. I couldn't help but think how brazen she was, able to eat at such a time. The next instant, I heard her spit, as though she had bitten into something foul. Of course it was foul. That was the rhododendron cake I had prepared just to annoy her. I was secretly relishing the moment when the conversation inside took a disconcerting turn. The proprietress began listing Jueji's transgressions, claiming that the little sisters in the establishment were either injured or mentally disturbed, and that one had even been driven to suicide by her. Jueji, in her characteristic arrogance, shot back, "So what? It's all those oblivious fools who angered me. And that ugly yellow-haired creature from earlier, so hideous that I couldn't eat. It would be better if she were dead. How dare she insult me? She even had the audacity to ridicule my straw-colored hair. Does anyone understand the affront I felt?" The proprietress, infuriated more than I was, unleashed her trump card. "Do you think this is still the same era? Edo has long since changed. There are plenty of foreigners now who prefer the golden-haired, blue-eyed types like Shanshanzi. You, my dear, are outdated." I was taken aback by the proprietress's words. How astute she was. In this day and age, every profession must keep pace with the times. Jueji's expression darkened. I could feel her malevolent aura even from behind the door. The proprietress, though trembling, stood her ground, declaring, "I've had enough of you. I will no longer protect you." Jueji, now furious, tilted her head, her gaze sharp as a knife. "You old hag, everything you eat and wear is earned by me." The proprietress then began recounting a ghost story. She spoke of a stunning yet notoriously ill-tempered courtesan from her childhood, whose name also contained the character G. Her most distinctive trait was her tendency to glare at others while tilting her head when displeased. Upon hearing this, I thought, good heavens, this was not veiled criticism, but a direct accusation. I could only imagine the rage twisting Jueji's face. The proprietress finally mustered the courage to shout the earth-shattering words. "What are you? You are not even human." As soon as those words left her lips, silence enveloped the room. Sensing something was amiss, I kicked the door open. What met my eyes stunned me. Jueji had transformed entirely. Her kimono had become a chaotic mass of ribbons, writhing like serpents, her hair undone, her face adorned with strange floral tattoos, her figure exaggerated, and her skin etched with sinister golden patterns. Her pupils had turned golden, and the malice in her gaze was enough to drown a person. She was a lower moon demon. Upon seeing me, she grinned wide. What a pity, Mitsu. Words that shouldn't be spoken should remain buried deep within. With that, she lunged at the proprietress. Not on my watch. I dashed forward, shielding the proprietress behind me. My feminine attire had mysteriously vanished, replaced by the uniform of the Demon Slayer Corps, including that ostentatious yellow haori. Jueji, now revealing her true form, looked at me with sheer astonishment. She likely never expected that the unattractive little sister she so scorned, Shan Shanzi, was actually a formidable fighter of the Demon Slayer Corps. "Bring me my swords," I shouted. My burly little companions promptly presented my twin blades. Without hesitation, I knelt, drew my swords, and with a flash of golden light, executed Twin Swallow's return. Boom! The roof of Jingjiu House exploded. The brilliance of the blade was blinding, as if it were lightning. Simultaneously, our sound Hashira, Yuzue Tenjin, was tirelessly digging a tunnel in another location to rescue his wife. Upon catching a whiff of the demonic aura and the scent of gunpowder, he panicked. Standing beside him was Kochu Shinobu. Yuzue, being the fierce man he was, plunged his twin swords into the ground and shouted to Shinobu, "Get back. I'm about to blow my wife free." Shinobu was taken aback, thinking such a method was unprecedented. The ground erupted with a deafening roar, revealing a pit filled with silk ribbons and many unconscious individuals. Yuzue swung his sword down, and the ribbons, resembling screams, expelled the trapped individuals, who then fled in haste. It was a clone. These ribbons could store people. Yuzue realized this and called to Shinobu, "Watch over my wives. I need to check on that yellow-haired girl." Shinobu smiled sweetly. "Sure, go ahead, but don't let him die. Otherwise, Mitsuri will be heartbroken." Her tone suggested she was almost wishing for my demise. Just as Yuzue departed, two demons emerged behind Shinobu. Goodness gracious! It was the ball-playing Zhu Shimaru and the arrow-headed brother, Yabiyu. What on earth were they doing here? Back with me. I was now facing Jueji atop the roof, our confrontation akin to a duel atop the purple Forbidden City, the tension palpable. Yet, I believe in the power of words before combat, opting for psychological warfare. What a disgrace. Look at the scant fabric you adorn yourself with. Do you not feel shame? I condemned her. Her demon form attire had been nearly obliterated by my previous Twin Swallow's return attack, leaving her almost undraped. Initially, I had intended to critique her fashion, but my gaze fell upon her long legs clad in serpent-patterned stockings, and my anger ignited. Why not white stockings? My dignity as a member of the white stocking faction had been challenged. I let out a battle cry and leaped back over 10 meters. Her ribbons crashed down where I had stood, fracturing the roof like a spider's web. I grinned and said, "Is this necessary? We are colleagues. Let's communicate respectfully." After a prolonged silence, Jueji seemed to finally process my words. Pointing at me, she shrieked, "You are the horrendously ugly Shan Shanzi. How repulsive. And you're a man. Ugh. Sister, is your reflex arc a tad too long? This intelligence level feels rather subpar." As she screamed, she fully unleashed her demonic power, a putrid odor of blood emanating as a biochemical assault. She cackled, "Ha, a mere human. Even if you're a Hashira, what of it? I've devoured 5 Hashira. You must be delicious." Just as she reveled in her self-importance, a tremendous explosion resonated in the distance. It was the sound of Yuzue blasting her hideout. She trembled, her expression contorted in pain. The opportunity had arrived. With a single step, I traversed over 30 meters and charged towards her, leaving a trail of afterimages in my wake. The blade in my hand shimmered as I unleashed a flurry of strikes, each one resonating with a tremendous sound as I aimed for her neck. To my dismay, she effortlessly blocked the blow with her arm. You are well aware of the eerie regeneration abilities of these demons. That arm mended itself in the blink of an eye. She mocked me, saying, "Your speed is commendable, your strength is decent, and your endurance is impressive, but is that all you've got? How lecherous." Enraged, I braced myself. In the next moment, an array of ribbons surged towards me from all directions, a manifestation of her blood demon art, 8-fold ribbon slash. "Let us see how you evade this." She bellowed. Evade? Was that necessary? I could go even faster. I instantly switched my breathing technique to the Thunder Breathing's 4th form. Not just that, but a modified version of my own creation. 4th form, Flying Thunder God. In a flash of golden light, I evaded her attack range and appeared behind her. The instant my blade glimmered, her head severed from her neck. However, a frown creased my brow as I realized the situation was far from straightforward. Her head flew away, yet there was no blood gushing forth. Merely a ribbon resembling the one attached to her body. That thing writhed as I struck it, yielding no resistance whatsoever. Impressive. To force me to this point. And yet, that head in the sky continues to speak, complimenting my eyes and threatening to pluck them out. My fury ignited as I unleashed a torrent of invective. Just wait. Today, I shall summon 100 Hashira to pierce every conceivable hole in your being. As a former courtesan, she understood my crude jest. her face turning a shade of green with anger. The ribbon around her neck elongated, and finding the thunder breathing ineffective, I decided to switch it up. Water breathing. My flow. Indeed, it was my own creation, aptly named my flow. It emphasized the principle of soft, overcoming hard. If you are soft, I shall be soft too. If you stretch, I shall stretch like sticky toffee binding you, rendering escape impossible and death elusive. If one were to witness the scene below, it would be an unforgettable spectacle. A young lad with golden hair, twirling a beautiful head aloft, tethered by an endlessly long ribbon. No, a ribbon. Daki was taken aback, likely having never encountered such unscrupulous swordsmanship. She continued to laugh. Little brat, you cannot kill me. What purpose does stalling serve? Your blade must be dulling. A wave of despair washed over me. Indeed, the sword gifted by my master had become dulled. Just then, I heard a familiar shout from below. Zenitsu. I glanced down only to see Chihiabara, one of Ubuyashiki-sama's wives. I had no idea how she ended up in this dilapidated district. It turned out she had sensed something amiss with Daki and, in a bid to save herself, had poisoned herself to feign illness, which led her here, only to be kept under surveillance by Daki with a ribbon, unable to move. Zenitsu, run. Go find Ubuyashiki-sama. She urged frantically. What's the hurry? I shouted back while maneuvering Daki's head in circles. Sister, just keep your distance. I'll need your assistance shortly. My comrades. Let me elaborate. My protagonist script has reached an industrial zenith. Brothels, copper mining, cross-dressing for silver, and now aluminum. My life is reaching its pinnacle. Water breathing. My flow. Grand completion. I roared, plunging the blade that bore Daki's head towards a ramshackle two-story building, weaving it into a coil. 1 loop, 2 loops, 3 loops, tightly binding her absurdly elongated ribbon neck to the structure. After completing the task, I thrust my blade vertically through her gaping mouth, piercing through the back of her skull and nailing it to the wall. Chihiabara, the poison. Give me all the poison you have. I shouted at the approaching Chihiabara. She handed me a collection of vials, and without a moment's hesitation, I poured them all into Daki. Gasping, she rolled her eyes, still defiant. You think human poison can affect me? Let us find out. It's free, after all, I shrugged nonchalantly. In an instant, she panicked. Wait, what did you make me drink? Her pale face suddenly flushed crimson, resembling a peach blossom, her eyes shimmering with an alluring glimmer. I paused, turning to Chihiabara, who had also realized something and wore an expression of horror. Oh no, we just fed her the aphrodisiacs we use. My jaw dropped in disbelief as I exchanged incredulous glances with Chihiabara, the atmosphere shifting from a heated battle to a comedic farce. Chihiabara, why don't you check on her? I'm a man. It's rather inappropriate, I stammered. A little Zenitsu, still so innocent. She teased. Of course. A pure little eel. Those who understand do. We bantered, neither daring to approach. After all, she was an upper moon demon, though her state seemed peculiar. Who knew if she might suddenly lash out? Ultimately, with no other option, I mustered my courage to take a glance. Half an hour later, I returned with an ashen face. Chihiabara, what's the situation? How bad is it? She inquired curiously. I coughed twice, my expression conveying the gravity of the matter. Her breath is hot, exuding an odd fragrance mingled with demonic essence. It's utterly nauseating. It seemed she had even removed her clothing, though she wore little to begin with. Fearing scandal, I allowed her to lie down. Chihiabara looked at me with a perplexed expression. Wait, I ascend. See her body elsewhere? Oh, her body is in the building next to us. You didn't know? I'll have to comfort her head and then run to soothe her body. It's exhausting. Chihiabara's face paled, likely conjuring images of unspeakable horrors. She covered her face, asking, is there more? Indeed, I sighed, though her head isn't here, her body seems to sense me. At first, she tried to grab my hand for assistance, intending to tarnish my pure form, which I firmly rejected. Thus, I had no choice but to watch her take matters into her own hands, quite literally. I must say, the scene was something to behold. Daki's screams crescendoed, and the ribbon connecting her head and body writhed violently. The ribbon entwined around the two-story building shook it, as if, in an earthquake, debris cascading down, and the walls were riddled with cracks. Goodness, this physical engine is astounding. As I observed this spectacle, my smile faded, my expression turning grave. This was an upper moon demon. Even the lowest ranked could unleash such terrifying power, driven purely by instinct. I gently caressed my sunlit blade, now marred with nicks and dents. Although it was nearly beyond repair, it should suffice for one last use. from the assortment of items Chihiabara had left behind. I procured what I sought and waved at her, urging her to seek reinforcements swiftly. "Zenitsu, aren't you leaving?" she asked. I managed a bitter smile. "I can't escape." Just as my words fell, the ground erupted. A ribbon, resembling a serpent, shot forth from the earth, darting back into the body of the female demon. The scene was surreal. Her headless body had been standing there, legs spread wide, performing self-rejuvenation. Her hands moving so swiftly they left afterimages. Yet, as her head returned, they fused together, resulting in a thunderous crash that brought down the nearby building. She underwent a dramatic evolution. Her hair transformed to a silvery hue, her eyes turned golden, and her aura was entirely different from before. I sensed something was amiss and attempted to deliver a finishing blow, only to hear the clang of my blade, striking her ribbon, as if striking steel, numbing my hands and chipping my blade. Her power and speed had multiplied several times over. Now, her strikes felt like a child's play, as I was treated like a punching bag by her ribbons, unable to touch the ground, relying solely on the thunder breathing to evade clumsily. She mocked me from below. "Ugly creature, you should meet your end in such a hideous manner." Family, who understands this? It infuriates me. With a determined heart, when I was yanked into the air, I harnessed that momentum and exerted all my strength to soar several times higher in the night sky, disappearing into the abyss above. The female specter below was momentarily taken aback, likely pondering whether I intended to plummet to my demise in a free fall, and with a scoff, she prepared to turn away and seek trouble with Chue, he, and the others. However, her moment of triumph was short-lived as an ominous sword intent from above locked onto her. I assure you, the entire populace of Tokyo likely witnessed this spectacle. As a small black that appeared in the center of the moon, rapidly growing larger, accompanied by crackling golden lightning, I transformed into a bolt of divine retribution. Plummeting from a height of 10,000 meters, the sheer force was enough to instill fear even within me. I fused the first through the sixth forms of thunder breathing into a singular strike, manifesting as a thunderous bolt. The female specter, sensing the impending doom, panicked. After all, spirits inherently fear thunder. She attempted to evade, only to realize she was locked in place and could not escape. Her face contorted in desperation and ferocity as 8 satin ribbons formed a shield before her, ready to confront me head-on. Blood demon art, 8-fold ribbon slash. I bellowed from the heavens, thunder breathing, 7th form. Raijin. Just as our collision was imminent, I flashed her a grin. "Just kidding, it's the fire Raijin." In the next moment, my blade erupted. Yes, you heard correctly, I had packed it with explosives. Art is indeed a grand spectacle. Boom! A deafening roar illuminated the entire block as a colossal mushroom cloud ascended. Once the smoke cleared, the Sound Hashira arrived first at the scene. Staring at the crater left in the wake of the explosion, his expression one of utter disbelief, jaw agape as if to swallow an egg. Finally managing to utter 2 words. "What the hell?" Meanwhile, I lay in the center of the crater, feeling as though I had been disassembled, covered in dirt and dust. Yet, glancing at the charred remains of the female specter not far away, her limbs obliterated, I felt a wave of satisfaction. Although she was not entirely dead, her aura flickered weakly like a candle in the wind. Any passerby could easily deliver the final blow. The Sound Hashira approached, initially startled by the specter's dismal state, then pointed an accusing finger at me, exclaiming, "You ruthless blonde. Speak, when did you steal my explosives?" I merely flashed him a grin. His expression turned to one of annoyance, yet he still urged me. "Enough, let us get moving. If we don't, the police will arrive." Just as I stood up, I heard the charred specter intermittently cursing. "Damn you, blonde. Why aren't you dead yet?" The Sound Hashira, exasperated, retorted, "You're so loud. You can't possibly be Upper Moon. You're far too weak." I was taken aback, pointing at her eyes where the words Upper Moon 6 were inscribed. Hey, that says Upper Moon 6. Don't tell me that S just cosmetic lenses." The Sound Hashira dismissed it, believing she was too feeble to deserve the title. Annoyed, he swiftly unsheathed his twin blades and decapitated the specter. Her head rolled to the ground, still glaring at me. I wore an expression akin to an elderly subway passenger engrossed in a phone, filled with questions. The Sound Hashira queried, "What does your questioning expression mean?" I jumped in frustration. "What do you mean by stealing the kill? You're level 18 with 6 divine artifacts, and you're taking the head of someone from a newbie village. How shameless can you be?" This was my debut. He surprisingly defended himself. What is there to be proud of in killing such a weak spirit? As we exchanged banter, a sudden gust of eerie wind swept through. Let me tell you, the most absurd thing occurred. The head that had fallen to the ground was not dead. Not only was she alive, but she also began to wail, tears streaming down her face as she cried, "Brother, they're bullying me. My head was chopped off again." Wah. In the next moment, a man slowly emerged from her shadow. I was taken aback. The moment he appeared, both the sound Hashira and I felt an overwhelming pressure. The figure was gaunt and hunchbacked, covered in dark spots, a visage that could only be described as unfortunate, as if the very word ugly had been etched upon his face. The sound Hashira, quick to react, unsheathed his sword without hesitation, but the man didn't even flinch, effortlessly dodging with a slight shift of his body. The grotesque figure gently placed the specter's head back in its rightful position, soothing her. There, don't cry. Brother will take care of those who bullied you." I foolishly couldn't resist and whispered to the sound Hashira, "This guy is definitely overly possessive." I then cleared my throat and exclaimed loudly, referring to the sound Hashira, "is the most handsome guy in our village with 3 wives." To my surprise, upon hearing 3 wives, the hideous figure immediately lost his composure. His eyes turned red, exuding an aura of jealousy, as he gritted his teeth and declared, "Unforgivable. I will skin you alive." 2 blood-red scythes materialized in his hands, charging towards us. It turned out these 2 were siblings, sharing a life force. The brother was the true entity. No wonder the sister's head could not perish even when severed. The sound Hashira engaged in a fierce battle with him, the chaos rendering the world upside down. But in a moment of distraction, he was struck by the effects of the blood demon art. Although he wasn't directly hit by the scythes, small wounds appeared on his body. The grotesque figure grinned sinisterly. "You've been poisoned. Your demise is certain." This poison is no ordinary toxin. The sound Hashira and I began to exchange words, attempting to extract information from him. To our shock, he revealed, "My mother was a prostitute, and before giving birth to me, she contracted syphilis, which has been concentrated 1,000-fold. In that moment, we both fell silent. Family. Who can withstand such a revelation? The sound Hashira's face turned ashen, likely contemplating his 3 wives. In the next second, he fled faster than anyone, leaving behind a heart-wrenching cry. "I'll return once I'm cured." "Hold on, Shan." I gazed at his vanishing figure, then at the grinning, twisted siblings before me. And all I could think was, it's over. That treacherous friend sold me out with such ease. At that moment, my mind echoed a single thought, doomed. Yu Sui Tianyuan is truly the epitome of a traitor. The grotesque brother then spoke, his sister perched upon his back, the 2 of them resembling conjoined twins. Leering at me with sinister smiles, he began to analyze my appearance, remarking on my fair features, golden hair, and positing that I must be of foreign descent, wealthy, and a model of success in life. At that moment, I wanted to pull out my impeccably clean pockets for him to see. Family, who understands? This golden hair was a result of being struck by lightning. He was fabricating a domineering CEO persona for me. I snapped, truly enraged. I pointed at him and shouted, "You sour son of a gun. I should be comfortably scrolling through short videos in 2025, cuddling with my paper doll wife. Yet here I am, grinding day in and day out against you monstrous fiends on the front lines. Am I living well? I envy you to the core. Can you please just drop dead? Is this even useful?" The man was momentarily taken aback, left speechless. Then, he displayed a smile that was more painful than tears. Lamenting about his lowly birth in the depths of Flower Street, his ugly appearance, and his mother's affliction with syphilis, enduring disdain from others since childhood. He had relied solely on his beautiful sister, yet she had been grievously burned, and in his quest for vengeance, he had encountered a demon named Dong Mo, and thus, they became demons. It sounded tragic, but that was no justification for his actions. However, I felt no envy toward him. I slowly drew my blade and addressed him. "Honestly, your appearance does challenge my aesthetic sensibilities. My envy stems purely from your sister. Let me tell you, they were both left speechless. Your sister, a woman who values beauty, gazes at you with nothing but dependence in her eyes, devoid of any disdain." The more I spoke, the more I felt envy boiling within me. "Could you please do me a favor and perish?" This completely extinguished the conversation. The visage of that unsightly fellow darkened, and in an instant, 2 blood-red scythes whizzed toward me. The wretched ribbons from his sister's side encircled me, effectively sealing off all avenues of retreat. Let me tell you, in that fleeting moment, I felt the chill of death seep into my nape, causing me to shudder. Yet, simultaneously, my master's words exploded in my mind. Go forth and proclaim to the world that I have arrived. With my left hand gripping the scabbard and my right clutching the hilt, I drew my blade with fervor. The resplendent light of the blade illuminated the desolate ruins. However, it was not my sword that met those scythes, but rather my scabbard. Adopting the techniques of the water-breathing style, I devised a unique move, swirling the scabbard like a massive vortex. Water-breathing great vortex. She continued to mock me. Your naming skills are rather lackluster. I retorted, and what of your sister's name? Is it any better? To which her brother chimed in, it's not fall as in decline, but fall as in miscarriage. I was momentarily taken aback. Could this truly be a sibling? What a hellish jest. I was too weary to argue with them, and swiftly transitioned to a new breathing technique. Rock-breathing iron hammer. A technique I had pilfered from the rock pillars. The scabbard in my hand instantly transformed, becoming as heavy as a hammer, and with a resounding crash. I sent those two poisonous scythes flying. In a flash of colorful light, the wretched ribbons were severed as well. The brother and sister stood in stunned silence. Seizing the opportunity, I transformed into a streak of yellow lightning, my speed so exhilarating it unnerved even me, focusing solely on explosive thrust. The unsightly fellow reacted quickly, leaning back at an extreme angle to evade my strike aimed at his neck. Yet he had forgotten about the burden on his back. With a sickening squelch, he evaded. But his sister was not so fortunate. Her wails were heart-rending as I cleave her from chest to navel, the scene utterly bizarre. I remained silent, fully concentrated, unwilling to utter a single word. To my astonishment, those two began to boast about their exploits, bragging about the pillars they had slain, 17 by the brother, 5 by the sister, arguing over numbers. I couldn't be bothered with them, and simply hoisted my multicolored Nicaran blade onto my shoulder, pressing my left hand against the blade's edge. This posture resembled that of a shamisen player. Sound breathing 3 melodies, plucking the blade with my fingers, no sound emerged. Yet the intent to kill overflowed. The unsightly fellow's sister continued to deride my naming prowess, but in the next moment, her laughter ceased. I was not producing sound, but rather ultrasonic waves. She could not hear it, yet her body could not withstand it, her face paling as she covered her ears, blood and brain matter seeping through her fingers. The unsightly fellow, however, was no coward. He braced himself against the ultrasonic assault, charging towards me like a cannonball, intent on ending my life. But just as his scythe was about to descend upon my head, my final note struck. An invisible blade of sound erupted. With a resonant clang, his scythe was sent flying, and his body was cleaved in two, yet he was not dead. As I prepared to deliver the final blow, my body reached its limits. I coughed up a mouthful of blood, retreating from that godly state, my insides revolting. Indeed, humanity has its limits. Yet this fiend was truly sinister. The blood gushing from his severed upper body transformed mid-air into swirling blood scythes, launching a surprise attack while I was weakened. I dodged with every ounce of strength, but my shoulder was still grazed, and the wound instantly darkened. Good heavens, I was poisoned with a plus version of syphilis. The half-demon on the ground gleefully clapped his hands. Ha ha, you're finished. You're doomed. My heart was heavy, but I refused to concede verbally. We stood in a standoff, he waiting for the poison to take effect, and I for reinforcements. I taunted him, calling him illiterate. Brother, you've been a demon for decades. Why not catch up on your 9 years of compulsory education? When he inquired why I had yet to perish, I simply informed him that my blade was also poisoned, a special variant of wisteria, and he should not expect a reprieve. Indeed, he realized that his bisected body had yet to recover, his face turning green. We glared at each other, akin to two players in a final round of a card game, neither daring to make the first move. As I felt my strength waning, the sister staggered toward me, and I was left with but a final surge of power. I pondered the fusion of the speed of thunder breathing and the fluidity of water breathing. If only I could meld them. The unsightly fellow, unable to restrain himself, mocked me. Thunder and water fusion? Why not just summon a thunderstorm? It was precisely his words that ignited a spark within me. I roared, I've got it. The thunder breathing and water breathing within me merged instantaneously, the fierce lightning becoming gentle, and the gentle water transforming into a tempest. The sounds of thunder and torrential rain echoed from my blade. The blade's glow surged like rain and lightning, cascading forth at an unparalleled speed, chaotic and unpredictable, rendering evasion impossible. thunderous might, summoning winds and rains. What display! Akin to Zhuge Liang unleashing his ultimate technique. The unsightly fellow's pupils constricted to pinpricks, his face contorted in regret, yet his body remained paralyzed. As the sister rushed in, the third eye on her forehead, barely opened before her head, was severed. Her head rolled on the ground, stopping just so, only to find her brother's head tumbling down beside hers, face to face. The siblings stared wide-eyed at one another, speechless, tears flowing freely. Severed heads this time. It was truly over. The demon Kibutsuji, with a face that oscillated between laughter and tears, ultimately morphed into fury. Well done indeed. You actually killed us. If you survive to return, the Demon Slayer Corps will surely bestow upon you the title of Hashira. Truly splendid, provided you manage to survive. My wife, Zenitsu, was already fading into a haze. The poison had spread to his organs. His will to survive had reached its limits. Even knowing that the decapitated Kibutsuji possessed self-destructive techniques, he lacked the spirit to evade. A sanguine whirlwind erupted from Kibutsuji's body, tearing the air asunder, resembling a small tornado set to obliterate all in its vicinity. From afar, Ubuyashiki's hoarse voice thundered, "Run! Butterfly, take him away!" Zenitsu could no longer run. He lacked the strength to stand, collapsing into a warm embrace. He could not see who it was, yet the fragrance reminiscent of flowers was exquisite, something he had encountered before. It was soft, both in touch and in the complex tone of a woman's voice. "Rest now. You have done well. Be good. Take a moment to rest." Chapter 69, A World Without Demons, I Shall Sing Out Loud. Red Bean Paste. Defeated the Upper Moon. Indeed. Well done. Tengen has done well. The sound Hashira did not exert much effort. It could be said that Zenitsu single-handedly defeated the Upper Moon 6, that pair of siblings. This is the letter from the sound Hashira, commemorating that achievement. Zenitsu is a disciple of the esteemed Sakanji. Yes, the Water Hashira and the Rock Hashira have mentioned him. Within the mansion, the usually eloquent and refined youth was rarely seen in such disarray. His frail body trembled violently as he coughed, covering his mouth. Had Zenitsu heard him speak, he would have surely deemed him a genius voice actor lost to time. For the youth's voice could bring ease and joy to those who heard it, even rendering their minds light and airy. It was like a dream. The voice was laced with enchantment. However, at this moment, his voice no longer resonated with the steady clarity of before. Instead, it was imbued with an indescribable excitement. A century has passed, a century where the unchanging circumstances have finally shifted. This is an omen, heralding a monumental change in destiny. "My lord, how is your health?" He is the leader of the Boishadorit, Chuan Wushi Yaozai. In the throes of a violent cough, his hair fell away, revealing a visage more terrifying than that of Jigufutai Lang. His otherwise handsome features were marred by numerous unsightly scars, as if his face had been disfigured by acid, coupled with the somewhat mystical words above. Indeed, he is the living bodhisattva amidst the turbulence. These ripples will gradually spread, ensnaring more individuals and more demons, ultimately causing an earthquake that will reach him. Gamuu Zansan. Gamuu Zansan, a human from the Heian period, contracted a terminal illness in his youth and, through a series of fortuitous events, transformed into a demon. Until now, he has existed as an ancient relic among demons, having survived for over 1,000 years. Yet, as a human, he hailed from the Chuan Wushi clan. Did this clan produce demons? Thus, the entire lineage was cursed by fate, with each male heir compelled to marry a descendant of a priest to avoid premature death. However, even so, none could live to see 30, and as one's death approached, the scars on their face multiplied, their ailments worsening. For millennia, the ultimate goal of the Chuan Wushi clan in forming the Bishaduri has been to eradicate the progenitor of demons, Gamuu Zansan, a purpose for which Chuan Wushi Yao Zai would sacrifice everything. He now glimpses hope. The pillars of this generation are different from their predecessors. They possess greater strength and youthful vigor. Now, young warriors are slaying the upper moons, illuminating a glimmer of dawn amidst this tumultuous shift. Gamuu Zansan, how many lives have you extinguished over the millennia? Countless times, you have trodden upon the tail of the tiger, repeatedly provoking the dragon's reverse scale. You have awakened those who should have remained in eternal slumber. They will not let you escape unscathed. The incessant chirping of sparrows is quite noisy. In the Peach Mountain, my wife Zen, he was often awakened early by the birds' calls. He sought his master's assistance, to which Sang Dao Ci Wu Lang merely smiled, and remarked that one would naturally grow accustomed to it over time. With a tranquil heart, all can be serene. In Buddhist terms, it is said, with the heart of the Tathagata, we are all Tathagatas. In the realm of anime, one might say, with the heart of a cute girl, we are all cute girls. Currently, Zen-E does not find the birds bothersome. Yet there is indeed an irritating voice nearby. Not due to his lack of inner peace, but because Yu Sui Tian Yuan is somewhat vexatious. I succeeded. It sounds unbelievable. Yet it truly happened. How splendid. I was right about you. Zen-E sighed deeply. I have contracted syphilis. Six. The weakest among the upper moons. Yet despite being 6, I managed to defeat an upper moon. How delightful. How delightful, although it is still 6. Despite being 6. All right, no need to emphasize that. Zen-E has seen through it. Yu Sui is truly insufferable, not even reaching the high ground, yet he still returns to idle. After Zen-E turned the tide alone, he emerges to spew sour remarks. If you cannot defeat 5 bronze, you are utterly useless. Winning is still somewhat acceptable. This is approximately the sentiment. He is indeed bitter, glancing at Zen-E's current dismal state. Nevertheless, I must commend you. You merely restrained them, yet you ended up slaying them. Well done, well done. Truly worthy of being the successor of the thunder-breathing. Who cares for your praise? Zen-E retorted. I have contracted syphilis. That detestable pair of siblings had a fierce argument before they perished. It was hardly an argument, as their hands were intertwined at the time of death. Truly, even I, a rational person, was moved to tears by this splendid display. It is understandable. Before their demise, Jagufu Tai Lang and Daki toss blame at one another, resembling teammates who lash out at one another after losing a game. Yet, they were siblings who relied on each other, even in quarrels. They would disdainfully proceed to hell together after death. Ah, such is the bond of siblings. Yu Sui Tian Yuan, brimming with enthusiasm, raised his middle finger. That Daki went ahead first. And then, Jagufu Tai Lang told me that his sister's true name is not the wretched Daki, but May. The syphilis May. This is even worse. I said, I was infected with hereditary syphilis by a man. However, that fellow showed no remorse at the time of his death, declaring that no matter how many times he reincarnated, he would become a demon. I cannot persuade such a stubborn fool. I was done for. Do you wish to inquire about something? Is it about why I arrived so late? Alas, the insect pillar encountered 2 old foes. Those demons seemed to have devised a countermeasure after suffering a significant loss last time. Her toxic techniques failed, and she was ensnared for quite some time. Yu Sui, flamboyantly stroking the gems and pearls on his headscarf, continued, those 2 scoundrels even capture my wife as a hostage. I had to engage with them for a while before I could scare them off. So, it was for the sake of his wife? Does a wife hold more importance than brothers? Having frequented the flower district together, do they not count as brothers? Regardless, that insufferable insect pillar was incessantly self-absorbed, refusing to listen to others, rambling on like a person from Teeling. Zen-E lay in bed, swathed in bandages like a large rice dumpling. Several days had passed since the battle in the flower district, yet his emotions had not fully settled. He reflected on the myriad details of that confrontation, as well as his psychological shifts during the fight, including the sensation of severing a head. It was truly exhilarating. Is there anything more exhilarating than that? Suddenly, Zen-E chuckled darkly and then burst into hearty laughter. Such is the nature of demon slayers when facing demons, whether alive or dead, whether they can retreat unscathed. These considerations are irrelevant. If one can slay a demon, they will, and if they can slay another, that is a profit. For 400 years, have not the swordsmen of the Boisha Doi been this way? The hope for a world devoid of demons is not so far-fetched. Zen-E's laughter was contagious, prompting Yu Sui Tian Yuan to join in, but abruptly he fell silent and spoke seriously. The insect pillar left shortly after you awoke. She mentioned that you contracted a most dreadful syphilis. Zen-E could no longer find humor in this. He waved his hand and sighed. I am not in the mood to question which one. I must find a doctor. He wished to consult his master to see if he had connections to the best doctors in Tokyo. Suddenly, Zen-E remembered. Since I contracted this illness in the line of duty, will the medical expenses be reimbursed? Not only will your medical expenses be covered, but your position will also be elevated. You have directly ascended from a mere soldier to a pillar, one of the only 9 positions within the Goi Shaduri. The salary is exceedingly high. Now go find the best doctor. I was joking. You have not contracted syphilis at all. Yu Sui Tian Yuan placed his hands on his hips. That Jagufu Tai Lang deceived us. That poison is not syphilis. Rest assured. Honestly, could you not stop pretending? You lie there daily, expecting me to tend to your needs. Is that not a bit excessive? That is what you deserve. Zenyi, incidenge, tore off the bandages from his body, bouncing around several times before once again gripping the Nicaran blade, transforming from a critically ill patient back into a spirited individual. What do you understand? This is caution. Chapter 70. This sister, whom I once touched. I ask you, what is your relationship with Gan Lushur? Yu Sui Tian Yuan was about to depart. After completing his task, he intends to depart Tokyo with his 3 wives. The next meeting will likely coincide with the time when Wifang Zenitsu formally introduces himself to the other Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps at the maternity house. Wifang Zenitsu bids him farewell. In the East Asian cultural sphere, farewells are often associated with feasting and merriment. Mitsuri? Why do you ask? Kanroji is a good girl. So what is the status of your relationship? Yuzui Tenjin endorses this union. Kanroji Mitsuri is indeed remarkable. She possesses beauty, distinct hair color, and a lively personality, making her an exceptionally perfect maiden. Most notably, Kanroji Mitsuri evidently has a fondness for the blonde. Yet, the blonde is rather unscrupulous. Confessing feelings through a love letter is one thing, but a double confession is rather excessive. That day, after reading the letter, Kanroji was heartbroken and wept in the embrace of a butterfly. Following that day, her hair became even greener. If she were to become a Hashira, she could rightfully be called the Green Hashira. Alas, she no longer has that opportunity. After Wifang Zenitsu ascends to the rank of Hashira, the positions within the Demon Slayer Corps will be filled, leaving no room for her. How despicable. Not only is he playing both sides, but he is also usurping someone else's chance for promotion. Scoundrel. The blonde scoundrel. Yuzui Tenjin silently empathizes. I wonder, what is the nature of your relationship? Has she not written to you during these days? As a man, you should take the initiative. If you openly declare your intentions to be a scoundrel, then embrace that role. How is it? I mean, fairness should prevail. Do you understand? What was that phrase again? Equal distribution? It is about equitable sharing, you fool. Equitable sharing. I am still a virgin. What need have I for equitable sharing? My 2 hands are certainly sharing equally. Wifang Zenitsu, while accompanying Yuzui for drinks, find his gaze somewhat dazed. He sometimes struggles to comprehend his feelings for Kanroji Mitsuri and the fluttering emotions he feels for Shinobu. The thrill of romance has dulled. After experiencing a fervent battle, the notion of love no longer invigorates him as it once did. He feels as though he has returned to the days of being engrossed in video games in his previous life. Is it more enjoyable to have women than to play games? Is it more enjoyable to possess a Nicaran blade than to have women? How can this continue? Wifang Zenitsu realizes that his true desire was never to date a girl or to date 2 girls simultaneously. Rather, he yearns for something else. Speaking of which, what is it like to have 3 wives? Is it not exhausting? 3 women can perform a multitude of plays. Do you not find Hishigane and the others bothersome? Huh? Yuzui Tenjin sets down his cup, looking at him as if he were foolish. If you had 3 splendid Nicaran blades, what would you do? I would hang one at my waist and carry 2 on my back. Do you not find that cumbersome? If one breaks, I would have a spare. Oh, I understand now. I finally comprehend. You seek additional wives as backups. How formidable. Yuzui hesitates, at a loss for words. He drinks in silence. Would having 3 wives bring happiness? At this moment, a vague figure surfaces in Wifang Zenitsu's mind, that mysterious woman with whom he shared drinks. A woman who remains elusive and intangible. He longs for a lady akin to her. Brother, as a friend, I advise you not to betray a girl's feelings. For a woman, the greatest harm you can inflict upon her is to betray her feelings. Nonsense about Meiji laws. It is perfectly normal for a man to have multiple wives. We ninjas do not adhere to such conventions. Being a ninja is splendid. Those pretentious characters in Naruto are not true ninjas. Not a single one has a harem. I am a veteran. I certainly understand better than you. If Kanroji does not mind your flirtations, then pursue her. What do you mean by pursue her? At his core, Wifang Zenitsu is a modern man, deeply influenced by the notion of monogamy. Yet, within his soul, he is a second-rate character, changing waifus weekly. As long as no one reports him, he might even dare to explore Germany for orthopedics, then casually visit a court in England, eventually landing in Hawaii to face missiles. Such is the absurdity of a second-rate character. Yuzui, perhaps emboldened by the drink, asks a question he usually would not. I almost forgot to ask. What is your relationship with that insect Hashira? I have never even met her. You say she saved me? At that time, my eyes were nearly blinded by poison. How could I see anything? I only remember her voice being very gentle. Is that true? Her attitude toward you seems quite peculiar. I do not know. Can you describe her appearance? Perhaps I have seen her before. Yuzui instinctively begins to disclose Butterfly Shinobu's appearance. However, he catches a faint scent in the air. It is the insect Hashira warning him. Ah, I also forgot what she looks like. Even the deity of festivals can be forgetful at times. Never mind. I will inquire when I see her next. Yuzui Tenjin, ever the loyal brother, would go to great lengths for his friend. After all, in the trials faced by a brother, no matter how grim, it remains a brother's plight, does it not? He leaves the Fujiwara house, having feasted and drunk to his heart's content, and leaps onto the rooftops, soon encountering Butterfly Shinobu. Her smile shakes him from his tipsy stupor. You seem to have a delightful conversation just now. Butterfly, do not misunderstand. I was merely tasked by that young man to ask you something. Upon hearing that Yuzui Tenjin was about to divulge something about her, Butterfly Shinobu discreetly warned him, slipping away to avoid being discovered by Wifang Zenitsu, thus unaware of the conversation between the two men. However, seeing Tenjin's serious demeanor, she cannot help but feel a twinge of unease. Her smile unwavering. What did Wifang Zenitsu ask you? Is he still concerned about the poison from Upper Moon 6? Not precisely, he asked me to inquire whether you were the big sister from back then. Oh, Butterfly Shinobu gasps in surprise, covering her mouth. That blonde actually guessed it? It should not be possible. He was essentially unconscious at the time, only able to hear his own voice. Yet I have never spoken to him directly before. Could it be that he recognized me not by sight, but by sound? What else could it be? The feel, you little pervert. She muses, and then hears Yuzui Tenjin continue. He asked if you were the big sister who swindled him of all his money and then eloped with a wild man. Do you feel guilty, hence not daring to face him now? Butterfly Shinobu trembles with anger. How infuriating. Restrain yourself. She thinks she should not be called the insect Hashira, but rather the restraint Hashira. After Yuzui Tenjin returns, she remains in Tokyo to monitor the situation. The demise of an Upper Moon demon is no trivial matter. Kabutsuji Musen or other Upper Moon demons will surely take action. The Master seems to believe this is the deepest darkness before dawn, and the demon's counterattack will be unprecedentedly fierce. The battlefield for both sides may well be in Tokyo. Butterfly Shinobu takes a deep breath. She will remain vigilant. Approaching the vicinity of Tamayo's clinic, she maintains an emotionless expression. Additionally, she casts a glance at the blonde. Chapter 71. Fate, let us meet. A quadrilateral wooden board is covered with a layer of cat skin, and a ginkgo-shaped plectrum gently plucks at the strings. This instrument, altered from 3 strings, endures a suffering that should not belong to its profession. Understand this. It is a musical instrument, not a knicker and blade. It has been loosened by that dead blonde. The strings are slack. My wife, Jean E., is utterly entranced by the notes she conjures, her expression serene and intoxicated, reminiscent of a master shamisen player. Yet, while a traditional musician would sit upright, she is too languid to even sit, choosing instead to recline. The academic community has long debated whether reclining is indeed the most comfortable posture for playing an instrument. Traditionalists argue that one must embody the seriousness and decorum of music, while innovators assert that musicians should embrace the avant-garde, expressing their art in the most exaggerated manner. They even advocate for singing while indulging in wide noodles and playing basketball. As for me, I remain neutral. I believe one should adopt whatever posture brings comfort. Look at me, Yushiro. How do you find my JoJo-like recline? Does it appear flamboyant? Not at all. It lacks any flamboyance. Yushiro interjected with a sly grin. Unless you were Don Women's attire. How do you know that? I heard it from others. They say the head disciple of the Xuanwu Pavilion has a penchant for disguising himself as a geisha to seduce men, a rather frightening pervert. Jean E. fell silent. Yushiro recalled. They also said this individual has golden hair, possibly of mixed heritage, with a fair countenance that renders him indistinguishable from a youth when clad in women's clothing. But do not be deceived by his youthful appearance. He is a disciple of the swordsmanship school and is well versed in martial arts, so one might find themselves in peril if they underestimate him. This is merely idle gossip and hardly worth mentioning. Jean E. scoffed. That idle gossip refers to you, does it not? Yushiro retorted with righteous indignation. How could I be the one to spread rumors behind someone's back? I am forthright in my slander to your face. I have a rather ominous premonition. Jean Yi's fingers danced upon the shamisen strings, a sharp aura emanating from them. I have recently acquired a skill taught to me by one of the Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps, a secret technique known as Pu Mion. Would you care to try it? Pu Mion is a combat calculation formula uniquely created by the sound Hashira, Ubuyashiki Tenjin. It allows one to read the rhythm of an enemy's attacks and transform it into a melody. Although the analysis requires a measure of time, once completed, the enemy's habits and vulnerabilities become glaringly obvious. His recent practice with the shamisen is not merely for the sake of artistry, but rather to attune himself to the rhythm of sound and the nuances of sonic assault. With his eyes closed, he plucks the strings, using the reverberations to discern Yushiro's location and movements, as well as his posture. Yushiro, do not cross your arms. I will not attack you. Besides, why are you crossing your arms? Are you not supposed to have your eyes closed? How do you know? I can hear. Yushiro was astonished. How can you still be human? To perceive the movements of others. Are you truly human? My understanding of humanity has been thoroughly upended. Johnny bristled at his words. What is wrong with me? You can have green hair and act like a sycophant, and yet I cannot excel. What of being a sycophant? Do you find it shameful? Not in the slightest. The truly pitiable ones are those who wish to be sycophants, but cannot find a single person to fawn over. Well said, I shall smite you. As Zhang Yi's expression shifted, a charming little sparrow flew in, carrying a letter from the distant Jinhua, a delicate girl as elusive as a blue fox. It has been so long since they parted. He wondered how she fared in the narrow, misty mountains. Ha ha ha. Look, a call from my girlfriend. What is a call? TSK. This country bumpkin does not even know what a phone is. Though Johnny jested, his eyes held no mirth. What could be in Junhua's letter? He waited anxiously, having already received a reply from Kanroji Mitsuri upon first meeting Ubuyashiki Tengen. But what of Jinhua? The prolonged silence could signify her hesitation, akin to a judge deliberating long before pronouncing a death sentence. Knowing of his capricious nature, she must surely be contemplating severing ties with him. The waiting often brings a tormenting sense of emptiness, and when the judgment finally arrives, he finds a sense of relief, only to become tense once more. Yushiro regarded him quizzically. Is that a letter from a girl? From that unsightly girl, Kanroji? Open it and see. Why do you wear such a constipated expression? Zhang Yi's face tightened, his hand trembling as it grasped the letter. This is a letter from my girlfriend. Indeed, it is. However, it may not necessarily convey intimacy or concern. It could very well be a letter of separation. So, can you fathom how anxious I am? A potential breakup implies one thing. It signifies that your love is insufficient. Enough. You are Izumi Kitoba, aren't you? Even if you have changed your gender. I still recognize you. Zhang Yi, trembling as he read the letter, gradually regained his composure. A smile illuminating his face as he pursed his lips. It merely contains words of concern, asking me to visit the narrow, misty mountains as Mr. Rintaki wishes to meet me to express gratitude for my assistance to Jinhua. Does this imply a meeting with her family? Splendid, splendid. Who else can straddle two boats as openly as I do? Can anyone else achieve that? With arms outstretched, he struck a pose reminiscent of Yagami light. It seems Zhang Yi remains unaware of Rintaki's true nature, an old man who is stern and serious, far more rigid than Kamadu Tanjiro. What might his attitude towards Zhang Yi be? One can only imagine it might unfold something like this. Rintaki, Zhanghua is like my own daughter. I cherish her deeply. Zhang Yi, I do too, am quite serious. Until I can stand on my own, I hope you will look after her. Rintaki, of course. It is my duty to correct your vile mindset and ensure you wholeheartedly embrace monogamy. Zhang Yi, Rintaki, you shall remain in the narrow, misty mountains, and I will make you rue the day. This perfectly mirrors the dialogue between Shiro Amiya and Rin Tosaka. Yushiro looked down upon this two-timing scoundrel with disdain. After both demons and Zhang Yi finished their meal, Tamayo gently inquired, why not stay at the dojo? Did something unpleasant occur there? Zhang Yi's expression stiffened, and he sighed. It is not that I had a falling out with my fellow disciples at the dojo, but certain matters are rather inconvenient to address there, and I do not wish to leave misfortune behind. Tamayo smiled and nodded. Your master will surely understand. So, what misfortune are you referring to? The Lord has stated that Tokyo may very well become a battleground between humans and demons, and the demise of the upper-rank demons could prompt the remaining upper ranks to target the Demon Slayer Corps. Perhaps that individual will also emerge. Zhang Yi articulated each word carefully. Kabutsuji Musen. Upon uttering that name, Tamayo's visage turned ashen, devoid of any light. Yushiro too fell into an unusual silence. It was as if the name itself held an arcane power, ensuring that the mere mention would herald ominous events. Once again, Zhang Yi felt the terrifying strength of the progenitor of demons. Initially, he had not comprehended it when facing the likes of Enmu and Akaza. But after nearly perishing alongside the upper rank 6, he finally grasped the true prowess of the upper rank demons. How formidable must Kibutsuji Musen, the creator of the upper ranks, be? After struggling against an upper rank 6, would he not simply kneel before their boss? Each time he pondered this, Jean-E recognized the perilousness of his situation, and that anxiety transformed into a driving force for his efforts. Rending Shengtian is a beautiful aspiration, capable of inspiring humanity to relentlessly forge ahead on a spiritual level. However, in concrete circumstances, it often proves that heaven does not align with human wishes. Conversely, Rending Shengui is an entirely different matter. My wife, Jean-E, continues his training with unwavering diligence, embarking on daily routines that include crafting numerous swords and exhausting several in practice. The fervor within him ignites a distinctive confidence and positivity characteristic of youth. This feeling of fulfillment and intensity each day is both unfamiliar yet oddly familiar. The essence of the Gaokao. Butterfly Ninja frequently observes him in secret, watching as he practices swordsmanship, forges metal, and engages in soliloquy. The flavor of love. Beyond practice, there is the necessity of real combat. Jean-E has become quite diligent in visiting the Yashiro Medical Pavilion. Upon entering, he closes his eyes and attunes himself to the vibrations in the air, decisively heading towards a restroom where he easily locates Yashiro, who is hiding behind the door. Brother In, practice swordsmanship with me. Yashiro's face is a grimace. He covers his eyes and struggles desperately. Kame, I'm already hiding in here. How could you detect my presence from such a distance by the scent in the restroom? Do I need to douse myself in filth for you not to find me? He certainly wouldn't. He confessed that he actually heard him. Don't even think about escaping, even if you were to plunge into a cesspool. Zanyi insists. I genuinely do not wish to serve as your punching bag. It is unbearable. You ruffian. Have no sense of restraint. Last time, you nearly severed my head. Do not worry. I'm using a bamboo sword. What difference does that make compared to a steel sword? Regardless, you want to die. Indeed, as long as it is not the Nicaran blade that beheads me, I shall survive. Yashiro's complexion is ashen, trembling as he speaks. You wouldn't actually sever my head and deliberately toss it into the sunlight, would you? What if I become concerned about why you cast aside my head? Yashiro shivers. Goodness, is it your actual plan? Dealing with someone like you makes me deeply anxious for Lady Tamayo. Jean-E chuckles awkwardly. If you were to die, what would it matter? His laughter is dry, and his complexion is far from healthy. The intensity of his training has left him pale. Yashiro sighs. Such matters cannot be resolved solely through relentless training. Do you truly believe you can slay Kibutsuji Musen all on your own? Of course not, but at least training increases my odds incrementally each day. He unsheathes his bamboo sword. Besides, will I even encounter him? With my luck, it's unlikely. After all, he is a being of high status, not one to mingle inconspicuously among humans like that disgrace, Daki. This is a classic flag. Interestingly, this flag is swiftly reaped. On the winter solstice of 1919, the eve of Christmas, Johnny accompanies his teacher to a birthday celebration for a prominent figure in Tokyo. This favored subject of the emperor, enamored with ancient swordsmanship, has invited several officials along with the heads of the 3 major dojos to the feast. Yawn after yawn, Jean-E finds himself utterly bored. He harbors little interest in such affairs. Yet, he is quite intrigued by a family standing at the entrance. The wife is strikingly beautiful, the daughter adorably charming. And the husband, what an odd hat, what a peculiar stature, and those curly locks. Hey, Michael Jackson, what a coincidence. Kibutsuji Musen slowly turns, gazing at the smiling youth, a question forming on his lips. Chapter 72. What is this chapter about? It is the time for candid reflections. I have little to express, merely a sense of frustration without the courage to voice it. This year has been one of misfortune, filled with failures, and I have long been prepared for the possibility of this book failing as well. I shall write as I see fit and live as I must. I am grateful to those who have remained steadfast by my side. Thank you. Tomorrow's initial subscriptions are crucial. Each subscription feels like a seed that will eventually grow into a sapling or even a grand tree. Therefore, please do not hesitate to share your seeds. Chapter 73. One day, I shall have both father and daughter. Kibutsuji Musen appears to be a young man of approximately 25, with slightly curled hair, dressed in a stylish black suit, embodying the image of a successful businessman at the forefront of his era. This young man seems unremarkable. Yet when Jean-Yi's gaze lands upon his face, a momentary daze envelopes him, as if the snow-laden sky has suddenly darkened. The next moment, his vision returns to normal. Just then, delicate snowflakes begin to fall from the dim sky, their pure white appearance exuding an ethereal beauty, yet carrying an ominous undertone, akin to white candles at a funeral. The temperature plummets, and John E. curiously looks up, pondering if this year's first snowfall has arrived a few days early. Suddenly, he hears a sweet, childlike voice. "Papa, do you know this young man?" It is an adorable little girl with horn braids, around 10 years old, her large, curious eyes fixed on Johnny. This charming little creature makes him feel that today's visit has not been in vain. What a delightful little girl. Kabuto Tsuji musing glances at the boy, sensing an uncomfortable aura emanating from him. The next moment, he smiles, his own handsome features enhanced by the expression. Thus, his smile is captivating. Johnny instinctively compares him to his own Shanshan form, and is disheartened to find himself lacking any chance of comparison. He observes the man's smile, momentarily entranced. This smile is difficult to articulate. The man's brows and eyes are veiled in shadow beneath the brim of his hat, as if shrouded in a faint twilight, making it hard to discern. He can only perceive an abstraction within that smile. If it must be described, it conveys the passage of time. The full forehead signifies the opulence of the Heian period's aristocracy. The steep nose suggests a tumultuous era filled with bloodshed, reminiscent of the warring states. The slight lift of his brow and curl of his lips encapsulate the transformations and accomplishments of the Meiji era. He had never realized that a single smile could encompass so much. In that moment of bewilderment, the man lifts the brim of his hat, revealing his features in their entirety. This face is delicate and youthful, yet carries an air of experience, reminiscent of a Buddha statue in a temple. How handsome! Two men meet amidst the swirling snow, their gazes locking. In his dazed state, is captivated solely by the man's elegance. Reminded of an actor portraying Erlang Shun from Celestial Realms. No wonder he resembles Jackson so closely. He would undoubtedly look splendid in women's attire after surgery in Thailand. No, wait, something is amiss. Zhang Yi's heart jolts as he finally recognizes the incongruity. By his usual inclinations, his primary focus should be on the charming little girl with horn braids. Why is he so preoccupied with this man? So, is Kimetsu no Yaiba indeed a work for Fujoshi? Papa, doesn't he recognize this young man? Perhaps he has mistaken him for someone else? The voice is deep and magnetic, imbued with a gentle tenderness unique to doting fathers. My goodness, that voice is undeniably enchanting. My wife, Shawnee, felt a shiver run down his spine, fearing that if he lingered any longer, he might not be able to preserve his dignity. He forced a smile at the father and daughter before him, and said, "My apologies, I must have mistaken you for someone else. Your daughter is simply adorable." It was likely that this was the underlying message. Shawnee nodded politely, but then, rather impolitely, pinched the soft, tender cheek of the little girl. Under the peculiar gaze of Guiyuza, he smiled and exclaimed, "Truly, truly adorable. Enough. How much longer will you humiliate yourself?" Shinya Chuanchi had a vague understanding of his apprentice's peculiar penchant for young girls. The little ones tasked with serving tea and keeping the dojo tidy often fell victim to his teasing, but this was a different occasion entirely. Did he dare to be any more embarrassing? Shan-E, however, had no such reservations. Pout your lips? How cute. Give me another one to see. Indeed, when it came to making a fool of himself, Shan-E never failed to deliver. Shinya Chuanchi hastily quickened his pace, pretending not to know the blonde boy. Attending such gatherings typically called for formal attire, which aligned well with contemporary fashion. The official whose birthday was being celebrated had been raised in a Western educational environment. Thus the party was also Western in style. Today, Shan-E unusually donned a small suit instead of his customary yellow battle robe, appearing neat yet unobtrusive, casual yet not overly relaxed, exuding an air of refinement. He followed closely behind his teacher, idly observing the old man exchanging glances with the heads of two other dojos, their smiles concealing daggers. Soon, the legendary swordsman from Zhongshan arrived, and after a few glances, Shan-E lost interest. Such gatherings were characterized by a continuous stream of congratulatory remarks and the presentation of gifts. Familiar guests might engage in subtle comparisons and jests regarding the gifts, which was rather dull. Shan-E seized an opportunity to slip away, indulging in food and drink in the hall, occasionally sharing light-hearted banter with several elder sisters. As evening descended, the grand hall's lights illuminated, casting a warm glow upon everyone's smiles. Night fell swiftly, winter's darkness arriving early. Snowflakes drifted silently in the night, resembling swarms of insects in a lamplight. Sean gazed absent-mindedly at the snowy scene outside, reminiscing about those from his past. This time, he not only longed for those he could no longer recall, but also for those who had consistently supported him along his journey. Or Mealy and Makomo planning for Christmas. Oh no, in the context of demon hunters, there are no Western holidays. One might say he wondered how they would celebrate the winter solstice. Suddenly, a sound echoed in the hall as the circuit breaker tripped, plunging the room into darkness. Sean slowly walked inside, thinking to himself that it was merely about blowing out a candle. Why make it so dramatic? As the lights dimmed, candles flickered in the hall. In Western culture, white symbolizes purity and sanctity, and Japan's full embrace of Western customs mirrored this. Yet, Sean, a quintessentially Chinese soul, found it unsettling to light white candles on a birthday. Especially in the candlelight, the faces adorned with blessings appeared to flicker ominously, resembling a gathering of spirits. Look at that. Chinya's rugged face now appeared even more terrifying under the dim light. Sean instinctively averted his gaze, suddenly noticing the man he had referred to as Jackson earlier. The man's complexion looked excessively pale in the candlelight, reminiscent of a corpse. "Sir, you appear rather unwell," Shawnee thought to say. Chapter 74. Would you be interested in joining my side as a crescent moon? After the candles were blown out, it was time to eat and drink. Sean remained dutifully by his teacher's side, sharing some etiquette and basic knowledge about Western dining customs. It was rather amusing that Shinya, who could maintain his composure anywhere, appeared quite awkward when it came to Western cuisine and beverages, clumsy in his movements. Fortunately, he had an eclectic apprentice beside him. Just moments ago, he overheard the elder sisters mention that the red wine was likely Lafite, though he was uncertain if it was the 1982 vintage. The old man paused. "What is Lafay? Is it the name of a wine?" He then seemed to recollect. "I believe someone mentioned it to me at last year's banquet, but what does 1982 mean? How long ago was that? Are there not vintages from 72 or 62? Sean, he was at a loss for words. At that moment, the curly-haired Jackson approached with a glass of wine, raising it toward them with a charming smile, exuding an elegance akin to that of international superstars walking the red carpet a century later. This man truly possessed an aura, despite his physiological aversion to any romantic inclinations. Sean, he could not deny that the gentleman named Yu Yen indeed exuded a noble and refined demeanor. "Greetings, I am Chinya from the Xuanwu Dojo. It is a pleasure to meet you." Sean, he recognized that voice, though he could not recall where he had heard it before. If Guewuyuza had appeared in a fiery red bodysuit, pudding in mouth, hands on hips, and announced himself with a resounding "I am here," he might have made the connection. "Hello, Mr. Yu Yen. This is my unworthy apprentice who embarrassed you at the entrance earlier. He must have a fondness for children." Shawnee thought. "I am Shawnee. Sean Cohen. Are you a foreigner? I just returned from studying in England not long ago, where I pursued economics in London for several years before returning home." Chinya Chuanchi was not entirely aware of the path Sean he had taken. Merely adopting a parental demeanor as he shook his head, he had just been out and about for a few years. Going abroad was merely for leisure. Shawnee firmly countered, "That's not true. I diligently studied at the clock tower in England and pursued Miss Edelfelt. In the end, it was our differing feelings that led to our separation." "What tower? You must have spent all your time and money chasing women, right? Who has the money to pursue women?" The two of them stood there, and Guewuyuza remained silent. Chinya, this old fool, was not worth his attention. Yet the aura surrounding Sean unmistakably resembled that of a demon hunter, a presence that irked him. When had such an anomaly appeared among demon hunters? He observed Chinya's hand gripping the wine glass, a soft sigh escaping him. Even drinking red wine requires technique. The most proper way is to lightly hold it between two fingers like this. Do not grasp the bowl of the glass. The old man grumbled. "Why is drinking so troublesome?" Sean, displaying his eclectic knowledge, explained, "The temperature of red wine affects its flavor. The warmth of your palm will raise the wine's temperature." Fankun spiyux visili. Guewuyuza, now embodying Mr. Yu Yan's form, not only maintained an impeccable appearance, but even mimicked his aura and knowledge with remarkable precision. He swirled the wine in his glass, and unexpectedly, it tipped over, a drop of crimson liquid suddenly leaping out and splashing back onto the wine surface. His movements so flamboyant that it drew gasps from several women. The wine was exquisite, though the glass was lacking. A faint smile graced Guewuyuza's lips. Regardless of whether one was human or demon, some noble traits ingrained within him would never change, no matter how many years passed. He raised his head, the smile freezing on his face. A flicker of unease crossed his blood-red pupils. When had that blond boy disappeared? Although he acknowledged his own distraction, he was confident that no one could deceive his perception within a 3-meter radius. Indeed, this was the reality. Ever since he was cornered by Jigui Yuan Yi during the Warring States period, he vowed to lead each day with utmost caution, ensuring that no enemy could exploit any opportunity. For 4 centuries, he had navigated life with this vigilance. Yet just moments ago, a youth had quietly slipped away right beneath his nose, prompting a sense of astonishment and, subsequently, a surge of murderous intent. As he turned to survey his surroundings, he spotted a boy with yellow hair crouching before his daughter, the expression on his face reminiscent of Kibutsuji Musen, which struck him as rather peculiar. The individual known as Wakia Zenitsu seemed to harbor a peculiar fondness for the little girl, exhibiting behavior that was more than a little unsettling, even more so than the loathsome Doma would dare to engage in. Suppressing his murderous thoughts, he approached silently. "How old are you, dear?" "Almost 10. But Mama says I shouldn't talk to strangers." "Your mother is wise, but I'm not a stranger, right? We met at the door, remember? I don't look like a bad person, do I? But you seem a bit. What's wrong? A bit gross." The girl's voice was soft, gentle, and melodious. Yet at that moment it pierced through Wakia Zenitsu's sullied heart like a dagger, revealing the harsh truth of innocent words that can wound deeply. He rolled his eyes, fixating on the child before him. With her sheep-horn braids, long eyelashes curling upwards as if meticulously crafted, and a cherubic face that evoked affection, she was undeniably adorable. Yet, his attempt at conversation had faltered. With a heavy heart, Wakia Zenitsu stood up, suddenly sensing something amiss. He leaned down and inhaled the scent from the little girl's hair, his expression turning grave. However, before he could voice his inquiry, he sensed someone behind him. "Mr. Tsukihiko, your daughter is simply delightful. I know, you've already mentioned it several times, but I'm curious about what you were just sniffing." "Vakia-kun, your expression appears rather serious." Kibutsuji Musen held his daughter close. "Is something the matter?" Zenitsu hesitated as he regarded the father and daughter, unsure whether to speak up. He recalled that as a demon slayer, he bore a certain professional responsibility, since he had caught a whiff of demonic presence from the little girl. It indicated she had recently been in contact with a demon, though he could not ascertain which kind. Trained demon slayers possess the ability to discern between humans and demons through their aura, but there are exceptions. Demons, particularly the powerful ones, can often conceal their essence, just as he had initially failed to recognize the Lower Moon 1 and Upper Moon 6. Wakia Zenitsu did not rely on aura detection, but rather his extraordinary sense of hearing to discern demons. Although, in the presence of Kibutsuji Musen, even hearing would prove futile. "Forgive my candor, but I sense an unpleasant odor from your daughter. Perhaps she has encountered something unclean recently." "Odor? Yes. It likely stems from the residual essence left after a murder." Kibutsuji Musen smirked. "Unclean things refer to perhaps a spirit or some sort of filth that survives on human flesh and blood. Haha. I apologize for as a Western student. I shouldn't indulge in superstitions. It's no trouble. What more could the demon say?" He could only force a laugh. Wakia-kun studied economics in London. "Why did you choose to work at a dojo upon returning? Have you considered entering the business world?" "To be honest, my company recently lost an executive." "Would you be interested? Really? Can someone as young as I am handle such a position?" "There are young people in your company as well, but they don't have the best reputation." After pondering for a moment, Zenitsu shook his head. "I'm not particularly skilled in the treachery of business. I prefer to manage the docks under my teacher's guidance. However, if you ever have any inconvenient goods in the future, feel free to let me know. I might be able to assist." "Very well. I want to push you. I merely hope we want to find ourselves as adversaries in the future." Kibutsuji Musen departed with his daughter. He found the man quite intriguing. It was indeed a pity he chose not to engage in a life of demonhood, especially with the recent passing of the brother-sister duo, Kyogai and Doma, leaving a vacancy in Upper 6. Adversaries? Wakia Zenitsu remained oblivious to the fact that he had drawn the attention of the greatest antagonist. He simply felt a sense of bewilderment as he watched the father and daughter vanish into the crowd, turning to lean against the corridor window to gaze at the falling snow outside. As he reflected on their earlier conversation, a thought suddenly emerged in his mind, reminiscent of something spoken by Jotaro from JoJo. "I shall directly convey my recent experiences. I initially believed I had ascended a step, but inadvertently found myself descending. You may not comprehend my words, but even I am bewildered by the machinations at play. DOS stand is a staircase. Surely, Mr. Tsukihiko cannot be of the same ilk as Dio. Amused by his own thoughts, Zenitsu's gaze fell upon the snowy street outside. Suddenly, a shadow zipped past him. It was an old acquaintance he had not seen in a year. Yomoto, halt! The 75th chapter. I am the Peach Mountain Kaigetsu. Zoroya would not stop. Among the 12 Kazuki, she was the most astute demon, regardless of whether she faced upper or lower moons. There was always a risk of death in battles against the Hashira. In other words, as long as she avoided confrontation with the Hashira, she would remain unharmed. This principle is akin to not needing to do homework if one does not attend school, or avoiding being cheated on by remaining single. This was the wisdom Zoroyu had gleaned from decades of existence as Lower Moon 4. Isn't it wonderful to be alive? After all, demons do not perish or grow old. Clinging to life is quite satisfactory. Why must one engage in life-and-death struggles against the Demon Slayer Corps? Zoroyu mused, cautiously adding a thought to her mind. Even the boss survives. The boss leads by example, and, as subordinates, it is essential to grasp that spirit, is it not? Having returned from the Eastern Mountains, Zoroyu arrived in Tokyo to report her mission. To be honest, she rather enjoyed the bustling metropolis, as it offered a plethora of dining options and intriguing novelties in its ever-evolving landscape. Logically speaking, like Daki, she too was a female demon, correct? Whether human or demon. Women share an interest in trinkets and confections. Unfortunately, unlike Daki, she could not masquerade as a human, buying and consuming whatever she desired. Her appearance would incite a violent response from any who laid eyes upon her. Truth be told, Zoroyu was petite, with delicate features, large eyes, and a small mouth. Yet her pallor was ghostly, icy white, and sickly pale, reminiscent of an albino. Furthermore, with 2 horns upon her forehead, she dared not expose herself in public during the Taisho era, especially as the cosplay culture had not yet blossomed, and she rarely feasted on the living unless absolutely compelled. On a snowy night in Tokyo, Zoroyu walked with her head bowed through the snow-laden streets. The sounds of merriment from the nearby hotel filling her ears, and the enticing aromas of delectable food and fine drinks saturating her senses. She cast a wistful glance at the brightly lit buildings. It was impossible not to envy. She was poor and could not afford to indulge in delightful treats. She once envied the upper-ranked Daki, who mingled in the flower streets, believing that the highest achievement for a woman, or rather a female ghost, was to be like Daki, pampered by humans, lavished with delicacies, and adored by many men, akin to a princess. Ling Yuji had once been consumed by this envy. However, she no longer felt that way, for Daki was dead. Shan Yaodan, stop right there. A youthful voice filled with surprise erupted from a brightly lit building, echoing as if it were a joyous reunion with a long-lost friend. Ling Yuji mused within herself, this is friendship. Since becoming a ghost, she had been unable to experience familial love or camaraderie. The thought of this led her to recall the lower-ranked Wu. A mocking and sardonic expression appeared on her pale face. Wu must still be playing his childish games on some mountaintop, that wretched younger brother. If it weren't for Lord Musen's favoritism, that useless sibling, who does nothing, would have been dismissed long ago. She buried her head and continued on her way. Shan Yaodan, did you hear what I said? The youthful voice grew increasingly displeased. Ling Yuji was still contemplating which unfortunate child bore the name Shan Yaodan when a chilling, formidable presence locked onto her. A piercing sensation that made her halt and look around, whereupon she spotted a shadow dangling beneath a window. It was the feet of my wife, Zenitsu, hanging from the windowsill. His eyes, bright and sharp in the darkness, gazed at her, filled with nostalgia. Ling Yuji frowned, pondering for 2 minutes before suddenly clapping her hands. So you were calling me. Shan Yaodan, are you pretending? It's only been a year, and you've already forgotten? Me? Have you forgotten me? That night we fought so fiercely, it was almost indistinguishable. Ling Yuji roared, I'm not called Shan Yaodan, you scoundrel. She scratched her head and walked towards the wall, looking up. Who were you that night? Do we know each other? Are you also a ghost? But I have no memory of you. Come down and let me see. Why don't you come up? Ling Yuji sneered as she flipped over, hanging her feet over the windowsill, facing Zenitsu, the two of them staring at each other, a ghost and a human swaying slightly in the winter wind. Like 2 pieces of dried meat. She scrutinized Zenitsu. First, there was his attire. Today he donned a fitting and dignified black suit, utterly unlike the combat uniform he wore last year during his part-time job as a swordsman, making him feel unfamiliar to her. The blonde hair was not often seen, and that lemon-like face? There seemed to be a faint impression, but she couldn't quite recall. Ling Yuji furrowed her brow in distress as she tried to remember. Zenitsu found the ghost amusing. After a year, Shan Yao Dan still appeared so foolishly adorable. Suddenly, he winked at her and made a silly face. Ling Yuji, unwilling to be outdone, also winked and made a face back. Ah, the 12 Kazuki are quite entertaining. Hey, you're not a ghost, are you? Of course not. I'm human. Are you hungry? A low growl emanated from her throat. Let me share a secret. Corpses that have been dead for 7 days are the easiest to digest. And I don't particularly enjoy eating living humans, so you needn't worry about me consuming you. Zenitsu sighed lightly. You needn't worry about me killing you either. Without my Nikron blade, I cannot slay a ghost. Huh? You think you can kill me? She still didn't recognize him. Perhaps a year had changed him significantly. Or perhaps that boy who had burst her eyeballs and stirred them within their sockets was merely a fleeting ripple in her long existence, scarcely remembered by her. Since she didn't recognize him, she might as well listen to more of his ghostly nonsense. You don't like living humans? Why? Are you a necrophile, or do you have a cat's tongue that can't handle warm blood? It's a bit of both. Then don't you only eat after killing, waiting a few days until it cools down? How troublesome. Not at all. Aren't there specialized facilities for storing corpses in every city hospital now? You truly are a clever little ghost. Zenitsu inquired again. What do you do when you are starving? Sometimes you just have to eat the living. What can you do? But if I encounter something unappetizing, even if I'm on the verge of starving, I'll want to eat it. After all, ghosts cannot die of hunger. You're picky? Women want to eat. Not tasty, too gamey. Well said. Zenitsu thought to himself. Aren't you also a female? What are you being picky about? Elders want to eat. The texture is poor, like dried meat stuck in the teeth. Stuck in the teeth? I'll take my leave of your dried meat. I am quite a discerning ghost. You know, Shan Yao Dan then proudly exclaimed, by the way, I haven't asked your name yet. What do they call you? Zenitsu paused for a moment, then replied earnestly, I do not change my name nor my surname. I am called Koyuki. Koyuki, I remember now. Lord Doma instructed us lower ranks to kill anyone named Koyuki on sight. I didn't expect to encounter you. Ling Yuji cracked her knuckles, revealing her sharp teeth. I've changed my mind. You will surely die tonight. Do you have anything to say? Given your pleasant demeanor, I shall be gentle. Lord Doma is indeed a significant figure, ranked second among the upper moons. Zenitsu, puzzled, replied, I haven't offended him. In my mind, I cursed the innocent senior brother far away in the mountains, wishing ill upon the 3 generations of the Koyuki family, thinking that the fool must have stirred up trouble with the upper moons. Who knows? All right, let us just get this over with. Ling Yuji extended her hand towards his heart. In the next moment, she was slapped by Zenitsu, her head flying far away with a resounding crack, only to return after a long while, grumbling as it reattached itself. You scoundrel! How dare you ambush me? Have the courage to fight me again. It was so cold. There was no sign of Zenitsu anymore, but Kabutsuji Muzan loomed above, looking down upon her with an expression akin to a boss contemplating whether to lay off a foolish employee. Lord Muzan, your subordinate has returned. In the next instant, her head vanished from her neck once more, as Muzan held it aloft, his tone icy and tangible. If I did not permit you to speak, you must remain silent. Yes. Now, then, have you found that family's descendants? You've had a full decade to accomplish this. Do not tell me you failed at such a trivial task. Ling Yuji reattached her head and knelt before Muzan, her head bowed. We have found them. The Kamadu family now consists only of a widow and 6 children, yet they cannot be spared. Muzan gazed skyward, his voice barely a whisper. Kaneo, Theory, you are dead. You cannot be resurrected, nor can anyone inherit your legacy. Chapter 76. Oh, this sweet butterfly Zenitsu adored winter, for it meant he need not venture outside, could indulge in steaming hot pot, and could hide within the cozy warmth of the futon, becoming a mere sloth. It wouldn't be accurate to say he was entirely idle. Even curled up in the futon, he had not fully relaxed his senses. Even while ensconced in warmth, he was engrossed in reading those colorful books alongside Yu Shirlang, 2 men huddled together, eagerly perusing risque literature. Such an occurrence was something that wife Zenitsu believed could never happen to him. To his astonishment, it did transpire, and even more amusingly. This teenager took it quite seriously, instructing Yu Shirlang on various positions, indulging in the thrill of playing the role of a physiology teacher. Zenitsu often found himself marveling at his own fortune. Since descending the mountain, he had not lacked for wealth. Even after arriving in Tokyo and being somewhat financially strained by Kanroji, he was still taken under the wing of the dojo's master, ensuring that sustenance was never a concern. This enabled him to boldly declare his fondness for winter. Those who cherish winter are certainly not impoverished. Winter is the most perilous season for the destitute, who wish for its arrival to be delayed, preferably indefinitely. It was evident that the Yuya Medical Clinic was not lacking in resources. As Zenitsu read by the hearth, he suddenly grasped the concept of monetary power once more, murmuring to himself that had he known better, he would not have let that Zero Yuko slip away so easily. If he had bound her and presented her in pieces as a gift to the maternity house, he would have earned a substantial bounty. Though weak, she was still one of the 12 Kazuki. At that moment, the medical practitioner, Zhu Shi, looked up and smiled, inquiring why Zenitsu had let her go. He replied, "Because my Nichiren blade was not by my side." "Is that so?" Zenitsu stammered, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "All right, I'll confess. Seeing her foolish demeanor reminded me of Mitsuri, and besides, she had killed anyone in my presence." Zhu Shi continued to smile. "Really? Is it because she is petite?" "Indeed, Miss Zhu Shi, you are quite infuriating in that regard." Yu Shilong's face darkened. "How dare you say Miss Zhu Shi is infuriating?" Zenitsu paid no heed to the sycophant and reflected on his feelings at that time. It was true that the primary reason he did not wish to kill her was that he found her rather endearing. He could hardly concern himself with her past or future transgressions. Mr. Tenjin had mentioned that he harbored pity for demons, and it seemed there was truth to that assertion. Zhu Shi lowered her head with a sigh, "Yet you do not appear to regret it. Rather, you seem quite content. Releasing is far easier than killing, and much more pleasurable," Zenitsu remarked, gazing at his hands. "But this is not true joy, as my happiness is contingent upon my strength. I'm stronger than her. Thus I can dictate whether the story concludes in comedy or tragedy. However, should I become weaker, my fate will surely be tragic." As the faint pride from slaying the upper moon 6 gradually dissipated, so too did his compassion for demons. Zenitsu nodded. "If I encounter Zero Yuko again, I shall either kill her or hand her over to you, Miss Zhu Shi. Oh, had you not reminded me, I would not have solidified my intent to kill her. But slaying a lowly contradicts my principles. When a path conflicts with one's beliefs, troubles arise. In other words, had you not alerted me, I would not face such dilemmas." Zhu Shi was taken aback, and Yu Shilang was left speechless. He desperately wished to seize the collar of the blonde fool and roar, "Why is a lowly part of your beliefs, you disgusting pedophile?" Zenitsu spread his hands. "I neither wish to kill her nor allow her to continue harming others. What can I do?" Even Zhu Shi, with her typically good-natured temperament, was incensed, her smile not reaching her eyes. "I have a splendid idea. Why not keep her by your side and raise her for life?" "I cannot afford that. I can barely support Kanroji, let alone a female demon. In my lifetime, I may take in a harem of many things, but I will never take in a female demon." "Agreed. There is no flag more brilliantly established than this." Say it again to the cover. Since the adoption of the Gregorian calendar after the Meiji Restoration, Japan's New Year's Day aligns with the Western New Year, not the Chinese Spring Festival. On this day, Zenitsu visited the Xuanwu dojo to pay his respects to his master, purchasing numerous items to send back to Momoyama, and included a stern reprimand to his senior, Kaigaku, in a letter wishing Kanroji a happy new year. One can only imagine the expression on Kaigaku's face upon receiving such a letter. After completing these tasks, he ventured out with his Nichiren blade for a hunt. Incidents of demons preying on humans were most frequent during the snowy winter. Perhaps the cold weather made demons hungrier. He practiced parkour through the streets, ready to spring into action at any sign of trouble, slaying several lesser demons throughout the new year. However, these demons were merely weak creatures, lacking the prowess of the 12 Kazuki. Zenitsu hoped that Zero Yuko would stumble into his blade, allowing him to emulate the teachings of Master Jing through his sister-killing path. Unfortunately, it seemed Zero Yuko was preoccupied, for she did not appear within his sight. Yet, a familiar figure emerged before him, capturing his undivided attention. The individual who held his gaze was, of course, a girl, a beautiful girl, to be precise. This young lady, not only charming but also petite, was dressed in a thick white winter coat, carrying a large jar that he discerned contained pickled vegetables. Perhaps, judging by the mushroom soup she had made during summer, she had a keen understanding of toxins, being someone who relished transforming poisonous substances into culinary delights. The contents of the jar might not be mere pickles, but rather toxic insects or flowers. Butterfly Shinobu noticed his stare but did not return it, appearing completely oblivious to his presence, as if she had never encountered him before. As she passed around a corner, she could not help but smirk. a mischievous grin that Zenitsu happened to catch. Damn, that sweetness. He had likely overeaten lamb lately. Or perhaps it was the onset of puberty that made him feel compelled to approach an aesthetically pleasing girl. Just as he prepared to step forward, an unusual sound reached his ears, a child's cry for help. I must tell you, today I'm incredibly fortunate. I have encountered a beautiful maiden. That sweet woman lives nearby. Next time I shall certainly inquire about her family residence. Yusher Lang sighed. Kanroji has left, and you are so desperate? No, pervert. Zenitsu brushed off the sycophant's remarks and pointed behind him. This is the second piece of good news. Zenitsu was known for bringing back peculiar items every time he returned. Sometimes it was a basket of fruit, other times a woman's clothing, or even a golden horn instrument, and occasionally, the most expensive liquor from the Yoshiwara Pleasure District, a place he frequented. However, without the gullible Yuzu Tenjin around, Zenitsu lacked the funds for indulgence and could only carry small items. The saying a thief does not return empty-handed likely applied here, although stealing women's clothing was somewhat perverse. Not only inanimate objects, but he occasionally brought back a cat to care for a few days before releasing it, saying that if he could not indulge in humans, a cat would suffice. Yusher Lang had grown accustomed to this behavior. However, this time he was astonished. This time, the blonde fool had brought someone home. Of course, that was not what shocked him. Why did you bring a little boy home? Shouldn't your preferences lean toward a little girl? Is that what astonishes you? Chapter 77. Alas, the lunar child is truly repulsive. This little boy was rescued from the jaws of a demon by my wife, Shawnee. He is merely a boy, not a girl, and lacks any charm that would warrant elaborate descriptions of his appearance. For the sake of convenience, let us simply refer to him as the little boy. He stood timidly in the corner of the room, gazing at the three adults with a bewildered expression, clearly perplexed by the events unfolding around him, yet acutely aware that he should return home. Do not return. My wife, Shawn E. exclaimed. Even my father has never yelled at me. Do you believe I would shout at your father as well? With another shout, my wife reduced him to tears. Miss Yusher was now comforting the sobbing boy, while Yusher Lang sighed, feeling that ever since the golden-haired one had taken residence in the clinic, his size had multiplied significantly. The first time you brought a cat home, I said nothing, for that cat did not make a mess. The second time you returned with another cat, I remained silent as well, since that cat soon eloped with a wild feline. Yusher Lang counted on his fingers, though such trivial data hardly required such calculations. He merely sought to vex, dramatically sighing. This year, you have brought back approximately 8 cats, have you not? And now, instead of cats, you are collecting people. Shawn, he turned his head away. I did not bring back a demon. If this continues, it is certain you will bring back a demon. Enough. I merely have some inquiries for Miss Yusher, and what is wrong with having a cat? Don't you think a clinic of this size ought to have at least one cat? Did you not see the large one I have raised? Yu Shilong, exasperated, pointed at the cat crouching in the corner, playing with a ball of yarn. That is not a cat. What on earth is it? Yusher shot him a glare. Silence. Yusher Lang immediately lowered his head. Submissive. Yes, Miss Yusher. I wonder if this child possesses some unique quality? Is he perhaps suited to be a... Enough. He was swiftly knocked down by Shawn E.'s impassive hand. Miss Yusher. The demon that attacked him referred to him as having rare blood. What exactly does that mean? Yusher shook her head. The term rare blood has existed since ancient times. It is not that the concept of blood type preceded it. It merely indicates that such blood is exceedingly uncommon. If a demon consumes the blood of one who possesses it, it would be equivalent to feasting upon dozens or even hundreds of individuals. For demons, rare blood is an irresistible temptation, even for me. Shawn, he gazed at her in astonishment. You possess great willpower. Even you cannot resist such a temptation? Yusher smiled wryly. Like fine food and exquisite wine to humans, rare blood holds the same allure for demons. If one's self-control falters even slightly, it becomes impossible to resist. I have heard that within rare blood, there exists a type that is even rarer. And what might that be? In summary, it is an extraordinarily scarce blood type. It is said that upon scenting it, demons become intoxicated, akin to drunkenness. Even the upper moons cannot resist. And I suspect I would find it difficult as well. Shawn, he scratched his head. This sounds akin to Tang Sung's flesh. This boy possesses rare blood. Yet I see nothing particularly special about him. Yusher Lang, fetch a syringe. Yusher Lang tossed him a syringe. What do you intend to do? Draw blood. Miss Yusher requires a kilogram for her research on demons transforming into humans, and I shall take a kilogram as bait. You have no objections, do you, little one? 1 kilogram? Is that reasonable? 2 vials of blood. No further negotiations. Amidst the boy's cries, Shawnee extracted 2 vials of blood. He handed one to Zhu Shi, emphasizing, "This is for research material. Do not let your greed get the better of you. Otherwise, I shall have to knock on his door again." After returning the little boy, Shawnee hesitated in his room before ultimately deciding to prepare himself a bowl of sweet water in the kitchen. He then mixed a vial of rare blood into the sweet water and gulped it down. Ugh, is this truly effective? While drawing blood, he sensed the fluctuations from the wasteful system, indicating that rare blood, akin to breathing techniques and sword skills, could replenish energy. This time, it had directly replenished 36%. Current world, Kimetsu no Yaiba, harem, soul status, unknown body status, strong strength assessment. B. Current world standard unit, energy replenishment, 36 time until next possible transmigration, just a simple inquiry. Shawnee scrutinized these seemingly unreliable statistics, especially the inexplicable label attached to Kimetsu no Yaiba, murmuring to himself, "This is reassuring. It's not a base series. But does this harem label imply that I am the protagonist of this story?" The system provided a response. The label experienced a subtle shift. Current world, Kimetsu no Yaiba, golden hair. Of course, none of this was the crux of the matter. What truly captured his attention was the new addition at the bottom resembling a game lottery pool, with a label reading single draw. Glancing further, he indeed spotted 4 prominent characters. Newbie supply. Damn it, even in another world, they are still peddling their wares. Regardless, it is certainly a delayed benefit. Shawnee, apathetic to this useless golden finger, trembled as he selected confirm for the long-awaited single draw. Received active skill. Transparent world? The so-called transparent world allows one to concentrate, shutting off superfluous senses, causing the bodies of others to appear almost transparent. Meanwhile, one's speed and reaction capabilities see a marked enhancement. With a more comprehensive mastery over one's muscles, Shawnee acquired a new ability. He spent several days attempting to master this newfound power, entering a state of enlightenment. Lying on the ground, he remained motionless, neither asleep nor awake, akin to a living corpse with eyes wide open. As days passed, the scent of those in his room faded, and mice scurried nearby, initially hesitant to approach him, gradually treating him as a corpse, almost attempting to nest upon his head. Shawnee remained unmoved. The book of 5 rings, had long since fallen to the floor, dampened by the mice's urine. The concept of transparent world is akin to the state of no self in contemporary Japanese swordsmanship. Miyamoto Musashi emphasized the need for emptiness in military strategy, which corresponds to the idea of no self. This aligns with Zen practices, as Musashi believed that Buddhist philosophies resonated closely with his concept of no self. Thus, he advised practitioners of military arts to engage in Zen, a reason many Japanese swordsmen favor Zen practice. While Shawnee had not practiced Zen, he was familiar with some of its principles. On one particular night, a faint quivering groan finally echoed through the room. There are those who understand, and there are those who follow the path. The heart is void. The ultimate state of swordsmanship is not one of technique. In this hall, none shall enter, save for those who have attained profound enlightenment in the way of the sword. Shawnee closed his parched eyes, then opened them anew, his face adorned with a smile of profound enlightenment. Musashi Saber, the flower of heaven's origin, Sakura, Iane. Chapter 78. Ninja, you must find happiness. Miss Zhu Shi, flee. I will hold them off. Quickly depart from here. In the dead of night, the Zhu Shi clinic was besieged by unwelcome guests. Yu Lang had merely tossed a handball, yet the destruction wrought upon the dwelling was extraordinary. This was no ordinary demon. Was it a minion of Kibutz Suji Musen? Be cautious. Zhu Shi was being pulled repeatedly by Yu Lang inside the room, evading the handballs that incessantly ricocheted from outside. What was once a mere child's toy had transformed into a lethal weapon, capable of inflicting grievous wounds, even on Yu Lang, whose sturdy physique surpassed that of ordinary men. The handballs thudded against the wooden structure with the ferocity of high-caliber bullets, reducing it to splinters as if possessed by a malevolent consciousness. Indeed, as Upayu had predicted, a building had materialized in this seemingly empty space, utilizing the blood demon technique that adeptly conceals objects. On another note, Zhu Shawan, you lack finesse in your actions. My garments have been soiled by dust. In the dim light of night, 2 ethereal demons stood within the courtyard of the medical hall. Zhu Shawan, colloquially known as the handball demon, was a short-haired female spirit. You neurotic pests are truly bothersome. A man with such obsessive cleanliness is quite tiresome. I am not a man. Ritorti Japayu, grasping the blood-red beads around his wrist. Monks cannot be considered men. The essence of blood resides within, he proclaimed loudly. The two demons within the confines of the room listened intently. Hand over the blood at once. Do not presume that your demonic nature renders you invulnerable to death. We are members of the 12 Kizuki. It must be said that Kibutsuji Muzin's ideological indoctrination had been remarkably effective, as both Yapayu and Jusha once still regarded themselves as part of the 12 Kizuki, despite being mere temporary workers, exploited for their residual value without any proper compensation or formal status. Yusher Lang, they are indeed of the 12 Kizuki. Yet, there was an absence of that oppressive terror. They did not seem to embody the formidable nature of upper moons. Rather, they appeared to be of the lower moons. According to the yellow-haired one, the lower moons were as feeble as chickens. However, Jusher pondered why they seemed so formidable. For my husband, Zenitsu, their weakness was akin to that of a chicken, and she too felt similarly insignificant before the lower moons. Nevertheless, she remained unperturbed. For her blood demon technique had yet to be employed, and she still held a trump card. Boom! The thick wooden door crumbled before the handball, as if it were mere tissue paper. The terrifying lethality of the handball stemmed from its rapid rotation, not merely its speed. Should Zhu Xiaowan document her handball skills as a secret manual for future generations, it might well pave a new path in the realm of lethal sports. Techniques such as Hanzuka Mirage, Zero-Style Slice, Dual Hand Wave Ball, and the Ruined Waltz could emerge. There is little difference between this handball and a deadly tennis ball. Aside from its lackluster effects, its practical efficacy was quite pronounced, and it could even alter its trajectory on its own. Disaster struck. Yusher Lang inadvertently took a hit to the back of his head, resulting in the complete obliteration of his skull. Jusher stood before the pitiful headless corpse, urgently chanting as if casting a spell. Grow back. Grow back. Grow back. In response, a slick, grotesque entity emerged from Yusher Lang's neck. And as soon as it sprouted a mouth, it eagerly exclaimed, Jusher Darren, I warned you. I told you not to associate with that yellow-haired one. My concealment technique is not yet perfect. You are aware of this, right? Oh, is that so? I thought you could manage. I can only say it is adequate. The concealment of buildings and individuals can only be described as hidden. It does not eliminate the presence. The more people involved, the easier it becomes for the demons under Kibutsuji to locate us. Wait, have we forgotten something? Yusher Lang's head restored itself, the green locks regrowing. Yet his expression turned peculiar. Have we overlooked someone these past few days? I did mention the yellow-haired one, correct? Jusher was taken aback, her expression mirroring his. There is indeed something amiss. It seems I have forgotten Zenitsu. It is as if he has never been here, as if he has suddenly vanished. The recognition between individuals is a form of connection, and the mutual memory shared among people is also a link. My husband Zenitsu's study of the so-called transparent world is akin to entering the supreme realm of swordsmanship, the state of emptiness. In this process, he subconsciously shields his information from external interactions, inadvertently affecting both Jusher and Yusher Lang nearby. The concept of emptiness originates from Buddhism, naturally carrying the characteristics of its transcendental tranquility. Yet, upon recalling Zenitsu, the phenomenon resembling his disappearance dissipated, prompting the two demons to hastily rush towards the room where my husband Zenitsu resided. Yapayu and Jusha followed closely behind. Hey, that green-haired one just called Jusher, right? I have heard that name from the esteemed one. She is a fugitive, a traitor. It seems this time we can not only acquire the blood, but also capture a traitor, surely earning the favor of that esteemed one. I have told you countless times. Do not let dust touch me. Yapayu smiled, resembling a monk enlightened in his wisdom. They cannot escape. We have plenty of time to play, do we not? Oh, they have hidden in this room? What of it? My husband Zenitsu was still yawning when suddenly the door shattered. A monk-like demon sauntered in, visibly displeased due to his obsessive cleanliness, patting his garments before directing his gaze towards the yellow-haired boy lying within. My husband Zenitsu felt an uncanny familiarity with this demon, having encountered him in a rather awkward circumstance. Just as he prepared to speak, 3 resounding crashes echoed as the front, left, and right walls were breached by a handball, and with further thuds, the walls were nearly obliterated. 2 demons, 1 male and 1 female, glared at Zenitsu. Yapayu and Jusha exchanged hesitant glances. Their demonic sense of smell was exceptionally acute, capable of detecting scents and distinguishing them from afar. Yet, the youth before them appeared ghost-like, visible yet devoid of any scent. which instinctively aroused their wariness. Zhu Shaowan loudly inquired, "Who are you?" Yu Lang hid behind, inciting animosity in the front row. "He is the blood you seek. Hurry and consume him. Lower Moon, come over and devour him. That would be your merit." Zenitsu shot him a glance, muttering, "You fool, you have betrayed me. Did you not say the Lower Moons were weak, that you could dispatch them with 2 moves? Have you summoned trouble upon yourself?" Men's words are often untrustworthy. A man who professes to harm his girlfriend is still contemplating life 2 minutes later while smoking. Enough of this banter. Swiftly deal with them. TSK, are you so frightened by these 2 weaklings? How can you protect your Zhu Shidaran? In that brief moment, the handball demon's relentless assault thoroughly ravaged the room. The furniture lay in splinters, leaving nothing even of the bed. Yapayu frowned slightly. The furniture here is rather flimsy. Zhu Shaowan sneered. It seems this house is not particularly sturdy either. Perhaps we should demolish it? A splendid idea. Wait. Zenitsu lazily stretched. I have no objections to your demolition. Such an old house should have been torn down ages ago, contributing to the advancement of urban development. But what of the compensation? You must provide me with some funds, right? Yu Lang was exceedingly displeased. This is Zhu Shidaran's residence. Even if there were compensation, what business is it of yours, yellow-haired one? If you do not deal with them soon, do you still wish to eat breakfast? Those who threaten others with meals are truly vile. Yu Lang is thus. And so is Zhu Tomioka. Even my mother is like this. Zenitsu's outstretched hand grasped at air. From the perspective of others, his right hand appeared empty. The Nicaran blade was at least 2 meters away from him. Yet, he felt as though he were gripping it. Though the image of the sword had faded from his memory, he could no longer recall whether it was rectangular or cylindrical. And he had even forgotten how to swing it. It was as if he clutched the very concept of a sword. In his perception, the 2 demons, Shiyu and Zhu Shimaru, resembled cattle beneath a butcher's knife, with every detail of their exterior vividly clear. He could even sense their internal organs, bones, and muscles, penetrating through the veil of the world. A state of utter tranquility and detachment enveloped him. This was a realm achievable only by those with true talent, a level unattainable by mere mortals, who would forever remain confined behind that barrier, unable to transcend it. Were it not for the system's fortuitous intervention, Kawaii Zenitsu would likely require a decade or even 2 to merely touch upon that threshold. In this world of Kimetsu no Yaiba, it served as the second most powerful external aid. Zhu Shiyu and Yu Lang only witnessed Kawaii Zenitsu move his hand, which seemed to grasp nothing but air. Instantly, Shiyu and Zhu Shimaru ceased to breathe, standing motionless, their pupils dilating. Moments later, their bodies collapsed to the ground like a pile of minced meat, spreading outwards. Fresh ground meat suitable for dumplings. Upon witnessing this horrific scene, Zhu Shiyu turned pale. Yu Lang began to retch. Kawaii Zenitsu's face bore little of the joy of success. Rather, he wore a look of suspicion. Something felt amiss. The mass of flesh from these 2 demons seemed rather unusual. Just as Yu Lang, who had ceased retching, heard the term mass of flesh, he could no longer contain himself and crouched in a corner to vomit. Kawaii Zenitsu detected the scent of blood and flesh. Relaxing his brow, he thought to himself, my strike shouldn't have produced such an exaggerated effect. It turns out their bodies had long been decomposing. The scent of wisteria indicates what? It suggests someone has been poisoning them. Who could it be? His senses heightened significantly. Kawaii Zenitsu immediately perceived someone nearby watching him. He drew his Nicaran blade and exited the courtyard, trailing a distant shadow. He approached the figure with a series of rapid movements. Yet the shadow's escape route was erratic, darting left and right, up and down, akin to a butterfly flitting among blossoms, displaying an agility that defied belief. No matter how fast he accelerated, he could not catch up. The primary reason for his inability to pursue was not related to breathing techniques, but rather his gnawing hunger after several days without sustenance, leaving him on the brink of starvation. Under the cover of night, amidst the cityscape and the rooftops of buildings, he engaged in this cat-and-mouse chase. Suddenly, Kawaii Zenitsu felt as though he had wandered onto the wrong film set. Director Ong Lee, is Yu Jialong ahead? As he momentarily lost focus, the figure vanished from his sight. He stood silently in the deserted street, gazing at the faintly illuminated eastern sky, releasing a sigh. Zenitsu abruptly halted his steps. Beneath the dim streetlight stood a woman adorned with butterfly-like hair ornaments, her long, thick hair styled into twin ponytails. She gently pointed in a direction, her warm smile radiating kindness. Kawaii Zenitsu blinked, and upon reopening his eyes, she had vanished. A ghost? Option 1. Follow the unknown specter's guidance. Option 2. Return to the clinic to assist with cleaning the scene. Option 3. Visit the dojo master's home for some leisure. Option 4. Is the flower street still open? Naturally, option 4 is the choice. With dawn approaching, who would pass up a drink at the flower street? Zenitsu voiced this, but in truth his body obediently chose to continue the pursuit. As he chased, an enticing aroma reminiscent of familiarity wafted from a nearby house. He scaled the wall and landed in the courtyard. There, the butterfly Shinobu, who had been chopping wood, froze, her body stiffening. How'd he find his way here? Unseen forces were at play. Chapter 79, Strive. Break her flag. Their first encounter was serendipitous. The second meeting was coincidental. What a third and fourth? Surely, it could only be destiny. Kawaii Zenitsu had crossed paths with this woman at least thrice, indicating a profound connection. Beyond mere fate, they shared an uncanny rapport. When Shinobu glanced back at him, Zenitsu said nothing. He merely smiled meaningfully, or perhaps it was a teasing smile. The dawn had yet to break, and the cold winds from the north brushed against his face, akin to a maiden's icy touch. In such weather, one must indulge in spirits, and this residence happened to contain wine. Along with the wine, there were dishes, and a beauty. Shinobu sat across from him, her petite frame unexpectedly appearing tall and elegant, exuding strength rather than frailty. Her face still wore an enchanting smile, seemingly unaffected by his presence. How charming, Zenitsu mused inwardly. Indeed, all lovely girls radiate beauty in their smiles, even the likes of Daki, whose smile held its own charm. Yet, the smile of this woman was somewhat rare. He found it difficult to discern whether her smile was sincere or superficial. Why is it that every time I see you, you're either eating or on your way to eat? Could you possibly be a glutton? Yet, judging by your culinary skills, even a glutton would surely be a discerning one. Aware she would not provide an answer, Kawaii Zenitsu resorted to speaking to himself. Realizing her silence did not render him awkward or bored. Rather, it was quite comfortable. In other words, should she ever choose to speak, it was likely her words would not be pleasant. As the wine jar opened, a rich aroma wafted forth. Zenitsu glanced into the jar, spotting something resembling centipedes. His expression shifting dramatically. Poisonous insects and snakes are used to brew this wine. This woman is certainly no ordinary person. 2 cups of wine were poured. She raised one, her demeanor reminiscent of holding a grand bowl, as the liquid cascaded down her swan-like neck. This scene evoked memories of last summer at Hinode Mountain. This woman was truly extraordinary. Zenitsu pondered, having never encountered anyone like her, whether in this life or the last, whether in anime or reality, mysterious and regal, gentle yet solitary, exuding a faint sense of detachment from the world. From the fleeting melancholy in her expression, he could only speculate that her past held some sorrowful tales. Should he inquire? While there was a chance it might trigger a narrative flag, it could just as easily diminish her affection to a negative number. He hesitated to ask. Yet, the essence of man is laced with a thirst for adventure. For instance, knowing it is green tea but still desiring to taste it as if it were a goddess. Or understanding the risk of contagion, yet choosing to forego a raincoat. Or recognizing the 1% chance of success, yet believing oneself to be the exception. Kawaii Zenitsu maintained a silence while contemplating how to phrase his question. Without expression, Shinobu tapped the table, urging him to drink. After taking a couple of sips, he suddenly inquired, I still do not know your name. Would you be so kind as to share it? No worries, as long as you can understand my words. That is sufficient. Do you harbor any concerns? Shinobu indeed had her own burdens. Before her passing, the elder sister urged her to let go of her hatred and to leave the Oni Slayer Corps to lead a life of an ordinary person. However, she chose to remain, driven by the desire for vengeance. On the surface, she wore a smile and often spoke of coexisting harmoniously with kind-hearted demons. For her sister had believed in the existence of benevolent Oni. Butterfly Shinobu upheld this conviction, yet deep within, she harbored a profound disdain for demons, filled with loathing and rage. Her heart was a cauldron of suppressed hatred, fury, and sorrow. All the happiness she had ever known was shattered by demons. Such sorrow, hatred, and anger easily found their release through alcohol, and a congenial drinking companion further catalyzed her emotions, leading her to drink with a certain haste. Zenitsu, my husband, had learned to be prudent this time. He sipped his drink slowly, allowing himself to admire the gradual reddening of the girl's delicate face and a mist forming in her large, expressive eyes. Not only did he drink slowly, but he also discreetly sprinkled a pinch of inconspicuous sleeping powder into the air. This skill of administering poison was a gift from Tsujikuni Yorichi, who had imparted such knowledge as a token of gratitude. It must be said that the ninja's mastery of poison is indeed remarkable, often lethal without a trace. Of course, Zenitsu had no intention of taking her life. Watching the butterfly-like girl collapse onto the table, he finished his drink with satisfaction, relished his meal, and finally took a bath with a sense of contentment. Only then did he carry her to bed, wearing an oddly peculiar smile. "Hey, dear Zenitsu, have you missed me? It is so cold here that I find myself wanting to curl up in the kotatsu all day. Yet, seeing others train so diligently makes me reluctant to indulge in laziness. I have made many wonderful friends here. Shinobu-chan is the best, but she hasn't returned yet. Kanao is also a good child, though she is rather quiet and always wears a smile, refusing to play with me unless I snatch her butterfly hairpin. Not speaking? A smiling face? A butterfly hairpin? This imagery seems rather familiar." As Zenitsu perused Mitsuri's letter, he pondered whether the woman she spoke of was indeed Kanao. Yet, it was clear that the latter resided in the Ubuyashiki household, while the woman he had been leeching off was living in Tokyo. Surely, they cannot be the same person. He continued reading, his expression darkening abruptly. That little black one is quite the odd character. A person with a bandaged face is just too strange, and he always has a snake wrapped around his neck. I was genuinely startled when I first met him. He is an eccentric fellow and even gifted me a pair of unsightly socks. Still, he is not a bad person, albeit his speech is a tad peculiar. What does he mean by this? What does that little black one intend to do? Is he trying to steal his chance? He is the one who cried when he learned you were with Mitsuri. I truly sobbed in Shinobu's embrace. Even after all this time, I still feel unhappy. My heart aches. Indeed, no girl would be pleased by such news. Zenitsu understood Mitsuri's feelings, but found it perplexing how she could shift from discussing her sour emotions to the latest recipe for Sakuramachi. What connection could there be between the two? After finishing the letter, he concluded that Sakuramachi had no bearing on romance. Mitsuri's writing seemed to flow wherever her thoughts led her, lacking a central theme. Yet, upon reflection, this was precisely the charming trait of a love-struck girl. This trait is simply naivete. Naive Mitsuri is endearing. After penning his reply and sending it off with a sparrow, Zenitsu mused that he should visit the Ubuyashiki household soon to meet with the master and the other Ashira, as well as to reunite with Mitsuri and prepare a few tons of poison dog food for that hindrance of a little black one. Have you seen his hair? Golden locks. Yellow hair. Yellow hair has historically been the envy of others. It is impossible for anyone else to overshadow a golden-haired individual. Look at these examples. Yukino won over Yato, Naruto reclaimed Sasuke, and Artoria was left wearing the green hat. I suspect Lancelot is quite the cunning one. I notice your spirits seem remarkably high lately. Have you come into some money? Rengoku asked, then quickly realized the implications of his question and amended it. Have you found a little girl? Finding a girl is even more delightful than discovering 10 or 8 little ones. I must tell you, Rengoku, just the other day, I used a sedative to incapacitate a charming and adorable girl, Sayuri-chan. Please don't call the authorities just yet. It's not what you think. Zenitsu spread his hands wide. Why do you not trust me? I am certainly not the type to exploit a situation between men and women. After all this time living together, you should at least trust my character. He should not have mentioned character, for it only heightened Sayuri's suspicions. Zenitsu-kun, what kind of character do you possess? You are worse than a demon. Lady Sayuri, surely he is asking us to believe in his integrity? Isn't that even worse? Zenitsu could not help but retort. Even if character and integrity have lost their value, at least trust in my professional ethics. Every one of us in the Demon Slayer Corps is a model of virtue, never taking even a single needle or thread from the populace. Rengoku had become somewhat jaded, wanting to ask which needle or thread he meant, pondering if it referred to meat threads. However, considering Lady Sayuri was present, he could only smirk and expose Zenitsu's prevarication. You should go to the pleasure district and engage in your pursuits there. Zenitsu was rendered speechless, left only with the option of forcing a smile. Do I really need to be concerned about a few needles and threads with those lovely ladies? Besides, it is merely a hobby of mine, akin to borrowing a light to smoke. Suddenly, Zenitsu stood up, donned his clothing, and took up his blade, declaring, I just remembered that the Flame Ashira is arriving in Tokyo today. I must go meet him. Be cautious in the coming days. He proceeded to the Fujinoya to await the impending arrival of the Flame Ashira. Unfortunately, The timing was not on his side. The arrival occurred quite late and was not at the Fujinoya where Yuzui Tenjin was staying. Rengoku Kagero arrived in Tokyo by carriage, and upon entering the city, it was already night. The winter night was particularly frigid, with the horse's nostrils exhaling white mist. As Rengoku disembarked from the carriage, he surveyed the metropolis with surprise, taken aback by how swiftly night had fallen. Was it not true that the night always descended quickly in the city? The darkness of night did not dampen the vibrancy of the city. The lights along the streets were ceaseless, and the thoroughfares bustled with life, a liveliness that could not be found elsewhere. Rengoku Kaijiro beamed widely. What a splendid sight. Edo. After alighting, he instinctively sought a place to dine. Yet his eyes fell upon establishments that were not restaurants. The only venue that appeared to serve food was graced by a heavily made-up woman, posing provocatively. Rather than a place to eat, it seemed more a den of predation. Rengoku hurried past, quickening his pace as the woman regarded him with a smile, compelling him to hasten even further, as if she were not a delicate woman, but rather Kabutsuji Musen himself, disguised in feminine attire, attempting to lure him in. He arrived at the secret hideout agreed upon with Butterfly Shinobu. Tokyo had become one of the domains of Kabutsuji Musen, raising the likelihood of surveillance at the Fujinoya. Thus, the actions of the Hashira upon arrival had become increasingly clandestine. This place was superior to the Fujinoya, offering sake, food, and a kotatsu, along with a remarkably skilled chef, albeit one difficult to approach. After several cups of warm sake, Rengoku Kaijiro finally ventured, "Shinobu, your mood seems rather bleak. Did I inadvertently do something to upset you?" "No. Your expression suggests otherwise. Who has angered you?" Butterfly Ninja, no longer smiling, cast a cold glance in his direction, gritting her teeth. "It was I, Mitsuri Kanroji, the newly appointed Ashira. I have heard that he defeated the Upper Moon Six. What a genius. Before departing, the Lord instructed me to take good care of him. Can you enlighten me about his true character? He is a scoundrel. It seems there is a minor conflict with the insect Hashira." Rengoku Kaijiro relaxed momentarily. In the next instant, he spat out his drink. "What did you say?" "I said he drugged me." The events of that day remained vividly etched in her memory. Although caught off guard by the drug, Butterfly Ninja possessed a high resistance to toxins. Thus, she was not entirely unconscious. Vaguely, she recalled being carried to bed, aware of her racing heartbeat. She felt as though her body, held in his embrace, was aflame. What truly transpired that day? To be precise, nothing significant occurred. Butterfly Ninja felt too embarrassed to speak, recalling only a slight coolness on her face, followed by the sound of applause. Only Mitsuri Kanroji clapped at that moment. Rengoku Kaijiro fell silent for a moment. That must be because he accomplished something of considerable pride. Indeed, Butterfly Ninja attempted to recreate her smile, but found it impossible. Each recollection of that incident darkened her expression as ominously as the skies outside. He indeed did something quite remarkable, not only applauding, but also laughing uproariously for 10 minutes within the confines of the room. What did he do? He replicated what I had done to him last summer. He drew a turtle on my face. The room fell silent for a moment before erupting into the boisterous laughter of men. Anyone would find such a tale amusing. Unable to contain his laughter, Rengoku Kaijiro was expelled outside, left to find another place to stay in a dejected state. Nevertheless, echoes of laughter lingered down the long street late into the night. Thus, when Mitsuri Kanroji encountered Rengoku Kaijiro, he could not fathom what had incited such mirth. "You are Mitsuri Kanroji?" "Yes, that is I." "So it was you who caused Butterfly to laugh so heartily." Kaijiro stood beneath the tall street lamp, laughing uncontrollably. Chapter 80 set sights on Doma's inheritance. Thick eyebrows and large eyes. Rengoku Kaijiro was the epitome of this description. Were his eyes not overly round? He was undeniably a robust man. Yet there was an inexplicable charm to his face paired with his tousled, golden-red hair. Mitsuri Kanroji was taken aback by this thought. His sword-like brows were striking, slanting into his temples, complemented by a pair of bright, expressive eyes. This was not mere cuteness, but rather a captivating handsomeness, radiating warmth like fire. He was a man of fervor, a man of generous spirit. Unlike the likes of Yuzui Tenjin, who had 3 wives, this fiery Hashira appeared more reliable at first glance. At the very least, he would not suggest cross-dressing nor declare himself a god. "I am a fire god." "Ha ha ha. You are more like the street lamp god." "What are you laughing at? Is it not because of the antics you pulled?" "Anyone would find that hilarious." "I can't stop laughing." "Oh no. The grandeur of the flame Hashira's entrance has completely collapsed, reduced to a mere fool. Please, help me stop laughing. Why am I laughing incessantly? Have I been drugged by the insect Hashira? Is that Poison Master back in Tokyo? No, the true culprit is. Mitsuri Kanroji helplessly gazed at the tall street lamp. Indeed, the source of this mischief was the street lamp itself. Atop it, a tall man with golden hair and eyes, his aura akin to a blazing sun, emitted a raucous laughter, his stature regal, as though a king surveying humanity. One day, he will be crowned king on the streets. Is he perhaps straying from his character? Only after Rengoku Kaijiro had laughed to his heart's content did he leap down, grumbling about the bizarre Tokyo street lamps that forced him to laugh for so long, feeling somewhat apologetic for his lack of decorum. Yet no amount of apology could salvage your image. O Flame Hashira. Mitsuri Kanroji and Rengoku Kaijiro strolled casually down the street, disregarding the umbrella, allowing snowflakes to descend upon them. Mitsuri was astonished to see all the snowflakes that landed on Kaijiro vanish instantly. The phenomenon was both swift and strikingly clear. The icy snowflakes seemed to melt away as if they had fallen into flames, dissipating rapidly. Meanwhile, he sensed something peculiar enveloping Kaijiro. It was an aura, a fighting spirit. Mitsuri Kanroji closed her eyes, centering her focus, listening intently. Her heightened senses detected an unyielding battle intent emanating from Kaijiro's hair, his body, and the fiery patterned cloak he wore. Let it be reiterated. He was a man of fervor, especially in battle. In other words, he could very well be a battle maniac. Rengoku Kaijiro appeared to perceive Mitsuri's uncertainty and laughed heartily. Young one, this aura is the essence of manhood, possessed only by those who have undergone rigorous training. Known in martial arts as fighting spirit. What? Upon hearing that resonant term, Mitsuri Kanroji felt a surge of respect. Are you by chance the renowned fighter capable of manifesting fighting spirit as a horse? Where's your horse? To be honest, aside from being a demon slayer, I also dabble in horse hunting. I do not particularly enjoy riding, but you are quite the curious one. The Sound Ashira claimed you were exceptionally strong, even surpassing him. I initially thought he was being modest. No, the god of festivals is utterly unfamiliar with the concept of modesty. Kaijiro gazed at him with his bright golden eyes. Mitsuri, having met you in person, I no longer believe that Sound Hashira was being humble. You appear even stronger than I anticipated. He glanced at the snowflakes that had settled upon Mitsuri's shoulders, his expression a mix of seriousness and excitement. To make snowflakes vanish without melting or dispersing, surely that is not thunder breathing, is it? I am unaware of any breathing style capable of such feats. Oh, that is the technique of transcending the world. After Mitsuri acquired this sophisticated technique of selflessness, she practiced diligently. Her mentor, Chihaya-sensei, could no longer guide her, for her swordsmanship had surpassed his teachings. Lacking a reference point and guidance, she could not ascertain her proficiency, compelling her to train ceaselessly for 24 hours. As of now, she assesses her strength to be above the lower moons, on par with the upper six. Mitsuri Kanroji was inherently cautious in nature. This was indeed a positive trait. This delves into the realm of ancient swordsmanship. This touches upon my knowledge gap. I merely wondered what breathing style it was. Have you perhaps derived your own unique breathing style from the foundational techniques? If so, I will be quite impressed. Kaijiro's golden eyes widened. Pray tell me. Men acting cute are quite distasteful. The blond man twitched his lips. Yes, indeed, it is a variant of thunder breathing. The upper moon Sixdaki was compelled to entertain herself through my variant of thunder breathing. One could say it is rather formidable. Xing Solong marveled in disbelief. Truly, a genius indeed, a prodigious youth favored by Kanroji. She, too, is a genius, managing to derive a breath technique uniquely her own from the flame breathing. Can you believe it? Huh? She named it Koi no Kokyu, which seems rather fitting alongside your sexual breathing. Not fitting at all. That would be exceedingly vulgar. Suddenly, Xing Sheng whispered, having resided here for quite some time, have you encountered any peculiar organizations, perhaps a strange religious sect? Buddhism? No, not that. More like an organization with a rather enigmatic demeanor. The master dispatched me to Tokyo not only to investigate the whereabouts of Kibutsuji Musen, but also to look into another matter concerning a religious group called Wanshu Jigokukyo. Wanshu? Jigoku? The coldest season of the year has arrived, with heavy snow blanketing the ground, transforming the landscape into a realm of ice and snow. A silver street stretching ahead with low visibility. As evening fell, A gray haze enveloped everything, rendering the surroundings invisible. Flame Ashira. What is this Wanshijigo Kikyo? The name alone suggests malevolence. Wanshijigo Kikyo, previously known as Tenyukayo, is a cult that has been wanted by the government for years. Those followers, upon capture, face execution. Yet it remains small in scale, leading many to forget about it over the years. Are they plotting a rebellion? Rengoku shook his head. The leader of this Jigoku sect promotes hedonism, and the government's hostility stems from their doctrine that seduces the heart, asserting that death is not an end, but a beautiful beginning, which has led many to take their own lives, entangling Buddhism in the aftermath. Iwa Hashira? I learned of this from Iwa Hashira, who claimed to have witnessed those followers commit suicide one after another, as if they were not heading toward death, but rather to paradise, their faces still adorned with smiles. That left a psychological scar on Iwa Hashira. He shed more tears than usual when recounting it. The thought of Shinazugawa Sanemi's incessant tears piqued Zenitsu's curiosity, only to be followed by confusion. Even if it is some cult, what relevance does it hold to our mission? Does the Demon Slayer Corps have a task of eradicating cults? Or perhaps, intelligence suggests that several women who joined the cult disappeared shortly thereafter, their fates unknown. And these women share a common trait. They are all pregnant. Demons? Even if they're not demons, those who prey on pregnant women should not be allowed to live. The two exchanged glances, seeing the resolve within each other's hearts. They reached a consensus. To Kabukicho we go. To Hanamachi first. Regrettably, the consensus fell apart. Zenitsu expressed his reluctance to venture into Kabukicho, donning a look of painful reminiscence. What is there to see in Kabukicho? A bunch of flamboyant men with white makeup, singing incessantly like corpses. Let us go to Hanamachi instead. If you have the funds, I could treat you to a drink and introduce you to some lovely ladies. Rengoku stared at him in shock. You appear to be no more than 15. Why would you go to such places? Is that where you belong, child? Even I would not venture into such a dreadful place. What do you take me for? Blushing. Good heavens, a boisterous man like Rengoku actually blushed? Zenitsu silently scoffed. This fellow looks to be in his 20s. Surely he cannot be a virgin? How pitiable. Are you not the same ilk as Yuzui Tenjin? No. I am fundamentally different from the sound Hashira. He has 3 wives. You have none? Enough of that. Shall we go see No? No would suffice. Rengoku's 2 great passions are Kabuki and No, the latter being a traditional Japanese art form characterized by narrative, previously referred to as Sarugaku, before the Meiji period. Now I finally understand why Flame Hashira resembles an animal. With those thick brows and large eyes, you are akin to a monkey. Ah, thank you for the compliment. It is indeed splendid to behold and to hear. Beneath the stage of the No Theater in Edo, Zenitsu crossed his arms, pouting in boredom, utterly disinterested in these traditional Japanese art forms. If this were a variety show from Nagazaka, he might have engaged. What is this? Thus, he sought amusement, flashing a smile at Kabutsuji Musen, who sat across from him. I cannot fathom what is so captivating. Do you enjoy this, Mr. Tsukihiko? In truth, it is passable once you immerse yourself in it. You cannot fully appreciate it, can you, little one? The girl with the horn braid nestled in her father's embrace made a face at Zenitsu. I accidentally stumbled upon a creepy older brother. Let us leave, Daddy. Kabutsuji Musen gently admonished. Speak with respect. Apologize to the elder brother. Yes, she is just a child. Mr. Tsukihiko, do not be too harsh. Kabutsuji Musen glanced at Zenitsu, then at Rengoku, who was engrossed in eating a roasted sweet potato while staring at the stage, revealing a hint of complex emotion. Sitting beside 2 formidable demon slayer swordsmen, munching on seeds while watching the play was, to be honest, somewhat thrilling. Chapter 81. What do you think of my daughter? Rengoku was wholly absorbed in the No performance. Next to him sat 2 individuals, one an ancient demon accustomed to the vicissitudes of time, the other a soul transported from the 21st century. Each had their own insights on the development of human history. While they did not entirely endorse a comprehensive adoption of foreign ideas, they acknowledged Japan's progress in recent years. Economically, it is debatable, but the democratic sentiments in thought are commendable. Zenitsu, having studied in England, pondered, what are your views on the British parliamentary system? A bicameral system, undeniably useful in the past and even today, yet its shortcomings are becoming increasingly evident, as you must be aware, Mr. Tsukihiko. Kabutsuji Musen contemplated the Western literature he perused in his leisure, his brow furrowing. Conflicts of interest, perhaps? That is a catch-all answer. Any issue in this domain can be addressed thusly. It seems the boss has not delved deeply into politics. Coincidentally, Zenitsu is also a half-baked polymath. Two mediocre minds clash, each attempting to critique the other's shortcomings. Everyone claims to represent and safeguard the interests of the nation and the populace. Yet we know well that the bourgeois parties are, in essence, pursuing their own benefits, which inherently leads to contradictions and even oppositions among them. Thus, various conflicts become inevitable. When disputes escalate to the point of violence, is it not the emperor who intervenes? Does not England have a queen? Oh no, the Victorian era has passed. Now, is Edward VII, or was it George V? Perhaps I am not particularly invested in England. Kibutsuji Musen wiped cold sweat from his brow. On this day, he felt the fear of being governed by keyboard intellectuals. However, his interest in Zenitsu grew stronger. The boy exhibited commendable strength, and what he found most appealing was that this youth, unlike those antiquated demon slayer swordsmen, continuously sought knowledge. Engaging with the cutting-edge information of this era, this was what Kibutsuji Musen appreciated most. Just look at those dim-witted subordinates of his. Upper Moon 1, typically lost in nostalgia, reminiscing while feeling sour, and although nominally under his command, they were effectively partners. Shanshuan Air is a neurotic individual, immersed in his own small circle, displaying a frivolous demeanor and possessing exceedingly poor social skills. Shanshuan San, on the other hand, is a violent man with a rather limited intellect, fixated solely on fighting. Shanshuan Si is merely a timid pickpocket, while Shanshuan Wu is simply a fool. Although his most capable subordinates are indeed formidable fighters, their contributions to the overall development of the 12 Kizuki have been minimal. For centuries, the Qingse Bianhua has remained elusive. As for Shanshuan Lu, Kibutsuji Musen has recently contemplated dismissing him, believing that an incapable employee who resorts to underhanded tactics is not worth retaining. In truth, he holds a certain optimism for Jifutaro. Regrettably, Kibutsuji Musen is acutely aware of the prevailing themes of this world. He understands all too well that this realm belongs to humanity, and that they, the demons rejected by humankind, are destined to meet their demise. When that day arrives, Kibutsuji Musen will undoubtedly perish beneath the wheels of time. In the past, demons symbolized violence and darkness. However, in the present, humanity has developed weapons of far greater brutality, illuminating the shadows with electric light. Should humanity one day invent tools capable of detecting demons or mimickers, or even devise a technology to raise the sun at night, it would herald the end for Kibutsuji Musen. He perceives this clearly, and thus feels an urgent need to discover the Qingse Bianhua and develop a potion that allows demons to walk freely in the sunlight. Compared to the upper moons, this young member of the Demon Slayer Corps evidently holds greater potential for his plans. Hence, he deems it necessary to recruit him. As for what incentive to offer, Kibutsuji Musen ponders, casting a peculiar glance at his daughter. Is it rather despicable to use his daughter as bait? Regardless, it matters not. After all, the likes of Tanjiro Kamado, who has an affinity for young girls, are hardly paragons of virtue. Besides, Kibutsuji Musen's own moral standing has long since plummeted. Very well. The decision is made with delight. This action, if observed among humans, could be likened to a proposal for marriage, is it not? A monk without a son, but with a daughter would indeed seek a son-in-law. In Japan, it is not considered shameful for a man to enter a family by marriage, particularly if it is a wealthy household with land and resources, as such arrangements are often met with envy rather than disdain. Just as he was about to speak, Kibutsuji Musen noticed that Tanjiro Kamado seemed to be in a daze. An unsettling aura began to rise, alerting him. The breath of water. This is a unique breathing technique. Tanjiro's gaze was fixed on the no stage, his eyes vacant, as if he had come to a profound realization. The stage protrudes on three sides, allowing the audience to view it from multiple angles, while the area between the stage and the seating, known as the hakusha, is covered with pebbles sloping towards the stage, designed to absorb noise and diminish excessive resonance. Beneath the stage, various urns are strategically placed to serve as resonators and amplifiers. Clearly, Tanjiro has grasped something from this structure. Rengoku Kidru also took note, redirecting his focus from the no performance, his expression solemn as he placed his hand on the hilt of his Nichiren blade. Rengoku was there to protect Tanjiro. Kibutsuji Musen lowered his gaze, a growing sense of appreciation evident in his expression. The learning capacity of this young man with yellow hair is somewhat frightening, if left to develop. He would undoubtedly become a linchpin of the Demon Slayer Corps, but also a significant threat to himself. Thus, he faced a choice, to kill him now or to transform him into a demon. For a brief moment, he recalled the swordsman Tsujikuni Yorichi from 400 years ago, the only individual to ever drive him into a corner during a millennium. Kibutsuji Muzan remained silent for a considerable time, gradually placing his hand on his daughter's head, as the hesitance in his eyes settled into tranquility. Just then, Tanjiro blinked. He had just comprehended a technique of the sound breathing. He would try it upon returning. Was Tanjiro lost in thought? What would he be pondering? It seems he was merely entranced by the no performance. The little fellow appeared to be dozing off, pouting adorably. Mischievously, Kibutsuji Muzan tugged at the girl's pigtails, sighing, wishing he had such a lovely younger sister. Previously, a syphilis-ridden patient had boasted about his sister, leaving Kibutsuji Muzan's mindset in shambles. His temper exploded, leading him to slay both the patient and his sister. The demise of Shanshuan Lu was entirely justified. Upon hearing this, Kibutsuji Muzan smiled. Do you hold her in great affection? Would you like to be my son-in-law? Indeed, I find you rather appealing. Chapter 82. This Pikachu is of the fire attribute. A wealthy family seeks me to become their son-in-law. Isn't that splendid? As long as you do not abandon her, it shall be well. I, too, believe it is advantageous. Once I agree, I shall gain an adorable 10-year-old wife. Yet, I wonder if there lies a complication within this arrangement. 10 years old, Chiba Chikage was taken aback for a moment, then roared, startling the diligent disciples in the dojo. There is something wrong on every front. Why would someone seek you as a son-in-law when the girl is merely 10? What heinous act have you committed? You cannot consummate a relationship with child. In an instant, the old man concocted a narrative in his mind. His face contorted in rage, morphing from a pebble into marble. This cannot stand. I cannot contend with you now, but I shall write to your master, to Ubuyashiki, and report this. Such vile behavior must be curtailed. Master, I have done nothing. Are you implying that I must first commit an act before you will intervene? Are you insinuating something, apprentice? Are you alluding to the laws protecting minors, brother? Chiba, too preoccupied with his own issues, did not concern himself with the affairs of this rogue. He knew that while Tanjiro Kamado may appear frivolous and eccentric, he possesses a moral baseline. He summoned Tanjiro to the dojo for another matter, a matter of utmost seriousness. A fellow disciple's wife has gone missing, and it has been discovered that she was lured into a cult known as the Manshijikuraku. I had believed this organization to be extinct, yet remnants persist. Manshijikuraku? What is this? You have heard of it as well? It is said to espouse doctrines leading to suicide, yet curiously, it is a small-scale cult. I have heard the leader possesses 7 colored pupils, but the specifics remain unclear. Tanjiro pondered for a moment before reassuring. It will be fine. I will investigate. Perhaps the situation is not as dire as it seems. What that fellow disciple? He is in a dreadful state, as his missing wife is also with child. Wait, Tanjiro, are you concealing something from me? The elder was taken aback. He recognized that while Tanjiro Kamado is a kind-hearted youth, he is not one to act impulsively for someone he hardly knows. This is not typical behavior. He consulted Tanjiro with a sense of hope, not genuinely expecting him to take action. A father knows his child well. The same holds true for a master and disciple. My wife, Shawnee, chuckled softly and refrained from speaking. It would be better for you, teacher, to remain somewhat uninformed about this matter. The elder immediately comprehended, pausing for a moment before responding. Is it the demons causing a stir? Shawnee? Your safety is paramount. While I take pride in your vocation, I would never wish for you to perish in the pursuit of slaying demons. Thank you, but such tasks must be undertaken by someone. Shawnee donned his yellow outer garment and meticulously examined his nicker and blade, bowing solemnly. I shall return shortly. Qianyu watched his young disciple depart, feeling an unsettling premonition. Shawnee too harbored a disquieting sensation. How to articulate it? It was already a cold winter day, and while sitting on the rafters sipping the biting wind could be endured, what was truly intolerable was the presence of another, noisily munching on sweet potatoes beside him. No, it wasn't he, just munching. The sound of Rengoku Kaguro devouring sweet potatoes, accompanied by his round face, appeared both foolish and warm, reminiscent of a small son. Have you had enough? I shall not give you one. I do not want one. I must remain vigilant and focused on the sounds outside. Following the clues provided by Senior from the dojo, they traced their way to Sakurishinmachi near Setagaya in Tokyo. Shawn, being a polymath, was aware of the Setagaya area. In the 21st century, Setagaya was the most populous and well-regarded residential area in Tokyo, favored by many foreigners who settled there. However, at this moment, it remained undeveloped. The location of Sakurashinmachi lay amidst a small river known as Senkawa. To the south, the woods were dark and overgrown. And just beyond these woods stood a temple. He had never placed his faith in Buddhism and harbored a particular disdain for secrecy. His knowledge of Japanese Buddhism was scant. However, he did appreciate the insight gained from the anime Fumetsu no Hinata, which made him acutely aware of one significant advantage of Japanese Buddhism. Not only did it provide land and housing, but one could also marry. Quite splendid indeed. Compared to the profession of a demon slayer, becoming a monk seemed far more promising. The temple's monk appeared to have vanished without a trace. Despite the decent flow of incense, several women entered to pay their respects, muttering a few words before departing. It seemed there were no issues. Are you certain the clue is here? I have consumed 5 roasted sweet potatoes and still have yet to encounter the individual you mentioned. Shall we search elsewhere? Eat the sweet potato skin. Ugh. The flame Hashira reluctantly swallowed, puffing out his cheeks. A grown man behaving so childishly? Surprisingly, he bore a resemblance to Pikachu. Had he trained not in the breath of flame, but in the breath of thunder, the resemblance would have been even more pronounced. Xiao Yin or Lin Dong? Choose one. Shan-Yi attempted to transform into Xiao Yin, listening intently to Rengoku Kaijiro's breathing to discern the fundamental principles of the breath of flame. The compassionate Rengoku had once shared with him that the 5 basic forms of breathing techniques, flame, rock, water, wind, and thunder, served as the foundation from which all other breathing techniques derived. Among these 5, Shan-Yi was most familiar with water and thunder, having only grazed the surface of rock, while flame and wind remained unexplored. He was now prepared to delve into them. Were flame and water truly oppositional? Was the antithesis of water breathing indeed flame breathing? Shan-Yi began to tempt fate, audaciously attempting to reverse water breathing, nearly coughing up his lungs. Fortunately, there were few people below. Rengoku cast a worried glance at him. Are you coming down with something? This weather is indeed conducive to catching a cold. Once we return, I shall teach you the breath of flame. It is the warmest technique. Shan-Yi paused in astonishment. You mean teach me the breathing technique? The breath of flame? Really? Is it that wonderful? The Sound Ashira had remarked on his unique physique, suggesting that he experienced nearly no side effects when switching breathing techniques, which prompted Rengoku to consider teaching him. I even brought the manuals. Why? Why are you suddenly crying? I'm deeply moved. Reflecting on his arduous journey to learn water breathing, where he had unsheathed his blade countless times, endured sleepless nights, and was nearly trained to death by Tomioka-ju. And, considering the price he paid to learn sound breathing, the ghost of Kibutsuji Musen was likely still waiting for him in hell. It was no easy feat to learn. Now, someone was willingly offering to teach him a breathing technique. How could he not be moved? The Flame Ashira was indeed a good person, though he resembled Pikachu. He was a brother. Overcome with emotion, tears streamed down Shan-Yi's face. But in the next moment, he silenced himself, pointing below. This time, several women entered the temple, closing the large door behind them. But instead of kneeling in the main hall, they moved to the back to retrieve an unusual stone statue. It depicted a humanoid figure adorned with a Vairocana crown. Ordinarily, such headgear would signify a high-ranking Buddhist monk. In films and dramas, characters like Tang Sung wore such hats, and typically only monks donned them. Yet, this statue was not bald and even had long hair. Not only that, but it also wielded 2 flamboyant fans. What kind of Buddha was this? What deity was this? The statue was poorly carved, with many details blurred, yet these women revered it as a divine being, kneeling respectfully before it, lighting incense as its fragrant smoke enveloped them, their expressions gradually becoming dazed, adorned with strange smiles as they muttered about following their master to the Pure Land. Shan-Yi and Rengoku exchanged solemn glances. The statue's eyes appeared to gleam with a blood-red hue, as if it had truly awakened consciousness. Above the statue, a vague blood demon art lingered. Yet the aura it emanated commanded their utmost attention. This was a demon with formidable blood demon arts, unprecedented in strength. Chapter 83, Danger, a trap set by wealthy women. Once the women departed, Shan-Yi and Rengoku followed at a distance, observing them return to their respective homes. Upon arriving, the women seemed to regain their normalcy, yet their gazes retained an eerie glimmer. Before parting, they had mentioned that their next gathering would be to pay homage to the leader of the Pure Land cult. at which point they would naturally discern the exact location of the cult's altar. This was a form of mental suggestion through blood demon arts. Continuing to trail them held little purpose. The two deliberated and decided to find temporary lodgings around the temple so that they could detect any disturbances. However, after several days of waiting, no unusual occurrences transpired. It was as though the women had forgotten they were adherents of the Pure Land cult, exhibiting no reactions whatsoever. They merely noted that a beautiful woman had visited their homes. What sort of woman was she? A remarkably elegant woman, clad in a kimono, her smile enchanting. He had already spotted her. She carried a basket, gracefully traversing through the wind and snow. The cold breeze tousling her hair as her delicate fingers tucked her dark tresses behind her ear. This captivating gesture rendered Rengoku Kaijuro spellbound. What a woman, more beautiful than roasted sweet potatoes. Rengoku's compliments were equally exquisite. Moreover, Shani had recently discerned that the flame Hashira's appetite was comparable to that of Kanroji Mitsuri. Did training in the breath of flame, or its variant, entail a substantial increase in appetite? Gan Lucy mili possessis a substantial appetite. And with her undertaking the training of a modified Hinakami Kagura, is she not destined to become an insatiable glutton? It is simply unaffordable to sustain her. If one can bear such expenses, why not support Dai Mao Wang instead? My apology for the typographical error. I meant Dai Mao Wang. At that moment, as Lien Yuxing Shou Lang observed with keen interest, the exquisite woman gradually made her way forward. She, of course, remained oblivious to my wife, Zenitsu, and Lien Yuxing Shou Lang, who were concealed atop the restaurant's chimney, having heard that it would provide warmth. Should we seize her now for an in-depth interrogation? This woman is likely a follower of the Wan Shi Ji Lu Jiao. Coercion and temptation are futile against religious zealots. Our only recourse is to trail her, following the clues to uncover her lair. Is it truly that simple? I suspect she is a liaison of sorts, or perhaps a high-ranking official within the Wan Shi Ji Lu Jiao. Her status not to be underestimated. The beautiful woman visited an inn at the edge of town, purchasing a pot of wine and some items to place in her basket. She hummed a cheerful tune as she exited, walking leisurely out of the small town, adorned in a flurry of snowflakes, appearing utterly at ease. This is undoubtedly not a typical woman. Zenitsu remarked, Flame Hashira, return and summon assistance. I surmise she is headed straight for the Wan Shi Ji Lu Jiao stronghold. Should there be formidable upper moons present, we may not stand a chance against them. I will keep her in sight while you fetch help. Indeed, the aura of that blood demon technique is rather extraordinary. It is quite possible that the leader is one of the upper moons. Lien Yuxing Shou Lang furrowed his brow. But you alone, rest assured, I am tasked solely with surveillance. I shall not raise any alarm. Along the way, I will leave traces of wisteria poison for the insect Hashira to follow. As twilight descended, the daylight faded, the snow had ceased, and the moon shone brightly. The beautiful woman strolled alone through the night, unaccompanied by any vehicle, moving gracefully as if she were not in the least bit hurried. Zenitsu had no choice but to exercise patience, keeping a distance behind her. However, his composure began to wane. The woman's pace was exceedingly slow. Naturally, a woman's stamina dictates her speed, and with her adorned in luxurious kimono, she moved at a pace akin to that of a tortoise. Zenitsu had long been prepared for this. His impatience grew as it seemed she was slowing down even further. If she had previously been akin to a tortoise, she now resembled a snail. He was nearly driven to leap forward and urge her to hasten her steps. It was unclear how long they had been walking when the moonlight began to wane and the eastern sky brightened. The woman suddenly halted, entering a nearby grove to sit beneath a tree, pulling out rice balls from her basket to commence her breakfast. Not only did she eat, but she also indulged in wine. Zenitsu sighed and resigned himself to waiting for her to finish. It was then he realized his own stomach was beginning to grumble. Where could he find sustenance at such a time? In the depths of winter, the forest bore no fruit, let alone small game. Even if there were, he would not dare make a move, as it might alert the woman, rendering his efforts futile. Thus, he consoled himself with thoughts of finding food as soon as they reached their destination. After her meal, the woman did not rise. Instead, she gathered some dry leaves and laid them beneath the tree, elegantly reclining as if to sleep. Not merely an illusion, she truly fell into slumber. This sleep persisted until dusk. Zenitsu had become as cold as cured meat from the biting northwest wind, shivering to his core, yet beads of sweat formed on his brow. When hunger strikes, one feels both famished and overheated. Under normal circumstances, He would have been relishing the delectable dishes prepared by Miss Tamayo at the medical clinic or feasting at the home of the mysterious woman, who would not have held a grudge against him for painting a tortoise on her face. However, none of those conditions were available to him now. He could only endure, staring blankly, feeling both famished, cold, and fatigued. Aside from contemplating the Hinakami Kagura, he was unable to engage in any other pursuits. Fortunately, the woman awoke at dusk and resumed her journey at a snail's pace. Zenitsu, pale-faced, trailed behind, fervently hoping for the passing of a merchant. Regrettably, luck was not on his side. This road held no vendors, nor even a soul in sight. Thus, Zenitsu was left to endure hunger. Of course, his experience was not solely marked by hunger and fatigue, for he also gleaned some insights. He discerned that this woman was not as frail as she appeared. Her pace may have been slow, yet was remarkably enduring. He observed that her form was curvaceous and well-proportioned, a figure that promised fertility. But such thoughts were not on his mind at present. Time passed, enshrouded in the deepening darkness of night. Yet the woman remained unperturbed, not only unafraid, but also retrieving food from her basket to eat, occasionally sipping wine to stave off the cold, all the while humming a cheerful tune as if she were a celestial being. In stark contrast, Zenitsu felt no joy in his pursuit. He felt as if he had returned to the days of rigorous training under Tomioka-ju. The snow began to fall once more. Zenitsu reached out to catch the falling flakes, gently patting them against his face, feeling momentarily refreshed. He steeled himself, knowing that he could not afford to relax for even a moment. He must remain vigilant, keeping a close watch on this woman. Should he lose her, all the tribulations of the past few days would have been in vain. Persevere. Perhaps the Flame Hashira and Insect Hashira are en route to join us. They might even bring delightful provisions. Endurance is the path to victory. By the dawn of the third day, the woman sought another patch of woods to rest. This was peculiar. Could she have sensed she was being followed? Was she intentionally leading him in circles? Unlikely. Zenitsu had honed his skills in stealth. Though perhaps not on par with the support units of the Demon Slayer Corps, he could adequately conceal his presence and sound. As for his scent, he could temporarily mask it with the transparent world technique, but prolonged use would inflict significant strain on his mind. Thus, if she had detected him through scent, it could only imply one thing: she is a demon. However, she did not possess the traits of a demon. Zenitsu had long since concluded that this woman was not a demon. He was confident in his auditory perception to distinguish all demons. Even the upper moons could not deceive him. Therefore, only one possibility remained. This woman is innately cautious, much like himself. It was astonishing to find oneself matched against a fellow, cautious individual. Zenitsu found this explanation quite reasonable. As dusk fell, the woman awakened and resumed her journey. At long last, Zenitsu glimpsed lights in the distance, city lights no less. However, upon entering, he was nearly overwhelmed with rage. After 3 days of relentless pursuit without food or rest, he had followed her all the way to Tokyo. I was on the brink of death. I was mere moments away from losing my sanity. Taking a deep breath, he found that one inhalation could not quell his fury. He inhaled deeply 3 times before following the woman into an alley, twisting and turning until he arrived at the rear garden of a grand estate. The woman seemed quite familiar with the area, traversing the garden until she stood before a traditional Japanese house, where several servants clearly recognized her and greeted her respectfully. But where were the others? The leader departed from Tokyo a fortnight ago, one servant replied. May I inquire about the leader? Zenitsu's spirits soared. Could this be the very headquarters of the Wan, Shi, Ji, Lu Jiao? Though the so-called Jedu is not present, the discovery of the missing pregnant woman is already a commendable feat. He gradually steadies his breath, silently attuning himself to the presence of spirits around him. Should there be any, he would await assistance. If not, or if their presence is feeble, he shall proceed alone. Jean-E opens his eyes in confusion. Is there truly no spirit here? Or could it be that the absent Jiadu is the spirit itself? The woman's countenance suddenly turns cold. I did not inquire of you. Refrain from speaking. Yes, yes. Prepare hot water for me. I wish to bathe. It seems she is indeed in charge here. Her gait betrays her as a wealthy woman. The servants respectfully withdraw, and the woman places a basket upon the table before retreating to an inner chamber to change. My wife, Jean-E, stealthily enters through the window, discovering that the decor is exquisitely elegant, with a table laid with delicate dishes and wine. He is quite famished now. He picks up the chopsticks. However, curiosity piques him regarding the contents of the basket. The woman had not gone hungry along the way, as she carried rice balls and sushi. What else could be inside? He lifts the cloth atop the basket and suddenly freezes. Inside lie 3 human hearts, desiccated after 3 days of exposure to the elements, now a dark, withered hue. This is dreadful. A chill runs up his spine. The woman's gentle voice seems to echo in his ears, sending shivers down his back. You've traveled far and are not going to eat a morsel. After you dine, we can discuss other matters. There are many delightful amusements here. Rich Lady S. Joy Ball. Rich Lady S. Joy Nail. Rich Lady S. Brush Fun. Choose one. Chapter 84. Look at the splendid attire of the boss in women's clothing, and then compare it to our boss's attire in women's clothing. It's women's clothing. I must admit, although the animated portrayal of the boss during layoffs is quite disheveled, his female guise is truly stunning, mature and graceful, with a figure that is perfectly proportioned, and her face, cold and captivating when unsmiling, blossoms into warmth when she beams. In 2 words, beautiful. In 3 words, exceptionally beautiful. One can only surmise that Guewu Yuza, the progenitor of demons, takes great pride in her feminine form. I ponder that during the assembly of the lower moons in the animation, she could not resist adorning herself as a woman, believing she would captivate the audience and elicit gasps of admiration. However, the unfortunate souls present failed to recognize her. One can only imagine the awkwardness as the lower moons exchanged glances, each bearing expressions of bewilderment. Perhaps Guewu Yuza's ire during the animated layoffs was not solely due to the demise of Lower Moon 5, but also stemmed from the disheartening lack of praise for her feminine guise, prompting her to eliminate 4 of the lower moons in a fit of rage. Regardless, the allure of this progenitor of demons in her female form is undeniable. Even though my wife, Jean-E, remains vigilant, he cannot help but feel a stir in his heart, as if a kitten's paw is gently scratching at it. This woman is quite alluring. Jean-E silently admires her before suddenly inquiring, "Are you a demon? Has the ability of the upper moon demons to masquerade as humans reached such sophistication? Or is this merely a hidden aspect of your blood demon art?" "Such blood demon arts do not exist, young man." Guza narrows her eyes, her crimson gaze filled with intrigue. "I suspect you are wondering why, after 3 days, your companions have yet to come looking for you." A foreboding sense creeps into Jean-Yi's heart. "Where are they?" Guewu Yuza replies indifferently. "Had you arrived a moment sooner, you might have seen them for the last time." Are they already?" Jean-E clenches his teeth, struggling to swallow the lump in his throat. He refuses to believe it. "I do not particularly enjoy killing," she continues, "for I have grown weary of it after so many years. However, I still maintain the habit of eliminating the Hashira, as I take pleasure in personally dealing with any member of the Demon Slayer Corps. The words of a disguise boss are nothing but deceit. It is evident that one cannot trust a woman's words, nor can one trust the words of a man in women's attire. Your companions are Hashira, are they not? That man named Rengoku is particularly delectable," Guewu Yuza casually states. Jean-E suppresses the turmoil rising within him and steps back, knowing that in the presence of such an opponent, one must not act impulsively. The clash between an upper moon and a Hashira will surely result in life or death, and the first to lose their composure will perish. He must exercise restraint, though it is no easy task. He is unfamiliar with the insect Hashira, having never met them, and thus feels indifferent to their fate. However, the days spent with the flame Hashira, Rengoku Kyudru, have been delightful. The boisterous man exudes warmth and enthusiasm in all endeavors and genuinely cares for his juniors. Anyone who spends time with him is uplifted, and Jean-E is no exception. He suddenly feels regret for allowing Rengoku Kyudru to return to Tokyo 3 days ago. Even if he were to slay this vile demon now, it would be the greatest failure of his life. No, wait. If she had indeed slain the flame Hashira, she would have certainly displayed Rengoku's Nichiren blade or his cloak to shatter his confidence. Yet this woman has produced nothing. Why has she not revealed them? Could it be that in her carelessness, she devoured the blade and garments? No, it is because she has not slain Rengoku Kyudru at all. Jean-E abruptly awakens from his sorrowful reverie, realizing that his spirit has been pressured by her presence. Otherwise, he would not be so easily provoked to anger and sorrow, and his resolve would not waver. She is a formidable adversary. His thoughts race, flashing through 3 ideas in less than a second. The air remains quiet, the light still soft, illuminating the enchanting beauty standing before him with a radiant smile. Yet in that fleeting moment, in less than a second, Jean-E draws forth his Nichiren blade. Transparent world. No sots, no distractions. Beneath the transparent world, He perceives the woman's writhing organs. What is that shadowy area? Oh, it appears to be the prostate. Zhang Yi's eyes, which should have mirrored the color of his hair, transform in an instant, becoming entirely black. A stark contrast to their usual golden hue. His black and white eyes are cold and indifferent. At the moment of their gaze meeting, he senses an acute danger. The specter of death looms large. Slash. The blade's seven-colored light flashes by. Swift. So swift that it seems to erase all traces of its trajectory. The blade leaves a path that can be followed. Provided one possesses keen dynamic vision, they may capture it. Objects reflect photons onto the retina, allowing for real-time perception of their movement. However, the time required for an image to vanish from the retina is relatively lengthy, resulting in a phenomenon known as afterimage. Thus, if the transition between two frames exceeds 1/24th of a second, the perception is continuous to the observer. Athletes or race car drivers, having undergone training and acclimated to high speeds, may experience a reduced afterimage retention time. Yet, even with training, there are limits. Just as the threshold for human hearing is finite, so too is dynamic vision, and even as a demon, there exists a limitation. Perhaps it is minimal, but when the speed of an object reaches a certain threshold, even Guiwu Yuza cannot discern it. Just like this strike. Too fast. As the blade glinted, sound lost its significance. It was only when the vibrant sun-patterned sword cleaved a grotesque mass that had gaped its bloodied maw at him, that the explosive sound of the draw finally arrived, albeit belatedly. Had he been just a fraction of a second slower, he would have met his demise. I, Wazukian, was resolute in my belief that no Hashira could surpass my prowess. Kibutsuji Musen transformed his arm into a distorted, fleshy monstrosity, capable of freely extending and sprouting a gaping maw to devour both humans and demons alike. Now, one of his hands lay severed. He was still somewhat stunned. The breath of thunder, was it truly that swift? The fleshly hand that had emerged from his sleeve regrew, and his gaze towards I, Wazukian, became increasingly admiring. With a growing intent to kill. You truly surprised me. Was that your full power in that strike? How many more such techniques can you unleash? I, Wazukian, exhaled sharply. Sweat cascaded down, drenching my entire being, and I forced a bitter smile while shaking my head. I should be able to strike once more. Would you care to test it? Let us give it a try. The boss seemed intimidated. After all, this was merely an entrance examination, not an actual battle where the boss would intervene personally. A child of fortune does not sully himself with trivial matters. Perhaps it would be better to delegate to other demons. Do you believe you can survive this night? My intuition suggests it is highly unlikely. It is common knowledge the yellow-haired individual's instincts are rarely accurate. So, who could possibly save you now? It appears that no one can save me. Alone, I face an unknown number of adversaries, unaware of the hidden cards they hold. That last strike had already pushed me to my limits, consuming half my vitality in an instant. I had only managed to sever one of his hands. What significance does that hold? I was in the most perilous situation of my life. Even the battle in the Flower District paled in comparison to this dire predicament, for this woman was overwhelmingly powerful. Though she had struck only once, that singular action had forced me to expend half my energy and employ my most formidable techniques, while she remained unscathed. She was formidable. Indeed, what rank is she among the upper moons? She surpasses the likes of the siblings Daki and Jotaro by a considerable margin. I, Wazukian, was destined to perish by the hand of a woman, and my corpse would inevitably be discovered upon her bed. Readers of this tale would undoubtedly proclaim such a fate. Yet, I, Wazukian, refused to acquiesce to such an ending. Kibutsuji Musen transformed her hand into a slender, delicate appendage, flicking it to rid herself of some blood, performing a display reminiscent of the legendary Heim from Take Torai Monogatari. This motion served as a signal. While commendable, a mere insignificant figure like you hardly warrants my full attention. Instead, how about you compete against my subordinate? Let us say, Asan, if you win, you may live. Asan, your highness, do you not possess Ada and Aer as well? Well, the elder brothers Xianming, are they present? I do not refer to the elder brothers Xianming of that video game. A heavy object plummeted, crashing through the ceiling like a meteor, creating a thunderous sound. The wooden floor shattered into splinters, revealing a pit half a person deep, from which emerged a short-haired man. His left eye bore the mark of his rank. Upper Moon 2, while the right indicated his position among the Upper Moons. Upper Moon 3. I, Wazukian, cast a glance at the still smiling woman, speculating her identity. Who could command Upper Moon 3? Upper Moon 2. Upper Moon 1? Or perhaps Kibutsuji Musen herself? My inability to discern her true identity stemmed from the information acquired from Tamayo, which clearly stated that Kibutsuji Musen, the progenitor of demons, was undeniably male. A man cannot truly transform into a woman, even while donned in feminine attire. Just look at that posterior. Observe the width of her waist, and the absence of an Adam's apple on her neck. I cannot believe that her ample bosom is anything but mere illusions. I, Wazukian, refuse to accept that Kibutsuji Musen is a woman. Upper Moon 3, Akaza, share my disbelief. Yet he recognized the truth. With a bewildered expression, Akaza gazed at Kibutsuji Musen, his face reflecting a mix of astonishment and confusion at this new development. After several seconds, he confirmed that this stunningly beautiful woman was indeed his superior. In an instant, Akaza's expression became complex, akin to that feeling when one presents cash to settle a bill, only to be met with a half-off coupon from the other party. Chapter 85. Teammates continue to arrive late. Upper Moon 3, Mr. Akaza, had barely landed before seeking his superior's command when he sensed a radiant surge of multicolored light flashing from the side of his face. An overwhelming intent to kill washing over him, prompting him to retreat in alarm. Blood sprayed through the air. A severed arm fell to the ground as Akaza gazed in bewilderment at the yellow-haired youth, who, upon regrowing his left arm, licked it clean as a dog would. Such an action, if performed by a woman, would appear enchanting. Yet, when executed by a man, it was utterly repugnant. What a travesty of the Taisho era. With his short, peach-colored hair, Akaza questioned the absurdity of the situation. What kind of dye job is that? Where did you get it done? Enlighten me. I wish to dye my hair too. In terms of flamboyance, Akaza was hardly inferior to the likes of Doma, with golden eyes, peach-pink hair, and a pallid complexion that exuded a peculiar allure. My face was contorted with disgust as I exclaimed, "You even paint your nails? And you have tattoos on your arm?" Clad in that garish purple, you rank second among the most flamboyant men I've encountered. Akaza regarded Wazukian coldly, an aura of menace surrounding him. His eyes shadowed as he cackled ominously. "A fine blade you possess. It is impressive that you managed to sever my arm while I was unprepared. However, that color is simply abhorrent. What is wrong with my vibrant colors? Look at your grotesque tattoos. How dare you criticize?" I retorted, "I surmise that your tattoos conceal a map of a prison. Do they not?" Akaza scratched his head in confusion. "Huh, this tattoo symbolizes strength. The deeper the etching, the stronger the bearer. Clearly, you've never been educated. What sort of logic is that?" I was taken aback by the audacious appearance of Upper Moon 3. So flamboyant and brazen, with that ostentatious hair color and distinctive purple attire, not to mention those metal punk-like anklets, it was a shocking sight for someone like me. Hailing from a small village, with a glint of coldness in his eyes, Akaza remarked, "It seems our tastes do not align. A yellow-haired brat, like you, can hardly comprehend the essence of aesthetics. Rest assured, once you've perished, I will proudly display your head, and I shall even tattoo your face." Kibutsuji Musen, observing the exchange, softly praised, "He is a fierce one." I, Wazukian, began to cackle ominously. "Once I slay you, I will skin you and leave your hide to dry in the sun, seasoning it with cumin when hunger strikes." Kibutsuji Musen was taken aback, raising her delicate fingers in astonishment. "You are even more ruthless than he. Quite the wolf man." Yet, neither Akaza nor I paid her any heed. We both moved simultaneously. The technique was unleashed, the destructive kill needle. To be honest, when I first witnessed the so-called technique manifestation of Yowozuo, my wife Zenitsu was genuinely taken aback. Beneath Yowozuo's feet, a subtle snowflake pattern emerged, instantly prompting Zenitsu to associate it with the character Tsangchi Ziching from the Type Moon universe, as well as Index from the world of Toru Mijitsu no Index. Could it be that this universe's power system still encompasses magic? Is this Upper Moon 3, perhaps, a magical demon? However, in reality, he is a demon of combat. Destructive kill, chaos style. Yowozuo advanced, his fists generating tremors in the air akin to the electric dragon's descent. Once caught in its wake, one would either perish or be left severely injured. Sans signe danger. Zenitsu swiftly retreated, spinning in the air, and with a flick of his wrist, the Nicaran blade sliced through the air, a flash of lightning vanishing as quickly as it appeared. Twin swallows return. A flash of thunder. Four sword marks intersected, the lightnings rise and fall, reaching an extreme. Just as the sound of his severed arms hitting the ground resonated, Zenitsu found himself behind Yowozuo, unleashing the sixth form. electric thunder, directing the searing air towards Yuozuo's nape. The clang of metal indicated a failed ambush. A foot lifted high behind him, as if performing acrobatics, blocked his Nichiren blade. Not only that, but a spinning kick came at him like a scythe. Destructive kill. Foot style, first slash. Zenitsu narrowly evaded with a distant thunder, his brows furrowing. This Upper Moon 3 shared a similar combat style with him, both adept at countering and swiftly adapting to their opponent's moves. This is Yuozuo's Blood Demon art. Destructive kill, compass needle. Rather than merely a blood demon technique, it embodies a martial philosophy. Named compass needle for its ability to perceive the opponent's fighting spirit. It allows for an attack and evasion that is as precise as if drawn by magnetic attraction, capable of countering any technique. Ironically, it closely resembles the core essence of the North Star one-sword style. Thus, their continued battle became a war of attrition, responding to each other's moves, as their techniques would be sensed and countered the moment they were executed. To determine a victor, one would have to wait until 1,000 moves had passed. By then, either Zenitsu would be exhausted and retreat, or Yuozuo would flee at the break of dawn. Without utilizing their trump cards, victory was utterly unattainable. Such individuals are quite bothersome. Destructive kill, void style. This is Yuozuo's ranged attack, delivering 6 rapid punches into the void, moving with such speed that it is nearly imperceptible. A thunderous assault propelled through the air. It is the military path's killing fist. Zenitsu stepped back, raising his sword to perform the 11th form of water breathing. Countering this attack before taking a deep breath, the tip of the Nichiren blade dipped slightly, his fingers pressed to unleash the formless sound blade, slicing through the battlefield. Kabutsuji Musen found the clash between these two individuals rather intriguing. Of course, he also found Zenitsu fascinating, as it was his first encounter with a swordsman who skillfully employed multiple breathing techniques. If he were a disciple nurtured by these Hashira, he would be an opportunity not to be missed. Exhilarating. The light in Musen's eyes flickered unpredictably. Regardless of who won or lost, he was indifferent. However, he could see that this blonde-haired youth was merely stalling for time, perhaps still hoping for his companions, or perhaps yearning for the dawn sunlight. Yet, regrettably, he could not delay for that long. It was painful to watch those with extraordinary talents age grotesquely. He found it unbearable, wishing they would perish now, while they were still youthful and powerful. In a fit of manic laughter, Yuozuo let out a series of boisterous guffaws. He had none of Zenitsu's concerns or calculations. He was simply immersed in the thrill of battle, relishing this encounter with a fellow skilled genius. Destructive kill, flying star 1,000 wheels. This technique consisted of a series of entangled, chaotic kicks, the onslaught fierce, his legs spinning like 2 steel pillars, yet moving with the swiftness of shooting stars. As elusive as the antlers of an antelope. Twin dragons emerge from the sea, golden cuttlefish cut. Why not hang oneself on the southeastern branch? A name steeped in Chinese aesthetics. Zenitsu had no need to grasp. Facing Yuozuo's incoming kick, his response was exceedingly simple. Deep breath. Sound breathing, my style. Zenitsu thrust the Nichiren blade before him. With arms outstretched, his chest slightly sinking, he transformed into a stage for no theater, and an overwhelmingly powerful intake of breath resonated throughout the room. In that moment, Zenitsu's neck elongated, veins protruding, and then he suddenly opened his mouth wide. The sound waves amplified by the space formed between his chest and arms converged violently at the Nichiren blade, unleashing a tumultuous wave that enveloped the advancing Yuozuo. This was a technique he had just comprehended from no theater. My style, great horn. Although Yuozuo's body remained largely unscathed, blood erupted from his ear canals. At that moment, Zenitsu unleashed his long-prepared ultimate technique. The Nichiren blade was propelled into the air by the sound waves, vanishing, along with Zenitsu's presence. Transparent world. No thought, no desire. His golden eyes once again became starkly black and white, devoid of emotion. That supreme realm of swordsmanship moved Yuozuo profoundly. While he did not practice sword techniques, excelling in martial combat, he understood that whether it be swordsmanship or martial arts, they ultimately converge at a singular point. That point is emptiness, is nothingness. Destructive kill, annihilation. Yuozuo too pursued this realm, ardently seeking it yet unable to attain it. Upon witnessing someone stride ahead of him, how could he not laugh joyfully? Although forcibly altering his technique had weakened him by a third, and despite the sound waves rattling his mind, sealing his impending defeat, he found delight in witnessing such a realm. The demon of combat would rather perish in battle than elsewhere. Come, Cool me. Let me witness what this ultimate realm truly is. No thought, no desire. 6 paths, 5 wheels. Ligialuo, celestial phenomenon. It is the Miyamoto Musashi of the moon. It is Saber's voice. Wild, dominant, cool. That is you. It was evident to all that the blonde was preparing to unleash a grand technique. That sword, transcending the void realm, had surpassed the twin swallow return and the salty fish 3-stage charge, entering an extraordinarily elevated state on a spiritual level. The ultimate realm for both swordsmen and martial artists alike. Kabutsuji Musen did not grasp these subtleties. However, he knew that this strike would undoubtedly be formidable and was eager to witness whether Zenitsu's blade could indeed slay Uozo. If unsuccessful, it would indicate that he was suited for the position of Upper Moon 6. If he succeeded, then the position of Upper Moon 3 would be his. As for Uozo's fate, Musen remained unconcerned. His dissatisfaction with the lethargy of the upper moons had long been brewing. A fresh face would be welcome. Suddenly, his expression shifted slightly. Uozuo roared in fury. You coward! Stay here. Zenitsu's grave voice lingered in the air with a teasing undertone. I'm leaving. The blonde fled, for no one had anticipated that the formidable strike Zenitsu expended his energy on was merely a feint. His true intention from the very beginning was singular: to escape. He had mastered the essence of fleeing in the midst of chaos, like a bolt of lightning. As he darted away, he continued unimpeded, leaving behind those members of the Paradise cult who attempted to obstruct him, all collapsing in his wake. During his flight, he finally realized something. After another year, he had gained 7 pounds. What on earth? Does this era have fried chicken, hamburgers, stir-fried beef noodles, and grilled skewers? Can we not list the dishes? It is now 11 at night. Please do not test the resolve of someone on a diet. He sprinted all the way, suddenly catching sight of the figure of Lien Yuxing Shoulong, and he could not help but erupt with fury. You have traveled for 3 days. From Tokyo to Tokyo? Can you not be more reliable? Lien Yu, now pressed for time, replied hastily. Have you seen the insect Hashira? She should have gone in the direction you came from. What the heck? Are you all insane? Wichishan immediately turned back in a rush. On the way, the flame Hashira explained the events of the past 3 days, which began 3 days prior. 3 days ago, Lien Yuxing Shoulong sought out Hua Jieru, discussing matters regarding the Wan Shi Jila Jiao, casually mentioning the flamboyant stone statue adorned with a Pailu hat and wielding 2 fans. He never anticipated that Hua Jieru's reaction would be so intense. Are you suggesting that the cult leader could be a demon? The one holding 2 fans? The words of her sister during her final moments echoed in her mind. Ru may lose to that demon. Be cautious of the Tezsen. The Tezsen? The demon that killed my sister? She had not consumed any alcohol, yet her eyes were already bloodshot, filled with crimson veins. The ever-caring Lien Yuxing Shoulong found himself at a loss for words, unable to offer any comforting remarks. It was not uncommon for members of the Demon Slayer Corps to have loved ones slain by demons. One might say that nearly every Ashira had experienced the tragedy of losing family and friends to these monsters. Thus, Hua Jieru did not require consolation at this moment. Lien Yu, her voice rasped, reminiscent of metal scraping, her formerly exquisite countenance now devoid of smiles, appearing quite despondent. Yet the gravity of the murderous intent in her eyes made Lien Yuxing Shoulong reluctant to meet her gaze. If it truly is that demon, I hope you will assist me. They were all too aware of the injuries sustained by the flower Hashira. It was a formidable ice demon, and had it not been for the break of dawn, the flower Hashira would likely have left no remains. Hua Jieru's eyes widened. So what if it is? Lien Yuxing Shoulong fell silent. He too harbored a deep-seated hatred for the true culprit behind Hua Jiekanhui's death. However, Hua Jieru's current state was evidently precarious. In her condition, she would face certain death on the battlefield. Hua Jie, calm yourself. I am perfectly calm. I am so calm that it frightens even me. Hua Jieru's expression was devoid of emotion. I will take revenge, no matter what. If I do not, I would not dare to don this Haori. Do you know how much pain my sister endured when she died? Her life has long been destroyed. Our parents were murdered. My sister was killed. All the disciples besides Kan Hui have been slain. Hua Jieru donned her Haori and stepped outside, her rage igniting into a conflagration. The enemy she could not forgive was now within her sight, and she would not overlook any possibility. Lien Yuxing Shoulong could only smile wryly as he pursued her. They traced the clues left by Wichishan Yi, and this pursuit lasted 3 days. 3 days? Wichishan Yi expressed his confusion. Even a turtle should have made it by now. Did you get lost? Or did you encounter a formidable foe? Upon mentioning this, Lian Yuxing wore a bitter smile. He was so troubled that he could not even eat the fragrant roasted sweet potatoes. Initially, the journey had gone rather smoothly, but that evening, things took a strange turn. Strange? The peculiar thing was that the locations where you scattered the wisteria poison grew increasingly bizarre. Over the past 3 days, Huadie and I nearly traversed all of Tokyo. Later, she suggested that we had been led astray. Someone was deliberately diverting us. Huh? How did you discover that? She said. If we collect all the wisteria poison we encountered along the way and weigh it, it would likely amount to 3 sacks. Clearly, someone is aware of your movements and is using the wisteria poison to lead us away. Wichishani wore a peculiar expression. Who would engage in such a trivial pursuit? His voice faltered, just a short distance away, in the shadows of the night. A petite demon was seen lugging a sack, donning gloves while scattering wisteria poison, muttering to herself as she walked into an alley. I take back my words. There are indeed demons in this world who indulge in such trivialities. I believe I can no longer eat yam eggs, lest I lose my intellect. Xing Sholong was momentarily taken aback. What sort of serpentine demon is this? The two exchanged glances and silently followed Ling Yuzi, realizing something was amiss. She turned around, staring blankly at them. In the next moment, she finally grasped the situation, and the sack fell to the ground. Yes, it's a Hashira. Lowering herself to escape the grasp of the flame, Hashira's fighting spirit proved futile. The intensity of his hardened spirit demanded focus even from upper-ranked demons, let alone a lower-ranked one. Wait, don't act just yet. Shani, you aren't feeling pity for this demon, are you? She's a demon. Don't let her pitiable appearance fool you. You have no idea how many people she has killed and devoured. Lian Yu's attitude towards demons mirrored that of other demon slayers, his fiery gaze ablaze not with warmth, but with a seething intent akin to molten lava. I merely wish to inquire about a matter. Look at her eyes. She is a lower-ranked demon. She must know the identity of the demon within the wand, Shiji Jiao. Wichishani paused, adding, moreover, I bear no sympathy for this demon. Look at her face. It's not adorable at all. I think that is unacceptable. Ling Yuzi's face contorted in a mix of anger and shock. You actually find me unworthy? What did I say? I found you unworthy. I just don't want to be with you. My dignity is far too precious to be squandered on you. Lian Yuxing muttered to himself, what a crude youth. Ling Yuzi trembled with rage at his crude words, her eyes wide with indignation. Her expression conveying that even if you offered her delicious food, she would have no appetite, and she could discern the disdain in his words, which only fueled her fury. Is there a difference between not wanting to be with me and finding me unworthy? For the first time, Wichishani found himself rendered speechless by a demon, left without retort. He could only stand to the side, assessing her demeanor and deducing that she too was the sort who wouldn't behave without receiving a proper beating. He declared, I'm leaving her to you, Shani. Xing Sholong and Ling Yuzi countered simultaneously. Hey, call out my name properly. Hey, I'm very honest, all right. Ling Yuzi, overwhelmed by her rage, shouted, I don't want to fight Hashira. You are too wicked. I'm not playing with you anymore. I'm no longer your yam egg. Wichishani disregarded her accusations, maintaining a cold demeanor. The audacious yam egg now seeks to curry favor to beg for mercy. Indeed, Lian Yuxing looked at her, then at him, quietly asking, Shani, how did you end up in this mess? What woman can't you find? Yet you choose a demon woman? I hardly know what to say to you. Shani rolled his eyes. Me? Or should I take the lead? I fear your heart may soften. Capture her alive. Look, you're already feeling soft-hearted, aren't you? Lian Yuxing drew his Nicaran blade. The red-hued blade bore flame-like patterns, and the immense fighting spirit surged as if flames were flickering and rising. His large eyes fixed intently on Ling Yuzi. My blade is quite hot. After uttering this, he launched into attack, not with swordsmanship, but with a mere swing of his sword that sent the air spiraling, stirring up the snow on the ground and severely obstructing Ling Yuzi's line of sight. A horizontal swing, his stance resembled that of wielding an iron rod to strike. My wife, Zenitsu, had never witnessed anyone wielding the Nicaran sword in such a manner. The overwhelming aura of combat stifled Rengoku's movements. She sought to evade but found herself immobilized. Driven by instinct, she resorted to the blood demon art capable of rupturing a human heart. With a sickening sound, Rengoku maintained her outstretched hand, blood spraying from her mouth, and she was propelled several meters away like a kite severed from its string, landing motionless on the ground. If Rengoku had employed the blade's edge instead of its spine, she would have been cleaved in two. Yet, even in her current state, she appeared utterly disheveled. So, this is a lower moon? Zenitsu finally comprehended why this being had been relentlessly pursued and why she dared not turn back to fight. Reflecting on the initial encounter when she had been mercilessly beaten, she juxtaposed it with the present moment and felt a profound sense of melancholy. Rengoku struggled to rise, her steps unsteady. She coughed up blood twice, her body marked by burns, continuously hampering her recovery. It was unbearably hot. How could it be so scorching? Hadn't Ti mentioned that my sword is exceedingly hot? Zenitsu interjected with a sardonic remark. Oh dear, how lewd you are. Rengoku, treading through the snow, approached Rengoku and seized her. Rengoku's sharp nails grazed his skin, barely inflicting pain before they blistered from the heat, eliciting a more pitiful scream. Without a glance, Rengoku grasped her throat, employing what he deemed the gentlest method to handle a demon. His hand, broad and solid, made the scene resemble a bear suffocating a chicken. Even Zenitsu, observing from the sidelines, was astounded by the significant enhancement of the flame Hashira's physique, akin to the rock Hashira's formidable presence. Is the breath of flame truly that formidable? Observing the opponent's breathing technique through a clear lens, Zenitsu absorbed new knowledge, a smile gracing his face, which softened his demeanor towards Rengoku considerably, rendering it almost tender. "Reina, do sit down," he proclaimed, adopting a deeply contemplative and enigmatic expression akin to Eren. "I inquire, and you respond. Should you falter, I shall wield my Nichiren blade upon you. What rank does the leader of the Infinite Paradise sect hold among the 12 Kizuki?" Rengoku replied seamlessly, He is the Upper Moon too. As long as it did not pertain to Musen Kibutsuji, she could divulge other information. And since she was not well versed in the details of the Upper Moons, when Zenitsu inquired if any women were among them, she too was perplexed. "The 6th Upper Moon is a woman. Has she not been slain by your Demon Slayer Corps?" Zenitsu pressed on. "Then I shall ask you this. Who is the one who scattered the poison of the wisteria?" Rengoku fell silent, curling up in a trembling ball. Zenitsu narrowed his eyes, severing her feet with a blade. "Feet are mere adornments. Those esteemed individuals would not understand. I realize you cannot comprehend, but tell me, is that person the one I suspect?" Rengoku remained motionless, her gaze vacant. Her rigid body seemed lifeless. Yet Zenitsu had gleaned the truth. His complexion darkened with dread as he cast Rengoku aside, murmuring to himself, "How could it be a woman? Why would Kibutsuji Musen be a woman?" He paused, cradling his head in disbelief. How could she possibly be so beautiful? That is the crux of the matter. In the distance, the laughter of Akaza echoed. He was engaged in battle, presumably with the insect Hashira. Surely, the insect Hashira would manage, as long as it was merely Upper Moon 3. They could hold out until dawn. Rengoku scratched his head, pondering aloud. "Why do I feel as though you are not referring to Upper Moon 3, but rather to Lower Moon 3? When did the Upper Moons become so easily vanquished?" Zenitsu expressed his astonishment. "I can hold my own, even trading injury for life. Do not tell me that you Hashira are incapable of such feats? Are we truly of the same organization?" Rengoku, equally astonished, queried, "Are we genuinely part of the same series?" Zenitsu looked quickly. Rengoku's voice made Zenitsu instinctively glance at Rengoku, noting her palm-sized face. Both were seized by fear. This was undoubtedly Lower Moon for Rengoku, but she was smiling. Although tears of terror streamed down her face, a smile adorned her lips. The expression was eerie and grotesque, the distortion of her muscles reminiscent of an invisible hand twisting her visage. That smile resembled the ghastly grin of paper effigies accompanying the deceased, pale and sinister, imbued with an intangible malice. Rengoku parted her lips, emitting the gentle voice of another woman. "Where can you run to?" Without uttering a word, Zenitsu turned and fled. Chapter 87. Zenitsu. The divergence between Upper Moon 3, Akaza, and Lower Moon 2, Doma, lay in their aesthetics. Doma, being a demon, relished consuming women, particularly young ones, with a preference for pregnant women, believing they possessed more nourishment than men. He could not fathom Akaza's refusal to partake of women. A redeeming quality of Akaza was his abstention from killing or consuming women, ostensibly rooted in a code of honor among the strong, perhaps sharing a common aversion to overly fragrant individuals. "Begone, foul woman! You have lost. Cease your entanglements with me. Weak, feeble, you are merely a slightly more robust woman. It's still a waste. Akaza appeared quite battered, his skin marred by bluish patterns, evidently afflicted by the specialized toxins concocted by the insect Ashira, though only superficially. They could not penetrate further. Her poison might incapacitate ordinary demons, even lower moons, in a short time, but it was ineffective against upper moons. Even if it had an effect, it required time. Upper moons possessed high resistance to toxins. Hence, in this regard, Shinobu Kocho's explosive damage was inadequate. Coupled with her petite stature, rendering her physical capabilities incomparable to other Hashira, making her the weakest among the 9 members of the Demon Slayer Corps in the original manga's formula. Of course, when confronting Upper Moon 3, Shinobu had not employed her most potent poison. Her deadliest toxin was reserved for the demon she loathed the most. The Upper Moon before her was certainly not that one. Yet he possessed invaluable intelligence, prompting Shinobu to gather information while maneuvering, which irritated Akaza. He was becoming agitated. What do you truly want? Will you spare me? What are you prattling on about? Speak clearly, you detestable woman. You have even poisoned me. Akaza's frustration mounted. He did not spare women out of pity, but considered killing them akin to slaying the weak, a disgrace. I ask you, Shinobu inquired, her expression unwavering, unconcerned by Akaza's insults. Among your upper moons, is there a demon who wields a fan? An ice demon, perhaps? Akaza paused, intrigued by the question. Had it been any other upper moon, they would have dismissed her outright and withheld information about Doma, but Akaza and Doma's relationship was fraught with animosity. He yearned to eliminate that loathsome creature. This woman was evidently a member of the Demon Slayer Corps. Her expression betrayed a deep-seated grudge against Doma. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, There is indeed such a being. Do you harbor a grudge against him? Shinobu remained silent. Her eyes seemed to blaze with fire, her teeth clattering audibly. This matter does not require a response. Iwazu fell silent for a full minute, surveying his surroundings and noting the absence of others. Thus, he resolutely proclaimed, I will never divulge any information regarding Shang Xian'er. Butterfly, Shinobu murmured to herself. So, it is Shang Xian'er. Iwazu placed his hands on his hips, declaring, Though he is repugnant, clad in a blood-red coat and light golden-striped wide-legged trousers, with a pair of iridescent eyes and nails dyed a pale blue. Despite all his flaws, he remains a good demon, my esteemed colleague. Iwazu forced a smile reminiscent of Jin, asserting that even if captured, he would never betray the organization. I will not disclose anything related to Tong Mo. Could you please hurry up? Shinobu thought quietly, observing the antics of this Shang Xian-san. As expected, before she could inquire, Iwazu began to perform, coldly chuckling. I certainly cannot tell you that he possesses no less than 9 blood demon arts related to ice. Hurry. Confused, Butterfly Shinobu pondered whether Shang Xian-san was at odds with Shang Xian'er, planning to use him as a tool. Regardless, she was determined to eliminate Tong Mo. Indifferent to being seen as a mere pawn by Iwazu, a smile returned to her face. Surely, his blood demon arts must be exceedingly vile. Even if you do not reveal them to me, I can surmise that one of his core techniques is called Frozen 3 Feet. Iwazu's eyes twitched, bestowing upon her an appreciative glance, akin to a girl who understood the nuances, before disdainfully spitting. What Frozen 3 Feet? Are our Shang Xian so poorly named? Let me tell you, the ice crystals that Tong Mo unleashes with his fan can destroy human alveoli and summon ice vines to ensnare opponents, far beyond your imagination. Butterfly, Shinobu diligently noted this information. Indeed, she could not fathom the depth of conflict among the Shang Xian. If one were to witness that mist-like white fog, it signified one's demise. There was no escape but to flee far away. Indeed, that was the so-called frost cloud. Do you think this is the end? Tong Mo's blood demon arts are not merely powerful. They're increasingly formidable. His ultimate technique, Water Lily Bodhisattva, is not only immensely strong, but also spews deadly poison, leaving you unaware of your demise. Even without his fan, he can create ice puppets capable of independent combat. Though small in size, their combat prowess is remarkable, able to unleash blood demon arts with the same strength as the original. And there is Scattered Lotus, which can eviscerate you alive, along with the 9 consecutive strikes of Desolate Garden Snowfall. While Butterfly Shinobu memorized this intelligence, she found it peculiar. How did Shang Xian-san possess such intimate knowledge of Shang Xian'er's abilities? Little did she know that the former Shang Lu, Tong Mo, had ascended to his current rank through a brutal blood battle with Iwazu, a source of deep shame for Iwazu. The lowly figure he despised had defeated him head-on. Thus, he constantly yearned to retaliate, initiating several blood battles in an attempt to defeat Tong Mo, during which he had become quite familiar with Tong Mo's blood demon arts. Familiar to the point of tears. As the information began to flow freely, he suddenly feigned an expression of astonishment and anger, exclaiming, "You dare to extract information from me? Are you truly seeking death?" The benevolent Shang Xian stamped his foot, creating a large crater beneath him, erupting into laughter as if relishing the battle, and then swiftly departed. Damn, what a drama queen. Butterfly Shinobu found herself at a loss, unsure whether to laugh or cry. She could only suppress her tumultuous emotions, searching through the grand estate, rescuing a few brainwashed women but failing to locate Tong Mo. She intended to secure these women before seeking out the flame Hashira. Unbeknownst to her, a far more terrifying figure than Shang Xian lurked nearby, and she was unaware that Ubuyashiki Zenitsu and Rengoku Kyujuru had already fallen into dire straits. Feeling the pressure, Kyujuru's Nichiren blade had shattered. His chest caved in, his tall form becoming somewhat hunched, blood trickling from the corners of his lips, and his once flame-like golden hair appeared to wither. The flame Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps lay weakly across Ubuyashiki Zenitsu's back. Zenitsu was fleeing. Kyujuru's weight was not light. He could rival Kanroji Mitsuri in appetite, and without a doubt, he was heavy. Yet, despite carrying such a burden, Zenitsu ran swiftly. He had to hurry. The late-night streets of Tokyo echoed with the sounds of youth, as patrolling officers and night watchmen only heard the patter of footsteps, followed by a fleeting gust of wind. Ubuyashiki Zenitsu was exerting every ounce of his strength to run. Anxiety gripped his face, for right behind him, lurking in the darkness, was an incredibly powerful presence that held him in its gaze, a realization that left him utterly unable to stop. He could not fathom how to escape this mental lock. Kyujuru Rengoku, coughing blood, murmured, "Just one strike? I nearly fell to a single blow. When did such a person emerge among the 12 Kazuki? How could that guy possibly be one of the 12 Kazuki?" Zenitsu whispered, "Old iron, your fighting spirit is tempered through countless battles. Even if I open the transparent world, I might not be able to detect your flaws. I've encountered Shang Xian-san, and he was a mere novice. Neither Shang Xian nor Shang Xian Air could have nearly killed you with a single strike." He understood that Kyujuru must be feeling disheartened. As one of the top combatants of the Demon Slayer Corps, nearly falling to a single strike was a blow to his morale, especially since the attack had been a sneak attack, executed with impeccable timing. Anyone would struggle with their mindset in such a situation. So who was that woman? Who else could it be? Kyujuru Rengoku remained silent. There was only one demon more terrifying than the Shang Xian. Yet, he faced another conundrum. How could Kibutsuji Musen be so beautiful? How could it take the form of a woman? This was more absurd than sweet potatoes dipped in mustard. Even demons could not comprehend how Kibutsuji Musen transformed into a woman. Kyujuru's round head leaned weakly against Zenitsu's shoulder, softly sighing, "Put me down. Carrying me will not aid your escape." Ubuyashiki Zenitsu frowned in displeasure. "Even if we fail the team battle, is it still human to abandon a comrade? Besides, dawn is approaching. We can hold out a little longer." Kyujuru Rengoku struggled to raise his head and gaze at the sky. He saw a moon hanging high above. Was this what they called dawn approaching? He felt utterly embarrassed. Not only could he not withstand a single attack, but he was also dragging down his junior. If he survived this encounter, he would definitely express his gratitude to Ubuyashiki Zenitsu. Kyujuru's pupils constricted slightly. He inadvertently noticed that the moon seemed to dim momentarily. At the same time, Ubuyashiki Zenitsu also came to a halt. On the rooftop ahead stood a woman. The woman in the night was silent, her fingers slowly brushing through her inky black tresses, her figure graceful, exuding an unparalleled elegance. Even knowing she was a man, both Ubuyashiki Zenitsu and Kyujuru Rengoku couldn't help but be entranced. Alas, it was a man. This was the shared sentiment of the two men. Kibutsuji Musen appeared to be admiring the moonlight, waiting a moment before slowly lowering his gaze. Those were a pair of crimson eyes. The wisdom and experience contained within those eyes suggested that she did not belong to this era. Rather, she had observed this world for hundreds or thousands of years. "It is time for you to provide me with a response after having contemplated for so long. Will you continue to resist stubbornly? Or will you choose to pledge your loyalty to me? If that is the case, then why can't you cast down a crutch for me?" Chapter 88. Little Eel. Run. Within a mere 3 hours, Gue Wuyujan extended 2 invitations to him. The first offered him the position of Upper Moon 6. He coldly rejected it, for he is currently a Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps, an officer. Working anywhere would yield the same results, so why would he switch to your side? The second offer was even more enticing. Upper Moon 6, alongside a charming little girl. Should he accept? Reluctantly, he turned it down. Wie fang zan yi fudushit, ikliming. How did you know my preferences? How dare you slander me as a pervert who favors young girls? How long have you been spying on me? Gue Wuyuzhan shook his head gently. It appears you believe you still have a chance to escape, or perhaps my terms are insufficient. Speak up. What do you desire at this moment? Why want his fu, my good sir? I haven't eaten, drunk, or slept for 3 days. With Fang Zhan, he realized he could not continue like this. His mental and physical states were far from optimal, particularly the hunger, which was most dire. Why couldn't he pull out a few pounds of Sakura rice cakes from his pocket? Why was there no such skill? Vifang Zan Yi Sikit. Life is arduous. The eel sighed as well. What I yearn for most is merely a steaming bowl of rice. Gue Wuyuzhan was momentarily taken aback, her enchanting face adorned with ellipses. Oh, my apologies, I misspoke. I'm in a rice dish. If you agree, you may eat whatever you desire. However, beyond human blood and flesh, I doubt other foods would pique your interest. With Fang Zhan, ES face paled. He nearly forgot that Gue Wuyuzhan not only possessed terrifying power, but also the ability to transform humans into demons. With this thought, he regarded her as if she were a source of contagion in human form. Zanyi, this person is truly after me. With Fang Zhan, he whispered to Rengoku Kyujuru. I apologize for dragging you into this. I will find a way to ensure your safety, then quickly seek out the insect Hashira. The face that was accustomed to laughter now bore little expression, indicating he was prepared to fight for his life. You should have cast me aside sooner. Hey you, with your thick brows and bright eyes, knew I couldn't ignore your life or death, so why speak now? Listen, if you survive, inform all the Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps. It would be better if you could mobilize troops. With Fang Zhan, he fixed his gaze firmly on the alluring woman in black kimono atop the ceiling, whispering, I have heard that Gue Wuyuzhan's whereabouts are elusive. It has been many years since he has been seen. Now is the optimal time to slay him. Do not let this opportunity slip away. Kyujuru's expression changed. Are you truly prepared to face him alone? Don't do it for me. I'm not doing this for you. Vifank, Zan Yi Projemit Proudly. Do you not realize who I am? The beneficiary of the former flame Hashira's legacy. The appointed aide of the swordsmith village. The future husband of Kanroji and Shinobu. Furthermore, I am a Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps. Killing demons is simply my duty. What more is there to discuss? Is that so? A stubborn boy is truly amusing. Be quiet. Isn't that rather adorable? Ha ha ha. Rengoku Kyujuru leaned on his back, laughing heartily as if he had not laughed enough beneath the street lamp, relishing the moment. He slowly raised his head to gaze directly into the eyes of Gue Wuyuzhan. His eyes blazed with an intense and fervent killing intent. Zanyi, you should have mastered the breathing techniques I taught you. Before I departed from home, I found a notebook in my study. If you have the chance, you might want to take a look at it. Rengoku Kyujuru tucked a small booklet into a Fang Zhan ES waistband. What is this book? I do not know. Most of its contents were torn apart by my father, leaving only fragments. I cannot comprehend it, but you may understand the remnants. My intuition tells me that this book will be of great use to you. Tell me honestly, has your intuition ever been accurate? I suppose so. While Rengoku Kyujuru appeared to taunt Gue Wuyuzhan, the latter was not angered but instead smiled faintly. Flame Hashira, why not pledge your loyalty to me? Your aura is strong, yet you still fail because you have not reached your peak. Why not become an immortal demon? That way, you will have ample time to pursue the realm you desire. Is that not appealing? Kyujuru's eyes widened. How can a person shamelessly transform into a demon? What is the difference between consuming flesh and blood and being a beast? You are mistaken. The cycle of life, death, aging, and illness is indeed terrifying. But what makes one human, what renders life fleeting yet brilliant, is precisely this cycle. Gue Wuyuzhan's smile vanished. He regarded Rengoku Kyujuru with a cold, indifferent gaze. If you wish to die, then go ahead and perish. Suddenly, as swift as lightning, in the blink of an eye, with Fang Zhan, he seemed to have anticipated the attack, darting out to evade the repulsive chunks of flesh that emerged from Gue Wuyuzhan's flowing sleeves. His agility reached its zenith, even employing sword techniques. Breath of Thunder, fourth form, Distant Thunder. This was the fastest and farthest sword technique he had executed thus far, moving faster than sound itself. Just as Gue Wuyuzhan prepared to pursue, he suddenly saw with Fang Zhan, he abruptly cast the golden-haired man from his back far away. This was a bold gambit. If Gue Wuyuzhan's true target was with Fang Zhan, he He would not waste time slaying Rengoku Kyudru. A slight delay would allow the eel to escape. Conversely, if he disregarded Wafang Zhan and instead sought to devour Rengoku Kyudru, it would merely indicate the flame Hashira's ill fate. This was a gamble, a wager of lives, and a test of his psyche. Guei Wuyuzhan was well aware of this. He had no interest in the Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps. They had perished one after another over the years. What difference did it make between the dead and the living? His focus was solely on Wafang Zhan. The reason was as previously stated. He needed a clever individual to assist him. The 12 Kazuki had become increasingly unreliable in his eyes. Thus he sought a new pawn. That was all. Wafang Zhan increased his speed further, the yellow battle robe billowing in the wind, while the biting cold of the winter night sliced against his flesh, inflicting excruciating pain that only intensified. Yet he dared not halt. A gaze imbued with deep malevolence seemed to pierce through the structures, sending shivers down his spine. Before long, he arrived at the Yoshiwara Flower District. The buildings and streets here were steeped in antiquity. I have always cherished such quaint streets, whether in winter or summer. There would always be young ladies or older sisters, unable to bear the heat, standing by the roadside in light clothing, enjoying the breeze and engaging in conversation. In this era devoid of mobile phones, human connections were not shrouded in indifference. Whenever a man passed by, they would eagerly invite him inside to play, exuding warmth and a sense of intimacy. But now, it lay desolate, with only a graceful demon awaiting him. This is your last chance. Do not let it slip away. In response to Guei Wuyuzhan was a brilliantly radiant flash of blade light. Breath of Thunder, First Form. Chapter 89. A desperate situation. The essence of Iji Xing lies at the core of the thunder-breathing technique, serving as the foundation for all swordsmanship within this school. Without mastering this fundamental move, learning any other techniques would be utterly futile. Just as a tree cannot thrive without strong roots. The significance of Iji Xing is embodied in the art of drawing the sword. The flash of lightning, in essence, is merely an exceptionally swift draw. Coincidentally, the technique my wife, Zenitsu, has practiced most diligently is the draw. As the sheath split, lightning abruptly manifested. Concurrently, no sound echoed in the cold wind. For this strike was his most powerful move, transcending mere swordplay or technique, a pure expression of the draw itself. A faint sound reverberated in the night sky. The sound of fabric tearing. A piece of black cloth drifted gracefully down from the air. Muzan Kibutsuji maintained a serene expression. His luxurious black kimono fluttering in the biting wind, one section of the front now missing. He no longer stood atop the roof, but on the ground, feet pressing into the remnants of snow. A wound appeared on his leg. Muzan, unaware of how long it had been since he had last been injured, narrowed his eyes. The cold wind raged, and the temperature in his gaze dropped, the suppressed killing intent stirring within him. This strike had still failed. Zenitsu prepared to flee. If it were daytime, he could blend into the crowd, masking his presence among the throngs of people. Unless Muzan went mad and began a rampage through the streets of Tokyo. However, it was now the dead of night, and scarcely a soul was in sight. He was at a loss as to where to escape. One must concede, you are indeed formidable at this moment. His hand, gripping the Nichiren blade, trembled slightly, for the blade itself quivered. In the earlier clash, while Muzan had sustained minor injuries, Zenitsu had gained no advantage, nearly losing his grip on the sword. Why continue to resist? I acknowledge your strength, even greater than some Hashira I have encountered, yet you have only lived a mere decade or so. The longer one lives, the more formidable they become. The arrogant master momentarily forgot the humiliating experience of being beaten by Kyogai Ubuyashiki 400 years ago. At that time, Muzan was already a 600-year-old monster, relentlessly pursued by a young swordsman. Such a tale would be a source of shame if shared. Perhaps it was due to sensing something akin to Kyogai Ubuyashiki within Zenitsu that he clung so tightly, risking everything to make Zenitsu his own. As Muzan's voice rang out, Zenitsu's movements froze. His fighting spirit waned, the fervor extinguished. Only then did Zenitsu realize that Muzan had merely used his voice to shake his resolve. Had it been someone with a slightly weaker will, they would have found it impossible to muster the spirit to fight before Muzan. This was not a blood demon art, but an unabashed mental oppression. Do you not comprehend? You have embarked upon a path from which there is no return. Regardless of how exquisite the breathing technique may be, it ultimately serves to exploit the potential of the human body. No matter your exceptional talent or the growth of your strength, in 10 or 20 years, you will find yourself gradually weakening. Your companions are no different. Even if you reach your pinnacle, what of it? The most robust and sharp Nichiren blade will, in the face of time, become nothing more than scrap metal. This is the might of time. The younger one is, the more they disregard it. Yet those who age soon find themselves regretting their previous indifference. Such examples I have witnessed far too often. With a tone of lamentation, Muzin's visage, combined with his gentle sigh, radiated an intellectual beauty and wisdom from every angle, as if every word he uttered, no matter how reluctant, compelled belief, was the most terrifying thing in this world. Naturally, it is death. As long as one is human, death is inevitable. The ultimate fear that has existed since humanity's inception, one that cannot be overcome, even by science. My dear Zenitsu, only by choosing the path I offer can you escape death. His words seemed to carry a certain magical power, though Zenitsu's will remained unyielded. He could not help but feel that each of his words held a semblance of truth. His spirit wavered. His expression shifted multiple times. Becoming a demon grants eternal life? You know, I have lived for 1,000 years. I can certainly live for another 1,000. Muzin extended his hand towards him, as if inviting him to eternal life. Believe me, with sufficient lifespan, you can overcome all difficulties. You shall never regret the choice you make today. Zenitsu remained silent for a considerable time. A trace of a smile crept across his face. So, after living for 1,000 years, have you resolved the challenges you faced? Have you fulfilled your wishes, Muzin Kibutsuji? Is it not true that after a millennium, you remain utterly unremarkable? The slight smile that had just blossomed on Muzin's face instantly froze. His exquisite features twisted, his eyes bulging, the elongated crimson pupils resembling a cat's, radiating a fury-infused, killing intent. In that moment, a dim flash of blade light flickered through the night. This strike was neither thunder nor lightning, but the ominous black clouds that herald the arrival of summer thunderstorms, enveloping the two in a shroud of darkness, obscuring their vision. Instinctively, Muzin shifted most of his focus to his hearing. This was his reflex. The vast majority of blind individuals possess superior hearing, not solely due to concentrated attention, but also because hearing serves as humanity's second means of information capture, a matter of instinct. The same applies to demons. Zenitsu capitalized on this. Sanji Xing, Tiaoguang Ju Wencheng Lei. The variant sword technique of Sanji Xing has two applications. One involves inserting the Nichiren blade into a demon's body, causing a resonance of the weak sounds within, thereby achieving destruction. The second application entails abandoning the entirety of one's focus to concentrate in one area. Kong Kong Yin Nisho. The Nichiren blade vibrated violently, shimmering with iridescence, a cacophony of sound blasting into his ears, piercing through to the depths of his mind. The sharp noise akin to a megaphone's buzzing, obliterating Muzin's consciousness into a void. His counterattack faltered momentarily. In that instant, Zenitsu's Nichiren blade surged forward, his visage pale, blood trickling from the corner of his eye. This strike was not intended to be a lethal blow. He never believed his current strength could slay Muzin. His sole aim was to seize every opportunity to survive. Thus, this strike was not an attack, but a means of leveraging power. The blade's tip pierced Muzin's chest. A resounding clang echoed, a sound as though steel met steel. It felt as if he had struck not flesh, but something far more formidable. Zenitsu was abruptly thrust backward by the force of the recoil, the overwhelming power coursing up his arm. Intentionally channeled into the variant sword technique of Wu Zhixing, Reiji Lei Zhu Xin. Thunder rumbled within him. The subtle sounds imperceptible to ordinary ears converging into a thunderous roar within his being. A torrent of warmth surged into his heart, and in an instant, he felt his heart swell significantly. Expansion, congestion. Then, his heart violently contracted, a deluge of blood rushing throughout his body, banishing the sensations of hunger and fatigue, restoring him instantaneously to the pinnacle of physical prowess. His gaze sharpened intensely, his aura more powerful than ever before. Meanwhile, his features began to ooze blood. The sword technique, known as Yushin, is not designed to slay enemies, but rather to inflict harm upon oneself, allowing one to regain a significant portion of their strength at the cost of self-injury. In fact, the greater the self-harm, the more invigorated one's physical state becomes. The flash of the blade was instantaneous. Goewu Yuzai retreated momentarily, sensing that Wokai Zini had employed a secret method to stimulate his latent potential. Moving at a speed surpassing all previous instances, and in an instant he was struck by dozens of blades. All were feints, The lightning flickered once more. The young and exceptional demon slayer had already fled far away, his escape directed towards the outskirts of Tokyo. With dawn approaching, the likelihood of being illuminated by sunlight outside the city was far greater than within. Even Gyuzai feared the sun. He should contemplate whether to pursue. Wokai Zenyi was engaging in psychological warfare again, but this time it was a miscalculation. Without a moment's hesitation, Gyuzai gave chase. Wokai Zenyi sprinted away, not daring to pause for an instant, not even allowing a drop of blood to mark his path. It was only when he could no longer endure the agony that he halted, the technique that stimulated his potential having inflicted severe injuries upon him. Upon stopping, it felt as though blood was surging forth from his body, his joints cracking, his body trembling violently, blood ceaselessly spilling from the corners of his lips. It was still futile. There was no means of escape. Zenyi's gaze dimmed momentarily, but he soon rallied his spirits, saying, "What purpose does your pursuit serve? I am merely a novice with less than 2 years of training. Why persist so relentlessly?" The dark-haired beauty, standing in the morning breeze, observed him quietly. To reach this level in just 2 years of practice in both the breath of thunder and the breath of water is rare. I seldom encounter a swordsman who masters 2 breathing techniques simultaneously. You are indeed a prodigy. Zenyi forced a bitter smile. Do not flatter me. They say I am quite ordinary, and there should be many stronger than me in the Demon Slayer Corps. Am I not? Gyuzai did not respond, suddenly inquiring. The self-inflicted technique you used earlier, it seems to incorporate elements of the breath of flame as well. How long did you train in the breath of flame? 3 days. Those 3 days when you were following me? Wokai Zenyi acknowledged. Gyuzai's expression grew complex, finally smiling as he shook his head. You are indeed the person I seek. If you were to assist me, our eternal endeavor would no longer be a mere dream. Zenyi remained silent. At this juncture, do you still intend to refuse? Can you still escape? Zenyi gazed towards the eastern sky, murmuring, daylight is nearly upon us. In the next moment, his countenance turned grim. Indeed, the dawn had arrived. Yet the sun did not reveal its face. Flurries of snow cascaded from the heavens once more. Thick clouds of snow had frozen all, including the sunlight. Heavy snow blanketed the sky. Chapter 90. The one who wields yin and yang must perceive the subtle to comprehend the obvious. Amidst the wind and snow, someone was frantically fleeing for their life. Wokai Zenyi stumbled through the snow, the shadow of the demon still relentlessly pursuing him, never seeming in haste to kill him or forcibly transform him into a demon. Gyuzai was employing this method to erode his will and conviction. Flee, flee. In the vastness of the world, where can one escape to? Even if one evades Gyuzai, how can one escape the natural laws of life and death? Hunger, cold, internal injuries, illness. How much longer can one endure? In the midst of his frantic flight, Wokai Zenyi felt akin to a weary rodent, while Gyuzai was the cat toying with the mouse, a malevolent feline who also relished in undermining his spirit with words. After running for so long, are you not tired? This is the very lightness of movement training I have longed for. Have you heard of the art of treading snow without leaving a trace? To be candid, my lord Gwu, last summer I ran naked in the pouring rain. That sensation is still fresh in my memory, leaving me yearning for more. Gyuzai was once again taken aback. Running naked in the rain was an experience he had not encountered in his 1,000 years of existence. I suddenly wonder, should I run naked in the heavy snow once more? It feels even more exhilarating, does it not? This is the very essence of youth that Kai extols. This is youth. Indeed, after a moment of silence, Gyuzai replied, please, commence your naked run. No, that would be too harmful to my body. Wokai Zenyi countered. Aren't you tired? I have not felt fatigue in a long time. On occasion, I may feel mentally drained due to the inadequacies of my subordinates. Mental fatigue is still a form of weariness. The apparition of Gyuzai, donning the guise of a noble woman, recalled the several upper moons and sighed lightly, then smiled faintly. However, this time the lower moons have performed commendably, uncovering strands of evidence from a family. You must have noticed, Wokai-kun. I am forcing you in that direction. Indeed, he had sensed it long ago. Only by fleeing in that direction would Gyuzai's onslaught not be so ferocious and terrifying. He had believed there to be someone in that direction who caused Gyuzai to hesitate, only to discover that the demon merely wished to pass through. Wokai Zenyi pondered the direction. In the northeast of Kanto, are there any formidable families? He was uncertain. All he knew was that the former water pillar, Rintika, resided in the direction of the narrow fog mountains, But Go Yuzai clearly was not seeking trouble with an old man left behind. What family was he referring to? Which family? Are you visiting friends? Not friends, but rather a long-standing enemy. Do not mistake me for a petty person. In many respects, I am quite magnanimous. Even if an ant were to bump into me on the street, I would apologize. Go Yuzai stated blandly. I am merely going to eliminate some potential unstable factors. That family is one, and so are you, Wokai-kun. The expression on his feminine face was one of a cat toying with a mouse. Even if I do not take action, you can only endure for 2 more days before starving, or you will succumb to exhaustion before starvation. To live 1 more day is still a blessing. Agree to become a demon, and you may live as long as you wish. Zenitsu gritted his teeth. What is so good about becoming a demon? You cannot see the sunlight, and the food is unpalatable. Do you think I am unaware of the taste of human flesh? I have heard it is worse than cat or horse meat. My fate should not be like this. Fate? Go Yuzai's expression remained unchanged. You are not yet strong enough. Why do you have to speak of fate? The so-called fate is predetermined. I am the heaven that stands before you, and your outcome is merely my will. Such a simple truth, do you still fail to comprehend? After speaking, he seemed to contemplate the psychological well-being of his prospective subordinate, lowering his voice. Do not belittle yourself. Your potential is immense. Have you encountered the Upper Moon 3? He pales in comparison to you in terms of potential. Where you will ultimately reach, even I cannot foresee. You truly do care for others. I do not mind revealing my benevolent side to my future subordinates. A leader who rules solely through intimidation is unfit and cannot survive in this era. Unbelievable. He dares to consider himself a good boss? Wokai Zenitsu continued to run, feeling that when one is anxious about something, time often flows swiftly without notice. Yet, during a frantic escape, the opposite occurs. He felt as though time had stretched significantly. Having only run for half a day, Wokai Zenitsu felt as though he had been fleeing for several days. The atmosphere was thick with tension, intensified by the snowflakes and his labored breaths. The atmosphere was palpably strained. A strategy was needed to alleviate the tension. Speaking of which, Go Yuzai, have you come to a realization? I am merely curious. They say you are a man, yet I now see you appearing as a woman. Pray tell, are you truly a man or a woman? Even if I were to submit to you, the dynamics of dealing with a male superior versus a female superior differ. Do they not warrant psychological preparation on my part? Go Yuzai hesitated, almost refraining from speaking. However, he ultimately could not hold back. Why did your tone suddenly become so lascivious when you mentioned female superior? If I were a woman, what intentions would you harbor? Does it truly matter whether one is male or female? Without further ado, I surmise you are still a man. Wife Shan seized the moment, while Go Yuzai was lost in thought and took a breath. Upon our first meeting, you were a paragon of elegance, utterly enchanting. Yet now you appear disheveled and unkempt, resembling not a courtesan of the capital, but rather a foraging songbird in the countryside. Songbird? Go Yuzai clenched his fists, his teeth grinding in frustration, wishing to eliminate him on the spot. A true woman would never allow herself to become so wretched. So your current state. Wife Shan, he felt a chill at the back of his head and deftly shifted the topic. All members of the Demon Slayer Corps harbor a profound hatred for you, wishing to rend you to pieces. Are you not concerned that the other Hashira may come hunt you down? Huh. Even if I were to be torn apart, what of it? If they find me, what can they possibly do? You ought to be more concerned about whether I shall eliminate them. The Chuan Wushi has persistently provoked me for millennia, like a rabid dog. Once I am unshackled, none shall escape alive. I find it quite peculiar. What animosity exists between Chuan Wushi and yourself? Go Yuzai momentarily drifted off, murmuring, who knows? Ahead lies a town. Perhaps you could indulge in a hearty meal and a cleansing bath there. I am in no rush. Wife Shan abruptly halted, contemplating whether to venture into that town. Indeed, as Go Yuzai stated, he needed to procure supplies. He desired not only a satisfying meal and a refreshing bath, but also a good night's rest. Yet, did he truly possess such an opportunity? Would Go Yuzai permit it? Most importantly, would the ordinary townsfolk be in danger? Wife Shan Yi's expression fluctuated as he suddenly noticed the leaden clouds above had begun to lighten. Was the sky clearing? He swiftly turned, employing the variant of water breathing known as ice breathing, causing the air within his lungs to contract from the cold, followed by flame breathing, expanding in response to the heat. His chest sank. Sound breathing. A sudden roar erupted, as if a bomb had detonated within him. The 3 breathing techniques flowed seamlessly. and the sound he unleashed was sufficient to instill terror in the hearts of the faint-hearted. With a pointed blade, he caught Gue Wuyuzhen off guard. What's the name of that trifling technique? That is Tian Longhua. Quite imposing, indeed, rather intriguing. Yet, it merely pays homage to the violent monk from Yishu. Wife Shan Yi's Nicaran blade was seized by Gue Wuyuzhen, causing his grip to falter, nearly dropping the weapon. He bellowed again, unleashing the thunder sword technique, which unexpectedly forced the opponent back. Gue Wuyuzhen cast aside the Nicaran blade and glanced at the cut on his palm. A sardonic smile gracing his lips. What strategy is this? Is an offensive as fierce as fire? Or a cornered beast still fighting? He felt a twinge of unease. Raising his gaze slightly, he noted that the heavens had somehow cleared. The leaden clouds that had obscured the sunlight since last night were gradually dissipating. The sun was poised to descend. The pressure from the sun would soon bear down upon Gue Wuyuzhen. Wife Shan, he took a deep breath, disregarding the pain in his lungs, and forced a transformation in his breathing technique. Water breathing, my style. Great perfection. The Nicaran blade transformed, erratic yet steadfast, adhering to Gue Wuyuzhen's hands, rendering him unable to break free for a brief moment. I must commend your cleverness. Attempting to kill me with sunlight is indeed a commendable strategy. However, it is futile. Do you not wonder why I dare to leave Tokyo? Why I am willing to risk the peril of the sun at any moment to pursue you? Have you not considered why we fortuitously arrived at a town where we can evade sunlight as the sun approaches? Could such coincidences truly exist in this world? Everything is destined. It is all preordained by me. Wife Shan Yi's expression shifted dramatically. The binding force was easily torn apart. The opponent effortlessly thrust aside his Nicaran blade. Are you the child of weather? The child of weather? No, one cannot say so. Neither human nor demon can control the weather, nor can I. Gue Wuyuzhen's opulent black kimono became tattered, the pristine lining now riddled with holes, his slightly curled long hair cascading down, presenting a most pitiable sight. Yet, his gaze remained remarkably proud. But I possess the gift of foresight, be it celestial phenomena, geography, or human affairs. The practitioner of yin and yang must discern the subtle to grasp the evident. It seems you have surmised my identity from a millennium prior, when I was still human. Wife Shan Yi's eyelids twitched violently. A yin-yang master? In the traditional sense. A yin-yang master in Japan is not merely portrayed in animations and games as someone responsible for capturing demons. Since the Heian period, a yin-yang master has been tasked with observing celestial timing, geography, hydrology, seasonal changes, and omens in the heavens. Without such knowledge, one cannot truly be called a yin-yang master. While he was momentarily lost in thought, Gue Wuyuzhen unexpectedly stepped into the town. Are you not afraid I shall flee in another direction? Gue Wuyuzhen sighed languidly. Should you dare to escape, I will slaughter this town, leaving not a single creature alive. Wife Shan, he fell silent. He found himself devoid of options. Chapter 91. I have a dream in the finest inn of the town. Wife Shan, he lay comfortably, with legs spread and arms wide open. He reclined in an audacious posture, having indulged in a hearty meal and luxuriated in a bath filled with petals, appearing utterly relaxed as if on a leisurely vacation. Yet, in truth, Wife Shan Yi's heart sank into the depths of despair. An overwhelming darkness, boundless and infinite, enveloped him. The sun had risen, and Gue Wuyuzhen would undoubtedly seek refuge until nightfall. No, as soon as the sky darkened, even slightly, that most formidable and terrifying demon would employ various means to torment Wife Shan Yi's will and spirit, seeking to compel his submission. What should he do next? Escape? Could he even escape? Wife Shan, he dared not think, fearing that if he continued to ponder, his mind would fracture before his body could. The air was thick with a foreboding, sinister aura. Though he was amidst a bustling town, it felt as though he were ensnared in a dark jungle, ensnared in a trap, completely at the mercy of another. It was an unprecedented sensation. Wife Shan Yi smiled, a smile filled with humiliation, anguish, and ridicule. Only now did he truly comprehend the terror of Gue Wuyuzhen, the progenitor of demons, and fully appreciate the greatness and resilience of the demon slayer corps that had opposed him for a millennium. Surely, the Hashira of past generations and the demon slayers who perished at the hands of demons bore such terrifying pressure, each step taken with resolve, passing down their legacy through the ages. That is a spirit worthy of celebration, a spirit imbued with warmth, akin to the fighting spirit of Rengoku Kyujuru. Upon the mention of the Inju, my wife, Zenitsu, suddenly recalled something. He retrieved the journal handed to him by the Inju, and upon seeing the words emblazoned on the cover, he furrowed his brow. The journal of the 21st Flame Pillar? Zenitsu's brow wrinkled further, and then a realization struck him. The majority of the writings within the 21st Flame Pillar's journal documented experiences in the application of breathing techniques. Indeed, the missing chapters seemed to contain the words of the first Flame Pillar, though the specifics remained a mystery. It was evident that Rengoku Kaijuro's father had torn out these pages, likely because they concealed content that instilled fear within him. After all, Kaijuro's father was the previous Flame Pillar. What could be so deeply unsettling that it warranted such destruction? Zenitsu carefully stowed the book away. He closed his eyes, preparing to indulge in a brief slumber. The tautness in his nerves gradually relaxed, making it difficult to regain that tension. He fell into a deep sleep that lasted until the afternoon. Upon waking, he drank a glass of warm water, but as it slid down his throat, a metallic, foul scent seemed to accompany it. Zenitsu froze, turning to gaze out the window. Outside, the winter sunlight shone brightly. The stench of blood was overwhelming. Someone was committing murder. A grotesque, writhing arm composed of flesh swung through the air with a sharp sonic boom, reminiscent of a demon's wail, easily breaching the feeble barrier of the wall. And far more fragile than stone was the human body. In an instant, countless corpses littered the street. The once peaceful thoroughfare transformed into a veritable meat grinder. Dismembered bodies scattered chaotically, while many fled in sheer panic. Zenitsu's gaze fixed on the relentless, murderous appendage, realizing it remained shrouded in shadow, only to erupt forth and claim lives. Who else could it be but Kibutsuji Muzan? What do you want from me, you wretched fiend? A woman, elegantly dressed and holding an umbrella, turned her head with a smile directed at him. This is not my fault, Zenitsu-kun. Who told you to sleep so long? If you do not leave this place soon, these unfortunate souls will perish one by one before your eyes. Muzan Kibutsuji's cruel laughter echoed. The safety of one's own life could hardly diminish a warrior's resolve. What the lives of ordinary people? The demon slayer, core swordsman, did he possess compassion? Muzan was provoking Zenitsu, and it appeared to be quite effective. Facing Zenitsu's eyes, filled with rage and hatred, Muzan's seductive smile turned sinister and bloody. Did your master ever teach you the creed of the Demon Slayer Corps? To never stand idly by while innocents are slaughtered? Then why do you merely watch? With those words, more lives were extinguished. I will kill you. The Nichiren blade that Zenitsu clutched began to transform, its vibrant hues gradually overshadowed by crimson. It felt as though something within him shattered. An unprecedented emotion surged within him, consuming his calmness with a torrent of hatred and anger, while despair and fear were boiled down to a desire for vengeance. This would not do without calmness. He could not discern the flaws in his adversary, perceive the world. His mind sharpened, entering a state of emptiness that isolated all emotions, his golden eyes becoming starkly clear, seeking any flicker of emotion on Muzan's face to devise his next move. Yet disappointment washed over him. Muzan's countenance bore only a faint, indifferent smile. Rather than a smile, it resembled an extreme, calm devoid of warmth. When their gazes met, a chill ran down Zenitsu's spine, pulling him from the realm of selflessness. The electric light flickered in the sunlight as Zenitsu departed from the town. Recognizing that he was using this method to provoke him, Muzan chose to leave, denying him the opportunity to torment these unfortunate souls. The inherent kindness of humanity never failed to amuse Muzan. Watching Zenitsu's retreating figure, Muzan's voice dripped with venomous admiration. Heroes and demons, cowardice and resilience, evasion and resistance. Do you not feel a humiliation and guilt you have never known? He extended his hand towards the corpses on the street. To torment the human heart to such an extent is truly delectable. Zenitsu, however, did not hear this sinister praise. He was desperately fleeing, striving to save lives. Never before had he wished for Muzan to pursue him with such fervor. To that end, he even forsook the main road, opting instead for the dense cover of the woods. A glance over his shoulder left him astonished. He beheld a cloud of dust rising from the main road. Muzan was charging down the sunlit path. Did he not fear the light? And what was that speed? Zenitsu's keen senses detected a distant rumbling sound, still unclear. But after 2 breaths, he discerned the source beneath the dust, his eyes widening in disbelief. A colossal mass of corpses rolled towards him, the bodies slain by Muzan amalgamating into a gigantic sphere, blocking any possibility of sunlight. What manner of blood demon art was this? Zenitsu fled with all his might, pursued by a rolling mass of cadavers. While it may sound absurd, no one witnessing this scene could muster a laugh. Zenitsu felt no mirth either, wishing only to rend this vile creature limb from limb. Yet, life often defies expectations. He could not defeat Muzan, only run, like a dog in despair. He ran for an indeterminate duration, unaware of how far or to where he had fled, only knowing it was night, darkness enveloping him, the forest shrouded in obscurity. He sought refuge in an abandoned temple, pausing to catch his breath while offering a prayer to the Buddha within. Please lend me a hand in this dire time. Would you by any binks? It is always prudent to beseech the heavens during such moments. Seeking divine intervention is not a shameful act. Exhaustion, fatigue, hunger, and cold now surrounded him. Unwilling to depart, his spirit and body had reached their limits, nearly depleted, and his eyelids felt as though they could barely remain open. He understood that should he close his eyes, he might never open them again. Or perhaps, upon reopening, he would find himself with the eyes of a demon. At this moment, he pondered a singular question. Why would he hesitate to become a demon? Perhaps transforming into one would provide unexpected comfort. As long as he continued to consume humans, he would not perish. He might even grow stronger, with a considerate master and dependable companions. What would be wrong with that? Even if annihilation by humans awaited him someday, that was surely far in the future. What a splendid notion to enjoy decades, even centuries, of life without consequence. In that case, he could join forces with the likes of Zero Yuzi and transform into the Black Wind Twin Demons. Why would he choose death over becoming a demon? He chuckled, surprisingly able to laugh in such dire straits. Yet, what good was it to refrain from laughter? Should he weep instead? What purpose would tears serve? If they could resurrect those who fell victim to Muzan's cruelty, he would weep for 7 days and nights without hesitation. But the dead would not return. Weeping was futile. Zenitsu laughed unabashedly. To hell with it. Why must there be so many reasons? I simply do not wish to become one. I do not desire arranged marriages. Nor do I wish to wed. How could I, a golden-haired noble, ever lower myself to become a wretched demon? A frail laughter startled the birds in the night forest. As my wife, Shan E, lay weakly, even the most oblivious observer could discern his frailty at a glance. His gaze, however, remained sharp, as piercing as ever. Alas, a gaze alone cannot slay a man, nor can it vanquish a demon. Remarkably, after a brief moment, he seemed to regain a semblance of strength, tremblingly rising to his feet, choosing not to venture in any other direction but towards the back mountain. Snowflakes danced in the air. This was the coldest season of the year, and indeed the chilliest hour of the day. Shan E resembled a frozen eel, inching towards the back mountain, the bitterly cold wind carrying an undeniable scent of blood. Gue Wuyuzong observed him from a distance. Shan E quickened his pace, leaving deep footprints in the snow, and as he rounded a bend, the view before him opened up, yet his heart sank as he could no longer perceive a glimmer of hope. Ahead lay a precipice. I once believed you to be a wise individual, yet it appears you are, in fact, a fool beyond measure. Do you have anything to say? Silence ensued. An absence of reply. Gue Wuyuzong did not hasten to strike, but instead settled beside him, softly uttering, I have never shared this with anyone else. I possess a dream. Chapter 92. Those who exhaust their path, their destination is the same. I have lived for a long time. So long that I can scarcely recall how many years have passed. In contemporary parlance, it could be termed the Heian era, the zenith of the Onmyoji. From that prosperous age, I have endured to this present era. A millennium has elapsed, Gue Wuyuzong reflected quietly, still embodying a feminine form. Her fingers caressed her long, black hair, untouched by the snow and dust, ethereal as a specter, drifting like an immortal, yet weariness lingered upon her countenance. But I am not resigned. As Gue Wuyuzang's voice resonated with discontent and fury, Shan, he felt a piercing pain in his head, as if an invisible wave was relentlessly striking his skull. A millennium ago, I comprehended that the cost of immortality was the consumption of humans. It was nothing of great consequence. Humanity must sacrifice something to transcend the limits of life. I find no fault in that. Gue Wuyuzong gazed at her own hands, but I cannot endure the inability to walk in the sunlight. It is akin to the disgrace of a rat scurrying in the shadows. I cannot accept that. Her voice, laden with anger, seeped into Shan E.'s ears like a chilling wind, penetrating deep into his chest and abdomen, as if a dagger had been thrust into him. And the snowstorm rushed in. He could not suppress a cough of blood. My dream is to no longer fear the sunlight. Has this wish impeded you? Has it obstructed any member of your Demon Slayer Corps? Sean E. gasped. Is there such audacity in cleansing oneself? I have never encountered such brazenly shameless demons. How many tragedies wrought by demons are your sins? Are there not countless demons in this world that you have brought forth? Gue Wu Yuzong disagreed with this perspective. I transformed them into demons, all in accordance with their yearning to evade death. Is that truly a fault of mine? Shawnee scoffed. Indeed, just like Ms. Zhu Shi. Oh, you are acquainted with that traitor? Gue Wu Yuzong cast a glance at him. She suffered from a terminal illness, yet wished to witness her child grow, unwilling to die. I did not compel her to consume her husband or child. Why should she blame me? Are you not afraid of divine retribution? From 1,000 years ago until now, regardless of how many lives I have taken, even if divine retribution were to exist, then heaven has forgiven me. I have scarcely encountered any peril. Shan Yi Similit Bitterli. Shaking his head, he found himself at a loss for words. This individual's worldview had long since diverged from that of humanity. His moral compass had detached from the human race. To him, humans were akin to chickens and ducks in the eyes of a human being. Shan Yi could not expect a creature that feasted upon humanity to refrain from consuming people, even though he had once been human. Yet a millennium had transformed Gue Wu Yuzong into a monster, and their positions would forever be at odds, with no possibility of compromise. Is it true that the longer one lives, the more perverse one becomes? Gue Wu Yuzong seemed lost in thought. Her crimson-hued eyes turned icy, pupils narrowing to the size of a wild beast's, both enchanting and cruel. Her wavy hair danced in the wind, and her gaze grew increasingly ferocious. Growling, humanity is such a thing. As long as one desires to survive, they will do anything. Do those whom I have transformed into demons genuinely wish to die? She seized Sean E. by the collar, locking eyes with him. I'm the only one in this world who has lived for 1,000 years. In my lifetime, I have witnessed far too much. Nothing is more vital than survival. Emotions? Do not be foolish. Look at how much genuine affection exists in this world. If true feelings were indeed valuable, would Zhu Shi have consumed her beloved? To casually take another's life is indefensible. What grand ideals and morals are you discussing with me? To yield to desire is to embrace one's true nature. Finding joy and amusement is the essence of existence. This is the nature of demons, and it is also that of humanity. Shan Yi remained silent for a considerable time. Suddenly, he spoke. You are mistaken. If one finds delight in devouring humans, then that individual cannot be deemed human. They may be a demon, a spirit, or a monster, but they are certainly not human. For there exist entities devoid of conscience, who unreasonably seize the lives of others, without reflection or remorse. Lives that have been lost cannot be reclaimed. Why take life? Why trample upon existence? What joy is there? What amusement is there? You, wretch, what do you regard human life as? The youth could no longer restrain himself, spewing forth blood, his voice frail. Yet a light began to emerge in his eyes, akin to that of Rengoku Kiru, yet distinctly different. These words, this light, awakened in Gue Wu Yuzong the most humiliating and terrifying memories. In his recollections, a young swordsman adorned with flowery ear ornaments and markings upon his brow approached, disdain shimmering in his gaze as it regarded Shan Yi like an ant. What do you regard human life as? Why do you fail to comprehend? Why must you forget? No, Gue Wu Yuzong. In her vision, the figure of Yuki Kuni Yorichi began to overlap with that of the youth before her, both drawing their blades against her. No, it is an illusion. This youth had previously cast aside his Nichiren blade in his flight for survival. Where did it go? Suddenly, Gue Wu Yuzhang's pupils constricted, sharp as a grain of rice. Slowly, she withdrew a book from Shan Yi's embrace. The Flame Pillar's journal was opened, and as she flipped through the pages, she stumbled upon a torn page. Scribbled upon the fragment was a phrase that seemed ambiguous. It was a quote from Yorichi. Those who exhaust their path, their destination is the same. She remained silent for an extended period. How many years had it been since she last laid eyes upon this phrase? For centuries ago, she had partnered with Kakushibu to slay all the swordsmen who possessed knowledge of the sun-breathing techniques. Little did she expect that she would still leave behind a survivor. The Flame Pillar, as well as the Kamadu family. Who else? The Flame Pillar's journal disintegrated into countless shreds in her grasp. The gaze she directed toward Shan Yi transformed entirely, devoid of any sentiment of cherishing talent. Only an insatiable desire for destruction remained, an unyielding intent to kill. The atmosphere shifted. The narrative took a dark turn, morphing from a tale of a tyrannical employer seeking talent into a chilling murder story. It is over. I am finished. Sean, he closed his eyes. This time, it was truly a matter of life and death, left to the heavens. He relaxed his body and mind, only to hear Goei Wuyuzai say, I have a little secret to share with you, my dear wife. You need not concern yourself. I have never been one to mind sharing secrets with the deceased. How could I ignore such words? Within 5 years, this kingdom is destined for monumental change. I have discerned the subtle signs of impending doom for many years. The heavens seek to claim many lives. In that time, I shall fulfill my long-held desire. Long-held desire? Perhaps the azure Higginbana that allows me to walk under the sun requires a multitude of corpses and rivers of blood to flourish. But what does it mean? The heavens seeking to claim lives within 5 years? Zenitsu subconsciously pondered this question, suddenly shivering, his forehead pierced by an unbearable pain as a cold finger penetrated his brow, eliciting a cry of anguish. Regardless, you are someone I have chosen, although you are ultimately destined to perish. I do not mind if you experience what it feels like to become a demon. The chilling and otherworldly blood flowed from Goei Wuyuzai's fingertips into his body, immediately beginning to voraciously consume his blood and flesh cells. Yet, do not harbor any illusions. Goei Wuyuzai gently caressed his swelling face before rising gracefully and turning to walk into the forest. The moment you transform into a demon is also when you shall cease to exist. The sun is about to rise, and today's dawn promises to be exceptionally beautiful. Please vanish in endless agony, and then curse me in hell, for there is no refuge from the sun upon this cliff. Zenitsu is assuredly doomed. Current world, Kimetsu no Yaiba, Demon Slayer, vital status, semi-awake, 10, physical condition, strong, severe injuries, demonization, power assessment. B, based on current world standards, energy supplement, 66 time until next traversal, outline yet to be conceived. Last time it was 36%. This time, after learning the flame breathing, it surged by 30 percentage points? No, it is the blood of Goei Wuyuzai that holds the greater significance. By the way, what is this soul status about? Never mind, there is nothing worth contemplating. Zenitsu thought, feeling the cold and nauseating sensation emanating from within his body. Knowing it was the blood of a demon transforming his form, it is evident that in no time he would become a hideously grotesque creature. However, being ugly is one thing. It is doubly unfortunate that no one will witness his transformation, not even himself. How regretful. The eastern sky deepened into crimson. Soon, a strand of golden-red sunlight crested over the mountains. Perhaps the heavens have some grievances against the golden-haired one. When it should be sunny, it snows. When it should be overcast, the sun rises early. Today there is no snow. Sunlight permeates the mist, spreading across the earth. The sun has just emerged from the horizon, cascading over the gently undulating hills, the golden dawn piercing through the night's darkness, yet merely dispelling the gloom. The winter morning sun does not warm the people. They even feel a chill. However, as this unwelcoming sunlight fell upon Zenitsu, he felt as if he found himself in a vast desert, where the very same sun gradually warmed others while it seemed to mercilessly scorch him, a tender youth, as if intent on igniting him into flames. This dawn is more terrifying than any sweltering sun he experienced in his past life. The scorching summers of Chongqing pale in comparison, akin to a warm water bottle. His skin quickly began to emit steam, making sounds reminiscent of sizzling meat, with blisters forming in many areas. The pain transcends all suffering. He felt akin to that peasant girl bound to the pyre in France. Though unbound, he could not move, left only to close his eyes. Yet, Zenitsu did not wish to shut his eyes. On the brink of death, could he not behold something beautiful? Nothing could be worse than this dawn's light. He gazed at the gentle sunlight, smiling with a mix of reluctance and regret. But this smile was short-lived, for the soft and beautiful rays seared his eyes. Veins bulged around his eyes and forehead, appearing grotesquely menacing. This is the fate of a demon in the face of sunlight. This process will not last long. Demons will rapidly be reduced to ashes under the sun, dissipating into the world. Whether or not they possess souls, or if those souls exist independently of the 6 realms as purported by web games, remains unknown. Demons shall be purified beneath the sun. What is the principle behind this? No one knows. Not only the members of the Demon Slayer Corps are oblivious, but even Goei Wuyuzai himself has pondered for millennia without finding an answer, concluding it to be a divine curse upon the immortal. It is an ancient curse related to the birth of the first demon. Dying in sunlight is the most cruel torment for demons. Internal strife among the 12 Kazuki, or punishing other demons, is often executed using this method. His pupils and eye sockets feel as if doused in strong acid, dehydrating in a matter of moments, and that once charming face is rapidly disintegrating, barely retaining human form. In his dying moments, he gazed at the seemingly altered golden finger panel data with a sense of indifference, akin to a janitor with 5 attempts remaining to secure a minimum wage. Indifferent. Aside from some subtle data fluctuations, there seemed to be no life-saving elements. Only at the very bottom did words continuously flow, all familiar to him, comprising all that he has learned: breathing techniques, Swath technique, swordsmanship. With so much knowledge acquired, he possesses numerous trump cards to utilize, making him a nemesis to Upper Moon 3, Akaza. Conversely, Akaza's reactive combat style poses a counter to him. If there exists a most formidable technique, it is undoubtedly the thunder-breathing first form, a lightning flash that pierces through the world. The blade, devoid of thought or ego, can cleave Upper Moon 3. Excellent. Following the defeat of Lower Moon 4, Upper Moon 3, Akaza has become the new benchmark for strength, yet that is all. The formidable first form poses little threat to Goei Wuyuzai. What could be the reason? There is nothing wrong with the sword techniques. The issue lies with the breathing techniques. Thunder breathing cannot accommodate the techniques he has learned. To be precise, none of the breathing techniques can seamlessly integrate and master the diverse sword techniques he possesses, as their characteristics vary. Some are of thunder, some of water, some of stone, some of flame, while others are purely swordsmanship. No single breathing technique can perfectly unify and command these elements. This is a perplexity. The golden finger provides clarity. It is encapsulated in a single phrase. In fact, he had seen this phrase in the Flame Hashira's notes before, but dismissed it at the time. Now, it has become his lifeline. To exhaust the path. To exhaust the path. Images flashed before Zenitsu, all connected to the theme of perseverance. He witnessed himself drawing his sword day after day, saw Tamayo healing and saving lives tirelessly, and observed Kanroji Mitsuri devouring Sakuramachi day after day. He observed countless people leading their daily lives, witnessing the sun rise day after day. Is this the essence of life? When the path is exhausted, does it transform? And does transformation imply constancy? Ultimately, the scene freezes on that winter morning from last year, when Toru Minahiro beheld the sunrise for an extended period after vanquishing a demon. This moment held great significance for Zenitsu, who pondered it for an entire year. What enlightenment did the man who became the Kasumi Hashira gain upon witnessing the sun? What truly is the nature of the sun? His cracked, lifeless lips trembled slightly. Seekers of the ultimate truth? Thunder breathing. Zenitsu, with all his might, unleashed the most familiar form of thunder breathing. Each breath was imbued with ferocious thunder, the sound echoing from afar, as if a tempest were imminent. Yet, as his breathing reached its zenith, the thunderous roar vanished. A flicker of lightning surged from deep within his soul. The latent power within his golden finger was awakened by the pinnacle of his breathing technique, penetrating every cell of his body, resisting the chilling and malevolent will of Kibutsuji Musen, while simultaneously being assailed by sunlight, gradually expelling the impurities belonging to the demons from his skin. His eyes narrowed into a thin line, sharp and focused, fixated on the rising sun. He battled with an extraordinary will against excruciating pain. While his other body parts had decayed beyond recognition, his golden hair desiccated like dead grass, each strand whisked away by the mountain breeze. His scalp began to rot. Meanwhile, the cold blood expelled by the lightning baked under the sunlight, resembling scars, covering his body with dark brown hard lumps. He sat on the edge of the cliff, enduring the relentless scorching of the sun, his spirit gradually acclimating to the physical agony, returning to a state of calm and serenity, starting to concentrate on his breathing technique. In his mind's eye, he envisioned a scene, a sky filled with dark clouds, thunder rumbling, beneath which roiled a tumultuous sea. The sea stirred fierce winds towards the land, where mountains obstructed the gusts, eroding into fragments of rock and gravel. Yet, the winds could not be entirely thwarted. They carried moisture upwards, forming clouds that would bring rain. The people on the ground, unable to withstand the storm, hurried into their homes, igniting fires to ward off the chill. It was a harmonious and complete picture. However, Zenitsu sensed something was amiss, a certain regret lingering. Thus, he painted a vivid red circle above the dark clouds, symbolizing the genesis of wind, thunder, water, and fire, as well as their shared destination. The essence remained the same. The thunder breathing gradually softened, becoming more gentle. As day and night cycled, on the third morning, this gentleness transformed into warmth. The first ray of sunlight fell upon him, causing the grotesque exterior to slowly shatter, revealing a healthy, radiant face, with skin more luminous than ever. Zenitsu slowly opened his eyes, welcoming the first light of dawn with a smile. Indeed, fate is never predetermined. Chapter 94, A Sister to Start, all equipment gathered by scavenging. He had lost track of time on the cliff, having witnessed countless moons and stars, clouds rising and falling, until the last snowfall of late winter arrived, freeing him from the dried, blood-stained shell. He felt as if he had been reborn. His clothes had long since torn and burned away, and his hair had not fully regrown. Zenitsu stood naked beneath the morning sun, proudly declaring his rebirth. Yet, he felt like dried meat, wrinkled and blown by the late winter winds. Although he no longer feared the sun, it was unreasonable to stand bare amidst the biting cold and snow. That would be too absurd and far too frigid. His condition was dire. Although the demonic impurities had been expelled, his vitality had not returned. The agony akin to a complete transformation had drained his energy, and he felt that merely surviving without succumbing to hunger, fatigue, or cold was a miracle. Ah, was it the work of the golden finger? How splendid! Are there more miracles? Could another one come forth? The golden finger remained silent, conveying that miracles require investment. Merely surviving was already a tremendous miracle, and to seek more miracles, one must pay. Useless golden finger. Trembling, Zenitsu departed from the cliff, desperately needing clothing and sustenance. If he could find a warm shelter to rest, that would be ideal. Suddenly, he recalled an abandoned temple on the mountainside. Fortunately, the temple would shield him from the storm, and it contained a tattered monk's robe. Unfortunately, there was nothing edible to be found. Standing in the snow was a famished man, his brows stained a yellowish hue, appearing somewhat aged, reminiscent of a white-browed monk cast out from a temple. Zenitsu reminisced about how his childhood friend had taught him to find food during heavy snowfall. When the snow falls, I clear a patch of land, propping up a large bamboo screen with a short stick scattering grains. As the birds come to eat, I observe from a distance. Ah, that childhood friend also taught him how to set traps. Why the puzzled look? Surely it was run to, as if your childhood friend were not run to. As he began to doze off, a faint snoring resonated through the mountains. Having fled for so long with grievous injuries and undergone a near-death transformation, Zenitsu was utterly exhausted. Now, as his mind relaxed, he found himself sleeping deeply and sweetly. After realizing he would not starve to death, eating had become less significant than sleeping. Moreover, when hungry, it was better to succumb to slumber. Once asleep, hunger would fade. This was the universal logic of university dorms. However, this logic now seemed somewhat ineffective. Even in sleep, he remained hungry. He could not ascertain how long he slept, but Zenitsu felt he was on the verge of starvation. He had no strength left, his visage resembling a ghost, and he had never felt such hunger before. If he could not find food soon, he feared he might truly resort to eating dirt. He contemplated descending the mountain. If memory served correctly, there should be a village below. He thought of seeking work as a beggar while searching for the sun blade he had carelessly discarded in the grass. At such times, any additional weight would hinder his speed, and countless counterattacks had proven that his sun blade posed no threat to Kabutsujin Musen, so Zenitsu had decisively discarded it. He had no idea where it had ended up. If he had the blade in hand, he could craft a rudimentary scoop, carve a couple of short sticks, and use the method Runtu had taught him to catch some birds for sustenance. But even if he succeeded in catching them, he had no strength to ignite a fire. Raw consumption was certainly out of the question. That would be disastrous. However, before he could stagger down the mountain, a more unfortunate event occurred. Someone not only occupied the pitiful temple, but also expelled him, leaving him to fend for himself outside. Zenitsu gazed silently at a demon squatting inside the temple, feasting on the deceased. What are you staring at? Even if you gaze all day, I shall not share a morsel with you. No, thank you. I do not partake in such fare. As a monk, I adhere to a vegetarian diet. A monk, you say? Once a monk, now perhaps a specter? How has he become so feeble? Should he not descend the mountain to satiate his hunger by feeding on humans? This apparition is male, and since his transformation into a ghost has not spanned much time, he is likely one of the fortunate souls touched by the hand of Guiwu Yuzan. My beloved Zenitsu feels a surge of indignation as he witnesses the ghost devour its prey with such ease, followed by an unmistakable pang of sorrow. On one hand, he is distressed by his current inability to vanquish demons. On the other, he is troubled by the notion that he may be regarded as akin to these fiends. He senses within himself traits reminiscent of a demon, an aura akin to theirs, which renders this ghost indifferent to him, a small comfort in an otherwise bleak reality. Presently, Zenitsu is gravely injured and powerless, utterly incapable of slaying a demon. Unless, of course, he were to possess a Nicaran blade. Nay, even a mere ordinary knife would suffice. Yet, at this moment, he is devoid of any weaponry. His gaze fixates on the demon, an unsettling desire stirring within him. He momentarily contemplates consuming the ghost. But the thought of devouring something that was once human induces a wave of nausea. Human flesh is unpalatable, and the taste of a demon's flesh is unlikely to be any more agreeable. Zenitsu reclines beside the temple, closing his eyes in contemplation. He ponders whether to seek a place to recuperate before returning to exterminate demons or to devise a plan to eliminate this wretched creature before departing. As he deliberates, the daylight gradually wanes, yielding to a dim crimson twilight that envelopes him. The charming sprouts of grass nearby catch his attention. Has spring truly arrived? The sky has transformed into a dark crimson hue, heavier than flames, imbued with a palpable essence that, while appearing dim, conceals an intense fervor, much like dusk, molten lava, or the scar upon Tanjiro's forehead. A fortnight ago, he enjoyed a warm home, a gentle mother, a mischievous younger brother, and an adorable sister. Though his father had passed, the family of 7 remained blissful, with Tanjiro, the eldest son, cherishing this familial bond. Yet in the span of those 2 weeks, all of this has vanished. Of the 6 who awaited his return from selling charcoal, 5 have perished, leaving only his sister Nezuko alive, albeit transformed into a demon. Had it not been for Mr. Tomioka's intervention, would he have also succumbed to his sister's hunger? Nezuko, would you consume your brother? Such a phrase, often deemed vile or gruesome within the realm of light novels, emerges from his lips with a warmth that reflects a brother's indulgence and affection for his playful sister. In the bamboo basket he carries, Nezuko gives a soft whimper, protesting her confinement. It is time to seek out the elder named Rintaki Sakanji, residing at the foot of Mount Kiri. Inform him that you were sent by a man named Tomioka Ju. Now is the time to hurry before the sun rises. This is what Mr. Tomioka advised. Mount Kiri, that direction. If not for the urgency of finding someone, I would escort you myself. Only the blood of Guewu Yuzan can transform humans into demons. Could this fiend be lurking nearby? Mr. Tomioka's eyes, dull and lifeless, inquire whether the golden-haired one has perished. Tanjiro recalls that after Mr. Tomioka uttered these words, a sparrow perched above him became agitated, tugging at his hair as if urging him to take action. Tanjiro expresses gratitude to him. Despite the tragedy that has befallen his family, he cannot afford to wallow in despair. He must not only survive, but also seek a means to revert his sister to humanity and exact vengeance. After laying his 5 deceased family members to rest, he hastens towards Mount Kiri with Nezuko in tow, albeit at a slow pace. Early spring days are not always overcast, and the sun occasionally graces them with its presence. Thus they initially travel by night. However, this method proves too slow, prompting him to devise a means to carry a bamboo basket. Nezuko, you can enlarge yourself. Can you not shrink as well? Shrinking would mean reverting to your youthful form. And lo and behold, she truly does become diminutive. He places her in the bamboo basket, covering it with a cloth. Thus they journey day and night. The early spring chill lingers, yet diligent farmers have begun tilling the field along their path. As Tanjiro inquires for directions while he walks. What a remarkably sharp blade, carelessly discarded among the grass. Tanjiro crouches to retrieve a gleaming knife, startled by its sharpness, yet disheartened by the several small chips along the edge. Blood stains mar the handle, faintly suggestive of a human's touch. Tanjiro surmises that its owner must have endured a fierce battle and wonders whose blade it could be. Just as he contemplates inquiring with nearby villagers, he suddenly senses Nezuko trembling within the basket. Nezuko? What ails you? His sister, clenching a bamboo tube in her mouth to restrain herself from biting, has demonstrated stability as long as she remains unexposed to blood. Though she appears somewhat lethargic, her ability to refrain from biting is a solace. Yet now, her agitation is palpable. Her eyes, wide with fear, fixate on the blade, her pink irises reflecting trepidation, while her long nails scrape against the basket, desperately shaking her head as if yearning to flee. Nezuko, is she afraid of the knife? Tanjiro is perplexed, only to soon discern an unusual scent emanating from the blade. What is this odor? It feels oddly reminiscent of summer thunderstorms, yet carries an essence that evokes dread. What could it be? Tanjiro recalls the suffocating sensation of a life in peril, a feeling he experienced when nearly slain by his sister. Yet the intensity now is far greater. It remains uncertain who could imbue a blade with such a haunting aura. Amidst these scents, there lingers a rather unsavory odor, perhaps merely a figment of his imagination. Chapter 95. The blade is mine, and so shall my sister be. This blade embodies a multitude of essences. There is the gentle flow of water, the unyielding strength of stone, the fervent rage of flame, and the sharpness inherent to swords. Yet, most predominant is the essence of thunder, the scent that wafts from the clouds just before a summer storm. Wild, swift, annihilating. This essence captivates Tanjiro's attention, leading him to speculate that it may be this very aura that frightens Nezuko. However, a blade capable of instilling fear in demons cannot be an ordinary weapon. Tanjiro resolves to keep it close as a talisman, a weapon he can wield, albeit not as adeptly as an axe. It will suffice. Excuse me. Which way leads to Mount Kiri? Over that ridge, and then a few more miles ahead. However, the young woman glances anxiously at the mountain path. It has been rather dangerous of late. Several people have mysteriously vanished, rumored to be the work of demons. It would be wise to enter the mountain during daylight. More demons? Tanjiro tightens his grip on the knife, offering a warm smile. No worries, I am not afraid. 2 hours later. I am afraid, truly afraid. There are indeed demons. Guided by the faint moonlight, he arrives at an abandoned temple midway up the mountain. Initially, the pungent scent of blood leads him to believe someone has been injured within. Yet upon opening the door, a chill grips him. What is happening here? The ghost turns, catching the scent of Nezuko, mistaking her for an intruder. This is my territory. Dare to disturb my dining, and I shall not let you escape. Huh? Are you human? The dim candlelight extinguishes. Tanjiro Kamado was knocked back by the demon, and in the next moment, the demon seemed to sense the presence of something akin to a wolf in a train station, retreating with a mix of caution and confusion as it gazed at the blade in the boy's hand. What manner of weapon is that? Never mind. I shall kill you first. Tanjiro awkwardly brandished the Nichiren blade, repeatedly forcing the demon to retreat. Out of the corner of his eye, he glimpsed his sister, who stood at the entrance of the temple, lost in thought. Yet, she was not merely daydreaming, she was salivating. The sight of the corpse and the blood, akin to the tantalizing scent of sour plums, intensified her hunger, causing her saliva to flow uncontrollably. A scene that would be prosecuted in the world of Tsukihime for wasting bodily fluids. The resolve deep within her eyes wavered. The food before her was undeniably what she craved. However, the resilient reason within her increasingly frenzied mind struggled fiercely, her hands trembling as her long nails turned crimson, biting down harder on the bamboo tube. Brother had warned her against such consumption. Her brother was still in danger. Nezuko. She seemed to hear her mother's stern voice echoing in her ears. Abruptly, Nezuko turned around. The demon had now subdued Tanjiro, its robust arms restraining the one wielding the Nichiren blade, gripping his collar and scarf. Ha ha ha. Look at your pitiful state. You still possess such a warm scarf, though the color is rather unappealing. Tanjiro gritted his teeth, furious. Is it truly ugly? It is undeniably beautiful. My sister knitted it for me with the remaining threads. Do you have anything like it? The demon seethed with rage, its maw gaping wide. You seek death? It lifted Tanjiro and hurled him against a tree. Tanjiro fell heavily, but did not land on the ground. Instead, he fell upon someone. Ouch, my heavens, you are so heavy, get off me. Sorry. The sudden voice was filled with astonishment and fatigue. Why do you disturb my sleep? Why are you fighting at such a late hour? Couldn't you do this during the day? The demon roared. I fight whenever I please. Tanjiro finally discerned that the one next to him was a young monk. Clad in tattered monk's robes, with a light stubble on his head, he appeared to be of similar age to Tanjiro. Yet, the determination in his brows indicated he was someone who would resolutely not waver once a decision was made, someone unyielding even in the face of life and death. Simultaneously, Tanjiro noticed the boundless weariness etched on his face. Hey, eliminate that guy. Come help me. The demon's voice snapped Tanjiro back to vigilance. Could this young monk also be a demon? Was he an accomplice of that man-eater? Zenitsu Agitsuma, grumpy from being awoken. Don't think you can command me. Besides, my body is already in a state of disarray. Look at how it's one demon against one human. You might as well concede. There's no shame in it. The demon was locked in a struggle with Nezuko. There was little finesse involved, a classic case of clumsy combat. Is this a matter of conceding? Is this a matter of shame? Hurry, they are about to escape. So what? The animations of running in the ED are all splendid. Zenitsu languidly observed the commotion. You occupy my home, cast me out into the cold, and now you dare to order me around? Such audacity from a demon. Or do you think I will benefit from helping you? The demon hissed. Kill him, and I shall grant you anything you desire. What the heck? With a disgruntled expression. How amusing. It dawned on him that anyone chosen by Muzan Kabutsuji to become a demon was far from normal, and he dismissively waved his hand. However, I have no interest in men. Just kill him, and that wretched female demon will be yours. Do as you please with her. Are you attempting to bribe me? Do you think I'm so easily swayed by such methods? You insult me. Zenitsu initially intended to refuse in this manner. However, that female demon appeared somewhat endearing, and he had clearly witnessed her earlier struggle against her hunger. A sense of fondness blossomed within him. He reached out his hand, and the Nichiren blade fell to the ground, perfectly positioned for him to pick it up. Moments later, Tanjiro regained his senses, laboriously standing upright, instinctively clenching his right hand only to find the blade was no longer in his grasp. Another had already retrieved it. A sword. The hand gripping the hilt was somewhat withered, resembling that of a desiccated corpse, pale yet not eerie, merely sickly. The blade in the young monk's hand seemed to harmonize in a manner inexplicable. Tanjiro suddenly felt as if his purpose for being there was to deliver the sword into this young monk's hands. So this is you. Zenitsu gazed quietly at the blade in his hands for a long while, as if what he held was not merely a sword but the very essence of fate. A slight smile gracing his lips, which soon turned into soft laughter, then a hearty chuckle, imbued with a sense of wonder at destiny. Colors danced upon the blade. Tanjiro stared in awe at him. He laughed so joyfully, a genuine happiness emanating from within. Zenitsu caressed the hilt, softly murmuring, Solomon, you have returned? The Nichiren blade trembled, objecting to the peculiar name. Very well, today you shall be called the Demon Slayer Sword. Tomorrow, I shall decide once more. He glanced at the two demons locked in combat, shaking his head with a self-deprecating smile, recalling how he could have effortlessly sent Lower Moon flying with a mere slap in Tokyo. Yet now he found himself compelled to use the Nichiren blade against such adversaries. How trivial it seemed. Zenitsu weakly extended a finger, flicking the blade's edge. The warm breath of the sun briefly quickened, transforming into the breath of sound. The light in his eyes flared brightly for a moment before swiftly dimming. Tanjiro remained vigilant. Zenitsu yawned. I am but a human. Do not regard me so, brother. Do you have any food? Please share some. I'm truly starving. But that demon? Tanjiro turned back. He witnessed the demon toppled by his sister's kick, its head and body inexplicably separated. The demon's head, bewildered, could not comprehend what had transpired. Moments ago, he had been thrashing Nezuko, only to feel excruciating pain in his neck, and by the time he regained clarity, his head had detached. Why is this happening? Why can't my body move? Why can't I reattach my head? The realization of impending death filled him with shock and dread. In the next moment, he struggled to turn his pale eyes towards Zenitsu, his voice hoarse and laced with despair. Save me. I don't want to die. Then he perished. Zenitsu couldn't be bothered to glance back, as if he had grown accustomed to such sights. Demons die in this manner. There was nothing to pity. His hands carelessly roamed over Tanjiro's body. Brother, your warmth is delightful. Don't do that. Do you have any food? Hurry and hand it over, or I shall take your sister. Nezuko charged forward, lifting her foot and glaring fiercely at him. Chapter 96. I admit, I am despicable. You and he fu. Song, when he die. The girl appeared to be around 13 or 14 years of age. Her delicate and youthful visage was fully unveiled due to the absence of bangs. Adorned in a pink dress, she was utterly charming. Her pink eyes radiated cuteness, and a pink bow graced her hair, enhancing her allure. She was indeed a little beauty. As she lifted her foot, my companion, Zenitsu Agatsuma, tilted his head upward. What did he see from below? With a subtle emotion, he averted his gaze. The pink undergarment was rather striking, wasn't it? Zenitsu distinctly remembered that such triangular undergarments were not prevalent in this era. In fact, they had yet to gain popularity. Perhaps he could commission a tailor to craft a pink pair for her. Once, a perverse individual remarked that unworn undergarments held no value. Zenitsu was not so depraved. He merely believed that undergarments not blessed by him lacked worth. Tanjiro Kamadu, was it? Your sister seems to have been glaring at me for quite some time. It appears she is coveting my form. Look, she is even drooling. No, Nezuko must be hungry. Hungry? If she is hungry, she should eat. Am I not also famished? Tanjiro gazed at the decapitated demon as it slowly dissipated into ashes. After a brief moment of stupor, he finally decided to retrieve his provisions, only to find his hands empty at that moment. Zenitsu, the reincarnation of a starving ghost, was utterly unreserved. Hey, young master, please eat slowly. How long has it been since you last had a meal? Eat slowly, lest you choke. No one is competing with you for food, Tanjiro said with a wry smile. He had anticipated that after vanquishing a man-eating demon, he would encounter a starving ghost, one that had evidently been starving for several lifetimes. The provisions he had prepared for several days dwindled to half in no time. Zenitsu wolfed down a steamed bun and finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Tanjiro, you do not understand. It seems you have never truly experienced the pangs of hunger. In such moments, one can distinctly feel the stomach quivering, slowly eroded by gastric acid. And one can hear the mournful cries of a dying stomach. Ah, that sensation is truly extraordinary. Just recalling it drives me mad. With one hand rummaging through the bag for rice balls, he rubbed his persistently grumbling stomach with the other. Yet, one cannot simply starve to death at that point. One cannot even faint. You begin to perceive the rhythmic flow of blood through your veins, the noisy peristalsis of your intestines, and the rectum clinging together. Ugh, I choked. Tanjiro quickly supported him, patting his back firmly. I told you to eat slowly. Do not eat while burping. Hurry, swallow your breath. Zenitsu consumed all of Tanjiro's provisions and finally regained some strength. Upon taking a few steps, he noticed Tanjiro's dark complexion and felt a twinge of shame. Once we descend the mountain, I shall repay you for the meal. By the way, is that your sister? Yes, my sister Nezuko. Nezuko, what a lovely name. Nezuko was no longer glaring at him. Now she lay on the grass, curled up like an infant, not even closing her eyes. The emotions reflected in her large pink eyes were enigmatic, giving her an almost infantile appearance. Zenitsu lay on the ground, gazing into her eyes. Those eyes were remarkably pure. Nezuko evidently sensed a presence nearby. She slightly turned her head, and the two, a human and a demon, locked eyes, their faces mere inches apart. Yet, there was no emotion in the girl's gaze, no hunger, no wariness, nor fear or shyness. She stared at him like a simple-minded goose, calm and undisturbed. Please do not look at me like that. It only enhances your charm, you know? Suddenly, Zenitsu donned a brotherly expression, rising to drape an arm around Tanjiro's shoulders. Brother, how old is your sister this year? Is there a marriage proposal? Has she been promised to anyone? A marriage proposal? How could that be possible? Then that is splendid. All right, no need for reproach. I admit, I am indeed enchanted by her form. I am base. Tanjiro continued. She is only 12 years old. Hardly old enough for a marriage proposal. 12? Just graduated from elementary school. Zenitsu inhaled deeply, lost in contemplation. After 5 seconds, he clapped his hands in realization. His expression one of finding a treasure, indeed a demon. His spirits soared as he played a joyful tune on his Nicaran blade. 12? Is that not even better? Zenitsu, why do you keep staring at my sister? Is there something wrong with Nezuko? When you introduce yourself as a member of the Demon Slayer Corps, do you know what has happened to her? Ah, yes, the Demon Slayer Corps. That is indeed I. Zenitsu replied nonchalantly. As for her, she was merely transformed into a demon by Kibutsuji Musen. It is no big deal. Just sit in the sunlight and watch a few sunrises, and she will recover without needing medicine, nor even a consultation. Zenitsu was the epitome of someone who speaks without understanding the pain of others. After scrutinizing the 12-year-old girl closely, he furrowed his brows. Why did he turn your sister into a demon? From what you just said, Nezuko does not seem particularly extraordinary. Was she just overflowing with blood with nowhere to donate? Tanjiro shook his head solemnly. I do not know. I truly do not understand why that demon would harm my family, my lineage. My family had nothing remarkable about them. That is indeed peculiar. Zenitsu suddenly recalled vaguely hearing Kibutsuji Musen mention the surname Kamadu. So, he traveled such a distance just to annihilate your family? Once I recover, I shall pay a visit to the House of Purgatory. He set aside his jesting demeanor and patted Tanjiro's broad shoulder. There were no words of comfort necessary. He could discern what sort of person this youth was. Like his name suggested, he was warm and practical. Such a person would emerge from sorrow on their own. For charcoal is not only warm, but also resilient. However, His emotional intelligence seemed lacking, as he failed to consider how to transition from casual acquaintances to familial bonds. Incessantly asking questions, Zenitsu clearly showed interest in Izuko, his gaze fixed upon her, while she remained calm, almost wooden, appearing somewhat intellectually stunted. Why must my life be so tragic? What else could it be? Just being pursued by your enemy from Tokyo all the way here. Once I am healed, I shall return to Tokyo, steal his wife, and abduct his daughter. Would you like to join me? I could spare his wife for you. You wish for vengeance? Awaken from this dream of the American dream. What will you use for revenge? Will you use your head to strike? Zenitsu conceded, I acknowledge your head is quite hard, but there is no need to demonstrate your head, but my head aches. No, I can call for help. Several Hashira from the Demon Slayer Corps are on good terms with me. The one guiding you, Tenjin, is a close friend of mine. But what good does that do? Does having more members in the Demon Slayer Corps mean fewer demons on Kibutsuji Musen-S side? All 12 of the Upper Moons are formidable, and one of them, named Daki, is even a dual-wielding fighter. Still persecuting Daki. Zenitsu waved his hand dismissively. So far, I have slain one Lower Moon and one Upper Moon, and I have had a few encounters with an Upper Moon 3. However, I must clearly state that the combined strength of these 3 demons is insufficient to withstand even a single hand of Kibutsuji Musen. Tanjiro's spirit was invigorated as he gazed at his companion with a mix of respect and admiration. Kaneo, you are nearly the same age as I am. How did you manage to vanquish those 2 demons? He inquired earnestly. Zenitsu, scratching his head in distress, found the sensation of his hair a bit prickly. After a moment of contemplation, he spread his hands in resignation. They were intent on killing me, and I had no desire to meet my end at their hands. So I had no choice but to eliminate them. That is how it transpired. His mundane recounting, however, ignited an exhilarating thrill within Tanjiro. He rubbed his hands together enthusiastically, spinning in circles. Brother, what is you so ecstatic? Please, impart your knowledge to me. Teach me the ways to eradicate demons. Kaneo's expression turned peculiar. Did not Tenjin instruct you to seek out the venerable Urokodaki? That old man possesses considerable skills in mentoring his disciples. Although I have yet to meet him, I am aware of his formidable reputation. Tanjiro nodded, though a hint of concern clouded his brow. What do you think his temperament is like? I worry I might provoke his ire, and I feel somewhat anxious. Do not fret, Zenitsu replied, recalling some information given to him by Shinobu. He pondered for a moment before continuing. He is said to be a rather fearsome figure. Rumor has it he never removes his mask, perhaps to conceal his visage. How unfortunate. Wearing a mask constantly must be quite uncomfortable, Tanjiro remarked. Huh, your first reaction is not one of fear, but of pity? The young man from the Kamadu family is truly warm-hearted. Yet, in the next instant, Zenitsu felt a chill run down his spine and turned abruptly. Who goes there? A man adorned with a Tengu mask was approaching them. Had it not been for his heightened senses, Zenitsu might not have noticed the stranger's approach. He urged Tanjiro to step aside with Nezuko, positioning his Nichiren blade before him. Is he a friend? The figure, clad in a pale blue cotton coat, appeared to be of advanced age. Yet, the piercing gaze emanating from behind the mask was as sharp as a drawn sword, seemingly capable of penetrating the very soul. The man stood tall, silent, exuding an aura that instilled dread. You are Zenitsu Agatsuma? His voice was low and gravelly, betraying his age. Zenitsu was taken aback. You know me? Suddenly, the old man's gaze sharpened, then quickly softened. He let out a sigh, his tone imbued with a complex emotion. So it is truly you. You have not perished yet? What kind of remark is that? Is this even human speech? Zenitsu bristled, ready to retort, only to be met with the old man's haunting sigh. I am relieved you are alive. Otherwise, Shinobu would have mourned you for a lifetime. Are you glaring at me? Do you have an issue? It is Urokodaki, one of my mentors. Zenitsu offered a respectful bow. I would not dare to voice any objections. Chapter 97. Only men can torment men. The narrow, foggy mountain was an unremarkable sight. True to its name, it was rugged and shrouded in mist. Over the years, tales of ghosts wearing Tengu masks haunting the slopes had diminished the local population. It was a veritable wasteland. Yet, amidst this desolation, the girls thrived with a delicate beauty. It was hard to fathom that Shinobu had not grown up in a picturesque water town, but rather in this bleak environment. Seeing her lonely yet endearing silhouette stirred memories of the trials faced during the Demon Slayer Corps initiation. His first kiss had been bestowed upon this girl. The softness and sweetness of that moment lingered vividly in his mind, even as he faced the life-and-death struggle against Musen Kibutsuji. The demon cells within him continuously encroached. The intense sensations revived memories of that initial kiss. Pain, warmth, coldness, softness, sweetness, comfort. Though somewhat inappropriate, he candidly acknowledged that before Musen, he had transformed into a boy capable of wielding a weapon. The morning air atop the foggy mountain was invigorating, even within the wooden cabin, imbued with the faint fragrance reminiscent of orchids in a secluded valley. Shinobu seemed to have just returned from outside, freshly bathed, with droplets of water still clinging to her hair. She sat quietly, like a dew-kissed orchid, awkwardly scribbling something with a pen. Zenitsu stealthily approached her from behind. With his current prowess, he was certain she would not sense his presence. Observing her as she wrote what resembled a diary, he couldn't help but chuckle. While a man's elementary writing skills might invoke disdain, they appeared adorably naive in the hands of a charming girl. Is this what they call a double standard? No. It is simply a warm-hearted man with emotional intelligence. Shinobu dropped her pen, startled. She had indeed been startled by him. Zenitsu. Upon recognizing the figure behind her, Shinobu fell silent for an extended moment, her eyes slowly reddening as tears cascaded down her cheeks, leaving Zenitsu flustered. I did not mean to startle you. I simply found your focused writing to be quite endearing. Please do not cry. I can already sense Urokadaki's murderous gaze. Outside, Urokadaki let out a cold snort, brimming with indignation for his precious disciple. Yet, he refrained from intervening in the young people's romantic issues, merely snorting once before leading the Kamadu siblings to another room. Shinobu wiped her tears and gently shook her head. I am not crying. I am simply very happy that you are alive. I do not know what has transpired over the past month, but it has felt so empty here. She pressed her hand against her heart. It feels hollow. That sensation was indeed a painful one. However, seeing you now fills me with joy and makes me want to smile. Zenitsu was profoundly touched. Thank you. Well, seeing you without hair makes me want to laugh. She was not mocking him. She genuinely felt that way. Her sincerity was palpable, adorably earnest. He grasped her hand, and they fell into a comfortable silence, gazing at one another as time seemed to stand still, yet also hurriedly flow. By the time Zenitsu regained his senses, the early spring sunlight had bathed the earth in warmth. This was the essence of spring. The charming girl appeared even more captivating in the gentle light. They emerged from the cabin, seated on the grass to converse. Shinobu, once tense, soon relaxed and dozed against him, only to awaken languidly around noon. Her eyes meeting Zenitsu's gaze. There was a hint of nostalgia in her eyes. That day was just like this. That day, on the night following the trial, Shinobu had also rested against his shoulder for a prolonged period. The myriad details of their past began to weave a tapestry of affection between them. This feeling was what they called love. Zenitsu found himself somewhat unfamiliar with this sensation, having never truly engaged in a romantic relationship. His interactions with Kanroji, was that love, or merely pet ownership? Holding a girl inevitably led to wandering thoughts and inappropriate gestures. However, Zenitsu had always refrained from disturbing anyone's slumber. Since Shinobu was asleep, he could only remain still, embracing her gently, even in the absence of any action. The warmth of a girl and the fragrance of her hair are sufficient to satisfy a novice in love. This is the essence of love during its formative stages. However, such displays are seen by the father-in-law as akin to a pig rooting through cabbage before his very eyes, particularly a fickle one like Lin Tang's Wujin. He vehemently opposes their union, not for any other reason but because of my wife, Zenitsu's notorious unfaithfulness. Yet, Zhengu has matured and possesses the freedom to make her own choices. The old man cannot voice his discontent and can only vent his frustrations on the yellow-haired youth. Now, an opportunity presents itself. You may call me Zenitsu, Mr. Lintang, as I am indeed your junior. The elder, masked and inscrutable, spoke with evident displeasure. TSK, what does that even mean? Thus, I took the liberty to inquire, what are your thoughts on Tanjiro Kamadu and his sister? Let us begin with his sister. You have faced off against the 12 Kazuki and even confronted Kabutsuji Musen directly. Do you believe there is any possibility for demons to revert to humanity? This question elicited a peculiar expression from Zenitsu. Indeed, it was a most pertinent inquiry. He himself had endured the agony of transformation into a demon and managed to revert to human form. However, it cannot be said that he had completely returned to humanity. For the blood of Kabutsuji Musen is a potent elixir. Not only does it bestow remarkable abilities, but it also significantly enhances his physical prowess. Crucially, he has acquired certain demonic traits, enabling him to exude a demonic aura and gradually unlock blood demon arts. Most importantly, he cannot die. Whether a Nicaran blade severing his head would bring about his demise remains uncertain, but sunlight does not harm him, and wisteria poison can be consumed as a delicacy. It is akin to extracting the essence of demons while discarding the dross, a monumental miracle in the annals of evolution. However, this miracle necessitates the aid of a unique ability and is an isolated case. Nezuko's situation, evidently, cannot be approached in the same manner. If she can remain unharmed under sunlight, then we need not worry about taking Nezuko outside. Tanjiro glared at him in anger. In such a case, Nezuko would not be left intact. If I must say something, I am acquainted with a friend in Tokyo who is researching this very topic. Tanjiro, if you're concerned, perhaps you could accompany me to Tokyo? The youth's expression shifted as he contemplated the possibility of an actual method to restore demons to humanity. He considered for a moment before resolutely affirming, I have made an agreement with Mr. Lin Tang to undergo his training. I currently lack the strength to protect Nezuko. I can't help but feel your sister possesses even greater potential than you, Zenitsu remarked. Oh, you mean Nezuko? Her Suzaku kick is incredibly impressive. Kurumi, Suzaku interjected with approval. Lin Tang coughed a few times, redirecting the conversation to Tanjiro's predicament. If you wish to grow rapidly, you must endure a grueling training regimen. I hope you understand this. Zenitsu, with a hint of schadenfreude, replied, of course, the fragrance of plum blossoms emerges from the bitter cold. But what does that have to do with me? I simply wish to enjoy a delightful romance with a lovely girl. He fantasized about his budding relationship with Jingu, only to be met with a chilling ultimatum that felt akin to being doused in snow while seated by a warm fire. Zenitsu, you must join as well. What? Is this some sort of mistake? I'm merely. The former water Hashira, Lin Tang's Wajin, scrutinized him. Were you? I'm a good person. You cannot treat me this way. You cannot simply assign me tasks so plainly. He cast a pitiful glance at Jingu, hoping she would advocate for him, and she, with affectionate eyes, encouraged him. Do your best, Zenitsu. This gaze, imbued with the essence of a demon, was undeniably compelling. Lin Tang, Zwajin rose. Leaning in to confront Zenitsu. Are you prepared for what lies ahead? I do not care how Sammy trained you. My methods will undoubtedly differ. Mr. Tomioka once trained me, for a period. Young, listen closely. My training regimen is tenfold that of his. Zenitsu's face went pale. Is this kindness directed at me? Am I your gothic metal love child? The memory of being dominated by Tomioka's training instilled a familiar dread within him. Tanjiro observed Zenitsu's ashen complexion with a hint of confusion, yet he refrained from questioning it, instead thumping his chest enthusiastically, proclaiming, I will strive diligently. Please do not spare me. Regardless of how arduous or exhausting it may be, I will persevere. He remained oblivious to Zenitsu's sympathetic gaze. After a single day of training, Tanjiro returned, his former enthusiasm extinguished, wearing a grim expression tinged with existential doubt. Even one as optimistic as he could not escape feelings of discouragement and fear. Is this the extent of what a human can endure? What lies beyond the back mountains of Misty Fog Mountain? Mists, beasts, and thin air. Additionally, there are various meticulously crafted traps, and most egregiously, Lin Tang's Wajin lurks within the fog, launching surprise attacks upon them. He is no former water Hashira, employing traps and ambushes. He is nothing more than a vexatious trickster. Zenitsu managed to survive through various breathing techniques, but Tanjiro, devoid of such methods, relied solely on his inhuman willpower to withstand the grueling training. Tanjiro, your sister seems to be experiencing a bit of trouble. What? Zenitsu examined Nezuko's small face with utmost seriousness, lifting her eyelids and pinching her nose, even sniffing her as if she were a puppy, preparing to lick her. He claimed this was an ancient form of Chinese medicine. Jingu told me she has been asleep for 2 days. Zenitsu brushed a lock of Nezuko's hair aside, gazing at her serene, innocent face, and after a prolonged silence, softly uttered, I wish to feed her some of my bodily fluids. Tanjiro, taken aback, responded, What? Perhaps my blood would suffice. Chapter 98. A newlywed's 3 questions. Zenitsu has now evolved. Merely from a physical standpoint, he possesses certain non-human traits, suggesting that his bodily fluids, including but not limited to his blood, may differ from those of an ordinary human. Administering it to Nezuko might alleviate her fear of sunlight, although it could also awaken her bloodthirsty, demonic instincts. Zenitsu, torn, conferred with Tanjiro and decided to experiment. They removed the bamboo muzzle from Nezuko's mouth. and Zenitsu slowly placed his wrist near her lips. She remained unresponsive, her eyes still closed in slumber. Do I not smell delightful, Nezuko? Can you not perceive this fragrant essence? Suddenly, Zeomin Tanji Lang recalled something and clapped his hands with enthusiasm. After rummaging through his sleeves for a while, he finally produced several colorful items, which he crushed and applied to Zen Yi's wrist. What is this? Zen Yi asked, gazing at him with puzzlement. It's sticky? Tanji Lang smiled warmly. It's Konpito, Nezuko's favorite candy. I thought perhaps the scent would awaken her. Nezuko? Nezuko? Carrying his sister's beloved sweets. Who would believe he isn't a sister Kon? Zen Yi envied him immensely. Previously, he had envied Kibutsuji Musen and had taken him and his sister down together. Now, he found himself coveting Zeomin Tanji Lang, contemplating a scheme to snatch Nezuko away. Brother-in-law, no, Tanji Lang, you haven't applied enough. There's only this little bit. Huh? Nezuko? With that, the pink-eyed Nezuko opened her eyes, filled with fatigue and annoyance. Akin to a child who had been roused from a blissful slumber, staring at her brother, as if in inquiry. Nezuko, this person wishes to offer you his blood. Tanji Lang gestured towards Zen Yi, mimicking a biting gesture on his wrist. Understanding dawned on Nezuko. She promptly reattached her bamboo muzzle and shot Zen Yi a disdainful look, rendering him completely speechless, his smile frozen in place. The evening breeze drifted in, creating a strangely pitiable atmosphere. She actually dislikes me. Zen Yi was incensed. He stormed out of the room, intending to retire to his own quarters for a good night's sleep, but as soon as he lay down, he heard a flapping sound approaching. A furry little creature flew in through the window and perched atop his head, chirping like a sparrow. Coo! Coo! The sparrow had returned. Shotaro, you are too slow. Upon hearing this, the sparrow, annoyed, pecked at his scalp. What'd I do? Zenny lamented. I was fleeing from Kibutsuji Musen. How swift can a sparrow be? If he could catch up, you wouldn't be a sparrow. Chotaro had been tracking Zen Yi's scent, but during the chase, Zen Yi nearly transformed into a demon. It was from that moment onward that the sparrow seemed unable to locate its target, like a scanner failing to recognize its essence, and could only seek assistance from others. The sparrow chirped a few times, then, quite unusually, lowered its little head next to Zen Yi's ear, a gesture of affection that made Zen Yi feel the necessity of having a pet. In both animation and gaming, protagonists typically have companions. Sakura had Cerberus, which helped her become a master card player, while Naya achieved renown for defeating the White Tyrant thanks to Yuno. Even Mommy Tomo left an everlasting golden legend in the second dimension by believing in Kyubi. In truth, Zen Yi preferred cats over sparrows, particularly the one belonging to Miss Tamayo, which was cared for by Yashiro and was particularly affectionate towards him. Originally named Tokugawa Ayasu, Zen Yi whimsically renamed it Schrodinger's Tokugawa Ayasu, and later, under the influence of Kanroji Mitsuri, who adored dogs, it became Dog Tokugawa Ayasu Schrodinger. Zen Yi. The gentle and demure Makomo slipped in, teasing his sparrow before speaking. It seems that Sensei is in a good mood today. What transpired on the back mountain? What happened? He sighed in exasperation. Is there anything that could please a father-in-law more than witnessing his future son-in-law suffer? Makomo, your teacher is targeting me. He won't even let me use a sword. No sword during training? The moment I wield a blade, he cannot match me. Makomo found this reasoning quite sound. While she respected her mentor, Sakanji Urokodaki, and cared for Zen Yi's feelings, she was at a loss regarding how to respond in this situation. After much contemplation, she gently kissed his cheek, a gesture of comfort. This is just a consolation. Makomo's face turned crimson. After the comforting kiss, she attempted to slip away. Yet she evidently did not comprehend that men are insatiable beings. Zen Yi grasped her arm, his expression serious. How could you do such a thing to me, Miss Makomo? I'm a person who responds in kind. Kissing between couples is nothing scandalous. However, the reactions of the neighboring siblings were quite amusing. Zeomin Tanji Lang detected a scent of love wafting through the air, feeling a slight flush upon realizing it. Meanwhile, the drowsy Nezuko perked her ears to discern the commotion next door. Nezuko's big eyes expressed, with you two up to such antics, I certainly cannot sleep. Zen Yi felt comforted and prepared to strive diligently the following day. However, it became apparent that the kiss of a maiden had little effect, particularly on someone like Zen Yi, whose thoughts were often muddied. Days passed, and he and Zeomin Tanji Lang were subjected to grueling training, their complaints echoing as they lay like limp fish in their room at sunset. Sakanji Urokadaki's demeanor grew increasingly jovial, though masked. One could easily discern his enjoyment through his words. Is there no one to intervene? Tanji Lang, this old man is targeting me, and I drag you into this. My sincerest apologies. Do not say that, Zeni. Sensei's training is ultimately for our benefit. I feel much stronger than before, though indeed it is exhausting. Allow me to have my bird perform a trick to lighten the mood. Oh dear, not again. In the midst of their arduous circumstances, Zen Yi and Zao Min Tanji Lang supported one another, forging a profound bond of camaraderie and revolutionary friendship. As they stumbled through the door, they were still hand in hand, perhaps sensing Zen Yi's fatigue. A few days later, Makomo took action. She pulled the utterly exhausted Zen Yi into a room, then closed the door, initiating the modern Chinese 3 questions of marriage. I believe you're all familiar with these inquiries. As for the answers, there were already pre-prepared property deeds with your name inscribed. Rescue you first if you fall into the water, and protect the elders. However, Japan differs. Or rather, the 3 questions of marriage in Japanese anime are somewhat distinct. Shall we bathe first? Or shall we eat first? Or shall you eat me? Makomo adhered to this fine tradition. Yet, she was not so direct and lacked the awareness for such boldness. Having learned from a pen pal and rival named Kanroji Mitsuri, the utmost she could muster at this moment was to fidget coyly before Zen Yi. It was Zen Yi's first time witnessing her in such a manner, and curiosity stirred within him. What is it? Your face is so red. Could it be that you wish to kiss? Chirp. If we are to kiss, let's communicate properly. What exactly is the matter, Makomo? The petite and serene girl appeared particularly gentle and bashful. Her cheeks flushed with a blend of bashfulness and the warmth of the moment. Dinner is ready. Yes, I understand. It smells delightful. I would even leap from a building just to savor it. The girl, clutching the hem of her clothing, lowered her head, her voice scarcely louder than a whisper. And, the bathwater is also prepared. Thank you ever so much. I shall wash up first. By the way, Makomo, do you have anything else you wish to say? Let us not harbor excessive shyness or reservations. Speak at your own pace. Zen, he had intuitively acquired the skills of a warm-hearted individual. He gazed at her with curiosity, unsure of her bashfulness. The girl mustered her courage. The bathwater is ready, and I'm also prepared. Is that so? Well then, that is splendid. Sean E. casually offered a compliment, only to have his expression abruptly freeze. His entire body became rigid, every part of him stiffening. Chapter 99. The elder brother selling charcoal. You must keep going. The situation was thus. In a room shrouded in mist, 2 young individuals silently gazed at one another. The young girl was perplexed about what to do next, while the boy pondered whether to take action. Taking a deep breath, Shawnee attentively listened to the surroundings and confirmed that the other 3 individuals were not paying attention to them. He then disrobed completely and leaped into the large bathtub. The water was quite hot. One could gradually acclimate to such warmth and begin to relax. Yet, wifey Sean, he could not afford to relax, as he was currently quite tense. He nervously glanced at the girl preparing to bathe alongside him and reassured her. Do not be anxious. Zhenghua crossed her arms, feeling exceedingly shy. Her gaze flitted about. I'm not that nervous. Clad in a thin layer of undergarments, she contemplated stepping into the tub, gracefully entering despite Shan Yi's peculiar stare, slowly leaning beside him, who bathes while still dressed. Such a predicament was uncomfortable for both. Shan Yi now understood the oft-quoted notion that partial exposure can be more alluring than full nudity. Although still a mere platitude, there was a modicum of truth to it. Visually, it posed a question. What lay beneath her garments? Such inquiries often ignited a man's curiosity, particularly that of a lecherous sort. Shan Yi was now as curious as an eel. His head turned toward Jung's nearly translucent garment, his mouth parched, almost desiring to sip the bathwater. What should he say? Should he outright suggest she undress? Are you truly comfortable like this, wearing undergarments while bathing? Yes, quite comfortable, she replied, her cheeks flushed. Who taught you those words? Surely not the rigid Lin Lang, who might have never married or perhaps was a widower. Lin Lang definitely lacked experience with daughters. As one could tell from Zhanggua's demeanor, she appeared as innocent as a blank canvas upon first meeting. Initially, he too was oblivious, but thankfully someone enlightened him. Who? That Miss Kanroji. She always seems to acquire peculiar knowledge and claims to have learned it from you. Miri? After a convoluted journey, it turned out to be his own dilemma. Shan Yi fell deep into contemplation. However, Zhanggua's shyness gradually waned, replaced by a hint of coldness. Mentioning her brings back memories. I know she is a wonderful girl who speaks highly of you. In her letters, she often praises your charm and strength, but laments that you are not generous enough, as she has never had a full meal from you. So Miri has never been satisfied? Sean suddenly felt that compared to her, even the appetite of a certain character paled in comparison. With a wry smile, he confessed, I indeed care for her, and I find her quite intriguing. I recall writing to you. Zhenghua, resting her chin on her hand and pouting in feigned grievance, remarked, you could be a bit kinder to her. If I were to treat her even better, wouldn't that elevate her praises to the heavens? Praise? To the heavens? Is that not splendid? That Miss Kanroji claims to possess an admirable physique, capable of both fighting and nurturing, with a cherubic face that promises a multitude of offspring in the future. What is there to lament? This was a matter of old grievances. Sean had anticipated such a day. He wrapped his arm around the slender shoulders of the girl, gently dispelling her resentment. In truth, Miri has a significant advantage you may not yet realize. She only drinks wine, never vinegar. Am I not allowed to feel jealous? She retorted, her small hand playfully squeezing his abdominal muscles. Well, I too enjoy wine. Let us prepare a feast, and I shall drink while you savor your jealousy and see who succumbs first. The girl bit her lip, torn between anger and laughter, still feeling quite aggrieved. Zhenghua glared at him, suddenly raising her hand to slap his face. Her palm moved with the speed of a tortoise. Water splashed everywhere. Her hand was swiftly captured. This was not a genuine attempt to strike, but rather an invitation for him to hold her hand. Although as pale as paper, she remained a girl in love. One who instinctively understood many things without needing instruction. Sean comprehended this as well. At such moments, even the most emotionally challenged of men would understand. If he were to evade her now, he would be akin to Kudo Shinichi. Kudo Shinichi indeed lacked any emotional intelligence, especially when confronted with Hybera AI. Her hand firmly grasped, she leaned her delicate frame against Shan Yi's shoulder and softly declared, I relish when you hold my hand. It brings warmth and sweetness to my heart, which I adore. Her voice was tender and sweet, melting his heart gradually. Thus, the water in the tub ceased to be tranquil. Consequently, Tanjiro Kamadu, who had awaited dinner for quite some time, remained hungry. As for Lin Lang, his temper grew increasingly volatile. The following day, after scrutinizing Shan Yi for an extended period, the old man rasped, if you dare to mistreat her, I will break your legs, even at the cost of my life. Today, Shan Yi appeared rejuvenated, shedding the fatigue and despondency of previous days. His face radiating a mature charm. Teacher, what are you saying? How could I possibly mistreat Zhenghua? I cherish her too much. Silence. Prepare for the journey. The tone felt less about ascending the mountain and more akin to venturing into the underworld. Tanjiro, perplexed, wondered why Lin Lang was in such a foul mood today. I sensed the air of anger. Shani, you and Miss Zhenghua were absent last night. What were you up to? Well, how to explain? We were engrossed in a rather serious discussion and somewhat lost track of time. Liar. That reeks of deceit. Charcoal seller. Could you refrain from being so perceptive? The naive Tanjiro could not fathom the changes in the group, especially in Shan Yi, who had previously appeared disheartened during training but now seemed transformed. Tanjiro remained oblivious to the psychological shifts that occur when a boy transitions into manhood. In summary, it was akin to a physiological phenomenon. Psychologically, it was expanding, full of confidence and ambition. Tanjiro simply did not understand. Shan Yi had now become a man imbued with newfound strength, and he sought to refresh his vigor with Zhenghua at intervals. His demeanor and spirit had transformed entirely to protect his current life. He began to strive earnestly, albeit perhaps too fervently, as he now believed that Lin Lang's training was somewhat insufficient. Insufficient? Young man, you are quite daring. Allow me to increase the intensity. The old man was resolute. Only poor Tanjiro was left to navigate the tumultuous path down the mountain, exhausted and barely able to lift his chopsticks. Miss Zhenghua, they will practice for several more hours before returning. I truly cannot endure any longer. What Shan Yi? It seemed that Miss Zhenghua genuinely held affection for him. As Tanjiro raised his spirits while dining, he smiled, exclaiming, isn't he remarkable? He is truly extraordinary. Despite Mr. Rengoku increasing the difficulty significantly, he remains unfazed. What an achievement. Is that so? Zenitsu inquired, feeling reassured enough to express concern for the charcoal seller. Kamado-kun, are you all right? It's rare to see you so exhausted. Please make sure to rest well after your meal. Has Nezuko awakened today? Not yet. Watching Tanjiro retreat to his room, Jinya sat against the garden wall, gazing into the distance. Hearing about her beloved's tireless efforts brought her solace. Would the relationship between the teacher and Zenitsu flourish? Upon their return, she expressed her gratitude to Rengoku. Thank you for training him. Rengoku sighed lightly, then softly praised, to be honest, Kanamori has indeed found an exceptional disciple. He is more diligent than anyone I have encountered. Is that so? But I cannot praise him in front of him. 3 days passed. Today, Tanjiro returned a bit earlier than usual. His expression bore an air of displeasure, hinting at a sense of defeat. How was the training? Have you adapted? I heard the teacher raise the difficulty again, and I truly worry for you. Well, I can only say it was manageable. Manageable? After a moment of silence, Tanjiro rallied his spirits. No, Zenitsu is putting in effort. I cannot fall behind. Although I've already lagged significantly, I must not merely watch his back advance. The charcoal-selling youth clenched his fists, emitting a battle cry. A week passed. Tanjiro descended the mountain once more ahead of schedule. Before Jinya could inquire, she observed his despondent expression, clearly the result of significant trials and tribulations during training. His complexion was pallid, and his eyes appeared nearly lifeless. The following day, Tanjiro did not ascend the mountain with Zenitsu. Instead, he silently sat beside his sister, an expression of reluctance and despair eventually transforming into deep admiration and awe. He could not fathom how Zenitsu persevered. He had never imagined someone could strive to such an extent. Even Rengoku had advised rest, yet Zenitsu insisted on continuing his training. Surely, he must be driving their teacher to madness. At the same age, Zenitsu displayed such prowess, a testament to his relentless dedication. When would he, too, achieve such excellence? For the first time in his life, Tanjiro felt overshadowed by another in the realm of effort, particularly by a peer, leading him to experience shame, which ultimately fueled his brave commitment to grueling training. The phrase "to know shame and courage" had never been more apartment time flowed on, nearly ushering in the end of spring when the insect Hashira, Shinobu Kocho, arrived at the Misty Mountain. She came quietly. Correction. It turns out that the most authentic newlywed 3 questions in the two-dimensional world are not the 3 from the previous chapter. I apologize for my unwarranted assertions without verification, being a mere neophyte in this realm. The authentic newlywed 3 questions are as follows. Is it with the mouth? Or with there? Or perhaps neither? Chapter 100. Shinobu Kocho would never steal her best friend's man. Shinobu was once again enticing him, luring him with the aroma of food. It was unclear where she had sourced the ingredients or the means by which she had conjured such delectable scents, wafting far beyond the confines of Misty Mountain, attracting Zenitsu, who had just concluded a fierce battle. His waist ached. Was he already feeling the strain at such a young age? Zenitsu approached the open field under the moonlight, carrying a flask of fine wine pilfered from Rengoku's quarters. The familiar fragrance wafting through the air felt oddly nostalgic, and upon inhaling, he surmised that the enigmatic woman must be nearby. Perhaps they shared a telepathic connection, as Shinobu unwaveringly believed that he would inevitably arrive upon catching a whiff. The moon cast a haunting glow, and the enchanting late spring night was particularly captivating, with the cool evening breeze brushing against his face. Following the scent, he soon spotted the familiar butterfly-patterned Haori. That woman remained as enchanting as ever. Her hair, rarely left unbound, cascaded lazily down her shoulders, and the purple butterfly ornament hung loosely, resembling a butterfly at rest. She glanced over, her beautiful eyes not overtly seductive, yet undeniably captivating. Indeed, it is you here. I have a good inkling of your identity, yet it matters not. I have exciting news to share. I gave Rengoku a thorough thrashing today, nearly shattering his mask. Zenitsu joyfully offered the flask. This calls for a celebration. Unfortunately, I cannot celebrate in front of him. Otherwise, he would go and tell Jinya bad things about me. How about we drink together and revel in happiness? He yawned and seated himself, seemingly relinquishing all vigilance, as if he had never been wary in her presence. Shinobu, however, remained cautious. Her wariness heightened after having previously been duped by a novice. Rest assured, this time there are no additives. We are even now. Silent. Shinobu accepted the flask and took a sip, her eyes sparkling as if to convey, "See, I am not afraid of your tricks." The two began to drink. Zenitsu gazed at the moon, his expression somewhat dreamy, as if transported back to their first encounter last summer. His smile radiated warmth. "Your silence is acceptable, as long as you understand my words. Do you know why Rengoku is so hard on me? I managed to win over Jinya, right under his nose. I can comprehend his daughter complex. Shinobu, puzzled, looked at him with confusion. Never mind. Discussing this may not be appropriate, somewhat indecent. You must understand. I have finally discovered a new life goal. Previously, I believed my purpose in this world was to grow stronger, to slay demons, to embody a heroic narrative. However, now I have a new aspiration. Shinobu set down the flask, her attention fully captured. This fellow, surely having survived the clutches of Kibutsuji Musen, must have endured immense suffering and pain. Rengoku had written 2 months prior, stating that when they found Zenitsu, he was on the brink of death. One could only speculate on the torment he faced from Tokyo to this place. A sense of guilt washed over Shinobu. Had she not been so eager to confront Doma, he might not have encountered danger in his quest for her, and perhaps if she and Rengoku had been there to assist, Zenitsu would not have been pursued by Kibutsuji Musen. A pang of regret filled her heart. Thus, witnessing him thriving now brought her joy. Amidst her happiness, a sense of nostalgia emerged. She gently caressed Zenitsu's face, her violet eyes shimmering as if they could speak. "What is your new goal?" "Ah, thank you, I'm not crying." "Your hand is quite comforting." Zenitsu slurred, the effects of the alcohol evident in his speech. "My new life goal is to embrace several petite and adorable girls. The sense of fulfillment and control when being with such girls, possessing everything about them, is something I cannot experience with Mitsuri. Alas, she is not petite enough to hold. She is simply too heavy." Shinobu's hand froze, the sparkle in her eyes turning icy. Suddenly, Shani grasped her hand, gazing at her adorable and serene visage. "I have always wanted to tell you, you are quite petite and charming, aren't you? Barely reaching 1.50 meters. How utterly delightful you are." She should not have regarded him as a good person. Why Antigua Wu Yuzan devoured this perverted creature? Rin, slightly exasperated, withdrew her hand, silently serving herself a bowl of exquisitely delicious soup, sitting beside him in silence, attentively listening to the boy's drunken ramblings, her heart feeling remarkably at ease. The candidness brought forth by the intoxication was rather pleasant. Although he was a bit loquacious, she found value in the words he would never utter in sober moments, such as his expressions of inner turmoil, his rather crude jokes, and his unabashed compliments on her beauty, as well as his unreserved desire to pursue her. A boy who speaks his mind can indeed be rather endearing, Rin thought to herself. Sipping her drink while gazing at the moon, she felt a weight on her shoulder. He had leaned against her, his eyelids growing heavy, and within moments he succumbed to slumber. A subtle smile graced Ren's lips, yet there was an unusual gleam in her eyes. She swore she hadn't used any drugs this time. The factors that had rendered him unconscious were merely the harmonious blend of the ingredients, which had nothing to do with her. Rin gently grasped his hand, resting on her chest, letting out a soft sigh. What a lecher. The last time he was a little lecher, and this time he had escalated to a full-blown one. Clearly, Shan Yi's growth had garnered the acknowledgement of a mature woman. However, he was now asleep, oblivious to it all. When he awoke, it was already morning, and he was met with an unusual sound, a multitude of human voices, neither too far nor too near. How had so many people arrived at Xiao Mountain? His eyes snapped open. There was no mistaking it. He was beneath an unfamiliar ceiling. The soft sensation beneath him was far superior to the bedding found in the few rooms of Xiao Mountain. This bed was evidently of considerable worth, and the decor of the room bespoke of a refined taste, indicating that its owner was a person of discernment. How had he ended up here? Shan Yi's expression shifted. That woman. She had drugged him again. Indeed, she was a wicked woman. As he listened to the voices around him, he surmised the location without concern for his safety. Stretching languidly on the bed, 2 months of rigorous training had left him in a state of constant exhilaration and fatigue, and now, in relaxation, he felt utterly comfortable. In his drowsiness, a sparrow alighted upon his head, chirping cheerfully. Upon returning here, Chiu Tai Lang had grown increasingly animated and lively, tugging at his hair and pecking at his face. What are you doing? The little sparrow flew out of the window, and Shan Yi's acute hearing followed the sound, faintly catching 2 girls conversing. He closed his eyes, entering a state of clarity. Feedback received. He heard the sparrow flutter into another room, gently landing in a girl's palm, followed by a familiar feminine voice. Mi Li, after raising it for so long, it seems it prefers that Zhenghua. What can I do? After all, Xiao Tai Lang met her first. In an instant, names such as Xian Gang Ling, Ikaros, Yuki Yuna, and Tsubasa Shinyuki flashed through his mind, prompting a sudden relaxation of his brow, his face reflecting a bliss akin to euphoria. My apologies, I am a bit of a simpleton. Another voice he recognized clearly was that of Gon Lu Meili. Meili's mood appeared somewhat nuanced, her tone hesitant. Rinchan, as you suggested. I wrote those letters to Miss Zhanghua, but she doesn't seem to be retreating as you indicated. Retreating? Guagua. I mentioned that Gon Lu Shi's character would never proactively write to a rival. It turns out she is a strategist behind her. Shani felt a chill. He had thought his harem was harmonious, yet it was anything but resembling a scheming court drama. The voice of the early stage, Zhan Jian Sao Wei, sounded somewhat disheartened. I hadn't expected Miss Zhenghua to possess such a character. Meili, shouldn't he reconsider? Reconsider what? Why would such a wonderful girl seek out that philanderer? Oh, someone is stirring the pot. Shan Yi's heart jolted, and he silently continued listening. He did not hear Gon Lu Li's response. She must have fallen silent. As per his understanding, Meili was likely fiddling with the hem of her clothing. Stop playing with your clothes. Do you like him that much? What good is a philanderer? He will only hurt you. But Shani, no buts. Haven't I told you? You must never let a man think he cannot survive without you. You need to discipline him well, or else it won't just be Zhenghua competing with you. Shan, he was utterly confused. Sister, are you advocating for separation or reunion? Gon Lu Li seemed to have reached a conclusion, or perhaps was lost in thought. Giggling as she said, Actually, I find Miss Zhenghua quite lovely. I feel we could become good friends in the future. Then you go sing, and she can play the saxophone, while I elevate the shamisen to a guitar. What a melodious yet sour-sweet drama. What friends? Just because you see her as a friend doesn't mean she feels the same way. Miss Zhenghua is not at fault, regardless of the outcome. It is certainly Shan E who is in the wrong. Shan E nodded in agreement. She was correct. Moreover, there was no substantial relationship between him and Miss Zhenghua. Their time spent together had been brief. What relationship do you need? Must you see them lying together before you will cry? All right, Meili, stop holding back your tears. Go meet that rascal. He should be awake by now. Gandu shimidilorit herit. Before Butterfly Run, she resembled a little sister. With a cheerful demeanor, she approached, having not seen him for nearly half a year, filled with longing. The sound of the door opening was accompanied by her lively voice. Shan, wake up. She revealed an expression as if she had a sakura dumpling lodged in her throat. Shan E and Kurihara Kaneo were now sharing a bed. The two had not been sleeping. They gazed into each other's eyes, smiles gracing their faces. Hello. May I ask your name? Hello. Could you explain why you are here? The young girl maintained her smile, unwavering. Hello. Shan Yi's smile slowly faded. Chapter 101. An intriguing woman. Meili, who is this child? Never mind that for now. Shan Yi, come here. She opened her arms, yearning for a warm embrace. Yet, her emerald eyes sparkled with joy and worry. Naturally, she was elated to reunite with someone she cherished, but she was also anxious that after half a year, he might have changed his heart, fearing that he now found her unappealing. But in truth, Shan Yi would never disfavor a beautiful girl. To be frank, who would? He embraced the girl tightly, their closeness revealing the development of her physique without the need for hands. After half a year apart, Ganlu Temple Miri had indeed blossomed, ascending another cup's size, an event worthy of celebration. In other words, during this brief period, one could only wonder how many Sakura cakes had met their demise in her mouth. Her weight, a staggering 8 times that of an ordinary girl, was astonishing, and her figure was undeniably alluring. My wife, Zenitsu, freed his hands to assess the situation and, after comparing her to Shinobu, sighed regretfully. Ganlu Temple Miri, you have no future. Even if you do, it is one of inevitable decline. For those with a penchant for lowless, a future devoid of modesty is not a future at all. He gently pushed Miri away, his expression a blend of melancholy and sorrow. You've changed. Your hair color has become more flamboyant, your body more provocative, and you've gained weight. Miri's face flushed deeply. She had always felt insecure about her physique, but thanks to Zenitsu's persistent, albeit improper, encouragement and the verbal support from the head of the production house, she had grown more confident and resilient than before. She even dared to retort, Zenitsu, you changed too. Zenitsu composed himself. Is that so? Have I become the subject of your reproach? The scoundrel, the fickle-hearted rogue, had long been prepared for such accusations and never defended himself in this regard, bearing the burdens and pains that single men could only envy. He accepted this reality without the need for justification, for no man is without fault. Zenitsu sighed inwardly, bracing himself to confront Ganlu Temple Miri's resentful accusations and the overdue judgment of a scoundrel, ready to face the fire of jealousy and potential retribution from the girl. If Miri were to strike him, surely she would feel better, right? However, Ganlu Temple Miri did not hit him. Instead, she extended her finger in anger. Resembling a prosecutor pointing at a criminal, I can hardly recognize you. I was eavesdropping outside for so long at dawn, and even after breakfast was ready. I didn't hear your hand cannon. Huh? What are you talking about? Zenitsu stared at her wide-eyed, thinking he had misheard. Her expression displayed pure frustration, as if something utterly irrational had occurred. Her anger was more profound than if someone had stolen her food, yet her indignation was utterly unfounded. What are you saying? Zenitsu, didn't you used to do that when you slept? You would move around while asleep, and yet every time you accuse me of pulling down your pants. Calling me a lewd girl. I felt wronged, but said nothing. Zenitsu would never admit to such a habit, perhaps in a past life, but not in this one. Shinobu could attest to that. Do you still feel wronged? Ganlu Temple Miri's eyes sparkled, caught between tears and excitement. Her cheeks flushed as she exclaimed, So I say, Zenitsu has changed. You used to be so affectionate when embracing me. It's truly strange that you were so honest just now. You were so peculiar. Indeed, this Ganlu Temple seemed to have gained a soul. Yes, it was undoubtedly her. After arriving here, Ganlu Temple Miri had evolved, which Zenitsu had anticipated. But he did not foresee that her moral standards and audacity would reach new heights. This perversion, strangely enough, Zenitsu felt relieved seeing her so bold. If Miri could thrive in this environment, it must be a safe haven. Don't think you can change the subject with that expression. Zenitsu, can you perform that trick? No. Hey, when you used to nap beside me, you often did that. Be quiet. There are outsiders present. What a character. How innocent they were when they first met. Look at how chaotic it has become now. He suddenly realized that had he not met her a year ago, but rather now, he might have forever missed out on this girl. It wasn't merely that Ganlu Temple Miri's lack of modesty diminished her appeal. More critically, Zenitsu recognized that he felt utterly at a loss with the current her. He could charm the indifferent, the yandere, and even contemplated how to confront Kabutsuji Musen. But he lacked the confidence to pursue a girl embodying such outrageousness. I must admit, you are indeed stronger now. Miri, really? Truly, do not shake your chest. I can see it. Ganlu Temple Miri proudly jiggled her ample figure, her green eyes gleaming with boastfulness, her adorable face brimming with the confidence of comparison. Is it big? Who is larger compared to Shinobu? Can I do it? Can I? She danced and flaunted, as if the display were not enough. She began to shake her chest. How absurd. She was even producing a screen full of mosaics? Zenitsu angrily pointed. I told you, your future is one of inevitable decline. Accept it. No, I will not yield. I merely succumb to the pull of Earth-esque gravity. Men's eyes, too, succumb to the allure of flesh. After tiring of the spectacle, Zenitsu turned his attention to the quietly smiling young girl, who bore an uncanny resemblance to someone familiar. With black hair and purple eyes, she sported a charming side ponytail and wore a butterfly hairpin akin to a mysterious woman, albeit in a slightly lighter hue. Who is this child? She is Shinobu's disciple, Kuri Hanaru Kanaihu. Is there any food? I am hungry. Her full name was Beautiful, Kuri Hanaru Kanaihu. Judging by her age, she seemed to be around Nezuko's age. Zenitsu had been observing her for some time. She had been gazing at him since he awoke, her expression unwaveringly cheerful. The Shinobu you mentioned is the Hashira, right? Which Hashira? Zenitsu doesn't he know? She asked the insect Hashira. Zenitsu fell silent for a moment. I know. I should have known. Connections between people do not occur without reason. I recognized that long ago. He recalled certain memories. The insect Hashira, known as Kochu Shinobu. Was it? Did she not tell your name? In truth, that wicked woman hardly spoke to him. No, she had spoken once. When he had been on the verge of death after slaying the siblings, collapsing into a warm embrace. That woman had held him tightly, softly whispering, Be good. Rest a while. So adept at playing mute. And what of this child? Is she practicing the breath of laughter? Why is she always smiling? That smile seems so insincere, utterly unappealing. He sat across from Kuri Hanaru Kanaihu. Hello. She responded with a smile. Hello. The weather is nice today. Hello. I intend to confront your master. I will spank Kochu Shinobu. Smack, 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 and draw a large white turtle on her backside. Kanaihu maintained her smile. Hello. Zenitsu found himself at a loss for words, and after a brief silence, declared, I am a scoundrel. The girl's expression finally shifted, conveying confusion yet seemingly understanding. She nodded. That appears to be the case. Ho ho ho. An intriguing girl. Mealy, this child is quite amusing. I find myself unexpectedly fond of her. What's her name again? It's Li Hualuo Xiangniu, isn't it? Oh, such a delightful name. Xiangniu was taken aback by his sudden burst of enthusiasm. Look, when I pat her head, she is so obedient. No, Xiangniu wishes to escape. However, her speed is no match for my husband, Zenitsu, and thus she can only endure the force patting. His attention has entirely shifted from the plump woman, Kanroji Miri, to the little lowly, Xiangniu, prompting the former to angrily push him onto the bed. Finally, Miri, filled with rage, begins to tear at his clothes and trousers. Ahem! With a clear cough, Kochu Shinobu enters with the most perfect smile. Ah, have my husband awakened? Are you still sleeping well? Could you possibly remove your hand from my stepson's head? She seems frightened by you. Zenitsu straightens up, suddenly serious. Oh my, is that you, Lord Insect Hashira? I truly did not recognize you, not realizing you were a senior member of the Demon Slayer Corps. Please forgive my previous impertinence. This was a classic instance of sarcasm, particularly emphasizing the term senior. Kochu Shinobu, still smiling, replied with a hint of pride. Why the sudden formality? Just last night, you were eager to engage me in a conversation about life, asking how much I cost for a night. Yet within less than a day, you have grown so distant. Be quiet. Enough of that. Wicked woman. A trace of mockery appeared on Kochu Shinobu's smiling face. Miri, lend me your man for a moment. I promise to return him shortly. Without waiting for Kanroji's agreement, she dragged Zenitsu outside. The environment here is quite pleasant and tranquil. Yet Zenitsu finds little inclination to appreciate it. He is currently troubled, contemplating how to face her with the right demeanor. Although he had his suspicions before, upon learning that she is the Insect Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps, his feelings became complex, akin to being deceived by a close friend. I thought we were friends. We are indeed friends, and I have never deceived you. Shinobu released his hand and turned to scrutinize him closely, a warm glow gradually appearing in her eyes. From the moment we first drank together, I considered you my best friend. Please don't do this. Why persecute Kanroji Miri's hair? It's shining green. Chapter 102. Who isn't a snake charmer? You haven't had breakfast, have you? Here, take this. Kochu Shinobu, claiming to care for the perpetually hungry Kanroji Miri, had developed the habit of carrying snacks with her, offering him a treat. Mushroom-flavored snack? It tastes wonderful. This was no flattery. Heaven knows how Shinobu had processed the ingredients, transforming simple fungi into something savory and delightful. Zenitsu's appetite awakened, and he instinctively reached for her. Shinobu also reflexively produced a small bottle of liquor to offer him. The two froze in place. Zenitsu experienced a peculiar sensation. In a daze, he felt as though he had returned to that night when the stars and moon shone together, back to the abandoned shrine in the woods, where Shinobu once more embodied that mysterious and enchanting young lady. It felt as if they had not seen each other for a long time. Indeed, the silent, moon-gazing young lady was far more appealing. A nostalgic expression surfaced on his face, and Shinobu recognized it. Waving her small hand in front of him, "Why do you look at me like that? You seem unwilling." Why? If one were to say he was unwilling, it was indeed true. Zenitsu swallowed the snack. In my eyes, the perfect young lady has become the Insect Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps. A fact that cannot be altered. To me, you have irreparably shattered my ideal image. What expression should Shinobu wear now? Should she blush? No. Having observed this youth for so long, she understood there was an underlying meaning to his complaints, and, aside from joy, there is a sense of vigilance akin to watching a lecher. Speak. What must I do to ease your heart? But be warned, I will not tolerate anything excessive. Shinobu, in what way have I been excessive? He refrained from calling her Kochu or Insect Hashira, instead addressing her directly by name. Shinobu could no longer hold back. I should be a few years older than you, little brother. The cheeky little brother spread his hands. Does that matter? Aren't we friends? If we are friends, why concern ourselves with age? Shinobu was momentarily speechless, but upon hearing his acknowledgement of their friendship, she felt relieved, her smile becoming more genuine. That smile, that expression. Zenitsu quietly etched that smile into his memory. As friends, let me be honest with you. Last night, while you were asleep, I drew a giant lobster on your face. Just kidding. Zenitsu pouted. You are much cuter when you don't speak. Shinobu chuckled. You know, after getting familiar with you, I find it quite entertaining. If I remained silent, I would truly suffocate. You probably wouldn't understand. What is there not to understand? Spending time with my husband Zenitsu and Kanroji Miri inevitably leads one to become a commentator, especially when he throws his dignity to the dogs. Not voicing my thoughts would surely suffocate me. Would I not understand? Rather, You know too much. He sighed. If only you could return to how you were before. Silent, and not displaying your cleverness. I have never truly praised your brilliance. It's never too late to compliment me now. Shinobu's steps became lighter as she suddenly turned to him. You seem to prefer the silly me? Why? I feel you have grown wary of me. Last night. You spoke ambiguously. You were hiding something from me. Nonsense. If I truly had reservations about you, would I have been drugged by you? I too find it strange. Why do you trust me so? Even if you suspect I am the insect Hashira, it makes no sense to trust me so completely. Why? Zenitsu was taken aback. He murmured, Indeed, why do I trust you so much? Shinobu turned again, walking gracefully ahead, her hands clasped behind her. Her calm voice tinged with laughter. Perhaps it is because of love. You may have already fallen for me, completely and utterly. Is this your way of flirting? Zenitsu stood in solemn respect. You have such audacity that I suddenly feel inferior. Who can say for certain about such matters? You are far too self-absorbed. She glanced around, ensuring no one was watching, then turned back with a hint of annoyance. Who was it last night that kept asking if I was married or had a boyfriend? It was Shiji Jiyuan. And who was it that insisted I accompany him to sleep? It was Wu Shaner. Zenitsu, equally humiliated, responded in anger. I admit you are indeed a super cute beauty. The kind that makes one fall in love at first sight, but I have seen through your hypocrisy and filth. At most, I will treat you as a sounding board. Upon hearing love at first sight, Shinobu smiled, waving her hand lightly. That's fine. I actually enjoy listening to your odd stories and hearing about your little worries. I can offer you some guidance. No, a sounding board is not for sharing worries, but to use it for, tree cultivation. Don't hit. You madwoman. I told you not to strike that area. Let us fight. Let us fight. Let us fight. Chanwushur, the stronghold of the Buri Shadur Gue Shade, serves as the residence of the leader, where he convenes with the Hashira for strategic discussions. The precise location of Chanwushur is shrouded in secrecy, constantly shifting to evade the 12 Kizuki and the formidable Muzan Kabutsuji. The number of inhabitants here is sparse. Aside from the leader's family, only a handful of logistical personnel remain. The Hashira seldom gather unless absolutely necessary, as each is responsible for their own territory. Busier than the average demon slayer. Consequently, few Hashira frequently lounge about here. However, due to the emergence and recognition of a new Hashira, all have convened. Chanwushur lacks entertainment facilities, and the more combative Hashira find it difficult to remain idle. Thus, a proposal for an exhilarating hand-to-hand combat match arose. With no weapons involved, only physical prowess. The wind Hashira, Shinazugawa Sanemi, was sparring with the rock Hashira, Himejima Jyomi, his fervor akin to a tempest, while Jyomi stood steadfast as a rock, successfully defending against all assaults. Such a fierce monk. Strike him, shouted Yuzui Tenjin, the sound Hashira, the flamboyant god of festivities, as he enthusiastically cheered for the combatants. Suddenly, he froze, breath caught in his throat, beads of cold sweat trickling down to dampen his ostentatious headband. For someone had gently tapped his shoulder from behind. Tenjin was taken aback. Who could approach him so stealthily? Surely, no other Hashira possessed such skill. Could it be an upper moon demon? His hair stood on end, and instinctively, he reached for his sword, only to realize his Nicaran blade was nowhere in sight. He dared not dwell on it further, and turned his stiff neck to look back. The figure standing behind him was terrifying. He had only sensed the presence of this individual for a fleeting moment, hidden within the folds of his perception. Yet, he had failed to notice. Wakizashi Zenitsu, observing the nervous Yuzui Tenjin drenched in sweat, found amusement in the situation. Mimicking the eerie laughter of the Upper Moon 3, Akaza, he quipped, "What's the matter? Is your neck cramping? You don't look very splendid, just foolish." Tenjin, akin to a dog that had wet itself in fright, shivered at the sound of that voice, expelling a sigh of relief as he swatted Zenitsu's hand away, glaring with his captivating eyes. Do you not realize that scaring someone can be lethal? I was more terrified than when Upper Six tricked me into thinking I had syphilis. Please, spare me the mention of syphilis. Zenitsu retorted, sitting beside him. The two men, both experienced, exchanged banter rife with innuendo. After you return, is everything all right in that regard? Are you insulting me? I have 3 wives. What are you boasting about? I have 2. Oh, and the third? Zenitsu lowered his voice. I have my eyes set on Shinobu-chan. Shinobu-chan? The insect Hashira? Indeed. Yuzui Tenjin clasped his hands together. TQL. You truly are TQL. I am humbled. Securing her heart is no less challenging than finding a demon to marry. Good luck, Master Serpent Hashira. Such words were spoken. Was Butterfly Shinobu truly perceived as a terrifying woman among the Hashira? Zenitsu pointed toward a group of brawny men with bare torsos. What's happening over there? Who is that white-haired one brawling with a monk? His shouting is unbearable. That is Shinazugawa Sanemi, the Wind Hashira. He could be a bit difficult to deal with. Tenjin explained. The golden-haired one grinning like a fool is Rengoku Kaijuro, the Flame Hashira. I know him. The one gazing at the sky atop the roof is also known to you. I needn't to elaborate further. That is Tomioka Ju, the Water Hashira. You might want to shout to him that your sister disciple is remarkable, or that your master is exceptional. The one known as the Mist Hashira is Takedo Machiro, probably the youngest among us. He sits on a rock, seemingly lost in thought, the least conspicuous of the bunch. Yet, when Zenitsu's gaze fell upon Machiro, he immediately reacted, turning his head slightly towards Zenitsu. I feel as though I've seen this person before. I remember admiring him. He is quite formidable. Zenitsu heard this and pondered, has he developed amnesia? Yes, the leader mentioned we need not worry about him. Tenjin continued with the introductions. That man with a snake coiled around his neck is the serpent Hashira, Iguro Abanai. At the mention of this individual, Tenjin smiled, an expression tinged with mischief. I must warn you, that snake charmer is your rival. We all know he harbors feelings for Kanroji Mitsuri. Look, it seems he has noticed you. Zenitsu scoffed. What girl would wish to be close to a snake enthusiast? Don't all men possess splendid serpents? Do you wish to be reported? Chapter 103. A flourishing scene, the serpent Hashira, named Iguro, or whatever his name is not particularly significant in either the anime or manga. So let us simply refer to him as the serpent Hashira. His eyes are one gold and one green, akin to the revered fox deity. Yet his visage pales in comparison to that alluring fox. Wrapped in bandages, with black hair cascading like seaweed upon first sight. Zenitsu envisioned him as a youthful version of Orochimaru, should he don purple eyeshadow. If one were to encapsulate him in a single word, it would be sullen. Sullen is an adjective, not a reference to a writing position. The serpent Hashira's most notable feature is the white snake coiled around his neck. Zenitsu, harboring a distaste for snakes, had no desire to engage with this individual. Yet the serpent Hashira approached him, seeking trouble. With a cold smile, the serpent Hashira scrutinized Zenitsu from head to toe. Tenjin, relishing the spectacle, pulled the flame Hashira aside, stifling his laughter. Hey, Rengoku, what are you going over there for? To check on Zenitsu's well-being and inquire about the matters he asked me to. I couldn't get it out. My father remains unchanged, unwilling to divulge anything. At the mention of his father, the typically cheerful Rengoku Kaijuro's demeanor darkened. Tenjin subtly acknowledged the rumors surrounding the previous flame Hashira, patting Rengoku's shoulder. Cheer up, Rengoku. Let us enjoy the lively antics of youth. It'll surely lift your spirits. However, the serpent Hashira clearly sought conflict. What joy could be found in that? Those two are no good. Wouldn't it be delightful to see them clash? Rengoku's expression darkened, rendered speechless. So, you are Wakizashi Zenitsu? The little black one mentioned by Mitsuri? The serpent Hashira was taken aback by the almost mocking nickname. Is it all right if I call you that? After all, we shall be colleagues moving forward. The serpent Hashira scoffed. Isn't it just a matter of taking down an upper six? Though they're upper moons, they're merely the bottom of the barrel. Let me clarify. I am not envious of your accomplishment in slaying that upper moon demon. Your face betrays the truth. It screams envy. The serpent Hashira's discontent seeped from his eyes. Why? Zenitsu was left bewildered. Why what? Why have you abandoned Ganlu Temple for so long? Is she still pines for you? Why, after acquiring Ganlu Temple, do you dare to provoke Mr. Linlong's female disciple? Why are you such a scoundrel? Why you experience headaches after transforming? My wife, Zenitsu, was somewhat taken aback by this series of inquiries. Is this snake so direct? Before he could respond, a figure approached, radiating the fragrance of Sakuramachi, filled with indignation. Ganlu Temple, Mitsuri, stood protectively in front of my wife, her eyes wide open, the expression of a fierce mother bear eliciting chuckles from onlookers. She shot a furious glance at the serpent Hashira, refusing to engage him, then turned to Zenitsu, beaming brightly. What are you doing here? Let us go. Let us go. We're off to eat ramen. The ramen here is delectable. Sure, let us go together. Zenitsu glanced back at the despondent serpent Hashira, paused for a moment, then smiled. Actually, I've always wanted to see that expression on your face. The one where you're jealous of me. The serpent around the serpent Hashira's neck mirrored the same look of despondence. Yellow hair, Don't be too overbearing. As for your 3 questions, if I must answer, it's simply because I'm quite handsome. Isn't it? The onlookers were left in a state of bewilderment. Zenitsu solemnly reiterated, I am indeed. Why is this in traditional characters? Because it's not merely about being handsome. A calm voice from Tomioka-ju interjected. Your audacity is not simple either. Have you two settled your affairs? Shall we engage in a duel? The master is about to appear. The current master of the Kanroji lineage is called Kanroji Yosei. He is a man whose voice seems laced with narcotics. What has happened to his face? Zenitsu, be quiet. I'm merely curious how someone in such a high position could be disfigured. Everyone else is staring at you. Kanroji Yosei appeared to be gravely ill, moving slowly, his breath so feeble that a mere gust of wind could sweep him away. Good morning, everyone. Have you had breakfast? The aroma of sakura mochi wafted in early this morning. It's quite overwhelming. Today's weather is splendid. The sky is blue, the clouds are white. And seeing you all in such good spirits eases my worries. These are trivial opening remarks from a leader. Nevertheless, even as trivialities, the Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps listened intently, their respect for this man genuine. Even the fearsome wind Hashira, Sanemi Shinazugawa, knelt, lowering his proud head. The Master's continued health is our greatest blessing. I sincerely wish for your continued well-being. Thank you, Shinazugawa. Kanroji, supported by 2 white-haired Lolas, walked beneath the eaves, smiling in the golden sunlight. I have summoned you all today for a specific purpose. The disciple of the former flame Hashira, Sanemi Shinazugawa, Zenitsu, is officially to become a Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps. His gaze fell upon Zenitsu, his smile growing warmer. Does anyone have anything to say? Come on. Let us see a villain jump out and enact the trope of slapping faces. However, others remained silent. The achievements of slaying the lower 1 and upper 6 were undeniable. Even the rival Kohei merely curled his lips in disdain, although he voiced various complaints about the upper ranks being lackluster. The truth is that none of them had slain an upper demon before becoming Hashira. If we were to discuss qualifications for promotion, Zenitsu stands the strongest. Though I may be young and inexperienced, my contributions are significant, aren't they? The ceremony proceeded smoothly, and his title was now established. Generally, titles are associated with breathing styles. For example, Kohei is the serpent Hashira due to his serpent breathing, and Shinobu Kocho is the insect Hashira for her insect breathing. However, Zenitsu is somewhat unique. As he can utilize various breathing styles, his title is unrelated to any specific breathing method. The current era is Teisho, derived from the Chinese I Ching. Great achievers follow the right path, which is the way of heaven. My understanding of the Chinese language is rather elementary, simply grasping that adhering to the righteous path leads to great success. This is the natural order, the way of heaven. You call your understanding elementary? In response to Zenitsu's astonished gaze, Kanroji lowered his eyes. In a century, Zenitsu-kun is the first to defeat an upper demon, marking the dawn of a new era. I recall another line from the I Ching. Great is Qian Yuan, the origin of all things. Thus, you are the Qian Hashira. Qian Hashira? I hope you will appreciate the ensuing meeting, which will focus on strategies against Kibutsuji Musen. Zenitsu, you and Kaijiro have faced Kibutsuji Musen directly. Do you have anything to say about him? Kibutsuji Musen, you say? He dresses in women's clothing, wears makeup and lipstick, and poses provocatively, always trying to entice me. He is quite lewd and lascivious. Oh dear, I can't continue. The other Hashira fell silent once again. They were seasoned individuals. Yet this was the first time they had heard of the most malevolent demon they yearned to eradicate being so depraved as to disguise himself as a woman to seduce demon slayers. Only Ganlu Temple remained oblivious to the severity of the issue, covering her mouth. Is that truly so outrageous? Zenitsu, you wouldn't be developing feelings for someone else, would you? Someone dragged Ganlu Temple away. Shinobu Kocho took Ganlu Temple away. While the other Hashira engaged in discussion, Kanroji invited Zenitsu to speak privately in the inner chamber. This young man, plagued by illness, looked gently at the golden-haired boy, his smile deepening. This was the first time Zenitsu clearly saw this man's eyes. Kanroji Yosei's gaze was tranquil. He appeared youthful, yet emanated a sense of benevolence. He was a person of gentle temperament. But should he become enraged and resolve to destroy something, that benevolent gaze would turn tempestuous. In summary, he was an exceedingly mild-mannered individual. This man's voice was captivating, and his gaze was intoxicating. Zenitsu could perceive the sincerity and tolerance emanating from him, akin to basking in sunlight, warming his body as he instinctively recalled the dawn he experienced during his transformation on the cliff. Uncertain of how much time had passed, he suddenly awakened. Kenroji spoke. Yet his first question sent a chill down Zenitsu's spine. Zenitsu-kun, how did you survive Kibutsuji Musen's grasp? This inquiry was not malicious but struck at the core. Zenitsu was reluctant for others to know he had once been infused with demon blood by Kibutsuji Musen, unwilling to invite further suspicion. Thus, he could only weave a lie to conceal the truth. Little did he expect to be seen through so swiftly. I don't quite understand your meaning. No need to be anxious. Everyone has acknowledged you, and I have long since recognized you. My intention is clear. I congratulate you on surviving such dire circumstances. I feel fortunate. Kenroji fixed his gaze upon him. You did not perish, nor did you transform into a demon. That is wonderful, but also quite incredible. I have contemplated for a long time and can only arrive at one possibility. A deep perplexity surfaced in his brow. Perhaps you were transformed by Kibutsuji Musen. But how could a demon walk in sunlight? Is it truly possible to revert to being human? Zenitsu pondered. Perhaps I am different, or perhaps. He suddenly adjusted his breathing. The thunder breathing morphed into a rounded, full, yet warm and gentle style, although still possessing some minor flaws. It undeniably resembled the foundational breathing techniques recorded in texts. Kenroji's eyes sparkled with illumination. Is this the long-lost sun breathing? Is it possible for the sun breathing to transform demons back into humans? Such a notion is far too simplistic. My wife, Zenitsu, would never divulge everything. Moreover, even if he were to share, it would serve no purpose. He was preoccupied with contemplating the forthcoming challenges when he heard the words of Chokin. If it is through self-realization, you might consider visiting the former Flame Hashira at the Rengoku household. The lineage of the Flame Hashira is steeped in history, and perhaps they could offer assistance. This individual, this man, did not pursue further inquiries nor demanded Zenitsu to reveal the secrets of sun breathing. Instead, he seemed to contemplate Zenitsu's well-being. If it weren't for the knowledge of his wife's existence, Zenitsu might genuinely worry about his own future inclinations. What a good person. I have heard from Flame Hashira that his father was a notorious drunkard. Perhaps you should refrain from visiting. That man is unlikely to say anything of value. The previous Flame Hashira, Kaijiro Rengoku's father, once encountered a disheartening passage in the book of Flame Hashira, and following the death of his wife, he fell into a state of despair, neglecting to guide his son and ultimately becoming a wretched drunkard. Chokin smiled and said, I will not speak of your affairs to others, but Zenitsu, I implore you, before you reach the pinnacle of your strength, do not expose yourself to Kibutsuji Musen's gaze. Why is that? I have surmised some of Kibutsuji's thoughts. Should he learn of your survival, should he discover that you can walk in the sunlight, he would undoubtedly pursue you with reckless abandon. His eyes were filled with concern. Please cherish your life. My lord, do not act in such a manner. Is this the persona you wish to embody? Please take care of your own well-being. Chapter 104. The eel is starved without abalone. Where lies justice? I apologize, but the Kamadu siblings have extended their kindness to me. I cannot assist Kamadu Tanjiro in his training, and thus I must find a way to restore Nezuko to her human form. I intend to take her to Tokyo, where there is someone who should be able to help. That is indeed perilous, Zenitsu-kun. Why must you undertake such a risk? To advance fearlessly, with unwavering resolve, is my path, the path my master illuminated for me as I forged this Nichiren blade. Thus, I believe that Senjuro would disagree. He would likely tell you that one's path is forged individually, not dictated by another. Zenitsu found himself at a loss for words. Shiro Amiya would certainly not share that view. Chokin sighed. Have you not realized that after descending from Tachiyama, you have moved too swiftly? You have encountered the 12 Kizuki in rapid succession, even crossing paths with Kibutsuji Musen. Moving too quickly often leads to instability. Just as Zenitsu was about to retort, he heard the other party add, perhaps it would be best for you to reside in the butterfly mansion, where the insect Hashira resides. After all, you're old acquaintances. Are you not? What does that mean? Zenitsu is now akin to a high-powered target for demons. Chokin expresses concern that Kibutsuji Musen may devour him, hence suggesting he retreat and refrain from causing trouble, even invoking the name of Shinobu Kocho. Such a devious strategy is truly difficult to refuse. The semi-annual Hashira meeting concluded successfully. The last of the 9 Hashira, the Kanroji, took their place. After the meeting, Tenjin-e murmured beside him. It was initially decided that Kanroji would become the love Hashira, and you have taken her position. Be sure to comfort her. How should I comfort her? By giving her a good beating to make her feel better? No, the focus is, has it only been 6 months? In that brief span, has Mitsuri truly evolved from a novice into a Hashira? Yuzui's expression was somewhat peculiar. Who said she could eat so much? Shinobu has attempted numerous times to force her to diet, yet not once has she succeeded. Perhaps you should persuade her? If she continues to eat like this, will she truly be alright? Persuade her to diet? If she could diet, I would live stream drinking a black hole. After parting ways with Tenjin Yuzui, Zenitsu returned to the Butterfly Mansion, the same place he had awakened in that morning. It was not solely the residence of Insect Hashira, but also a sanctuary for injured or poisoned Demon Slayer Corps members, and it occupied a vast area. Upon entering, he was greeted by the cheerful voices of 3 young girls. Welcome back, Lord Kanroji. Thank you for your hard work. The vibrant voices of the 3 little ones invigorated Zenitsu, and he turned to the small-eyed children, recognizing them as caretakers of the Butterfly Mansion. Little ones, greetings. From today onward, I shall reside here. I look forward to our time together. His gentle demeanor starkly contrasted with his usual boisterous arrogance. It was widely acknowledged that this was a facade, yet it must be said that the charm of a gentle older brother holds significant power over young girls. How delightful it is to play with them. Is it true that women are only perfect in their youth? Zenitsu entered and greeted a serious twin-tailed girl, Kanazaki, where a butterfly Shinobu and Kanroji Mitsuri. They are training in the kitchen. Thank you. I shall seek them out. Training in the kitchen? Is it bridal training? Or perhaps something scandalous? Although love breathing is a variant of flame breathing, it is curious that the lineage in the formula book is represented by a dashed line rather than a solid one, indicating that the one teaching Kanroji Mitsuri the breathing techniques is not Kaijiro Rengoku, but rather the frequently idle Shinobu Kocho. Moreover, Shinobu's method of instructing Mitsuri is quite novel. At least from Zenitsu's perspective, they were discussing how to utilize love breathing to enhance the flame's temperature. What? Does breathing have such an effect? Zenitsu, are you here to watch me cook? I merely wish to observe how you stoke the fire. I shall take over the cooking. Kanroji Mitsuri nodded enthusiastically. It seems that with someone she admires nearby, her emotions become somewhat unstable, and the heat within her manifests in her breathing, causing her breaths to quicken. The flames leaping from the edge of the pot reached an astounding height of 6 feet. Had Zenitsu not dodged swiftly, his sleeve would have been scorched. You are exhaling pure oxygen, are you not? He glanced at Shinobu. Is everything all right? Shinobu smiled brightly. Absolutely no problem. Kanroji Mitsuri appeared flustered. But after Shinobu patted her head, she quickly regained her composure, retrieving another bundle of firewood to continue her dazzling yet fervent performance. Zenitsu, however, had lost all interest in cooking. He sat nearby, silently observing these 2 individuals. He understood that Shinobu was training her control over her breathing rather than merely encouraging deep breaths. Kanroji Mitsuri would likely only excel at steaming sakuramachi, entirely disregarding the fact that cooking requires a gentle flame, persistently exhaling forcefully. The flames danced in tandem with a breath. Zenitsu was utterly speechless. As one bundle of firewood turned to ash, Shinobu unfazed retrieved fresh wood, still wearing a bright smile. Mitsuri, thank you for your hard work. Shinobu's expression and tone conveyed an unsettling sense of foreboding. Zenitsu's heart raced. Only Kanroji Mitsuri remained blissfully naive, unabashedly accepting the new bundle, and after a moment's daze, she suddenly exclaimed, Is this crouching position not quite correct? Let me try lying down. She reclined and commenced her own version of breathing. Li Hua Luo Shang Nai Hu tirelessly delivered freshly cut firewood, while Kanroji Mitsuri repeatedly faced failure. Beside her, the drowsy Huang Mao yawned only when the sky turned completely dark. He attempted to adopt the analytical pose of Gwendolyn, yet regrettably, he could not decipher anything. The act of the Luosheng bringing firewood could perhaps be referred to as passing the flame. She had grown up and could proudly express to Kochu Shinobu her aspiration to become the Flame Ashira. This was no mere training of the breath of the flame. It was undeniably akin to a dark nightmare. In hopes of having an early dinner that night, my wife Zenitsu began his little antics, transforming the breath of thunder into the breath of flame, taking a deep breath to seize control of the fire. Shinobu-chan, look, the flame is smaller, just perfect for cooking. However, Kochu Shinobu did not share his excitement. She cast a silent glance at my wife Zenitsu, rolling her eyes with a hint of annoyance, yet chose not to voice her thoughts, instead smiling at Kanroji Mitsuri, We shall continue tomorrow. If you are unable to reach this level, your portion will be halved. Kanroji Mitsuri's complexion turned pale, resembling a ghost. Though she was a woman, Shinobu was a remarkably strict teacher. Akin to the panda master in Kung Fu Panda training, focusing on food as a means of discipline, proving her methods to be effective. This exemplified the principle of tailored education. If my wife Zenitsu were not sufficiently diligent, Tsujikuni Yorichi could hire some charming girls to accompany him in training. Tailoring education was indeed splendid. On the second day, Kanroji's food intake was halved, and on the third day, it was halved once more. Mitsuri finally unleashed the potential hidden within her, mastering the advanced application of the breath of love in just 2 days. She sat on the ground, weak and clutching her stomach. Look at her, she's in such dire straits, and you still won't let her eat? Zenitsu-kun, do not speak. Mitsuri is agitated because of you, and her progress in the breath of love is quite mediocre. Why don't you ask the others for their opinion? Present Wuriwa, Misho, Kamadu Nezuko, and 3 little ones. My wife Zenitsu turned to them. Kamadu Nezuko hesitated. How about we let Miss Kanroji have a little something? She shrank back, the remainder of her words silenced by Shinobu's gaze. Yet in the next moment, the 3 little ones raised their hands. Let her eat. Let her eat. Let her eat. Kanroji Mitsuri joyfully dashed towards the prepared sakuramachi, blissfully indulging. In contrast, Shinobu could no longer suppress her displeasure and exited the butterfly mansion. My wife Zenitsu followed her. There's no need to be so strict. She has been trying very hard. Shinobu remained silent for a long moment before sighing. I know she is trying hard, but I'm also aware that the upper-ranked demons are relentlessly devouring humans. Besides striving with all her might, I see no other way to overcome them. Especially that Upper Moon 2. Upper Moon 2? An enemy? A sworn adversary. The two continued walking, eventually arriving by a small river. The cool breeze failing to dissipate Shinobu's fury and bitterness. Previously, the danger had not felt significant, but now I deeply understood the terror of the upper-ranked demons, causing any sense of pride to vanish. However, I lacked the ability to impart my knowledge to others. She suddenly smiled wryly. I apologize for my impatience. It's all right, Mitsuri. I do not worry about you. I worry about your health. Shinobu looked at him earnestly. Your body is not yet strong enough. What? More training? Without Shinobu here. Without any buffs, he just wants to be a slacker. Did you hear that? It seems someone is chanting. They began to shift the topic as they strolled upstream along the river. The rumbling sound gradually became clearer and louder, and Shinobu, too, heard the indistinct chanting, emanating from the base of the waterfall, mingled with the roar. What is the great master of the Diamond Sutra doing there? That the rock Hashira. Is this truly how he practices? Let's go take a look. Baminyu Xingming was in the midst of his training. He stood beneath the thundering waterfall in the posture of Veda, enduring the nearly 10-meter-high torrent crashing down, his face indistinguishable between the river water and tears. My wife Zenitsu felt compelled to show respect towards the religious figure, raising his hand to form a cross at his chest. Nemu Amida Butsu, Master Baminyu. It has been a while. I hope all is well. Shinobu found it immensely amusing. She puffed up her cheeks, suppressing laughter. Why are you drawing a cross? Isn't that a religious gesture from abroad? Whatever. After all, the rock Hashira can't see it. They observed for a while, growing bored, preparing to leave. However, my wife Zenitsu was unable to escape. A rough, damp hand pressed down on his shoulder, and Baminyu Xingming's voice resonated, steady and compassionate. Rest assured, Insect Hashira, I will train him well. Seeing the mischievous smile on Shinobu's face, my wife Zenitsu realized, you have plotted against me. My friend. Chapter 105, look, the lovely young ladies following the rock Hashira Baminyu Xingming for training is not a disgrace, for this monk, if I am not mistaken, should possess the strongest overall strength among the other Hashira. In my wife Zenitsu's eyes, he could see through the other Hashira quite easily. Yet Baminyu Xingming remained an enigma. Training under him would surely yield valuable knowledge. The practice of utilizing a meteor hammer and broad axe for physical exorcism of demons is absolutely worth learning. Then, shall we begin? The monk stated, and my wife Zenitsu waved his hand. Wait, let me warm up first. I'll do a little rabbit dance. You probably don't know what a rabbit dance is, do you? You unfortunate fellow, who can't even see. Perhaps struck by a nerve, the rock Hashira wept. First, we shall perform waterfall training. Is it just standing under the waterfall to take a cold shower? That doesn't seem too difficult. This is a necessary training method for martial arts experts. My wife Zenitsu shed his clothes and leaped into the waterfall. The instant he plunged into the icy water, it shocked him so profoundly that his hair stood on end, his flowing golden locks nearly departing from his scalp. As summer approached, although the water flowed down from the mountain, the elevation was modest, leaving no possibility of melting snow. Yet the water was chilling. The longer he stood beneath the waterfall, the colder it became, forcing him to employ the breath of flame to withstand it. What is with this water? How can it be colder than winter's river? My insides are crying out. What is happening? What is happening? The rock Hashira spoke in a deep voice. Kenjuro, you must chant. Chant. Yes, on one hand, it helps with concentration. The Buddhist practice of sitting in meditation, chanting sutras, and striking the wooden fish does indeed aid in calming the mind. On the other hand, it signifies that you are still alive. He casually uttered something rather terrifying. You bald thief. My wife Zenitsu did not chant. He was heavily influenced by the philosophy of the North Star one-sword style, never relying on words to hypnotize himself, but rather seeking to master the weapon and solidify himself, gradually exploring how to transform himself into a sharp sword, how to cleave through the heavy, icy waterfall. His method of concentration was quite simple. Perceive the world, the five wheels book, the water scroll, in stillness. Do not let your heart be as dead ash. In action, keep your heart calm as water. Do not let external distractions disturb you. Concentrate your energy. And do not let your spirit scatter. Emotions should be abundant, but not overly detached. The esteemed swordsman Miyamoto Musashi's Go-Rin no Sho, particularly the first scroll concerning water, profoundly emphasizes spiritual cultivation. It advocates for a tranquil and gentle exterior while harboring a formidable and robust spirit within. One must maintain a heart as serene as water, living water, not stagnant. Musashi's approach does not derive from surreptitiously learning the breath of the rock pillar, but rather from meticulously understanding every facet of his own body. This exceptional moment, where he refrains from imitating others, reveals the miraculous nature of destiny. While he abstains from theft in learning, others covertly seek to learn from him. Upon sensing a profound emptiness emanating from the rock pillar, Zenitsu Hida comprehends the unfolding situation and stares incredulously at the monk, exclaiming, "How dare you? How dare you steal my ultimate technique?" With tears streaming down his face, Himejima Jyomiai apologizes. "I am sorry, it was an accident. The breath of the rock has a connection to my Buddhist teachings. You're the one known as the Chinwi Taoist, right? I recognize you for transforming the Seven Treasures wonderful tree into a meteor hammer. Do not attempt to deny it. A monk should speak no lies. I truly apologize." Zenitsu declares, taking advantage of the honest man, "I wish to learn the breath of the rock." Very well, the breath of the rock is now yours. Do not presume that mastering the breath of the sun equates to comprehending all the various breathing techniques. Such is not the case. The multitude of breathing methods derived from the breath of the sun embodies the wisdom of the Demon Slayer core swordsman, a wisdom accumulated over 4 centuries, passed down through generations. Who would dare to underestimate it? Current world, Kimetsu no Yaiba, daily life, soul status, semi-awake, 10, physical condition, very strong power assessment. Hashira, current world standard unit, energy recovery, 81 time until next possible time travel. After the final battle, how has Kimetsu no Yaiba devolved into the mundane? The last time I viewed it, it was filled with fervor. And must the power assessment remain at a mere B? Zenitsu grows increasingly perplexed by the data of this golden finger, particularly the soul status, but he cannot delve too deeply into it. In any case, the path to becoming stronger is undeniably correct. And then, the training of carrying 3 logs began. That seems straightforward enough. Zenitsu turns to behold the 3 hefty logs described by the monk, each thick enough to be embraced by a single person. He must once again confirm a matter. This is not a film set of Dragon Ball. Is it? All right, I understand. You are testing me. Let us hear all your training courses at once, so that I may indulge. Himejima Jyomiai shyly points to a 2-meter-tall boulder. After carrying the logs, the final task is to move a boulder taller than a person across an entire street. Tears cascade down Himejima Jyomiai's face. My training consists solely of these 3 simple tasks. There is also the foot fire technique, but it is rather unsafe, so I have omitted it for you. Zenitsu is at a loss for words. He can only muster 2 words. Thank you. As the sun sets, Zenitsu returns to the butterfly mansion, dragging his weary feet. He takes a refreshing bath and lies on his bed, murmuring to himself, "At last, I comprehend why these fellows seldom have successors. This method of training is excruciatingly arduous. The disciples must have fled in fear of perishing mid-training. Sitting beside the window, Kochu Shinobu holds a petite, exquisite wine jug. Not entirely. Some have simply been discouraged and lost their confidence. Butterfly, do you have only Kanao as your disciple? Shinobu's expression stiffens. She sighs softly. I should be the one comforting you, but I feel you should comfort me now. Please accept my condolences. They are all wonderful children. Shinobu generously tosses a jug of wine towards him. Join me for a drink, just like before. The daylight gradually dims. In the deepening night, only the sound of their drinking lingers. After a while, Shinobu suddenly inquires, what exactly did your master say to you? My intuition tells me he regards you differently. Zenitsu, you have concealed many things from me. Haven't you? Zenitsu contemplates. Indeed, there are matters I have kept from you, but it is not deceit. It is simply that I prefer not to discuss them. Moreover, it is not much, merely a bit. He gestures with his thumb and forefinger. Just this little bit. During our first drinking session, you mentioned wanting to kill someone? Yes. You stated that aside from that loathsome senior brother. There's also a woman who deceived you out of money. Who is she? Is she beautiful and charming? Her voice carries a playful tone. Am I not more beautiful? As Zenitsu prepares to respond, he observes her tucking the wine jug into her sleeve, casting him a glance filled with mischief before gracefully departing, leaving behind a lingering fragrance of flowers. Hey, that wine is beneficial for you. But Shinobu walks away. TSK, that wicked woman is truly infuriating yet utterly adorable. Zenitsu's innocent heart is stirred, filled with thoughts of the mischievous butterfly, despite having recently learned the intricacies of Shinobu and reuniting with Kanao. This is what I have emphasized, to go with the flow. He is not a scoundrel. Restless in bed, he contemplates the details of Shinobu while sipping wine. 2 hours have passed since dinner, and he finally finishes his drink, preparing to rise for a midnight snack. Just then, a fragrant breeze wafts through the air. It is the scent of a young girl, mingled with the aroma of Sakura rice cakes. Oh, Kanroji Mitsuri appears from nowhere, clad in a loose yukata. With a swift motion, she covers Zenitsu's mouth from behind, only to retract her hand with a soft gasp. Zenitsu, are you a little dog? You actually bit me. But I, Lady Mitsuri, shall not hold it against you. Look at the delicious treats I have brought for you. Zenitsu retorts. What else do you have besides Sakura rice cakes? Oof. It is not merely Sakura rice cakes. Behold, Sakura rice cake sushi. He feels that he is inescapably bound to Kanroji Mitsuri, or rather, to Sakura rice cakes, and resignedly begins to eat, while Mitsuri sits beside him with a sweet smile. Of course, she cannot simply sit still. Her delicate frame leans against him, her weight pressing down as her rosy cheeks rest on his shoulder. A gesture she has clearly mastered through frequent repetition. Mitsuri, your collar is loose. What? Her fair face flushes a lovely pink, enhancing her allure. What are you pretending for? You and Shinobu have been that way too, haven't you? Your heart races. Is it truly so? Zenitsu wonders if his heart racing is merely a natural physiological response, recalling the enchanting 2 months on the narrow foggy mountain. He feels the warmth of her body pressed against his. So hot and heavy. My heart is racing even faster. Ahem, Mitsuri, you're a girl. You must always be cautious of potential exposure. You must realize that an accidental exposure could make a man's heart race, for you're no longer a child. His voice trembles slightly. Unsure if the wine given by Shinobu contains something peculiar, Zenitsu finds himself increasingly warm, fearing that the situation may develop in an undesirable direction. Especially with Shinobu nearby. He takes a deep breath. All right, sit properly. I need to eat. Mitsuri pouts her cheeks. She suddenly became clever. Is that beautiful? Goodness. That shy voice, Shansai, please have some self-respect. I didn't see clearly. Didn't see clearly? Then I can show you again. This time you must look properly. My wife, Shan-E, picked up the Sakura rice cake and ignored her. Kanroji, that rascal, became even bolder, starting her mosaic-style chest display. Look, look, look. Even Rin-chan is envious of me here. How outrageous. My wife, Shan-E, decided to take a stand. He had never been bullied like this by her before, and today he was determined to see the grand Sakura rice cake. Let me have a look. Chapter 106. Shan-E, remember, you're not alone. Anyone familiar with the otaku culture knows that typically, one does not wear anything beneath a Japanese yukata. My wife, Shan-E, being a keyboard otaku himself, was certain that Kanroji Mitsuri was currently wearing no clothing beneath that loose yukata. With that exclamation of "let me see," the candlelight flickered, and the only yukata fell to the ground. Though my wife had always joked that Mitsuri was plump, in reality, she was neither fat nor even chubby, but rather slightly slender. Objectively speaking, when embracing her, one felt her smooth and supple form, as if it could be broken by a gentle touch. According to her, this physique was thanks to the Sakura rice cake. Who would have thought that Sakura rice cake had shaping effects? Even more astonishing was that the dyeing function of Sakura rice cake extended beyond just hair. How marvelous! How incredible! I had never seen such a color in the grass. At first glance, I thought it resembled a rainbow. I believe that besides Miss Senji's Holy by Lien, no other grass could compare to you. Is it? Is it? It felt less like a compliment. Kanroji Mitsuri blushed. My wife, Sean-e, reached out his hand. Happiness lay before him, within reach. At such a moment, if he could still restrain himself, he would not be an otaku. This is a compliment. Mitsuri, you truly look beautiful now. A young girl displayed her body to the man she adored. Her eyes, resembling those of a Persian cat, held not only trepidation and shyness, but also immense courage. Anyone who failed to honor such bravery and determination would indeed possess a heart of stone. My wife, Sean-e, did not wish to be heartless. He embraced Mitsuri. Lord Kanroji, Lord Shinobu has sent me to deliver supper. Outside, the footsteps of Kanzaki Aoi could be heard. Kanroji Mitsuri froze. There was no time for her to put on her clothes, and there was no hiding place in the room. It was impossible for her to risk being seen by others by climbing out the window. Mitsuri let out a panicked whimper. It's all right. My wife sighed inwardly and turned, shielding her with his back to the door. The paper door slid open. Kanzaki Aoi stared, dumbfounded, at my wife, Shani. From her angle, she could only see two snow-white arms draped around the Hashira's neck, dazzling like frost against snow, the yukata strewn upon the floor, and Kanroji Mitsuri's hair stirred by the night breeze. Everything was evident. The Hashira was entangled with a woman. Moreover, that woman's hair was undoubtedly Kanroji's. Kanzaki Aoi's face flushed, and trembling, she hastily left the supper behind and fled. Mitsuri, could you please put on your clothes? Ugh. Kanroji Mitsuri felt so embarrassed that she wished to hide in the cracks of the floor. She intended to bend down to pick up the yukata. But my wife had not had enough. Is that all? Can't you just let me see the cover? Where's the content? Aoi just saw us. Shinobu will definitely tell her. This isn't good. If you hold me like this, Mitsuri, you don't understand women. Other women aren't like you. If Kochu Shinobu knew I was holding you like this, she certainly wouldn't disturb us. Rest assured, besides, what difference does it make whether you wear clothes or not in front of me? You have always been naked in my eyes, haven't you? Delumudo and Altruge simultaneously opposed this statement. TSK, those two shameless beings openly flirted near the Fuyuki Bridge warehouse. One responsible for delivering hats and the other for wearing them. It's absurd. They possess no sense of shame. Ridiculous. Mitsuri was greatly embarrassed by this remark. She embraced him, feeling unparalleled happiness. She was not foolish and held her own views on love. There's a saying in China. A girl chasing a boy is like a layer of gauze. A boy disguising as a girl is also like a layer of gauze. A man would not be indifferent to a woman who harbors feelings for him, especially a beautiful girl. Although her personality was somewhat eccentric, Mitsuri, relax. It's just the two of us here. We can take our time. Whatever you desire, you can tell me. I will give it to you. My wife, Shawnee, gently patted her smooth back. Haven't we always been friends? Even if we have crossed the line of friendship, you need not worry. Relationships can change gradually. Shani. Mitsuri's heart raced. She felt warmth within her. The breath of love began to elevate her romantic emotions to a new realm. But she had no time to pay attention to it. All she felt was a desire and impulse to kiss this boy. I just worry. I fear you might be taken away by other girls. I fear you might not want me anymore. No need to worry. Is there anything worse than encountering a fickle-hearted person like me in this world? My wife, Sean-e, prepared to embrace Kanroji. Aren't you hungry? Why not eat the Sakura rice cake? Why not pick up the chestnuts? Will you drink the seaweed wine? It's a drink made from color-altered seaweed. At that moment, an inopportune voice intruded, and Kochu Shinobu sighed softly. I sometimes must admire your ill-fated remarks. Indeed, worse things have happened to you. Hanging outside the window, Shinobu looked at him with an expressionless face, slowly blooming a smile like a flower. I have bad news for you. Someone heard that the Tsuyuri is training you. After a cheerful smile, he volunteered to join, wishing to train with the Tsuyuri. You are fortunate. Who is it? The well-liked Mr. Tomioka. Kochu Shinobu observed him curiously. Mr. Tomioka displayed a look of having rediscovered the meaning of life. It seems he truly cares for you. No, please don't. Are you actually afraid? Don't worry. You still have your life. You are Saori Yaguchi. You are not Saori Jinguji. After more than a year, my wife, Shani, was once again under the influence of Ju Tomioka. Kagaya Ubuyashiki did not understand his disciple at all. The so-called training that was 10 times harder than Tomioka's was actually not a challenge for Shani. It was just that they did not comprehend his temperament. Ju Tomioka understood him well, thus the training was more effective. That man, don't let him draw his sword. Now let him sheath it. The 11th form of water breathing is not well mastered. The name of the 11th form is M, and you should understand its meaning. I know it means calmness. Yes, all the enemy's attacks are like the waves in the sea. What you must do is to bring them all to tranquility. My wife, Sean, practiced sheathing his sword beneath the waterfall. To push that 2-meter-high boulder a street's distance was a test of physical strength, and to pause the waterfall for a breath while sheathing the sword was a test of one's state of mind. He embarked on an intensive training regimen. The motion of sheathing his sword appeared to be easier than drawing it, yet upon decelerating the action, he discovered it was indeed more challenging. He realized that after only a few days of training, his arms had noticeably strengthened. When he snatched food from Ganlu Temple's mealie, his hands were far steadier. Such training was arduous and exceedingly monotonous. He continued this regimen until the height of summer. On one particular day, during summer, by the forge where the sword was being tempered, this blade had incorporated some meteorite iron, making it the most robust and sharpest of all the Nichiren swords I had encountered. However, to my astonishment, there were numerous nicks along the edge, particularly a sizable dent that seemed to have been forcibly twisted out by someone's finger. The terrifying prowess of Kibutsuji Musen was indeed unfathomable. It was hard to believe that Zenitsu had managed to survive. Yet, I noticed that his once fierce spirit seemed significantly diminished. What do you think, Tanjiro? My perspective differs from yours. After contemplating for a moment, Tanjiro responded. During training, I could sense that his physique was unlike that of ordinary people, with a remarkable recovery rate. Although he outwardly appears lazy, he is in fact exceedingly diligent and hard-working. I can only sense that his fighting spirit is concealed within. That is hardly impressive. Has that fool lost his edge due to Kibutsuji Musen's assault? Rengoku, you have also faced Musen. You fared well, did you not? Rengoku Kyujiru's eyes flickered with a tinge of apprehension. I cannot ascertain what he is worried about. Despite his usual playful antics with Ganlu Temple's Mi Li, the joy in his expression has waned considerably. Perhaps it is not a loss of spirit, but rather a sign of maturity. He may simply be concealing his brilliance. I share that sentiment. He resembles a blade in the process of being honed. By the way, who is that incessantly chattering fellow in the fire mask? Rengoku Kiru introduced him. This is Mr. Tetsuzan Ikari, a resident of the Swordsmith Village, who fortuitously happened to arrive here. Can this sword be repaired? The man in the fire mask delicately stroked the blade. A fine sword indeed. Of course, a weapon capable of injuring Kibutsuji Musen cannot be subpar. Who forged this blade? None of the 3 Hashira present could provide an answer. They were unaware that Zenitsu had taken up the craft of blacksmithing out of sheer boredom. Tetsuzan's tone was rather brusque. The original creator of this sword must possess immense strength. In Swordsmith Village, one might employ a special forge, but there is none here. And my own strength is insufficient to work this blade. It is far too hard. Should we consider filling it with another metal? That would render it a useless weapon. At that moment, the door swung open. Butterfly Shinobu smiled as she said, I've brought a helper, Iwaki Hashira. I entrust this to you. Amipa. Kanroji Mitsuri handed over the heavy hammer with his robust hands, tears streaming down his face. Rengoku Kyujiru quickly crouched before the forge, exhaling deeply. The authentic breath of flames elevated the temperature of the forge significantly. Tomioka Ju and Yuzi Tenjin exchanged glances and began their respective preparations. The former adjusting the temperature of the water, while the latter listened intently to the sounds emanating from the blade. Butterfly Shinobu stood quietly to the side, her smile unwavering. A skilled blacksmith, coupled with the 4 Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps, who throughout history has had such privileges for their weaponry. On the very day the Nichiren blade was reforged, the sky grew ominous, and a thunderstorm loomed on the horizon, with the fierce winds stirring the river's waters restlessly. In that instant, the perpetually flowing waterfall came to an abrupt halt. This was the 11th form of water breathing, M. Subsequently, a dazzling bolt of lightning struck down, cleaving through the waterfall. In the next moment, a swirling water vortex spiraled upward, merging with the lightning. The sounds of thunder and rushing water intertwined. Breath of thunder. 8th form, thunderclap and flash. Zenitsu emerged from the spray, discarding his broken blade and shaking his head. It still won't do. Chapter 107. Departure. A new journey begins. Butterfly Shinobu gazed at the letter in her hands, her fingers unconsciously brushing against the crow's feathers, her eyes half closed in contemplation. After a considerable time, she met with her lord and then returned to the butterfly mansion to prepare her belongings, seemingly readying for a journey. Shinobu, where are you headed? While playing a guessing game with Ganlu Temple's Mi Li, Zenitsu noticed something amiss with Butterfly Shinobu. Where are you going? Is there a new mission? It is not a mission. After a moment of reflection, Butterfly Shinobu smiled. I have received information about the Upper Moon too. Although it is merely traces of the Mugen Kyoko, I wish to follow the clues to investigate further. Zenitsu was unaware of her entanglements and grievances with Upper Moon too, but he understood that a demon ranked higher than Akaza would not be something Shinobu could handle alone. Are you going alone? Butterfly Shinobu slightly turned her head, evading the worried gazes of Zenitsu and Ganlu Temple's Mi Li, smiling as she said, It's not necessarily about engaging in combat. I merely intend to scout the situation. There is no need for you to worry. Her demeanor was quite natural, and Ganlu Temple's Mi Li felt relieved. Then do return promptly, Shinobu-chan. Every time you go out, little Kane seems quite upset. Is that so? That child. Butterfly Shinobu smiled with a complex expression. Kirikuru Kane's childhood experiences had rendered her inept at expressing her emotions, especially after the death of her sister, which made her even more reclusive. So, that child is so attached to me? There were some things she wished to share with her, but would it be too cruel to impose upon the young girl? If she were to learn of what Shinobu was about to undertake, she would surely try to dissuade her with all her might. And then there is that man. Shinobu glanced at Zenitsu, only to find that the golden-haired youth had already vanished from sight, having silently left the butterfly mansion while she conversed with Ganlu Temple's Mi Li. His ability to conceal his presence had evidently improved. Zenitsu has grown stronger than before. She smiled with satisfaction, and after packing her belongings, she departed from the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, following the river for a day until she reached the vicinity of the Kirasaki Mountain. Observing the clouds and mist upon the mountain, she whimsically decided to ascend, wishing to pay a visit to Mr. Sakanji, while also checking on her romantic rival. Oh, no, it is Ganlu Temple's Mi Li's romantic rival. However, upon encountering Mitsuri, she felt an urge to turn back, for a certain scoundrel was also present. Ah, Shinobu-chan, what a coincidence. Could it be that the tendrils of the Mugen Kyoko have reached this place? Or do you simply find this picturesque setting appealing? The tone was unmistakably taunting, and there was no one else it could be but Zenitsu. Zenitsu was gently stroking Mitsuri's hair. He was combing the girl's locks, his fingers twirling within the soft, cool strands, and Mitsuri displayed a look of utter contentment. This unabashed display of affection was unbearable not only for Butterfly Shinobu, but also for Kamadu Tanjiro. The Sakura Machi is ready. Would you like some? Tanjiro eagerly sought to assert his presence. Zenitsu and Butterfly Shinobu gazed at the steaming basket of Sakura Machi that the boy presented, lost in contemplation, feeling a slight discomfort in their stomachs. Even after parting from Ganlu Temple's Mi Li, they could not escape the Sakura Machi. I loathe Sakura Machi. Well then, you all enjoy it, Shinobu. You should have some as well. No, I'm overnourished. Zenitsu-kun, you should eat more. Nonsense. As Mitsuri's closest friend, shouldn't you taste the food that your best friend loves most? Can you still call yourself her friend if you don't? Butterfly Nin is quite indifferent to it. She is on the verge of nausea from it. Nin resolutely blocks the hand he extends towards her and suddenly notices the bracelet adorning my wife, Zenitsu's, wrist. A delicate blend of cherry pink and cherry green. What is this? Why have I never seen you wear it before? My wife, Zenitsu, beams with pride. This is a bracelet made from materials by Mitsuri. You can smell the sweetness of Sakura Machi. And look at how vibrant the colors are. Isn't it beautiful? She actually made you a bracelet out of her hair. I never would have guessed that the fool could have such a moment of inspiration. My wife, Zenitsu, falls silent for a moment and corrects. It's not hair. Not hair. Then what could it be? It can't possibly be fur. Ninchaklis vikli. Did you not say only the armpit hair of a fox is useful? It's not from the armpit. She has no hair there. The smile on Butterfly Nin's face gradually fades. The two fall into an unusual silence. After a brief moment, they exclaim in unison, Mitsuri is quite ruthless. Of course, I also played a part in this. She couldn't bring herself to do it, so she had me take action. I had no choice but to let her experience what it means to pluck a feather from a passing goose. That's enough. Stop talking. Butterfly Nin can no longer endure it. Zenitsu's moral degradation leaves her feeling defeated. However, Nin finds it curious that the girl, Shinobu, seems utterly oblivious to their crude banter. Quietly sitting there, munching away, as serene as a little fox living in a secluded grove. I thought you would train for a few more months. I've basically mastered what I needed to. The Nicaran blade has been repaired and reforged. The only regret is that I couldn't devise a technique capable of slaying Kabutsuji Musen in one strike. Butterfly Nin notices the frustration on his face and speaks to comfort him. Such a technique cannot possibly exist in this world. To create a technique capable of heavily injuring a lower moon demon is already quite remarkable. Besides, it is not the breathing techniques or swordsmanship that are impressive, but rather the individuals who wield them. I am well aware. They enter the room of Nezuko Kamadu. Is this the special demon you mentioned? Yes, Nezuko is indeed extraordinary. Tanjiro said that since she became a demon, she has never consumed human flesh or blood. She even refuses to drink my blood. Perhaps she finds it unsanitary. My wife, Zenitsu, is left speechless by Butterfly Nin's remark, looking helplessly at Shinobu. See, this woman is bullying me again. She takes advantage of the fact that I won't hit her, because she's a woman. Shinobu timidly glances at Nin, and then tiptoes to pat his head in consolation. The insect Hashira is just joking with you. You are no longer a child. How can you not recognize when someone is joking? Oh, how gentle a wife is. Nin remains composed, smiling in retort. A formidable rival. Indeed, a worthy opponent to Kanroji Mitsuri. I came to the Kurosaki Mountain partly to take Nezuko to Tokyo to seek help for my doctor friend. She has been researching methods to revert demons to humans. Although her identity is somewhat special. I know, the master has mentioned that individual, Miss Tamayo, correct? My wife, Zenitsu, is taken aback. How does he know? Do not underestimate the intelligence network of the Demon Slayer Corps. Butterfly Nin squats beside Nezuko, gazing at the sleeping girl. Despite knowing she is a demon, she gradually feels a pang of compassion. She's a pitiful child. And, on the other hand, I wish for Shinobu to join the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters and stay with Mitsuri. After all, they will eventually live together. So it is only right that they foster their relationship. Butterfly Nin smiles. You truly are a scoundrel. Zenitsu, embarrassed, protests. How can a mutual affection be labeled as scoundrelly? Shinobu nods in agreement. In truth, the more people, the better. The girl shyly bites her lip. It would be a bit happier, wouldn't it? Who would be happier? Butterfly Nin initially felt it was unfair for Kanroji, and now she feels the same for Shinobu. Why do such wonderful girls have their eyes set on such a person? Is this what they call love? Zenitsu suddenly claps his hands. Ah, let us have Shinobu and Mitsuri undergo Kanaho-S training. By then, it will be a mutual affection, right? Nin? Butterfly Nin is disinterested. She meticulously observes the unconscious Nezuko. Has she been in a deep slumber? Yes, Mr. Urokadaki speculates that Nezuko has exhausted too much energy and, having not consumed human flesh, can only recover through sleep. A logical deduction. Tanjiro Kamadu gazes lovingly at his sister, and then turns to my wife, Zenitsu. I entrust Nezuko to you, Zenitsu. To be honest, I'm a bit worried. Tokyo is a faraway city, and she has never been so far from me. The bond between siblings is profound. Damn, I'm so envious. My wife, Zenitsu, can hardly endure this display in front of him, grumbling, I will take good care of her. Not only will I protect her from sunlight, but I will also ensure she has proper baths. What the hell, you orphan, are you serious? Tanjiro glares at him. Do not do anything indecent to Nezuko. However, currently, Tanjiro is too weak, easily overpowered by Zenitsu with just one hand, yet he still emphasizes loudly, I regret it. I won't let you, this dangerous fellow, near my sister. Regret is too late. What can you do now, Tanjiro? Ah! Tanjiro resorts to the only means he can employ. My wife, Zenitsu, scoffs, too lazy to dodge. Are you still a child? You actually think a mere headbutt will work on me? Let's see whose head is tougher. You're just asking for it. Bang. Crack. Did your skull just break? What is your head made of, you idiot? My wife, Zenitsu, falls to the ground. Among the Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps, the top 3, the Wind Hashira, after undergoing a series of incredible and flamboyant training, thought he had achieved mastery, unmatched swordsmanship, and was full of ambition to step out into the world. Then he was defeated by a newcomer who had only been in the field for a few months with a single headbutt. Shinobu begins to tidy up Nezuko's belongings, producing a large box she had prepared. While packing, she gently instructs my wife, Zenitsu, her demeanor reminiscent of a devoted spouse. Nezuko, shrink, shrink, under Tanjiro's urging. The unconscious Nezuko shrinks from the appearance of a 12 or 13-year-old girl to that of a 6 or 7-year-old, allowing Shinobu to carefully place her in the box. This scene is exceedingly amusing and adorable. My wife, Zenitsu, fully revived, lifts the box with a serious expression, addressing Tanjiro, "Do not worry. I will take good care of her. As long as I am alive, nothing will happen to her." "Thank you, but when you become serious, I find you even less reliable. I sense an ulterior motive." Chapter 108. A great victory for Nin. Upon returning to an urban environment, my wife, Zenitsu, is struck with a sense of nostalgia for the passage of time. This is not Tokyo, but merely a city near Tokyo. It has been nearly 2 months since my wife and butterfly Nin left Kurosaki Mountain. The intense summer heat has only recently subsided, and the refreshing coolness of autumn has yet to arrive. "Nin, are you a cultured person?" The contemporary writer Lu Ning, when commenting on the Taisho era, used a phrase, "so cultured." In the annals of Japanese history, no era has been as synonymous with culture as the Taisho period. In the marketplace, one can find cultural pots, cultural gas stoves, cultural residences, and cultural villages, among many others. In contemporary Japan, culture is not merely an abstract concept, but a spirit born from the social and economic foundations of society. Consequently, newspapers, magazines, and films are gradually gaining prominence. We, the newcomers, are no longer the Meiji era, but of the Taisho era, our faces and bodies etched with the character. Our stage is the new era of Taisho, where the samurai spirit, a remnant of feudalism, persists. When it comes to the samurai code and military politics, we must not turn a blind eye. My wife, Zenitsu, is perusing the newspaper. In this age, 3 things can be regarded as representative: baseball and Koshien, the Takarazuka Review, and the 3 great Western dishes they are currently enjoying: your curry rice, your karak, and your tonkatsu. In the only Western restaurant in town, the waiter placed a cup of dark liquid before butterfly Shinobu and asked, "Your coffee, miss. Would you like some sugar?" It was undoubtedly her first visit to such a place. While she could recognize tonkatsu and curry rice, karak and coffee were foreign to her. My wife, Zenitsu, silently observed, finding Miss Shinobu's bewildered expression endearing. The waiter then turned to Nezuko, who sat beside Shinobu, resembling a little sister who had played too hard and fallen asleep. Aside from the bamboo tube in her mouth and somewhat long nails, she appeared quite ordinary. Having just eaten, she was not hungry. Zenitsu happily indulged in the tonkatsu. Shinobu cautiously took a sip of coffee. Zenitsu seemed quite adept at these foreign delicacies. Could it be that he truly was a student returning from abroad? "You may consider me a foreign student, but I must be from Sendai." "What?" "Studying medicine." Carved the character early on my desk. Zenitsu removed the bamboo tube from Nezuko's mouth and asked, "Would you like some?" "How about tonkatsu?" In my experience, children generally enjoy fried foods. However, the sleeping girl remained nestled against Shinobu, ignoring him. For some reason, Nezuko appeared quite resistant to him, occasionally waking up over the past 2 months. She often rolled her eyes at him, and sometimes, even when awake, she pretended to be asleep, seemingly preferring to stay close to Shinobu. Perhaps, a ghost's intuition is particularly acute. Not just Nezuko, but even Zurako could sense that Zenitsu was an irredeemable pervert. "Shinobu, she's ignoring me again. Isn't that quite normal?" Zenitsu pinched Nezuko's small nose, only to receive a gentle kick in response. "She kicked me." Shinobu, accustomed to the taste of coffee, found it rather pleasant and nonchalantly nodded. "Well done. As your friend, it is my duty to correct you." Zenitsu halted his hand, reaching under the table. He intended to catch Nezuko's kicking foot, but unexpectedly touched something soft, marveling at how a little girl who had barely developed could be so supple. The next moment, he heard Shinobu's surprised exclamation, which was undeniably adorable. A passing waiter cast a glance their way, asking, "Excuse me, do you need anything?" "No, nothing at all." Shinobu lowered her head, her small hand trembling slightly as she held the cup. The hand resting on her thigh did not withdraw. Instead, it began to caress more insistently. As he continued to touch, Zenitsu picked up a karak, took a bite, and softly exclaimed, "This silky texture, this delightful sensation, this satisfying grasp." What was that line from the Dove advertisement? He subtly expressed his affection. "To have you is the happiness of my life." Shinobu felt unhappy. She found it frustrating. What made her feel even more exasperated was that the waiter wore a delighted expression. "Dear guest, your praise is our utmost honor." "Thank you so much. It is indeed a fine product, impeccable in texture, though I wonder how it tastes." Zenitsu smiled as he dismissed the waiter. However, His smile quickly faded, replaced by a pained expression as he quietly pleaded, "Shinobu, I am not touching your thigh anymore. Could you please loosen your grip? You're squeezing my waist too hard." Shinobu maintained her cold demeanor. "Indeed, this time you're touching my waist. The waist is not your sensitive area. Pervert." Hearing her call him a pervert, Nezuko, who had been pretending to sleep, opened her eyes. Her intelligence seemed to have regressed a few years. She did not speak, but merely nodded with her round eyes. How endearing. Those with round eyes are quite charming. Kamado Nezuko had instinctively mastered the art of cuteness. Initially, after leaving her brother, Tanjiro, she had been somewhat irritable, often sitting alone in a corner at night, regardless of how the two tried to comfort her. Now, she had improved considerably. At least she could be cute. At least she could act spoiled. Although her affections were directed entirely at Shinobu, this nonetheless indicated that Nezuko was gradually reclaiming her humanity. If she could maintain her vegetarian diet, she might not even need Miss Tamayo's assistance to overcome her demonic flaws and escape Muzan Kibutsuji's control. No, one could say that after her first rejection of human flesh, she had already broken free. Thus, Zenitsu, who had been observing her closely, abandoned his sunbathing plans, pondering that perhaps there truly existed demons who could revert to humanity entirely by their own will. As for Shinobu's attitude, sensing something from her, she unexpectedly felt compassion for Nezuko, suppressing her anger towards demons. Zenitsu held a deep fondness for little Nezuko, and even more affection for Shinobu, who cherished Nezuko. Her appearance was impeccable. Her voice was flawless. Her demeanor was exquisite. Standing at 150 centimeters and weighing 74 jin, is there truly a fault in her figure? What is wrong with warriors preferring voluptuous figures? Similarly, what is wrong with perverts favoring petite forms? Zenitsu found himself utterly unable to refuse. Throughout his life, he had encountered numerous women. Not to mention Kanroji Mitsuri and Shinobu Kocho, he had also spent some time in the Yoshiwara district of Tokyo, where he interacted with women who, despite their profession, often possessed genuine personalities. However, in 2 lifetimes combined, the most extraordinary was still Shinobu. He harbored a pure affection, wanting to love her, desiring to be with her, to make her happy, to capture her attention, and to showcase his admirable qualities. This was undoubtedly love, a feeling both genuine and intense. Furthermore, it was unlike his feelings for Kanroji Mitsuri or Shinobu Kocho. This was indeed a unique experience. He could not distinguish whether this emotion was love or friendship. Regardless, being with her brought him immense joy. However, she was unhappy, not due to Zenitsu's teasing, but because of the news in the paper regarding the local series of women's disappearances. While the specifics were unclear, she instinctively felt it must be connected to the Mansai Kikyo cult and the second moon demon. Information from the Fujinoya in this area corroborated that suspicion. A group of unidentified individuals has been prowling at night, abducting women who venture out alone. Butterfly Shinobu has searched for several nights without uncovering any trace of the Wan Shiji Lujiao, as if all the kidnappers vanished upon their arrival. It is evident that your whereabouts have been compromised, Shinobu. Try again tonight. Standing atop a rooftop, Butterfly Shinobu expanded her extraordinary senses into the night sky. Yet she gleaned no useful information. As she approached a household, she suddenly heard a woman's piercing scream from within. Listening intently, she discerned that a man was perpetrating domestic violence. She sighed, pondering why, at such a time, one would resort to such brutality. With a heavy heart, she knocked on the door. After a moment, a bearded man cursed as he opened it, brandishing a knife. "Who are you? What do you want?" Shinobu maintained her smile. "It seems I heard a lady calling for help. May I ask what you are doing?" Her gaze fell upon the knife in the man's hand, and her expression turned icy. "Why are you wielding a knife at this late hour? Are you slaughtering chickens, pigs, or perhaps something more sinister?" The bearded man concealed the knife behind him and cursed in anger. "What business is it of yours?" "Ah, I am a police officer. Would you kindly open the door?" "I wish to conduct an inquiry. Please do not refuse." "I desire a peaceful interaction," she replied. As the man attempted to deny her, she forcefully pushed him aside. Entering the foyer, inside, the woman appeared disheveled and distressed, positioning herself in front of Butterfly Shinobu, her voice trembling with tears. "Officer, you have mistaken him for a criminal. He is my husband." Shinobu furrowed her brow, then smiled. "Is he truly your husband?" The woman suddenly broke down, hiding behind Butterfly Shinobu, her sobs intensifying. "Officer, you must help me. I am not his wife. I was bought by him." Although Shinobu continued to smile, her gaze had turned as cold as ice. The profession she loathed most in this life was that of a human trafficker. When she rescued Kane from their clutches, Kane had been tortured to the brink of becoming a living corpse, and the psychological trauma from that time had yet to fade. How could she not feel hatred? The bearded man glared menacingly at the woman. Dare to report me, and I will make you pay. Ah, it seems you do not intend to cooperate. Shinobu thought to herself, her heart racing. Though the man shouted at the woman, his gaze remained fixed on her, his smile chilling and serpentine. Suddenly, Butterfly Shinobu moved to the side, but she was a moment too late. A sharp pain shot through her arm as the slender Hinakami Kagura blade pierced through, slicing a considerable chunk of flesh from the woman's shoulder. She stumbled backward, a wound now marring her arm, dark blood trickling from it. Shinobu observed the stage performance of the man and woman with uncertainty. Their breaths undoubtedly belonged to humans. Yet the malice in their eyes was more vicious than that of demons. Chapter 109. I am a proud orphan. Butterfly Shinobu had been poisoned. Her face turned pale, and her body trembled slightly in the night breeze. Yet, she continued to smile. From this incident, I learned a profound lesson. The woman who had ambushed Shinobu clutched her wounded shoulder and chuckled coldly. A lesson? What lesson? No matter how profound, you shall undoubtedly die today. Butterfly Shinobu sighed softly. The lesson is that domestic violence is ultimately a private matter between couples, and no one can truly intervene. Anyone who dares to meddle is a fool of the highest order. The bearded man also laughed darkly. Apart from that, do you have any last words? You already knew I was investigating? Individuals like us fear death. The moment anything unusual occurs in this town, we're the first to know. This is your last word? Wait a moment. Butterfly Shinobu coughed up a mouthful of black blood. Where have you sold those women? Even if I die, I do not wish to perish with such regrets. You want to know? The woman laughed madly. Her smile twisted with fervor. I might as well tell you the truth. Those women have already been sent to silence. The bearded man swung his knife. Why waste time talking to her? If only this woman were not fatally poisoned, we could still profit. Butterfly Shinobu glared coldly at him. It is unfortunate you interrupted her. Otherwise, I could have granted you a swift end. She had ceased to cough blood, her complexion gradually regaining its color. It would be a grand jest if the insect Hashira were to perish from poison. The bearded man's face, however, transformed into that of a ripe persimmon, turning red, then purple, his eyes bulging as his pupils fell to the ground. He opened his mouth to plead for mercy, but died from the poison before uttering a single word. The Hinakami Kagura blade was now poised at the woman's throat. Speak. Who is behind you? Is it one Shiji Lujiao? Where are the women you have abducted? The woman hesitated for a moment before bursting into maniacal laughter. Shinobu furrowed her brow. Do you think I would not kill you? She suddenly froze. The woman had plunged the poisoned knife into her own heart, her expression one of satisfaction and bliss, as if she were heading to a realm of ultimate joy, unafraid of death, as if death itself were a beautiful rebirth. Shinobu remained silent for a long time. When I saw my wife, Zenitsu, again, she seemed in high spirits, humming a cheerful tune while gently plucking a small wisteria flower. Her hair danced in the wind, accompanied by her haori. Girls of her age typically favored fitted clothing to appear slender. However, Butterfly Shinobu's haori, originally a shade of butterfly purple, belonged to her sister and was slightly oversized, yet complemented her grace in a peculiar way. She was petite and elegant, carrying a small sake flask, humming merrily, her steps light and pleasing to the eye, especially in the warm early autumn. Anyone who saw her would feel joy. Yet, Zenitsu discerned that she was not truly happy. No, rather, he could hear the discontent in her steps. Displeasure, dissatisfaction, unhappiness, even anger. Why felt anger? Did I feel anger? Well, I had indeed been somewhat discontented lately. For one night, I encountered a couple embroiled in an argument, which left me disheartened about the institution of marriage. Butterfly Shinobu disregarded his peculiar expression and continued. I have discovered an intriguing phenomenon. Young couples typically have the wife striking the husband, while middle-aged couples usually see the husband striking the wife. Why is that? Zenitsu pondered. I do not know. Because women are only beautiful when they are young. They possess the leverage to bully men. Yet, that is not entirely true. I have witnessed many couples parting ways before even a decade has passed. Zenitsu chuckled. I am aware of the saying about the 7-year itch. I do not know that. I merely wonder if, in a husband's eyes, his wife seems to age faster than others' wives. That makes sense. You speak with great insight. He realized, it seems that a man who marries a beautiful wife must endure 10 years of torment. Do you often treat me as a punching bag? Butterfly Nin gazed at him in astonishment. Gue, this yellow-haired fellow suddenly has quite the charm. No, I did not intend to use you as an outlet for my frustrations. My wife, Zenitsu, suddenly beamed with joy. However, it's quite all right. I've grown accustomed to it. And I even find it rather amusing to be teased by Miss Butterfly. Nin turned her head away. Unable to suppress her laughter, the heaviness in her heart dissipated. She understood he was trying to cheer her up, and that made her genuinely happy. Butterfly Nin covered her mouth and chuckled for a moment before sighing. You really need not worry so, while other men may be bullied by their wives for 10 years. You are different. You possess the means to avoid such mistreatment. Zenitsu inquired solemnly. What means? Nin sighed softly. Simply don't marry. He, she chuckled lightly. Though her laughter was short-lived, she could not have anticipated Zenitsu's sudden move. He gazed at her, extending his palm to gently press against her slender neck. And with an outstretched arm, he cradled the unconscious Butterfly Nin and returned to the secret place he had long prepared. Nezuko, upon seeing the unconscious Nin, was perplexed by the situation. She stared at Nin for a long while, unable to discern anything, and resumed rolling around the room. Her pink eyes fixed on a fuzzy ball, much like a cat. Zenitsu also looked at Butterfly Nin. He had sensed something amiss at the Butterfly Mansion. Although she could deceive others, she could not fool his ears. Each night, the overwhelming pain he had finally caught a glimpse of. Zenitsu was unaware of her intentions. Yet he had discovered what she was doing. On the very night she was ambushed, he was grateful to the woman who had plotted against her. Had she not caused Butterfly Nin to bleed, he would still be in the dark. The scent of wisteria was deeply embedded in Nin's blood. Miss Butterfly, do you have any explanation for this? Why does your blood carry such a potent fragrance of wisteria? Do not tell me you are a reincarnated flower fairy. Or perhaps a magical girl. He delivered a poorly timed joke. Butterfly Nin remained in her slumber, seemingly unaware. There is no use in trying. This is a ninja-specific drug, one you cannot easily counteract. Slowly, Butterfly Nin opened her eyes and said helplessly, What do you want? Why? Zenitsu took a deep breath. Why turn yourself into this? This is certainly not your training method. It resembles a desperate gambit against the demons. What do you truly wish to achieve? Are you willing to sacrifice your life to kill that upper moon too? The atmosphere in the room grew exceedingly tense. It was not only Butterfly Nin's silence that weighed heavily, but also Zenitsu's burgeoning anger. He rarely grew angry, but when he did, even a restless Nezuko dared not crawl about. She approached Zenitsu, grasping his hand, hoping to loosen his clenched fist, like a child trying to stop their parents from quarreling. Butterfly Nin opened her eyes once more. It was futile. Uncertain of what poison Zenitsu had used, she could not deduce its nature. She only felt an overwhelming weakness. And under the intensity of his fiery gaze, she felt even more powerless. Nin had no choice but to speak the truth. Killing Upper Moon 2 is exceedingly difficult. I have come to understand this. So the primary condition for his demise is that I must be consumed by him. Zenitsu was greatly displeased. What kind of foolish reasoning is that? According to the information left by my sister, that Upper Moon demon seems to possess an insatiable obsession with devouring women, especially those of exceptional strength and status as Ashira. Such women are guaranteed to be consumed. At Nin's insistence, Zenitsu withdrew the slender Nichiren blade. The blade, with its mint green hilt and four-leaf-shaped tip, bore the words demon and elimination etched on either side. This blade could not sever a demon's head, for Butterfly Nin rarely employed decapitation in her slaying. She relied solely on poison. Since the spring of this year, I have been continuously ingesting the toxin of wisteria, and in half a year, every part of my body, from blood to organs, will be saturated with wisteria poison. Butterfly Nin stated calmly, as if narrating another's tale. My blade can only inject 50 milligrams of toxin at a time, but if consumed by a demon in 6 months, it would amount to him ingesting all the wisteria poison within me. Why must he go to such lengths? Listen to me, Zenitsu. Even so, the poison I could sacrifice my life to deliver may not be sufficient to kill the Upper Moon demon. So I will need someone to sever his head when the demon's poison takes effect. Originally, I intended for Kanao to handle the final blow. She smiled gently at him. However, if you were to take on that role, the current level of strength should suffice. Yes? I do not wish to see that child saddened because of me. So, do you have the heart to let me suffer? Zenitsu fell silent, his silence thick and suffocating. He suddenly posed a question. Why was I not included in this plan from the outset? Because at that time, you were being hunted by Kabutsujin Muzin, unaware of your fate. His eyes flickered. In other words, upon learning that I was likely dead, you devised this all-or-nothing plan. Butterfly Nin's expression stiffened. She was at a loss for words. For Zenitsu was correct. Nin, you truly do not understand me at all. He began to lift her clothing, removing all the poisons from her body and instructing Nezuko to pour hot water into a large wooden tub. He intended to steam the wisteria toxin out of her system. You do not comprehend me. You believe that sacrificing everything for revenge is the right course of action, and thus you view me as no different than yourself. Zenitsu chuckled self-deprecatingly. Perhaps the vast majority of the Demon Slayer Corps have lost loved ones to demons, which is why you harbor such deep-seated hatred. You believe that if you can achieve vengeance, dying is inconsequential. He carefully cradled the butterfly in his arms. But I'm not like that. I am a proud orphan, devoid of such a tragic past, nor am I one to place hatred above all else. Nin said nothing. She could only lean weakly against him. If I were that type of person, we would never have become friends. Chapter 110, Mr. Tong, congratulations on your ascension. The porridge, now ready, emitted a delicate fragrance. Zenitsu was drinking the porridge, made from water infused with the aroma of wisteria, nourishing the internal organs, regulating the meridians, and clearing the mind. Adding a few lotus seeds to simmer would create the finest dish for late summer and early autumn. As for where the water for the porridge came from, well, it was a resourceful use of waste. Nezuko found the scent somewhat unsettling. She curled up softly in the cotton quilt, only to be dragged out by Zenitsu by her little legs. I know you cannot bear this smell. Come, let's go out and play. Nezuko did not resist. He no longer urged her to bask in the sunlight. My wife, Zenitsu, abandoned sunlight therapy and took advantage of the overcast day to venture outside with me. Perhaps he had grown accustomed to Nezuko, or perhaps Nezuko had adapted to him. In any case, Zenitsu set out with a large box on his back. He was not merely going out for leisure, but also to fish by the riverbank. The shade cast by the trees shielded him from the intermittently bright sun. And Nezuko crawled out of the box, perching herself on a stone by the river to watch him fish. After a while, she grew bored. I know you're bored, Zenitsu said, tapping her little feet that dangled in the water with his fishing rod. But could you please refrain from putting your feet in the water? I need to make fish soup later, so take them out. Nezuko began to pout. Her tiny feet splashed about in the water, sending ripples that scared the fish away. And she seemed quite pleased as she extended her dainty feet towards him. Being a demon, her feet appeared exceptionally pale. Being a little girl, they were quite small. What did that mean? The emotions reflected in her big, round eyes left Zenitsu perplexed. Are you teasing me? How did you know I have a slight foot fetish? This was an unabashed provocation. Zenitsu swallowed hard, continuing to fish. He intended to prepare fish soup to replenish the energy of Shinobu, that girl. Yet Nezuko constantly impeded him. Just when he finally caught a fish, she insisted on releasing it. Her pink eyes filled with a gentle emotion. That emotion was clear to Zenitsu. The little fish is so cute. Let us set it free, she seemed to convey. Goo! You would call it cute when it's time to eat. If you're capable, then don't eat it. He paused, suddenly recalling that this girl hardly consumed anything aside from necessary water. And he couldn't help but feel curious. Is it really fine for demons not to eat? Can sleep truly restore their energy? By noon, the aroma of fish soup wafted from the kitchen, a broth far from ordinary, infused with various herbs. Shinobu, well-versed in medicinal arts and poisons, could identify the ingredients with just a whiff. Besides that, she also knew the soup must taste delightful. It must be delicious, right? You managed to keep the fish's freshness despite all those herbs? How did you do it? Why don't you take a guess? Zenitsu replied, leaning weakly against the headboard. Shinobu's complexion appeared pale, yet her eyes sparkled with intrigue. I can't guess. I'm curious if this is a soup or a potion. Her voice bore a rare hint of whimsy. Zenitsu found it remarkably endearing. Once you drink it, I'll tell you. Complying, Shinobu obediently drank. Whether it was due to her frail condition or not, she had been exceedingly well-behaved these past few days, her docility rivaling that of Nezuko. As her hidden girlish heart finally began to surface. To exploit a girl's heart in such a manner was indeed a despicable act. After recovering, Shinobu began to express her disdain for him. Zenitsu, if you can't hold back any longer, just go to the pleasure district. I can barely tolerate you any longer. Zenitsu's eyes twinkled with mischief. All right, I shall go at once. Not only did he go alone, but he also took Nezuko with him. Shinobu huffed in irritation as she donned her haori, asking around until she arrived at the town's red light district. The day was overcast, and by the time she entered the flower street, a gentle rain began to fall, swiftly turning into a downpour. The last rain of summer arrived late, and the bustling street became eerily quiet. Meanwhile, Shinobu's demeanor shifted to one of overwhelming agitation as she caught sight of a figure holding a fan reflected in her eyes. She had never seen this person before, yet she knew exactly who it was. Adorned with a Pailu hat and a blood-red upper garment, paired with light golden striped wide trousers, he held a golden fan, his long fingers tipped with pale blue nails. His multicolored eyes mirrored Shinobu's petite figure, and within those hollow depths ignited a fierce desire. The fan, the hair, this was the blood feud she had long pursued. Upper Moon 2, Doma. Shinobu slowly drew her slender Nichiren blade. Doma blinked, his smile innocent and carefree, reminiscent of a child. Ah, nice to meet you. I am Doma, the leader of the Eternal Paradise sect. So, you have been the one tracking us, my dear little girl. Shinobu forced herself to remain composed. However, upon seeing the severed head he held, her composure shattered. Ah, are you wondering why I killed her? No, she was one of my followers. A child terrified of death. By consuming her, she will be with me forever. Doma closed his eyes, savoring the moment. You see, I accepted her feelings, her blood, her flesh, granting her redemption. This is not a shallow act of slaughter. Fury surged within her, unquenchable even by the torrential rain. You madman, you repulsive lunatic. Oh, such harsh words upon our first meeting? You are pursuing us, aren't you? Do share your troubles and pains with me. Poor child, I promise to listen intently. As Doma finished speaking, he suddenly took a step back, raising his left hand to grasp the Nichiren blade, yet the blade's tip pierced his left eye, even penetrating through his skull. So swift. Did I not block it? Is that a Hashira? Such incredible speed, such terrifying thrust. Ah, is it a Hashira? By the way, I feel like I've seen your Haori somewhere. His voice remained devoid of pain. Though this strike was the fastest Zenitsu had ever unleashed, it did little harm. He even found time to reminisce. Ah, I remember now, it's the girl who uses the breath of flowers, a gentle girl indeed. Return my sister's life. So, your sisters? How delightful. He tightened his grip on the Nichiren blade. Shinobu retreated, a chilling sensation creeping up her arm as ice emanated from the blade's tip, nearly freezing her hand. Centered around Doma, a cold aura began to envelop the entire street, and the rain falling from the sky crystallized into icy pellets, each drop chilling to the bone. Shinobu retreated cautiously, aware that within that icy aura lay a lethal intent. Should she inhale even a breath, her lungs might perish. Doma observed her with surprise. You can see the ice crystals in the air. How fascinating. I'm becoming increasingly fond of you. Now tell me, how did you perceive that? How could she respond? To reveal that it was his accomplice who had carelessly disclosed such information? That it was merely a consequence of malicious workplace competition? No, she couldn't. Look, my eyes have returned to normal. Your thrust 1T work. If thrusting 1T do, then what a poison. Doma paused, suddenly covering his mouth. Blackish red blood began to seep from his lips, and when he looked down, he was taken aback to find his surroundings littered with white hair, his own hair, while some putrid flesh was visible at the roots. Instinctively, Doma covered his face, his handsome visage now resembling a purple berry. Upon touching his ear, he felt an intense itch. As he scratched, his ear fell off. In the heart of Renji, a tempest of joy surged, only to be doused by a frigid reality moments later. For the opponent had regrown his ears, and with a face smeared in blood. Tong Mao smiled at her, expressing, "My sincerest apologies. It seems your poison has been dismantled by me." He raised his fan to obscure his mouth, emitting a series of gleeful giggles. How delightful. Being poisoned is quite amusing. I believe I'm becoming addicted. Do bring me some more. 1TU? The second of the upper moons appeared utterly unfazed by her onslaught. With arms spread wide, he left himself open to attack. In a flurry of movement, Renji executed a series of 6 precise stabs, injecting a considerable amount of toxin into Tong Mao's body. This was her breath of insects, a derivative of the breath of flowers, though it bore no distinct forms. Each technique was named after a dance. For every assault she executed was as graceful as a butterfly in flight. Your speed is indeed rather swift, Tong Mao remarked, seemingly indifferent to the blood oozing from his chest. Regretfully, he summarized, had you opted for a direct strike to my head rather than using poison, you might have succeeded. Alas, I forgot how petite you are. Your strength must surely be insufficient. Indeed, the dosage of toxin derived from a Nichiren blade was utterly inadequate to inflict substantial harm upon an upper moon demon. The air grew increasingly frigid. the temperature plummeting alarmingly fast. Despite her meticulous efforts to evade his blood demon art, the omnipresent chill began to take effect, leaving Renji feeling as if her very blood were freezing. She might very well succumb to this demon. The unfinished words of her sister echoed in her mind. At that moment, a breeze swept through, carrying the scent of wisteria. Renji lifted her gaze in astonishment as a coffin, large enough to be imposing, fell before her amidst the torrential rain. After a brief silence, a smile returned to her face. Such a large coffin for me seems a bit excessive. Is this what they call a case of overkill? Kaneo, Sayuri, stood atop the coffin, holding a large umbrella, silent as he gazed at Tong Mao. The latter continued to smile, though it had morphed into a bitter smirk. This coffin appears to have been tailored for me, does it not? Chapter 111. Whoever yearns for her body is at odds with me. Tong Mao was taken aback. He had not anticipated this demon slayer, whom he had met once before, would appear at such a moment. In truth, Kaneo Tsuyuri was equally astonished. He was surprised that this impressionable figure from the era was, in fact, a demon, and a blood enemy of Renji, the second of the upper moons. This reunion felt somewhat awkward. Mr. Tong, what a pleasure it is to meet you, he greeted. Tong Mao scrutinized him with uncertainty, suddenly turning to Renji and bluntly inquiring, is this young man named Kaiwe, perhaps the ally you summoned? Renji was momentarily taken aback. Kaiwe? Which Kaiwe? I believe my companion's senior brother bears that name. She concealed her surprise, suppressing her smile and accepting the umbrella offered by Kaneo Tsuyuri. In a downpour, the two of them, along with the demon, stood in a silent standoff. Tong Mao's kaleidoscopic eyes blinked. Are you feeling distressed? You couldn't kill me. And that weighs heavily on you, does it not? Ah, my sincerest apologies. Why not give it another attempt? This time, I want to evade, I assure you. Kaneo Tsuyuri, feeling somewhat exasperated, replied, Mr. Tong, we have previously crossed paths. Why, upon our reunion, do you refuse to acknowledge me or utter a single word? Is Kaiwe truly so unworthy of your acquaintance? Another silence ensued before the second of the upper moon sighed slowly. I cannot fathom why, but every time I see you, I find you utterly detestable. You are the very embodiment of opposition to my existence. He opened his golden folding fan, gently waving it. I once sought to understand Buddhism and learned that the Buddha's eternal adversary is the demon Mara. Mara obstructs the Buddha from guiding sentient beings. Do you know what the doctrine of my eternal paradise sect is? It too aims to liberate beings. If I devour everyone, they shall be freed from all worries and will be with me forever. Ashiri no haket sinon cruiser. However, this time, it seemed to possess its own intelligence, infiltrating Kaneo's breath from an angle undetectable to Renji. Tong Mao's smile grew ever more jubilant. I have always been guided by this intent in my redemption of my followers. Eternal paradise. Tong Mao laughed, his pale, sickly cheeks adorned with a childlike grin, exuding an air of innocent purity. Yet, in the next moment, his expression shifted to one of fury. Pointing his fan directly at Kaneo, and you, just as Mara is to the Buddha, so are you to me. I can sense the insatiable desires within you. Such a person is beyond my salvation. Go die, go die. Tong Mao clutched his heart, his demeanor one of compassion. What a vehement sentiment. Everyone within me says you are exceedingly unreasonable. No, you feel nothing at all, Kaneo retorted loudly. What right do you, a mere flesh-eater, have to compare yourself to the Buddha? Tong Mao, raising his voice even higher, countered, I too am in the business of redemption. Why can't I be compared? A look of pity returned to his face, though it elicited no admiration or respect, only nausea. Renji coldly interjected, there's no need to waste words on him. He is merely a lunatic with a warped mind. Kaneo disagreed with this assessment. He is an idealist, albeit one whose ideals are absurd enough to provoke laughter. Mr. Tong, as the second in command of the 12 Kizuki, do you not find your ideals laughable? Laughable? Who would dare to laugh? No demon has ever dared to mock my ideals in my presence. Not even the unfriendly Akaza. This is a noble endeavor. Why would anyone find it amusing? Oh, and what if someone were to mock you to your face? Tong Mao's smile vanished entirely. His pallid skin turned a ghastly white, and the vibrant colors in his eyes dulled. Then I shall not kill him, nor shall I devour him. I will make him regret ever coming into this world in the most horrific way imaginable. Nothing is more egregious than insulting an idealist's ideals. Kaneo nodded. I typically don't laugh in the rain, but since you've put it that way, I shall begrudgingly mock you a couple of times. Ha ha. He let out a dry, mirthless chuckle, the sarcasm unmistakable. Tong Mao's face revealed no anger. He merely tapped his chin lightly with his nails, still wearing a smile. You truly make me feel disgusted. Fortunately, there remains a lovely girl who offers me some solace. His gaze shifted toward Rinji, a glimmer of greed and fervor igniting in his eyes as he salivated. What a tantalizing body. Who could possibly resist? I have always regretted not devouring that girl who wields the breath of flowers, your sister. I am genuinely thankful to the heavens for bringing you before me. Rinji's nails dug deep into her palms, her fury escalating to the point of losing her composure. Yet, she recognized that the demon aimed to provoke her. After a moment of silence, Rinji suddenly posed a peculiar question. Do you know what my sister said before she died? Tong Mao, fanning himself, feigned interest. She expressed sympathy for you, Rinji revealed, because you feel no emotions whatsoever. Run calmly articulated the most venomous words imaginable to Toma, whether humans or demons. Each experiences their own joys, sorrows, and emotions. Yet you are different. You are devoid of genuine feelings. Regardless of whether you are happy or furious, you remain untouched, as if all your expressions merely mask the emptiness within. This provocation proved remarkably effective. The atmosphere surrounding Toma shifted from a calm and eerie stillness to a gradually rising agitation. Zenitsu, gazed at Shinobu in silence. It was the first time I had witnessed her wield such sharp words. Truly, she deserved her moniker, the Butterfly Shinobu. Oh, have you become angry? That seems improbable. You likely do not even comprehend what anger is. What value does your existence hold? Perhaps it would be better for you to perish. As those heart-wrenching words fell, the hollowness in Toma's eyes was fully revealed. I have never encountered such malicious children. You truly go too far? He brandished his golden fan. Blood demon art, scatter lotus. Toma suddenly swung his fan, releasing a flurry of delicate ice flowers, each petal as sharp as a blade. However, this blood demon art was merely an appetizer, for it was soon followed by a cloud of frigid mist reminiscent of a freezer. Blood demon art, frozen cloud. If Butterfly Shinobu were alone here, her only recourse would be to retreat. But now, there was no need for retreat. It was as if the icy prison around them disintegrated into water, resembling a calm sea. Water-breathing 11th form, Zenitsu stood protectively before her, bowing my head, the tip of my Nichiren blade descending, allowing a drop of water to fall from its edge into the puddle below. All attacks were neutralized, as if tranquility had been restored. Yet, he had underestimated the combat experience of the Upper Moon too. The preceding two seemingly formidable blood demon arts were mere feints. The true threat arose from the water beneath their feet. Suddenly alarmed, Butterfly Shinobu leaped atop a coffin, believing herself safe, only to find that over a dozen icy lotus stems shot forth from the water, ensnaring her limbs with the swiftness of lightning. Although these lotus vines were formed of ice, they tightened around her like living creatures. As she pushed against the coffin lid, she was taken aback to discover that these seemingly fragile ice tendrils were, in fact, incredibly resilient, akin to steel. Blood demon art. Lotus vines. This was Toma's control skill, designed to immobilize his foes. Once ensnared, a series of skills could easily follow. However, he had failed to capture one opponent. Two massive ice lotuses, resembling young maidens, materialized in the air, exhaling a chilling frost towards Butterfly Shinobu. This was his lethal blood demon art. Chilling white princess. The appearance of these two lotuses was reminiscent of two celestial beauties, crystalline and radiant. Yet unlike heavenly maidens, their expressions exuded a vulgar and deliberate allure. Akin to a novice in the flower district, lacking taste. Mr. Toma, you are quite antiquated, devoid of any charm. Why not conjure a body in such a moment? What man is solely interested in a face? The creator of this blood demon art, Toma, must have been a century-old virgin, feeling quite indignant. Is my masterpiece not beautiful? In response, a flash of blade light appeared. The faces of the ice lotus maidens bore fine cuts, followed by a faint cracking sound as the enormous ice blossoms shattered into countless fragments, cascading to the ground like hail. Amidst the icy debris, a spectrum of colors emerged, illuminating his kaleidoscopic eyes. Suddenly, a fiery crimson, akin to an iron furnace, surged towards him, steam rising and swirling. Water-breathing 3rd form, flowing dance. So it was a swordsman trained in water-breathing? The previous water Hashira had once sparred with Akaza, and Toma had observed water sword techniques. Thus he knew precisely where this 3rd form would land. He smirked, waving his fan behind him, stirring a gust of air. A demon using water breathing? You deceitful trickster. The assailant in the mist had somehow appeared above Toma. Flame breathing. Sunflower. The sharp golden fan shielded his neck, yet the next moment, Toma felt his bones fracture. His body weighted down. Although it was merely a Nichiren blade piercing the fan's surface, he felt as though a tremendous force had been thrust upon him. Nonetheless, he tightly locked the Nichiren blade with his golden fan. As long as the demon slayer did not possess the Nichiren blade, he remained unthreatened in this battle. He simply hadn't anticipated the opponent's reaction would be so swift. Without hesitation, Zenitsu discarded my sword. I then landed behind him, delivering a powerful strike to both his shoulders. Toma could not help but kneel upon the ground. Bones shattered, and the earth cracked beneath him. How formidable! This individual, never before mentioned in intelligence reports, was astonishingly powerful in both swordsmanship and physical prowess. Was he a Hashira? A flame Hashira? Toma could only glimpse the vague silhouette of the youth through the reflection of his fan, the yellow Haori billowing like a cloak in the wind, resembling a burning aura. Truly remarkable. He had never encountered such a potent Hashira before. With a single strike, he had nearly met his end. Toma felt no anxiety regarding the upcoming battle. From a moment this blonde-haired individual inhaled his icy mist, he was already doomed. Surely, his lungs must be failing him by now. It would take him 2 breaths to retrieve his Nichiren blade, and within 3 breaths, his strength would inevitably wane. Yet Zenitsu did not even attempt to reclaim my Nichiren blade. Bang! Toma was sent flying as if kicked like a ball. Yet he stood again, undeterred. Laughing maniacally, "You have 3 breaths remaining, youth." A rough hand pressed against his head, forcefully smashing him into the wall. "Now you have 2 breaths." Bang! This time, his entire body was embedded in the wall, his limbs and torso a bloody mess. Yet regeneration persisted. Toma's smile radiated brilliantly. 3 breaths have elapsed. Do you feel your lungs rotting? Zenitsu gripped tightly with my left hand, snapping Toma's neck. What have you been blabbering about? What 3 breaths? Toma's head twisted to the side, yet his eyes remained fixed on him, filled with confusion. Do you not have lungs? Are you incapable of handling this? Chapter 112. I'll go first. 1 against 2. He was utterly convinced that he only needed 3 breaths to reclaim his Nichiren blade and behead Toma. This fact was clear to Toma as well. Faced with the most perilous crisis in a century, Toma felt no panic. Instead, he smiled broadly at Zenitsu. Wow, this is truly thrilling, so exhilarating. But is this truly acceptable? Suddenly, Zenitsu turned to gaze at Butterfly Shinobu, ensnared by the ice lotus vines, and also observed the 4 dark figures advancing towards her. His brows furrowed, his expression icy as he growled, "Seeking death. When you cannot win, you call for help? Who is truly incapable of handling this? Hey, weren't you 2 ganging up on me alone? How shameless can you be?" The venerable elder, Mr. Tong Mo, who has lived for over a century, was severely beaten today by 2 young men scarcely in their 20s. His lips parched and his voice hoarse. He nearly succumbed to despair. Despite possessing a childlike heart, he could not withstand such an assault. My wife, Zenitsu, released her grip, her gaze falling upon the 4 shadowy figures before her, her expression reflecting a complex mix of emotions. I truly did not anticipate your prudence surpassing my expectations. To eliminate us, you even summoned 4 of the lower moon demons. Indeed, they must be the lower moons. The aura of the upper moons would not be so feeble. Oh dear, your words may wound the feelings of those 4 little darlings, Tong Mo retorted, adjusting his grotesquely contorted neck and using his fan to critique the 4 lower moon demons. The eldest among you is which lower moon? Never mind, it matters little. The eldest is named Lulu. This Lulu, a demon with a scraggly beard, bore a face not perfectly round, yet its edges had long been softened, rendering it as smooth as a wheel. The demon with the pointed ears was called Bing Yi, characterized by distinctive scars shaped like crosses on his forehead and cheeks, his ears resembling those of a mythical creature. Another, known as Fu W, possessed little remarkable about him, so we shall skip over him. The only girl among them. Do you perhaps recognize her? Ling Yuzi cowered behind the other 3 lower moon demons, akin to someone who had ventured into a brothel only to unexpectedly encounter an elder relative, shrinking back in trepidation, afraid to reveal her face. My wife, Zenitsu, fell into contemplation. Indeed, the Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps could easily subdue the lower moon demons. provided none possessed elusive blood demon arts like the former Lower Moon one, Yunmaku, which rendered them nearly invincible. However, this was contingent upon a one-on-one confrontation. A single Hashira could handle one at a time, but pitting the weakest among them, the insect Hashira, Shinobu Kocho, against 4 Lower Moons was a fool's errand. Perhaps the rock Hashira could take on 4 simultaneously, but not Shinobu. Zenitsu realized he must rush to her side immediately. If he delayed even a moment, she could be in grave danger, especially with her limbs ensnared by blood demon arts. Yet, there remained a glimmer of hope. Zenitsu had one chance left, to vanquish Tong Imo first, then eliminate the Lower Moons. But he had to act swiftly. Noticing the hesitation on Zenitsu's face, Tong Imo smiled faintly. Those 4 useless minions had been summoned to gather intelligence, yet they unexpectedly proved invaluable. Must you demon slayers always flock together? Do we demons not have companions as well? After escaping today, I shall devise a way to slay this yellow-haired Zenitsu and offer him as a tribute to the spirits of my 4 dear friends. Oh, how touching. You have arrived just in time. Quickly, seize that girl. No, kill her now. Ling Yuzi, if you dare to flee today, consider your fate. Ling Yuzi hastily shook her head. Lord Tong Imo, I will not run away. Tong Imo gritted his teeth. I fell for your trick. Among the 12 Kizuki, there existed this shameful creature, one even demon slayers recognized as particularly swift, especially when faced with a Hashira. The other Lower Moons jestingly remarked that she would circle the Hashira instead of confronting them directly. Ling Yuzi replied defiantly, I would never flee. Then, lowering her voice, she added, that woman is a Hashira. I'm certain of it. Upon hearing that their target was a Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps, the 3 were momentarily stunned. Do you think among the 12 Kizuki, only Ling Yuzi is capable of evading a Hashira? In truth, there are 4 of us, despite the Upper Moon's haughty demeanor. Dismissing the Demon Slayer Corps, the Lower Moons knew all too well that the Hashira were formidable foes. With each death, they would provoke the wrath of the Demon Slayer Corps, and while the Upper Moons could afford to ignore this, the Lower Moons would suffer the consequences. As they hesitated, Zenitsu took the initiative. Breath of Thunder, 6th form, Rumble. It was a variant of the Rumble technique, the Flying Thunder God. In a flash of golden light, he appeared 10 meters away, kicking the fallen Nichiren blade toward Tong Imo. The blade pierced through countless raindrops, arriving before Tong Imo, while Zenitsu swiftly grasped the hilt once more. This exchange transpired in less than a second. Even the swiftest of the wind Hashira might struggle to evade such a strike. Yet Tong Imo managed to defend against it. A fierce desire to survive surged within him as the golden light flared, and he swung his golden fan, unleashing his life-preserving blood demon art. Blood demon art, Ice Lotus, Sleeping Lotus Bodhisattva. A colossal ice bodhisattva materialized before the Nichiren blade, towering over 3 meters. Entirely composed of toxic ice. With a mere gesture, it wielded tremendous power, releasing a vast cloud of poisonous mist. This was Tong Mo's ultimate technique, yet he now employed it merely to safeguard his life. The small Nichiren blade struck against the sleeping lotus bodhisattva, as though a toothpick had pierced a statue of a deity enshrined at home. Miraculously, the toothpick did not break. Yet the statue shattered into countless fragments. The sound of sound breathing erupted with a boom, the shockwave thundering forth, as ice shards scattered like bullets in all directions. Courtesy of a unique sword technique from Ubuyashiki to Kido, obliterating Tong Mo's icy bodhisattva. Such remarkable young people nowadays. Even explosives have been incorporated into their arsenal. He mused, time to make my exit. However, during this brief moment of respite, the gravely wounded Tong Imo had already slipped away into the torrential downpour. Zenitsu paid him no mind, drawing his blade and turning without hesitation to rush toward Shinobu. Yet just then, the coffin that had lain silent suddenly stirred. Someone flung open the coffin lid and leapt out. Not only did she rise from the coffin, but she also clawed at Lulu's face, delivering a heavy kick to Ling Yuzi's chin, sending the unfortunate Lower Moon flying. Nezuko, protect Shinobu. A resounding slap echoed as Shinobu freed herself from the troublesome icy vines, astonished by Zenitsu's rapid engagement with the Upper Moon too. In a mere minute she had been ensnared, so much had transpired. Without time to ponder, she seized Nezuko, who was eager to join the fray, pulling her back to evade an unknown blood demon art, only to see Zenitsu pass by her side. The rain poured heavily, demon shadows loomed. A voice shouted, urging everyone to retreat, prompting the lower moons to turn and flee in unison. However, they could not outrun Tong Mo, nor escape the wrathful blade light, resulting in shattered skulls and demise. Only Ling Yuzi managed to escape, fleeing in despair. Shinobu, you take Nezuko and pursue that demon. I will chase after Tong Mo. Before Shinobu could respond, Zenitsu's figure had vanished from sight. Logically, she should have been pleased with the overwhelming pressure he exerted on Tong Mo, yet instead, she wore a frown of concern. Zenitsu's displayed strength was undoubtedly among the pinnacle of the 9 Hashira, but the question remained, how old was he? Was he not merely 16? Had he not perhaps overexerted his potential? Butterfly, Shinobu, suppressed her thoughts as she followed the trail of blood alongside Nezuko, only to unexpectedly discover that the one-armed female ghost had vanished into the river, escaping beneath the surface. The ghost's method of retreat was remarkably adept, almost heart-wrenching in its execution. Relinquishing the pursuit of her enemy, Shinobu allowed herself to be guided by the scent of wisteria into a secluded forest. The torrential rain had ceased, and the sky had cleared, though the sun had already dipped below the horizon. Twilight rose within the woods, gathering and dispersing, while Shinobu cautiously surveyed her surroundings, sensing an eerie stillness. Even the birds were notably silent. Only the wind stirred, rustling the leaves, and the twilight drifted languidly through the air. Suddenly, she heard the deep, ancient tolling of bells, continuing to track the wisteria fragrance left by Zenitsu. Shinobu stumbled upon an ancient temple, a rarity in this age, built in a remote location. With little thought, she grasped Nezuko's hand, intending to enter the temple, but noticed Nezuko trembling. The girl's pink eyes were filled with fear. What could the demon Nezuko possibly dread within this temple? Releasing her hand, Shinobu reassured her to stay put and flee at the first sign of danger. Without further ado, Butterfly, Shinobu, stealthily entered the temple, though her presence did not go unnoticed by those within. Look at what I said. A little darling has walked right into a trap. Doma, now devoid of his previous disarray, waved his flamboyant golden fan, appearing as if he were about to dance with glee. Meanwhile, Zenitsu did not acknowledge him, his gaze heavy with concern. His attention fell upon a tall samurai with long hair tied in a ponytail, clad in a purple robe, encircled at the waist by a white sash. Another one, is it? The samurai rose from the tatami mat, turned around, and blinked. 6 eyes blinked in unison on his face. The pair in the center bore a crescent moon on the left and the number 1 on the right, the very essence of supremacy. Chapter 113. The gun is drawn. What now? Allow me to introduce myself. I'm the upper rank one, Kokoshibo. The twilight was foreboding, the clouds above the temple dense and dark, resembling a grinding stone. Time slipped by, and a gentle beam of moonlight cascaded down, illuminating the aged trees, the meandering river, and all within the temple. Doma displayed no hint of concern. I must admit that this blonde swordsman is exceptionally strong, to a rather intimidating degree, although I am still unclear as to how he has remained immune to pulmonary necrosis. There is no doubt he is a formidable foe. I would deem him the strongest present. It is rare to find a man capable of overpowering me. However, I do not believe this young blonde possesses the ability to slay me before upper rank one, for not only has he lived the longest among the ranks, but he can also subdue me. Logically speaking, even if this Tsuyuki possesses extraordinary skill to match Kokoshibo, could I not assist in delivering a decisive blow? The members of the Demon Slayer Corps were utterly despicable, leaving no mercy for demons. There was no need to speak of chivalry. They must stand united. As for Butterfly Shinobu, she was intentionally overlooked by Doma, as her apparent frailty was evident. Her physical prowess paled in comparison to the 3 non-humans present. When she first laid eyes on upper rank one, tears involuntarily welled in her eyes. He was like a blade, his long black hair, the white sash at his waist, and his deep, deliberate voice all transformed into razor-sharp instruments. The piercing aura overwhelmed Shinobu's senses, causing her eyes to sting with tears. Taking a deep breath, she struggled against the chilling dread that threatened to overtake her. If she did not steel her nerves, her body would betray her with involuntary tremors. Despite the horror of Kokoshibo's 6-eyed visage, what unsettled Shinobu most was the presence of his aura, which was not solely tainted with the foul, sanguine essence of demons, but also bore the unmistakable breath of a swordsman. There was no mistaking it. This was the aura of a breathing technique. The upper-rank demon who practiced such techniques rendered all the demons she had encountered over the years even upper rank 2 Doma, feeble by comparison. Fear gripped Shinobu's heart, and she cast a worried glance at Zenitsu. Yet, the attention directed towards him seemed to leave Zenitsu unfazed. He silently regarded Kokoshibo for an extended moment before speaking. You're unlike the other upper ranks, steady and substantial, not at all reminiscent of a demon. And your sword, could it possibly have belonged to a former member of the Demon Slayer Corps? The 6 eyes blinked. Indeed, to be precise, I was part of the earliest cohort of demon-slaying swordsmen. Zenitsu raised an eyebrow, remaining impassive. Kokoshibo's tone shifted to one of admiration. Is your heart forged of iron? That young girl beside you is astonished, nearly jumping with surprise. You remain utterly unfazed. Your spirit is impeccable. Zenitsu slowly drew forth the Nichiren blade, its resplendent hues deepening the astonishment in Kokoshibo's eyes. I have never encountered a Nichiren blade with such vibrant colors. At around 14 years of age, you have cultivated such formidable spirit and physique. Given another decade, your capabilities would undoubtedly reach an unmatched pinnacle. Even now, you possess a physique that is a rarity in 3 centuries. Kokoshibo glanced at Doma. Delicious. This is exquisite. Doma shrugged. Mr. Kokoshibo, I understand. I do not contest with you. Zenitsu felt a surge of displeasure at the way the 2 demons regarded him. Akin to a piece of meat. Must you first defeat me before considering how to consume me? It is indeed our rudeness. Should I refrain from drawing my sword? It will be even more disrespectful. Please. The sound of the blade unsheathing shattered the quiet air, a sharpness locking onto Zenitsu. The corners of his mouth twitched. What the hell? You are mentally disturbing. What a revolting sword. Kokoshibo's blade was adorned from hilt to blade with flower-patterned eyes. This disconcerting visual experience left Zenitsu feeling uneasy, prompting him to retaliate by further unsettling Kokoshibo. His hand rested on the hilt of the sword. As Kokoshibo unsheathed his blade, he sensed an immediate and intense crisis pricking at his nerves. While it was not fatal, it threatened to plunge him into a perilous maelstrom. Although his opponent had yet to draw his sword, Kokoshibo was acutely aware that the source of the impending danger lay in Zenitsu's Nichiren blade, specifically, the hilt of the sword. The end of the hilt suddenly sprang open, revealing a dark, small cavity. In the fleeting moonlight, Kokoshibo caught sight of a small object nestled within. Even as an ancient relic from the Sengoku period, he recognized it immediately. Over 3 inches in length. Encased in a crystalline exterior, it contained a deep purple liquid. Kokoshibo's 6 eyes involuntarily narrowed, sensing an increasingly potent danger that was brewing into a deadly threat. From the hilt of the Nichiren blade, a specially crafted bullet shot forth. Master, the times have changed. Damn it. Kokoshibo unleashed his breathing technique and swordsmanship. 5th form of moon breathing. Moon Spirit Calamity Vortex. Bigger and more formidable than Upper Moon 2, Upper Moon 1 unleashed a humiliating defensive technique upon his first strike. His form twisted and spun, generating a colossal vortex of blade-like winds that repelled any foes daring to approach him. A translucent crescent blade of wind encircled his body, a signature skill of Koka Shinjiro, which not only combined offense and defense, but could even be executed without a blade. For 3 centuries, no one has managed to break through this technique, and those valiant Demon Slayer swordsmen who faced it with fearlessness ultimately met their demise. Defense was deceptively effortless. The semi-transparent crescent blade effortlessly intercepted a bullet. Next, he intended to sever the young boy's head. However, at that moment, the bullet, cleaved by the crescent, detonated. The ancient temple erupted with a tremendous roar, and amidst the fiery chaos, Koka Shinjiro's tall and steady figure was thrust into the air. Scalding air surged forth, releasing violet mists, while fragments of the bullet emitted a piercing shriek, hissing as they flew. During the sword's restoration and reforging, the sound pillar Yusue Tianyuan had whimsically embedded a peculiar device within the hilt, containing gunpowder and an exceedingly refined form of wisteria poison. The bullet's material was akin to that of my wife Zenitsu's Nichiren blade. This singular event marred Koka Shinjiro's already grim visage, while Doma fared worse. His appearance ruined and a substantial portion of his hair singed. The fierce flames and terrifying shockwaves rattled the ancient temple, causing it to teeter precariously. With a human-sized hole forcibly created at the back, he was thrust backward, his feet gouging 2 furrows in the ground, and further pushed to the precipice of the temple's rear cliff. Yet, 2 seconds later, he returned to the temple. A blade came slicing through. Moon breathing, 2nd form. Pearl Splendor Moonlight. My wife Zenitsu advanced rather than retreated, unleashing a ferocious and overwhelming thunder-breathing technique. Lightning flashed as two distinctly styled blades clashed, and in that fleeting instant, they engaged countless times. It was commendable that, at under 16 years of age, he possessed such a robust physique and exceptional swordsmanship, reminding me of someone, though he lacked the markings. How intriguing. In the face of Upper Moon One's praise, my wife Zenitsu appeared oblivious and suddenly murmured, "Dance." Butterfly Shinobu paused, quickly realizing he was addressing her. Among the 9 Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps, only her swordsmanship was not named after a form, but a dance, mimicking the movements of insects to an extreme degree. In an instant, countless lethal ice spikes descended from above, a blood demon art of Xiandong ice pillars. Ominous and nearly silent. Doma sighed in regret. So flexible, truly a body forged through rigorous training, akin to a spring. Alas, I was a moment too late. Doma then sensed something amiss. Butterfly Shinobu's movements were not merely to evade the ice spikes, but resembled a butterfly that burned with life, flitting rapidly within the crumbling temple. Her presence elusive and unpredictable. Centipede dance, 100-legged serpent's abdomen. This was the most powerful and variable dance within insect breathing, achieved through vigorous stomping or wall kicks, rendering it difficult for the opponent to capture her form with super-speed maneuvers. Her footwork transformed unpredictably, twisting and rolling in all directions, and upon nearing her target, she could deliver a thrust to pierce the throat of a demon, injecting poison directly into the neck. However, Butterfly Shinobu refrained from using this technique to slay Doma. Upon hearing my wife Zenitsu's voice, she understood his intent. This dance was not to kill. Rather, it was to dismantle the structure. Following the explosion, the already precarious ancient temple began to collapse, its surrounding walls shattering and countless debris cascading down. My wife Zenitsu devised an excellent strategy by creating this diversion. He could temporarily evade Upper Moon 1 and Upper Moon 2, facilitating a strategic retreat. If only one demon were present, he would not falter. Yet facing 2 Upper Moons, he questioned his chances of victory. Even with Butterfly Shinobu's assistance, defeating them remained improbable. The distinction between 1 Upper Moon and 2 was akin to that between Kanroji Mitsuri and Shinobu Kocho. The best outcome would be to exchange 1 life for 2. Retreat. Amidst the rising dust, Koka Shinjiro coldly scoffed, "You cannot escape." Moon breathing, 6th form. Loneliness of the long night. This technique of Koka Shinjiro firmly locked onto my wife Zenitsu's aura, unleashing countless crescent blades that cleaved through the air. This technique was overwhelmingly dominant, radiating an intense feeling that illuminated any potential hiding place. As the dust settled, Zenitsu stood before Koka Shinjiro, his haori tattered, his body marked with numerous small wounds, blood flowing profusely, yet his Nichiren blade had embedded itself deep within Koka Shinjiro's body. The distance between them was but a step. He wished to flee, but the demon's insides clamped tightly around his blade. There was no escape. Even if he abandoned his sword, he could not break free. His feet were ensnared by the sinister frost, binding him to the ground. My wife Zenitsu paid no heed to the gleeful Doma, instead raising his left hand. He was about to strike. This seemingly light claw was dismissed by Doma. Yet, Koka Shinjiro's expression suddenly turned grave, more serious than when he had been blasted away. In his eyes, my wife Zenitsu's left arm became transparent, revealing the intricate network of muscles, tendons, and bones, with blood visible, even the faintest flicker of electricity between cells. An aura emanated from my wife Zenitsu. Both he and Doma recognized that aura all too well. Thus, he was horrified, his 6 eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. How could you possess blood demon art? Chapter 114. I will not give up on my girlfriend. A human cannot wield blood demon art. However, there are exceptions. Many years prior, Koka Shinjiro encountered a demon slayer swordsman who devoured demons. He harbored a deep disdain for such individuals, leading him to initially suspect this blonde youth was one of them. Yet, in the next moment, he sensed something was amiss. Those who consumed demons inevitably bore their bloody scent. Yet, from the outset, this individual had not exuded the aura of a demon, leaving him perplexed. However, the current circumstances demanded his immediate attention. Regardless of the opponent's nature, he sensed danger. That blood demon art posed a threat to him. A chill swept through Koka Shinjiro's eyes. My wife Zenitsu's heart also turned cold. He had thought that with the preceding explosion, He could at least severely injure Upper Moon 1, even if he couldn't slay him. However, he did not anticipate that the unexpected explosion merely rendered that loathsome face even more grotesque. Beyond that, there were no other effects. What alarmed him most was that this so-called initial swordsman had maintained a remarkably calm demeanor throughout, akin to a powerful swordsman who had lived for centuries. Except for a fleeting moment of astonishment, Koka Shinjiro's emotions remained detached, and judging by those 3 pairs of eyes, if he was not mistaken, this Upper Moon 1 had reached a transcendent state of selflessness in swordsmanship. Hence, at the moment his Nichiren blade was ensnared within the demon's insides. My wife Zenitsu prepared to unleash his strongest physical technique, a blood demon art he had uniquely developed. This technique was known only to him, and Koka Shinjiro sensed the trouble that this blood demon art could cause. My wife, Zenitsu, unleashed a claw strike that appeared rather ordinary, even somewhat awkward. His frozen feet stood in a perfectly aligned stance, reminiscent of a martial arts posture. Yet Kurizetsumo found himself utterly perplexed, unable to discern the martial arts lineage from which it stemmed. The stance bore a resemblance to the ancient form of karate, with bent knees and a grounded lower body, arms and wrists twisting with force. However, within Kurizetsumo's profound perception of human anatomy, faint sparks of bioelectricity surged from Zenitsu's muscles, converging with astounding speed into the palm of his left hand. Readers familiar with the world of Hibi no Aria would undoubtedly recognize the blood demon art employed by Zenitsu, a family secret passed down through generations. This art's essence, by sheer happenstance, perfectly counters the so-called transparent realm. Kurizetsumo, now focusing the majority of his mental energy into his gaze, effectively shut down his extraneous senses. The art of Mikaya was designed to exploit this very weakness, utilizing cunning techniques to conceal lethal strikes, catching the enemy off guard to extract their innards with merciless brutality. Drawing from the knowledge of Mikaya's lethal techniques acquired in his previous life, and using the breath of thunder as a foundation, Zenitsu developed his own blood demon art infused with the poison of a ninja. The currents Kurizetsumo perceived were, in truth, bioelectricity. Indeed, they were genuine bioelectricity. The imaginative and unique world crafted by the author of Hibi no Aria is unparalleled. It is only limited by one's own creativity. The subtle vibrations caused by the weak currents generated within any human body require a specific stance to capture the pulsing energy coursing through one's self. Subsequently, Zenitsu manipulated his blood and breathing technique, channeling the gathered bioelectric pulses into his fingertips, which crackled with electricity. With a seemingly slow, yet astonishingly rapid motion, he reached out. Kurizetsumo sheathed his blade, raising it in defense. The ground beneath him shattered like a spider's web, as an unfathomable force, far beyond human capacity, surged from Zenitsu, transferring its might onto Kurizetsumo's long blade. His dark ponytail was swept away, dancing behind him. He was on guard. He was blocking, yet the Nichiren blade, trapped within his innards, began to vibrate violently, breaking through his comfort and piercing through his body into the rock behind Kurizetsumo. In that moment, a continuous humming filled the air around them, each sound emanating from Kurizetsumo's crescent-shaped blade energy. However, it was futile. He realized that this golden-haired warrior possessed an extraordinary sensitivity to changes in the air, rendering his breath of the moon's variations ineffective against Zenitsu's keen perception. Every attack was deftly evaded. What blood demon art is this? Zenitsu's left hand pressed against his long blade, seemingly blocked. Yet, in reality, it was not. Blood demon art. My own. Tsubame. Zenitsu's left hand glimmered with electricity, slicing through the blade adorned with chrysanthemum eyes as effortlessly as cutting tofu, and then accurately pressing against Kurizetsumo's heart. Eagle's claw. His 5 fingers pierced with ease, sinking into Kurizetsumo's chest and grasping a beating, cool heart. Offered up. With a sudden yank, Butterfly Shinobu was oblivious to Zenitsu's condition, consumed by an overwhelming fury, a disdain for the 12 Kazuki. Upper Moon 2, Domo, was undoubtedly the most insufferable of them all. When this wretch obstructed her path to aid Zenitsu with a towering ice statue, her anger reached a boiling point, no longer able to endure. The demons had stolen her blissful family, her parents, her sister, all taken. Now, was she to lose him as well? A deathly resolve gleamed in her eyes. Domo regarded her with indifference, fanning himself as if feeling the heat, appearing utterly unfazed, despite the bubbles forming on his face from the purified wisteria. She thought, If I can't steal a man, then perhaps I can steal a woman. But Butterfly Shinobu refused. Do you not realize you have been poisoned? If I were you, I would do nothing and simply stand still to neutralize the toxin. Oh, come now, do not be so serious. The previous poison was indeed troublesome, but it hardly seems dire. I shall go check on Kurizetsumo. Do not move. She insisted on her motionless stance. If I do not move, do I not become a mere turtle? As the two faced each other, a sudden cry from Zenitsu echoed as he was hurled backward. Butterfly Shinobu's pupils dilated, her heart sinking, her expression akin to a butterfly stripped of its wings. She saw his left arm severed. Blood sprayed through the air. The dance of the bee's fangs. Shinobu acted decisively. After a fleeting moment of despair, she steadied herself, redirecting her Nichiren blade from Domo to the blood-soaked Kurizetsumo, gambling on the chance to severely wound him and escape with Zenitsu. Given the current circumstances, their chances of survival stood at a mere 10%. She was willing to wager that slim chance, striving to secure even a fleeting glimmer of hope for Zenitsu. Wow, an arm has been severed. Surely it can be consumed, right? Domo, discerning her thoughts, grinned widely as he summoned two enormous ice lotus flowers. The blood demon art, Hakanai Hakaheim, opened its maw, releasing a chilling toxic gas accompanied by frigid air directed at Butterfly Shinobu. Ignoring the peril, she prepared to gamble her life for him. Zenitsu was unwilling to grant her that opportunity. He appeared before the grinning Domo, unfazed by the cold, and raised his uninjured right hand high, delivering a heavy slap across Domo's swollen, blistered face. With a resounding smack, the struck Domo was undeniably aggrieved. He thought, how dare you retaliate against me when it was not I who severed your arm? If you seek vengeance, go after Kurizetsumo, not a mere assistant like me. Is this not picking on the weak? But the next moment his eyes widened in shock, for he beheld Zenitsu's severed left arm, seemingly tethered by strands of blood, miraculously reattaching itself before their very eyes. Impossible. He could not contain himself, exclaiming, you are not human. Butterfly Shinobu's worldview shattered in that instant. Zenitsu was undeniably human. They had basked in the sun together just yesterday. Yet how could the scene be explained? A human could instantaneously reconnect severed limbs? Zenitsu, experiencing his first loss of an arm, felt somewhat disoriented. However, he did not share the same despair as Sakuma, merely feeling immense pain, his face paling from the agony. Hearing Domo's words, he could not help but retort, you are the inhuman one. Your entire family is inhuman. Chapter 115. Laughing at the heavens and stealing batteries. Are we not mere workers? As he used his blood demon art to tear open Kurizetsumo's chest, the latter disregarded the attack and aimed his blade at Zenitsu's arm. Zenitsu marveled internally. This upper moon one was indeed ruthless. How audacious. He chose to exchange his heart for the enemy's arm. It must be said, his approach was fundamentally sound. Had he retreated at that moment, what was extracted would not have been limited to just his heart. Yet, his choice was not entirely correct. From a moment he sensed the scent of blood and the aura of a demon. He should have ceased to regard my wife, Zenitsu, as a mere human. He believed that losing an arm would be significant for a swordsman. However, in truth, this yellow-haired being, neither fully human nor demon, had already acquired the constitution of a demon. The severed limb posed no substantial harm. In contrast, Kokoshibo, whose heart had been wrenched from his body, found himself gravely weakened, his vitality diminished by more than half in an instant. Although it is a shared belief in the demon-hunting realm that, after transforming into a demon, only the head remains a vital target, the physiological differences between demons and humans are not as vast as one might think. The head is undeniably crucial, but the heart, responsible for blood circulation, is equally important. A mere stab to the heart would have been manageable. However, with it forcibly extracted, Kokoshibo was rendered immobile, concentrating his efforts on hastily regenerating a new heart. Thus, the ensuing battle was solely in the hands of Kokoshibo, whose 6 eyes rolled back in distress. Doma appeared troubled. I understand, but Mr. Kokoshibo, you must be quick. Though I'm reluctant to admit it, I truly cannot defeat this fellow. His face was marked by confusion. Is he human or demon? He should be a demon, yet his aura feels somewhat distinct from ours. After this matter, I shall report to that esteemed individual. He surely knows more than we do. After Kokoshibo spoke, he gazed quietly at Zenitsu. Zenitsu's left hand suddenly clenched. PFF. The heart he had extracted burst into a splatter of flesh and blood. Kokoshibo's 6 eyes simultaneously constricted, his body trembling uncontrollably, clearly in excruciating pain. Even the upper rank one could not suppress a pain howl. When you asked me whether I dared to enter you, I certainly did dare. Zenitsu glanced at Doma. You should know very well that I possess the capability to eliminate both of you upper ranks. Why do you laugh? What is amusing about my words? Doma closed his folding fan, chuckling softly. Why not give it a try? Come now, if you kill us. You shall be the strongest of the Demon Slayer Corps. Why hesitate? Zenitsu fell silent. His seemingly disdainful gaze was, in reality, filled with vigilance. The upper ranks could not possibly be this feeble, particularly Kokoshibo. Although the 6-eyed creature now exuded a weak aura, as if gravely injured, Zenitsu could sense an impending, terrifying danger lurking within that frail presence. He was concealing his true strength. Perhaps Doma was genuinely weak, but Kokoshibo could not possibly be this feeble. A creature that had lived for centuries would not resort to such trivial tactics. Zenitsu felt a surge of respect. He signaled Shinobu to gradually retreat, then shifted his focus back to Doma. It seems you are preparing to leave. Do not rush. Please wait a moment. How can one know what the upcoming entertainment will be without a pause? The leader of the Eternal Paradise cult chuckled, his hollow, multicolored eyes reflecting Shinobu's figure. The petite woman was silently urged by Zenitsu to depart, yet she hesitated, torn between loyalty and emotional attachment. This fierce woman, willing to serve as bait for vengeance, now found herself indecisive due to the weight of affection. Observing her rare vulnerability, Doma expressed his fascination, brandishing his ostentatious golden fan and exclaiming in a melodramatic tone, "Ah, like a little kitten with glistening eyes, you charm me. It is akin to a gentle spring breeze caressing me as I stroll along the path. Ah, I understand. Why speak such frivolous words?" Zenitsu coldly interrupted. "You comprehend nothing. She is looking at me, not you." Doma, taken aback, covered his mouth and then erupted into a neurotic laugh. "It matters not. Once you are gone, she shall have no choice but to gaze upon me. Alas, you were marked by Mr. Kokoshibo, unable to be with her for eternity. How tragic." As he spoke, his expression was a complex tapestry of regret and resentment. Yet his eyes betrayed no emotion. Zenitsu remained silent for a moment before slowly responding. "Doma, the very essence of the Eternal Paradise cult is rooted in the myriad misfortunes of the world. As its leader, why do you not guide them to resolve such miseries, instead of resorting to cannibalistic methods?" Doma pondered for a moment before nodding. "I understand. Akin to a mischievous child who believes their parents are harming them. I act for their benefit. You truly are a madman. Oh, do you feel sorrow for my disciples? Are you attempting to stall for time?" In an instant, Zenitsu appeared before Doma with remarkable speed. He did not employ the blood demon art that demanded immense energy, nor did he utilize any sword techniques. He merely pointed his sword towards Doma's eyes, exuding a remarkably faint desire to kill. He did not wish to slay Doma. Rather, he did not want to waste his accumulated momentum on such a trivial opponent. In other words, his sword point was merely a feint. Doma, as he shielded himself with his fan, comprehended what transpired and recognized Zenitsu's intention to buy time. Suddenly, from the smoke and debris behind, a petite figure sprang forth. "Nezuko, what are you doing?" Nezuko had been left outside the ancient temple by Shinobu, instructed to flee at the first sign of danger. She nodded and stood, dazed at the temple's entrance, waiting from dusk until the moon hung high. Growing somewhat bored, she cautiously peered through the door's crack, witnessing an intense and thrilling battle. Her innocent mind could not fathom the intricacies of the breathing techniques or blood demon arts, but sensed that entering could lead to her being torn apart by the aftermath. Her intellect was akin to that of a young child. She felt fear, yet was reluctant to depart alone. Thus she remained outside, gradually feeling the commotion inside and the pang of solitude. Why hasn't Shinobu come out yet? And that yellow-haired one as well. She wished to venture inside. Nezuko was courageous, yet Shinobu had instructed her not to enter. However, upon witnessing Zenitsu lose an arm, her anger ignited, only to be shattered by the towering figure of the purple swordsman. The upper-rank demon, particularly the foremost, exerted an overwhelming psychological pressure on ordinary demons, causing Nezuko's voice to tremble, spilling forth a faint whimper akin to a child's cry. What should a child do when faced with an adult bullying their loved ones? Anger and fear intertwined. Her temperament mirrored that of her brother, Tanjiro. Like Tanjiro, Nezuko possessed a gentle nature, yet when angered, she became formidable. It was said that as a child, she once terrified an adult who had bullied a child into begging for mercy. Thus, her character allowed her anger to eclipse her fear. Nezuko stealthily circled to the back door of the temple, spotting the Nichiren blade embedded in the rubble. The aura emanating from the blade had previously frightened her into near tears, and after its reforging, it likely bore the residual auras of other Hashira, intensifying her dread. Suppressing her overwhelming fear, she grasped the Nichiren blade. With both hands clumsily wielding the sword, she emerged from the smoke and dust, awkwardly lunging towards Kokoshibo's chest. Charging into battle against an enemy she could not possibly hope to defeat. The scene rendered all present utterly speechless. My wife, Jean-E, was merely stalling for time, hoping that the demon girl would throw the Nichiren blade to him. Unexpectedly, she utilized it herself. Heisimu was momentarily taken aback. He sensed that this child was indeed a demon, albeit with a slightly unusual aura. However, there was no doubt that she was a weakling, especially as he observed her sobbing and futilely thrusting the blade towards him. The absurdity of the tableau evoked a smirk from Heisimu. Yet, he swiftly regained his composure, his lips curling into a smile laced with mockery and pity, along with the disdain and murderous intent of a superior towards one who dared to rebel. Unsurprisingly, she was far too feeble before him, particularly in his current state of unleashed power. A blade longer than the previous Kyogai blade, adorned with even more eyes and grotesque, misaligned edges, erupted from his chest. Nezuko was sent flying, 2 horrifying gashes, deep enough to reveal bone, marred her body as blood splattered forth. Had it not been for the Nichiren blade that partially shielded her, she would have been utterly vanquished. Yet even so, Heisimu's monstrous blade shadowed her relentlessly. Butterfly Shinobu moved with incredible swiftness. Grasping Nezuko by the collar, she maneuvered them both through the air with remarkable agility, striving to evade that seemingly sentient blade. Moon breathing. 8th form. Moon Dragon Tail. Heisimu swung his evolved demon blade, unleashing a vast horizontal slash that swept away all before him. This technique was not only swift, but accompanied by countless colossal crescent blades. He was resolute in his intention to slay Butterfly Shinobu on the spot. As for this small demon who had unexpectedly appeared to oppose him, he would deal with her when the sun rose. The hierarchy among demons was unmistakable, and as the Upper Moon's foremost, he was a staunch advocate of class distinction. Demons who dared to rebel should be reduced to ashes under the sun. His primary goal with this strike remained Butterfly Shinobu. Eliminating her would surely send that peculiar, half-demon, half-human, blonde into utter disarray. A cruel smile crept to Heisimu's lips. In the next moment, his cruel grin was frozen in shock. An imposing 3-meter-tall ice Buddha had intercepted his blade. The blow he had intended with unyielding determination was thwarted by Dong Mao's blood demon art. Heisimu's 6 eyes widened in disbelief. Dong Mao, who was lamenting the loss of his fan to the blonde, was momentarily stunned by the furious voice. Turning to see the ice Buddha standing before Butterfly Shinobu and Nezuko, his mouth gaped in shock. I didn't do it. My wife, Jean-E, brandished a fan, vigorously fanning the air. He even gave a thumbs up. Your blood demon art is quite effective. I shall accept it. Chapter 116. The tornado destroys the parking lot. That uniquely shaped blade, forged from Heisimu's flesh and blood, had more branches than its predecessor and was incredibly elongated. Rather than being a sword, it resembled a sickle or a glaive. As a fierce wind howled, my wife, Jean-E, mimicked Dong Mao's blood demon art, the water lily Buddha, and managed to withstand the length of the blade for a fleeting moment before it shattered. Realizing that he could no longer pursue Butterfly Shinobu, he returned to Heisimu's grasp. Heisimu, clad in a purple lue, burst forth. His upper body was nearly human-like, brimming with muscles. His robust right arm was raised high, wielding the malevolent blade that carried countless crescent slashes towards my wife, Jean-E. So swift, the speed was overwhelming. Even if Nezuko were to throw the Nichiren blade to him now, he would have no opportunity to catch it. Thus, my wife executed an utterly baffling maneuver that left Dong Mao speechless. He seized Dong Mao from behind, restraining him with his arms, using him as a human shield. The atmosphere turned palpably tense. My wife, Jean-E, felt a sense of dread. He had never witnessed Dong Mao consume anyone, so he was unaware that the Upper Moon too sometimes devoured individuals not with teeth, but by ensnaring them within his very being, much like a gelatinous creature. He sensed a horrific suction emanating from Dong Mao's back, as if it sought to draw him in. Had my wife not possessed the physique of a demon, he might have truly been devoured. Go ahead and suck. With that pert rear of yours, draw me in, he exclaimed in disgust. How utterly revolting. Am I more repulsive than you? As Zenitsu executed rapid slashes, grotesque wounds appeared on Dong Mao's body. In an instant, Zenitsu unleashed over 100 strikes, shredding Dong Mao's flamboyant red attire into tatters and inflicting countless gashes upon his pale flesh. These wounds healed at a visible pace, yet before they could fully close, they were cleaved open once more. My wife, Jean E. sheltered behind, enduring significantly fewer attacks. Yet he worried whether Dong Mao might explode from the excruciating agony of this near dismemberment. To his astonishment, events unfolded far beyond his expectations. It hurts. What did you say? I said this pain feels incredible, truly exhilarating. Dong Mao cackled, trembling as if repressing something, his laughter pure and fervent, devoid of any impurities, simply relishing the physical sensations. I'm on cloud nine. My wife, Jean E, facilitated this. Bearing immense revulsion, he thrust his fingers into Dong Mao's temple. Even a psychopath like Dong Mao could not withstand the sensation of an external force invading his mind. Agonized expression overtook him as he cried out, breaking free from my wife's grasp with newfound strength, swinging his golden fan to unleash a new blood demon art. He darted towards Butterfly Shinobu, conjuring 4 ice puppets. Blood demon art, Crystal Prince. This technique enabled the creation of independently fighting ice puppets. Though small, these puppets possessed formidable combat capabilities, capable of executing blood demon arts with the same potency as their original. Just one ice puppet could embroil high-ranking demon slayer swordsmen in a fierce struggle. Moreover, Dong Mao could produce 5 ice puppets in succession. Yet, immediately after employing this blood demon art, he regretted his decision. Blood demon art, Crystal Prince. That flamboyant blonde similarly wielded a golden fan, summoning identical ice puppets. At this moment, Dong Mao's emotions surged with a desire to annihilate. Only those facing Shinobi with a 50-50 chance could comprehend such feelings. My wife, Jean, not only replicated his blood demon art, but also taunted him. Oh dear, it seems we share the same type of substitute. 2 beings utilizing identical blood demon arts struck simultaneously, both sustaining injuries. They had no time to assess their wounds, for Zenitsu's mental focus had locked onto their location. That blade was moving at a speed so astonishing that it was nearly impossible to react. The monster swung its terrifyingly elongated blade towards them with a frightening velocity. Moon breathing, 14th form, fierce change, celestial moon. The 6-eyed demon swordsman wielded the evolved demon blade, unleashing countless massive crescent-shaped blade winds that obliterated everything in their path, accompanied by numerous colossal, circular blade slashes. Butterfly Shinobu forcibly suppressed her fear and trepidation, retreating with Nezuko, her gaze fixed intently on my wife's silhouette, still unable to fully process the earlier scene. Reattached limbs? Blood demon art? What on earth is happening with Johnny? The current circumstances rendered her unable to inquire further, and with the formidable surge in the strength of Zenitsu, their survival through the night had become questionable. Excluding her from the equation, if I wife Zenitsu truly were a demon, the true outcome of tonight's battle would be abundantly clear. She seized the Nichiren blade from Nezuko's grasp. In an environment devoid of sunlight and the presence of Kibutsuji Musen, demons were incapable of utterly vanquishing one another. Even upper moons could not eliminate a mere lower-tier demon, regardless of how ornate and dazzling Zenitsu's swordsmanship was, or the myriad of hidden cards that Zenitsu possessed. If they were to clash as demons, the outcome would be indecisive even after an entire night of battle. Thus, whether it was Zenitsu or Zenitsu, whoever wielded the Nichiren blade would significantly enhance their chances of victory. In a fleeting moment, Kochu Shinobu grasped this critical insight and tossed the still razor-sharp Nichiren blade to Zenitsu. Subsequently, she darted with Nezuko towards the side hall of the ancient temple, uttering a single word before departing. Pummel. The instant Zenitsu received the Nichiren blade, he pondered how to approach Zenitsu. Avoiding him was impossible, and drawing near was equally futile. Merely parrying his onslaught required all his might, unless he unleashed his ultimate technique. But given that his opponent claimed to be the original swordsman, it was likely that he had countermeasures against Zenitsu's lethal moves. Suddenly, he perceived Shinobu's hint. Pummel? What is that? He had absorbed so much knowledge that it took him a moment to recall it was a unique sword technique of the sound Hashira Izui Tenjin. The combat calculation formula innovated by Yuzui Tenjin allowed one to read the rhythm of an enemy's attacks through the breath of sound, converting it into melody. Although the analysis required time, once the score was completed, the enemy's habits and vulnerabilities would be laid bare. But why did Shinobu suddenly mention this? That serpentine sword technique was akin to the secret sword of Taishan and Xiao Ao Jianghu, theoretically capable of accounting for all variations, yet utterly useless in actual combat. Why did she bring that up? Or was it merely a reminder to him regarding the breath of sound? He glanced at her fleeing figure, and a glimmer of enlightenment sparked in his mind. His fingers pressed against the blade. As they descended, a harmonious sound resonated. Then, dozens of soaring sound blades reverberated in the confined space, capable of rending the flesh of upper moons, their intensity compelling Doma to retreat in panic. Doma was feeling quite distressed. He felt like a small mouse caught between the crossfire of both sides, with nowhere to hide safely. Clang, clang, clang. Doma could no longer bear it. He fled from the range of the sound waves in a most disheveled manner. The demon lord possessed a unique escape technique. Feigning to admire the scenery initially, his gaze carefully calibrated before launching a thunderous shout. He observed the distant figures of Kochu, Shinobu, and Nezuko, an ominous premonition washing over him. What have you done? Shinobu ignored him, gently patting Nezuko's little head. Nezuko, kick. Nezuko let out a soft her form seemingly aged several years, her 12-year-old body transforming into that of a 15-year-old girl, before she fiercely kicked a dark object before her. Thud! The dark object soared over Doma's head and landed amidst the ruins, right in front of Zenitsu. Zenitsu steadied the quivering blade, softly exclaiming, "Shinobu, you are truly remarkable. I admire you greatly." Upon entering this ancient temple at dusk, Shinobu had heard the sound of a bell. This was that very bell. The sword technique of the breath of sound, combined with this bell, was undeniably terrifying. Heisei-mu had already sensed the dread. He raised his long blade high, unleashing two massive crescent-shaped sword energies that surged towards Zenitsu with a force capable of obliterating everything in their path, shredding apart all obstacles. 10th form of the breath of moon. My style of the breath of sound. Slash through the moon. Lion's roar. Tornado that devastates the parking lot. Even Heisei-mu's stoicism faltered. What absurd names. If you can't think of a proper name, then just remain silent. The youth of today are increasingly uncultured. Each generation worse than the last. What's the matter? I still have the screw-curl ponytail, the fly-swatting sickle, the earth-digging chisel. Have you heard of the strawberry shockwave? Sparkling cat firework bath, top hat spider gatling, banana boat, mighty Mr. Banana, am I joking? Blood streamed from Zenitsu's 7 orifices as a terrifying sound, inaudible to both humans and demons, erupted from the Nichiren blade. After a brief silence, unimaginable invisible sound waves obliterated the already ruined hall, toppling the structures where the monks resided. Time passed, and the main hall support beams finally crashed to the ground with a tremendous thud. This massive log, sturdy and robust, was now marred by long gashes. Before long, the walls of the side hall began to peel away and collapse, resonating with the sounds of destruction in the desolate wilderness. Plumes of dust rising to obscure the moonlight. This ancient temple had not escaped the fate of ruin. Amongst the debris lay numerous corpses, monks slain by Heisei-mu, their bodies untouched, appearing tragically recent. After an indeterminate period, the dust gradually settled. Yet the ruins lay silent, devoid of any life. Kochu Shinobu silently observed it all. Nezuko stood quietly behind her, her patterned dress stained with blood, wounds inflicted by Heisei-mu still unhealed. She felt weary and exhausted. But sleep was a luxury she could not afford. Shinobu called out amidst the ruins, receiving no response. "Please, don't be dead. Upper moons are this powerful. A demon like Doma cannot be slain without at least 3 or 4 Ashira. What can someone like me do aside from serving as bait? If only I possessed the physique and strength of the likes of Kanroji Mitsuri. If I could be stronger, why am I so weak? How frustrating." Suddenly, 2 crows cawed from the night sky, and a figure brimming with passion and fire burst into the scene. "How long has it been since I received your message? I hope I'm not too late. Oh, what is this?" Rengoku Kyujiru's expression shifted dramatically. He picked up a scrap of yellow fabric from the ruins. "This belongs to Zenitsu." Kochu Shinobu appeared pale and weary. She meticulously cleared the rubble beneath her feet with the Nichiren blade, the slender blade struggling against the task, soon accumulating several nicks. Rengoku Kyujiru knelt, lifting enormous stones with both hands, You should rest. I will dig him out. Shinobu shook her head. I'm in a hurry. She was not particularly fearful that Zenitsu would be crushed by the stones, nor overly concerned about him being killed by Heisinmu. If Zenitsu truly were a demon, he would undoubtedly be immune to demon death. But if he truly were a demon, Shinobu's pallid face glanced skyward, because dawn was approaching. Chapter 117. The arrival of the adorable girl. As the sun was about to rise, the stones of the main hall were cleared away. However, what puzzled the two was that, aside from a pool of blood and some insignificant scraps of cloth, neither Wozu Zenitsu nor Kurizumi Muzan could be found below. It was entirely plausible for Tongmu to have fled, but how could those two powerhouses possibly escape? Even if they had, Butterfly Shinobu would surely have noticed. If they were not in the main hall, could they be hiding beneath the ruins of the side hall? No, that seemed unlikely. Where could they have gone? Rengoku Kyutaro closed his eyes, his aura surging like flames, the finely honed energy scanning the surroundings, traversing back and forth several times. He furrowed his brow and shook his head. There was nothing. Unless one remained in a state of complete detachment, it was impossible to elude my perception. Why not inquire with the omniscient Jutaru? Suddenly, a sparrow fluttered overhead, chirping anxiously. Jutaru, where is your master? Kyutaro was startled. Was this a sparrow or a pigeon? The little bird flitted its wings and flew towards the back of the ancient temple. They pursued it, navigating through the ruins, arriving at a patch of grass strewn with blood and torn fabric. Wozu Zenitsu and Kurizumi Muzan must have fought here. The battle must have been fierce. Following the traces, Rengoku Kyutaro took a deep breath. Damn! He stomped heavily. Beyond the grass lay a precipice. Peering out from the cliff in the morning light, the distant mountains undulated, while nearby a lush expanse was speckled with patches of withered yellow, the early autumn morning scene exuding a touch of desolation. At the cliff's edge, Kyutaro discovered only marks left by blades. Just as he intended to discuss their next move with Butterfly Shinobu, he noticed the bug Ashira carrying a box, silently descending the mountain. The aura emanating from that box. Was it a demon? Rengoku Kyutaro frowned. He contemplated stopping her, but thoughts of Wozu Zenitsu dampened his spirit for such matters. Kyutaro tied one end of a long rope around his waist and secured the other to a sturdy tree on the cliff. He resolved to investigate the cliffside, hoping to uncover clues regarding Wozu Zenitsu's survival, and with a stroke of luck, perhaps even directly confront that yellow-haired lad, and with further fortune, eliminate Upper Moon One together. Wozu Zenitsu and Kurizumi Muzan had both been severely weakened from their battle. Though their bodies healed rapidly, they were both in a state of exhaustion, especially Kurizumi Muzan, who had been severely impacted by that devastating technique. The endless sound blades had carved away at him, reducing him to a mere skeletal frame. Undoubtedly, Kurizumi Muzan was at his weakest. Quite formidable. Tongmu spoke truly. This yellow-haired one was indeed powerful. He had encountered demon slayers wielding sound breathing before, but never had he faced someone capable of amplifying its power to such a degree. This yellow-haired individual was no mere human. His regenerative abilities surpassed even his own as an upper moon demon. Yet it mattered little. Kurizumi Muzan was unconcerned. With all of his opponent's trump cards already revealed, he felt no need to conceal his own. He swept away the purple fabric clinging to his body, gazing up at the bright moon, then inhaled deeply. The previously thin moonlight was now being devoured by Kurizumi Muzan in great gulps. Wozu Zenitsu instinctively thought of one word: yokai. Such is how the monsters in Shinsha novels replenish their strength. In the next moment, he beheld the increasingly intense moonlight, akin to burning ghostly flames, enveloping him. Flesh rapidly grew upon Kurizumi Muzan's exposed white skeleton. This was not the unique regenerative ability of demons. No demon could recover so swiftly and dramatically. The visibly exaggerated speed was akin to a critically wounded boss suddenly regaining full health without any side effects, though he could not bask in sunlight. The moonlight felt pleasantly warm against his skin. Wozu Zenitsu was momentarily stunned, then spat out a mouthful of blood. I have lost. After all, anyone facing an opponent capable of infinitely healing beneath the moonlight would find it daunting. And what enraged Zenitsu further was that he seemed unable to grasp Kurizumi Muzan's uniquely developed breathing technique for the time being. Moon breathing undoubtedly had some connection to sun breathing. Wozu Zenitsu had learned from Ubuyashiki that sun breathing was the original technique from 400 years ago. Yet the specifics were vague, and he was unclear on how closely it resembled the breathing he had developed from the dawn. There was no mention of moon breathing among the 5 foundational techniques. Thus, he found himself at a loss, merely watching as Korizumi Musen's injuries healed and his aura intensified. The multitude of eyes scanned him, the voice raspy. Were you not quite arrogant just now? That tornado technique of yours seemed quite thrilling. You turned me into a skeleton. Care to demonstrate it again? He spat contemptuously. If you cannot, then it is my turn. Without hesitation, Wozu Zenitsu raised his sword. Boom! Among all his breathing techniques, sound breathing was the most taxing on stamina and spirit, for unlike the dual-blade explosive style of Yuzui Tenjin, Wozu Zenitsu excelled in sonic attacks. The sound-killing technique was indeed advanced for this era. However, this also meant that such techniques required not only intelligence, but also immense vigor to sustain them. The technique that had turned Korizumi Musen into a skeleton had consumed most of his energy. He had thought he could inflict significant damage. Yet who could have anticipated that this Upper Moon's trump card was so deeply concealed, only now revealing the formidable regenerative capabilities of moon breathing. Wozu Zenitsu was caught off guard and struck down. With a resounding clang, he was sent flying several meters. His body was once again gravely injured. The lament of the Nichiren blade was drowned out by the collapse of the temple as Korizumi Musen approached him step by step. I must admit you are a genius. Your blood demon art is indeed peculiar and terrifying. But as long as I keep my distance, your blood demon art becomes ineffective, does it not? His gaze was cold, and the 6 eyes bore a chilling demeanor. Wozu Zenitsu felt little more than disgust at the sight of 3 pairs of eyes on a single face. You cannot kill me, and Tomu will die. Zenitsu coughed up blood, reiterating, he is already at his limit. My bug Hashira's Nichiren blade and wisteria poison can kill him. Upper Moon 2, Tomu, will surely perish. In his estimation, Tomu would not survive the night. Butterfly Shinobu would not let him escape. However, he underestimated her feelings for him. She would rather watch Tomu flee than remain indifferent to his safety. Korizumi Musen stated flatly, you will die as well. How to kill with the Nichiren blade in your hand. Wozu Zenitsu fell silent. He was not questioning Korizumi Musen's ability to seize his blade, but rather contemplating that, by all rights, he should not fear sunlight, and thus had no reason to fear the Nichiren blade. Yet, he still felt a profound apprehension. He feared beheading. That pain would surely eclipse the agony of losing an arm. Therefore, he wished to avoid such a dreadful fate. Indeed, I find myself perplexed by a question. A swordsman of your exceptional caliber ought to be revered and worshipped by future generations, serving as a paragon of virtue and righteousness. How is it, then, that you have become a specter? Iziguma halted in his tracks. Had it been any other topic, he might have dismissed it without concern. Yet this subject, what transformed him into a demon? Each time he contemplated this matter, a wave of profound loathing and envy surged from the depths of his soul, overwhelming him with a bitter, acrid hatred that filled his heart, accompanied by a sense of aimlessness and desolation. It was as if he had been transported back to those vengeful nights 4 centuries ago, and the mere thought of that figure, seemingly blessed by the heavens, ignited a jealousy that made his entire being tremble. He despised this topic. Yet he also nostalgically recalled that fateful night 400 years ago, a night marked by a crimson moon. His brother, Yurichi, who was destined to exhaust his potential and perish early, appeared before him, aged and weary. All the swordsmen who had awakened their markings had seemingly drained their lives away, dying prematurely, while he alone, having aligned himself with Kibutsuji Musen, became a demon to survive that calamity. But why, after 60 years, did his brother still live? The 80-year-old Yurichi gazed upon him, tears streaming down his aged face. His voice hoarse, and the rarely expressive countenance was now marked by streaks of sorrow. How tragic, dear brother, Iziguma murmured. Why become a demon? You might interpret it as my profound fear of death. Do not speak to me of humanity's significance. Those I once conversed with have all perished, either slain or aged into oblivion. If you wish to evade death, you must tread the same path as I. What path might that be? Is there truly any other? Do you still believe you're not a demon? Zenitsu gripped the Nichiren blade. Logically, I too fear death. If I declare myself human, others may not believe me. Hence I ought to choose your path. However, he paused momentarily before continuing. I do not wish to make that choice. Human flesh is truly unpalatable. He stood again, adopting a stance that was somewhat misleading. Iziguma remained impassive, though his eyes glimmered. Is this the breath of wind? I once dueled with the wind Hashira of that era, honing my swordsmanship. Have you absorbed too many breathing techniques? My companion, Zenitsu, is such a person. For reasons unknown, His capacity for learning is remarkably swift, exhibiting a peculiar pattern of progress. In just over 2 years, he not only mastered the breath of thunder, but also astonishingly grasped numerous breathing techniques and swordsmanship. The previous battles showcased the 11th form of the water Hashira, the fierce spirit of the flame Hashira, the sound techniques of the sound Hashira, the physical training of the rock Hashira, and even the blood demon arts of the demons. This included the very strike he now directed at Haizigumu. He wielded the swordsmanship of wind Hashira, Sanemi, Shinazugawa. This was a precious technique he had surreptitiously learned. The breath of wind is renowned for its elusive and unpredictable nature, excelling in agility and speed, slicing towards Haizigumu with a deceptive grace. Haizigumu could not help but express admiration. In terms of swordsmanship, "You are the second most talented prodigy I have encountered in 4 centuries." Upon uttering this, he suddenly recalled the conversation he once had with his brother. "Yorichi, there exists no human capable of matching us. The inheritance of breathing techniques and swordsmanship is a fleeting hope. Dear brother, we are not such extraordinary beings, merely a speck of dust in the annals of humanity. Perhaps a genius far surpassing us has already been born, and they too will reach the same heights as we. There is no need for concern. At any moment, we can depart from this world without a care. How delightful, dear brother." Haizigumu felt as though his heart had plunged into an abyss. The figure of Zenitsu grew increasingly vivid in his mind. Someday, the newly born children will surpass us, ascending to even greater heights. His brother Yorichi smiled at that moment. Yet that smile made Haizigumu feel nauseous. Reflecting upon it now, there had been a brief pause in his movements. In a duel, every moment counts. Zenitsu had already closed the distance, but to Haizigumu's astonishment, he hurled the radiant Nichiren blade over the precipice. Zenitsu collided with Haizigumu's anomalous blade, piercing through. Yet his body was already nearing his opponent. With a pained grunt, he executed an exaggerated embrace. He clasped Haizigumu, and together they plummeted from a cliff. Breath of the rock, my style. As he clutched Haizigumu, their descent accelerated abruptly, akin to a black meteorite plummeting into the abyss, the name of the technique echoing through the rending air. Heaven, descending. Adorable. Chapter 118, Breath of the Moon. Even in death, it must be sour. 2 shadows entwined in midair, cascading down towards the abyss. Zenitsu unleashed his blood demon arts without reservation. His electrified hands easily penetrating Haizigumu's body, clawing outward like a beast, regardless of what viscera he grasped, merely intent on tearing it out. This postmodern, beastly style of combat is intolerable to anyone. Even Haizigumu could not endure it. As a cascade of bloody intestines fell away, the excruciating agony surpassed that of 1,000 cuts, compelling him to let out a howl. This could not continue. He felt as though his body was being hollowed out. Yet that howl was interrupted by a fist. Zenitsu abandoned the viscera and turned his attention to Haizigumu's head, his bloodied fists nearly dislodging teeth from their sockets. That grotesque visage contorted to an exaggerated degree, yet Haizigumu remained remarkably resilient. After enduring the torment, he retaliated, shattering the blonde one's arm, only for Zenitsu's other hand to find its way to Haizigumu's face. For fingers plunged mercilessly into his 2 eyes. An earth-shattering scream startled the birds from their perches. So lacking in decorum, this blonde one fights with no sense of propriety, devoid of any swordsman's grace. Streams of concentrated moonlight cascaded upon Haizigumu, continuously mending his grievously injured form, yet could not withstand Zenitsu's peculiar blood demon arts. Piercing, eagle's roll, handful of lamb, handful of ribs. Offer up your mother's pancreas. Since soaring from the cliff, the internal organs and eyeballs Haizigumu had lost were beyond count, and he felt pain that was nearly unbearable. Moreover, the moonlight was gradually waning. A hint of purplish-red light appeared on the horizon. In a matter of hours, the sun would soon rise. He must slay this blonde demon before dawn. If he could not kill him, he must subdue him. The Nichiren blade capable of slaying demons had been cast away to an unknown location, and Haizigumu instinctively excluded it from his subsequent plans. He needed to find a way to incapacitate Zenitsu, at the very least to escape this disadvantageous position. In the current predicament, the only technique that could extricate him from his plight was that singular swordsmanship. Haizigumu, with 4 eyes blinded, felt a glimmer of light in the remaining pair. He relinquished all forms of defense, with both hands grasping his blade. The grotesque blade that pierced through Wise Han Yi's body quivered at its tip, suddenly angling downwards. causing his form to involuntarily twist, rendering him a mere cushion upon impact. Moon-breathing 16th form. An infinite crescent of energy pervaded the surroundings, fracturing the air. As they plummeted with an unstoppable momentum, tracing a splendid path adorned with crescents. Lone Moonlight, the 16th form? The techniques of this first crescent were seemingly endless. How many forms could he possibly possess? Truly, he was a prodigious swordsman. Wiveson smirked coldly, his hands striking with a force that ruptured the eardrums of Kurashiki, twisting his head 180 degrees. Yet his opponent's swordsmanship continued unabated, and their descent remained unchanged. From such a height, do you not fear becoming a mere puddle of flesh? It would take an eternity to recover, at least a couple of hours, Kurashiki remarked with a dispassionate tone, as if victory were already assured. Before you regain your human form, the sun shall turn you to ashes. Do you still refuse to concede? As a demon, one must possess the resolve of a demon. Why cling to humanity? Kurashiki's neck twisted, his expression void of emotion as he gazed downward. The ground approached rapidly. Had his 6 eyes been intact, he could have easily discerned the landscape below, but alas, he possessed but a single pair, and his vision was obscured. He could only make out Wiveson Yi's predicament. What was this yellow-haired fool doing? Wiveson Yi was manipulating his internal organs to evade the grotesque blade thrusting into him, while simultaneously expanding his muscles, descending slightly faster than Kurashiki. He was gradually distancing himself from the deadly blade. How was he controlling his muscles and bones? No, he had completely dodged the crescent sword energy of the 16th form. Even if I'm slightly slowed by my injuries, could it be? His remaining eye locked onto Wiveson Yi's, a sudden realization dawning upon him. Could this fellow also perceive the world through my eyes? Had he reached that realm? When did this occur? Was a hidden trump card or a skill learned in battle? The clarity of the world. Wiveson Yi's indifferent, godlike gaze startled Kurashiki momentarily, followed by a jolt in his hand as Wiveson Yi's right hand gently grasped the elongated blade. His descent quickened. His body gradually freed itself from the grotesque blade, which, despite its horrifying nature, was not the true source of his agony. The blade's barbs seemed to tear at him, twisting his features in excruciating pain. He and Kurashiki were pulling apart, the blade being forcibly extracted from his body, blood gushing forth as he distinctly felt the uneven surface of the blade sliding within him. A pain surpassing that of a severed limb. I am in unbearable agony, entering a state of mind devoid of self. His pain perception was dulled, yet it persisted, an unparalleled torment that eclipsed all prior suffering. Just as he teetered on the brink of collapse, he finally pulled the revolting blade from his chest. Yet his grip remained on its hilt, refusing to sever ties with Kurashiki. After enduring such torment, he would not let Kurashiki escape unscathed. In this lucid world, Wiveson Yi's thoughts raced. His memories flooded with parallels to his current plight, reminiscent of Zhang Wuji leaping from Kunlun Mountain, Xiao Yuanshan from Yanmen Pass, Duan Yu from Wuyang Mountain, Yang Guo from the Valley of No Emotions, as well as Jack and Rose, both leaping together. Wiveson Yi opened his eyes, devoid of any emotion, controlling his wrist, holding his breath, closing his eyes, his elbows bent, forming an unyielding support. One hand gently pressed against Kurashiki's chest as Wiveson Yi relaxed all his muscles. This seemingly retreating yet advancing motion, akin to a bird seeking shelter from a storm, left Kurashiki momentarily astonished. He could not fathom the purpose of Wiveson Yi's actions. However, instinctively, he understood that should they fall in such a manner, 90% of the impact would be absorbed by him alone. This is dire. In the midst of their descent, the breath of the earth accelerated, as did the moon's sword technique. Though the height was not extreme, the combined acceleration would result in a terrifying force upon impact. If he were to bear 90% of that recoil, Kurashiki doubted he would survive. Was there no sword technique to extricate them from this lethal predicament? Yet, it was too late to change tactics. Both were skilled swordsmen, rich in combat experience, each harboring numerous hidden cards. Even a fall could be turned into a display of artistry, their brief skirmish outshining the antics of any courtly ladies. Victory seemed imminent, but in the next moment, Wiveson Yi heard a commotion below, his eyes snapping open in fury. What the hell? Thud! The villagers below awakened at the sound of a heavy object plummeting into the river, witnessing a colossal splash, countless crescent-shaped droplets bursting forth in every direction. Only after the water erupted did they hear the delayed sound of something slicing through the air. No one knew what had transpired. They speculated that a meteor had fallen into the river. Amidst their conjectures, the once clear water turned murky, tinged with a pale yellow. Another splash. It seemed something monstrous was thrashing within the icy waters. Wives Han, he was enraged. How could this be a river below? Fate had played him false. Not only could he not harness the earth's power to vanquish Kurashiki, but even the Nichiren blade he had calculated to land nearby had likely been swept away by the current. Oh heavens, why do you not claim this malevolent being? What are your thoughts? Is the way of heaven still just? What more do you desire from me? On this sweltering day, my hands feel icy. He withdrew from that serene state, the absence of the clear mind diminishing his pain perception, and soon, an overwhelming agony began to ravage his nerves. The terror of pain nearly causing him to faint. The yellow-haired youth's eyes turned crimson. The unrelenting suffering did not shatter his spirit. Rather, the sequence of failures ignited a fierce determination buried deep within his soul, reminiscent of the peace-loving innocence of the 21st century. Breath of water. The breath of water, typically gentle and yielding, now bore the weight of his fury, the flames of rage igniting within him. As he invoked the breath of water, he astonishingly commenced the breath of flame as well. Not only was Kurashiki bewildered, but even the ever-mentoring Tanjiro would be left speechless at this spectacle. How could he possibly wield two breathing techniques simultaneously? Fool, do you possess only one nostril? Without the Nichiren blade, he still had his hands. I shall slay you. The flowing water evaporated into an invisible yet undeniably existent vapor, and with a piercing scream from my wife, Zenitsu, his blade, infused with overwhelming force, struck fiercely against the throat of Kyogai Ubuyashiki. The sound of the throat shattering echoed distinctly. Simultaneously, he was forced back by the grotesque blade, sustaining 2 deep wounds, exposing bone on his shoulder and chest. Amidst the splashing water, my wife, Zenitsu, darted forward like a fish, utilizing the buoyancy of the water to execute an unprecedented technique of the water-breathing style. The 6th form of water breathing, vortex. This technique is employed in unstable conditions without solid footing. By swiftly rotating his body, he generated a formidable vortex that transformed into a sharp and massive blade, slicing through everything around him. However, this technique bore little fruit. It was merely an outlet for Zenitsu's pent-up rage. Without the Nichiren blade, he could not defeat Kyogai Ubuyashiki. Moreover, the opponent was rapidly recovering. Although dawn was approaching, it would not be long before Kyogai could easily retreat into the shadows, evading Zenitsu's pursuit. Despite having discerned the trump card of Upper Moon 1, Zenitsu felt his own cards had been largely exposed, making any future attempt to slay his foe exceedingly challenging. Rarely, Zenitsu felt a pang of frustration, but it did not linger long. A wave of ecstatic joy began to wash over his face, contrasting sharply with the flustered actions of Kyogai, who, driven by a malevolent twist of fate, fled desperately towards the shore. The murky river water swirled into an even darker vortex due to the water technique, and from within that whirlpool, a brilliant stream of light cascaded forth. It was the reflection of metal. It was the light of the Nichiren blade. My wife, Zenitsu, grasped the blade that seemed to have been awaiting him all along, and the radiant colors illuminated the dawn. Dear heavens, you are magnificent! Kyogai frantically scrambled towards the bank. His swimming skills were mediocre, and it took considerable effort for him to reach solid ground. He knew there were human settlements nearby, having caught a whiff of their scent. Yet, he dared not indulge in a feast. Not only was the yellow-haired figure wielding the Nichiren blade a threat, but the sun was also nearing its ascent. Kyogai understood what he needed to do. He had to find a place to hide. Injured and disheveled, Kyogai glanced around and immediately pinpointed a direction. He must quickly find a safe place to recuperate before returning to hunt humans. My wife, Zenitsu, continued to thrash in the river. His own swimming skills were subpar. Seeing Kagai's figure at the bank made him realize he could no longer catch up, prompting a faint sigh from deep within his heart. The next moment, he let out a soft gasp. Kyogai stood there motionless, seemingly lost in thought. From an unseen angle, Kyogai beheld a figure that tugged at his heartstrings, a young warrior adorned with fiery patterns on his forehead. This ethereal figure gazed at him, devoid of hatred or pain, only exuding a gentle sadness and regret. Jealousy cleaves my essence apart. Those who have never envied others simply have not encountered one favored by the gods, nor have they crossed paths with someone as radiant as the sun. For centuries prior, he had forsaken his family, relinquished his wife and children, and abandoned the dignity of a samurai, choosing to transform into a monster to surpass his brother, Yorichi. Yet, Ultimately, he had failed. Now, he found himself pursued by a mere teenager, akin to a drowned dog, all his years of effort yielding nothing, proving nothing. Yurichi, you once said, those who exhaust their path will ultimately return to the same place. Yet I can never reach the world you inhabit, nor can I glimpse the realm you perceive. How I loathe this, how I loathe it. Yurichi's ethereal form remained still, offering only a sorrowful smile. I am truly sorry, dear brother. In the next instant, a flash of blade light swept across Kogai's neck. The head, adorned with 6 eyes, finally fell to the ground, its horrifying visage glistening, whether from river water or tears. Remained uncertain. How vexing, the tears just won't cease. Are you lingering here because you are reminded of something unpleasant? Zenitsu suddenly inquired. Could you divulge a bit of information about Kibutsuji Musen? I'm quite curious. Kagaya remained silent for a moment. You are formidable, yet you cannot defeat that master. Is there anything else? After all, we have been partners for centuries. I would not betray him. How about I burn some paper money for you during the festivals? Isn't there a setting in games where the tavern owner whispers after receiving a generous tip? Nevertheless, Kagaya remained true to his principles and offered no response. Zenitsu did not let his guard down. The resilience of Upper Moon demons was uncanny, and even with Kagaya's head severed, he was uncertain of his demise. However, witnessing Kagaya's body and head gradually disintegrate into ashes, he finally felt a sense of relief. Wait, die slowly. How about teaching me the moon breathing techniques? Kagaya's tone was somewhat peculiar. Aren't you a genius? Use your skill to comprehend it yourself. Why are you so condescending? Are you envious of my genius? Leave. The foremost Upper Moon vanished completely from existence. My wife, Zenitsu, sat by the riverbank. As the first rays of sunlight illuminated the mountains, an overwhelming fatigue enveloped him entirely. How wonderful, he mused. Unable to withstand the exhaustion, he collapsed into the river, swept away to a more distant place. Time elapsed, and he was eventually rescued by a beautiful figure. Chapter 119. You are the new masked swordsman. My wife, Zenitsu, was washed ashore by the river. Fishermen casting their nets nearby initially mistook him for a corpse and reported it to the police. In these times, discovering floating corpses in the river was not uncommon. However, soon the fishermen realized something was amiss. This young man's body was peculiar, tightly gripping a sword, and his pale face bore a faint, enigmatic smile. They soon noticed that the youth, seemingly stabbed to death, had dark blood slowly seeping from the mangled flesh of his chest, which soon turned a vivid red. This bizarre phenomenon was beyond their comprehension. Chills ran down their spines as they deemed it unnatural, and the police dared not intervene, leaving the body by the riverside. As 10 days passed without any signs of decay, the fishermen were too frightened to fish in that area. Days later, during twilight, as the autumn sun lingered, a group of police officers summoned a cadre of priests and monks to perform rites for the deceased. The monks recited their chants, while the priests, upon encountering the strange corpse, were filled with dread, deliberating on how to handle the situation. Suddenly, someone pointed towards the nearby woods and shouted, "What is that wild boar doing out here? Good heavens, it walks on 2 legs. It's a boar demon. It's a boar demon. Nonsense. I wager my grandfather's name that it's a katakuri." The katakuri is a creature from Japanese folklore, said to suddenly dash between a person's legs while they walk, causing that person to either die from having their soul extracted or become a fool. The one-eared pig demon, standing at the forefront, charged towards them, loudly exclaiming, "A familiar scent. It has been so long. I have arrived. Let's charge forward." Suddenly, someone shouted, however, the legend states that if one can promptly cross their legs and stand, they might evade disaster. The faces of all present changed dramatically. They recalled the legend and swiftly crossed their legs in unison. "Hurry, hurry, cross your legs." Yet, one questioned, "Are you sure this stance won't twist my ankle?" The old priest turned abruptly, only to find a standing pig head racing towards them, and he marveled at the sight. Thinking that once he performed the necessary rites for this corpse, he could wield that legendary sword to slay this apocalyptic pig demon, thus gaining some glory for himself. Suddenly, he felt a hand on his shoulder. "What are you all playing at? Is this some sort of cosplay of Onmyuji or JoJo, having so much fun without me?" The voice belonged to a youth he had never heard before. When he turned back, his pores tightened in shock, and his eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. For the corpse, which had supposedly not decayed for over 10 days, was smiling directly at him. When Juaping Iju dashed before Wozazini, the police and the priests had already fled. After 2 years, he still donned the same attire, wearing a wild boar's mask, draped in deer fur, with his upper body bare. "Who goes there?" he exclaimed. "It's me. It's me. Hey, yellow hair, do you remember me? I am Zhuaping Yizhu. We promised to fight again, and I found you after a long search. Oh, you smell terrible." After nearly 2 years apart, Yizhu's voice had deepened, now resonating with a masculine timbre, reminiscent of Matsumoto Jun. He squatted before Wozuzini, sniffing, then shook his head. "This isn't your scent. What have you gotten into? It reeks." Wozuzini reflected for a moment. He seemed to recall such a pig, who had left a striking impression on him. "Zhuaping Yizhu? You claim to be the benevolent and carefree Zhuaping Yizhu, the one who stands by me through thick and thin? That is indeed your name." Yizhu blushed. "Blushing? Nonsense. You foul man." Though his face was hidden, the gray wild boar mask revealed a clear blush, leaving him perplexed. Before he could respond, Wozuzini mocked. "Oh? You assert you are who you claim? If you're my friend, tell me, what is my name?" Yizhu blurted out, "Isnt it yellow hair? Is that incorrect?" Yes, that is indeed the name." Wozuzini took a breath, channeling the deepest of his sun-breathing techniques to expel the toxins within him. Feeling as weak as a shut-in who hadn't seen sunlight for 3 days. "Yizhu, what is it? Let us fight, yellow hair. We agreed on that last time. I've already paid the deposit. Could you remove your mask?" Wozuzini smiled. "Please don't take offense. I just want to confirm you are indeed the Yizhu I know. What if someone else dons a wild boar mask to deceive me?" "Bah, you covet my face. You hypocrite." Zhuaping Yizhu nonchalantly removed his mask. "Goodness, you've grown more handsome," Wozuzini mused. "Undoubtedly, you are a beauty, and without question, a man." Yizhu had sensed Wozuzini's aura and sought him out. This boy, raised by wild boars in the mountains, was simple-hearted, lacking the cunning of city dwellers, making him easily led astray by Wozuzini's words. "I am gravely injured. Isn't it unfair to force a duel? Of course. I must wait until I am healed. It is only fair to challenge an opponent at their peak performance, you know? That is common sense. This wound will take at least half a year to heal, but if I have sufficient food, a comfortable bed, and a clean hot spring, I believe I shall recover swiftly." Yizhu foolishly went to prepare food for him. Conveniently, there was a wild hot spring nearby. While a soft bed was out of the question, Wozuzini filled himself with food, enjoyed a relaxing soak in the spring, and lay atop a thick layer of leaves, sleeping soundly for several days. He extended his hand to Yizhu. "I'm better now, come." Due to recent battles depleting his mental acuity. We might borrow from the segment of Zhengui here. Readers with surplus brain cells can easily imagine thousands of words. No problem. Omitted. The next day, a bruised Zhuaping Yizhu squatted in a corner, holding his sword, questioning his existence. "Am I truly so weak? Do I genuinely possess such frailty? I feel like a mere child. I charge forth, yet I am utterly weak." Wozuzini, while performing the act of swallowing an orange whole, cast a sidelong glance at him, suddenly noticing a pressing question. "Yizhu, where did you acquire that sword? How do you possess a Nicaran blade?" "Nicaran blade? What is that?" The pig-headed boy proudly brandished his sword. "Not long ago, a fellow claiming to be from the Demon Slayer Corps came to my dwelling. He seemed formidable, so I challenged him to a contest of strength. And then?" In truth, Wozuzini had already anticipated the ensuing tale, silently mourning for that unfortunate demon slayer. Yizhu, being a combative spirit, akin to a Kaza, had seized the Nicaran blade from his opponent during their contest, learning of the final selection for the Demon Slayer Corps. "We witnessed that demon being purified by the sun together. I recall the Hashira had invited you, so are you preparing to participate in that final selection?" Wozuzini pondered for a moment. Yizhu's fighting style resembled that of a beast. When he attacked, his center of gravity lowered, reminiscent of the legendary encounter between Ip Man and Tyson, giving opponents the sensation of battling a wild creature. Moreover, this lad possessed remarkable flexibility, sharp perception, and high resistance to poison, even forging his own path in developing a breathing technique truly suited for joining the Demon Slayer Corps. Yet among the 9 Hashira, who could possibly teach him? Was it the missed Hashira, Takadum Wichuru? 2 beautiful youths? Never mind that. You must be curious about how I became so powerful after 2 years apart, right? Oh, Yizhu, don't think of hiding it. I know you are dying to know. Yizhu appeared to perk up. Without his mask, his unadorned face was revealed, displaying an expression of curiosity akin to that of a young girl. Indeed, you were not this strong before. You were even weaker than I. Never mind. Given his striking visage, I shall overlook it. Would you like to know? Fine. I shall tell you. I have grown stronger because I joined the Demon Slayer Corps. Your potential surpasses mine. You will undoubtedly become more formidable than I. Iju's eyes sparkled with excitement. Is that true? Is that true? Of course. The heavens are calling, the earth is calling, humanity is calling, beckoning you to vanquish the malevolent demons. Listen, Iju, you are the noble swordsman, the masked warrior, the stronger, a champion who conceals their beauty from the world. The handsome youth appeared somewhat displeased. I can't shake the feeling that you have some reservations about my face. No, I have no objections. Just look at this face, rosy and fair, clean and tidy. Isn't it rather delightful? Inosuke brightened up again. This fellow is easier to appease than Kanroji. Zenitsu, my beloved, did not wish to see that beautiful face marred by such a foolish grin. He adjusted Inosuke's boar mask with a serious expression. One day, I shall retreat from the limelight with the one I cherish, washing my hands of this world, while you shall ascend to the rank of Hashira. Such is fate. Inosuke, to translate, not long from now, my wives and I will be living a blissful life of leisure, while you shall toil within the Demon Slayer Corps for a decade or two. Do not inquire further. The answer lies within the grand design of the foolish author. He patted Inosuke's shoulder, proclaiming, in the near future, you shall be the guardian of our Lord's smile. You ask whom I will protect? Naturally, it is my wives. I suspect I may have more than 3 wives. Allow me to clarify a slight misunderstanding from the previous chapter. It was the protagonist who severed Kibutsuji Musen's head, not the spirit of Tsujikoni Yurichi. Spirits cannot engage in combat, nor can they make a sound. I wish to remind everyone to enjoy their singlehood. Below is a recommendation for the esteemed readers. See you in Yawong, with the following synopsis. Apple pie. A top-notch courier of the Penguin Logistics. A true gentleman must understand black tea. Jonathan Joestar is the breath of the wind. Yasuo, the swift blade master. Boss, why is there dog food in your meal? Hachiman Hikigaya. Within an ordinary-looking shop filled with patrons from various realms, the proprietor appears to be an unassuming young man. Chapter 120. A heartbroken donkey in the world. In the evening, Kochu Shinobu stood atop a hill outside the town, carrying a box. Her haori danced in the autumn breeze, her hair fluttering, revealing a somewhat haggard appearance. The face accustomed to smiling bore no expression. A peculiar young corpse, a reanimated body, and a color-changing blade. Indeed, he had been swept here by the current. According to custom, he should have been recuperating in this city, waiting for Tanjiro to find him by Zora. Yet, Tanjiro had clearly stated that the blonde was not here. Why had he chosen to leave? Shinobu furrowed her brow. The intelligence she had gathered regarding the so-called upright walking one-eared pig was baffling. Did this world genuinely harbor such creatures? Zenitsu's actions perplexed her. He must be evading something, Upper Moon One? Or perhaps he was fleeing from himself, scared of being questioned about why he had become a demon? Shinobu was uncertain, utterly baffled. Yet she knew she must locate Zenitsu. A small sparrow landed on her shoulder. Was in that direction, but that led to Tokyo. What was he planning? Zenitsu wished for nothing but to travel comfortably. The autumn sun set early, casting the ground in a hue of barren yellow earth. In this season, few traveled the wilderness, and had it not been for a cart, he would have surely spent the night in the desolate outskirts before continuing his journey. Having a cart was indeed advantageous. Although it was a coal-laden flatbed, it was still more comfortable than traversing on foot. He lay atop it, counting the number of cold chunks around him. After one round, he flipped over and recounted. The donkey pulling the cart occasionally brayed, appearing at ease and content, just as he was. However, it was somewhat dull. When one is alone, they can only entertain themselves. 90 minutes had passed. 90 minutes without a soul. Achievement unlocked. Unyielding grip. Engaging with animals. Achievement unlocked. Slaughter farm. No cleaning products, including toilet paper. Eco-warrior. If Inosuke were with him, he could use his QTE skills to interrupt the opponent's attack and retaliate. Alas, Inosuke was not playing along. Playing alone was truly tedious. Do not stray from the path. If you do, I shall turn you into donkey meat. He waved a steel file threateningly. Did you just suggest we should retreat? Yes, indeed. I am indeed executing a strategic withdrawal, but it would be wise to tread carefully. I fear losing my memory. This jest arises from the author's fondness for Amaya. Among all the characters in Arknights, Amaya is my favorite. Donkeys are indeed fascinating creatures. Seemingly slow, but surprisingly quick on their feet. Zenitsu did not need a whip to spur it on. It walked with vigor. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Zenitsu's carefree demeanor shifted to one of caution. Just as Shinobu had surmised, he was indeed evading something. Not Shinobu, but rather Upper Moon demons. More precisely, he was evading Kibutsuji Musen. Half a month prior, he had entered the city to gather information, intending to recuperate there, only to unwittingly discover that followers of the Eternal Paradise sect were tracking him. His first reaction had been, Kaneo is not dead, although somewhat unexpected. It was indeed possible that Kaneo had survived. If Kaneo lived, then information about him would undoubtedly reach Kibutsuji Muzan. From physical characteristics to the nature of his Nichiren blade, Muzan would instantly recall the boy he had pursued last winter, the one he believed could not possibly have survived. Yet, he had not only survived, but had also acquired the traits of a demon. Kibutsuji Muzan would come looking for him once more. Zenitsu wished to avoid being found. Thus he could only hide. He could not return to the Demon Slayer Corps or to Tachiyama. Tachiyama. He gazed skyward. Kibutsuji Muzan might dispatch demons to Tachiyama to gather information. He wondered how his master was faring. Life in Tachiyama was so carefree, if he felt inclined. He could even chase his master and senior away, declaring his intent to play, acting the part of an arrogant musician. However, returning to Tachiyama was not an option. Fortunately, he had already sent a letter to his master. As long as the old man was not as stubborn as a mule, he would know what to do. His greater concern lay with his friends in the Demon Slayer Corps who were searching for him. Particularly, he worried for Shinobu. He hoped she would not encounter an upper moon demon, let alone Kibutsuji Muzan. As the sun completely set, Zenitsu rose, kindling a fire in the woods by the roadside. Over the flames, a worn iron pot simmered, gradually plumping the dried meat within, its aroma drawing the donkey's attention. Adult donkeys typically graze on grass, but autumn had withered the grass into dry yellow stalks, which the donkey found unpalatable, braying in displeasure. Can't you eat dirt? This meat is for you. With a pang of sympathy, he tore half of the cooked meat and tossed it to the donkey as a treat. Then he retrieved another piece from his pocket, tossing it into the pot. Inosuke's cooking is a mystery. He uses no seasoning, yet it tastes delightful. Zenitsu was relishing his meal when suddenly, he heard a foreboding caw from a crow. The autumn night sky was denser and gloomier than that of summer, and the crow's call was equally ominous. He turned to look, only to feel a twinge of disappointment upon realizing that the crows were not the ones used by the Demon Slayer Corps for communication. His mood inevitably darkened. To be hunted was indeed an unpleasant experience. Last winter, he could distinctly sense the presence of Guewu Yuzin, but this time the target of his pursuit was shrouded in uncertainty. The location was ambiguous, and the danger could materialize at any moment. Akin to a venomous serpent lurking in the shadows, poised to strike at the slightest lapse in his vigilance. The perpetual anxiety was profoundly unsettling, especially during the night. Although he had replenished his rest during the day and his body was not fatigued, it was not physical or mental exhaustion that weighed him down, but rather a weariness of the will, as he hesitated which direction to take next. He heightened his auditory senses amidst the cacophony of sounds emanating from all around. The noises from the direction of Tokyo were scarce and unnaturally quiet. Perhaps Guewu Yuzin was waiting for him along the road leading to the metropolis. Perhaps he could venture westward. If that proved unviable, he could retreat to Kansai. He had yet to explore places like Kyoto, Osaka, or Nara. He could sample the local delicacies there and conduct research on the differences between the customs of Kansai and the development of Kanto. As he recalled, the establishments around the Kumo River were rather authentic, weren't they? How did they compare to Yoshiwara? After a hearty meal, he prepared for slumber. The vast night had enveloped the earth. A crescent moon, resembling the delicate arch of an eyebrow, hung in the distant treetops, and the occasional night breeze carried the fragrance of osmanthus trees. Although the weather was somewhat chilly, lacking the refreshing coolness of summer nights, the beauty of the night was undeniable. Wife Zenitsu found himself unable to sleep, his thoughts wandering to various matters. Yet curiously, the predominant focus was on girls. Unable to shake off these thoughts, he turned over and sat up to sing. The melody was not of this era's folk songs, but rather a tune often hummed by a squint-eyed vendor selling udon near Asakusa Temple. A song with an unremarkable name, but one that resonated with the mundanity of life, titled Shao Wanshi Mion. He made slight alterations to the lyrics. Look at these shoulders, so short and slender, he thought, finding it rather vulgar and feeling a twinge of embarrassment. His gaze inadvertently fell upon a beautifully patterned pot illuminated by the moonlight, inspiring him to revise the lyrics. Look at this pot, so thick and long with spiral patterns. No need for Mr. Jiao, this one is grand. He sang with glee, repeating it thrice, enough to rouse even the donkey nearby, which began to kick its hooves restlessly. Was in need of relief? Was this donkey, too, following the trends of the times, a cultured creature that refrained from relieving itself indiscriminately? Zenitsu chuckled, glancing at the pot. This pot seems rather nice. I wonder if it leaks. I could use it as a night pot for my donkey, and perhaps relieve some of its burdens. The contents of the pot could no longer contain themselves, and a cold voice inquired, "Do you still drink donkey urine?" Zenitsu replied, "Not exactly, but it does wonders for the skin." Skin maintenance? How does one achieve that? With a glimmer of his Nichiren blade, Zenitsu responded, "You fill the pot with a few pounds of urine, add a few pounds of Kibutsuji Musen's internal organs and eyeballs, and toss in some flesh afflicted by the curse of Kibutsuji. Let ferment for a few days, and it's good to go." The atmosphere suddenly grew heavy. From the pot's opening, an odd, snow-white entity emerged. He had encountered numerous demons, from the progenitors to the upper moons, yet none were as absurd as this one, devoid of any human semblance. The hand demon from Fujikaisen was far more handsome than this pot demon. A bloated, fluid mass writhed, its yellow eyes fixated on Zenitsu, and its ghastly green lips split into an exaggerated grin. Was this the fifth upper moon? While the fifth upper moon, Yuzuki, was not prominently featured in the Demon Slayer core intelligence, it did not imply a lack of capability. In fact, its notoriety spread across Kanto and Shikoku's coastal areas. Yuzuki was a cruel and conceited demon, viewing the creation of pots as an art form and priding himself as an artist, holding an unwavering confidence in his creations. How could he not be enraged upon hearing Zenitsu intended to use his pot as a night vessel, especially for a donkey? His fury rendered him speechless. The esteemed figure had cautioned them to exercise utmost caution while tracking this blonde boy and to relay any sightings immediately. Yet Yuzuki, consumed by anger, disregarded this counsel. Had Kibutsuji directly informed them that the first upper moon had perished at Zenitsu's hands, perhaps Yuzuki might have exercised restraint. However, the disdainful master worried that his subordinates might become timid, and thus he refrained from disclosing this information, leading to dire consequences. Yuzuki narrowly escaped being cleaved in two, caught off guard as a flash of light illuminated the scene, and his head tumbled to the ground. Zenitsu sheathed his blade, raising his brow at the frantically fleeing pot. Astonished, was the pot the true form? Was this a demon or mere creature? He refrained from pursuit, allowing the donkey to roam free as he swiftly retreated towards Tokyo, sensing that Guewei Yuzen was rapidly approaching. Chapter 121. He was becoming increasingly brazen. In the western part of Tokyo lies a place called Setagaya, where traces of the Mansei Kigokyo cult were once pursued. In the early 20th century, Setagaya was not yet the most comfortable residential area in Tokyo. Many parts remained undeveloped and could even be deemed backward. The population of this district hovered around 100,000, making it the least populated among Tokyo's 35 wards. Economically, the primary heavy industry here was ironworking and quarrying. Upon his return to this place, Zenitsu was most struck by the thriving handicraft industry. At noon, under the warm autumn sun, it was easy to succumb to laziness. Zenitsu temporarily settled here. Since descending from Momoyama, his life had often been one of turmoil. It was precisely for this reason that he felt immense gratitude towards the town's chief who had once sheltered him. That had been his stroke of luck. Yet now, he hoped not to encounter someone like the chief, for this time, lives could truly be at stake. Should things deteriorate to the worst-case scenario, countless lives would be lost. He needed to mask his own presence with the sense of many humans, which necessitated the grim preparation for the possibility that all these people could be slaughtered by Guewei Yuzen. Though he believed that Guewei Yuzen likely lacked the audacity for such actions, perhaps in ancient times, Guewei Yu could annihilate cities and nations at will. But in this era of humanitarianism, he could only remain hidden while plotting. Zenitsu was acutely aware that to Guewei Yu, he represented the most delectable of dishes, and he feared that should Guewei Yu remain deprived for too long, madness might ensue. The consequences of unleashing an ancient creature that had lived for a millennium were unfathomable. Zenitsu sat in front of a small shop that crafted masks, lost in thought, holding a fox mask in his hands. The shopkeeper's little girl, with round, sparkling eyes, asked, "What would you like to buy?" Zenitsu felt a tad awkward, explaining that he simply adored such masks. A charming girl had once gifted him one, yet he had inadvertently misplaced it. The innocent girl, perceiving the weariness etched on his face, noted that his features were more defined and mature than those of the nearby boys, causing her rosy cheeks to deepen in color. "Indeed, the face is quite an important thing," she mused. "Oh, I see. Then let me teach you how to make a mask. It's quite simple, and I know many styles. However, I have yet to learn how to craft the face, as I need my father to teach me that. Craft the face. What do you mean by that? The art of mask making is primarily linked to drama. In China, it is associated with xieshi, while in Japan, it pertains to no. The masks crafted during this era are referred to as nomen, meticulously carved from cypress wood following ancient techniques. Once the carving is complete, they are adorned with colors. A process known as delian. Observe this mask with mud eyes, representing Qiaoji, and this one, alongside Shi Datong Zi Junquan and Ruo Fa Shi. As a young girl recited the names of these masks with familiarity, my wife, Zenitsu, was drenched in sweat, muttering, I merely wish to learn how to create a fox mask. This girl was not only unpretentious, but also generous. She patted her chest, which bore no weight. I can teach you. This remark reminded Zenitsu of Kanroji Mitsuri. What had she said back then? Want to eat Sakura Machi? I can teach you how to make it. Reflecting on that moment filled Zenitsu with nostalgia. He found a residence near this small mask shop, immersing himself in the craft of mask making while revisiting his former trade as a blacksmith. The roaring charcoal fire transformed iron into shape within the forge, which billowed white smoke and resonated with rhythmic clanging, the occasional sizzling sound more melodious than firecrackers during the new year. His last experience of blacksmithing was in Tokyo, where he tempered his Nichiren blade in the furnace, simultaneously hammering out the impurities in his heart, resolutely affirming his path. Back then, he was merely a novice. Now, Zenitsu had matured. His blacksmithing was devoid of frivolous thoughts, focused solely on mastering the techniques of the Hinakami and Hano breathing styles. After forging, he transitioned to mask making, learning to carve faces from the resilient wood, beginning with those of familiar and cherished individuals, particularly the vivid visages of Kochu, Shinobu, and Kanroji Mitsuri. Kanroji's features were not as deeply etched in his memory as her hair and physique. Before long, Zenitsu had a whimsical idea. He ventured beyond traditional masks, crafting figures reminiscent of cute figurines, his unique artisanal creations becoming quite popular among the local children. Observing the throng of children clamoring for his wooden sculptures, Zenitsu mused that perhaps a future master of figurines would emerge from among them. The surrounding artisans did not instruct him, yet his innate ability to learn surreptitiously allowed him to excel rapidly, becoming the most skilled craftsman on this street, widely recognized as the finest sculptor in the blacksmithing community. On a winter's day, he sculpted an exquisite wooden figure of a woman clad in a kimono. Unlike his previously adorable creations, this figure embodied an enchanting, ancient beauty with a beguiling smile. Yet, mysteriously, the woman's eyes appeared cold from every angle. When asked about her identity, Zenitsu cheerfully claimed she was a courtesan from the Yoshiwara district, even engraving the name Kibutsuji Musen upon the base. The progenitor of demons was still relentlessly searching for him, narrowing the search area as he seemed to have concluded that Zenitsu resided in Tokyo. The vast expanse of Tokyo made it challenging for Kibutsuji Musen, who likely dispatched numerous minions across more than 30 districts. Yet they instinctively excluded Setagaya. No one would suspect Zenitsu would dwell here, for it was the stronghold of the Upper Moon II, Doma, where the cult of eternal bliss remained active as long as Doma lived. Zenitsu resided beneath Doma's very nose. On a night during the winter solstice, a flamboyant young man donned in a Pai-Lu hat strolled past, unfazed by the cold, wielding a fan. One wondered if he had escaped from a mental institution. Amidst the astonished gazes of passers-by, Doma halted in the alley, catching a whiff of a tantalizing scent of lamb wafting from the secluded passage. What kind of meat is this? It smells divine, Doma mused, a smile gracing his lips. Certain it was not human flesh. He sensed no other presence in the alley and proceeded forward. The transparent world concealed all traces of Zenitsu's scent. Shortly thereafter, a bizarre jug bounced through the frigid air, Doma comparing it derisively to one he had crafted himself. The Upper Moon 5, Gyako, remained oblivious to any anomaly. Time passed, and a hunchbacked elder with twin horns limped by, chuckling softly at the Tengu mask hanging nearby, casually snatching it. The Upper Moon 4, Han Tengu, also failed to notice anything amiss. In the alley, Zenitsu remained hidden, enveloped by the transparent world, his pot of lamb stew long cold. Yet he refrained from picking up his chopsticks. He sat motionless, as if lifeless, his gaze seemingly extinguished. A graceful figure stood silently on a nearby rooftop. Kibutsuji Musen surveyed the scene, overwhelmed by the throngs of human sense below, finding it exceedingly difficult to discern Zenitsu's essence among the masses. Zenitsu struggled to remain hidden, while Kabutsuji Musen faced similar challenges. For reasons unknown, he had taken to appearing increasingly feminine, his allure growing with every passing moment. His fingers delicately brushed his hair, moving with a tenderness reminiscent of caressing a lover. Had Zenitsu witnessed this spectacle, he would have grasped Musen's psyche. This ancient being, having lived for millennia, was incapable of loving anyone, be it a man or a woman. Musen's true affection lay solely with himself, this narcissist's eyes wide open. The crimson hue of his irises becoming more pronounced in the night, exuding an entrancing allure. He inhaled deeply, pursuing Zenitsu's scent, envisioning the perfection he would attain by consuming the golden-haired boy, reveling in the fantasy that it would grant him the freedom to bask in the sunlight. This thought flushed his face with excitement, akin to a demon savoring the scent of the rare blood of Tamayo, as he became entranced by his own imaginings. Akaza knelt beside him, cradling a warm corpse. Kabutsuji Musen lifted the body, bowing his head to begin his feast. The sound of crunching bones echoed eerily, and in no time, the body vanished without a trace. The more human flesh he consumed, the more he understood its unpalatable nature. I hear that boy is actually a Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps. Quite impressive, isn't it? It has only been a short while since he defeated Kokushibo. A melodious voice interrupted. To become a Hashira indicates he is not entirely transformed into a demon. At the very least, he can walk in the sunlight. Akaza, how do you suppose he achieved that? Startled, Akaza lowered his head, replying, I do not know, my lord. You truly are useless, Kabutsuji Musen remarked, tossing his hair aside. The strands taut. Akaza felt cracks form on his legs, forced to endure the agony in silence, not daring to utter a sound. When a master redirects his ire toward a subordinate, it is wise to remain silent. Following the demise of the first upper moon, the boss's temperament grew increasingly irritable. Even the most obstinate of them all, Tongmo, subdued his once carefree demeanor. The remaining 4 upper moons seemed like tightly wound springs, tirelessly searching for my wife, Zenitsu. As for the 2 remaining lower moons, the less said, the better. They were utterly useless. The one known as Rue, the 5th lower moon, was favored by the boss and was spared from any tasks, merely playing house in the Spider Mountain. At times, Awazawa found himself envious of the 5th lower moon. Kabutsuji Musen and Awazawa departed, yet Zenitsu remained seated in silence. It was not until dawn that he finally relaxed, letting out a significant breath of relief. He thought to himself that he might enjoy a few days of peace, for Kabutsuji Musen had already surveyed this place and would not return soon. After all, he was no dormitory supervisor. Then, as the first snow of the year began to fall, a little girl from next door, who crafted masks, rushed over. Aksitali, shoukazing a dalikatapot. Look, I found something wonderful. As the sun dipped below the horizon, a fog began to envelop the winter twilight. If one were to ascend the tall buildings, they could still see the remnants of sunlight within the western sea of clouds. A breathtaking spectacle akin to a prism of colors. While winter was chilly, it was undeniably beautiful. Zenitsu yearned for this world to be just as lovely and hoped that the exquisite pot in the girl's hands was indeed a normal one, rather than a vessel for some malevolent force that claimed lives without reason. However, that pot was anything but ordinary. The 5th upper moon, the jade pot, concealed within it a malevolent spirit, a presence so powerful that it resonated with a cacophony of resentment and anguish, souls cruelly slain and imprisoned within the vessel. Zenitsu inhaled deeply, for he had never encountered such a thick, cloying scent of blood. Even Kabutsuji Musen was unlikely to match the 5th upper moon's thirst for destruction. While Musen might slay humans for amusement, the 5th upper moon seemed to revel in the slaughter of animals, the overwhelming stench reminiscent of decades-old seaweed wine. Upon seeing the pot, Zenitsu's first instinct was to throw it away. He hurled the seemingly proud little girl out of the window. Out you go. The pot emitted a question mark filled with a fishy odor. Zenitsu scoffed. What? Do you think I would execute a hostage? Even if you captured an adorable little girl to threaten me. What then? My cold-bloodedness surpasses yours. The jade pot fell silent. As the evening deepened, darkness enveloped the... Zenitsu stood amidst the shadows, feeling the chill creep into his bones, his heart sinking, for he knew it would not be long before Kabutsuji Musen arrived. Just then, the jade pot spoke. You truly misunderstand me. I am not the sort to use hostages as leverage. That little demon kept praising my pot's beauty and insisted it must be worth a fortune. so I was reluctantly taken along. Zenitsu was taken aback. Who would have thought you were a Sunder Demon? What I am is inconsequential. What matters is that I have found you, the Jade Pot replied cheerfully. Cautiously concealing its true form, the Jade Pot immediately notified Kibutsuji Musen in the depths of its consciousness, feeling it had accomplished something monumental. Emerging from the pot, its face, vaguely retaining human features, broke into an innocent smile akin to that of a child. It gazed at Zenitsu, and many tiny hands sprouted from either side of its head, clapping in delight. You are doomed. You are doomed. I discovered you first. I heard that Korizumi Yurichi has perished. Oh, let me shed a tear for that pitiful soul. Surely my rank will rise. Although I cannot surpass Lord Tomo, competing for the third upper moon should be within reach. The Jade Pot playfully stuck out its tiny tongue, which emerged from its left eye. Zenitsu finally comprehended the grotesqueness of the Jade Pot's visage. At first glance, it appeared to possess human features. Yet its left eye served as its mouth, while its mouth was where its right eye should be, and the position of its left eye resided at its... In other words, its nostrils faced directly westward. This raised a question. If the Jade Pot's eyes corresponded to a human's brow and mouth, and its mouth to a human's left eye, what then could be likened to a human's right eye, resembling a mouth? Perhaps it was still a mouth. For no one decrees that men cannot possess two mouths. The Jade Pot was elated, spinning and twirling at the pot's opening, whistling a joyful tune before suddenly composing itself. Before you are devoured by that esteemed individual, may I converse with you? Zenitsu abandoned his examination of the pot's bizarre face and relaxedly seated himself beside the table. We may converse. It has been a while since I spoke with a demon. It would be refreshing to hear tales of your daily lives as upper moons. What is there to discuss? In truth, I wish to invite you to view my masterpiece. A pool of foul blood gushed forth from the pot, followed by 5 corpses of varying sizes. These bodies were intertwined, seemingly connected by threads that linked their joints. Tajda, this is my new creation, aptly named a happy family of 5. Indeed, they were a very happy family. Zenitsu smiled, yet his eyes betrayed no emotion. I can see that this family was indeed happy. They were smiling when they met their demise. Yes, precisely. This work extravagantly utilized 5 individuals, a lavish display. I never anticipated such profound emotion would arise upon completion. The Jade Pot suddenly noticed the boy's tightly clenched fists and cackled. You seem quite moved. Share your thoughts, for before that esteemed individual arrives, we can critique 5 pots. This is art. The Jade Pot's voice resembled that of a long-abandoned object, steeped in decay, reminiscent of a cloth soaked in seawater. Foul, rotten, and putrid. Zenitsu gradually placed the Nichiren blade upon the table. Little creature, are you attempting to provoke me? The inept fool who fled before me now dares to dance. The Jade Pot's amusement evaporated. Its voice quivered slightly, a mix of nerves and excitement. It realized that the first upper moon, Korizumi Yurichi, had perished at the hands of this very boy. Thus, it too could easily meet a similar fate. Yet, it harbored no fear. For its unwavering and almost pathological loyalty to Kibutsuji, Musen fueled its eagerness to challenge this formidable demon slayer. The last encounter had been one of carelessness. This time, with caution, success was assured. Even if it could not slay the opponent, inflicting harm would surely earn praise from Lord Musen, who had been growing ever more beautiful as of late. The Jade Pot signaled a challenge to Zenitsu. What do you plan to do with this happy family of 5? I am preparing to craft a tombstone for them, while also composing a memorial for the 5. He sighs. As this sigh resonates, the vessel containing the corpses and tainted blood shatters violently. Yet, it is evident that this is not the true form of the jade vessel. Another pot emerges on the balcony of the room, and the jade vessel bellows in fury. How dare you defile my vessel? You wretched monkey, devoid of any aesthetic appreciation. It seems you are incapable of rendering judgment upon my artistry. In its grotesque little hands, it clutches a diminutive pot with the opening facing downwards. Blood demon technique. 1,000 needles. Fish slaughter. Numerous goldfish spill forth. Goldfish? What are they expelling? The goldfish emit sharp needles, imbued with a toxin that can paralyze the opponent's nerves. My wife, Zenitsu, remains unaware of this, yet his instinct for battle guides his actions. Water breathing. 7th form. Ripple thrust. Swift strike. This is the quickest thrust technique among the water swordsmanship. Tomioka Ju once practiced this move with Zenitsu, requiring exceptional speed. The Nichiren blade angles slightly, the tip tilting, piercing along a curve, akin to ripples forming on the water surface. There was no need to utilize the 11th form of water breathing for defense. For as long as the demon Muzan-Kibutsuji was still some distance away, there was no urgency to retreat or to remain constrained. With the main antagonist still far off, Zenitsu had no qualms about vanquishing another upper moon. In a flash of vibrant colors, the large vessel exploded. The principle behind this blood demon technique is bewildering. As from a pot no taller than a chair, a giant octopus the size of a house is summoned, completely disregarding the geometries of space. Zenitsu is thoroughly disgusted. Although he has lived in this maritime nation of Japan all his life and has encountered creatures like octopuses, this massive, Eiffel octopus before him is repugnant. More art. More octopus tentacles. Surely you must be the child of Bluebeard and Ayakashi Ryusuke. What nonsensical ramblings are you uttering? If that is the case, do not blame me for employing a narrative kill. Zenitsu adjusts his breathing techniques, a rebellious strand of hair jutting from his forehead. As the light of the Nichiren blade transforms from a spectrum of colors to a dazzling gold. Let us go. Curry stick. For the sake of the Fuyuki Bridge and the dining table of Camelot, this octopus has been modified, soft yet resilient. Perhaps it possesses high culinary value. But it is incredibly tough, and a regular Nichiren blade would struggle to sever it. However, Zenitsu's blade is anything but ordinary. The jade vessel observes the strike. This blow arrives with astonishing swiftness, evoking a sensation akin to lightning. Under the intimidation of the sword's intent, the jade vessel is caught off guard and fails to manipulate the giant octopus, while it is still in a daze at the sight of the blade's light. The octopus is already cleaved into two perfectly even halves. The speed of a Nichiren blade is unparalleled. It is only now that the jade vessel comprehends the caliber of adversaries it faces in Upper Moon 1 and Upper Moon 2. It swiftly shifts the vessel, akin to a spatial teleportation, narrowly avoiding that blinding flash. It cannot evade the encroaching thunder. Its entire being is seized by the electric sword intent, causing it to convulse, its two mouths involuntarily expelling tongues, its eyes rolling back. The last glimmer of twilight filters in from outside, casting an uncertain yellow hue across the small room. Suddenly, a flash of lightning. A long gash appears on the jade vessel's seemingly ghostly form, although its vessel remains unscathed. It is no longer willing to confront this youthful demon slayer head-on. It is utterly bewildering. The strength defies reason. Never before has it encountered such a formidable demon slayer. No wonder every time Lord Doma is mentioned, there is a shadow of gloom upon his smile. Even someone as optimistic as Lord Doma must find such an enemy vexing. The jade vessel regains its composure. Do not panic. This is not a significant issue. 10 small hands extend from the back of its head, each cradling a pot adorned with fish patterns, employing its most expansive blood demon technique. Blood demon technique. 10,000 slippery fish. Zenitsu's face pales. First, there are the tentacles brimming with eyes and suckers, and now a myriad of fish. Does this creature know of his mild fear of clusters? Is this a targeted assault? How many pockmarks does Upper Moon 6 possess? How many eyes does Upper Moon 1 bear? Are they not all dead? He resolves to slay this despicable creature. Contemplating 1,000 fish, what difference does it make to a person afflicted with claustrophobia? 1,000 sharp-toothed slippery fish could devour an opponent's flesh and bones. And upon being severed, these slippery fish would splatter toxic bodily fluids, with the poison capable of permeating the opponent's skin and entering their system. Zenitsu is overwhelmed with disgust. Confronted with such a scenario, no sword technique would suffice. He ascends into the air, emanating an aura that leaves the jade vessel dumbfounded. You're also a demon, huh? Blood demon technique. Eagle roll. It is said that in the art of killing, the eagle roll can effortlessly navigate through a hail of bullets without harm. And when transformed into a blood demon technique, its potency is magnified, capable of extracting hearts and lungs while easily traversing through barges. The art of glancing off bullets would surely astonish the simple folk. I have practiced this too, oh no. I accidentally let slip my rural accent. The windows of the house shatter. Immediately, Zenitsu switches to flame breathing, 9th form, purgatory, erupting like an explosion of flames, producing a thunderous roar as it surges towards the jade vessel, shattering a wall, yet losing trace of the demon. Ironically, directly opposite is a household that crafts and sells pots. Zenitsu is not well acquainted with this family, but acknowledges them as acquaintances. Momentarily, he worries for their safety, glancing around and spotting numerous pots stacked in a corner. Is the jade vessel hidden among them? Zenitsu squints, suddenly sweeping his blade through the air. The Nichiren blade halting at the neck of an elderly man cowering behind the counter, who trembles even more at the cold edge. Don't kill me. I know nothing. I'm so unfortunate, please spare my life. I truly have committed no wrongdoing. From any perspective, this is a pitiful old man confronted by an unexpected turn of events. However, Zenitsu's Nichiren blade draws even closer. His gaze is exceptionally peculiar. You genuinely know nothing? Igriagajis. The old man wails, hands covering his face large. Murky tears soaking his tattered clothing. Zenitsu does not believe him. He shouts, quit the nonsense. Hand over the money. The old man, mistaking Zenitsu for a robber, cries even harder, his body shaking. I truly have nothing left, nothing to eat, not even a drop. I have no money, believe me, I never lie. Such an honest old gentleman. Have you seen a vessel that just leaped in? The old man, indeed honest, nods. I saw it. Then where is it? The old man's truthful response astonishes Zenitsu. It's hiding behind the door. Hiss, how can you be so certain? Because I know the jade vessel, he replies. Oh, how charming. Old man, your speech pattern is quite endearing. From behind the door, the jade vessel erupts in a furious tirade. What the hell are you saying? Damn it, you dog. May your entire family perish. What have I done to you, you spineless old fool? Heavens, what a spectacle. This is not merely a matter of being somewhat impressive. It is utterly extraordinary. The upper moon for Hantengu embodies a spirit of self-sacrifice and righteous indignation, willing to strike down allies in a display of unparalleled bravery. Indeed, each upper moon demon is a remarkable individual. My wife, Zenitsu, holds him in high regard. In chapter 123, are you allowed to merely call upon helpers? This old man is a demon, and he is indeed an upper moon demon. Although it is unclear why there are no markings of upper moon or numbers in his eyes, the aura he exudes, far stronger than that of an ordinary demon, cannot be mistaken. Without a doubt, he is an upper moon demon. However, this particular upper moon demon is quite intriguing. His timid demeanor is not a facade, and the tears that flow from his fear are genuine. He is, indeed, a cowardly upper moon demon. Two horns gradually sprout from his aged head. Zenitsu, swift as lightning, reaches out and touches those horns, proclaiming loudly, Old man, you are Mr. Horn, aren't you? Throughout history, how many maidens' chastity have you harmed? Today, I shall demand your life. The elderly upper moon trembles all over. He emits a painful groan, akin to an elderly person collapsing before a speeding vehicle. My horns. With a forceful tug, Zenitsu yanks the horns from Hantengu's head, not only removing the demon's horns, but also tearing away the few sparse strands of hair atop Hantengu's head, seemingly obliterating his dignity, causing his cries to escalate. Zenitsu recognizes him and calls out his name. Ah, it's Wu Ku. Who is that? Hantengu mutters with tear-filled eyes, reaching to touch his scalp. His hands, reminiscent of dried chicken feet, stiffening as he incredulously asks, Am I losing my hair? But? Not quite, don't cry. Those hairs are actually connected to your horns. They can be reattached. Just bring your hands here, and I will put them back for you. Ah, thank you. You're welcome. Zenitsu clenches his fists, holding the two demon horns tightly. With a sudden exertion, he forcefully reinserts the horns back into Hantengu's head. However, due to the angle, they do not fit as perfectly as before, causing Hantengu to wail in pain. That hurts. Be gentle. You're off. You're off. Then let us do it again. He swiftly yanks the horns out again, drawing forth a pool of blood. This decisive action causes Hantengu to suffer even more, as he covers his eyes and cries out in agony. I didn't ask you to pull them out. Why are you such a fool? Being called a fool brings shame to Zenitsu. I'm so sorry, I apologize. He sheepishly reinserts the horns once more. This time, Hantengu does not scream. His eyes redden, and the bulge on his forehead also flushes. He is ready to kill. In his fury, Zenitsu decapitates him, but the slow-moving speed makes it hard to associate him with an upper moon demon. After his head is severed, a new body grows beneath the original head, which sprouts a new head of its own. A split? One grows a head, while the other develops a body. The resulting two demons each possess unique appearances and characteristics, transforming into youthful figures in their 20s or 30s. One dons the attire of a wandering monk, wielding a staff, while the other is clad as a warrior, brandishing a spear. The demon with the staff is named Jinu, who, despite his monk-like appearance, lacks any understanding of Buddhist teachings. His temperament is volatile and impatient, pointing the staff at Zenitsu and unleashing a strike. Electricity? Quite extraordinary. This enraged demon can channel electricity through his staff. Zenitsu inhales deeply, activating his thunder breathing, and draws his Nichiren blade. Third form, Thunderclap. A multitude of electric sparks neutralizes the attack, as Zenitsu sidesteps to avoid the thrust of the spear from the other demon, whose brow is furrowed, wearing a melancholic expression as if the apocalypse is imminent. This is AI Ju, the embodiment of Hantengu's sorrow, holding a cross-patterned spear, gazing at Zenitsu with a soft sigh. How tragic this little fellow is. What? Are you pretending to be baming Yushimi? Zenitsu has yet to finish his retort when Ji-Nu bellows. Why are you crying? What is there to be sad about? I only feel boundless rage. I must obliterate this cowardly little brat. Stop boasting. You're not the only demon who can wield electricity. I can too. Zenitsu extends his left hand, electric sparks crackling at his fingertips. Blood demon art, kite strike. He swiftly darts past Hantengu. This strike could directly seize Upper Moon One's heart. How could Upper Moon 4 evade or defend against it, especially being merely a mere clone? Yet the strike fails to grasp anything. Zenitsu's arm plunges deep into Ji-Nu's chest, his expression peculiar, as if he were fishing for food at a hot pot and finding nothing. He cannot help but exclaim, "Damn, when was your body hollowed out?" The answer comes in the form of an electrified staff. Zenitsu is jolted, his limbs trembling, yet his eyes remain indifferent. Transcendence. Regaining control over his right hand affected by the current, every muscle, every nerve falls under his command, devoid of thought. He slightly sways, first repelling AI Ju and Ji-Nu's blood demon arts, then gliding away, seemingly preparing to flee. Quick pursue. Don't let that brat escape. Although Ji-Nu embodies rage, he cannot help but feel a sense of triumph, thinking that it is indeed better for him to take action. After all, it proves far more effective. Once the task is accomplished, he will surely be rewarded by Muzan. While lost in his thoughts, a gust of wind rushes toward him, and Ji-Nu's heart sinks. He gazes ahead, realizing that the seemingly fleeing blonde has dashed right in front of him. Ji-Nu is not a warrior. His reflexes lag, and only as Zenitsu closes in does he think to extend his staff. As the saying goes, a long whip cannot reach far. Even if his staff is not shorter than a whip, it offers no space for him to wield it. He can only defend. In an instant, the long staff is raised before his chest. Then he sees Zenitsu lift his sword, opening his mouth. The thunderous voice resonates in his ears, leaving his mind ringing, dazed, and immobilized. Ji-Nu feels trepidation, sensing he may not withstand the blow. Zenitsu bellows, his Nichiren blade slicing through with unwavering momentum, sheathing the blade, passing by Ji-Nu without pause. Ji-Nu stands there, frozen, hands gripping his staff. AI Ju, sensing something amiss, gazes at Ji-Nu as tears slowly well up in his eyes. How tragic. Your rage is so lamentable. Suddenly, a faint sound arises, and a red line appears around Ji-Nu's neck, followed by his head being sent soaring into the air, while simultaneously, the staff shatters into 2 pieces, revealing the astonishing speed of Zenitsu's strike. AI Ju can no longer lament. He realizes that merely 2 clones cannot inflict harm upon Zenitsu. However, that is of no concern, as Ji-Nu will give rise to 2 more clones, and if he is also severed, there will be 4 clones in total. Joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness, combined with you who should be sufficient to retain this youth. He gazes mournfully at Zenitsu, lowering his spear, his expression devoid of excess emotion. AI Ju appears as if he is willingly offering himself for slaughter. What truly shamed him was the fact that my wife, Shan E, completely disregarded him, passing by with unflinching resolve, not even casting a glance in his direction. This was undoubtedly the greatest humiliation for Ban Tiango's clones. In truth, Shan E did not intend to humiliate anyone. He merely recognized a fundamental truth, that the Upper Moon 4 was rather unique. Without destroying the true form of the opponent, one could not genuinely eliminate him. Rather than waste energy on Ban Tiango, it would be more prudent to attend to the artist. Yoo-hoo. All right, come and meet your demise, shall we? I cannot afford to indulge you in this childish game with the pot. He spoke dismissively of the craftsmanship, asserting that the pot lacked the ability to change size or shape, was devoid of softness, and could neither provide refreshing powder nor warmth to facilitate a man's release. You who trembled with rage, do you think my pot is merely for decoration? You fool, it contains numerous little fish. Alas, a fellow practitioner. You who fumed, do not underestimate me, little brat. No, it's not underestimation. I mean to say that all upper moons below 1 are worthless, whether it be Tomioka or you. You're all trash. Are you angry? The tone of his arrogance was irksome, little brat. Do you truly comprehend the essence of life after merely a decade or so of existence? What if I say, what if a divine invitation popped out of that pot right now? Honestly, you are devoid of any respectable qualities. Your demeanor and words are utterly repulsive. Silence. You uncouth pauper cannot grasp my essence or aesthetic. You are nothing more than a stinking monkey who will never understand, no matter how much I emphasize it. Please, do be quiet, short-limbed dwarf. Did you just refer me as short-limbed? Ah, I see. You were merely talking to yourself. My apologies. If it's inconvenient, you need not emerge from the pot. You who, evidently enraged, fell silent for a moment before breaking into laughter. What a pathetic provocation. Shawnee focused on the exquisite pot beneath him. You must know that I too am a craftsman, having dabbled in blacksmithing and part-time as a geisha. Not just as a geisha, but in a professional capacity. Now, I am learning carving and pot making. From a professional perspective, your pot is rather unimpressive. This statement struck home. The beast could not contain his fury, his grotesque face contorting. Your eyes must be rotting. I will surely kill you. I vow upon my pot that I will make you suffer beyond death. You who emerged from the pot, having shed his skin within, now resembling a sea king, not the one from One Piece, nor the central air conditioning, but akin to the deep sea king from One Punch Man. His lower half resembled that of a serpent, covered in shimmering scales. His body twisted fluidly, appearing soft, yet after a single strike from Shawnee, he silently retreated. Realizing the hardness of those scales exceeded his expectations, you began to pose provocatively. Are you afraid? Are you astonished? Have you lost your words upon witnessing my splendid transformation? No, I merely pondered whether you're human, demon, or some fish creature. Your current form complicates my judgment, though it pairs well with your pot, both lacking a merit. You who sneered deeply. He would not allow this insolent yellow-haired boy to escape unscathed without suffering for his words. Blood demon technique. Fish scales. This was Yuhu's ultimate blood demon technique. With remarkable speed, he leaped repeatedly, using his smooth scales to obscure his movement, launching an assault on his opponent. The effect bore similarity to Shinobu's ultimate move. The momentum surged, fierce and relentless. Behind him, the four clones of Bantango lurked menacingly, yet Shawnee advanced rather than retreated, employing the breath of wind to force Yuhu from his technique. The latter cried out, "If I call your name, will you dare to respond?" This was no jest, nor a playful taunt. The artist Yuhu, a true obsessive, grasped a delicate pot, directing at my wife, Shawnee, his eyes gleaming. Demon Slayer's yellow-haired brat. Dare you approach? This pot was extraordinary, not merely held, but rather grown from his hand, the base seamlessly integrated with his body, resembling a small protrusion from his palm. I suddenly contemplated, from an evolutionary standpoint, that perhaps in the years to come, male hands might gradually evolve to grow similar protrusions, thickening and softening, with a hole in the center, potentially resolving numerous societal issues. In a swift motion, Shawnee appeared to be caught off guard, submerged in the pot's water, inverted within a gargantuan vessel, immobilized. Ah, to suffocate and die can be deemed elegant and beautiful, quite splendid indeed. Your blade, submerged within the current. How much power can it retain? Not to mention, it cannot sever my pot. Yuhu laughed heartily, reveling in Shawnee's predicament, relishing his struggle and pain, without breath. You cannot utilize your breathing techniques. Without those, demon slayers are utterly useless. Your agony only excites me further. Yuhu twisted his body gleefully. If I cannot personally execute this youth, I shall be incensed. However, if you dare to send that pot flying and disrupt Lord Muzin's affairs, no one will save you. Kyogai, the embodiment of joy among emotions, was bare-chested, wielding a blood demon technique capable of summoning a powerful wind with his fan, effortlessly tossing opponents far away. Meanwhile, the flying demon above was a manifestation of joy. Kongshi, the embodiment of Bantiango's elation, sporting wings and a lower body resembling that of a bird, capable of flight and unleashing destructive sound waves from its mouth. As he circled in the air, boredom set in. What is this? I expected a fight. Suddenly, a meteor hammer appeared before Kongshi. By the time he comprehended the situation, a terrifying sound erupted from the sky, obliterating him into a cloud of blood. The meteor hammer, as though calculated in its trajectory, unrelentingly struck Kalei's head. By the heavens! Boom! The two newly emerged clones of Bantiango were swiftly dispatched. A voice, steady and as solid as rock, rendered Upper Moon 4 and Upper Moon 5 burdened with an overwhelming weight. Evil demon extermination. Amiba. The one chanting was a monk, the strongest monk. This monk showed no mercy, wielding prayer beads as weapons, and in battle against the upper moons. He employed meteor hammers and broad axes, the long iron chains clanking as the meteor hammer descended from above, obliterating the most troublesome of the two demon clones into two clouds of blood mist. Such was the essence of merciless slaughter. Kale and Kongshi were utterly unprepared to react, meeting their demise without delay. The time required for them to reconstitute themselves would undoubtedly be considerable, yet the monk who had broken through the wall offered them no respite. With a resounding crash, a towering figure breached the sturdy wall, creating a gaping hole. Clad in the uniform of the Ghost Killing Corps and draped in a brown kasaya, inscribed with the words Namo Amitba, he emanated an undeniable aura as debris and dust scattered away from him. Yenju, the Hashira of the Ghost Killing Corps, wept with fury and despair, obstructing the path of accumulated rage and sorrow. Though blind and unable to see, he could sense the monk's attire was that of a priest. His tears flowed more freely. He could not bear the sight of a flesh-eating demon masquerading as a monk. This was blasphemy against the Buddha and defilement of the clergy, deserving of salvation. Yenju ignited with genuine fury. The overwhelming pressure that descended upon them alerted Han Tian-go to the impending peril. Jinyu raised his staff, unleashing a bolt of lightning in an attempt to incapacitate Yenju for a fleeting moment. Flee! This formidable monk was undoubtedly a Hashira of the Ghost Killing Corps, and a particularly powerful one at that. Lacking confidence to confront such an individual, the timid Han Tian-go chose to escape. After discharging the lightning, Jinyu and Jue hastily prepared to flee, entirely indifferent to the fate of Yuhu. Yet escape was futile. A gust of wind began to swirl, converging toward Yenju's steady hands. The fourth form of the Breath of Stone. With a mighty flourish, he unleashed his technique. This time, there were no obscuring mosaics. Flowing rock speed assault. The meteor hammer was swung by Yenju with remarkable speed, rotating counterclockwise as it gathered air from all directions. The intense wind pressure suppressing Jinyu and Jue, while drawing them closer to the swinging weapon. They resembled two pitiful mice inching toward a meat grinder, knowing that a mere brush from that terrifying meteor hammer would reduce them to pulp. Rage. I am filled with rage. How can this monk be so powerful? Sorrow. I am engulfed in sorrow. I knew this would be the outcome. The two avatars did not turn to mush. Yenju hurled his broad axe, and with a slight twist, he shattered the two avatars into fragments. Upon their demise, Yenju sensed their true essence and abruptly turned his gaze toward a corner where a diminutive, grotesque shape lingered. Though he could not see, he knew something lurked there. That was Han Tian-go's true form, Tao. The second upper moon is the ice demon, the third upper moon is the battle demon, and the fourth upper moon is the splitting demon. In a state of division, Han Tian-go assumes a minuscule form, manipulating four immortal avatars to fight, while his true self merely evades and hides, easily defeating opponents in a war of attrition. Even if the four avatars are beheaded, they do not vanish entirely. Unless severely wounded, they can swiftly recover, even from beheadings by the Nicaran blade. However, faced with a monk like Yenju, who shows no mercy and readily obliterates foes, the four avatars cannot recover quickly. Regardless, they must wait a while. Thus, the true form of Tao now finds itself in an extremely precarious situation. This diminutive entity, no larger than a rat, scurried frantically in search of a hole to burrow into, devoid of any semblance of dignity befitting an upper moon demon. As long as he could evade that brutal monk, as long as he could survive, he would do anything, disregarding the honor and poise of an upper moon demon. Yenju hurled the meteor hammer once more. Its speed was astonishing. It obliterated all obstacles, reaching the true form of Han Tian-go. The rat-sized demon was stricken with terror. In an instant, boundless fury ignited in his tiny eyes. A colossal demon, towering over 3 meters, erupted from the ground, its dual horns rising high as it shielded Yenju's lethal strike. This demon, birthed from Han Tian-go, roared like thunder. Do you not feel pity for me? He placed the rat-sized form upon his chest, standing tall to confront the Hashira of the Ghost Killing Corps. You must not bully the weak. His tongue bore the character for hatred, the demon of hatred. In a moment of dire peril, the emotion of hatred surged within Han Tian-go, leading to the emergence of a fifth avatar, immense and fearsome, imbued with tremendous strength. This is not an act of bullying the weak. It is a pursuit of righteousness. A fervent voice accompanied by a fiery fighting spirit surged forth in a robust figure. Having appeared above the demon of hatred was none other than Rengoku Kaijiro, wearing a joyful smile. With a single step, the massive demon of hatred emitted a wretched wail. The meteor hammer seized by the demon of hatred was set in motion once more. Yenju seemed to teleport, his solid and heavy form unexpectedly agile and swift. As he released the broad axe, striking fiercely at the heart of the demon of hatred, entirely unperturbed by the approaching adversary. The attack was a punch. The wall shattered as the fist struck. A flash of peach red illuminated the scene. A short-haired demon of a unique style materialized, his feet surrounded by a 12-pointed snowflake formation. Technique activated. The fighting spirit here is so intense. How many enemies are there? How many foes must exist to excite my needle so? The third upper moon, Akaza, charged toward Yenju with enthusiasm, executing the destruction-killing air technique. Yet, meeting his punch was the Nichiren blade. I could be your opponent, Upper Moon 3. Rengoku Kaijiro shouted with indignation, his golden hair flowing like flames. The blade in his hand glowed crimson under the influence of the breath of flame, as if it were about to unleash terrifying flames. The second form, flame rising to the heavens. The arcing flames dispelled Akaza's 6 punches, skillfully severing his right arm in the process. Kaijiro's Nichiren blade did not relent. The red hue intensified. His figure, akin to flames, blazed forth. In a flash of fire, he arrived before Yuhu, the fifth form, Flame Tiger. The fighting spirit transformed into a tiger, delivering a massive cut that left distinct scorch marks on Yuhu's diamond hard scales. The opening of the pot containing Waching's sand, also singed and blackened. Yuhu panicked. He shouted, "Stay back. If you come any closer, the boy inside will surely perish. Are you all willing to kill hostage? Ghost Killing Corps, do not approach." You, golden-haired fool. Rengoku Kaijiro appeared undeterred. The breath of flame was overwhelming, effectively countering Yuhu's blood demon art, offering no chance to breathe as he landed several blows, sending Upper Moon 5 flying. Unable to withstand the onslaught, he could only flee. It was abundantly clear that the tide had turned against him. Yu glanced at Han Tiango, who was on the verge of being brutally beaten to death by the violent monk, shuddering in fear for the first time toward the Ghost Killing Corps. This must be the Flame Hashira, and that monk is undoubtedly a Hashira too, perhaps the Stone Hashira. Yet, he had previously slain Hashira of the Ghost Killing Corps without hesitation. How could the Hashira of this generation be so formidable? He resolved to strategically retreat with Waching's San-E. As long as he completed the task for Muzan, there was nothing to fear. Once Muzan intervened, who could stand against him? Yuhu would not concern himself with Han Tiango's fate. He hoisted the large pot and prepared to escape. Just then, as if resurrected from drowning, Waching's San-E suddenly opened his eyes. The Data Keto had asked me why my lungs had not perished. I longed to convey to him that sometimes one can breathe without the necessity of the nose, trachea, or lungs. It is quite a natural phenomenon to inhale through the pores. In martial arts novels, there exists a rather cunning thief capable of such feats. How can one breathe without a nose? Is it truly foolish to think that without a blade, one cannot inflict harm? The resplendent hues swept across the neck of Yuhu. My wife, Zenitsu, emerged from the water, stifling yawn. Just as he intended to exchange words with Rengoku Kyujiro, he abruptly sealed his lips. He turned sharply. Not only he, but the expressions of Kyujiro and Kanroji Mitsuri also grew gravely serious. The battered figure of the hate demon and the armless Akaza knelt on one knee at the end of the long street, bowing in submission. The trio gazed towards the street's terminus. Amidst the heavy darkness of the night, an ethereal beauty approached with a graceful gait. Chapter 125. She said no. Then there is no way bang. The hate demon, half kneeling on the ground, slowly split apart. That was the result of a strike from the Stone Hashira's axe. It was weighty, profound, akin to a masterful stroke that penetrated the paper. Initially, nothing seemed amiss, but as time elapsed, the hate demon's body gradually cleaved in two, allowing one to surmise the terrifying prowess of the Stone Hashira, Kanroji Mitsuri. The hate demon trembled, yearning to let out a piercing wail, yet not daring to produce a sound. With a crack, his formidable form was forcibly divided into two, crashing heavily to the ground. Regrettably, the body of Hantengu did not perish. It concealed itself within the heart of the hate demon, narrowly evading the axe of the Stone Hashira. Hantengu's timid essence finally unveiled itself, trembling upon the ground like a mouse. It is hard to fathom how a being that is transformed from human to demon could shrink to such a minuscule size, its eyes reflecting the markings of the upper moon 4. What a dismal appearance for one of the 12 Kizuki. Under different circumstances, Rengoku, Kidru, and Kanroji Mitsuri would undoubtedly be taken aback. But with Muzan Kabutsuji present, who would pay heed to an upper moon? Muzan Kabutsuji likely felt a tinge of embarrassment for his subordinate. His crimson eyes dimmed slightly, and a fragrant blood mist escaped his lips, cascading upon Akaza and Hantengu. Akaza, having just lost an arm, found a fragrant mist encircling him, staunching his bleeding, and in the next moment, it regrew. Conversely, Hantengu bore the brunt of the damage, with 5 of his manifestations slain, causing his mouse-sized form to quiver in the night breeze, which suddenly calmed him, allowing the 4 embodiments of emotions to reappear around him. However, Yuhu was not so fortunate. His head and body were cleaved by the Nichiren blade, his grotesque head falling into a pool of green blood, while his body twitched sporadically like a grotesque fish severely tainted by nuclear contamination. All felt the vitality emanating from the scent of blood. And Yuhu once again sensed a miraculous power, one that he had experienced upon transforming into a demon. He firmly believed that with this power bestowed upon him, he would not perish. Even if his head were severed by the Nichiren blade, he would not die. Yuhu's head bowed in reverence, filled with awe and loyalty. Yuhu, Muzan Kabutsuji, strolled over, and with his approach, the 3 Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps felt as though the entire heavens shifted with him, the ominous skies threatening to plunge into utter darkness. Zenitsu's face tightened. The Stone Hashira and Flame Hashira also braced themselves, their cells emitting cries of despair and fear, unable to fathom or confront the reality. Rengoku Kiru was somewhat better off, having faced this once before, while the Stone Hashira had never imagined such a day would come. His sightless eyes heightened his senses, and he felt the encroaching blackness of the sky, an imminent threat. Muzan approached Yuhu, allowing the deformed head to kiss his foot. And sighed, "Yuhu, you are a proud individual. Therefore, once the outcome is determined, do not be a poor loser." Yuhu cried out in panic, But I still wish to serve you, Muzan-sama. I am still capable. I just captured that blonde boy. I am competent. Grant me another chance. A subordinate as loyal as you is indeed a rarity. Is that not so? Then, strive to grow your own head back. What nonsense is this? How is that even possible? Even an upper moon demon would perish if decapitated by the Nichiren blade. Yuhu, filled with confusion and doubt, met his end. Muzan Kabutsuji lifted his gaze, locking eyes with Zenitsu. Long time no see. You still look as lovely as ever. Zenitsu, being an honest person, spoke freely. To be fair, Muzan's feminine form was indeed alluring, and even though he knew the essence of Muzan was that of a monster, he couldn't help but marvel. And you seem to be maturing more and more. Have you concentrated a millennium's worth of charm into this form? Akaza and Hantengu shivered. Who dared to broach such a topic? Both upper moons silently gave a thumbs up in their hearts. Akaza discreetly glanced at the blonde boy, thinking, brother, you truly possess great courage. Are you perhaps the legendary Hashira of courage? Muzan smiled charmingly, seemingly unfazed. In my eyes, you have matured considerably. Another year has passed. And indeed, Zenitsu appeared much more mature. His expression bore a hint of frivolity, as if he were a young boy, freshly enamored, teasing an older sister. Yet in truth, Zenitsu's gaze was icy, for he clearly understood that Muzan's notion of maturity did not pertain to character development, but rather implied that the fruits had ripened. The grains were ready, and the meal was prepared for consumption. Muzan's eyes seemed filled with passion, gazing at Zenitsu with a fervent intensity of predatory hunger. The reflection of the golden-haired youth intensified. He sighed softly. I am quite astonished that you have not perished. I am equally surprised that you have not transformed into a true demon. Could you enlighten me on how you achieve this? Muzan glanced at Rengoku Kyujuru and Kanroji Mitsuri, a smile dancing on his lips. Last winter, I bestowed my blood upon this boy, believing he would perish under the sun. Yet he not only survived, but underwent unforeseen transformations. His words dripped with malice. Did he not share this with you? Indeed, he can no longer be considered human. Revealing this secret would surely arouse your human suspicion and wariness. Am I correct? The Stone Hashira remained silent, tears streaming down his face. Meanwhile, Rengoku Kyujuru shook his head. Muzan Kabutsuji, have you misunderstood something? To assess whether one is human or demon, it is never about the blood that flows within them, but whether they consume humanity. Is this how all of you in the Demon Slayer Corps perceive it? A smile graced Kyujiru's round face, except for the wind Hashira. Everyone thinks this way. The reputation of Buzigawa Shimi has been called into question. Goemai Yuzusen remained silent for a considerable time before slowly speaking. You are rather intriguing. Indeed, humanity possesses a certain charm. His voice transitioned from the elegant, composed timbre of a woman to that of a man. His masculine tone was rather ordinary, slightly resonant. Yet the three Hashira present felt as though a pungent, bloody scent had invaded their ears. A woman's visage now emitted a man's voice. So, Zenitsu-kun, I have sought you for so long merely to pose one question. You may choose to answer or refrain from doing so. Have you ever loved? Very well, ask away. Goemai Yuzusen closed his eyes, seemingly pondering something. After a moment, he opened them again, his tone laden with an indescribable complexity, inquiring, Are you truly unafraid of sunlight? Zenitsu fell into silence for a while. Eventually, he sighed, If you can persist in witnessing the sunrise each day, you too would not fear the sunlight. This was undoubtedly an admission. Goemai Yuzusen was exhilarated. How could he not be? A demon unafraid of sunlight had finally emerged. There was now no need to search for the elusive Aoi Higanbana. The wait had been interminable. For this goal, he had waited a millennium. Continually creating brethren, he never wished to increase, selecting the 12 Kazuki partly to secure quality subordinates, and partly to discover if a demon could exist who could conquer the sun. His excitement was palpable to the extent that maintaining his feminine form became challenging, as something seemed to writhe beneath his beautiful skin, as though countless worms were burrowing beneath. His inability to walk under the sun was his greatest humiliation, shame, rage. He yearned for a flawless body that would not fear the sun, and among the prescriptions left by the pharmacist he had slain a millennium ago, there existed a remedy known as Aoi Higanbana. However, he was entirely unaware of where this flower grew or how to cultivate it. After a millennium of searching, he would finally no longer need to wait aimlessly. He could hardly contain his imagination of strolling under the warm sunlight. Immortal, perfect, he envisioned himself, and his gaze upon Zenitsu grew ever more fervent. For 1,000 years, the multitude of demons he had created was not in search of companions per se, but merely a means to discover a way to overcome the sun. And now, you have finally accomplished this. I commend you. I reward you. He opened his arms to Zenitsu. Come, let us merge into one, indistinguishable from each other. This is the highest accolade I bestow upon you. Why would you refuse? It was uncertain whether it was the residual will of Goemai Yuzusen's blood or the inviting gesture that stirred a fleeting impulse in Zenitsu to leap into his embrace. Calm yourself. Zenitsu remained composed. He is a man. Kanroji Mitsuri scratched his head. Are you suggesting that Zenitsu should offer himself to you as a meal? Are you jesting? Why would I jest? I have previously stated the purpose behind the creation of these demons over the millennium. If I consume him, if I no longer fear the sun, there would be no need for me to create demons, and I could simply abstain from all actions against you Demon Slayer Corps. Goemai Yuzusen cast a subtle glance at Akaza and Han Tengu. He had intended to express that, to demonstrate his sincerity, he would not mind disbanding the 12 Kazuki and eliminating all upper moons. Goemai Yuzusen chuckled darkly. From that moment forth, there will be no more demons harming humans, and you Demon Slayer Corps will no longer dance on the precipice of death. In a world devoid of demons, why do you refuse? Such nonsensical logic was articulated with striking coherence. He then turned his attention back to Zenitsu. Zenitsu-kun, what do you think? Sacrificing one for a world free of demons. How does that sound? Or do you refuse to make the sacrifice? Zenitsu remained silent. It was a woman who spoke next. A petite figure, seemingly like a butterfly, stood beside Zenitsu, a gentle smile gracing her lips. I refuse. She gazed at Zenitsu, her expression a blend of amusement and mockery. What did you just say about love? There is nothing. Chapter 126. The 9 Hashira of Demon Slaying. Kochu Shinobu encountered Goemai Yuzusen for the first time. She recognized this enchanting figure. Since last winter, the information regarding Goemai Yuzusen had been updated by the Tsuguko. It was speculated that not only could he transform into a woman, but he could also mimic the appearance of others. Yet, Goemai Yuzusen was undeniably a man. Upon her first sight of him, she was certain of this. As a woman herself, she could discern the subtle details often overlooked. Losing to Kanroji Mitsuri was bearable. Losing to Shinobu Kocho was also tolerable. Even losing to the likes of Kaneo Tsuyuri was something she could endure. However, Kochu Shinobu absolutely could not accept being defeated by a man. Her gaze towards Guemai Yuzusen was laced with profound murderous intent. Doma deserves death. Guemai Yuzusen deserves it even more. Little girl, do you wish to kill me? Ask them. Who does not wish to slay me? Indeed, countless individuals have sought to end my life over the millennia. The Tsuguko even established a rather peculiar demon slayer corps, yet they have all failed. His pale fingers brushed through his hair. Guemai Yuzusen resumed his antics, albeit unconsciously. The combination of this alluring woman's attire with the mature timbre of a man's voice rendered the scene somewhat absurd, while simultaneously evoking a chilling sense of dread. In truth, I am well aware that you have long desired to slay me, more than any upper moon, for I am the source of all demons. To kill me would be the very purpose of Tsuguko and the Demon Slayer Corps. As his voice echoed, the sky began to snow. The pristine snowflakes fell upon Guemai Yuzusen's opulent kimono, inexplicably staining it crimson. His voice seemed to resonate with a terrifying aura that compelled all to flee. But can you truly kill me? Guemai Yuzusen spread his hands, locking eyes with Zenitsu. Tonight, I shall become perfect, devoid of any flaw. Once I have slain you all, I will quietly revel in the long-awaited beauty of the morning sun alongside you, Zenitsu-kun. His words were spoken with a tender, yet nauseating tone. Zenitsu felt the hairs on his body stand on end. The together he referred to did not imply two individuals sitting side by side, awaiting the sunrise. Rather, Guemai Yuzusen seemed intent on devouring him whole. Despite having prepared himself mentally for this, the sound of that masculine voice still made him feel a touch queasy. Brother, could you not return to your original voice? After uttering this statement, Guemai Yuzusen turned his gaze towards Kochu Shinobu. He took a perverse delight in anticipating a look of panic, terror, or anger upon her face. Yet he was astonished to find Kochu Shinobu remarkably composed, her tranquility bordering on unsettling. Her calmness piqued Guemai Yuzusen's wariness. In an instant, 3 beams of light, 2 in front and 1 behind, sprinted towards Guemai Yuzusen. The first was mist. No, more accurately, it was the rosy hues of dawn and dusk. The 7th form of the breath of the dawn, Oboro. The radiant mist swirled chaotically, obscuring Guemai Yuzusen's line of sight as the frail, young figure vanished within the fog, moving with such speed that even Yuzusen could not react in time. The delicate arch of her brows furrowed slightly. Ka no kokyu? Ka no haskira. Immediately thereafter, Muzan tilted his head slightly, noticing the enemy behind him. The Demon Slayer Corps uniform was adorned with haori of differing patterns on either side, worn by a composed and stoic young man with black hair, his half-closed eyes seemingly indifferent to everything. However, the overwhelming force of the perfected water breathing surged like a vast ocean, as if this youth wielded not a sword, but a raging torrent capable of cleaving through all. Water Pillar. Akaza and Hantengoku's expressions changed drastically. Muzan-sama, be cautious. They quickly rose, and Hantengoku's 4 doppelgangers prepared to shield Muzan, only to suddenly feel a chill at their legs. Looking down, they noticed a snake had appeared, unbeknownst to them. A small black figure with a head resembling black seaweed perched casually atop a wall, glancing at Zenitsu, and let out a soft hum. If you truly wish to save the world from demons and willingly allowed yourself to be devoured, I would admire you for eternity, and then mock you endlessly before Kanroji. Snake Pillar? At the instant the Snake Pillar made his entrance, a light green Nicaran blade with serrated edges surged silently from the radiance. The wind blade, though silent, unleashed a tempestuous roar at the moment of impact. Wind breathing. 5th form. Cold autumn. Mountain wind. Muzan silently lifted his gaze towards the colossal wind blade descending from above, attempting to grasp it, only to suddenly notice a meteor hammer seemingly descending from the heavens. Simultaneously, amidst the swirling mist, a pale blue Nicaran blade shimmered with white light, stealthily piercing towards Muzan's back. Wind Pillar? Rock Pillar? Have all you Hashira gathered? Akaza was struck by a surge of fiery energy, crashing through the wall. This combat demon was ignited with ferocity and ambition, his eyes ablaze with the spirit of Rengoku, leaving no room for others. Very well. You are quite impressive. I shall surely kill you. The Flame Pillar engaged in battle with Upper Moon 3. Meanwhile, the Snake Pillar and Hantengoku's 4 doppelgangers remained locked in a stalemate. The Snake Pillar wielded the snake breathing, a branch distinct from the heavy water breathing, infused with the cunning of serpents, his swordsmanship easily exploiting any weakness, regardless of the opponent's weapon. Although Hanten Goku's four doppelgangers were fundamentally the same entity, they had split into different personalities and emotions, resulting in a woeful lack of synergy. Failing to suppress the snake pillar, Shinobu wished to join the fray. Zenitsu abruptly grasped her hand, pointing behind Rengoku, where two massive ice lotus flowers, resembling young maidens, materialized from thin air, exhaling clouds of white poisonous mist. Blood demon art, cold and fierce, white princess. Rengoku turned to block, retreating to stand beside Zenitsu and Shinobu, gazing with uncertainty at this sudden arrival. Is this a new upper moon? Zenitsu gasped. Upper moon too? A mere trifle. Oh dear, why was I not notified of such a lively battle? You rascals. Ah, you're here too, Blondie. I heard you killed Lord Kokoshibo. Doma's expression immediately morphed into one of deep sorrow and rage. Lord Kokoshibo was such a wonderful person, although he was often cold. His inner self must have been burning with passion. How could you lay a hand on him? Zenitsu corrected him. Kokoshibo's inner self isn't as fiery as you claim. I've tested it numerous times. Doma, huh? Zenitsu smiled. I'm quite curious about your inner self, Doma. Is it truly as empty as it appears? I shall find out. A flash of lightning. The two enormous ice lotus flowers shattered into powder from a strike. Zenitsu refrained from joining the assault on Muzan, knowing that those few had undoubtedly practiced countless times over the past year, especially the primary attackers, the wind, flame, rock, and water pillars, whose synergy would be disrupted by his involvement. The Nichiren blade trembled violently. Countless melodic notes arose from the blade's edge, converging at a single point. If he could not reach the pinnacle, he at least aimed to break through the oppressive icy barrier and firmly suppress Doma, the second upper moon. Thus, he chose to restrain Doma, the weakest, to prevent him from causing chaos, perhaps seizing the opportunity to eliminate this demon filth first. The battlefield divided into four fronts. One was the flame pillar against Upper Moon 3, another was the snake pillar facing Upper Moon 4, and the third was the wind and insect pillars restraining Upper Moon 2. The most crucial battlefield, however, was the combined assault of the wind, flame, rock, and water against Muzan, the four pillars unleashing ferocious attacks that rendered Muzan unable to maintain his relaxed feminine form. The luxurious kimono was riddled with countless small tears. His hands hidden within his sleeves were bruised and battered, particularly the tentacles he often used for murder and bloodshed, now shattered beyond repair. His crimson eyes turned completely bloodshot. A ferocious howl erupted from his lips. A thick, viscous stream of blood surged from the three upper moons, converging into Muzan's mouth, healing his injuries in an instant and bolstering his power to unprecedented heights. An endless tide of crimson engulfed the four pillars. The sounds of wind and the glow of the dawn merged. The roar of water echoed as if a great river surged forth. Above this river, amidst the wind, and beneath the dawn's light, the mournful specter of Yu stood, brandishing a colossal meteor hammer, descending like a shooting star. A slender hand effortlessly blocked the rock pillar's meteor hammer. Muzan trembled. The buildings behind him shattered from the impact's residual force, yet he himself suffered no harm. However, he felt little pride or elation. There was a sense of unease within him. He sensed that these individuals were not here to kill him, or rather, they were not employing their true final strike. Who was it? This monk before him? He was indeed formidable, particularly with that powerful physique. Even after a millennium, Muzan had seldom encountered anyone capable of honing their body to such an extent. Was it that white-haired youth wielding wind breathing? One had to admit that his speed and strength surpassed even the first wind pillar from 400 years ago, and his fighting style was uniquely fierce and ruthless. Willing to exchange injury for injury, even life for injury, this white-haired youth was a true wolf. As for the other pillars, Muzan felt compelled to commend this generation. They were indeed strong. Except for the insect pillar, who was somewhat disgraceful, the rest were quite formidable. Yet their current attacks could not kill him. So where did the real danger lie? The Demon Slayer Corps had four pillars engaging three upper moons, surrounding him, but where was the fifth? Where could they be? There was not a soul in the vast surroundings. Wait, how could there be no living person at all? Suddenly, he glanced at the ground. Muzan retreated abruptly. In that instant, all the pillars synchronously fled outward, and Zenitsu was also pulled away by Shinobu. The deepest night erupted into a multitude of sparks. Accompanying this was a flamboyant and ostentatious voice. Sound breathing, first form. Boom! The flames shattered the heavens, far more intense than the explosion caused by Daki. All that exists above the ground, and all that lies beneath it have been upheaved, roaring upwards with the force of the shockwave, awakening this slumbering metropolis from its sweet dreams. People gazed outside, their expressions fraught with confusion, unaware of the unfolding chaos, only observing an exaggerated plume of dust ascending like a cloud. Chapter 127. Guei Wu Yuzo, never cowardice 4 centuries ago, pursued by Jigui Yuani, he believed death was imminent. Now, 400 years later, he finds himself once more in close proximity to death, closer than ever before, enveloped in a profound terror. An overwhelming sense of fear engulfs Guei Wu Yuzo, a feeling so intense that he can scarcely endure it. Anger surges within him, a primal fury that fuels his flesh and blood. North Sea Rebirth, such seems to be its name. Regardless, after being disfigured and rendered limb from limb by a tremendous explosion, Guei Wu Yuzo resurrected, his shattered form regenerating flesh and blood anew. His eyes were formed, fixated upon those standing aloft. 9 souls, wielding 9 blades that represent the annihilation of malevolent demons. These blades have been passed down through generations. Some inherit the paths of their forebears, while others carve their own destinies. Each of the 9 bears varying degrees of injury, their faces pale, their garments stained with blood. Yet the glint in their eyes instills a tremor in Guei Wu Yuzo's heart. As the esteemed lord of the Hokkaido once proclaimed, throughout millennia, Guei Wu Yuzo has committed innumerable atrocities, recklessly trampling upon the tiger's tail and peeling the dragon's reverse scales, awakening those who should have remained eternally dormant. They have transformed into ferocious beings, silently becoming the hunters. They shall not spare him. With a chilling intent to kill and exquisite swordsmanship. Had the swordsmen of 4 centuries past possessed the prowess of this generation's Hashira, and had Jigwa Iwakatsu not betrayed them, Guei Wu Yuzo would have to concede that he might have perished 400 years ago. Snow fell upon flames, crackling and snapping. From the fire emerged a man, bare and unadorned, his physique flawless, his long hair subtly curled. Beneath that cascade lay a visage that could only be deemed perfect, albeit somewhat pale and faintly tinged with blue, a result of prolonged seclusion from sunlight. This was not a mere facade. It was the genuine countenance of Guei Wu Yuzo. Wuchizani discerned this truth, confirming the suspicions harbored within his heart. The man attempting to seduce him using his daughter, Yue Yin, was indeed Guei Wu Yuzo. He had not perished. I have seen it. How could he still be alive? Did the sound Hashira not detonate sufficient explosives? I shall double the amount next time. Whispers among the 9 Hashira were overheard by Guei Wu Yuzo, who lifted his gaze, his lips curling downward, an expression of anger mingled with a hint of derision. He mocked them, declaring, I told you, you cannot kill me. The explosives may appear fearsome, but what do they truly signify? Not even my subordinates were slain. Why would you foolishly believe you could vanquish me? Yusue Tenjin found himself in a most embarrassing predicament. This final gambit was, in fact, proposed by him. The once glamorous sound Hashira now found himself ridiculed not only by his comrades, but also openly scorned by the enemy, prompting an irate retort. If you possess courage, why did you retreat just now? Indeed, Guei Wu Yuzo had sensed peril and had withdrawn. Had he not, what would the outcome have been? Theoretically, even a body that fears the Nichiren blade would not be impervious to explosives. Guei Wu Yuzo had never tested this, and thus remained uncertain. This unknown terror plunged him into silence. The emotions on his flawless face gradually dulled, becoming somewhat numb, as though he had aged decades in an instant. Resembling a true elder, Yusue Tenjin, unsettled by this expression, cautiously raised a finger. Shall we refrain from this, Mr. Guei Wu Yuzo? Would you allow me to detonate once more? Guei Wu Yuzo smiled enigmatically, slowly retreating a step back. Was this not cowardice? Before him lay flames and the 9 Hashira, while behind him lurked 3 severely injured upper moons in the enveloping night. He withdrew into the protection of his subordinates, merging into the shadows, as if only there could he find solace. This night, he intended to feast upon Wuchizani. The arrival of the Iwa Hashira and the Hano Hashira had taken him by surprise, yet it was insufficient to deter him. Guei Wu Yuzo held no qualms about exterminating the Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps. He simply had not anticipated that they too wished to eliminate him. This was a meticulously orchestrated trap, devised over the course of months, a collaboration between Wuchizan, and the others of the Demon Slayer Corps. initiated from a moment Taro established contact with him. Last year, when Guei Wu Yuzo pursued him, this enigmatic progenitor of demons finally revealed himself. At that time, the esteemed Lord of the Hokkaido had already begun formulating strategies. Yet, practicality eluded them until the Wan Shiji Lu Jiao commenced tracking Wachizani, with all upper moons exhibiting unusual behaviors, and the residents of Setagaya district temporarily relocating various elements, whether intentional or coincidental, converging to create this astonishing trap. Regrettably, the resoluteness of this ambush was lacking. Guei Wu Yuzo sensed the impending crisis in advance. He had not died, but had become more cautious than ever. He cautiously gazed into Wachizani's eyes and proclaimed, "I shall surely consume you." Guei Wu Yuzo smiled, revealing a set of pristine, even teeth, brimming with predatory desire, exuding an aura of terror. Wachizani chuckled non-committally. "Last year you declared you would kill me, yet you failed. This year you insist you will devour me. When do you intend to take a bite?" "Not now." No response came, nor did the provocation continue. Guei Wu Yuzo and the three upper moons vanished into the night, retreating with a semblance of disarray. Yoazo bowed his head in humiliation. Domo covered his face with a fan, and Hango emitted a pitiful whimper. They resembled a pack of mice, driven to flight. Though the ambush had faltered, no one expressed regret. Shido Michiro, supported by the Iwa Hashira, settled down, a hint of a smile gracing his typically expressionless face. The taciturn Tomioka-ju gazed at the battered Nichiren blade, his Haori billowing, shaking his head with a smile. Even the wind Hashira, Shinazugawa Sanemi, despite coughing blood, managed to laugh, giving a thumbs up to convey his immense satisfaction. This was a common victory in the war between humans and demons, yet a rare triumph in the battle against Guei Wu Yuzo. Although the night was profound, it was illuminated by flames and lights. Observing the scene, Wachizan felt an overwhelming sense of elation. The pent-up frustrations and despondency from the previous year dissipated, and his long-dormant blood began to simmer, growing fervent with life. He held steadfast confidence in his ability to conquer Guei Wu Yuzo. They too were resolute in their determination to eradicate demons from the world. It was now the early hours of dawn. The sun had yet to rise, and the air carried the scent of burning and ruins. The doors of the Jushu Medical Hall swung open, a delicate layer of snow blanketing the trees in the courtyard. Weary, Wachizani stepped inside, only to be greeted by a young girl. The young girl stepped onto the ground, causing the snowflakes to dance wildly around her. Today, she wore a loose patterned kimono, complemented by a thick cotton jacket, her beautiful long black hair adorned with a pink bow. Zenitsu felt a wave of relief. "Nezuko, my dear, who removed your mouthpiece? Was it Miss Tamayo?" It was unclear whether her flushed cheeks were due to excitement or the chill in the air, but upon seeing me, Nezuko's rosy face and glistening pink eyes made her particularly endearing. At 13, she still appeared so small and delicate. After a year apart, my concerns for Kochu Shinobu and Nezuko dissipated upon seeing her safe, and I instinctively reached out to ruffle her hair, only to realize that Nezuko was on her tiptoes, nudging her head against my palm. She resembled a cat. I began to pet her affectionately. Though Nezuko's display of affection was likely a normal greeting between long-lost friends, Shinobu felt a twinge of worry. After all, she remained preoccupied with her friend Kanroji Mitsuri's well-being. A new enemy had emerged. What would happen next? With a smile that reflected her childlike innocence, Nezuko spoke, her voice slightly stammering. "Welcome back." I'm back." I could not resist embracing her. How utterly adorable. "Tanjiro, I cannot thank you enough for bringing both a sword and my sister." Grinning widely, I lifted Nezuko and spun her around several times to express my joy. "Welcome back." "Yeshru," Nezuko chimed in. Chapter 128. Excuse me, does the family of Ma Dongmei reside in room 322 upstairs?" "What may?" I jested. "I shall leave Yeshru here." Miss Tamayo, occupied with her blood sample preparations, looked down in astonishment. After a moment, she recognized the piglet lying at her feet, presumably Yeshru. With a sigh of resignation, she remarked, "What have you done? How did Zenitsu manage to beat you to such a state? Can't you at least behave during the new year, Yeshuru?" Yeshuru protested. "Miss Tamayo, that blonde bully was picking on me." Tamayo regarded him with bemusement. "Isn't that quite normal? Haven't you grown accustomed? Why are you so agitated, as if it were your first encounter with him?" Yeshuru rubbed his face and complained loudly. "That scoundrel insisted on saying I put a hat on him and what I did to Nezuko. I merely taught her how to pronounce my name, Honestly, Tamayo rolled her eyes. Yashiro then displayed the loyal, infatuated demeanor of a devoted admirer, declaring besides, what is so great about that ugly girl Nezuko? I have no interest in her. Thankfully, Tanjiro was not present. If the charcoal seller heard anyone insult his sister, he would surely leap to defend her. Truth be told, Nezuko was renowned as a beauty in their town. At this moment, that lovely girl was following me into the room. Today, I had ventured into town to buy a plethora of ingredients, preparing to make a hot pot, to avoid being tracked by Muzan Kibutsuji's minions. I now donned a fox mask whenever I stepped outside to remain inconspicuous. My spirits were exceptionally high today, as the market had offered discounts on beef and lamb. Yashiro, attempting to teach Nezuko how to curse, received another beating from me, further buoying my mood to the point where I began to hum a tune, much to Nezuko's dismay. Butterfly, butterfly, a mischievous fairy and naughty little sprite, spank her bottom, draw a turtle. How unmelodious, Nezuko thought, longing for her mother's lullabies. Yet, while her mother's hot pot lacked the deliciousness of mine, it paled in comparison to the affection I showed her. With her intellect stunted at the level of a 5 or 6-year-old, Nezuko innocently mused as we reached the door, hearing my instruction. Nezuko, please close the door. It's rather chilly out. Okay, I'll close it, she replied, grasping the door and exerting a slight force. With a snap, the wooden paper door came down in her hands, and she excitedly approached me, presenting it with a sense of triumph. Here's the door. I stood there momentarily stunned before erupting in anger. I asked her to close the door, not to take it down. Did you think that was what I meant? You're truly infuriating. I pointed at her with frustration. You're such a silly girl. Nezuko pouted, her expression pitifully adorable. I sighed, dismissing my irritation as I began to prepare the hot pot. On another stove, I started boiling lotus root, and soon the enticing aroma wafted throughout the room. Nezuko seemed captivated by the scent of the food. I glanced back at her, contemplating how Miss Tamayo's recent research had yielded results. Though Nezuko's intellect remained childlike, her behavior in other aspects appeared quite normal. She understood the importance of eating cooked food and washing her hands before meals. After a year of being transformed into a demon by Muzan Kibutsuji, she had astonishingly overcome her primal urge to consume human flesh and was brought to Tokyo by Shinobu to seek Miss Tamayo's assistance. Through her study of a unique blood sample, it seemed that a remedy to revert demons back to humans might soon be discovered. That special blood sample undoubtedly belonged to me. Only my blood would suffice. By infusing my non-human, non-demon blood into Nezuko, she could gradually lose her bloodlust and fear of sunlight, and perhaps in due time, she would return to her former human self. For reasons unknown, Nezuko seemed to grow increasingly attached to me, a bond that felt akin to blood relations, as if we were true siblings. Can the trashy Lower Moon 5 do it? She mumbled, lying on the floor, staring at me with focused, somewhat silly eyes. I'm hungry. What do you want to eat? I inquired. Something hot. All right. It's good for her to get accustomed to eating cooked food. Hot meals are delicious. Warmth enhances flavor. And a sister is better when she's warm too. Now that you have a bit of body heat, holding you feels wonderful. I embraced her and kissed her cheek. She tilted her head slightly, gazing at my face with a look of confusion. I furrowed my brow, sensing an uncanny resemblance to a hypnotic experience. Regardless, Nezuko was progressing in a positive direction. Perhaps after returning to humanity, her mind would remain in a childlike state, and she might forget all her past experiences. I held her close in silence for a long while. My care for her, my pleas to others for her treatment, and even my blood transfusions were all acts of gratitude towards the Kamadu siblings. I, Zenitsu, was a person who bore grudges but also cherished kindness. Since I had promised Tanjiro, I would see to it that his sister was well cared for. Now, however, my feelings of gratitude had become intertwined with affection, a brotherly love for his sister, perhaps. Just perhaps. Such matters are best left to the passage of time. Who can say for certain? After all, hadn't Tanjiro mentioned that Nezuko had no engagement? Now, 13 years old, how delightful. I simply found her adorably charming. This time, my intentions were not driven by mere desire. I am noble. In Nezuko's eyes, there remained a veil of confusion. Yet she seemed to comprehend the affection reflected in Zenitsu's gaze, which brought her joy, causing her to smile innocently and become even more endearing. Butterfly Shinobu returned at dusk, and upon witnessing the scene illuminated by the dim light of the Tamayo clinic, she was overtaken by a chill, only regaining her senses after being urged by Miss Tamayo to take a seat. Why aren't you using your chopsticks? Come and eat. Butterfly Shinobu frowned. What is there to eat? Yashiro reached into a pot beside him, and with a crack, it sounded as though he had broken something. When he withdrew his hand, he held a bloodied arm. This person has only recently died. It's still fresh. Do get a taste. He chewed vigorously, blood trickling down the corners of his mouth. And the sight startled Butterfly Shinobu. In shock and anger, she pointed at Miss Tamayo. What are you doing to my husband, Zenitsu? Before she could finish her sentence, Zenitsu also reached into the pot. Crack! He too tore off a bloodied limb and began to gnaw on it, blood streaming down his mouth. The sight sent chills down Butterfly Shinobu's spine, and she shouted, When did you learn to eat human flesh? Indeed, the human flesh is quite fresh, Zenitsu said as he urged her to sit. You should try some. In a state of turmoil, Butterfly Shinobu suddenly noticed the bloodied arm was merely a white lotus drenched in red syrup. Seeing the mischievous expressions on the faces of the three, she quickly realized they had played a prank on her, and in her fury, she pulled Zenitsu out of the room, forbidding him from eating. Butterfly Shinobu's expression was peculiar. She felt a mix of amusement and anger. I understand your intentions. You are merely expressing that although you have accepted Kibutsuji Musen's blood, you have not transformed into a flesh-eating demon. Why must you go to such lengths? She sighed softly. We were friends. There is no need for this. Zenitsu remained silent for a moment. Indeed, friends do not require such overt gestures, but your friends may not necessarily be mine. I merely wish to know the opinions of the others. My views, do they not matter? I have never doubted your perspective, Butterfly Shinobu smiled. Before you turn into a demon by consuming human flesh, who would dare to question you? Even if there are differing opinions, they are merely personal viewpoints. What does it matter if Takatu Mwichira disagrees with you? Can he represent the Demon Slayer Corps? Her smile grew colder. If he were to confront you, simply reason with him. You are more than capable of handling him. Zenitsu understood. Indeed, while violence may not resolve every issue, it can address the majority. Zenitsu hesitated. I am somewhat concerned. What if I accidentally injure the wind Ashira? Shinobu dismissed it with a nonchalant expression. Just take him to the Butterfly Mansion. It is specifically designated for treating injuries, provided you do not kill him. Ah, I seem to have inadvertently spoken something dreadful. She covered her mouth with her hands in mock surprise. What a mischievous woman. I do have a fondness for such villainous charm. When they returned, the hot pot had already been devoured by the three famished souls. Zenitsu decided to take Butterfly Shinobu to the Jinbu Dojo of the Kitetsu School in Tokyo to seek some fortune. Master, this is my friend. Oh, a friend? A female friend? The old man Chiyo's eye twitched. His little disciple was certainly charming, drawing attention from the opposite sex. However, compared to the likes of Kanroji Mitsuri, this girl exuded a refined elegance, though her physique was lacking, making her less suitable for childbearing. As he contemplated this, Chiyo's gaze toward Butterfly Shinobu softened considerably. Upon closer inspection, her beauty was impeccable, and there was a subtle aura of swordsmanship about her. It appeared she was a demon slayer, much like Zenitsu. What was that shared vocation called? Kindred spirits? Butterfly Shinobu remained silent, adopting a demeanor of reticence, merely smiling. Her expression mirrored that of her stepson, Kaneo Tsuyuri, perfectly. She smiled as she brewed tea, the fragrance wafting through the air. Ah, thanks to my little disciple, I too can savor such delightful tea. Indeed, it is splendid. His tone suggested he regarded her as Zenitsu's girlfriend. That should be the appropriate term, right? The old man lowered his voice. Focus your heart and cherish those before you. Zenitsu nodded vigorously. He would certainly cherish those in his presence. As for how many such individuals might appear in the future, who could say? By the way, what is this child's name? Why is she silent? She has had a bit of a throat issue these past few days. Ah, I might have accidentally hurt her. As for her name, he instinctively glanced at Butterfly Shinobu. Coincidentally, she was looking at him as well. Her eyes were bright, seemingly holding a fervor, yet deeply imbued with sorrow. However, should the clouds of her pain dissipate, the stars beneath would surely be captivating. Butterfly Shinobu was also gazing into his eyes. She had seen many pairs of eyes, the most gentle and beautiful being her sister's. Yet she had to admit that Zenitsu's pale golden eyes were also quite lovely, far surpassing his blonde hair. Embarrassed, Zenitsu could feel his cheeks flush. Adhering to the principles of the Demon Slayer Corps, he would not reveal Butterfly Shinobu's true name. Yet he struggled to concoct a pleasing name in time, merely smiling awkwardly. Her name is Tsuehua. What on earth? Chiyo exclaimed in astonishment. In this era, names for girls often began with the most common and mundane, but today he heard an even more rustic name. Although it was a Chinese transliteration, the old man's sore heart could sense its crudeness. What I mean is, her surname is Hu, and her name is Hu Tsuehua. Go bring a plate of pickled vegetables. Hu Tsuehua maintained her smile. The hand resting beneath the table was pinching his thigh fiercely. Zenitsu winced in pain, unable to suppress the urge to grasp her hand. Her hand was small and soft, akin to the paw of a kitten, evoking a sensation of a little cat's claw scratching at his heart, tickling. Chapter 129. Why can't the patterns appear in the grass? As the spring festival approached, Zenitsu concluded that Kibutsuji Musen and his subordinates had effectively withdrawn from the Tokyo area. The 10,000 Worlds of Eternal Bliss sect, led by Doma, had also suffered greatly, as if the government was resolute in eradicating this evil cult. It was a relief. During this period, Zenitsu found himself at ease. He was uncertain when Kibutsuji Musen would retaliate, but he was certain that the adversary's next objective remained himself. A millennium of obsession, intense and unwavering. That greedy yearning, whether Kibutsuji was courageous or cowardly, he would undoubtedly seek out Zenitsu once more. Knowing this, Zenitsu merely needed to hide. As long as he remained undetected, he could bide his time indefinitely, waiting until a new plan emerged before boldly stepping out. Although being designated as bait in the strategy was somewhat displeasing, the life of a slacker was rather enjoyable, especially with Nezuko by his side. Wasn't that quite splendid? As for Butterfly Shinobu, if she were in Tokyo, the two would venture out together, sometimes sharing an umbrella in the snow, other times gazing at the same goldfish by the pond. Following the subtle information relayed by Kanroji, he would cater to Butterfly Shinobu's tastes, sharing her favorite ghost stories and buying her preferred pickled ginger. Time would pass swiftly. Conversely, when she was not in Tokyo, time stretched into a slow and tranquil rhythm. This is not relativity, it is love. Love. Wazuki Zenitsu gently patted the flesh on his belly. The new year has yet to arrive, and we are already halfway through the month. The meals provided by Miss Tamayo here are truly delightful, and he has also used the salary he earned as a hashira to purchase a plethora of ingredients. Whenever he feels hungry, he cooks a large pot of steaming delicacies, inviting Miss Tamayo, Yashiro, and Nezuko to join him. Before long, he finds himself enveloped in a warmth of familial affection. This is my home. We all cherish it. With cats frolicking in the front yard and melons growing in the back, Wazuki Zenitsu began to sing once more. His voice, though not unpleasant, was rather unrefined, akin to that of Idagawa Konan. To say he was tone-deaf would be a compliment. After being coerced by his cousin to sing in front of his entire family at karaoke in his previous life, he was subsequently forbidden from singing by his relatives. Sing. Why not sing? You cannot suppress your voice simply because your singing is lacking. Just because you are a homebody does not mean you cannot express your inner spirit. Suddenly, a man with green hair sat beside him. Yashiro's expression was quite grim. Zenitsu's mood brightened. Given your demeanor, do you find my singing displeasing? Can you not hear my melodious voice, my imperial melody? Imperial melody, indeed, Yashiro retorted coldly. You are not singing. You are mimicking the braying of a donkey. Nonsense. Donkeys do not sound like this. Donkeys bray either with a hee-haw or well. I want to say more to avoid accusations of domestic violence. Zenitsu jested. He enjoyed making jokes. You think it's unpleasant? It's atrocious. Very well. Allow me to sing another. He raised his voice once more. This is my home. We all love it. Within it are 4 demons, none of whom have mothers. Yashiro could no longer endure it. He covered his ears and fled outside, fervently wishing that Miss Shinobu would appear at that moment to drag this insufferable blonde away. However, instead of a butterfly, a little being appeared. Nezuko approached Zenitsu, clutching a simple bamboo windmill. Convinced that Zenitsu could assist her, she rolled about beside him, preventing him from sleeping. Oh dear, what is wrong? Is it not spinning anymore? Has the windmill broken? Nezuko stammered. It's broken. She thrust the windmill into his hands, her face brimming with hope. In a child's mind, every adult is capable of helping her. Zenitsu pondered, reflecting that he too was somewhat of a child. At such a young age, he suddenly felt a paternal instinct. He took the windmill and frowned upon inspection. This windmill was undoubtedly crafted by Shinobu, and it still bore her essence, albeit in a rudimentary form. It seemed hastily made. Shinobu had been summoned back urgently 2 days prior by Ubuyashiki, and he had no knowledge of the grave matters that might have transpired. However, judging by her expression at that time, it likely was not a dire situation. I shall seek out a craftsman to examine it and learn in the process. He devoted the afternoon to his studies. Zenitsu reclined atop a tall building, surrounded by an array of exquisite windmills he had created. He was certain that his ability to learn had become astonishingly advanced, almost unreal. Tilting his head, he gazed down at the bustling streets below, where carriages flowed like a river and people thronged, creating an atmosphere of prosperity. Yet from such a height and distance, he felt a slight sense of detachment. If one were to view this city devoid of any pretentiousness, what might one discern? From the perspectives of breathing techniques or swordsmanship, what insights could be gleaned? He contemplated a concept, the sun-breathing technique. There was no record of it in Ubuyashiki's archives, nor in the Book of the Flame Hashira. Every breathing technique is paired with forms. Even Shinobu's self-created style has a dance. In other words, what would the techniques of the sun-breathing be? After battling the Upper Moon One, Kokoshibo, Zenitsu had been pondering this very question. The first form of sun-breathing. Is it the sun's rays illuminating the world? Or perhaps the sun illuminating the incense burner, or the sun that never sets? He grasped the essence of the sun-breathing, but had yet to comprehend its sword techniques. Feeling a sense of regret akin to having dismounted a motorcycle without possessing the key, the celestial phenomena of the sun were quite simple: sunrise, midday, and sunset. But to master these three celestial events is no simple feat. What truly is the sun? Zenitsu knew what a star was. However, this knowledge did not significantly aid him in developing sword techniques. One cannot simply create a sword technique called nuclear fusion, can one? Since he could not find inspiration from celestial phenomena, he redirected his gaze from the natural world to the human realm, seeking to discover a breakthrough. How to describe it? It was noisy, and there were many people. A waft of fragrance brushed past him. Shinobu had returned from the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, and, upon seeing him sprawled out like a salted fish, felt curious. What are you thinking about? What are you observing? Is there something peculiar in the atmosphere below? No, I merely find this city to be bustling with life. What was that phrase? Flowing incessantly, day and night. I did not expect you to possess some knowledge. Zenitsu turned over lazily. Before you, I need not feign humility. I have told you I have seen the world abroad. My knowledge is indeed vast. Shinobu gracefully settled beside him, unable to suppress a smile. That contradicts what I have heard. Senior Sakamoto said you are not a child returned from studying abroad. That old man. Is he not speaking the truth? He is indeed telling the truth. Zenitsu smiled. My master is not only elderly but also quite straightforward. Combine the two, and you have a truly honest man. He faithfully visits a certain widow's home once a month, and after visiting the willow-lined alley behind the widow's house twice. How honest. What sort of place is Willow Alley? Willow Alley is a splendid place, filled with many gentle and considerate young ladies and older sisters. Not only are they beautiful, but their waists are as soft and slender as willow branches. Shinobu could no longer contain herself. Have you been there? Of course, I often squander the money stolen from my senior brother there. Oh no, that is not quite right. I did not squander it. I returned the money I borrowed from the young ladies. So, it is said, one takes from the courtesan and uses it for the courtesan. Shinobu thought to herself that Zenitsu's senior brother was quite the scoundrel. Not only did he steal, but he also allowed his junior to bully him. How despicable. Her voice remained as sweet and gentle as ever. Yet her fingers tingled with the desire to pinch someone. Have you touched the waists of those young ladies and older sisters? Zenitsu remained silent. Speak. You have the audacity to touch, but lack the courage to speak? Very well. Tell me about what happened before you ascended the mountains. I am quite curious. Zenitsu sighed softly. Did I ever ask about your sister? No. Did I ever inquire about what you looked like before? Neither did you. He turned over again. Then why do you wish to ask me? Shinobu's expression turned into one of exasperation. After her irritation, she suddenly burst into laughter. So you do have some experience. I suspected you were quite adept in Yoshiwara. Do you find the sound Hashira's wife to be beautiful? He found himself at a loss for words, unable to respond. All he could do was change the topic. Why has the Lord summoned you back this time? Indeed, there is an urgent matter at hand, though it cannot be merely labeled as a good thing. Previously, during the battle against Gouyuzai, the wind pillar, Shinazuga's enemy, exhibited a peculiar pattern upon his visage. A pattern? Yes, akin to the markings found on demons. According to the records of Ubuyashiki, it is said that during the Sengoku era, several initial swordsmen who once forced Gouyuzai into dire straits bore similar markings. However, as these individuals perished long ago, The means of transmitting knowledge regarding these patterns have become a matter of speculation, and thus were not given due attention. Moreover, the Demon Slayer Corps has faced numerous catastrophic crises throughout its history, leading to the severance of such traditions. Fortunately, a diary belonging to one of the swordsmen explicitly documented the following. Those who exhibit such patterns will resonate with those nearby, causing them to acquire similar markings. Yet, what purpose does this serve? Is it merely an aesthetically pleasing tattoo? Shinobu Kocho remarked softly. According to the records, these markings signify a swordsman's enhancement of power. Zenitsu pondered, recalling that Sanemi had indeed been somewhat abnormal at that time. His aura was exceedingly bizarre, enveloped in a heavy atmosphere as if a storm were imminent. Thus, the purpose of gathering you all here is to explore how to awaken these markings. Based on what Shinazugawa conveyed, from the moment he beheld Goyuzai, his fury ignited incessantly, the haunting memories of his family being obliterated by demons vivid in his mind, resulting in overwhelming anger that set his heart racing. According to his own account, his heartbeat likely exceeded 200. Furthermore, his body felt as though it were being scorched. A heartbeat of 200? Zenitsu frowned. It appears to indeed be a method of overextending potential, quite akin to the breathing techniques. But why do you claim this is not a good thing? Shinobu shook her head. Those who awaken the markings do not live beyond 25 years. She tightened her collar, not wishing for him to see the butterfly mark near her left collarbone. Chapter 130, Young Man. I found myself together with him, or rather along with Kanroji Mitsuri and Zenitsu, were all together, devoid of any formal ceremony, merely having swapped into a significantly larger abode, surrounded by blessings. Holding the letter in my hands, Shinobu trembled, her limbs icy cold. Kanroji Mitsuri is truly such a person. In this day and age, she willingly shares a man with other women. Furthermore, it appears she actively sought this arrangement and has even become quite good friends with Shinobu. On one hand, Shinobu is indeed deserving of companionship, while on the other, it seems she has garnered the favor of Zenitsu. Men may not prefer women with large ambitions, yet they certainly appreciate women of great magnanimity. Thus Mitsuri. Shinobu sighed softly. How shameless. You Kanroji are nothing extraordinary, nothing of the sort. Despite her words, her eyes bore an uncanny resemblance to lemons, leading her to believe her own breath of insects should be renamed to the breath of acidity. And perhaps she ought to dye her hair. Mitsuri might be excused, but what of Shinobu? She had arrived first. Furthermore, within this letter, Mitsuri disclosed that the three of them had already engaged in such activities more than once this month. It seems Zenitsu has returned to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters for over 3 months. Just how many times have they done this? The last time a battle in Tokyo transpired feels like an eternity ago. Now, in the year Taisho 10, winter of 1922, there has been no sign of the 12 Kazuki under Goeiwu Yuzai. The whereabouts of the 3 upper moons remain unknown, and it is unclear whether Goeiwu Yuzai has summoned new upper moons. As for the lower moons, Shinobu pays them little mind, choosing to remain in Tokyo, researching medicine with Tamayo while also seeking leads on the Wansei Koraku cult. She firmly believes that Doma will not easily abandon his idea. He would certainly not allow the Wansei Koraku cult to disband. That madman, that jealous one, must have turned sour into wine. I fear I will be bullied upon my return to Tokyo. Zenitsu had been discussing matters with Kanroji Mitsuri regarding how to awaken the markings. Thus far, the wind, water, fire, and rock pillars have all manifested markings, and even the aloof Takatu Michiro seems to have gained some insight. I have consulted each of them, yet none provided concrete solutions, only stating that the body feels hot and the heart races. Mitsuri appeared flustered. So, you wish for your body to be hot and your heart to race? Indeed, hence I sought your and Shinobu's assistance. Kanroji Mitsuri huffed in annoyance, turning away, presenting him with her smooth, white back, her voice muffled. So this is the sort of assistance you seek? How lewd. Your body seemed quite hot just now, and your heart was racing as well. Zenitsu retorted defiantly. It was not racing. Look, Shinobu had already fainted. The reason you felt it was fast is likely due to your own unique constitution, which cannot be blamed on me. You were just praising me. You said my newly developed sword technique was fierce and unstoppable, capable of swaying side to side. Mitsuri refused to speak further, shoving Zenitsu off the bed and snuggling with the slumbering Shinobu. Exhausted, she surrendered to sleep. The question of how to awaken the markings remains. Others' opinions have been rather vague, as these fellows lack proper education. Conversely, the religious figure, the rock pillar, offered some insights. Perceiving the awakening of the markings through a Buddhist lens. Unlike the hierarchical structure of the Demon Slayer core, Buddhism does not classify individuals by ranks or levels. There are no distinctions of A, B, C, or D, nor are there pillars, only the awakened and the unawakened, as well as those in the process of awakening. The Buddhist doctrine emphasizes enlightenment. Once one achieves it, they have attained it, and those who have not remain unenlightened. As for how the rock pillar attained enlightenment, it must be recounted that in his youth, he fought a ferocious demon to protect a group of children. He was a frail blind man, poorly nourished, and unfamiliar with breathing techniques, yet he managed to slay the demon through sheer willpower. This account instinctively reminded Zenitsu of Taketo Michiro. After his brother was slain, Michiro too, with his slight and fragile frame, had pinned a demon to the ground with an axe and a wooden stake, all while he was merely around 10 years of age. How is this possible? If it were solely due to some overwhelming emotion, then Zenitsu dressed and sat at the edge of the bed, gently caressing the soft faces of the two girls, suddenly noticing Shinobu had opened her eyes, her serene and delicate countenance adorned with a smile. "Zenitsu, do you have something troubling you?" He fell silent for a moment. "There was a time when I was truly enraged. Oh, that winter, I was pursued by Goyuzai to the precipice. Hearing him say that in order to survive, consuming people was acceptable, I was not angry at his attitude, but rather at myself for finding some truth in his words." He placed a hand upon his chest. "Shinobu, there may be a devil within my heart." Shinobu remained silent for a lengthy period before reaching out to stroke his head. "Zenitsu, here's a secret. Accidentally overheard a conversation between the rock pillar and our lord. It seems the wind pillar's younger brother wishes to study under the rock pillar. That child is consuming demons." "Consuming demons? How ruthless." "Shinazugawa Sanemi's brother? But why does he not study under his own brother, opting instead to foolishly follow Kanemitsu? That monk's training methods are utterly inhumane. Are not the characters associated with the younger brother archetype often quite ruthless, like Zuishu? I, Tsujikuni Yurichi, found myself intrigued. Upon stepping outside, I soon encountered the somewhat unsteady sound pillar, Oyashiki Tenjin, still adorned in his flamboyant attire. Despite the winter chill, he wore scant clothing, a robust figure with a glistening gaze, exuding an inappropriate smirk and engaging in actions that would repel any onlooker. "Hey, have you been kicked out by your wife as well?" I inquired. "Huh, what are you talking about?" Oyashiki Tenjin scoffed, suddenly leaning down to sniff my armpit, revealing a knowing smile that only men could understand. He then gave a thumbs up. "At least you've been sweating for over 4 hours. The scent is strong and potent." I was taken aback. What had caused this sudden shift in Oyashiki Tenjin's demeanor? Where was the brother, Nishikawa Genya? I had some matters to discuss with him. "You mean Nishikawa Genya?" Oyashiki pointed in a direction. Indeed, I soon found myself near a hot spring where Nishikawa Genya was grilling meat. The young man, with his dark chicken comb hairstyle and a long scar across his left cheek, was intently focused on cooking, murmuring to himself as if in self-hypnosis, repeating the life principles imparted to him. Each of them possesses unique talents. Each has their own secret techniques, with determination and patience that astonish all. The hidden weapons they wield often provide unexpected surprises. Would you not agree? He was conversing with a demon confined in a cage. The meat sizzling over the flames was, unsurprisingly, sourced from a demon. In Chapter 131, we delve into the ruthless and flamboyant successors. Regardless of the animal, once grilled over fire, the flavor is rarely unpleasant. Nishikawa Genya, who not only cooked it thoroughly but also sprinkled some spices, certainly made it delectable, even when it comes to demon meat. Even if demons are merely transformed humans. "Would you care for a skewer, Jinju?" Faced with Nishikawa Genya's rare invitation, I quickly waved my hands. No, I've been on a vegetarian diet lately. I've accumulated too much fat. If I eat anymore, my face might end up as round as Rengoku's. After a brief hesitation, I asked, "Are you not eating it raw today?" Nishikawa Genya lowered his head, speaking coldly. "I used to eat it raw, whether flesh, organs, or fur, all cold and disgusting." "Do you think it was appetizing?" This fierce young man clenched his teeth. "I've never tasted human flesh, but I understand that demon meat should be similar. I'm not a true psychopath. How could I sustain myself solely on raw flesh?" I squatted beside him. "Why put yourself through such hardship? If you cannot learn the breathing techniques, being in logistics is not too bad, is it? You overindulged last time. That demon's fangs grew almost like tusks." And the monk was quite worried that day. Kyogai once mentioned that humans consuming demons would undergo partial demonization. The extent of demonization depends on how much one consumes and the quality of the meat. If it's from a high-grade demon, it could upset your stomach. Nishikawa Jinya's visage resembled that of a demon, terrifying and grotesque, and in an attempt to conceal his fangs from others, he had even removed them. Truly ruthless, far more than his brother. Unfortunately, Nishikawa Jinya's physical capabilities are lacking, preventing him from mastering the breathing techniques, thereby severing his potential to become a demon slayer. However, he sought to enhance his strength through consuming demons. Indeed, consuming demons can bolster one's power. Otherwise, I would not have sought him out today. For a long time, I struggled to unlock the markings, and my sun breathing techniques offered no breakthroughs, leaving me to contemplate other methods to enhance my strength. The only path remaining was to consume demons. I had nearly exhausted the avenues of breathing techniques and swordsmanship. A breakthrough was not forthcoming in the short term. I sighed softly. Nishikawa Jinya relished his meal, golden oil dripping from the corners of his mouth. Noticing my eager expression, he once again promoted his grilled meat. While grilled or boiled demon meat may not enhance your power, the flavor is vastly improved. Would you care to try a bite? I fell silent, shaking my head. I understand, but I do not wish to eat. 2 winters prior, having narrowly escaped from Kibbutz Sujimuzin, I had once roasted human flesh in that temple. Though the taste was not particularly repulsive in purely sensory terms, the psychological aversion compelled me to reject that hard-won sustenance, causing me to expel it all. Now, 2 years later, I found myself reconsidering this dilemma, not for the sake of sustenance, but for the pursuit of strength. However, to become stronger, consuming ordinary demons would no longer suffice. The simplest means for a lower-tier vampire to rapidly gain strength is to drink the blood of a higher-tier vampire. Similarly, the swiftest method for a human to ascend to immortality is to consume an immortal. To fortify myself, I must consume an upper moon demon. Am I truly prepared to do so? I dismissed Han Tengu first. He was both old and filthy, utterly unappetizing. As for Doma, who often employs blood demon arts of ice, he would be akin to meat stored in a freezer, fresh for sure, yet excessively fatty. He is the leader of the Eternal Paradise cult, primarily relying on blood demon arts for combat, clearly a pampered character with an abundance of fatty flesh. In contrast, Upper Moon 3, Akaza, appeared to be a commendable choice, as he looked like a demon who frequently engaged in combat, embodying health and sustainability and undoubtedly possessing lean meat. I reclined on the tree, deep in thought. Unbeknownst to me, my mindset had shifted considerably. While the Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps regarded the Upper Moons as sworn enemies, I, Tsukuni Yorichi, viewed them as mere ingredients. My perspective had transformed. It had become more twisted. Wait a moment. A voice called out from nearby, belonging to Jinya, his tone somewhat soft, almost ingratiating. Only to his elder brother would he adopt such a manner. Typically, he hardly acknowledges anyone. Everyone in the Demon Slayer Corps is aware that the Nishikawa brothers share a strained relationship. It is more accurate to say that the Wind Hashira unilaterally disregards his younger brother. Brother, why the glum demeanor? The Wind Hashira remained silent. Jinya began to speculate on the reasons behind his brother's discontent. If it was due to losing to Qianzhu, there was no need. After all, Master Kenroji had stated it was not the first time he had lost. Yet perseverance would eventually lead to victory, and the path would continuously extend. Truly a good younger brother, even more naive than Zhua and the others. Be quiet. The Wind Hashira rebuffed coldly. What are you doing? Stop pestering me. I have no brother. His tone was dry and frigid. Nishikawa Sanemi continued to belittle his brother's self-esteem. Just by looking at you, it's clear you cannot master the breathing techniques. You cannot even utilize the breathing techniques. Stop referring to yourself as a swordsman. Nishikawa Jinya lowered his head, his expression filled with discontent. Wait a moment, brother. I have long wished to apologize. The Wind Ashura did not even turn his head. It doesn't matter. Such matters are inconsequential. Just leave. Jinya stood there, dejected, murmuring to himself. How could this happen? I have fought tooth and nail, even consuming demons to get this far. His mutterings were faint, but the tranquil environment and the Wind Hashira's focus on his brother meant he could not possibly miss them. His expression froze, body trembling, clearly reaching the peak of his fury. The Wind Hashira turned silently. What did you just say? You consume demons? An overwhelming aura of murderous intent descended upon Nishikawa Jinya. He was just about to explain something when, in the blink of an eye, his elder brother had already arrived before him. 2 fingers jabbed toward his eyes. Once you turn blind, how will you remain in the Demon Slayer Corps? Hey, Wind Pillar, Why are you scaring a child? His wrist was firmly restrained by my wife. Zenitsu, the yellow-haired boy, witnessing this brotherly drama, couldn't help but sigh. If you wish to harbor hatred, then direct it at me. Your eyes see nothing. Your defeat is my reality. At the very least, your brother will not die. Is that what you think in your heart? Uchiha Itachi. My wife, Zenitsu, interjected. This is our family matter, so do not overstep. He smiled. If you acknowledge him as your brother, then it is indeed a family affair. But since you just denied him as your brother, can I assume you're bullying a newcomer? Hey, you are truly arrogant. Mitsuri Kanroji's eyes twitched, the azure wind patterns flickering ominously. Care to have a fight? My wife, Zenitsu, leaned back slightly to evade Mitsuri Kanroji's high kick, swiftly tossing him aside. Mitsuri Kanroji, enraged, had already placed his palm on the hilt of his Nichiren blade. Zenitsu, you didn't bring a sword? Fine, let's see what you've got. Mitsuri Kanroji was determined to bully someone today, and he was aware that the yellow-haired boy possessed a demon-like physique. He could do whatever he wanted as long as he avoided striking the neck. He had to make his brother withdraw from the Demon Slayer Corps today. Additionally, it was a chance to vent his frustrations after being beaten by the yellow-haired boy in every sparring session. Today, he would take advantage of the swordless situation. However, the moment his hand touched the hilt, his senses seemed to plunge into a hazy mist, a disorienting feeling washing over him. Breath of the mist? TSK, you thieving scoundrel. Can the affairs of scholars be labeled as theft? The wind pillar unsheathed his Nichiren blade halfway. A hand reached out and pressed against the hilt, slowly pushing it back into its sheath. If you don't activate the patterns, you're truly no match for me. Let go. Ganyu, this is my final stance. In the future, you must use this position to suppress your brother. Mitsuri Kanroji, taken aback, instinctively nodded. The wind pillar trembled with anger, yellow hair. Do you truly believe I can't deal with you without activating the patterns? Smell this. How does it feel? Isn't it incredibly potent? Zenitsu instinctively sniffed. Mitsuri Kanroji, having torn his own arm, was met with a faint scent of blood that made him momentarily dizzy. Damn, using exquisite blood to intoxicate me. Uncertain of how his brother was faring, Zenitsu lay under a tree, slightly inebriated, for a long time before being found by Kanzaki Aoi in the afternoon, who informed him that Kanaho was looking for him. Oh, Kanaho, you're seeking me out today. Is there something on your mind? 2 years had passed, and the girl with the side ponytail had become even more charming and graceful. Her smile remained. It was warmer than the dismissive smile she offered to others. Master, have you returned? Perhaps he would come back during the new year to reunite with them, or she might go to reunite with him. However, this year seemed impossible. He would need to head to Fujisaki Mountain right after winter. Zenitsu gazed into her eyes, which were purer and more indifferent than Shinobu's. Kirikaru Kanaho's personality was notably introverted. Objectively speaking, as the successor of the breath of the flower and the adopted child of Shinobu, she was exceptional. Yet her silence often led others to perceive her as naive. Oh, that was the sound pillar's critique. The wind pillar described her as a dullard. She was not as foolish as Nezuko, but certainly more naive. Lacking guidance, she often relied on tossing coins to make decisions. When Shinobu entrusted her to Zenitsu's care, Zenitsu understood that this child had psychological issues. However, his profession did not align with that of a psychologist, and his eclectic knowledge did not include how to interact kindly with children on the spectrum. There were, however, obscure topics like how to deal with wealthy patrons or how to make a rich woman fall in love with him. Thus, he found himself in a predicament. As a person with a preference for young girls, he was nearly driven to impatience by Kanaho's behavior, making it evident how troublesome she could be. Mischievous children are not frightening. Rather, it is the honest yet introverted child that poses a true challenge. Do not be fooled by their obedient demeanor. Unresolved psychological issues can eventually erupt, leading to dire consequences. However, with suitable medication, it might be possible to correct such behaviors. The most renowned case would be Mr. Akiyama's pharmaceutical education for his rebellious daughter, Eri, and Uncle Ryu's treatment of his niece, Rinka, both of which required medication. Unfortunately, Kanaho, being the adopted child of the insect pillar, would likely detect any attempts at drugging her, be it an aphrodisiac or laxative. Thus, Zenitsu endured half a month of torment before devising a seemingly ineffective strategy. Zenitsu confiscated all of Kirikaru Kanaho's coins. Not to mention the Butterfly Mansion, there was not a single coin to be found at the Furukawa residence. During Shinobu's absence, losing her coins equated to losing her source of commands. Kirikaru Kanaho could do nothing but continue her daily training in a regimented manner. In this training, Zenitsu gradually infused her with his own essence. Previously, she had conformed to the shape of coins. Now, she had transformed into the form of an eel. In simpler terms, Zenitsu had initiated a traditional parental approach. One must not underestimate the exemplary influence of a parent. Especially for a girl like Kanaho, the behavioral patterns of her guardians would indelibly imprint upon her consciousness. However, with a parent like Zenitsu, her perceptions were not only marked by behavioral patterns, but also by his verbal skills. Kirikaru Kanaho furrowed her brow. I will attend the final selection at Fujisaki Mountain. Just know that. But I also miss my master. Look at that. She was now able to articulately express her innermost feelings. Zenitsu smiled warmly, patting her frail shoulder. Good child, I will convey your sentiments to your master. You are so obedient. Surely that fellow also misses you dearly. The girl's eyes widened with joy, reflecting not only happiness but also a sense of admiration. This admiration was undoubtedly akin to viewing Zenitsu as a brother or even a father figure, completely oblivious to the fact that this yellow-haired man was actually her peer. So how should I convey this? Should I write a letter? Writing a letter was indeed an option. However, Kirikaru Kanaho was accustomed to the narrative style of the Demon Slayer Corps and lacked the ability to write such expressive pieces, having never been taught this literary form. She gazed hopefully at Zenitsu. Is writing a letter really possible? Will it not lead to mockery from my master? That is also feasible, but it could be more direct. Just give me a kiss, and then I'll go to Tokyo to kiss Shinobu. She will surely feel your longing. This girl was truly a good child. She believed everything he said. The girl rose on her toes, attempting to kiss his cheek, but Zenitsu suddenly stepped back. No, it cannot be like this. You must experience a sense of being before your master. Where's Shinobu's bedroom? After a while, my wife, Shan-e, emerged from the room of Daiwu, dressed in a somewhat snug, white undergarment, unable to fit into her shorts, so she opted for a modest skirt instead. Adorning her golden locks was a butterfly hairpin. Why are you wearing Master S lingerie? And using Master S lipstick? If you wish to convey your longing, then do so wholeheartedly. The pure and innocent girl stood before him, tiptoeing to gently breathe into his ear. In chapter 132, don't ask, just know that Yukino-one, my wife Shawnee, was indulging in a drink. He was sharing a drink with a stylishly dressed young lady, a mere passerby. Thus she remains unnamed for now. Let us simply refer to her as this lady. The little girl had long since departed, and if you fancy her, go confess your feelings, young ambition. You need a touch of courage. This lady appeared to have returned from studying abroad, youthful and brimming with vitality. Upon her return, she held a sense of nostalgia for her homeland, alongside an unmistakable hint of pride. However, despite her arrogance, she was quite curious about the boy wearing a fox mask. That little sister was beautiful, wasn't she? Adorable? With black hair and purple eyes, her face was heart-shaped, and her large eyes seemed dignified and serene when she smiled. But when she smiled earnestly, it was absolutely enchanting, especially paired with her white boots. The mask tilted at an angle, and after taking a sip of his drink, Sean-e looked at her with a grin. What do you think? From the perspective of an older sister. Was that girl with the side ponytail and butterfly hair accessory cute? I would say she is quite adorable. The older sister seemed to flirt, in fact. You are quite charming as well. Had she arrived a couple of years earlier, he might have indeed been captivated by the bold and open older sister. But now, he had something better. Therefore, he spoke with composure. Miss, you are also quite alluring. The older sister was taken aback. Not only was his English impressive, but also bore the authentic accent of suburban London. She was intrigued by this masked boy who was drinking. She promptly inquired, tell me, what is your relationship with that little girl? What was it you said about her white boots? Is there something special about them? Sean raised an eyebrow and pondered for a moment. I have a fondness for petite girls, particularly when they wear white boots. In essence, I enjoy petite girls wearing white boots to tread upon me. The older sister's mouth fell agape. She likely never imagined that amidst the relatively backward impressions of her homeland, there existed such a forward-thinking youth, leaving her momentarily flustered, unsure of how to respond. What do you think of me now? Shawnee chuckled, adjusted his mask, and swiftly vanished into the restaurant. I, the pervert, am as carefree as the wind, even indulging in a free meal. He trailed behind Kurihara Kane at a distance, having been entrusted by Dai Wu to discreetly watch over her stepson. Ordinarily, neither the disciples of a regular trainer nor those of a Hashira should require supervision during the final selection at Fujisaki Mountain. The Demon Slayer Corps selects swordsmen to slay demons, not children needing adult oversight. Dai Wu's actions were indeed against the rules, driven by an unsettling intuition. Hence she requested Shan Yi to follow quietly. He was more than willing, having long desired to engage in tailing. Just think of how exhilarating such a pursuit could be. The previous tailing of Kibutsuji Musen was quite thrilling as well. He shadowed Kane closely but silently, his figure flickering through the woods like a wisp of mist. Employing the techniques of Kasumi and Kaze no Kokyu, Kane remained oblivious. It was her first time venturing far, and her excitement in the city faded as she stepped into the fields. Her emotions were often muted. Even in moments of intensity, she struggled to express herself. Though the child of the insect Hashira, her breathing technique was that of the flower breathing, which did not emphasize perception. Thus, as she cautiously made her way to Fujisaki Mountain, she remained unaware of the lascivious presence following her. Fujisaki Mountain was as it had always been, adorned with wisteria blossoms that bloomed year-round, vibrant and profound in clusters. This abundance made it easy to confine many demons, which is why even the 12 Kazuki never dared to disturb it, knowing full well that demons loathed wisteria. Kane traversed the mountain without hindrance. Among the many youths arriving for the final selection, she was the most understated, quietly standing beneath a large tree. A butterfly gently landed on her fingertip from an unknown origin. Shan Yi, perched atop the tree, surveyed the demon slayers below, lamenting internally about how many of them might survive. His gaze suddenly fell upon two figures. Is the charcoal seller participating too? What is Mitsuri up to? Upon reflection, it had been precisely 2 years since Tanjiro had ventured to Kamadu Mountain. For demon slayers, 2 years was hardly sufficient training. Was Mitsuri perhaps leading her apprentice astray? The charcoal-selling lad, with a Nichiren blade at his waist and a mask upon his head, walked through the Torii gate with a solemn expression, appearing quite nervous. Shan Yi diverted his gaze towards the stoic figure of Inosuke. There was little of interest there. His attention was drawn to a familiar pig-headed silhouette that had just flitted past. This time, it was rather amusing. There were indeed 3 acquaintances present. Kane certainly did not count as an acquaintance. She was family. Lanterns illuminated as 2 short-haired little girls with lanterns appeared on the scene, speaking in unison. Thank you all for attending the Demon Slayer Corps admission selection tonight. With practiced ease, they announced the rules, silently watching the young hopefuls step into the darkness. Suddenly, a hand reached out to stroke the silver-haired girl's cheek, playfully pinching it before plucking a wisteria flower from her hair. Long time no see, little one. The silver-haired girl gasped, "Who are you?" Unbeknownst to her, a figure wearing a fox mask stood before her, effortlessly evading the senses of the hidden guards, embracing her affectionately. "It is I." Shawnee removed his mask, revealing a smile. "Is it Hikaru or Kanai?" The head of the Kanu family had 5 children. The youngest twins named Hikaru and Kanai, and the one he held was Hikaru. "What? It's Lord Kanroji. You scared me." Hikaru sighed in relief, then squinted. "Why didn't you embrace my sister?" Does Hikari think he can deceive me twice? He is clearly a boy. The black-haired girl, Kanroji Mitsuri, retorted defiantly. "I am still her sister until I turn 13. "Oh, so you take pride in cross-dressing now." In truth, once accustomed, it was quite enjoyable. Indeed, there are only 0 instances and countless instances of cross-dressing. This Hikari not only dresses as a girl, but also wears lipstick. What a pervert. My wife, Jean, boldly asserted that those who cross-dress are perverse. This year's final selection should pose no significant issues, as the difficulty remains within a normal range. 2 years ago, you conveyed the same sentiment to me, and then I encountered a hand demon. Huili Zai awkwardly chuckled. For Lord Qianzhu, isn't that just the usual difficulty? Excellent. Such flattery. This fellow not only cross-dresses but also excels at praise. He undoubtedly has a bright future ahead. After contemplating, he deduced that since this year's selection is devoid of flaws, Xiang Nai, who should be capable of navigating it independently, alleviating undue concerns. Thus, Zhang Yi playfully teased the siblings of Chan Wuji. Consequently, he remained oblivious to the chilling aura that had enveloped the wisteria blossoms on the northern foothills. He also failed to notice a flamboyant man adorned with a Pai Lu crown and a blood-red attire, brandishing 2 golden fans, sauntering into Fuji Shishan. Dong Mo disdainfully waved his hand, obliterating all the wisteria along his path. How could such beautiful yet loathsome flowers exist in this world? He gazed towards the mountains, a hint of a charming smile gracing his lips. Dong Mo's complexion was pallid, akin to that of a corpse. He listened intently to the whispers in the wind. The sound emanating from the heavens belonged to a colossal, monstrous bird. Only upon closer proximity could one discern that the creature, with wings and talons, was not a bird but a youthful individual radiating joy. He silently emitted sound waves, conveying a message to Dong Mo below. He was one of the avatars of the half-day dog, Kong Shi. In other words, the Upper Moon 4, the half-day dog, was not far off. The Upper Moon 2 and Upper Moon 4 had infiltrated Fuji Shishan. Their arrival was not a matter of chance, but rather part of a calculated plan. In comparison to the mission assigned to Iwazwa, their task appeared rather effortless. Their purpose here was not merely to revel in the scenery. It was a grim feast, consuming human flesh while gazing upon the landscape. If possible, Dong Mo yearned to eradicate the flowers that adorned the mountainside. Suddenly, Tanjiro Kamadu halted, glancing skyward, sensing an unsettling discomfort in his nostrils, as though someone were watching him. He scanned his surroundings, but found no one. Chapter 133. The young butterfly flutters Kuri Hualuo Xiang Nai, who traversed through the night. This area devoid of the cascading wisteria, only shadows of trees that resembled the forms of demons. Even the faint moonlight that occasionally pierced through was of little consequence. In such an environment, despite her extraordinary vision, she could not see far ahead. Breath of Flowers, fifth form, a blade of light, akin to a peony in bloom, blossomed from the tip of her Nichiren blade. In an instant, Xiang Nai Hu unleashed a rapid series of 9 strikes, resembling the blossoming of a pink flower. Fruitless peony, the demons surrounding her ceased their movements, their heads severed from their bodies. Xiang Nai Hu's smile remained unchanged, as if this were not a matter worthy of pride. After all, during this period, it was not the insect pillar guiding her, but rather the water pillar, that golden-haired genius who, despite his immense talent, always regarded himself as mediocre. Faced with such a person, Xiang Nai Hu could not muster even a fraction of arrogance. Her soft white boots crunched upon the withered twigs and leaves, producing a faint sound as she silently made her way towards her destination. After all, it sufficed to head east. The path up Fuji Shishan was not particularly arduous, and she advanced with ease, her white haori billowing as if a swift cloud were racing past. Any demon that obstructed her path fell before her Nichiren blade. She was not employing the poison techniques of butterfly shinobu, but rather the blade itself. It was a slender Nichiren blade of pale pink, adorned with plum blossom patterns. The round guard intricately carved with plum blossom clouds. It was both exquisite and deadly, much like her own character. Beneath her quiet and demure exterior lay a heart that was both resolute and sharp. Sudenli, Xiang Nai Hu Bao Set. Unbeknownst to her, a highly dangerous individual was slaughtering others ahead, yet she had already sensed the ominous and perilous air, along with a faint scent of blood. Death was a common occurrence in this election process. However, Xiang Nai Hu's instinct screamed that something was amiss. The ground seemed to emit strange sounds, reminiscent of numerous insects scuttling about. In the next moment, Xiang Nai Hu opened her eyes and abruptly glanced to her right. Apart from behind her, all directions should have been within her line of sight. Therefore, she could not comprehend how someone could appear silently at her side. Even if such a person existed, it should not be present in this mountain. Moreover, they were not a demon possessing extraordinary powers. It was a fellow demon slayer, a young girl, trembling and drenched in cold sweat, brandishing a Nichiren blade. Her complexion descended into despair as she laid eyes upon Xiang Nai Hu. Hurry, go tell them. The demons here, do not, hurry. If you don't call them over, I will kill everyone. Crack. The girl's hands twisted unnaturally, emitting the sound of dislocated joints. Xiang Nai Hu gazed at her hands. This demon slayer's left hand grasped a severed head, while the Nichiren blade in her right hand was also embedded in another head. The two lifeless heads, paired with the girl's anguished expression, created a most bizarre scene. Kuri Hualuo Xiang Nai Hu did not respond. Her smile persisted, yet her mind raced at an alarming pace. The girl was evidently compelled to slay her companions, but was she being coerced? No, it was more than mere coercion. The girl's unnatural movements caught Xiang Nai Hu's attention. Her vision was remarkably acute, allowing her to perceive details hidden from ordinary eyes. A glimmer of silver flickered in the darkness. It was thread. Numerous threads connected to her joints, as if she were being manipulated like a puppet. Xiang Nai Hu quickly grasped the situation. Had a demon with such powers been born in this mountain? Hurry! The controlled girl cried out in desperation, raising her Nichiren blade to strike. Xiang Nai Hu observed in silence, her keen eyes tracking the minuscule movements of her opponent's shoulders, gaze, fingertips, elbows, and knees, allowing her to predict the next move. Moreover, she could roughly ascertain the attack forms of the blood demon arts and discern their precision. Thus, when the glimmering spider silk came into full view, Xiang Nai, who confirmed a grim truth, a member of the 12 Kazuki had emerged in Fuji Shishan, and she required assistance. She needed the support of a certain peculiar stalker. From the outset, she had sensed a golden-haired presence quietly trailing her. This was not due to her heightened perception, but rather the whispers of Jiu Tai Lang. As Xiang Nai, who swiftly retreated, she hurled a piercing arrow into the sky, which exploded like fireworks, dispersing special vibrations in all directions. Having accomplished this, she now faced two choices: either swiftly depart the area and await reinforcements, or rescue the girl ensnared by the spider silk. However, there were no coins to aid her in deciding what to do. So how should she choose? Naturally, option 2. Kuri Hualuo Xiang Nai, whose character was not only naive but also somewhat foolish. If Nezuko was a simpleton, then she was the epitome of foolishness. In the vastness of her vision, the strings manipulated by the puppeteer began to taut, and Xiang Naihu no longer retreated. With a powerful thrust against the trees, she propelled herself forward, her body swiftly closing the distance, accompanied by a fragrant bouquet of flowers as she darted past the head of the demon slayer girl with a swish. While still suspended in mid, a flash of pink light shimmered. Kana no kokyu, roku no kata. Yuritomomo. She executed a somersault in the air, unleashing a horizontal slash that severed all the taut strings with her Nichiren blade, the blade's passage adorned with delicate petals, exquisitely enchanting. In the next moment, she grasped the fleeing demon slayer girl and retreated rapidly, the Nichiren blade striking again, clashing with the incessantly shooting spider strings, producing a sharp metallic sound. The origin of these strings was unknown, yet they jolted her wrists. Fortunately, aided by the recoil, Xiang Nai's retreat was remarkably swift. After placing the stunned demon slayer girl upon a branch, Xiang Naihu returned to the ground, where 4 gusts of wind accompanied the strings, brushing past her. Whoosh! Crack! The spider strings, which should have been soft, were extraordinarily sharp, emitting piercing shrieks in the air and effortlessly penetrating trees. However, these tactics posed no challenge for Xiang Naihu, who dodged the strings with remarkable ease, her body exhibiting exceptional flexibility. No wonder her husband, Zenitsu, cherished her. The awestruck demon slayer girl gazed at her savior, who sported a side ponytail adorned with a jade-green butterfly hairpin, clad in white short boots, and a snow-white cape accented with a pink bow. She appeared both striking and adorable. Under different circumstances, she would have undoubtedly squealed in excitement for such an impressive and charming girl. Incredible! A faint, youthful voice floated through the forest. The night was partially torn away, revealing a pale figure. It was a diminutive boy clad in a white robe, with pale hair and a wan face, his hair obscuring his left eye. He silently observed Xiang Naihu, a hint of astonishment gracing his features. This aura was not that of an ordinary demon slayer. His name was Rue, the 5th lower moon, the spider demon. Favored by Kibutsuji Musen, this lower moon demon held little interest in other matters, preferring to engage in childish games. He was supposed to remain in the Tanjiro Spider Mountain, but due to a shortage of personnel, Musen had summoned him. Xiang Naihu remained silent for a moment. You're right, I bears no number, just a mere lower moon? How amusing, baiting you is quite effective. Rue indeed appeared somewhat irked. Although he did not care much for his ranking among the 12 Kazuki and never engaged in blood battle for position, being openly belittled by a human for the first time displeased him. His fingers trembled slightly, and the atmosphere grew tense. The myriad strings were disturbed by an invisible force, softening and weaving into a net within seconds. Kitsusen no Yutsu, a colossal spider web, descended from above, capable of ensnaring foes or instantly shredding them into pieces. And even the Nichiren blade would struggle to sever these formidable threads. Xiang Naihu maintained a serene smile, though her visage was calm. Her indifferent eyes glimmered with a rare emotion, excitement. Hu, ha, kana no koku, jo no kata, akana no isi. 2 arcs of pink light surged upward, their paths not dispersing but intertwining. This was a simplified version of the secret sword technique, Yatagarasu. As a girl, Xiang Naihu lacked the stamina to execute the true 3-sword Yatagarasu, let alone the 4-sword double Yatagarasu, yet even the dual sword combination easily shattered Rue's blood demon art. However, it was not enough. More strings assailed her from the front, moving with lightning speed. Xiang Naihu's eyes turned a shade of crimson, a precursor to the impending activation of the ultimate technique of Hana no Kokyu. Unlike the other forms, the final technique was not an offensive strike, but rather a supportive skill. Shujin Noa came, by exerting pressure on her eyeball, her dynamic vision reached its zenith, rendering the movement of surrounding objects in her field of view as if in slow motion. However, this technique risked ocular hemorrhage and potential blindness due to its overwhelming strain. Thus, she refrained from using it unless absolutely necessary. The situation was far from desperate, so she did not fully activate the technique, but merely heightened her dynamic vision for a fleeting moment. Instantly, those seemingly impenetrable strings appeared to her as if they had entered a relative state of stillness, revealing flaws and gaps. With a swift rotation of her Nichiren blade, Xiang Naihu deftly evaded the strings with agile and supple movements. However, she did not escape entirely unscathed. A thin line of blood traced her brow, resembling a drop of vermilion. This rendered her even more beautiful, even more striking. She seemed to float like a butterfly. 2 minutes prior, a distinct tremor emanated from the sky. Zenitsu, who had been playfully teasing the Kanazuchi siblings, abruptly lost his smile. It appeared that something unfavorable had transpired. What? Cease this selection and report back to headquarters. There's a problem at Fuji Jukiyama. He instructed the 2 youngsters to leave Fuji Jukiyama immediately, and his figure swiftly traversed the wisteria forest, appearing in the distance only to vanish and reappear. The yellow flash of the Demon Slayer Corps made its return. I'm sorry, construction site Japanese, how embarrassing. Chapter 134. Reunion and Embrace Again. The wisteria flowers parted before him like a tide. Zenitsu moved in a straight line, darting swiftly through the blossoms. Although the floral beauty surrounded him, his heart raced with urgency. Evidently, something abnormal had occurred in Fuji Jukiyama, prompting Xiang Naihu to deploy the highest level of warning signal. Where was she now? Communication among the Hashira relied primarily on crows, but in emergencies, the individual would tear open a special fragrance pouch crafted by Kochu Shinobu, leaving a trail of aroma along the way. This scent would not attract the attention of demons and lasted for an extended period. However, the materials required were quite costly, and the crafting process was intricate, making it a rarity. Xiang Naihu undoubtedly possessed such a pouch. Following the unique fragrance she had left behind, Zenitsu pursued her in a straight line. Upon reaching a cliff's edge, he leaped across without hesitation. This distance was no longer a challenge for Zenitsu. His physical prowess was formidable, surpassing all but the Hashira of stone and Kibutsuji Musen. The night wind howled against his mask, his footsteps grew lighter, and the rustling sound in the air quickened. Suddenly, he halted and leaped into the air. For beams of colorful sword light flashed. Shuang Yin Hiki, Thunder Flash. These 4 beams of light did not converge, but instead struck in different directions, abrupt and blinding, illuminating the lurking figures in the darkness that sought to ambush him. For figures, similar in appearance yet distinct in demeanor, silently observed him. There were the 4 manifestations of the Upper Moon 4, Hantengu, their emotions laid bare. Their weapons remained sheathed, and they halted their actions. For heads fell begrudgingly to the ground. Zenitsu surveyed his surroundings. I recall there was a demon as large as that of a grudge demon lurking somewhere. Why hasn't it made an appearance to embarrass itself? And where's Hantengu's rat-like true form? The essence of the true body is of utmost significance. The 4 formidable manifestations present a considerable challenge to the Hashira, let alone the members of the Demon Slayer Corps beneath them. Even if by sheer luck one could vanquish these 4 manifestations, it would ultimately prove futile. The entity known as Hantengoku is exceedingly timid. Another way to describe timidity is cunning. The true body is undoubtedly hiding nearby, yet there is no time to seek it, as the foremost priority is to ensure Kanaiha's safety. Furthermore, the appearance of the Upper Moon demons at Fujisaki Mountain serves as an ominous signal. Hantengoku did not coincidentally wander here. Kibutsuji Musen and the 12 Kizuki have remained dormant for so long, despite the intelligence team of the Demon Slayer Corps relentless searches. They have found nothing. This is not due to the enemy's concealment, but rather the brewing of a grand scheme or plan. Just as Zenitsu was about to take a step forward, he halted once more. The 4 manifestations he had severed vanished, replaced by a figure he had never encountered before, an individual whose visage and stature resembled that of a youth, yet bore an imposing demeanor. crowned with 2 horns and adorned with 5 thunder drums, inscribed with the character for hatred on his back, wielding S-shaped drumsticks. One might mistake him for a deity from a temple. An irate voice, suppressed with fury, emerged from this figure. You, a coward who preys on the weak. Zenitsu raised an eyebrow slightly. A 6th manifestation? The aura of this manifestation, although less threatening than that of Kibutsuji Musen, surpassed that of Upper Moon 2, Doma, compelling him to take it seriously. Hanten Goku had been cornered by the Demon Slayer Corps multiple times. In such dire circumstances, the instinct for self-preservation surged intensely, growing stronger in adversity. This manifestation was birthed from Hanten Goku's most vehement emotional fragmentation, fueled by deep-seated hatred towards those who had inflicted suffering upon him, amalgamating the powers of the 4 manifestations to become the strongest among them, named Zungpa Tian. Zungpa Tian not only surpassed the physical capabilities of the 4 manifestations combined, but also awakened the ability to manipulate wood, akin to the wood release in Naruto. A dragon composed entirely of twisted wood erupted from the ground, its massive form sprouting 5 dragon heads, glaring menacingly behind Zungpa Tian. Blood Demon Art, Piercing Tears. A long spear materialized in Zungpa Tian's grasp, unleashing a barrage of destructive shockwaves as it surged forward. This was the blood demon art of the manifestation known as AI Ju. Simultaneously, 2 other blood demon arts were deployed. Blood demon art, Howling Fury. The 5-headed wooden dragon emitted destructive sound waves capable of shattering human eardrums, interlaced with a bolt of lightning directed at Zenitsu. Blood demon art, Thunderkill. 3 blood demon arts manifested almost concurrently. Zenitsu flicked his blade, dispelling the violent sound waves with an even more intense resonance, his form vanishing momentarily to evade the spear's energy in the lightning strike. Before Zungpa Tian could regain his composure, Zenitsu appeared atop one of the dragon's heads, raising his Nichiren sword, and with a flash of lightning, severed one dragon head. The severed head then opened its gaping maw towards him. Zenitsu stepped back slightly, retreating over 20 meters, calculating that the attack range of the 5-headed dragon was no more than that. However, to his astonishment, another dragon head emerged from the severed one. Zenitsu retreated once more. Yet another head emerged from the dragon's mouth. What is this? A Russian nesting dragon? With another flash of lightning, he cleaved the peculiar 5-headed wooden dragon in half, sending it crashing to the ground. Just as Zenitsu prepared to advance, he hesitated again as Zungpa Tian struck the 2 drums behind him simultaneously. In the next moment, the forest trembled as countless colossal wooden dragons began to thrash about. A smile unexpectedly crept onto Zungpa Tian's face, filled with contempt. The selection exam for new recruits is of great importance. Although it was anticipated that the Demon Slayer Corps would dispatch a Hashira to Fujisaki Mountain, no one expected it would be you. Zenitsu's gaze lingered upon the wings behind Zungpa Tian, suppressing his inner turmoil and unease, calmly inquiring, "What does Kibutsuji Musen intend to accomplish? How would I know what that esteemed individual desires?" Zenitsu suddenly lowered the tip of his sword and chuckled. "Then how about you try capturing me to achieve a grand feat? Come on, I promise I won't resist." Shameless liar. Zungpa Tian ceased his speech. He had no intention of defeating Zenitsu. His sole purpose was to restrain him. When Zenitsu approached to strike, he would flap his wings and soar into the sky. Yet if Zenitsu contemplated retreating, Zungpa Tian would immediately pursue him. This incessant pest wouldn't allow him to escape. Neither fighting nor fleeing, it was utterly infuriating. Zenitsu had no time to waste on this distraction, his voice icy. "If you continue to cling to me, I vow that in this lifetime, even if I am reduced to ashes, I will hunt you down to the ends of the earth, leaving not a trace of your existence behind. Do you believe me?" Zungpa Tian fell silent for a moment before breaking into a sinister laugh. "If I don't entangle you, I too will face death at the hands of that esteemed individual. Besides, why are you in such a hurry? Do you have a precious junior participating in the selection? Worry not. There will be demons to accompany them." What was the purpose of Kibutsuji Musen sending Upper Moon 4 to Fujisaki Mountain to create chaos? Even if he eliminated all the newcomers here, it would serve no purpose. Or perhaps this was a declaration of war. The moonlight gradually succumbed to thick clouds. Zenitsu was unaware of Kanaihu's current state, yet he could sense the increasingly potent stench of blood carried by the mountain breeze. He understood that his foremost task was to devise a means to eliminate Upper Moon 4 and subsequently deal with the clowns infiltrating the mountain, thus safeguarding more lives. If Goku was left unchecked, how many lives would he claim in this mountain? It was a dilemma of choosing between two options, to select one or the other. He suddenly realized that in some aspects, he was quite similar to Kanaihu. Both were somewhat foolish and naive. Breath of the Rock, my style. Zenitsu raised his Nichiren sword. The tip angled slightly towards the heavens. Zumpation steeled himself in response. Among all the forms of the rock pillar, the fifth form, Walu Xingbu, possesses the greatest power, its principle being to leap into the air and first throw an axe at the opponent, followed by a meteor hammer. Alternating weapon throws with enough force to easily shatter the earth. The technique Zenitsu was currently using was a variant of this form, though its primary purpose was not to inflict harm, but to facilitate escape. My style, Crow takes flight. Zumpation was momentarily caught off guard by the name of the technique, sensing Zenitsu's aura transform into an indomitable stone. With a flick of his Nichiren sword, Zenitsu propelled himself into the air. What was the principle behind this? He had no time to question Newton when he noticed the blade slicing through the air. The sound of wind howling as the sword's momentum surged. The variant of the breath of the rock involved launching oneself like a meteor hammer. Zenitsu inverted his sword, using it to propel himself into the sky. This maneuver posed little strain on him, but the pressure on the weapon was immense. Had his Nichiren sword not been reforged, it would have shattered under the tremendous force. Even so, the vibrant blade emitted a mournful cry. My wife, Zenitsu, soared through the air. Kanaihu was sprinting fervently, with a boy wearing a wild boar mask running ahead of her. Trailing behind them was not the Lower Moon 5, that arachnid demon, but an ice demon wielding a fan. The Lower Moon 5 had been vanquished by her and the boar-headed youth. However, before they could catch their breath, Kanaihu spotted the flamboyant figure of Domo. Upon seeing him, she immediately recognized his identity. An archenemy, a blood feud. Yet the astute girl was aware of the gap in their strengths, and without a second thought, she turned and fled. What puzzled her was why the boar-headed youth was also running so swiftly. Inosuke's keen instincts and perception had saved his life. The night was frigid, and the biting wind felt like a blade. Kanaihu sensed her fatigue. Given their current abilities, defeating a Lower Moon 5 had already exhausted them, and she, too, was weary. Yet, the chilling aura that grew nearer behind them was far more terrifying. This was the greatest danger she had ever sensed since becoming aware. The Upper Moon, too, was beyond her capacity to confront. But continuing to run like this would inevitably lead to their capture. Suddenly, a heavy gust sliced through the air above her and Inosuke, crashing into the trees behind them. The seemingly heroic figure of the Hashira now screamed in terror. Get out of the way. Domo halted, scanning the surroundings. Then he saw a yellow mass rapidly enlarging before him, which unfortunately collided with his face. What the hell? Bang. The two men clutched each other as they rolled down the hill. Chapter 135. A Madman. Is any beautiful girl your wife? Domo felt distressed. He had some matters to attend to within the cult, yet he was summoned here for a work trip, and to top it off, he had to bring along 2 colleagues. It was tolerable since they were old acquaintances, but what was up with that Lower Moon 5? Relying on the boss's favoritism. It disregarded the seniority of its predecessors. Such arrogance. With a smile plastered on his face, he grumbled internally. Truly, it was embarrassing. While the Lower Moon 5 was arguably the strongest among the lower ranks, it was still shameful to be defeated by 2 novices from the Demon Slayer Corps. If it weren't for the fact that it had severed its own head with spider silk beforehand, it might have genuinely been killed by those 2 fledgling swordsmen. The boar-headed youth seemed rather peculiar, and the girl's breathing technique, if she was indeed using Hana no Kokyu, suggested she was a practitioner of the flower breathing. Yet another sweet butterfly. Domo pursued eagerly. He was almost upon them. Then he was suddenly knocked down the slope by an unidentified yellow mass. Domo lamented internally. I am in such despair. You are revolting. Trying to bite me down there. Zenitsu was disgusted, realizing it was the Upper Moon too. Without hesitation, he unleashed a series of swift attacks, thunder breathing, followed by flame breathing. After executing a 3-hit combo, he attempted a powerful strike, the 9th form, Rengoku Slash. Although he managed to open a wound on Domo's chest, he regrettably failed to sever his head. The opponent's reaction speed had evidently increased significantly. How many people have you devoured in these 2 years? This question had been posed to him numerous times. He chuckled. As a human, would you remember how many pieces of sushi you've eaten? Domo wore a cheerful smile, indicating he was unperturbed. Indeed, if it were just him alone, he could not hope to defeat this blonde-haired adversary. Even the oldest and strongest Upper Moon, Kokushibo, had fallen to him. But fear not. Today he had companions, preying on the weak. Today you shall surely meet your demise. From afar came a furious shout, and the strongest avatar of Hantengoku, Seppuku, descended like a deity, stirring the grass and dust as he revealed his fangs. Evil ones must face evil retribution. Hey, isn't it you who is outnumbering? Zenitsu mused. Well, it's not my fault. It was indeed a pity that Hantengoku didn't pursue Lulish. Without hesitation, Zenitsu took off running. He felt he was truly skilled at fleeing, perhaps even reveling in it. Almost every encounter with an upper moon had seen him retreating. However, there was no other choice. He had poor luck. Among the upper moons he had encountered, aside from the sixth, the others had always been in groups, lacking any sense of chivalry. Even this Hashira, despite his strength, could not possibly challenge two at once. No pillar could contest two upper moons simultaneously. Moreover, this time, he was not in danger alongside Shinobu, but rather with the weaker Kanaihu, a novice. If he did not flee now, then when? As for the boar-headed youth and the others, Zenitsu thought only of saving himself. Leaving everything to fate, grasping Kanaihu's small hand, he sprinted eastward. Split up, Inosuke shouted, running in another direction. In the next moment, his body contorted in a way that defied human logic, with a series of cracking bones as he narrowly evaded several strands of spider silk. This peculiar maneuver left Domo and Hantengoku momentarily stunned. How had this child's bones grown to be so flexible? Hantengoku chased after Zenitsu and Kanai, while Domo and the lower moon 5 followed closely behind, the two upper moons and one lower moon driving Zenitsu and Kanaihu deeper into the enveloping night. He could not escape. Domo lethargically waved his fan, struggling to fathom how he could run while fanning himself. If he were alone, perhaps he could mask his own scent. But unfortunately, he was accompanied by a fragrant maiden. Was Kanaihu fragrant? Undoubtedly so. The lower moon 5, still a youth, interjected without courtesy, "You're quite the pervert." Hey, don't you think women taste delightful? I rarely consume women. Then what do you eat? Spiders? Hantengoku overheard and thought it amusing. It wouldn't surprise him if the two began bickering at any moment. Suddenly, he halted, turning abruptly. Are they behind us? A web shot forth rapidly toward the rear. Lightning flashed. The blood-stained spider silk, hardened to an even greater degree, could easily shatter an ordinary Nichiren blade, yet was severed by Zenitsu's strike. He hung upside down from a high branch, his golden eyes focused solely on Domo, reflecting the image of the cult leader. This realization filled Domo with rage. Since becoming a demon, he had never encountered a Hashira from the Demon Slayer Corps. Due to Kibutsuji Musen's favoritism, he had seldom interacted with upper moons, leaving him uncertain of his own strength. In other words, he did not know how weak he truly was. Now, being disregarded by a human, he was enraged. Blood Demon Art. Thread rotation. The lower moon 5 unleashed its ultimate technique, weaving the highest hardness threads into a swirling cocoon, densely assaulting the hanging Zenitsu. My wife Zenitsu slowly sheathed his sword. Should he do so beneath the waterfall, the cascade would halt in its flow. If he were to sheath it amidst the howling winds, the tempest would recoil in retreat. The blade tip hung low. This was the water-breathing 11th form. The delicate threads of spider silk seemed to plunge into a tranquil lake. No matter how gruesome the scene, it would only produce a faint ripple, as the mightiest blood demon technique was effortlessly dismantled, leaving his already pallid face ghostly white. Had it not been for Hantengu's timely intervention, Lower Moon 5 would surely have met his demise. Hey, aren't you coming down to play? I can lend you my fan. Why come down? I can still slay all three of you from up here. Zenitsu had become fierce, his flickering gaze betraying that he was merely putting on a show. Wife, let us retreat. This utterance startled the three demons, and soon after, Zengoku Ten caught sight of Kanao's figure, angrily exclaiming, "You're insane." The three demons stood stunned, while Kanao remained unfazed. She had long grown accustomed to such remarks. The white Haori billowed as Kuri Hanazaka Kanao took a decisive step forward, knowing she could only hinder progress. Yet, as she turned, Hantengu's Zengoku Ten split once more, flapping its wings. Simultaneously, Zenitsu unleashed his blade. He struck from over 2 meters away. At such a distance, who could he possibly strike? Doma chuckled mockingly, yet instinctively took a minuscule step back. Before Zenitsu, he felt a tinge of trepidation. Conversely, Lower Moon 5 showed no fear, and thus lost his head in a single stroke. The seemingly elongated Nichiren blade, having decapitated Lower Moon 5, continued its arc, slicing through Doma's sternum and cleaving his heart. How could this be? Doma was certain that Zenitsu, hanging from the tree, had not moved. Yet, he was positioned over 2 meters away. How could the strike reach him? Was it akin to Lord Kokoshibo, extending the blade's length? No, that was not the case. The Nichiren blade had not changed. It was Zenitsu's arm that had elongated. The shoulder joint, elbow joint, and wrist had all been dislocated by Zenitsu himself, rendering it seemingly limp, yet nearly doubled in length. He wielded his right arm as if it were a whip, capable of extension and retraction. Although the sight was somewhat grotesque, the effectiveness was astonishing. Doma realized that had he not retreated, he too would have perished. This intriguing yellow-haired warrior, with his remarkable swordsmanship, elicited a wider smile from Doma, who could not resist inquiring. Is this unexpected maneuver another of the Hashira's techniques? This ability to dislocate joints and rearrange one's organs. Is it something you learned from Inosuke? Beast breathing. My style. Your style? Did you develop this on your own? The spider can eat dung. You're truly insufferable. Chapter 136. No matter how many come, first pay up. The clouds loomed leaden. Now it was daytime. At some point, the sky had begun to snow. Only when a flurry of snowflakes descended did Kanao feel a chill. A month had passed since the new year, and in terms of seasons, this was the true winter. In the endless mountains, the snow fell soundlessly. The young girl's delicate face turned pale as she exhaled white mist in her hands, reaching out to catch the snowflakes. A trace of melancholy inexplicably surfaced in her violet eyes. Zenitsu had no time for such reflections. He was on high alert. Several days had elapsed since the Upper Moon's ambush at Fujike St. Mountain, yet he had failed to shake off the persistent presence of those 2 Upper Moons, particularly Hantenga's clone. Zengoku Ten relentlessly tracked Kanao as essence. Although he could not match Zenitsu's varied sword techniques and speed, his ability to fly granted him a true linear path. Is flying something remarkable? Indeed, it was truly remarkable. To fly allowed one to survey the landscape below, where the winter forest resembled an aging geisha, stripped of the lushness of summer's youth. As Hantengu soared into the sky, he could see everything clearly. Just when Zenitsu and Kanao thought they might escape, they beheld Doma's infuriatingly smug expression, compelling them to resort to tactics. This strategy, somewhat sneaky yet grand, was called guerrilla warfare, involving evasion and concealment. Zenitsu and Kanao hid, which only heightened Doma and Hantengu's anxiety, as they became obsessed with finding them, unable to eat or drink, consumed by longing and unable to divert their attention to the demon slayers. Until that day, Zenitsu suddenly raised an eyebrow, then let it droop. Kanao glanced at him, silently inquiring. It's nothing. A few small demons are coming this way. With that, Zenitsu sighed. They perched on a branch, relying on the trunk and branches to shield them from the wind and snow, yet they could not escape the snowflakes that settled upon them. Zenitsu brushed the snow from Kanao's head and shoulders, then gently leaned against her, closing his eyes. Kanao, who was not fond of engaging with others outside of family, had no friends, even within the Demon Slayer Corps. She could only converse with a handful of individuals. As Zenitsu was her half-instructor, communication was possible, yet she was not particularly fond of physical interactions, especially since her master, Kocho Shinobu, had advised her to be wary of the opposite sex. Moreover, this yellow-haired fellow had already taken advantage of her during training. Her master had warned her that he was a lecher. 2 girls had feelings for him. Therefore, she believed her duty was to push him off the tree for the sake of the people. However, upon seeing the weariness etched on the boy's face, Kanao silently relaxed her body, her gaze fixated on his features. He was not difficult to look at. Indeed, he was quite handsome, surpassing the few Hashira she had encountered. The water Hashira was too cold, the sound Hashira too effeminate, and although she had heard that the sound Hashira was exceptionally handsome with long hair, she had never had the fortune to meet him. Yet he was already in his 20s, hardly appealing. The yellow-haired boy was the most pleasant to behold, especially when his eyes were closed. As Kanao pondered this, she tilted her head slightly, teasingly brushing her ponytail against his nose. It was a playful gesture, yet her expression remained serene, her lashes fluttering gently. Zenitsu suddenly opened his eyes, sitting upright. He grasped Kanao's wrist, squinting ahead as a gust of cold wind swept through, causing the temperature to plummet. An unsettling atmosphere of chaos and oppression enveloped them. Even Kanao sensed that something was amiss. Kanao, your eyes are sharp. Look over there. Kanao widened her eyes, spotting a dark line in the distance. What is that? Zenitsu quickly led her away. She may not have seen it, But Zenitsu heard it clearly. That dark line was a multitude of demons. He had nearly forgotten that Fujikase Mountain was originally home to demons. Those weak demons, used as test subjects, were now gathering in force, converging upon their location. No one knew just how many demons were lurking within this mountain, a testing ground for generations. In the preceding years, the valiant Yutsu, who stood alongside Fu Gang Yong, vanquished numerous demons in an effort to rescue their comrades. Yet, despite their efforts, many demons remained. These malevolent beings, entrenched in the verdant embrace of the wisteria-laden Tsu-Shi Mountain, have long feasted on the souls of the living. Now, with the arrival of the 12 Kazuki to deliver justice, they dutifully follow orders. The lesser demons scour the area for our whereabouts, while the formidable Hantegu surveils from above. If this continues, our location will soon be discovered, for I have underestimated the demons. My dear wife, Zenitsu, laments, I have underestimated their intellect. Kanao tightly secured her white haori, pondering aloud, is survival possible? I shall attempt to sever Hantego's wings. With determination, she resolves to seize the opportunity. Suddenly, Zenitsu pats her youthful shoulder, offering a wide smile. Just keep running. If you cannot escape, I will come to your aid. You must not perish. He is indeed a good man, Kanao muses, recognizing Zenitsu's inherent kindness. She obeys his command and continues to sprint forward. Remember, do not stop. Meanwhile, my wife Zenitsu remains behind, silently brandishing the Nichiren blade, his cold gaze fixed upon a myriad of demons that encircle them like a relentless tide. The demons, infused with a sickly green hue, seem to have absorbed the essence of the bark they gnawed upon, some even possessing organs that have grotesquely morphed into plant-like forms. He even glimpses a peculiar demon, its head fixated on a blooming wisteria flower. These fiends, oblivious to the identity of the young man before them, are drawn by the intoxicating scent of living flesh, baring their fangs, lolling their tongues, and rolling their eyes as they surge forth from all directions. The first wave of demons falters, their heads severed from their bodies. Yet more follow relentlessly, as if the ocean's waves were crashing upon the shore, one after another. An endless cycle of carnage. The Nichiren blade emits a cry, a sound of unprecedented yearning. Let's discuss something. You are a seasoned Nichiren blade and should learn to act autonomously. There is no need for intricate techniques. The most devastating forms of hinakami, kagura, and swordsmanship resemble a conflagration, sweeping and cleaving, while the multicolored blade dances and twirls, producing a series of sharp cracks, indifferent to whether it strikes a neck or not. Zenitsu's swordsmanship has transformed. He no longer resembles a traditional Japanese swordsman, but rather a blood-soaked warrior wielding a blade on the battlefield. With a swift motion of his left arm, he ensnares several demons' claws, while his right hand cleaves through the upper halves of multiple humanoid forms. A cacophony of vibrant light erupts, slicing through any demon that dares approach, some fortunate enough to survive, while others are met with instant death. For the past 4 centuries, there may have been pillars more powerful than he, yet none possess his audacious valor. He is unafraid of injury inflicted by demons, for he himself can be considered akin to one. Zenitsu wipes the blood from his face, his once handsome features now appearing somewhat grotesque. He opens his mouth and, with a flick of his tongue, pays homage to Kaikuen, exclaiming, "Rero, rero, rero. Oh, Jojo, look at the flamingo soaring." The flamingo, aflame with fury, retorts, "I am not a flamingo. I am Zhengpu Tian." Enraged, Zhengpu Tian cannot resist summoning 5 wooden dragons. Zenitsu retreats 20 meters, evading the reach of the wooden dragons. Is this your radius of 20 meters, you emerald water splash? At this moment, my wife Zenitsu resembles a radiant orb of color, while the swarm of demons that pounce upon him are torn asunder within that colorful light, although a few may escape decapitation. The damage dealt by the Nichiren blade is undeniably real, with blood and flesh littering the ground. The pungent stench of blood incites the frenzy of the demon horde. Surrounding Zenitsu are countless remnants of flesh and organs, with various red and white viscera hanging from branches, appearing utterly grotesque. Yet he remains unscathed, evading attacks with a breath of wind. Aside from some blood on his face and hands, he remains relatively clean. His expression has grown numb, instinctively wielding the Nichiren blade. Yet for some reason, he seems particularly concerned with maintaining his cleanliness today. Domo observes this with bewilderment. From his understanding, Zenitsu's combat style diverges from all pillars and demons alike. This blonde-haired youth is the type to employ any means necessary to annihilate his foes, regardless of how despicable or filthy those methods may be. Domo firmly believes that should he be able to slay Zenitsu, even if it meant bathing in a cesspit, the blonde would gladly comply. Thus, he remains perplexed. Following confusion comes wariness, having narrowly escaped death at Zenitsu's hands several times. Domo harbors a subtle fear and caution towards him, reminiscent of the terror he feels towards Kibutsuji Musen. This fear has saved him on numerous occasions. However, this time, he has genuinely misjudged Zenitsu. My esteemed wife harbors no ulterior motive against him. Truly, this time, I assure you, he is not deceiving. If he were to single out an individual to torment, Zenitsu would feel a pang of guilt. The demon horde is tumultuous, their shrieks and howls echoing incessantly, while the Nicaran blade produces a muted thud as it cleaves through flesh and bone, raining blood and gore across the sky. Bring forth 100 demons. They will be finely minced as if made into a savory stew. Today, Zenitsu revels in the slaughter of demons, having taken more lives than ever since his arrival in this world. Perhaps they can no longer be considered human. They are beasts confined by the demon slayer core, demons burdened with countless sins, yet they remain lives nonetheless. A butcher may tire of slaughtering 100 pigs, let alone these humanoid demons that emit human-like sounds. Zenitsu's expression remains devoid of emotion. His breathing quickens momentarily before he inhales deeply, the erratic breath of wind transforming into the tempestuous breath of thunder. This time, his breathing is extraordinary. It is as if he has drawn in the very air of the mountain. Domo increasingly suspects that Zenitsu is preparing to unleash something upon himself, disregarding all else. He waves his fan, summoning a colossal icy bodhisattva before him. He hides behind the bodhisattva, observing intently. What is this? Domo catches a glimpse of shimmering lightning converging from all directions. Third form, gathering thunder. Those demons that draw near appear magnetically compelled, unable to resist the pull towards the center, where the gathered lightning vanishes, leaving only a multitude of demons congregated, forming an enormous sphere, a colossal orb of flesh. Domo gazes in astonishment, uncertain of Zenitsu's intentions. Though curiosity piques his interest regarding the technique he employs to attract so many demons, yet he hesitates to approach. This feeling of trepidation is novel for Domo. Had Kibutsuji Musen been present, he might have surmised Zenitsu's intent. It was during one winter, on a sunlit day, that Kibutsuji Musen employed a similar tactic to pursue Zenitsu relentlessly under the merciless sun. This is indeed a blood demon art. Zenitsu certainly lacks Musen's blood demon art, yet he will develop his own. He names this blood demon art treading upon corpses. Thunder rumbles. A colossal sphere of corpses rolled and tumbled away, the wails and cries of the spirits that comprised it gradually fading into silence, leaving the horrific events within a mystery to all. This sphere moved at an astonishing speed, surpassing even the flight of Zheng Petion. As Zheng Petion caught up with Li Hua Luo Xiangnai, the mass of ghastly bodies surged ominously behind him. A faint tremor reached his ears, rapidly escalating into a thunderous roar. Suddenly, the densely compacted sphere burst apart, scattering severed limbs and shattered viscera like a bomb detonating, obliterating a nearby mound. At that moment, Li Hua Luo Xiangnai, who had vanished from Zheng Petion's sight. Where could that little girl have gone? Capturing her would surely serve as leverage against my wife, Zen Yi. How strange, was that a cliff? Did she jump? Tong Mo had yet to catch up. And Zheng Petion, aware he was no match for Zen Yi, remained calm. As long as he soared into the sky, he would be fine. Without hesitation, he flew toward the cliff. However, Zen Yi was not one to miss an opportunity. Seizing the explosive aftermath of the corpse sphere, he had already leaped onto the treetops, waiting to grasp one of Zheng Petion's feet as he took flight. Enraged, Zheng Petion brandished a metallic staff, aiming a powerful strike at the blonde. A surge of electricity coursed through Zen Yi's body. Though the intense heat posed no harm, it numbed his nerves. This numbness allowed Zheng Petion to unleash further electric shocks. Numerous bolts of lightning struck around Zen Yi, the air crackling with thunderous sounds, resembling the descent of a celestial being reclaiming the lemon demon. Enough already, Zen Yi cried out, involuntarily releasing his grip. He plummeted downwards, fortuitously crossing the cliff's edge, seemingly destined for the abyss. Zheng Petion hovered in the air, a darkly triumphant smile gracing his features. Now, there's nowhere for you to escape, you dead blonde. With a flap of his wings, he prepared to descend, anticipating the moment when the fallen Zen-E would become a mere puddle of flesh. First, he would shatter that ostentatious Nikron blade, then methodically reduce his hands to pulp. Awaiting the arrival of Musen, he envisioned the glory of such a deed, dreaming of promotion and accolades. Lost in these thoughts, Zhang Petion remained motionless. Suddenly, he glanced back at his wings and noticed an exceedingly thin scar, oozing blood. An anguished roar escaped him, fueled by an unprecedented fury, more intense than he had ever felt towards another. His youthful face contorted in rage. The drums behind him echoed with his impotent wrath, yet it was all for naught. Blood mist erupted from his wings as the latent force severed them, resulting in his own descent. Ah! Zhang Petion cried out as he fell, while Zen-E, suspended against the cliff, silently observed his descent. From such a height, unless he fell into water, he would undoubtedly meet a gruesome fate. This time, it would take a long while for that half-dog to recover. Zen-E chucked it darkly, tugging at his white haori. Pull me up, dear. From her perch on the cliff, Xiangnai, who gave him a thumbs up, a silent commendation. The situation was precarious. Tong Mo lurked above, ready to strike anyone who dared to reveal themselves, ensuring a fate similar to that of Zhang Petion. Zen-E regarded his hands, now embedded with ice spikes, and furrowed his brow. Tong Mo was relentless, waiting above to crush anyone who dared show their face with a hail of ice. Sharp and poisonous. If not for his unique constitution, Zen-E feared his hands would have been rendered useless. Xiangnai, who observed his injuries with concern. "Iem fine," he replied. The ice gradually melted, and his bloodied hands began to heal, flesh regenerating in a manner that defied human capability. A sight Xiangnai, who had grown accustomed to. Her gaze drifted downwards, where a veil of white mist obscured the depths. Yet Zen-E understood her worries. Tong Mo dared not descend, and the half-dog would soon regain his strength, but Zen-E was unafraid of him. The conditions were simply unfavorable for combat. They found refuge in a narrow cave within the cliff, the footing precarious and narrow. Any misstep could lead to a fall. The sole advantage was the shelter it provided against the wind and snow. Yet, there was another merit to this cramped space. It fit two people snugly, though it was quite cramped. To prevent Zen-E from falling, Xiangnai, who had to extend her arms around him, pressing closely together, while Zen-E held her tightly, his grip akin to an embrace, as if to meld her into his very being. How lecherous! In this situation, Xiangnai, who could not refuse, silently enduring. The flush on her young face had faded, yet her smile had dissipated. She solemnly warned him, "Don't rub against me." The warmth of their bodies was enough. Any further contact could lead to trouble. Zen-E sighed softly, causing Xiangnai to misconstrue his discomfort. After all, he bore the responsibility of standing firm against the elements while shielding her from the biting cold. Surely he must be exhausted. With that thought, her voice softened. "You must be tired." Zen-E paused, then shook his head, lamenting, "No, I've never felt better. Holding what I cannot have is an enjoyment in itself." The sweetness of youthful innocence is indeed a delight. Xiangnai was at a loss for words. She felt touched, yet wondered if he was praising himself. Such compliments from a peer of the opposite sex stirred something within her. Not wanting to reveal these feelings, she turned slightly, wrapping her arms around his shoulders, her legs aligning with his in a protective manner, fearful that he might suddenly lose his balance and fall. Though it was a reluctant action, the awkwardness of their position was palpable, especially as it was initiated by her. Xiangnai, could you switch the direction of your ponytail? My face feels a bit itchy. Is this better? She inquired, flipping her hair, which now brushed against his cheek, the warmth of her breath filling his ear. Stop that. It feels a bit unsettling. Zen-E murmured, almost in a whisper. What is wrong? No, it is nothing. This intimate whispering and gentle caresses are reminiscent of lovers. If I, Qishir Jean-E, were still an inexperienced virgin in theory, I might pretend to be oblivious. However, regrettably, that is not the case. Having tasted the pleasures of the flesh, one perceives things differently. Certain matters can be pressed and molded into any shape. Indeed, in the hands of the master god version of Siegwanquan, they could even take the form of an equilateral right triangle. Yet, some things cannot be constrained. Forcing them down will only result in ruin. Xiangnai has already sensed this. As a disciple of the insect Hashira, although her major is not in medicinal arts, she possesses a profound understanding of basic human anatomy, and thus her cheeks have begun to flush. She wishes to draw in her abdomen and retreat slightly. Yet, Qishir Zhan, he lowers his hands, pressing against her lower back. No, don't move. I am cold. What can she say? Could she possibly utter the words to cease fire, proclaiming herself an ally? Ku Lihua Luo Xiang Naihu feels a pang of distress. As astute as she is well aware of her master, Butterfly Shinobu's, ambiguous relationship with this golden-haired man, as well as certain preferences of Qishir Zhan. At this moment, she finds herself powerless, silently beseeching her master. I am being forced. This scoundrel is far too strong for me to escape. Master, I am aggrieved. How can I express this to you all? Everyone, if a spark ignites under such circumstances. Qishir Zhan, and Xiang Naihu would be bound together in a truly inseparable bond. Zhan, you must endure. Think of Butterfly Shinobu. Would she ever forgive you for engaging with her stepson? The mere thought of Butterfly Shinobu causes Qishir Zhan to take a deep breath, filled with the refreshing scent of youth, as the matching butterfly hairpin sways in his peripheral vision. It dawns on him that the similarities between Xiang Naihu and Butterfly Shinobu are alarmingly abundant, particularly their petite yet resilient forms. Thus, could it be that Ku Lihua Luo Xiang Naihu serves as a mere substitute for Butterfly Shinobu? What a ridiculous thought! The more he contemplates, the more exhilarated he becomes, especially upon realizing that the girl in his embrace has closed her eyes, adopting an expression that seems to say, do as you will. But do not go too far. Qishir Zhan, he finds himself compelled to regain his composure. How could he ever squander such a wonderful girl? The situation is inappropriate. At that moment, a gust of wind surged from the precipice below, accompanied by a furious howl that reverberated through the mist, both wrathful and mournful, followed by the sound of wings unfurling. The Hachigoku's incarnation appears to have recovered. Zhan cautiously turns his body, shielding Xiang Naihu behind him. The cold wind invigorates him. Yet certain areas do not revert to their original state. Instead, he angrily points at the airborne avian figure. Am I interrupting your little escapade? You two shameless lovers? Zhang Pu Tian sneered coldly, his expression shifting to one of fury. Bah, the man lacks shame. The woman is equally disgraceful. Even at this moment, she does not refrain from tempting a man. Such a young girl, a true rogue. The usually composed girl turned slightly pale. Qishir Zhan, he felt no shame. Raising his Nichiren blade, he declared loudly, I am a normal man. Of course I would respond to a girl. Unlike you, Zhang Pu Tian, who has spent centuries fondling that staff of yours. How brazen. That staff is cold and hard. It is utterly unsuitable. You dare to twist my words. You despicable and vile youth. I have never encountered such a shameless individual. Kururu, do you not also understand? He retorted. Zhang Pu Tian's eyes burned with rage. He drew forth a staff and directed a surge of electricity towards Qishir Zhan. However, this time, Zhan deftly countered it with his thunder-breathing techniques. Zhang Pu Tian frowned in contemplation, suddenly realizing that under these circumstances, while his opponent could not harm him, he too seemed powerless against them. No, there is a way. Zhang Pu Tian sheathed his staff and retrieved a fan. This is the weapon of his clone, Kola. During the battle in Tokyo, the Rock Hashira's meteor hammer had obliterated the newly emerged Kongshi and Kola, leaving no opportunity for them to shine. Hence Qishir Zhan, he had never seen that weapon. Yet, instinctively, he sensed something amiss. It was a round fan, capable of summoning a great wind. Boom! A tremendous gust of wind surged into the crevice where the two took refuge, the air rebounding off the rocks, effectively sandwiching Qishir Zhan, and Xiang Naihu between two powerful currents. The former remained unaffected, steadying himself with a Nichiren blade lodged in the rock. However, Xiang Naihu struggled to withstand it. The overwhelming pressure rendered her unable to breathe, and if this continued, she would surely suffocate. Qishir Zhan gripped the hilt of his sword with one hand, while embracing Xiang Naihu with the other. With a sigh of despair, he lamented, Why do you all keep creating such opportunities for me? As Xiang Naihu's face turned crimson from lack of air, he decisively pressed his lips against hers, initiating a temporary form of artificial respiration. This scene caused Zhang Pu Tian to pause his hand that wielded the fan. His current emotions mirrored those of Hand Demon in the past. Why? Why do you dare to flirt with a girl before my very eyes? Why are you so audacious? Why? Why does your narrative differ so drastically from mine? Zhang Pu Tian's rage was enough to pierce the heavens. His furious voice startled Doma as well. Damn it! Why? Chapter 139. Generations of gentlemen, the Sound Hashira and Mist Hashira departed 2 days prior, and the situation at Fujisaki Mountain should soon be under control, my lord. Is there anything else you wish to convey? At the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps, Ubuyashiki Kagaya coughed weakly. Kaijiro. It seems there is more than one Upper Moon demon there. You all should head over. I'm not worried about Tenjin, but Michiro is still too young. Rengoku Kaijiro hesitated, however. Ubuyashiki smiled and waved his hand. In any case, you fellows are merely here to mooch off my food and have nothing to do. So why not go to Fujisaki Mountain and see what Muzan Kabutsuji intends to do? With that, he did not wait for a rebuttal and, supported by his wife and daughter, returned to his room, turning to the stone Hashira. Jiomi, I entrust many matters to you. Kanroji Mitsuri nodded silently. In the next instant, tears streamed down his face. The other Hashira exchanged puzzled glances, surprised by the sudden surge of emotion from the usually stoic monk. After a moment of silence in the room, the wind Hashira, Shinizawa Sanemi, suddenly spoke. The situation at Fujisaki Mountain is indeed peculiar. But I still believe we should keep 2 Hashira by the Lord's side. He requires guardianship. Kanroji shook his head. That is not possible. Since I became a Hashira at 19, I have consistently advised the Lord on this matter, yet he has never consented. He believes that such valuable combatants should not be utilized for his own safety. Alas, this is truly vexing. Butterfly Shinobu furrowed her brow. It seems the Ubuyashiki family has never assigned a guardian to their head, although it may seem reckless. This location is secluded and should not be easily discovered by demons. She hesitated before finally speaking. What I am concerned about is the Lord's health. The others were taken aback. It should not have deteriorated to such an extent in just 2 months. Kanroji-san, had a doctor come to examine him? The monk nodded. They say it is due to excessive heart and blood consumption. Tenjin Yuzi suddenly stood up and walked outside. Rather than lingering here, it would be prudent to resolve the matter with the Upper Moon and return promptly. A few individuals followed them outside, with Dai Dai Run being the last to depart. Before she left, she cast a glance at Bei Ming Yuxingming, noting that he was reciting a scripture. However, it was neither the Diamond Sutra nor the Amitabha Sutra, but rather the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva's fundamental vows. Bei Mingyu, will you be staying? She inquired. Please wait for a moment. As the last rays of dusk vanished from the horizon, the pillars of the Demon Slayer Corps departed from the Tsukinoko residence. Night descended swiftly. Dai Dai Run was traversing the path back to the Butterfly Mansion when she noticed a new crescent moon had appeared in the sky. Hey, I am somewhat concerned for my disciple. Kanai should be all right, correct? Rin, you seem rather unhappy. What has transpired? Kanroji Mitsuri grasped her hand, her mood seemingly uplifted. Just now, Jyoteru flew in, and Zenitsu tied a piece of cloth to Jyoteru's claws. Look! Dai Dai Rin's eyes brightened as she removed a fragment of cloth from the sparrow's leg. It was a torn piece from her disciple's Haori, inscribed in blood with a phrase. Lure the tiger away from the mountain? What do you mean by that? Suddenly, Rin recalled the peculiar behavior of their leader and the stone pillar over the past few days, leading her to a most unsettling conjecture. She abruptly turned her gaze towards the direction of the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, her expression paling to an extreme. Ah, have they arrived? Murmured Tsukinoko, whose face was obscured by bandages, as he gazed at the figure standing at the door. It is a pleasure to meet you, Kabutsuji Muzan. The middle-aged man, clad in a suit and draped in a cloak, scanned the surroundings cautiously, revealing a mocking smile. What a grotesque sight, Tsukinoko. You are on the brink of death. Muzan remained vigilant. Upon receiving the news, he knew the 9 pillars of the Demon Slayer Corps were not present. The attack on Fujisaki Mountain was indeed a ploy to lure them away. Utilizing such a strategy against humans was no longer a mere precaution. It was cowardice. Muzan conceded to this cowardice, for he had to succeed. In recent days, the Demon Slayer Corps had indeed been searching for his whereabouts, and, correspondingly, Muzan had been gathering and analyzing information on the Corps. His primary focus was on Wazakami Zenitsu. Yet, that blonde-haired boy remained exceedingly cautious, refusing to reveal himself in public. Thus, Muzan had to settle for using the capabilities of Neru, seeking out the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps. Would he still hide behind these individuals? Muzan squinted, the corners of his brows twitching. Yet, why were there no guards present? Our clan, alongside the Demon Slayer Corps, has pursued you for a millennium. We have finally encountered you. Surely, you harbor a deep-seated hatred for the Tsukinoko clan and yearn to slay me with your own hands. Tsukinoko spoke in fragmented sentences, his voice frail. Muzan could discern the man's genuine weakness. He was nearing death. Thus, his inner turmoil deepened. I have utterly lost interest in you. For millennia, you have incessantly obstructed me, ignorant of your own insignificance. Your current state is a mockery of fate, grotesque in its absurdity. You reek of decay. Tsukunoko's wife, Amano, gently supported him. Indeed, the doctor stated, I had over 2 years left to live, but in orchestrating a plan to terminate you, my spirit has been excessively drained, leaving me but a breath away from death. To kill me? Muzan furrowed his brow slightly, then released it. He assumed Tsukunoko referred to the battle in Tokyo. What use is that? Your ethereal dream should awaken, for once it does, you will meet your demise. I will allow you to utter your final words, which I shall relay to the pillars. Tsukuhoshi began to cough violently. Perhaps you are unaware, but you and the Tsukunoko clan share the same bloodline. After a millennium, there may be a significant disparity in our blood. The same bloodline? What kind of family did I originate from 1,000 years ago? A wave of discontent and desolation surged within Muzan, but was quickly suppressed, his tone growing increasingly indifferent. I harbor no feelings for you, whether by blood or otherwise. What is it that you wish to convey? The tragedy of the Tsukunoko clan, the root cause of our generation's short lives, is you, Muzan. Utterly absurd, distasteful. Such matters lack any semblance of causality. Tsukunoko coughed again, indifferent to what he expelled. Ah, so this is your perspective, Muzan. What is your dream? Kibutsuji Muzan raised an eyebrow, an air of murderous intent thickening around him. Recently, a blonde-haired boy had posed a similar inquiry. Or perhaps, what dreams have you been nurturing over the past millennium? Silence enveloped them. He suddenly realized he could not bring himself to despise Tsukunoko. Why? What was the reason? Kibutsuji Muzan abruptly turned away. In the moonlight, 2 silver-haired girls in the courtyard were playing ball, seemingly oblivious to his presence, completely engrossed in their joyful game. A peculiar sensation welled within Muzan's soul, a feeling reminiscent of nostalgia. This long-lost tranquility and sense of security made him feel nauseous. He released his awareness to perceive the surroundings, finding only the Tsukunoko couple and their 2 daughters. No other presence lingered. The vast courtyard appeared desolate. Perhaps I should venture a guess. Muzan, do you yearn for eternal life? You desire eternity? That is not an unreasonable thought. Moreover, this dream is nearing fruition. All I need to do is consume Wazakami Zenitsu. No, your dream shall never be realized. Tsukunoko proclaimed with a frail, yet resolute tone. Neither humans nor demons can achieve permanence. What can endure in this world is the spirit of humanity. That is the essence of eternity. Muzan found such words utterly repugnant, coldly rebuking, nonsense, truly unbearable to hear. For a millennium, the Demon Slayer Corps had not perished, though many unfortunate children had met their end. Their spirit and will had indeed been passed down. That was their resolve. Even if you were to slay me today, it would be futile. This spirit shall endure until your demise. His increasingly fervent words were abruptly halted by a fit of coughing. As Tsukunoko seemed to realize that speaking to Kibutsuji Muzan bore little significance, he struggled to muster a complex smile. How many more final words do you have? I wish to convey that even if you were to slay me, it would be inconsequential. I am not of such great importance. Perhaps you cannot comprehend this, but it matters not. You only need to know that once you perish, all demons will cease to exist. The atmosphere suddenly grew heavy, steeped in lethal intent. The skies darkened ominously. Am I correct? Be silent. In the quiet courtyard, the only sounds were the playful voices of the 2 girls, as remnants of celebratory red paper lingered on the pillars from the recent New Year. An indescribable sentiment disrupted Muzan's state of mind. The venerable tree, weathered by time, trembled gently, and the last leaf fluttered down. He felt a sense of unease, for he could not pinpoint what was amiss. Kibutsuji Muzan suddenly noticed the redness in Tsukunoko's eyes, a delicate shade of pink, nearly identical to his own. The man who bore the curse of destiny, destined to perish within mere months even without being slain, should have exuded the stench of decay. Yet, inexplicably, a faint essence of blood wafted through the air, reaching the nostrils of Goiwayuyo. After a millennium, it had grown tenuous, but it lingered on, the blood that shared his origin, the source blood. He gazed quietly at Chanyashiki Yosei, as his emotions gradually dissipated, leaving only an insatiable greed, a voraciousness akin to the tumult of the ocean, bordering on savagery, as if he yearned to consume all life itself. In contrast, although Chanyashiki's eyes were tinted with a rosy hue, they shone with unparalleled clarity. Their gaze towards Goiwayuyo imbued with a warmth reminiscent of kinship. Having conveyed all that he wished to express, he added one final statement. While I may assert my insignificance, my demise is not devoid of meaning. Chanyashiki glanced at his two daughters, who had ceased their playful antics and embraced one another in the courtyard. He then slowly turned his head to regard his steadfast wife at his side. After a brief silence, he uttered softly, I am sorry. Thank you. Chapter 140. The Boundless Heavens. What utter cruelty is this? This was a stratagem to draw the tiger from its lair. In other words, Guewu Yuyo would likely confront them personally in the near future. What? Do not be astonished. Xingming, I have calculated this with great effort. A mere trick of the Onmyoji, or you may consider it instinct. I shall serve as bait while you sever the head of Yuyo. The Lord spoke these words with a fragile voice, fragmented and disjointed. Our clan possesses remarkable intuition. One might say foresight. By discerning the future, we have amassed considerable wealth and evaded numerous perils. Other children might refuse to be bait. Hence, I must rely on you. Xingming, I hope my cherished children will suffer no further casualties. Fleeting memories surfaced in his mind repeatedly. Beiming Yu Xingming stood in the night breeze, his clasped hands trembling uncontrollably. Suddenly, a shrill cry of a crow pierced the air. With a crack, the prayer beads in his grasp, which could serve as a weapon, shattered in his firm grip, scattering upon the ground. Beiming Yu Xingming abruptly lifted his head. Countless crows erupted from Chanyashiki's courtyard, emitting a chorus of hoarse cries. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! As a gust of wind swept by, Chanari Shinobu arrived at his side, her expression alarmed as she gazed toward the oncoming crows. She then turned her attention to Beiming Yu Xingming, whose complexion had turned ashen. Tears began to dry in his eyes, and suddenly, he raised his head high and let out a furious roar that resonated throughout the heavens and earth, drowning out every other sound in a tempest of rage. This was an emotional outpouring, a stark signal. What was happening? Was Guewu Yuyo attempting to draw them out? Mr. Beiming Yu, do you know something? Beiming Yu Xingming inhaled deeply, suppressing his inner turmoil, and replied gravely, The Lord willingly assumes the role of bait. He declared that if he does not descend into hell, who will? I cannot persuade him, nor can I obstruct him, and I have no justification to prevent his enlightenment. How intriguing that you have been reciting the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva's vows all day. However, you cannot stop me from going. Chanari Shinobu's expression shifted abruptly. Could it be explosives? Gunpowder had been utilized in Tokyo once before. Guewu would undoubtedly be exceedingly wary of its scent. Thus, the true target was the Lord's family. Beiming Yu Xingming's visage hardened, his eyes filled with profound anguish. To be precise, it is the Lord and his two daughters whom Yuyo would never spare. The bloodline of Chanyashiki. Chanari Shinobu was momentarily taken aback. Is that bloodline poisoned? Do you recall what the Lord inquired of you 2 years ago? It was regarding the notion of using oneself as bait to poison the second upper moon, which inspired the Lord's plan. That is impossible. Shinobu shook her head in disbelief. Could he have been preparing to do so 2 years ago? The Lord should know that wisteria toxin does not significantly affect Guewu Yuyo. Beiming Yu Xingming's tears flowed freely. I implore you to ask Miss Tamayo to concoct some potions. They are said to relate to the transformation of demons into humans and can suppress Yuyo's cells. He abruptly fell silent. In his eyes was a chaotic void, devoid of compassion, only the fierce intent to kill, as he hurled his meteor hammer forward. Namu, from the depths of the night, a figure slowly emerged. With blood still lingering at the corners of his mouth, Guewu Yuyo smiled faintly. Would you like to know the dying words of your lord? I just had a small appetizer. A meal such as yours is far more delectable. He extended his hand toward Beiming Yu Xingming. Guewu Yuyo raised an eyebrow, suddenly sensing something amiss within his body. A toxin, as if drawn from his very marrow, surged through him, threatening to annihilate every single cell within him. This toxin was not only the potent wisteria poison, but also something that instilled fear within him. What manner of poison was this? When had he been poisoned? A vision of Chanyashiki Yose's serene smile before death flickered in Yuyo's mind. He had to admit his grave error. It was a mistake to assess Chanyashiki through the lens of humanity. The man had concealed his anger and hatred deeply within, coiling within him like the most patient of serpents, harboring a profound intent to kill from a young age. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the specter of death loomed. Yuyo, gritting his teeth against the pain, slightly turned away but could not evade the onslaught of Beiming Yu Xingming's meteor hammer, which detonated with a thunderous blast, followed by a relentless barrage of strikes. Guewuyo was beset by wounds, his body rendered nearly unrecognizable, with white ribs exposed and patches of flesh grotesquely shredded, with pieces of his once handsome visage falling away. His countenance became a haunting sight as torrents of black blood gushed forth, exceeding the volume a human ought to possess, staining the ground beneath him in mere moments. Umapa, Chanyushiki. Voices filled with resentment and fury echoed through the woods. Guewuyo had completely abandoned his usual elegance, his body rotting and marred with hues of purple. Yet he continued to regenerate his flesh, his cold gaze the first to return, now a blood-red hue. Fierce and venomous, it resembled an ancient well of decay, eager to drag all living beings into its depths. However, Beiming Yuxingming sensed with clarity that Yuyo's aura was significantly diminished compared to their encounter in Tokyo. Yuyo had been weakened. The presence of allies was drawing near. Xingming raised his arms, the chains of his meteor hammer forged from unyielding iron, suddenly ensnaring Yuyo's neck. The latter glared at him, fury radiating from his very being. You dare plot against me? At that moment, his rage reached its zenith. He had never imagined he would be ensnared to such an extent, nor had he anticipated being outwitted by a creature as feeble as Chanyushiki. More infuriating was the possibility of his demise here. This realization ignited within him both anger and fear. His temperament was exceedingly savage, his disposition far from amiable. He ruled the 12 Kizuki with absolute terror, fearing they might unite against him. In truth, Yuyo was profoundly cowardly, dreadfully afraid of death, and immensely averse to anyone suggesting he appeared gravely ill or near death. He is indeed that kind of person. However, when he realized his life was in peril, Wuzue Yuikaru erupted with an overwhelming ferocity. Blood demon art, black blood thorn. Straining to maintain his human form, countless black thorns sprouted from the arms of Wuzue Yuikaru, seemingly sentient as they encircled the figure of Beiming Yuxingming. Yet, he remained utterly unfazed, firmly gripping the chain of his meteor hammer. He constrained Wuzue Yuikaru, as if taming a frenzied Tibetan mastiff. In the next moment, a tempest began to coalesce above Wuzue's head. Breath of wind, fifth form. This gale, which Wuzue had experienced 2 years prior in Tokyo, was an overwhelmingly fierce wind. The autumn mountain gale. Wuzue's expression shifted drastically as he sensed imminent danger. His fingers clutched the searing chain, preparing to escape. He, the longest living being in this world, was also the most fearful of death. Beiming Yuxingming would not allow him to flee. Wuzue, in a fit of rage and disbelief, realized that these chains were so robust he could not sever them instantaneously. At this moment, the Nichiren blade of the wind pillar rested against his neck, accompanied by the furious laughter of Shinazugawa Sanemi. A glint of cold light flashed. The blade pierced flesh. Such resilient flesh perish. Shinazugawa raised the Nichiren blade, executing a downward slashing motion. Breath of flame, fifth form, flame tiger. The crimson blade lunged forward, delivering a colossal strike akin to a raging tiger, cleaving through Wuzue's midsection, black blood splattering. After successfully landing a blow, Kyujuru Rengoku did not pause. Gracefully kneeling on the ground as flames flickered, Wuzue emitted a muffled groan as his newly sprouted left foot was impaled into the ground. Almost simultaneously, Beiming Yuxingming knelt down. In his lifetime, he knelt for great benevolence and compassion. A being like Wuzue could not withstand such humility. The broad axe plunged deep into Wuzue's right leg, similarly pinning him to the ground. Concurrently, Shinazugawa seized Wuzue's throat from behind, exerting force that forced Wuzue's forehead to meet this swiftly approaching figure. Breath of water, seventh form, continuous flow. Like a dragon, the figure twirled and surged, with each rotation amplifying the strength of his strike. Ju Tomioka leaped and spun, accumulating an unfathomable momentum as he faced Wuzue with a flick of his wrist, transforming his slash into a thrust. The azure Nichiren blade pierced through Wuzue's forehead like a long, merciless spike. Wuzue roared in fury, experiencing unprecedented agony. Yet, in the next moment, his howl ceased abruptly. A slender Nichiren blade entered through his left ear, piercing through to emerge from the right. It was Tsunami, the butterfly pillar. Tsunami exerted all her strength. The 5 pillars moved in perfect harmony. Despite being engulfed in sorrow or rage, their coordinated assault remained unimpeded, delivering an unprecedented sensation to Wuzue. He had never been so thoroughly defeated. Even when pursued by Tsujikoni Yorichi, He had never felt this helpless. However, what tormented him the most was something else. He halted his cries, instinctively glancing downward. A man with seaweed-like hair, his face wrapped in bandages, draped in a striped haori, was crouching before him, a purple serpentine, double-edged blade insidiously thrusting into his abdomen. This was the serpent pillar, Iguro Abanai. Usually, a white snake coiled around the serpent pillar's neck, but now it was absent. Wuzue knew where that snake had gone. It was feasting on the other snake below him. Chapter 141. The Human Slayer, Ma-Fo. The serpent pillar, Iguro Abanai, was not much of a talker. As the saying goes, the barking dog seldom bites, which holds some truth. All the men witnessing this scene instinctively shuddered, redefining the serpent pillar in their hearts. He was ruthless, a true predator. It would be wise to avoid him in the future. What if he unleashed a serpent-eats-serpent maneuver? Unbeknownst to the men who regarded him with caution, the serpent pillar proudly remarked, "Humph, who would have thought I could engage in such unscrupulous acts? If only my white snake were a female, it could consume more of the precious Tamakawagata. Tamakawagata, are you all right? Speak." His tone grew frantic. "Hold on. You are destined to be a legendary serpent." The male white snake, Tamakawagata, fell from between Wuzue's legs, bloodied, with a small object vaguely visible in its mouth. This snake was a hero. Yet this hero was convulsing, frothing at the mouth. The serpent pillar roared in anger. "Damn it, this thing is poisoned." Wuzue erupted, unleashing a thunderous scream. This ancient progenitor of demons, who had lived for a millennium, not only relived the stark sensation of mortality, but also faced the brutal loss of a seldom used organ at the hands of a cold-blooded creature, pushing his emotions to the brink. In an instant, unparalleled power surged within Wuzue, a force of nature. To the pillars, it indeed felt like a force of nature, erupting with explosive momentum, sending them hurtling away. Except for the axes of the rock and flame pillars, which remained embedded in Wuzue's lower body, the others were propelled backward, taking their Nichiren blades with them. However, in the next moment, the wind pillar, Shinazugawa Sanemi, soared back into action. He adjusted his angle midair, delivering a horizontal slash. Wuzue hastily flicked his wrist, sending the black thorns ricocheting off the Nichiren blade, showering Shinazugawa with a deluge of blood. Yet, Shinazugawa's breath of wind yielded no hindrance, as he created an invisible wind barrier with each breath. He then executed 3 consecutive strikes, ultimately assuming an upside-down position. Extending his blade, he pressed the tip against the Nichiren blade that had impaled Wuzue's left foot, applying force. The sound of the blade slicing through flesh harmonized with Wuzue's agonized scream. Almost simultaneously, Shinazugawa's right foot struck Wuzue's bloodied and wounded face, the latter's eyes wild with madness, his mouth agape, attempting to bite this white-haired man's foot. Clang! A glint of cold light erupted from beneath his foot, the poison concealed within the blade, and the dagger hidden beneath his foot. Today, he unveiled 2 tactics. Wuzue leaned back, his lips sliced open with a long gash of blood. He felt utterly disheveled, while gradually sensing the unwavering resolve of the pillars to annihilate him, even at the cost of their own lives, inciting a growing fear within him. Although his contorted expression was one of pure malice, he was already unnerved. Yes, he was mad. He was frantically losing his composure. Observing these 6 individuals, although 3 of the 9 Hashira were absent, their gazes were remarkably similar, undaunted, resolute, growing stronger with each setback, unwavering as long as they drew breath, and refusing to fall until their enemies lay slain. Even if he could transform their bodies into demons, these warriors might endure the insatiable hunger to continue battling him. It must be acknowledged that some humans were truly formidable. Reflecting on his 12 subordinates, they appeared as mere fools. The lower moons were not worth mentioning. Just look at the upper moons. Each had lived for over a century, each a ruthless character feasting on blood and flesh. However, after so many years, they had rotted away. Long gone is the initial fervor. The heart of the boss is on the verge of shattering. Gamui Wuzon truly feels that his heart is in grave trouble. Within the vast amounts of toxins he has ingested, there seems to exist a peculiar substance that suppresses his cells, causing a deceleration of the regeneration of flesh. The decline in his bodily functions, juxtaposed with the relentless rebirth of his flesh, results in a catastrophic internal hemorrhage, with the rhythm of his heartbeat escalating to an astounding pace. At the brink of life and death, Wuzon's blood surges towards his heart like a tidal wave. He exerts himself to extract the axe and the Nicaran blade that have ensnared his legs. But he is horrified to discover that his body is gradually becoming rigid. He senses the sluggishness creeping into his movements. With great difficulty, he manages to withdraw the blade and axe. Turning to Kanemayu Shomei, why have you not attempted to sever my head? From the very beginning, you have refrained from doing so. Why? The master surmises that even if you were to sever your head, it would likely be futile. In this world, the only thing that can truly extinguish your life is sunlight. The wind Hashira chuckles coldly, the markings on his forehead deepening. Ah, as long as we keep you here, once the sun rises, your demise is inevitable. Gamui Wuzan, is it your intention? Wuzan surveys his surroundings, uncertain if his confusion is genuine or merely a tactic to buy time. He poses a question. To be honest, I have grown weary of dealing with you all. You wish to kill me, why? Is it because someone dear to you perished in my hands? He opens with the age-old grievances of parents, children, and siblings. He glances at Takatu Mwichiru and Kochu Shinobu, as well as the unobtrusive figure of Tanjiro. Your gazes are powerful. Have I slain your kin? His words ignite the ire of the three Hashira. Kochu Shinobu's parents and sister, along with their disciples, all fell victim to demons. As for Tanjiro, it is needless to say, the death of his beloved friend at the hands of a demon is his lifelong regret. The one who suffers the most is Mwichiru. His gentle mother transformed into a demon, slaughtering his 5 siblings, leaving only him and his brother, Jinya, alive. Initially misunderstood by his brother, their relationship remained strained as he sought to prevent Jinya from joining the Demon Slayer Corps. The Wind Hashira has never known happiness. While their loved ones and friends were indeed not slain by Gamui Wuzan himself, but rather by other demons, it cannot be denied that he bears a portion of the responsibility. Even so, have you not all survived? Why not lead a good life? Why must you seek trouble with me? Countless individuals have perished from floods and blizzards. Has anyone ever sought vengeance against the heavens? He opens his arms, an expression of pride and perplexity in his eyes. This selfish and cold-blooded monster truly cannot comprehend their hatred. This lack of understanding is a profound form of indifference. They become enraged. A single chant of the Buddha's name dissipates their fury. Calm down. Wuzan refocuses his gaze on Kanemayu Shomei. Master, it appears you do not endorse my words, nor have you been blinded by rage. That is quite remarkable. I am not remarkable. I am merely older than them and possess a greater understanding of certain truths. Oh, to seek vengeance for oneself is a motivation. To rid the world of your monstrosity is also a motivation. Since we comprehend the path and the goal, why must we concern ourselves with the nature of our motives? The meaning of this statement is clear. Regardless of the reason, you must be eradicated. Gamui Wuzan sneers. Even if it leads to death? Perhaps you're unaware that the average lifespan of a swordsman in the Demon Slayer Corps is quite short. Not due to their weakness or fear of death, but because they dare to die. The markings on the face of the rock Hashira gradually emerge. The Demon Slayer Corps has pursued you for many years, which implies that you have also hunted them for many years. The cyclical transition between the 12 Kizuki and the Hashira has occurred numerous times across many generations. Yet the Upper Moons have not perished in nearly a century. Why? Because they fear death while we dare to face it. Those who dare to die often create miracles. Such spirit and miracles have been passed down through generations, rendering us increasingly powerful while you grow weaker. This world has never lacked individuals willing to confront death. Wuzan seems to hear a ludicrous jest. You are a Buddhist master, yet it appears you are urging others to embrace death. Strength and weakness are not definitive. But I have a question to pose to you. All beings are equal? Naturally equal. Humans can consume livestock. Why can't demons consume humans? Shomei bellows. Absurd. Ultimately, this boils down to a matter of perspective. You, being human, certainly think from a human standpoint, regardless of the entity, be it demon, monster, or wildlife. If it harms a human, it is unforgivable and must be struck down. Unfortunately, some individuals refuse to remain human, desperately attempting to exonerate Wuzan. Conversely, the ancient Indian ascetic advocating for the equality of all beings believes he is, at least somewhat, human. Thus, the so-called equality of all beings means that in the eyes of humans, other living beings hold an equal status, rendering Gamui Wuzan's nonsense utterly nonsensical. Gamui Wuzan smiles. Before departing from Tokyo, a woman posed this question to me. She seemed indifferent to my identity, stating that what she needed most was love and that her greatest fear was the absence of it. You see, even an ordinary woman can overlook my identity. Why must you, master, be concerned? Rengoku Kyujuru feels a chill in his heart. He suddenly recalls an incident from that winter at the No Theater, where he encountered Gamui Wuzan holding a little girl. He cries out, "What have you done with Tsukihiko's wife and daughter? Do you wish to know where they are?" "Do not worry, you'll find out soon enough." Wuzan does not explicitly state it, but the sinister and malevolent glint in his eyes speaks volumes. Kyujuru grimaces in anguish. Kochu Shinobu murmurs, "If she spoke such words without knowing what a demon is, it indicates her foolishness. If she knowingly aids Gamui, it reveals not only her folly, but also her cruelty. Regardless, Rengoku-san, you need not suffer." Kyujuru sighs softly. What fault lies with the innocent? Shinobu coldly glares at Gamui Wuzan. Then let him experience even greater suffering. Kanemi Shomei clasps his hands together, softly reciting a Buddhist chant, then steps forward. "You, this monster, who takes lives at will and transforms individuals into your kin, causing further harm to others. Dare you question me about the equality of all beings?" He brandishes his meteor hammer and charges forward once more. "I await your mother-s arrival." Chapter 142. If this does not constitute kin. Far away in Fujisaki Mountain, Wakuya Zenitsu remains unaware of the turmoil occurring at the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. However, he understands that the two upper moons are certainly luring the tiger away from the mountain, and they will not retreat in the short term. This is troubling, especially given their limited mobility. Both he and Kanahu are feeling quite uncomfortable. Come and fight if you have the ability. Wakuya Zenitsu is formidable. He excels in close combat, having slain countless demons with his Nichiren blade. Among the 12 Kizuki, he has personally dispatched 7, earning the title of 12 Demon Slayer. Zero Yuzi currently does not dare to appear before him, fearing that a single kick from him would crush their skull. In close quarters, he is invincible. In this regard, aside from the Upper Moon 3, Akaza, there is no one who can stand against him. Not even Han Tengu. His strongest clone, Zunpation, flaps its wings, hovering in the air with arms crossed. If you have the ability, why not fly up? You possess the ability to sever my wings, yet lack the capacity to soar? Zunpation strikes a striking pose, his countenance adorned with fury, wings flamboyantly displayed, accompanied by several drums resonating behind him. If only he could retract his fangs, apply a touch of powder, and form a chaotic gesture with his hands, he would undoubtedly resemble a divine being descended from the heavens. However, his prowess is rather lacking. No, it is not merely lacking. Throughout these several centuries since his transformation into a demon, he has encountered the Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps, yet none have exhibited the peculiarities of the yellow-haired one. His swordsmanship and martial skills might allow him to contend evenly with the likes of Upper Moon 3, but he possesses the physique of a demon, rendering him impervious to death and occasionally unleashing blood demon arts to extract hearts. This is not a mere deficiency in Zunpation's resources. It is rather that his adversary is endowed with an unfair advantage. Zunpation has learned his lesson well. He would never approach the opponent. Instead, he would simply fan himself, for while the yellow-haired one might endure, what the girl he is protecting? Well, a kiss and a bit of artificial respiration can be tolerated, but I am eager to witness how they withstand the bitter cold. Hantengo lacks the ability to conjure eyes through blood demon arts, but Domo does not. Thus, a scene unfolds upon the cliff. The flamboyant Domo continuously employs blood demon arts to conjure ice blocks, tossing them at Zunpation, who retaliates by hurling these blocks at the couple hidden within the crevice of the cliff. This spectacle is both comical and brutal. Kanai, indeed, finds herself unable to withstand the icy blocks, compounded by days without sunlight, as the snowflakes grow ever colder, and she fears that she might perish from the cold before starvation claims her. To prevent her from freezing, my wife Zenitsu finds himself compelled to remove his clothing and drape it over her, using his bare back to warm the girl before him. The modern-day Domo, a benefactor, contrasts sharply with the ruthless and unreasonable nature of the former. The latter embodies the essence of humanity, while the former reveals a heart pulsing with righteousness. Unbeknownst to him, the frail Kanai presses her body against his back, her delicate, pale hands slipping beneath his arms, seemingly both seeking warmth and fearing death. She has assumed such a posture before, but previously it was out of necessity. Now, it feels like an embrace of resignation, as if contemplating death together. Zenitsu revels in the moment. The subtle curves and warmth of the tender girl's body remind him of Shinobu. However, he seldom adopts such a male-female dynamic with Shinobu, so this sensation feels refreshingly novel. You might wonder what posture he shares with Shinobu. Let's continue. Alas, Hantengo, have you truly gone astray in your methods? That yellow-haired one has yet to surrender. Does he truly wish for the girl to perish? Domo sways his golden fan in the frigid wind, a look of regret upon his face. How unfortunate it would be if such a delightful little butterfly were to perish. It has been several days since I feasted upon a girl. It displeases me. It is one thing for him to be discontent. It is quite another for him to pout. How utterly charming. No, that is truly repulsive. Zungpa, feeling pressed by the situation, finds his composure slipping as he remarks. That Zenitsu is indeed a troublesome foe. To assist that girl in stabilizing her body temperature, he shamelessly loosens his clothing, devoid of modesty. Akin to a protagonist in a theater production. How enviable. Domo raises an eyebrow. Enviable? Oh, I misspoke. Zenpation coughs, regaining his stoic facade, and angrily retorts. Is this what one calls love? Such a ridiculous notion. Simply because a woman is protected, must she offer herself in return? I am filled with rage. Domo closes his fan, his eyes widening. And your next line is, in this freezing weather, my hands are icy and tears flow unbidden. Domo yawns. He muses that if the girl were to freeze to death, it would not be wholly unfortunate. Winter is the time for consuming cold fare to quell the fire within. Fueled by anger and jealousy, Zungpa resumes his efforts, seemingly drawing strength from the labor of the oppressed, transforming his seething hatred and fury into motivation. Vigorously fanning the cold wind, his spirits soar. He is nearly inclined to sing a ballad in praise of the working class. Thus, his focus remains on his fan, causing him to overlook a rather minute detail. What, after all, is the girl who's been shielded by the yellow-haired boy up to? Kanai, is it ready? It must be, right? The girl, petite in stature, speaks softly, her breath fragrant. She rises on her toes, a gentle warmth caressing Zenitsu's ear. That sensation returns, reminiscent of the moment when Shinobu had playfully tickled his palm. It was a ticklish feeling. Now it is dusk. Over the past few days, I have diligently calculated the patterns of the wind. Alas, only at dusk does the wind align favorably. Should we succeed, we must depart swiftly. We hold no advantage in nighttime combat. Of course, the success of the first step is paramount. Zenitsu resolves to act. We must leave this place. Kanai wrestles internally. If they wait a day or two longer, the Hashira should arrive, rendering such peril unnecessary. Yet, in the end, she yields to Zenitsu's plan. She understands that her spirit may endure, but her body cannot. Kanai quiets, checks one last time, and gently nods. Let us depart. Breath of thunder, thunderclap, in a flash of lightning. As Zungpa instinctively fans himself twice, he finally senses something amiss. His eyes widen, mouth agape. Are they truly leaping? They have indeed leapt. How dare they jump? Suddenly, he falls silent, for he sees that Zenitsu, soaring into the air, carries someone upon his back. Is this a death wish, or a ruse for a tragic romance? Zungpa watches silently as the two figures entwined in the air cover considerable distance before beginning their descent. He can already envision the outcome. From such a height, even with the yellow-haired one as a cushion, the girl would surely perish. He knows all too well, for he has experienced such a fall before. Below lies neither meadow nor river. Should they survive that, what on earth? Zungpa exclaims in disbelief. So this yellow-haired one shamelessly disrobed for this moment? Zenitsu's clothing and Haori, combined with Kanai's Haori, form a modest parachute, gracefully descending towards the eastern horizon. And while the speed of their fall remains rapid, the force of the biting wind mitigates its lethality. They cannot succeed. Zungpa bellows, unfurling his wings to pursue them. He then instinctively waves his fan, sending Zenitsu and Kanai careening far away. How could Hantengu turn out to be an ally? Chapter 143. The pig-headed boy will not remember others' names. Kanai finds herself in a daze. This daze is not one of realization, but rather a state of confusion. The cold wind feels like a blade, yet it no longer captures her concern. Pressed against Zenitsu's warm back, the girl seems to be lost in the moment of their leap from the cliff. A thrill akin to the moment when the prince and princess of the Hidden Leaf kissed, or when Fanjin triumphantly passed the imperial examination, or when a jeune fell for a chong. Enough. Forget my rambling. In such moments, it is improbable for any woman to maintain a clear mind. Chaos inevitably reigns. Xiangnihu pondered that if she were to leap alone, she would not overthink it. The sensation of walking towards death or rebirth alongside someone she cherished felt remarkably enchanting, indescribably wondrous. At that instant, She sensed that certain shadows within her heart began to dissipate. No, it would be more accurate to say that they seemed to crack open like melting glaciers. Once a fissure appeared in her hardened, frigid heart, it was as if countless other cracks emerged, allowing the past shadows to no longer impede the surging emotions and sentiments. The wellspring of feeling was on the verge of erupting. A near-death experience plunged her into an endless abyss. It should have been filled with despair. Yet she paradoxically felt joy. Perhaps this is the reason many individuals, fully aware of the dangers, still indulge in bungee jumping. Suddenly, she clung tightly to my wife. Zanyi. Then, she opened her mouth and emitted a piercing scream. Such an occurrence happening to Zhang Naihu was truly inconceivable. Even more astonishing was that, before they reached the ground, she posed a question. Would you be willing to die with me? Her delicate hand pressed against his chest, attuning herself to the rhythm of his heartbeat. A liar would undoubtedly feel anxious, and when one is anxious, their heartbeat inevitably quickens. Zanyi, without a hint of redness on his face, readily replied, I would. His expression mirrored that of a groom responding to a priestess inquiry during a wedding. After all, he could not truly die. A thought flitted through Huang Mao's mind, and his calm and natural reaction left Zhang Naihu in a state of confusion, for the response was far too swift. As if he had anticipated her question. Time would later reveal that Zhang Naihu was not yet capable. Had her master, Daiju Nishin, been present, she would have immediately followed up with a second question, offering him no time for contemplation or preparation. Zhang Nu lingered in her bewilderment for a moment before slowly articulating her second question. Do you like me? The answer was undoubtedly affirmative. No man could resist the charm of such an adorable girl. Many characteristics of Li Hualuo Zhangno struck a sensitive chord within Zhang Yi, such as her petite frame, her charming side ponytail, and the battle attire reminiscent of a flowing black evening gown. Oh, that was actually Derishazin. I misspoke. Zanyi possessed an anormal aesthetic sensibility. Found her delightful. Moreover, with only the two of them present, engaging in discussions of affection was apt to stir the deeply hidden girlish sentiments within Zhang Naihu. He fell silent for a moment, appearing like a boy who had just received a confession from his beloved, filled with excitement, yet somewhat incredulous. Of course I like you. The most, he exclaimed. In the winter clouds, thunder rumbled, and even the heavens seemed to spit upon his face. Zhang Naihu withdrew her hand, remaining silent for an extended period before softly sighing. You are lying. How could I be lying? I truly like you. He insisted. If you doubt me, lick my face. It bears all sorts of flavors, but I assure you, there is no taste of deceit. Zhang Naihu coldly remarked, your heartbeat quickened. What? Hey, a quickened heartbeat does not necessarily indicate lying. It can also signify excitement. Do you not understand what that means, you little rascal? The girl disregarded him, instead finding solace as she nestled against his back, unaware of when they would safely touch down. Exhausted, she opened her eyes, wishing to dismount, yet was halted by Zhang Yi. Let us rest for a while. All right. That ambiguous sense of security allowed Zhang Naihu to fully relax, and she succumbed to slumber upon his back, gradually becoming oblivious to the sound of the wind around her. Zhang Naihu dreamed a dream. She beheld her childhood self. Her youth was shrouded in gray, somber and frigid. She was born into a poverty-stricken family in the city, growing up amidst the cold-blooded cruelty of her parents' domestic violence. Several of her siblings had perished directly due to their parents' brutality. Since any cry would invoke violence from her parents, she was compelled to stifle her emotions, refraining from crying, laughing, or speaking, as if burying all her feelings deep within her heart. Thus, time passed without her noticing, until she gradually became numb to pain and incapable of expressing emotions. Even when later sold to human traffickers by her parents, she felt no sorrow. Until one fateful day, she encountered the Butterfly Sisters. Hello, nice to meet you. I am Daiju Zhangnayu. What is your name? Sister. This child is utterly hopeless. If you do not speak to her, she will do nothing. If you do not feed her, she will genuinely not eat, even when her stomach growls with hunger. Well, let us leave it at that. That's not acceptable. A child incapable of independent thought is far too dangerous. Yet, this was indeed the case. Then, when alone, shall we flip this coin to decide? As long as the right opportunity presents itself, the heart will blossom, so it is all right. If one day she encounters a boy she likes, Zhang Naihu would also change, who bestowed the name Li Hualuo Zhang Naihu upon her. In the dream, a gentle figure waved at her. She had dreamt of this countless times, Yet this instance felt the most authentic. In the liminal space between dreams and wakefulness, Xiangnihu once again glimpsed that long-lost smile, vaguely recalling being carried by someone, the not-so-broad back emanating the same warmth. Instinctively, she tightened her grip around his neck, murmuring in her sleep, "No. Are you trying to say not to stop?" Jean, he halted his steps. "I have run this far. The Hantian dog should not catch up to us soon. What we ought to do now is rest and replenish our food and water." Water was manageable, but food posed a problem. He had long exhausted his provisions, and in the frigid winter forest, there were no wild fruits, nor even small animals. Even if there were, Jean, you would find it troublesome. Night had already fallen. If they were to light a fire for cooking, it would undoubtedly attract the attention of the Hantian dog, making it inadvisable to do so at this time. However, Xiangnihu required warmth and cooked food to restore her strength. Otherwise, her body would not endure until dawn, leading to dire consequences. While he was deep in thought, the girl suddenly bit his ear. "Stop it. Over there." Xiangnihu pointed towards a distant direction. Her keen eyesight allowed her to perceive a flicker of light from afar. It must be survivors making a fire. "Let's go take a look." The location of the fire was not concealed. In other words, either the other party was careless, or the fire was not kindled by humans. He carefully carried Xiangnihu, moving cautiously towards it. However, before he could approach too closely, the flame abruptly extinguished. In that fleeting moment when the light transitioned from bright to dark, Jean sensed a violent aura of malice, and it was not singular. A sharp gust of wind sliced towards his neck. Jean Yi's body recoiled, narrowly evading the first assault. Yet, he could not evade the second attack. It came as a descending strike from above. Jean, he found himself in a predicament. He could dodge, but Xiangnihu would undoubtedly be harmed. Realizing there were multiple foes lurking in the shadows, he swiftly raised his Nicaran blade to repel the incoming attack from the front, then swiftly elbowed backward towards the abdomen of the enemy concealed behind him. This adversary possesses remarkable abilities, having just maneuvered its own internal organs to evade the force of a powerful strike. Zenitsu's expression turned slightly grave as he curled his left hand into a claw, arcs of electricity crackling between his fingers. With a swift motion, he struck, tearing through a peculiar, furry entity. As his palm landed on the opponent's face, a sudden realization illuminated Zenitsu's mind. It was none other than Inosuk. The skill to disassemble joints and shift organs was evidently learned from Inosuk himself. Thus, his hand halted after tearing through the wild boar mask. Otherwise, this lethal blood demon art would have not only extracted Inosuk's brain, but also his internal organs, showcasing an unparalleled ferocity. A narrow escape indeed. Inosuk, visibly relieved, spoke in a deep voice, "Zenitsu, is that you? Who are you calling?" Chapter 144. Eyes turned red, two bare-chested, strikingly handsome youths exchanged glances. The atmosphere becoming awkward until the flames reignited, prompting Zenitsu to recognize the identity of the one who had just assailed him alongside Inosuk. "Oh, Jinya, you're here too?" The sudden assault on Mount Fujikase by two upper moons had escalated the difficulty of this novice trial to hellish levels. Zenitsu braced himself for the inevitable demise of all newcomers. To his astonishment, both the boar-headed Inosuk and the undying Jinya had survived. Even more unexpectedly, Tanjiro was still alive. What has happened to Tanjiro? Kamadu Tanjiro appeared gravely injured, lying pale on the ground, seemingly in dire straits. The useless wolf had fallen from a tree. Inosuk was still preoccupied with mending his boar mask, his delicate features resembling that of a girl, as he emitted a husky, deep voice. "And what about that annoying guy? Shinazugawa?" Jinya instinctively glared back, his tsundere and irritable nature prompting a retort, yet curiously, upon seeing Inosuk's face, he found himself at a loss for words. His face slowly flushed. "What are you blushing for? Have you seen the bulging muscles on that boar? That is a real man. What are you fantasizing about, rooster head? Are you trying to please that boar with your rooster comb?" Zenitsu observed them with a bemused expression before carefully laying Kanawa down to rest against him. "Give me a bit of that grilled meat." Jinya complied. Despite his bad temper, he had a certain respect for powerful demon slayers. After all, he was thoroughly impressed by the Hashira, who could easily subdue his admired elder brother. "Hashira, what exactly transpired on Mount Fujikase?" "Nothing much, just two upper moons." "Just two upper moons?" Jinya's complexion paled, while the oblivious Inosuk, carefree as ever, exclaimed, "Upper moons? Oh, they're the 12 most powerful demons. Equivalent to the Hashira among demons. I understand now. I will defeat the upper moons," Jinya hastily advised, With our strength, that may not be feasible. What? Zenitsu chuckled lightly. Inosuke, you and Jinya take Tanjiro and hurry down the mountain. Confronting upper moons requires at least 3 Hashira to succeed. You must retreat. Inosuke vehemently objected. Why should I? Why should I go down? Are you trying to hoard all the glory for yourself? I don't care about that, Tanjiro. You were just calling for the wolf. What does that have to do with you, Roosterhead? Hiding here or fleeing down the mountain both seem disgraceful. Tanjiro urged me to think. With a thud, Inosuke slammed his fists into the ground, as if struck by a heavy blow. Even when being chased by that spider demon, I was told to think, but I feel Tanjiro led me astray. He glared with his green eyes. The me who thinks isn't the real me. Why are you looking at me with such disgusting eyes? Zenitsu's expression was peculiar. To articulate that the thinking version of himself was not the true self was quintessentially Inosuke, a testament to his upbringing among wild boars. Remarkably formidable. Kanao, resting against Zenitsu, wearily opened her eyes. It's noisy. Did you hear what my wife said? You're all too loud. Both Jinya and Inosuke's expressions twisted simultaneously. Having a wife. How enviable. At that moment, a faint voice emerged. Zenitsu, how many wives do you have? Kamado Tanjiro struggled to sit up, having eaten a bit to regain strength. Revealing a warm, optimistic smile, it's wonderful that everyone is still alive. Zenitsu, how is Nezuko? I had planned to visit her in spring. Nezuko is doing well. I've kept her chubby and healthy. Chubby and healthy? By the way, Tanjiro, I entrusted your sister to Miss Tamayo in Tokyo, but it cost a fortune. Don't rush to thank me. Remember, I spent so much. Am I to be rewarded with just a mere thank you? You're so petty, old Tanjiro. Tanjiro's face reddened, unsure how to respond. Fortunately, it was unnecessary for him to reply. Kuriko Kanao fixed her gaze on Zenitsu. Who is she? Who is your sister? The one you've kept chubby and healthy? With a high social standing, considerable wealth, and surrounded by beautiful young maidens, he envisioned himself indulging in a sweet drink, sharing bedtime stories of mountains and monks. This epitomized the ideal life of Wazakami Zenitsu. Ideal, meaning simply a fanciful thought, not to be taken seriously. However, at this moment, Zenitsu felt he was infinitely closer to that dream. Although his high status was confined to the Demon Slayer Corps, his wealth could only be likened to that of a landlord, and the beautiful maidens did not revolve around him. He didn't indulge in sweet drinks, but rather consumed the concoctions prepared by Kochu Shinobu. He never recounted bedtime stories and could only share tales of 2 girls regarding a little monk. Despite the numerous sputs, he still felt a profound sense of happiness. Perhaps he would continue to live in blissful depravity. The term depravity referenced his silence in the face of Kanao's probing questions. In this bizarre, awkward silence, both Shinazuwa Jinya and Inosuke subconsciously sensed the ominous aura emanating from Kanao, leading them to fall silent as well. Tanjiro broke the silence. This emotionally inept individual proudly proclaimed, "My sister's name is Nezuko." Kanao recognized the name, aware that the master had cared for that girl for a time. It was said that this brother-sister duo was Zenitsu's benefactors, causing her expression and demeanor to soften considerably. However, in the next moment, her eyes narrowed as she gazed at the overcast sky. Put out the fire. Almost simultaneously, Zenitsu heard a voice from the sky. Illuminated by the last flicker of flames, he discerned a rapidly approaching figure. Indeed, it was the most formidable avatar of Hantengu, the Zengaku Ten. Yet, it was not just Zengaku Ten. Zengaku Ten soared through the air, his wings spread wide, as he flew upright, gripping another person's armpits with his feet. Lord Tong, M.O. Has anyone ever remarked upon your weight? Oh dear, such a notion is utterly unfounded. I frequently engage in exercise to maintain my physique. However, it is true that you do seem rather heavy. Tong, M.O. plummeted from the sky. As he descended, he wielded 2 golden fans like wings, flapping them a few times. I can fly too, look. Oh dear, it seems I cannot take off. He landed somewhat awkwardly. At the moment of his landing, a thin layer of frost spread across the ground. Without the Bailu hat, his handsome visage bore no signs of injury. The cut inflicted by my wife, Zenitsu, had evidently missed any vital areas. Tong M.O. waved his golden fans, sporting an innocent smile, reminiscent of a mischievous child. Yet, the aura he exuded towards Tanjiro Kamado felt akin to that of a demon rising from a sea of blood, an overwhelming stench of sanguine emanating from him. On this wintry, snow-laden night, the terrifying pressure of the upper moon sent a chill deep into Tanjiro's heart. This was the upper moon, This was the 12th Kazuki. Tanjiro felt his body stiffen, as if his very cells were lamenting, until a spark of lightning erupted before Tong Mo's eyes. In an instant, the flash illuminated Tong Mo's gaze. He continued to smile, yet his eyes abruptly turned cold, for he could distinctly sense that this familiar Nichiren blade was wielded with a resolute intent that left no path for retreat. Was the blonde fool truly willing to gamble his life with such a move? How could a mere human employ such tactics against a demon with terrifying regenerative powers? No, that creature was far from human. Tong Mo was startled, nearly forgetting the unique nature of his opponent. He swiftly turned his head to evade the blade, his pallid face remaining pale, yet his eyes sparkled with a hollow brightness. Simultaneously, a gunshot echoed through the profound darkness of the night. A specialized bullet pierced Tong Mo's forehead, creating a gaping, bloody hole. My wife, Zenitsu, nearly cursed aloud. He shot a glance at Inosuke Hashibara, thinking that this fool, instead of fleeing with the carbon, had chosen to provoke Upper Moon too. Was this not sheer chaos? Indeed, Tong Mo had no desire to engage him, turning instead toward Inosuke's position, signaling frantically to his comrades. Hantengu, entangle him. Zenpation stood before my wife, wielding a tin staff, his countenance twisted with rage. I am furious. I detest you. How dare such a villain continue to exist in this world? You must perish, having unleashed such a forceful declaration brimming with malice. Zenpation screeched, retreating with a cowardly cry, hovering in the low air, narrowly avoiding that lethal strike. My wife Zenitsu, carrying Kanao, beckoned Zenpation, floating in midair. Fool, as long as I desire it, I shall continue to live. It is you who is undoubtedly destined to die tonight. The second form of the breath of mist. A misty hue enveloped the night, hazy yet densely layered, akin to twilight rising, or perhaps the cold fog just before dawn. Dai no Kasa. The breath of mist is a variant of the breath of wind, elusive like a thin fog, capable of creating illusions through afterimages. My wife Zenitsu unleashed an 8-fold slash with astonishing speed, severing one of Zenpation's legs. Blood gushed forth, yet he did not succeed in delivering a fatal blow. An anxiety gripped him. He was unaware of how long those unfortunate souls could endure under Tong Mo's might. He needed to conclude the battle swiftly, an overwhelming sense of urgency urging him onward. At that moment, a crow alighted on a nearby tree, emitting a human voice. Upper Moon 3 has been defeated by the combined might of 6 Hashira. Kochu Shinobu lies gravely injured, on the brink of death. My wife Zenitsu's expression remained unchanged. He gently placed the dazed Kanao beneath a tree, and as he turned back, a sliver of moonlight fell, faintly illuminating a hint of color. Zenpation was taken aback, noticing that my wife Zenitsu's pupils seemed to have turned a crimson hue. What kind of breathing technique was this? In that instant, Zenpation felt an acute vulnerability, especially in his eyes, as if pierced by needles, as though a terrifying beast had fixed its gaze upon him. The first form of the breath of thunder. Can you Hiramiki flashed forth. Zenpation instinctively flapped his wings. Then, he distinctly heard the sound of air escaping from his trachea. Chapter 145. She too turned red-eyed. With a swift slice, my wife Zenitsu thrust his arm forward. Every muscle, bone, fingertip, and even the fine hairs beginning to tremble with high frequency. The Nichiren blade, sensing an unprecedented surge of murderous intent. The blade itself quivering with excitement. Fast, incredibly fast. The blade vibrated at high speed, slicing through the air as a flash of lightning erupted. The cold surface of the blade heated from the electrical current, radiant hues shimmering in a kaleidoscope of colors. To Kanao's eyes, it appeared as though he wielded a lightning-infused sword aimed at Zenpation. The speed was unparalleled. Nothing could surpass the swiftness of lightning. This was the fastest strike of his life. The term Kinyu refers to the thunder god from the myths of this land. A sword technique named after a thunder god is undeniably extraordinary. It was so fast that there was no time for a blink. Zenpation caught unawares, could not even contemplate before the Nichiren blade struck deep into his neck. In the midst of the lightning, Zenpation finally saw my wife Zenitsu's eyes. Those dark golden irises appear to be tinged with a blood-red hue, the hidden ferocity within evoking a visceral association with Kibutsuji Musen, leaving Zenpation's heart racing with dread. Although he had been decapitated, he did not perish. For Zenpation, as a mere avatar, as long as the true body remained intact, a severed head was inconsequential. However, the strike was not without its effects. Through Zenpation's perspective, the scene unfolded, and Hantingu's true body trembled with fear. Thus, a certain concealed presence, skillfully masked, reached my wife Zenitsu's ears. Despite his inner fury reaching its zenith, his mind remained intact, rationality overtaking his body. His ears quivered slightly, detecting the stirrings of the night air. Simultaneously, from another corner of the battlefield, a sound akin to shattering ice echoed, as a figure collapsed heavily not far from my wife Zenitsu. Tanjiro, hurry! Jinya and Inosuke are on the verge of collapse. Tanjiro Kamado, writhing in pain, struggled to point in a certain direction. The scent is over there. My wife Zenitsu dashed forth. Crouching down, twisting his wrist, he transformed the blade's edge from a thrust to a slice. Indeed, the diminutive body of Hantingu was concealed here. Upon sensing my wife Zenitsu's gaze, it immediately turned to flee, hands covering its head, weeping as it ran. Please spare me. I have done nothing. The response to its cries was the cold, merciless edge of the blade. Zenitsu's hand trembled, counteracting the recoil. The true form of Hantingu, the so-called fear demon, was entirely different from emotions such as joy, anger, sorrow, and hatred. It would only flee in the face of danger, leading my wife Zenitsu to perceive its true body as fragile. Yet, the reality was far from this. Hantingu's true form was remarkably resilient, significantly more so than its other avatars. The neck of this fear demon was so tough that it nearly dulled my wife Zenitsu's Nichiren blade. Moreover, its speed was astonishing. Utilizing the force of my wife Zenitsu's strike to dash swiftly towards the avatar Zungpa Tian, its small eyes welling with tears before it burrowed into Zungpa Tian's form. Zungpa Tian had reattached his head, dragging his battered and injured body in an attempt to flee. No matter how swiftly a person runs, they can never outpace the flight of another. Tanji Lang pondered that this demon might escape, and as he was about to convey something to Jean-Yi, he suddenly noticed him on all fours, swiftly darting into the woods like a cheetah. With his shoulders touching the ground, he rolled and propelled himself upward, leaping 2 to 3 meters high, akin to a monkey, and quickly ascended a tree. He resembled a leopard, springing from the trunk to the canopy, balancing on several withered branches just as Han Tian Go soared past a few meters above him. The world became transparent. The visual realm vanished in an instant. All attention shifted to the auditory sense. Wazai Zhan-Yi exerted force beneath his feet, leaping upward, the Nichiren blade slicing upward like a beam of light, propelling him swiftly towards the heavens. Rational thought dictated that Han Tian Go posed an immense threat. Other blood demon arts were trivial, yet this entity could fly. Without eliminating Han Tian Go, he could not hope to defeat Dong Mao. He might even remain ensnared in the grasp of Fujin Shishan. This was an outcome Wazai Zhan-Yi could not abide. Thus, he resolved to vanquish Han Tian Go first, regardless of the cost, regardless of his tempestuous emotions, and irrespective of his physical limits nearing exhaustion. Even a demon's constitution could not endure days of relentless combat without sustenance. Continued inaction would render him too weak to move. Therefore, before anything else, he must eliminate Han Tian Go and Dong Mao. A piercing scream of anguish and despair compelled everyone to look up, witnessing a figure ascending amidst a flash of lightning, piercing a winged shadow. Wazai Zhan-Yi landed a successful strike, seizing Zungpa Tian by the neck, and both figures crashed heavily to the ground. Zungpa Tian screeched in agony, attempting to take flight once more, yet at that moment, he felt his spine shatter. Turning his head, he beheld Wazai Zhan-Yi kneeling on his back, his knee pressing into his vertebrae. The Nichiren blade severed Zungpa Tian. Could he still fly? The headless Zungpa Tian continued to writhe frantically. His wings were brutally torn away and discarded. You think you can still fly? The two arms were similarly severed. Not flying? Then witness my celestial prowess. Wazai Zhan-Yi shouted furiously, leaping high and unleashing 17 slashes in 2 seconds. Zungpa Tian's garments were shredded to fragments, and his flesh was lacerated with countless gaping wounds. These wounds began to heal at a visible pace. Yet before they could fully mend, they would be reopened. As long as he was not like the upper-ranked demon whose recovery was blatantly rapid, he could not hope to surpass Wazai Zhan-Yi's swiftness. Zungpa Tian struggled in agony, the torment akin to being flayed alive. His cries of despair were heart-wrenching. Suddenly, a surge of electricity enveloped Zhan-Yi's hand as it plunged into Zungpa Tian's heart, seizing a mouse. The timid demon was clutched tightly, unwilling to perish. Weeping desperately, "Please, it's not my fault. Don't kill me. I truly don't wish to die. Spare me. Was Zai, he cautiously placed the blade's edge against his neck, pulling it back and forth as if using it as a saw, remaining silent yet patient. This method proved effective, and soon the blade penetrated. It was his first experience in slaying a demon, and it felt clumsy, more cumbersome than peeling shrimp shells. Han Tiango emitted a wail of despair, sensing Dong Mao's presence. Glancing at the nearby girl, a surge of malice and hopelessness welled within him, even in death. He would take a few down with him. He would ensure they suffered. In his most venomous and desperate state, he manifested the demon of hatred. Yet the massive creature perished the moment Han Tiango's head fell. However, before its demise, it executed one last act. With a folding fan, it conjured a tempest. Was Zai, he was swept away by the gale, sent flying far from the scene. He sought to ensure these young individuals met their end at Dong Mao's hands, to accompany him in death. Xiang Nai, who stood up, uncertain of Zai Yi's whereabouts. Silently, she covered her face with her hands, beginning to sob. After many years, tears streamed down her cheeks once more. When her sister Xiang Nai Hui departed, she had been frantic and unable to cry. But now, knowing that another sister was to leave her, she finally wept. The suppressed power returned to her body, and the shadows of the past were consumed by her present fury. The second upper rank, Dong Mao, now cast a shadow over her. To kill him was to bring peace to Xiang Nai Hui's spirit. To slay him was to return swiftly to Butterfly Shinobu's side. She picked up the severed thigh of Zheng Patian and silently made her way to another battlefield, where she inevitably found the second upper rank, Dong Mao, toying with the heads of Zhu Tu and Xianmi like a child with monkeys. You scoundrel! I see the words written in your eyes. You are one of the upper ranks. Ha ha! Defeating you will make me a Hashira. You are finished. Your demise is certain. I made no effort to conceal my identity as an upper rank. What was this child shouting about? Aiji Su was covered in blood, yet he muttered to himself. But what should I be called once I become a Hashira? Beast Hashira? Mountain Hashira? Or Pig Hashira? Which do you think sounds better? Dong Mao smiled. All are good. All are good. Ice Pillar of Winter. Aiji Su screamed, scrambling away in a panic. The amusement of a powerful being playing with the weak was palpable. To prolong their suffering, Dong Mao refrained from utilizing ice crystals capable of freezing human lungs. He had suffered greatly at the hands of the Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps, and now he found a sense of superiority among these frail demon slayers. Furthermore, he harbored a peculiar fondness for Aiji Su. Such a haphazard technique is truly entertaining. The flexibility of this body is quite intriguing. He seemed to be a complete mess from head to toe. Dong Mao gazed at Aiji Su's face. With the wild boar mask shattered by Zai Zhan, his fair and beautiful visage caught Dong Mao's eye, evoking memories from his past. Ah, this face is unmistakable. I have seen it before. He poked his finger into his temple, smiling even brighter. I remember now. Yes, 14 years ago, on a day much like today, a girl holding a baby approached me. She spoke of being beaten by her husband and mistreated by her mother-in-law. At that time, my sect was quite charitable. When I first encountered her, she was bruised and battered. After healing her, she revealed a stunning face. That face, I recall, was identical to yours, your mother. Dong Mao appeared to admire her. Yet there was a hint of nostalgia. A being such as he could not escape the haunting of certain memories. What a pity your mother was not wise enough. She should not have realized I was a man-eater, nor should she have scorned my benevolence. She certainly should not have fled. Dong Mao gazed once more at that familiar face, slowly closing his eyes. Did you think casting the child into the river would suffice? Even in death. She was a fool. Even if your child grew up, what difference would it make? Ultimately, they would end up within my body. Well then, it seems fitting for you two to reunite. Zhu Ping, Aiji Su remained silent for a long time, his voice hoarse. My mother is dead? She consumed every morsel, leaving not a single bone behind. Alone, she could hardly survive, could she? Thus, I'm left powerless. Qinye's fate has indeed been fraught with misfortune. Has she ever known happiness? Such a life is devoid of meaning, utterly meaningless. In Inasuke's eyes, a fiery blaze ignited, akin to the flames of a demon. Scum, I shall cast you into the depths of hell. Hell does not exist. It is merely a figment of your vengeful imagination. Speaking of vengeance, it appears that this young girl also harbors a grudge against me. What was your name again? I seem to have forgotten to ask. I am Lihua Luo Kanaihu, the sister of Butterfly Kanai and Butterfly Shinobu. Oh, is that so? Yet, you hardly resemble that flower-like girl. You don't seem to be kin, do you? Regardless, young girls are undoubtedly delightful. Tong Mu spread his arms wide. Then come, let us engage in this dance of death, where I shall ultimately meet my demise. Just then, he paused, instinctively glancing into the distance. Huh, could it be that Hantengu has perished? His presence has grown so faint. Yet, if he is truly dead, there is nothing to be done. Alas, he has succumbed to death. Tong Mu covered his face with his right hand, tears streaming down his cheeks. How heartbreaking. He was my dearest friend. Kanaihu fixed her gaze upon his face for an extended time, long enough for Tong Mu to falter in his act, clearing his throat awkwardly. Young girl, why do you stare at me so intently? I'm observing the expressions on your face. Kanaihu chuckled softly. Indeed, as my master said, you are incapable of perceiving any emotions or feelings. The demise of your best friend has not altered your countenance in the slightest. Tong Mu touched his own face. I'm a demon. What expression could I possibly wear? Whether from anguish or rage, blood flows faster, be it human or demon. It is the same. You truly feel nothing, neither joy nor sorrow. Kanai met Tong Mu's increasingly darkening gaze with a smile. You are quite clever, adept at masking your emotionless heart with various expressions. You're also pitiable, for within your heart, there exists nothing at all. She wore a smile that seemed to mock yet also deride. What purpose does your vacant existence serve? With a slow, deliberate motion, Tong Mu tucked away his fan. His face bore no trace of mirth, appearing rather stoic. I must admit, you are as detestable as your sister. Indeed, exceedingly loathsome. Likewise, I harbor a strong aversion towards you. Tong Mu once again donned a restrained smile. I'm aware you wish to kill me, but what could you, or rather, your little band of demons, possibly do to achieve that? I have never contemplated relying on us to vanquish you. If my master were here, she might have poisoned you. But I do not, and thus I have my own strategies. Kanaihu regarded him. Your comrades have been slain. You should comprehend the prowess of the Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps. I will not slay you. I merely intend to delay you until he returns. You will surely meet your end. Death? A shadow flickered in his heart. Was it the shadow of death? No, it was the shadow of fate's wheel turning. His expression suddenly grew grave, and he felt a surge of unease. The golden fan waved up and down. Kanaihu's pupils constricted. Do not inhale the cold air he exhales. The pale pink Nicaran blade shattered the invisible powdery ice crystals before him, and Inisuk leaped high, wielding two Nicaran blades that spun in his hands, slashing left and right at Tong Mu's face. Blood demon art. Shattered lotus. Countless delicate ice flowers cascaded forth, each petal as sharp as a blade, pushing Inisuk back. He then tilted his head to evade a bullet emerging from the darkness, a chill smile gracing his lips as he floated behind a tree. Behind the tree, Shinazuwa Jinya stood with a black double-barreled shotgun, gazing blankly ahead. Disappeared? He right behind you. Shinazuwa Jinya suddenly spun around. A fan, sharp as a blade, sliced towards his neck. Clang! A hand gripped the sword, blocking the fan with a crisp sound. Tanjiro Kamadu, drenched in cold sweat, pressed the back of his sword against his shoulder, forcing him to kneel. He gritted his teeth, experiencing excruciating pain. The internal injuries from his earlier rescue had yet to heal, and now he faced the casual strike of the Upper Moon too. This newcomer, with only 2 years in the field, could hardly endure such agony. Ah, you are quite resilient. How many ribs have you broken? Your gaze reminds me of a stone. Yes, a stone burning in the flames. Tong Mu retracted his fan, observing Tanjiro with keen interest. This boy struck him as different, for reasons unbeknownst to him. Despite the dire situation, there was no trace of fear of death in those eyes, nor any semblance of panic or confusion. Those eyes shone brightly, reminiscent of glowing embers. It seems you are not particularly afraid of death. How can one not fear it? In this world, who is truly unafraid of death? I merely do not wish to perish here, for I have so much yet to accomplish. Tanjiro's body trembled violently. Not only had he been defeated in swordsmanship, but also in confidence. He looked at Tong Mu and offered a bitter smile. Could we perhaps take a moment to rest? Of course. I shall grant you a lengthy respite, an eternal slumber. With a flick of his fan, a multitude of ice crystals spread forth, engulfing Shinazugawa Jinya and Tanjiro Kamadu like a fog. Just one breath of air, and their alveoli would soon perish. Blood demon art, frozen cloud. Tanjiro Kamadu felt a chill envelop him, and memories of a winter long past surfaced in his mind, where he had watched his father perform the Kagura dance beside his mother. That slender, silent figure gazed at him without words. Tanjiro, you must breathe, adjust your rhythm, and transform yourself into the fire god. Tanjiro, look, that is Father S. Kagura. Our family is dedicated to fire, and to prevent fires. We perform this dance to pray to the fire god each year. Why does my father, with such a frail body, not feel cold while dancing barefoot in the snow? My lungs are on the brink of freezing. There's a method to breathing. Breathing? Yes, if you find the right way, Tanjiro can keep dancing, and the cold will become insignificant. Tanjiro, this kagura and these earrings must be passed down. Tanjiro Kamado opened his eyes. Yet, as the frozen cloud was released, it was swept away by a peach-pink Nichiren blade, blooming amidst the night like a pink peach blossom. Lihua Luo Kanaihu sliced upward, sending Tong Mu's fan flying. Quite intriguing, yet still insufficient. Kanaihu was struck in the chest by another golden fan, letting out a muffled groan as she was propelled backward. Tong Mu did not pursue her, for an annoying boar was charging at him with a blade raised. He smiled as he gripped Inosuke's Nichiren sword. Now do you believe there is truly no hell in this world? Even if there is none, I shall certainly create one for you. But Libasu is absolutely infuriating. Do not speak of my mother in such a tragic manner. Shinazugawa Jinya turned to Kanaihu. What did you give me? Food. This is from the upper moon for. Eat it quickly before it spoils. Schwanya decisively lowered his head and bit down, blood gushing forth. Indeed, my bullets can unleash blood demon techniques, but his speed is simply too swift, rendering them ineffective in this environment. Xiang Naihu offered no solutions, instead inquired, what happens after you hit him? Well, it can bind him. Good. Her pale face flushed a deep crimson. Blood-red tears, as vivid as flowers, cascaded down her cheeks, and her delicate ponytail unraveled, her tresses swirling chaotically in the air. Breath of flowers, final form. The crimson eyes of the other shore. It was previously mentioned that this sword technique was not an offensive skill, but rather a supportive one, capable of enhancing dynamic vision. However, its use resulted in bleeding from the eyes, staining the scara crimson, with a risk of blindness. Thus, both Butterfly Shinobu and my wife, Zenitsu, forbade her from employing such a technique. Yet she did so regardless. Simultaneously, the undead Kawaijima Schwanya, having consumed the flesh of the upper moon for, began an unprecedented transformation into a demon, his eyes betraying a suppressed thirst for blood as fangs sprouted. Furthermore, his double-barreled pistol underwent a transformation, its barrels now coated with a layer of fleshy mucus. Upon firing, the bullet naturally missed Toma. Over there, the girl pointed in a direction. In the next moment, a bullet reached Toma's vicinity. Huh, you can actually keep up with my death, is certain? Yet still, it was futile. Toma smiled with interest, waving his fan. The golden fan cleaved the bullet in two, but the next moment his smile vanished. Blood demon technique, endless wood tree. Peyton, the half-dog, possessed a blood demon technique he had previously demonstrated before my wife, Zenitsu. This technique summoned countless writhing wooden dragons to ensnare enemies, which Zenitsu had easily evaded. Although Kawaijima Schwanya had consumed his flesh and learned his blood demon technique, he lacked the ability to summon wooden dragons and could only conjure a few vines to bind Toma. The bullet summoned the vines, rendering Toma immobile. Inosuke let out a breath akin to a wild boar's charge, the Nichiren blade striking Toma's face with great force. Yet his blade was caught between two pristine ice lotus flowers. The ice lotus bloomed, obstructing Inosuke and Karika's strike. At this moment, Schwanya's blood demon technique was about to expire, and Xiang Naihu let out a muffled groan as the tip of her blade pierced through the ice lotus, striking Toma's neck. I had already stated, your sword techniques are ineffective against me. Who says they are ineffective? With the voice of Tanjiro Kamado resonating, a peculiar aura arose, and Toma turned to see the youth named Tanjiro approaching with a spinning, power-gathering sword technique, launching a strike. Dance of the Fire God. Rondo. The black Nichiren blade slashed at Toma's neck, exerting force simultaneously with Xiang Naihu's blade. Yet it was futile. It still failed to penetrate. Toma sneered dismissively, turning back to glance at Xiang Naihu. What other tricks do you have? With eighth, Xiang Naihu spat out a mouthful of blood. At that moment, a voice echoed from afar. The one selling charcoal. Aim for his head. Toma's calm expression distorted, his demeanor shifting dramatically. Attempting to withdraw, he suddenly found another bullet embedded within him, ensnared by yet another vine. Tanjiro, having just begun to grasp the dance of the fire god, was already at his limit. Desperately suppressing the pain as he delivered a heavy punch to the end of the hilt, the searing blade plunging deeper into Toma's neck. Toma panicked. He was utterly frantic. His gaze flickered as it met Xiang Naihu's cold red eyes. That was the unwavering will to kill him at all costs. It felt like the human spirit. He had sensed it within someone before. A flash of light swept past Tanjiro's face, a familiar Nichiren blade, striking with precision. The back of the blade, crashing heavily against Tanjiro's sword like a great iron hammer. It forcefully drove Tanjiro's blade deeper. Toma let out a pained howl, while Xiang Nai, who nearly exerted her entire weight, and Inosuke leaped high, delivering another strike with the back of his blade. The Nichiren blade sunk another inch. From left to right, from right to left, the two blades sliced into Toma's neck from opposing sides. Then, the three young warriors exchanged a knowing glance, simultaneously turning their gazes toward Kawajima Schwanya. Schwanya bared his fangs and rushed toward Toma, seizing his hair. With a sudden push and pull, crack, an expression of disbelief surged in Toma's eyes. What? My neck was severed by a few children? I am actually being defeated by mere children? What is this? To die so easily, this is rather tragic. Right, I cannot simply give up. I have heard Lord Musen say that having one's head severed does not necessarily mean death. As long as one possesses an indomitable will, the head can regenerate. Surely that must be possible? His head was cast upon the ground by Schwanya. The body had already crumbled. Indeed, it was futile, feeling nothing. There was no fear of death, no resentment over defeat, a being devoid of any will. How long must one continue to live? Having eradicated the upper moon too, one would expect satisfaction from anyone. Yet, my wife Zenitsu and Xiang Naihu showed no signs of respite. They departed from the Wisteria Mountain in haste. Chapter 146, The Humble Me, Bowing to Fate in Prayer. My wife Zenitsu hurriedly escorted the weakened Xiang Naihu back to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. Upon exiting Wisteria Mountain, they encountered Yuzui Tenjin and Takedo Michiro, who exchanged silent glances. Yuzui Tenjin sighed, "The butterfly should be all right." My wife Zenitsu's complexion was somewhat pale. He silently nodded. Then led Xiang Naihu down the mountain. Michiro whispered, "Will we make it in time? Perhaps not only will we make it, but we may also save her." Yuzui Tenjin harbored hope for a miracle. Since witnessing my wife Zenitsu descend from the heavens in Tokyo all those years ago, he had believed this youth capable of miracles. Convinced that the butterfly would not have the heart to abandon her stepson or sister to perish, he and Takedo silently observed the mountain's landscape. They were acutely aware of the profound bond between those two and Butterfly Shinobu. If they could create a miracle, all would be well. But if not, what would the scene look like? As the sun set, Zenitsu returned to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, carrying the unconscious Xiang Naihu. He learned the general circumstances from the brief supply period. Kabutsuji Musen had been driven into a corner, summoning Upper Moon 3 Akaza to cover his retreat while he himself fled. Akaza had fallen before the onslaught of the 6 Ashira. Although his head had been severed by Ju, he had, in a moment of desperation, transformed his chest into an eye, mimicking the mythological figure Xingtian. Unexpectedly inflicting grievous internal injuries upon the weakest, Butterfly Shinobu. That Upper Moon 3 possessed considerable skill, had he not chosen self-destruction at the end. It is likely that others among them would have met a similar fate. Where is Shinobu? She should not have sustained such severe injuries had she not attempted to draw his blood after Akaza's head fell. I ask you, where is she now? Is she any better? Calm down. Rengoku Kaijuro and Tojo Ju restrained his shoulders, yet he struggled violently. Where is she? She's a doctor. Yet physicians often struggle to accurately assess their own ailments. Thus, she requires a physician as skilled as herself. Zenitsu, we have already consulted the doctor who previously attended to the Lord's health. But no, I too am a doctor. Zenitsu. Rengoku Kyuru's typically gentle expression finally morphed into one of sternness. You have slain 2 upper moons and hastily returned while bearing the burden of the butterfly's adopted son. What you need most now is rest. The dead cannot be revived. No, I refuse to believe it. Tanjiro suddenly released his grip, shaking his head at Kyudru. Let him go. Kanzaki, take him to see the butterfly. Kanzaki Aoi, her face streaked with tears, led Zenitsu into a room. She wished to remain inside, but was pulled away by Kanroji Mitsuri, who silently wept, covering her mouth. Aoi, allow them a moment alone. I shall tend to Kane first. Kanzaki Aoi, stifling her sobs, departed. Mitsuri sat outside the corridor. Through a door, Zenitsu gazed at his most cherished friend, who lay quietly in bed like a lifeless body, her face devoid of color. The window remained open, and the winter's setting sun cast its warm glow upon Shinobu's face, adding a touch of exquisite hue to her pallid complexion. That little face seemed to retain a hint of a smile, even in slumber. What is there to smile about? You are a wicked woman, a deceitful soul with a perpetual smile masking your malevolence. Zenitsu sat beside her, staring intently for a long while. He awaited the moment she could no longer resist opening her eyes, only to reveal a mischievous grin, a failed jest. He anticipated her to mock him with her seemingly gentle yet profoundly cunning words. After a lengthy wait, she did not awaken, for she was already gone. While he was still on his way back, her heart had ceased to beat entirely. Zenitsu gritted his teeth, tilting his head to rest against her underdeveloped chest, listening for a heartbeat, then checking for a breath. His fingers slowly glided down, probing her cold lips, then her equally frigid mouth, before leaning closer to administer artificial respiration. However, his efforts proved futile. Even when he nearly severed her tongue, she remained utterly silent. This time, she slept far too deeply. There are many instances when we healers find ourselves powerless. Doctors can treat ailments, yet they cannot mend the thread of life. This was a sentiment he had once heard from Tamayo while assisting at the clinic. At that time, she had been attempting to save a terminally ill patient, and after arduous days, the patient ultimately departed from this world. Tamayo had expressed, with a somber expression, that even the most skilled physicians face insurmountable challenges. In this era, many factory workers toil for years, their bodies and minds worn thin, suffering both external injuries and internal maladies, their vitality nearly depleted. It is a harsh reality. You demon slayers possess various sword techniques capable of vanquishing demons and ensuring peace, while both Eastern and Western medicine can heal and save lives. But ultimately, there are many circumstances beyond our control. To have the will, yet lack the means, is a torment. All suffering stems from the fury of our own impotence. He felt a surge of anger towards his own helplessness, accompanied by an unprecedented sorrow. This amalgamation of grief and rage blurred his vision, transforming into tears that streamed down his face, echoing like the mournful howl of a lone wolf bereaved of its mate. Once his emotions had been released, Zenitsu finally regained his composure and steeled himself, fixating on Shinobu's pale visage, his mind racing with countless thoughts. There must be a way. In his original world, a halted heartbeat unequivocally signified death. However, in truth, brain death is the primary criterion for determining whether one has truly departed. He recalled snippets of knowledge from a myriad of disciplines. What about this world? It possesses many peculiarities. First, there is the breathing technique that endows humans with boundless strength. Alongside the markings, Shinobu should not have manifested any markings, should she? Zenitsu illuminated the room. He clearly discerned a faint butterfly pattern on one side of Shinobu's neck, one that had not been there before. Having once brewed this butterfly and used the remaining water to prepare porridge, he was well acquainted with Shinobu's characteristics. Is this the marking? Why has she not mentioned it? This wicked woman, this lifeless woman, has deceived him. Markings symbolize the sacrifice of one's lifespan for power, akin to the combustion of life itself. Zenitsu had contemplated countless methods to awaken markings. Compared to others in the Demon Slayer Corps, he was undoubtedly more suited. His own lifespan would surely extend far beyond the ordinary, for he had transcended humanity. His physique was gradually detaching from the realm of mortals, becoming akin to a demon. Yet he bore no fear of the Nicaran blade or wisteria, nor did he shy away from sunlight, akin to an immortal. Moreover, he could potentially live for many years like Kibutsu Sujimuzan. Such a being awakening markings could only yield positive outcomes. There's no notion of shortening one's life. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, he fell silent for a moment, then drew a syringe from the side, extracting a vial of his blood and carefully injecting it into Shinobu's arm, intending to share his blood with her. This was an endeavor he had never attempted before. Muzan's blood could transform humans into demons. What then could his blood accomplish? Or perhaps, what could it do to the deceased? After injecting a vial, 10 minutes passed without any reaction. Zenitsu's brows furrowed, his eyes reddening like a gambler who had lost everything, and he drew several more vials of blood, injecting them into Shinobu as he fixed his gaze unwaveringly upon her body. A response. Shinobu's complexion began to regain its color, her once stagnant blood slowly beginning to flow again. Zenitsu's expression shifted to one of tense anticipation. He realized his blood was indeed effective. However, a crucial element was still lacking, or rather, a vital organ within Shinobu had ceased functioning. That organ must be revived for normal blood circulation to resume. Her heart must begin to beat. How does one achieve that? Heart, why do you not move? Are there cardiac pacemakers in this era? He did not know. He only understood the principle behind a pacemaker's operation. The electrical signals of the heart induce its rhythm, and a pacemaker emits regular electrical pulses to maintain a heartbeat. In simple terms, it is a machine that facilitates the heart's beating. The key lies in a rhythmic electrical pulse. Zenitsu stared blankly at his own hands. Electrical pulses? The principle of his blood demon art coincidentally aligns with electrical pulses. Once again, he felt as if he heard the voice of destiny. This time, however, he embraced it willingly. If this is their fate. Chapter 147, The Wicked Woman. Kane had a dream. In her dream, she not only saw the late butterfly Kane, but also glimpsed butterfly Shinobu. In the dream, Kane cradled a broken butterfly hairpin, filled with sorrow. It was a keepsake left to her by Kane. After the death of the former flower Hashira, the Haori was inherited by Shinobu, while the hairpin was passed down to Kane. It must have been shattered during the earlier battle. I am sorry, sister. I truly apologize for breaking your precious item. At that moment, I did not shed a tear, and I am genuinely remorseful. She wept uncontrollably in her dream. When Xiang Naihue passed away, she did not shed a tear. Even though she was drenched in sweat from anxiety, she could not cry. Shadows of the past loomed over her. Crying would lead to violence, to being dragged and beaten while her head was submerged in water. I endured this torment, unable to express my sorrow. How regretful I feel. Yet this time, I managed to do it. Shangxian heir has perished. I have done well, Haven Ti. I have tried hard, Haven Ti. You have indeed exerted yourself. Two gentle and warm hands caressed her head. Raising her gaze, she found the butterfly sisters gazing at her with tenderness. Xiang Naihue sighed softly. I am very happy, and I take great joy in your transformation, Xiang Naho. Ren nodded gently. I am also very pleased. From now on, you must live well and find joy each day. Do you understand? Mother and father are calling us. She instinctively thought of following her sister to where their parents were. However, her sister playfully pushed her back. Ren, you cannot come now. Huh? You still owe someone a debt of gratitude, my foolish sister. Huh? A palm pressed against the heart of butterfly Shinobu. Wazui Zenitsu frowned, realizing that merely applying pressure to the surface would not affect the heart. The bioelectric impulses are exceedingly weak. Devices like pacemakers must be implanted within the body to be effective. Wazui Zenitsu's brow furrowed tightly. Suddenly, he kissed butterfly Shinobu again. This time not lingering for long, his lips moving down to her neck, gently licking the side where her markings appeared, seemingly to disinfect and lubricate. Then he opened his mouth, revealing his fangs. He bit into her fair neck, dark red blood gradually flowing out. Yet, astonishingly, the wound began to heal almost miraculously. Observing this, Wazui Zenitsu's expression remained tense and serious, his hand trembling unusually. He placed his hand once more over butterfly Shinobu's heart, but this time, it did not rest gently. His fingers twisted, cold and fierce, sinking in. Blood demon art, kite. 5 fingers emitted electricity, penetrating deeply, slowly gripping a heart the size of butterfly Shinobu's fist. He inhaled deeply, his forehead glistening with beads of sweat due to intense concentration. This was the critical moment. He could not afford to fail. The pressure of his grip needed to be delicate. Even the slightest excess could shatter butterfly Shinobu's fragile heart. Remarkably, the sensation of holding a heart was not unfamiliar to him. When he had once pulled out the heart of Shangxian Kokoshibo, it had felt no more significant than grasping a slippery bar of soap, albeit with a rather unpleasant odor. Now, Wazui Zenitsu had no spare mental energy to focus on the tactile sensation. His palm tightened slightly. Electricity surged briefly, then released. Blood flowed into butterfly Shinobu's heart like river water entering a parched field, slowly yet surely awakening the vitality within her body. A strong, metallic scent filled the air, not overtly bloody, but rather fragrant, reminiscent of the thawing of ice after a harsh winter, the first fish leaping from the frozen surface. The first blades of grass pushing through the thawing earth. Her heart initially beat slowly, then gradually accelerated. As the flesh around her heart healed, her heartbeat began to normalize. The instinctive breathing technique quickened the flow of her blood, spreading throughout her body, the rhythmic thumping resonating in Wazui Zenitsu's ears with an unprecedented sweetness. He had never imagined that one day he would weep tears of joy merely from the sound of another's heartbeat. Butterfly Shinobu seemed to have returned to normal. Yet for some inexplicable reason, she remained unconscious. Time passed, and Wazui Zenitsu, exhausted, eventually fell into a deep sleep beside her. He had not rested for a long time. Utterly fatigued and mentally drained, and thus slept for an extended period. When he finally awakened, the dawn light greeted him, revealing a petite figure seated before a mirror, brushing her hair. She wore no outer garment, only a white undergarment, and her hair, unadorned with butterfly accessories, cascaded casually down her shoulders. It was not long, and as she pondered whether to grow it longer, she suddenly noticed him, turning to meet his gaze. They remained silent for a considerable time. Before Butterfly, Shinobu smiled and spoke. "Good morning, Zenitsu-kun. Would you like to sleep a little longer? It seems you prefer the dream version of me, repeatedly calling my name in your sleep." Her tone was perfectly normal, gentle, and playful. This mischievous woman, Wazui Zenitsu, hastily rolled off the bed, staring at her in astonishment, particularly captivated by her beautiful, cunning eyes, and could not help but lean in for a kiss. Butterfly Shinobu froze. "Run. I seem to have sustained a severe injury. I must have been harmed by Shang-Xian-san. Ah, I understand your feelings, but there is no need for this, is there? No, the lips are off limits. That is where we eat." He cradled her face, kissing her gently downwards. "A serious injury? Did you think you merely sustained wounds? Do you realize you have died once? Is that so?" Butterfly Shinobu was taken aback, realizing she had indeed died before, though she was unsure how he had healed her. The bloodstains on the bed and his incessant murmurs of her name indicated he was likely in a dire emotional state during her treatment. Had he nearly lost his mind? Reflecting on this, Ren's rejecting hands softened as she embraced his neck, closing her eyes to indulge him for now. This greedy, fickle fellow. They had promised to be lifelong best friends. Now, how would she explain this to Mitsuri? The thought of her best friend's pained and aggrieved expression filled her with guilt, and inexplicably, excitement surged within her. In the cold, winter morning, the two embraced, collapsing onto the bed. The bed creaked painfully under their weight. Outside the room, Kanroji Mitsuri slept soundly, tears at the corners of her eyes, likely heartbroken. Shinobu walked heavily to Mitsuri's side, ready to wake her, when suddenly, sound from the room reached her ears. Chapter 148. I wish to call you the most alluring. In the biting wind, Kanroji Mitsuri and Shinobu stood for an extended period. They were outside the door, listening to the commotion inside, their expressions far from pleasant. They were no longer the naive, innocent girls they once were. They had experienced the world. Suddenly, a sharp, high-pitched sound pierced through, reminiscent of something that could penetrate the human body, causing them to instinctively recall joyful memories. They awkwardly exchanged glances, crossing their legs. That sound, it was Rin-chan is truly alive. Mitsuri finally confirmed something and was about to push the door open when Shinobu stopped her. Biting her lip, her face flushed. She pointed to a spot not far behind them. "Mitsuri, don't do that yet. I think it's best if we don't let that child see what is happening inside." Li Hua, Luo Shangnai Hu, looking haggard, passed by them. "Wait a moment." Mealy blocked the young girl's path, her expression peculiar, neither a smile nor a cry, just a pout. "Now is not the time for you to go in. And don't worry, it seems that Inai-chan is fine." A faint color returned to Seong Naihu's pale face. Upon awakening, she had been told that Butterfly Shinobu had died, nearly causing her to faint from distress. However, hearing Kinroji say this now filled her with ecstatic joy, albeit tinged with skepticism. "I want to see my master. Why are you so stubborn? I've already said you cannot go in now." Seong Naihu tilted her head. "Why not? Not suitable for children. Do you understand?" Kinroji struggled to articulate, and, after much stuttering, came up with an excuse. Well, Zenitsu is inside performing surgery for Shinobu. It should be over soon. Just wait a moment." Seong Naihu's suspicion deepened. "What kind of surgery?" "An operation with a big iron rod." She frowned, doubting Kinroji Mi Li and Zhenggua's strange behavior. Since her master was unharmed, why were these two preventing her from entering? As she started to move, Mi Li grasped her wrist. Kanroji Mi Li's unusual strength was formidable. Once she had a grip, no one could escape. Zenitsu, who feared nothing else, was most afraid of her breath of love's final form, the white python strangulation, which illustrated Mi Li's prowess in martial arts. "Let go. Keep your voice down, don't disturb them." Kanroji's hair, a striking combination of green and red, was beautiful, and her bashful smile was equally charming. "The man I adore and my beloved friend are together not far from me. Logically, I should be furious, but why do I feel somewhat touched after my gloom?" That was happiness layered upon happiness, a complex reaction far beyond simple arithmetic. Did she not suffer? Did she not endure pain? What can I do? I'm equally thrilled. The background music began to play. Snow fell, fitting the mood. Tears flowed, also in harmony with the scene. Yet she cried with a smile, evidently moved. Once again, a scream echoed from the room, belonging to Butterfly Shinobu. Xiang Naihu's expression shifted, her voice cold as she declared, "That sound. My master must be in pain now. I must go in to comfort her. I am her family. Do you truly think this is a surgery?" Mi Li, not believing Xiang Naihu was oblivious, simply smiled. "Little Xiang Naihu, I believe you can discern what Zenitsu and Ai-chan are doing. Please do not interrupt them now, all right?" "Oh wow, Mi Li's smile is incredible. Is she an angel? A deity?" Zhen Guo was deeply moved by such an innocent smile. Her heart stirred. She laughed and cried simultaneously. Perhaps this was what they called tearful passion. For the first time, she felt a flutter in her heart towards another girl. It was easy to foresee that Zenitsu's limited harem would become quite chaotic in the future. And it was also certain that Xiang Naihu would not let him off easily. As the young girl's hand rested on the hilt of the Nichiren blade, veins protruded on her hand. Yet in the end, she did not move, standing quietly outside the door. Suddenly, she turned back. And this time Kanroji did not restrain her, but curiously asked, "Little Xiang Naihu, where are you going? It should be almost finished." Without looking back, Xiang Naihu replied, "My master must be thirsty. I'm going to fetch some sake." Indeed, Butterfly Shinobu was parched. Her body was not in significant distress. It was merely that during her first experience, coinciding with Zenitsu's emotional release, she had become dehydrated. Her throat was hoarse, and she felt weak. At such time, she did not exhibit her usual dark and sharp tongue and was obedient. After Zenitsu's strenuous emotional outpouring, he could not sleep, fearing this might all be a dream. He needed to confirm that Butterfly Shinobu was still alive, checking her breath every few minutes by placing his kelp-scented fingers near her nose. She lived. This butterfly was alive. Not a specimen. She breathed, her heart beat, and the petite body curled in his embrace occasionally stirred, her eyelashes fluttering nervously. Butterfly Shinobu lay with her eyes closed. Her face slightly flushed, still basking in the lingering joy of their previous encounter, feeling exceptionally comfortable and relaxed, enveloped in a warm embrace, rejecting all misfortunes and pains outside. That sensation was delightful, as if all tragedies in the world became distant and everything in the past appeared beautiful, rendering her most worrisome concerns trivial. She had always cautioned herself against developing a deeper relationship with Zenitsu, against stealing her best friend's man, and against betraying Kanroji Mi Li. However, prohibitions often lead to inevitable outcomes. As the saying goes, when it rains, one must marry. No one could judge. She felt fearless, deeply loved. This light-hearted and sweet feeling intoxicated her, until Xiang Naihu entered nonchalantly, holding 3 jars of sake. Did Shinobu snap back to reality, curiously looking at her adorable stepdaughter. "Xiang Naihu, what are you doing?" With a smile, Xiang Naihu glanced at the couple nestled together, placed the 2 jars on the bed, and then opened one. "I think my master must be very thirsty and eager for some sake." "Sake?" Kanroji and Zhenghua had been listening outside for quite some time. "Your voice is so cute, master." Butterfly Shinobu froze, slowly sighing. "It seems I indeed need a drink." Xiang Naihu had already begun to drink on her own. Zenitsu murmured, "I didn't expect her to have such a capacity for alcohol. I also didn't foresee this. I've never seen her drink before." Shinobu added, "This should be her first time drinking." The girl, giggling and climbing onto their bed, her eyes bright, exclaimed, "Master Zenitsu, aren't you drinking? Why not? Is it not good?" Butterfly Shinobu glanced at him and buried her head under the covers, pretending to be an ostrich. Zenitsu, facing Xiang Naihu's gradually shifting gaze, asked, "Cannot drink?" Xiang Naihu's hand once again rested on the hilt of the blade. Zenitsu could only comply. Having barely sipped, he was tackled by Xiang Naihu, their white haori and black uniform tossed aside. "Hey, seeking thrills isn't done like this. Your master is not dead. What could be more thrilling than this?" What was this? Killing demons, siblings in bed? He truly feared he might die on a woman's bed. However, he refused. Zenitsu resolutely declined to engage in chaos before Butterfly Shinobu. What was his child thinking? Did she not know that Butterfly Shinobu could not handle such stimulation at this time? Could they not choose a different time and place? And did this girl genuinely like him enough to come to him willingly? No, something was definitely amiss. Zenitsu doubted Xiang Naihu's intentions, and the outcome would prove that his suspicions were indeed correct. Kaneo seemed to embody the essence of a lovesick maiden, bestowing upon him a hollow, melancholic smile before she lifted the covers and kissed Kochu Shinobu. What on earth? Chapter 149. If someone were to inquire how your injuries healed so rapidly, what would your response be? Perhaps I could claim it is a unique breathing technique. However, no breathing style possesses such a remarkable recovery rate. Even the Ketsu no Kaza, blood demon art, moon breathing, is effective only on moonlit nights, thus rendering your explanation unconvincing. Is that so? At least, it cannot deceive the demon slayers. In that case, I could assert that I ingested a rare medicine capable of regenerating flesh and blood. Or I might as well say I devoured a demon. What do you think of that? Not a good idea. What if you end up with a grievous injury, missing limbs? How would you explain that if others saw you miraculously restored? Kochu Shinobu struggled to devise a better plan. She gazed at him with a hint of annoyance. It is not feasible for me to undergo a blood transfusion merely to evade suspicion. Your blood is remarkably resilient, healing from even the most grievous wounds. It does not fear sunlight or wisteria and possesses no cannibalistic urges. Most importantly, it does not age. Eternal youth is a temptation for women even greater than immortality. Zenitsu Agatsuma regarded her earnestly. Then let us strive to avoid injuries. And if someone discovers the truth, would they resort to silencing us? That would be ill-advised. No one would dare suspect the Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps of being demons. He turned to admire Kochu Shinobu. Her demeanor, once masked, was now filled with childlike innocence and increasing charm. Zenitsu could not resist leaning in to inhale her fragrance, prompting a gentle tickle that made her murmur softly, only to be pushed away by her small hand. The girl sleeping beside Kochu Shinobu looked at him with a blank expression. You have a sister complex. How disturbing. My sister surpasses you. Zenitsu, did you hear that? Kaneo claims I am superior. Oh, in terms of length, girth, and texture, does Kochu Shinobu truly compare? What does she have? Fingers? Zenitsu could not be bothered to bicker. Regardless of the outcome, he felt he had the advantage. No matter how others fared, he felt he had gained much. He had rarely experienced such contentment in his past lives. He believed he had found a home. Gazing at the smile on Shinobu's face, he was overwhelmed by an urge to kiss her cheek once more. Shinobu blinked, her face adorned with a mischievous grin. You have kissed me. Ah, this is the epitome of bliss. Suddenly, he found himself inadvertently stepping onto the set of Yuan Jikong Episode 11. In this single encounter, only one inconsequential lower moon remained, while Kibutsi Muzan escaped severely injured, a victory unprecedented. The Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps pondered relentlessly on how to deliver the final blow to Muzan. First, they must ascertain his whereabouts. According to Miss Tamayo's intel, Muzan is often accompanied by a long-haired female demon named Nakheim, who possesses the power to manipulate spatial arrangements. Manipulating space, you say? It reminds me of the drum demon that Tanjiro and the others defeated not long ago, which also had spatial manipulation abilities and was exceptionally troublesome in specific scenarios. Nakheim could very well have been promoted by Muzan to become a new member of the 12 Kizuki. Nakheim, Muzan's close aide, is a female demon with long black hair that obscures her eyes, and her blood demon art can alter spatial layouts. Each time the 12 Kizuki convene, she summons them to the Infinity Castle through her people playing. The so-called Infinity Castle is a dark realm that never sees the light of day, serving as Muzan's stronghold. Information on Infinity Castle is scarce. The Demon Slayer Corps has invested considerable manpower and resources in search of it. Yet no city in Japan appears to fit the description of this so-called Infinity Castle. Could it be that our thinking is too rigid? Must a castle be a city? Is there truly a place in this world that is perpetually shrouded in darkness? The Hashira expressed their opinions, leaving the decision-maker, Ubuyashiki Kagaya, in a state of distress. This individual, who claims to have been a girl until the age of 13, is now the rightful heir of the Ubuyashiki clan, now that he is the legitimate successor. He cannot simply don women's clothing. Kagaya seemed somewhat uncomfortable, perhaps due to his yearning for feminine attire, or perhaps it was the ongoing disputes among the Hashira, particularly between the Water Hashira and the Wind Hashira, that made him feel restless. At this moment, it ought to be the sole female among the Hashira, Kochu Shinobu, who steps in to mediate. However, she was quietly dozing off. To put plainly, she was napping. Kagaya offered a dry laugh, pitifully seeking assistance from what he deemed reliable. Kaneo, do you have any thoughts? What do you believe Muzan's lair is? Zenitsu removed the book covering his face. The title on the cover elicited facial twitches from everyone present. The Art of Intimate Relations, a book that surely should not be read in such a setting. Truly, he is the esteemed Kaneo. the strongest among the Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps. Kyogai admired him profoundly, contemplating when he might explore similar literature with his two younger sisters, intrigued by such knowledge. Musen's lair? I have long asserted that we need not take the initiative. That fellow won't relent easily. His target is me, so there's no need to worry about his absence. Indeed, that is a sound strategy. Musen covets Zenitsu's body, which pertains to his transformation into a perfect being unafraid of sunlight. Thus he will undoubtedly not relent. In such a case, waiting in ambush while remaining passive is the wisest course of action. However, Haimejima Jaomiai murmured a Buddhist chant. Kaneo, you may wait, but we do not have the luxury of time. Those who awaken patterns often do not live past 25. Indeed, there seems to be such a notion. The patterns are an external force that converts lifespan into power. Musen, having battled them, is undoubtedly aware that they have mostly awakened their patterns. So, based on his cautious nature, will he wait until all the Hashira have perished before making his move? There is indeed a possibility. Rather, this likelihood is quite high. Since Zenitsu is a demon, even if he awakens patterns, he will not perish. He merely needs to wait until the other Hashira are gone, at which point Musen can emerge to settle the score with Zenitsu. There is no risk involved. In that case, no one can impede him. All it requires is a bit of patience for a few years. Zenitsu sighed in resignation. How about I join you all in death? Takedo Muichiru replied enthusiastically. That sounds good. What the hell? He fell silent for a moment. Shall we set another trap to encircle and eliminate Musen? For instance, you could use your connections to grant me the title of an honorary exchange student about to support construction in Africa, loudly proclaiming my name so that Musen is aware I'm leaving Japan soon. Why construction in Africa? The combination of Africa and exchange students is quite sensitive, you know? However, this method is easily discernible as a trap for anyone with a modicum of intelligence. Musen would not fall for such a ruse. Perhaps he is not truly hiding, but is instead observing us from the shadows. Kochu Shinobu yawned languidly, and the other Hashira were momentarily taken aback. The allure exuded by the insect Hashira was undeniably captivating, evoking admiration even from those with formidable resolve. They could not help but acknowledge that Shinobu had become increasingly beautiful lately. Shinobu, they say you're growing more lovely by the day. Impossible. Such words could not come from these iron-willed bachelors. The sound Hashira protested. What bachelors? I have 3 wives. Before he could finish, he was silenced by the piercing gazes of his peers. The Hashira meeting concluded. Zenitsu Agatsuma did not return to the butterfly mansion with Shinobu, but instead joined Rengoku Kyujuru and Tanjiro Kamadu in a grassy field. Rengoku smiled and patted Zenitsu on the shoulder, saying, "You did well this time." Surprised? The flame Hashira, known for his jovial demeanor, seldom offered direct praise. Zenitsu accepted the compliment with delight. Wenju Tomioka bestowed a rare smile of approval upon him. Zenitsu felt a thrill of astonishment. It was well known that the water Hashira rarely spoke kindly of others. Evidently, Zenitsu had indeed performed admirably if even Ju smiled at him. Honestly, this occasion was truly worthy of pride. What Zenitsu held most dear was not the number of upper moons he had slain, nor his survival against Musen Kibutsuti, but rather the fact that he had brought Shinobu back from the brink of death. Well done, but do not let pride consume you. There are aspects in which you must seek guidance from the sound Hashira. It is vital for your growth. Zenitsu was taken aback. He reflected that his healing of Shinobu employed a unique blood demon art, which, although partially inspired by the principles of sound breathing, far surpassed the skills of Ubuyashiki Taketu. Mr. Tomioka, what could I possibly learn from Ubuyashiki? Ju raised an eyebrow. Certainly, you must learn how to balance the temperaments of your formidable wives. Zenitsu retorted, "Were you praising me for then? Is it because I managed to win over Shinobu? What else could it be?" Zenitsu relinquished his thoughts and turned to the grassy field, where Tanjiro was dancing energetically, holding a Kagura bell and performing with utmost seriousness. The dance of the fire god, Tanjiro had explained, a sacred dance passed down through generations in his family, meant to invoke blessings from the deity of fire taught to him by his father. Tanjiro had performed this dance during the battle against Enmu. This dance essentially encapsulated a breathing technique within its movements. Zenitsu had sensed a breath that bore a resemblance to the sun breathing, and it was evident that Tanjiro's ancestry was remarkable. According to Tanjiro, his father had once slain a bear with a single strike of his axe during a snowstorm. The wisdom imparted by his father was a profound insight into the world. Tanjiro's father was quite fearsome, Zenitsu mused, lamenting the man's untimely demise. Tanjiro had retained the knowledge that the dance of the fire god comprises 12 forms, which is why the flame Hashira diligently trains him, recognizing a connection between the Kamadu family and the sun Hashira from 4 centuries ago. This dance may very well be an alternative evolution of sun breathing. Moreover, Tanjiro was not alone in his performance. Inosuke Hashibara and Zenitsu's friend Ju were joining him in the dance. Dancing requires a teacher's guidance, and while the flame Hashira could instruct them on breathing techniques, it was Mitsuri Kanroji who taught them the dance. Mitsuri, it is one thing to guide them in dance. Why have you dressed them in such attire? Zenitsu gasped, echoing the reactions of protagonists from other authors. Before him stood 3 youthful boys clad in outfits resembling female swimwear often seen in anime, exposing their pale arms and thighs. Although resembling women's swimwear, it was worn by 3 boys. Zenitsu's gaze fell on Inosuke's delicate, almost feminine features, and he murmured, "Boys. Oh, Zenitsu, you do not understand. Such attire enhances their physical flexibility. And besides, did you not say that I and Tanjiro look adorable in similar outfits?" Mitsuri pouted in irritation. "That cannot be the same. You girls look lovely and charming, but boys should not wear such things. And what is with that Kagura bell in your hand?" "To keep rhythm. They will dance to my beat." Zenitsu smiled at the 3 boys, saying, "You are all doing wonderfully." He settled down to watch Mitsuri instruct them in dance, his attention drawn to Tanjiro's performance, which was indeed quite captivating and powerful. Before long, the clumsy movements began to transform in his vision, evolving into strange patterns that elicited a primal sensation. This feeling was subtle, akin to charcoal, yet also reminiscent of sunlight. Instinctively, he raised his gaze to meet the sun. The brightness was uncomfortable to his eyes. In that fleeting moment of exposure to the sun's glare, Zenitsu's vision took on a faint azure hue. This was not unique, as anyone who gazed directly at the midday sun would experience such a phenomenon. Zenitsu casually turned his head and suddenly noticed something intriguing. In those brief seconds, Tanjiro Kamadu seemed to be ablaze. The surface of the youth's body appeared to shimmer with some ethereal flame. Is this the dance of the fire god? Those flames swirled in his vision, following a discernible pattern, as a warm sensation began to flow within him, reminiscent of the warmth brought by sunlight, yet not entirely so. This warmth lacked the unattainable grandeur of the sun. It was the warmth felt in every household. It was the warmth of charcoal, the warmth of countless hearths that persisted through the night, allowing civilization to endure against the encroaching darkness and cold. First form, the round dance. Zenitsu extended his finger, tracing a line through the air. It became clear that sun breathing comprised 2 elements, one celestial, the other terrestrial. The sun above was too distant, providing warmth without lethality. The earthly fire burned too swiftly, unable to perpetuate itself in a cycle. Only when these 2 forces converged could one truly harness the essence of sun breathing. His spirit soared, bathed in the gentle comfort of sunlight. But suddenly, Zenitsu's eyes flew open, a flicker of trepidation passing through him. In that moment of enlightenment, he sensed the profound malice of the heavens, not aimed at him, but rather directed towards the people of this nation. Muzan Kabutsuji's words echoed in his mind once more. Within 5 years, the heavens shall claim lives. Chapter 151, Natural Disasters. The sweltering summer heat was inexplicable. The number of individuals seeking out Tamayo had increased markedly, and it was evident that few were genuinely there for healing. "Oh, is that a suitor for Juya? It should not be, as those are merely local schoolgirls." Zenitsu criticized Yushiro for his backwardness and rigidity. "So what? Have you never heard of Yuri?" "Yuri? Female homosexuality." Yushiro, with his hair even greener, roared, "This is impossible. The idea of women being together is utterly nonsensical. Absurd. Brother, are you also the headmaster? I see nothing wrong with it. Love can exist between women. If humans and demons can fall in love, why should we be astonished? What is Zenitsu doing?" "Pure, slender." Soft. Accompanied by a strange honking sound, this pure, slender, soft entity swept past him, and Zenitsu felt an indescribable pleasure. Extraordinary, powerful, magnificent. The warmth within the softness coursed through my insides, striking my brain like a bolt of lightning. Over 300 years ago, the French author Rabelais depicted the most exquisite and noble method of wiping oneself in illustrations, which soon gained favor among the French royal court, receiving high praise. Yushiro shook his head in awe. "To wipe oneself with a goose's neck? I must say, you are becoming increasingly bizarre." "No, bizarre is insufficient to describe you. You are simply a pervert." Enough of this chatter. I merely wish to experience the luxury of the French court. Do not blame the French for every terrible act, all right? What about today's Yufa? Following Yushiru's admiration, fury erupted. Will you not put down my goose? Is crying, is honking in distress. That is not true. It has bitten my behind, and one T let go. Clearly, you have trapped its head with your backside. I, Zenitsu, reveled in a royal experience and felt quite pleased. I believe spending the summer in Tokyo was a wise choice, as Monsieur not only welcomed me warmly, but also thoughtfully prepared various chilled beverages, making me feel as if she were my own mother. Miss Juya is quite a good person. If it weren't for my attachment to Nezuko in Tokyo, I would have most likely participated in that sinister plot against Kibutsuji Musen. Her temperament is gentle, and she treats Nezuko well. Is it possible that she sees Nezuko as a daughter due to some sentiment? If Yushiru hadn't intervened, Juya might have even sent Nezuko to a girls' school in Tokyo. Attending school is a good idea. Every afternoon, I, Zenitsu, enjoy visiting the vicinity of the middle and elementary schools, sharing similar interests with the authors, but please do not misunderstand. It is merely a pure hobby. The high school girls in Tokyo during this era do not wear those adorable short sailor skirts. Last year, Elizabeth Lee, the principal of Fukuoka Women's Academy, first introduced the sailor uniform, inspired by the uniforms of the British Royal Navy, which she encountered while studying abroad in England. The main color of this uniform is a solemn black, and the style is acceptable, but the length of the skirts is simply too long. Too long. It does not look good. He stroked the neck of the tormented goose, shaking his head in dismay. It is just too long. Honk, honk, honk. He was chased around the yard by the furious goose. Nezuko, who was napping, turned over in irritation due to the noise. Nezuko sleeps deeply, yet not peacefully. She occasionally rolls over, causing her sleeping gown to become disheveled, revealing her soft, rosy shoulders. At merely 14 years of age, she exudes a youthful charm, especially when asleep. Her delicate little feet kicking adorably. Those little feet bask in the sunlight. Strangely, as a demon, Nezuko no longer fears the sun. It seems that the medicine you had developed using my blood has achieved remarkable success, but both pieces of news must be kept under wraps. Otherwise, Kibutsuji Musen might come knocking at midnight. Nezuko, are you still asleep? Holding Nezuko's soft little feet, I, Zenitsu, felt a surge of warmth within, involuntarily recalling the intimate moments with Kanamori. Miss Kanamori's feet are truly adorable, and they are warm in winter and cool in summer, allowing for some rather intimate techniques of water swordsmanship. First form, take the item from the bag. Second form, 2 phoenixes playing with pearls. Third form, friendship of hands and feet. Final form, young girls smoke extinguishing. Please bestow upon me ascension to heaven. How powerful and vigorous. Such thoughts should not be entertained. Once they arise, trouble follows. Vivid images of past affection with that sweet girl immediately flood my mind. Only in this regard do we, the Japanese, possess the richest imagination and associations. Nezuko, this girl, is already 14 years old this year. In this era, girls at 14 are already of marrying age, are they not? Yet, gazing at her innocent sleeping face, I, Zenitsu, shook my head, dismissing those inappropriate thoughts. Regardless, Nezuko's mental state is still that of a child, and now is not the appropriate time for such discussions. Nor is it necessary. I lay beside her, gently holding Nezuko in my arms. Placing my hands on her little belly, Nezuko stirred awake. Her pink eyes were filled with confusion, still caught in the haze of sleep. Nezuko? She no longer had a mouth gag in place, and could hum a few normal sounds, her expression comfortable, making me feel as if I were cradling a small animal. Nezuko's little face was adorned with a sweet smile. It seems her mood is quite good. I, Zenitsu, found it puzzling. Did you dream of something wonderful? Nezuko nodded, mumbling incoherently. I see. Oh, dreaming of Shinobu makes you so happy? I, Zenitsu, now strongly suspect that the protagonist of this world, Kimetsu no Yaiba, is actually Shinobu. Did you not dream of me? I cannot endure this. I angrily sat up, wrapped my arms around her waist, and raised my hand to smack her backside, seemingly venting my frustration. But a closer look at her mischievous eyes reveals pure longing. Does Nezuko smell good? Of course, she does. Otherwise, the popular female characters in the Kimetsu series would not all have her as their only rival, right? After being spanked, Nezuko showed no signs of embarrassment or anger. Instead, she turned and opened her arms, stammering, hug, hug, hug. TSK, TSK, TSK. What can I do with this girl? I embraced Nezuko, gazing at her tender and adorable face. And my heart began to race with chaotic thoughts. I knew that when I was being pursued by Kibutsuji Musen, he would inevitably slaughter families along his path. Back then, I was weak and powerless, unable to stop his atrocities. In other words, the tragedy of the Kamadou family also bears my share of blame. Let it be so, regardless. After contemplating this, I could look at Tanjiro with a guilty expression and say, "You might not think I'm at fault, but I cannot forgive myself. For the sake of spiritual redemption, I must ensure Nezuko returns to her former self. So please, entrust Nezuko to me. It all flows naturally, seamlessly. ISN T Nezuko now within reach." I bit Nezuko's lips. Like jelly. Delicious. My life in Tokyo is rather mundane. Every morning, he awakens to practice his breathing techniques and refine his swordsmanship, subsequently rousing Nezuko from her slumber to commence their morning exercises. After completing these rituals, they indulge in breakfast. It seems he has momentarily forgotten his identity as a Hashira, and the Demon Slayer Corps has not assigned him any missions. A profound tranquility appears to have settled between humans and demons alike. However, beneath this calm surface lurks a tumultuous undercurrent, the timing of which transforming into a cataclysmic flood remains unknown. Even my wife Zenitsu is oblivious, although he senses it will not be long. As his latent potential gradually unfolds, his spirit, and will begin to touch the heavens of this world, increasingly perceiving the ominous aura that permeates the cosmos, particularly within the city of Tokyo. As summer wanes and autumn breezes arise, this foreboding atmosphere thickens, cloaking the sunlight like dense clouds. One day, imbued with the essence of autumn, the streets bustle with life. In the context of national history, an era name resembles the name of each emperor. Its appeal is subjective, yet its existence is imperative, signifying Japan still has an emperor. The years that etch themselves into the collective memory of the populace and find their way into history textbooks as vital examination points invariably denote significant events. On September 1st, during an otherwise unremarkable day in the autumn of the 11th year of Taisho, a monumental event unfolded. The 22-year-old regent Hirohito hosted a grand state banquet for foreign dignitaries. While in the public sphere, the celebration of the completion of Tokyo Tower took place. The atmosphere was vibrant, filled with joyous melodies and animated chatter, which allowed Zenitsu to relax as he strolled through the streets with Nezuko, both reveling in the lively ambience. Zenitsu had initially volunteered to masquerade as a young girl in the Yoshiwara Pleasure District to earn some pocket money, but was halted by Miss Tamayo, who compassionately bestowed money upon him, urging him to enjoy himself with Nezuko. However, Miss Tamayo, do you regard me with such disdain? Do you presume I am in dire need of these few coins? My intention is to experience joy that is otherwise elusive. Reluctantly, Zenitsu relinquished his noble aspirations and grasped Nezuko's hand, leading her through the streets where they sampled various delicacies before arriving at the newly erected Tokyo Tower. At present, the tower is not as tall as it would later become, standing merely 12 stories high. Nevertheless, it still looms impressively. Suddenly, a premonition gripped Zenitsu, prompting him to pause. He blinked, stepped back, and gazed upward. The 12 stories of Tokyo Tower appeared slightly diminished. In the next instant, a thunderous roar erupted from the ground. The earth trembled violently in a furious crescendo, and buildings began to sway violently as fissures opened in the ground. On September 1st, 1923, the Great Kanto earthquake struck. Buildings began to collapse, swirling dust enveloping the air. Mere moments after the quake, terrified residents surged outward. However, the streets were narrow and overcrowded with the populace of Tokyo, resulting in a bottleneck. Though earthquakes are terrifying, especially one of such magnitude, approximately 8 on the Richter scale, this era's architecture was not exceedingly tall, and had it been merely an earthquake, the casualties would likely have been minimal. Unfortunately, the timing was exceedingly unfortunate. It was noon, and many households were preparing lunch, typically utilizing charcoal as fuel. Fiery embers scattered across straw mats and wooden floors, splattering against paper walls, and some were employing gas, leading to widespread conflagration in a matter of minutes. To compound the calamity, Tokyo's water supply infrastructure sustained severe damage during the quake, rendering firefighting efforts futile amidst the rising panic. In an instant, the entire city became engulfed in flames. From deep within the earth resounded an unearthly cacophony that assailed the sanity of the populace. And mere minutes following the initial tremors, the ground shook again, violently tossing people to the ground and into the air. Rows of houses swayed and crumbled, walls collapsed, and the air was filled with cries of despair. The lifeblood of the deceased strewn across the streets. This earthquake constituted an unprecedented disaster in Japanese history. Yet Zenitsu found himself relatively unperturbed. Japan is, after all, a nation prone to seismic activity, experiencing tremors several times a month. Initially, he believed it to be merely another ordinary quake. It was only when the rumbling from below grew increasingly pronounced that he sensed something was amiss. He tightened his grip on Nezuko's hand, preparing to navigate the chaotic and perilous crowd. Yet his attention was drawn to a fissure in the ground that appeared peculiar. What lay within? Through the vast crack, Zenitsu glimpsed a formidable wooden structure, and before he could ponder further, he heard the rumbling transformation into a piercing shriek. Suddenly, a polygonal wooden object surged upward, breaking through the surface. In that fleeting moment, Zenitsu detected a familiar scent emanating from the subterranean edifice, causing his expression to shift dramatically. Musen Kibutsuji? Undoubtedly. The structure beneath the earth was Kibutsuji's lair, the fabled infinite city. Zenitsu had contemplated countless possibilities, even mused on the notion of an underwater city. However, he could never have fathomed that the infinite city resided directly beneath his feet, right beneath Tokyo. Towering walls emerged from the depths, blocking the sunlight. And Zenitsu's countenance tightened as an explosion erupted from an ignited gas source, unleashing a scorching wave that swept through the streets. In this earthquake, the most lethal force was not the tremors themselves, but rather the ensuing inferno. The streets had transformed into a sea of flames, claiming an unknown number of lives. As Nezuko's pink eyes reflected this harrowing and brutally vivid scene, she widened her gaze, sorrow evident within. Then, with sudden resolve, she lowered her head, sensing an extraordinary pull emanating from the infinite city, a force that seemed to draw in nothing but the blood flowing across the ground. In an instant, a torrent of blood was summoned, continuously flowing into the depths. Nezuko, please return to Damayo and the others for now, Zenitsu urged gravely. He comprehended that Kibutsuji was undoubtedly plotting something sinister, something he had been scheming for a long time. As he was an Onmyoji from a millennium ago who had foretold calamity years prior. But was this merely an earthquake? Or did it portend a slaughter of men? He scanned his surroundings, his pallor deepening as he realized that not just this street, but all directions were ablaze. And the cacophony in his ears unmistakably indicated that Tokyo had transformed into an inferno. Moreover, what metamorphosis would the blood-flowing underground catalyze within that monster Kibutsuji? If this were allowed to unfold unchecked, would their next encounter reveal a transformed Kibutsuji? The situation had escalated abruptly, leaving no time to summon the other Hashira. Countless streams of blood flowed like rivers into the depths, creating an eerie tableau, perhaps indeed the opportunity for Kibutsuji to surpass some limitation. He had to intervene. Nezuko, hurry back. No. In the following moment, the thunderous explosion resonated nearby, reverberating in his ears as if the heavens themselves were enraged. He gazed into Nezuko's steadfast eyes, ultimately exhaling a resigned sigh. Why must you be so obstinate? As I, wife Zenitsu, stepped into the realm of Infinity City, I gazed into the distant, unattainable void ahead. The surroundings were engulfed in darkness, devoid of any light or sound, save for the clumsy scurrying of Nezuko behind me. After an indeterminate duration of wandering, I halted, confronted by a colossal pool of blood. The blood that flowed into this abyss seemed to have undergone a transformation, morphing from a vivid crimson to a pitch-black hue, and then deepening to an inky darkness, resembling a still pond of lifeless water. Within this sanguine reservoir lay a grotesque, humanoid entity. From its embrace of a pipa, it was evident that this was the Shimon of Musen Kibutsuji, yet this figure was unmistakably lifeless. Her blood had been siphoned away, drained by the massive, pulsating tumor behind her that resembled a heart. The moment I unsheathed my Nichiren blade, that pulsating mass ceased its rhythm. A hand emerged from within. Musen Kibutsuji, seemingly reborn within this flesh cocoon, had undergone a drastic transformation. His once cascading black hair was now replaced by a shock of white, and his handsome visage had taken on an unexpected grotesqueness. His eyes, resembling blood amber, emanated a chilling aura, akin to a beast's gaze, glimmering with a ferocious light. His mouth had also altered, revealing a row of serrated fangs, adept at rending flesh, ill-suited for masticating food. To put it plainly, he was far from herbivorous. The corpse of the Shimon collapsed, while Musen perched atop the tumor, exhaling a sigh of apparent satisfaction, his limbs and lower body ensconced in blood and hair, interconnected by a web of veins to the tumor. He continued to absorb the fresh blood that flowed in from the outside, reminiscing about an era centuries past when he could slay countless lives without the constraints he faced now. As he realized that consuming vast quantities of blood might assist him in transcending his limits, humanity had flourished, no longer permitting the massacre of cities. After the Meiji era, the death of thousands sparked immense societal discourse, bringing substantial pressure upon him, the very reason behind his scheming for seismic profits. In a word, stability. Or perhaps cowardice. Nevertheless, he felt that today was the day to surpass his limits, pondering that a flower nurtured by the blood of millions could rival the elusive Aoi Shikunich. If he still failed to resolve his aversion to sunlight, he would devise a plan to consume me. Muzan Kibutsuji relished an unprecedented sense of comfort, reveling in the thought that I, Zenitsu, had delivered myself to him. Were the other Hashira nearby? A sudden jolt of alarm coursed through Muzan as he glanced toward the entrance, only to behold me alone, a Hashira, unable to suppress a derisive chuckle. It is said that you four from the Demon Slayer Corps are cunning strategists, yet from my perspective, you are utterly inept. This time, no one can save you, Zenitsu. With a moment of composure, his eyes fell upon Nezuko. That aura, I recognize it. She is the little demon from the Kamadu family. But why does she not fear the sunlight? She is merely a child, why? I pointed at Nezuko. Only she and I can withstand sunlight. Do you grasp why we are immune? It is no secret. I shall share it with you. Oh, it is quite simple. Like Nezuko, I have never consumed human flesh. Muzan remained silent for an extended period, contemplating. Is it that simple? Indeed, it is. I do not believe it. His disbelief stemmed from an unwillingness to accept the truth. If it were so effortless, then he had merely to endure without consuming humans, thus avoiding his fear of sunlight. In other words, he had relinquished that opportunity. The true culprit for his abandonment of family and human dignity, hiding in darkness for a millennium, was none other than himself. What then? Was the purpose of his millennia of waiting and relentless pursuit? What had he endured all this time for? He refused to accept it. He could only accept the death of Zenitsu and Nezuko, devouring their flesh and blood, stepping boldly into the sunlight. What a foolish notion. Even more foolish is your decision to present yourself to me today. You may not comprehend, but at times, I can be quite foolish under extraordinary circumstances. I would be willing to trade my life for yours. Muzan lamented. Are you threatening me? Is it because I have not pursued you for half a year that you now believe yourself invulnerable, leading you to think I cannot kill you? I smiled indeed. Muzan fell silent for a protracted moment. Leave your blood, then depart, and never show your face to me again. He wished to avoid a confrontation with me. Yet, intriguingly, I did not retreat. He sighed. Even now, you still harbor fear? You should know that since I have entered, I have no intention of leaving alive. Muzan's countenance darkened to an extreme. If I perish, all demons shall die. You cannot survive. Unmoved, I countered. Have you not considered your companions? Your kin, friends, and mentors? I am unencumbered and solitary. Should I perish, it holds no concern for me. What of you? Muzan, as if unfazed, uttered a sorrowful confession upon my death. My friends would grieve, and those who cherished me, especially the women, would mourn deeply. I can envision their anguished cry. I can even imagine my master weeping and cursing me at the altar of Mount Peach. Indeed, indeed. So why must you persist? I nodded, then grinned with a wicked smile. But that does not imply the consequences you face are lighter than mine. You do not wish to die, do you? Or rather, you fear death. Death is your greatest dread. In other words, immortality has been your obsession for a millennium, and when that obsession is shattered by me, you will suffer more than I. Your torment surpasses mine. The implication was clear. Since your death would be more agonizing than mine, I would undoubtedly seek to end your life. You madman, are you unwell? The atmosphere in Infinity City fell eerily silent once more. In this world, two of the strongest beings stood opposed across a pool of blood, hearing only the countless streams of blood coursing through invisible channels, infusing Muzan Kibutsuji's flesh with vitality. I inhaled deeply. To slay Muzan, I must sever the source of this blood supply, for without it, I stood no chance of victory. Suddenly, my form shifted. In an instant, I found myself above Muzan. He raised his palms skyward, the fissure in his hand opening wide like a gaping maw. No one could discern how many times we exchanged blows in that fleeting moment, yet none of our strikes connected, We merely withdrew mid-attack. My Nicaran blade did not meet his palm. Though it appeared effortless, the crimson lightning wove an intricate tapestry. I retreated, casting a glance at this nemesis-like monstrosity, and began to switch my breathing technique. To pursue the path to the end, does one not return to the same place? The phrase has fallen out of favor. The current trend is this. His breath becomes warm and elongated. His gaze transforms into one of intense focus and tranquility. As he concentrates, the moment the Nicaran blade is unsheathed, the scene seems to freeze in time. Guewuvaru remains silent, acutely sensing the rising aura of the breath of the sun. His lips twitching uncontrollably, and the sense of impending crisis intensifies within him. He harbors a certain fear of this breath of the sun. However, it is of little concern. Wifey Zenitsu is not the same as the inheritance of the 400 years ago, nor is Guewuvaru the same as he was 4 centuries prior. As long as fresh blood continuously flows, he is inherently invincible, growing stronger with each battle. Thus, he does not fear, and he is somewhat bewildered as to the origin of this sense of crisis. Suddenly, Uekairu's complexion turns an alarming shade of pale. He disregards wifey Zenitsu's concentrated effort to deliver a lethal blow, trembling as he gazes toward Nezuko, who is curiously observing the blood that flows incessantly. She extends her small hand, resembling a cotton candy, and stammeringly utters, "Blood, blood, demon, art, explosive blood." From the incessantly gushing blood, a small spark erupts, swiftly spreading as all the blood ignites, penetrating deep into Uekaru's body. Boom! Guewuvaru shrieks, transformed into a fiery figure, caught off guard by flames akin to the fires of hell, burning him mercilessly. He roars in bitter resentment. Through the thick flames of blood, he gazes upon the girl, his eyes filled with profound confusion. Why has this occurred? Then he suddenly recalls the names of the Kamado siblings, Tanjiro and Nezuko. In Japanese folklore, roasted beans are said to ward off demons. The scene before him dissipates entirely, leaving only a singular light. The radiant colors of the Nicaran blade coalesce into a warm glow, resplendent yet serene, piercing through the darkness. It is the sunlight he has evaded for a millennia. It penetrates his body and soul with unparalleled intensity. Chapter 1. Oh no, a failed matchmaking attempt. Young Master. Asahi City. Young Master Zenitsu awakens, having merely indulged in a brief afternoon rest at another's abode. Yet he feels as if he has traversed through an interminably long dream, acquiring a wealth of inspiration and knowledge. Could it be that I too have attained enlightenment in my dreams? He sits up, nodding and smiling at the maid. It seems that Lord Dainagon has yet to return, and the attendant is also absent. In that case, I shall take my leave. The maid is taken aback. This renowned Onmyuji truly lives up to the tales, possessing an extraordinary ability to predict the future, even discerning the absence of the head of the household while in slumber. Truly a divine being. Has Asahi City Young Master ventured into the realm of dreams? Tales often circulate in Heian-kyo of Onmyuji who wander beyond the confines of their dreams, gaining knowledge of the world without stepping outside their doors. Zenitsu feels a twinge of embarrassment, subsequently smiling and nodding. A mere parlor trick. He rises, donning his hunting attire with the maid's assistance, and steps into the courtyard. This is the residence of Dainagon Fujiwara Heritage, a position of great prestige, serving as the emperor's close attendant. Fujiwara Heritage presents governmental matters to the emperor while conveying the emperor's decrees downwards, especially significant in the current context, where the newly appointed Suzuko emperor displays considerable timidity, placing substantial power in the hands of such high-ranking officials. Zenitsu sighs softly. It is somewhat shameful. Even as a time traveler, he cannot escape the trappings of matchmaking. His mentor and father hold this Dainagon in high regard and have insisted he engage in meaningful conversation with the man's daughter. However, it seems that the young lady is not particularly interested in him, having left him to languish for several hours. Perhaps this is for the best. A mere formality suffices. He has heard that his potential match, while known for her reserved demeanor, is the subject of numerous peculiar rumors. Most likely, she is another spoiled child from a wealthy family. Regardless of her appearance, her temperament is certainly questionable. With a light and buoyant gait, Zenitsu strolls through the courtyard, admiring the picturesque pond and the lush greenery, feeling his spirits lift. From a distance, he hears the sound of a girlesque laughter, accompanied by the delicate patter of footsteps, a delightful melody. He focuses his attention and can discern voices from a small courtyard nearby, where someone is practicing martial arts. the sound of wind slicing through the air mingling with the frantic admonitions of the maids. "Miss, please stop. If the Lord finds out you are training again, he will surely be displeased. Asahi City young master has yet to depart, and it is likely he has already heard your reckless laughter." "Not likely, but he has indeed heard it." Zenitsu clearly hears this, a smirk playing on his lips as he remarks to the maid beside him. "It appears that Lord Dainagon and Lord Rinjong have indeed imparted their teachings well. I had no idea she possessed such skills. No wonder, no wonder. It is clear why such a fine prospect has yet to be wed." Standing by the railing, Zenitsu casually gazes at the scenery of the courtyard. The women of the Dainagon family, upon noticing his arrival, eagerly open their screens to catch a glimpse of the charming young Master Asahi, while he contemplates whether he should take a fierce wife back with him. He hears the sharp cries of the woman wielding her weapon, as well as the hushed whispers of the women discussing him. His lineage is anything but ordinary. His ancestry traces back to the imperial clan of Emperor Kogen, having produced several high-ranking officials from the Asuka to the Nara periods. His great-grandfather, the renowned Abe no Nakamaro, once engaged in lively discourse with Li Bai and others during the Golden Age of Tang. Although his father's generation has dwindled to the position of Daisen Daibu, his birthright has elevated the family status. Legend has it that young Master Asahi has been exceptionally handsome since childhood, exhibiting an extraordinary demeanor and captivating all who encounter him. When his mentor, Hamo Tadeoki, first met him, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Such a celestial being has descended to the mortal realm." Thus, Asahi Zenitsu garnered fame throughout Heian-kyo. At the age of 10, he accomplished a significant feat that firmly established his social standing in this era. At that time, Emperor Daigo reigned, and the powerful politician Sugawara no Michizane met his demise in a political struggle, exiled to death. Following his death, various unusual occurrences plagued Kyoto. First, the emperor's son fell ill, and later, a lightning strike incident in the Seriaden caused numerous casualties. The court was gripped by fear, believing it to be the vengeful spirit of Michizane wreaking havoc, and prepared to absolve him of his sins and posthumously confer titles. Young Master Asahi, at merely 10 years of age, could not abide this injustice and boldly proclaimed that the imperial authority should not bow to the tyranny of malevolent spirits. Thus, he ascended to the Seriaden's roof, brandishing his sword to summon the thunder, vanquishing Michizane's malevolent spirit with a single divine strike, dispelling the thunder, leading many to speculate he was a reincarnation of a deity. For this reason, he was highly regarded by the imperial family. Emperor Daigo even personally officiated his coming-of-age ceremony. The ceremony, held at the SH Purple Hall, was exceedingly grand, with the sound of gongs and drums resonating and a sea of people in attendance. The ceremonial feast was traditionally managed by the Nadaijin and the Kurando, but the emperor, fearing they would not conduct it adequately, specifically decreed that it must be executed flawlessly. It can be said that he grew up amidst the flattery and adoration of others. While this treatment certainly aligns with the expectations of a time traveler, the truth is that his initial confrontation with Sugawara no Michizane was motivated by two factors: the occasional thunder that disrupted his sleep and the fact that his elder sister was somewhat frightened by the sound of thunder. Regardless, he emerged as a distinguished figure among the younger generation of Onmyoji and a favored confidant of the emperor. Even after the passing of Emperor Daigo, the current Senku emperor held him in high regard, frequently summoning him to the palace to divine matters of state. Naturally, many families sought to forge marital ties with him. With a rich background, boundless prospects, exceptional abilities, and handsome features, it was said in Heian-kyo that no young lady could resist the charms of Isacho Sanichi, except for the daughter of the Dainagon family. Curiosity piqued. He wondered about the appearance of this woman. Employing Onmyodo to hypnotize a maid, he effectively rendered her momentarily unconscious. After utilizing this physical technique, Sanichi stealthily made his way to the rear courtyard. There, a tall, silver-haired woman was practicing martial arts, clad in black and gold armor, wielding a long axe with remarkable vigor, making it impossible for the nearby maidens to approach. The maids attending her were no ordinary individuals. Each was robust and formidable, currently waving small handkerchiefs as they implored, "My lady, might you consider removing your armor for a moment?" "Huh? I quite like this outfit. I shan't take it off," she replied. The daughter of Fujiwara was indeed fearsome. Fortune lies in the heavens. Armor resides in the heart. Power is in the feet. Who dares approach? Her piercing gaze swept across, and with a swift motion, her long axe grazed the side of Senichi's face, crashing into the wall behind him with a thunderous impact. leaving a sizable hole. Upon seeing her face, Asacho Sanichi was taken aback, exclaiming, "By the sun, what a fearsome visage," and promptly fled, with the silver-haired maiden in hot pursuit. "Stop! Do not run away." Sanichi dashed through the main gate, unleashing a lightning sword technique towards the Fujiwara household. Upon spotting the green-haired giant waiting outside, he shouted, "Toda, no time for the ox cart. Run for your life." Chapter 2. No panic. There's a child bride, my lord. Why such alarm? Upon first laying eyes on my delicate companion, I harbored suspicions that this was the world of Tsukimahara. Now, with the visage of a fearsome warrior emerging, what more could there be to doubt? Toda listened to his lord's words, scratching his head in confusion over the peculiarities of his discourse. However, he was accustomed to it and easily kept pace with Asacho Sanichi. He was Toda, who referred to himself as Fujiwara no Hideyoshi. This individual, too, bore a legendary tale. One day, as he passed by Mikami Mountain, he was implored by the dragon deity to vanquish a giant centipede. Toda willingly obliged, spitting on his arrow and praying to Hachiman, thus acquiring a potent venom. Consequently, he deftly repelled the centipede, and, as gratitude, the dragon gods presented him with a sack that yielded endless rice. Toda possessed a brash and forthright character, exuding a straightforward innocence that allowed others to easily bond with him. He despised solitude, preferring the vibrant company of friends around a shared meal. He had a younger sister, but remained unmarried to this day. His passions included handling rice, transporting rice, and, of course, consuming rice. Currently, he served as a coachman for the Asacho family, occasionally moonlighting as a guard. Asacho Sanichi sighed, reflecting, though that woman possesses beauty and grace, her fierce temperament has endured such humiliation, something I have never encountered in my life. How can I face others now? Toda remained silent, pondering that his lord, too, had faced torment at the hands of women. Was the daughter of Fujiwara truly so formidable? She seemed less a noble-s daughter and more a warrior-s offspring. Sanichi recalled the oppressive aura from her fierce gaze. Perhaps she had trained under some eminent monk. Otherwise, the Buddhist essence in her techniques would not be so profound. Following Jinjin's eastward journey, most aristocrats embraced Buddhism. It was not uncommon for noble women to learn martial arts from esteemed monks. "My lord, what of our ox cart? Let us temporarily set aside the Fujiwara family. They will return it." After a moment's contemplation, Sanichi proposed, "How about tomorrow you fetch the ox cart?" Toda cheerfully thumped his chest. "No problem. Leave it to me. If their lady throws a tantrum, I'll simply carry 3 sacks of rice and flee." "Well said. Truly, you are commendable. Though it may be a burden, is a delightful weight." Without the ox cart, their pace home quickened significantly. Suddenly, Sanichi halted, his gaze landing upon a cattle shed, a slight smile gracing his lips. "Why are there yukai roaming in the daylight? Toda, go forth and shoot that rat yukai." Toda acquiesced, unfastening the blessed bow meant for slaying great yukai, which required the combined strength of at least 5 robust men to draw, blessed by the dragon deity residing in the lake. Drawing the bow back to a half-moon, he intoned, "Namo Hachiman Daibo Satsu. Grant this arrow your protection." As he released the arrow, a sharp, furious squeak resonated from within the cattle shed. Sanichi lifted a sizable stone from the roadside and hurled it with great force towards the shed, chanting fervently, "Breath of the ox, water buffalo, strike the rat. Flying elephant trample the rat. Groundhog toss the weasel. Umabasle." Toda remained silent. A golden rat, the size of a millstone, screeched at them menacingly before hastily retreating, an arrow embedded in its plump posterior. Toda raised an eyebrow. "A rat yukai that preys on cattle? How curious. It does not seem to be a mere yukai." Sanichi mused with a smile. "It appears to be an organized yukai. Yet, even if it were a divine beast of the gods, it should not descend to feast upon others' cattle at this time, especially after the recent festival honoring the deities in Heian-kyo. How could such a thing occur?" Sanichi gradually approached the cattle shed. A glimmer of golden light sparkled in his eyes, and intriguingly, he found that the cow, nearly chewed to death by the rat, had transformed into a curled, brown tuft of fur, which he brought to his nose for a sniff. "Ah, such a captivating scent. It's a cunning fox." He carefully stowed away the fox fur and, after a short distance, returned home. After sending Toda to rest, Asacho Sanichi quietly entered the house, a box of sweet cheese delicacies in hand, warmth illuminating his expression. These sweet delicacies, akin to modern cheese desserts, were a rare treat during the Heian period. Milk was an exceedingly precious commodity, unattainable for the common folk. typically reserved for the grand ceremonies of court officials when sweet chestnuts and these delicacies were bestowed as tokens of congratulation. Today, he had visited the imperial palace and received a box of these sweets, choosing to bring it home rather than consume it himself, revealing just how much he cherished a particular individual within his household. Seated at the desk was a young girl diligently writing. She was the daughter of the shoji from the area of Shinsuna. The term shoji refers to the overseer of an estate. For the past decade, local officials beneath the provincial governor had often intruded upon estates, either due to the estate management directives or out of their own economic interests. To seek protection from such abuses of power, the shoji of Shinsuna had sought the aid of the Onmyoji Homo Tadaki, who, uninterested in such trivial matters, dispatched his disciple, Asacho Sanichi, to handle the task. This errand ultimately led to the acquisition of a pure maiden. At that time, Sanichi was merely 8 years old, while the maiden was 13. The two quickly found a bond, living together and deepening their affections, much to the displeasure of his two senior disciples, who claimed the young disciple as their own and attempted to use Onmyodo to intimidate the maiden, only to find themselves outmatched. Qingji resided in Chao Chang family for a decade. The young lady blossomed beautifully. However, as Qingji matured, her disposition grew increasingly extreme. Not that her appearance became less attractive, but her character took on a more intense edge. Strangely, her once lustrous black hair transformed into a vibrant shade of green. Was she dyeing it with sakura cake? Chao Qingshan quietly approached her from behind. The young girl was engrossed in her writing, her posture remarkably graceful. Compared to those refined young ladies trained like dolls, Qingji undoubtedly exhibited a livelier spirit. Her tastes exquisite. When she smiled, her charm was captivating, rendering her an endearing presence. Alas, this enchanting individual harbored affections solely for one person. She was inscribing his name. Her handwriting was rather average. As she opened her mouth, she obediently accepted the delicacy offered to her, her cheeks flushing. It was indeed sumi. And Shani remarked that it was called cheese. What an astonishing name. Could you perhaps release my finger before speaking? She set down her pen, grasping his hand with both of hers. While she had swallowed the sumi, there remained something she could not consume. Yet, she yearned to devour it. The intense, almost pathological possessiveness emanating from her golden eyes rendered Sean speechless, leaving him to comply with her whims. Before she could nibble on his finger, he began to tease Qingji's smooth tongue. No, not there. I mean underneath the tongue. Is wordplay amusing? Sean cradled her delicate form in his arms, withdrawing the finger soaked in her saliva and unceremoniously inserting it into her nostril. Qingji thrashed about. Sean, how brazen you are. Really, I advise you to show some restraint. He pulled out a fox fur, murmuring to himself, how can one not be bold when targeted by a fox? Chapter 3. The Dragon of Ekigo, the Fox of the Rice Granary. As a noble daughter, Fujiwara Genshin returned to her quarters after enduring her father's reprimand during dinner, maintaining her composure. Subsequently, she unceremoniously flopped onto her bed. How irritating. All day long, it's about that Chao Chang young master being so exceptional. If he is so remarkable, why don't you marry him yourselves? What is the point of pressuring me? I have no interest in him. The maid, both amused and exasperated, earnestly defended Chao Changshan but he is indeed admirable. The broth you adore was invented by him. The culinary techniques of the Heian era were lamentably poor. Although my husband Sean, he did not live in the 21st century. He resided in the Taisho era of modern history, where at least the variety of seasonings was adequate. This era was truly discomforting. Thus, he had to invent many things himself, including the kelp and fish broth used for seasoning, which would not garner praise from the nobility, but would circulate among the common folk. The young maid had betrayed her side. Fujiwara Genshin's side, suddenly becoming alert. Dismissing the maid, she donned her black and gold armor and stepped outside, wielding a dazzling spear that glimmered like crimson light. The spear was extraordinarily long, its tip resembling a thunderous sword rather than a mere cone. In an instant, her disguised frail demeanor shattered. A palpable aura of battle-hardened ferocity enveloped the courtyard, and she silently gazed at the gate, where two maids stood in sheer terror before collapsing. TSK, Brazen Fox, what if someone sees? Who will take responsibility? What did you call me? Do you think I fear you? A sweet yet vexed voice spat out. Half-baked Emperor of Rome. Don't think you can control my master-s body without consequence. Correction, master is not yours. He belongs to me. Fujiwara Genshin focused her gaze, first spotting a fox. Two fluffy tails swayed behind her, and the fox-eared girl donned a splendid shrine maiden outfit, holding several bundles of rice ears. Her face was undeniably beautiful. Even though Jin Shin was a woman, she could not help but be drawn to the other's appearance. Her skin, exposed above the chest, was fair and plump, her figure voluptuous. With clearly defined brows, a slight lift of her eyes revealed boundless allure, her posture exceedingly resplendent. Jin Shin frowned, sensing the other's essence. Deity? Huh, aren't you a Buddhist deity as well? Tamamo Nome blinked, somewhat puzzled. Bishamonten? No, wait, you seem to have merged with his essence. Were you also sent to thwart that great demon? Jin Shin nodded silently. In her final moments, she had heard the call of restraint. You have fought for righteousness your entire life, devoting yourself to governing the warring states with virtue, yet you have not succeeded. Do you wish to try once more? She acquiesced, arriving in the Heian era centuries ago. Bishamonten was here. She sheathed her weapon and abruptly thrust her spear toward Tamamo no Mei. During the day, it was you who lured the Takrabian mouse, allowing it to be discovered by Chao Chong young master, you deceitful demon, having merged with the protective deity Bishamonten. This divine figure held a snow-white Takarabian mouse in her left hand, symbolizing the bestowal of endless treasures. This fox had long known, but chose to feign ignorance. What pretenses could she maintain before this divine warrior? Tamamo no Mei leapt onto a beam. Ah, this individual is not easily deceived. You should speak of the half-baked emperor of Rome. Only then did Jin Shin notice the girl in the courtyard, with a handsome countenance and a slender figure. Her expression was serene and elegant. While undeniably charming, she lacked breathtaking beauty. Her expression was rather stoic, appearing somewhat unapproachable, her appeal lying in her softly curled long hair. To put it simply, she was a flawless beauty without any apparent flaws. And you are? The stoic girl suddenly revealed a smile reminiscent of an emperor's rose. I am the divine warrior of Ekigo. I once consulted the Onmyoji, who foretold that I must stay here to seek your favor in order to avoid danger. Tamamo no Mae gasped. Realizing that this was the Roman emperor's interest in the silver-haired woman, she couldn't help but exclaim, 666. After all this time, this is the moment I admire you most. 666 not only signifies praise and jest, but also serves as the moniker of the Roman tyrant Nero. Having flirted, Nero hastily concealed himself. The master from Chaldea regained control of her body, feeling a chill sweep over her. Jin Shin directed her spear toward her, sternly declaring, such words are utterly absurd. I shall not hold it against you, considering you are a woman. Akaniko Shirano stood in place, anxiously pacing. Nero, you have put me in a terrible predicament. Upon seeing Fujiwara Jin Shin's unabashed disdain, Akaniko Shirano resorted to a desperate struggle, waving her hands. Let me explain. Please, listen to my explanation. Lord Kenshin. Is my name so renowned? Throughout her life, she had changed her name numerous times. Nagao Kajitora, Yusuji Masatora, ultimately settling on Yusuji Territora. Yet in later generations, she was most famously known by her Buddhist name. Is Kenshin more famous than Kajitora? Fujiwara again, she mused, her gaze sharpening. I understand your purpose for coming to this era, but I shall not partake in it. She sheathed her weapon, her tone unwavering. I have my responsibilities to guide this era, to protect the majority of its people, and to extend my hand to those in need. That is my duty. And Bo Bai Yi was at a loss for words, exclaiming, how could this happen? You are our reinforcements. We were merely attempting to rectify history and eliminate the celestial demon Xing Ming, but your actions will only disrupt the timeline. Rest assured, I possess that resolve. She is the divine general of the warring states, commanding legions with overwhelming charisma and strategic prowess, having participated in over 70 battles throughout her life, remaining undefeated in all major conflicts. She aims to alter this era through sheer force. Yumao Qian paused for a moment before inquiring. Then why do you wish to change this period of history? Or rather, what do you hope to gain from this endeavor? The girl known as Fujiwara Jin Shin revealed a sincere smile. I desire authenticity. The atmosphere fell silent as none of the three spoke, as if they were in a ceremonial chamber. However, fundamentally, we are colleagues, and I will provide the most basic assistance. And Bo Bai Yi sighed in relief, only to suddenly notice a golden mouse dragging the tail of an ox, squeaking as it entered, seemingly showing off. Jin Shin smiled slightly, remarking, he had his servant shoot arrows at you, and you devoured the ox he used to pull his cart. Not bad, but I currently have no appetite for beef. Suddenly, an unexpected occurrence transpired. The ox pulling the cart for Prince Chao Chung suddenly flattened, not shrinking, but transforming into a mere sheet of paper, as if it had collapsed from three-dimensional space into two-dimensional space. Is it not alive? Merely a transformed charm in the shape of an ox. But such an ability to imbue inanimate objects with spirit, master, come quickly. The Buddhist light surrounding the treasure mouse was suppressed to its limits, revealing its original white color. And Bo Bai Yi was swept away 3 meters by the force emanating from the charm, seemingly sentient as it surged toward Yu Mao Qian. Rice jar. Oh no! The fox tumbled upright, indignant and enraged, raising its leg in retaliation. 100 strikes kick. Chapter 4. Qing Ji. The white silk is your spiritual garment, is it not? The charm was subdued by Yu Mao Qian. However, this situation astonished her greatly. No, this cannot be. The Qing Ming I encountered in other parallel timelines did not possess such formidable Onmyoto skills at this point in time. To Yu Mao Qian, Qing Ming was her arch-nemesis. Based on her understanding of this rival, Qing Ming before the age of 40 was not remarkable. He was merely an ordinary Onmyoji training alongside Kamo Takahira. It was only after turning 40 that he leveraged the influence of Fujiwara Michinaga to ascend, becoming the Grand Onmyoji who governed the realms of Yin and Yang, his name echoing through the ages. Fujihara Jin Shin spoke slowly. It seems you have not inquired about him, even as a child. He dared to ascend to the Sarayu Palace, confronting malevolent spirits amidst thunder and lightning. It is not surprising that after 8 years, he possesses such abilities. Yu Mao Qian was incredulous. How is that possible? Qing Ming's father, Abe no Yoshimasa, was a lower noble under the Daisen Daibu, born in the province of Setsu. Reputedly a descendant of Abe no Nakamaro, hence Chao Chung is his family name, while his clan name should be Abe, which later became Abe. Let us clarify the issue of ancient Japanese surnames and names. First, the clan name corresponds to what we now refer to as surnames, akin to the ancient Chinese shi, such as Abe or Kujo. Besides a clan name, there exists the so-called family name, which refers to the 4 great surnames conferred by the emperor, from which many branches may arise, and Chao Chung is a family name. Then there is the Han, which refers to the true name. However, in ancient times, one could not casually call another by their name, hence the term Han. Upon his arrival in this era, he was named Chao Chung Qing Ming, later insisting on changing his name to Zenitsu. Thus, today's Chao Chung Zenitsu is the later Abe no Qing Ming. Historically, many renowned Japanese figures bear surnames that are not their family names, nor even their clan names, but rather place names, such as Miyamoto Musashi's Miyamoto, derived from the village where Musashi lived. This situation is also prevalent in ancient China. If Zhao Yun, the legendary warrior from Changshan, were Japanese, the name passed down to this day would not be Zhao Zilong, but rather Changshan Zilong. How could this happen? Her master was frantically flipping through Japanese history and Onmyoto texts, only to horrifyingly discover that all records pertaining to the great Onmyoji Qing Ming prior to the age of 40 had been obscured. My common knowledge seems to have faltered. All the materials I previously read regarding his childhood and youth are nowhere to be found. And Bo Bai Yi wore a grim expression. Unlike her predecessor in Chaldea, Fujimaru Ritsuka, she was a rather somber girl. Shall we simply overpower him now? Assassinate him? Absolutely not. He is the protagonist of this era, invulnerable to death. Yu Mao Qian quickly intervened, asserting that killing him was not the objective. Their aim was to ensure he faced continuous failures. As long as he did not tread the path of the celestial demon Qing Ming and did not become the embodiment of the celestial demon, they would effectively accomplish their mission. Then, she noticed the peculiar glances exchanged between the two. Fujihara Jin Shin whispered, "If it's Yu Mao Qian, then, hey, you wouldn't wait? You wouldn't have any special relationship with that celestial demon Qing Ming, would you?" And Bo Bai Yi took a deep breath. Yu Mao Qian blushed and exclaimed, "What are you thinking? How could I possibly have a romantic involvement with Qing Ming? I've long since recognized that you are merely infatuated with him, wishing to engage in some mother-son play. No, that's not the case. It's just that my pen pals are somewhat curious about this man." "Oh, pen pals?" Just as I entered through the gates of Chaldea, many children asked me how many female spirit pen pals Yu Mao Qian actually has. "Enough of that, you sick scholar." Yu Mao Qian called out to Sei Shanagon, who referred to her as Yu Mao Qian, while Sei Shanagon called Yu Mao Qian Yuma. The boundaries between gods and humans blurred, and right and wrong were reversed. Was this amusing? The youth continued to laugh, and she remarked that while they found it humorous, she could not muster a smile. "Master, enough. Quickly withdraw your divine powers." And Bo Bai Yi and Yu Mao Qian feigned politeness, and then lay down in Fujihara Genshin's chamber, deliberating that regardless of Qingming's actions, they would ensure his failure. Every endeavor that Chao Chang Zenitsu aspired to undertake, they resolutely opposed. Every action that Chao Chang Zenitsu deemed correct, they firmly declared no. By the way, Master, I recall that shortly, a formidable individual will come to beseech me, praying for strength under the guise of the goddess Tajikareo, seeking to wield power. Who might that be? Let me think. Oh yes, it is Taira no Kayamori, the first military dictator in Japanese history, a powerful minister from the late Heian period. But he is a figure from over a century later. Presently, there is only Haika no Tadakiyo. This person is also a formidable general. Fugihara Gen Shin remarked. Is he not the renowned general who abandoned his official post and returned east during the rebellion of Taira no Masakato? It is said he arrived in Kyoto yesterday. I wish to meet him. She aimed to alter this era through force, necessitating the establishment of her own military foundation. And remaining in this household would not facilitate the cultivation of an army. The dragon of Ekigo resolved within her heart. Tomorrow, I shall seek an audience with that esteemed general. Early the next morning, Qingji's father, Qing Tsun, anxiously knocked on the door. Father, what is the matter that has you so flustered? Qingji replied, somewhat displeased, for Zenitsu waking so early meant she could not be roused. She could not bear to be awakened in such a manner. Qingji was quite vexed, although irritation festered within her. She dutifully prepared tea and hot soup for her father and Johnny. Last night, a sorcerer who claimed to be Dao Man passed by my residence, warning me that I would encounter misfortune today. Dao Man? Could it be the very same Dao Man? Johnny observed his complexion, fingers fidgeting. Indeed, you must observe taboos, lest you fall victim to thievery and face peril to your life. Allow me to calculate the name of someone who can help you extricate yourself from this predicament. The guiding light of his soul kindly prepared an answer for him. Precisely. He was a favored disciple of He Mo Zhongxing, the astute prince of Chaochen, who did not require knowledge of yin and yang to discern fortunes. Rather, he employed external assistance. That individual is named Ping Zhensheng. Now, the governor of the defense office. No, he's the Chong Ping Tai of the defense office. Invite him to visit. He will surely dispel this crisis. With boundless gratitude, Qingzi departed. Noticing the worried expression on Qingji's face, Zhani smiled, affectionately tousling her hair. Do not fret. I shall personally summon Ping Zhensheng and ensure your father remains unharmed. Qingji beamed with joy, then glanced downward, her smile deepening. It seems my master has become quite exuberant. She removed her foot coverings, revealing her perfect, fair feet, as if they had been soaked in milk. He dismissed the maidservants and suddenly produced a pair of delicate white stockings woven from snow silkworm silk, tossing them to her. Put these on first. How absurd. Chapter 5. A lovable fool from the heavens, young master. Should I not first retrieve the ox cart today? No need. The ox is likely lost. Jean-Y picked up a piece of paper and folded it into the shape of an ox, then blew upon it, conjuring a large, realistic ox that mooed and flicked its tail. Such vividness belied its true nature as mere paper. This is the marvel of yin and yang. Indeed, to imbue inanimate objects with life as effortlessly as he did is a rarity in this era, by the 10th century, when the divine age had nearly vanished. Such methods had become nearly godlike. Li Tongtai, unfazed, fetched another cart to harness the ox. Jean-Y sat within, holding a brown fox fur, examining it closely, inhaling its scent, discerning that this fur could not have originated from a mundane source. The aroma was potent. If it was not from an armpit, then it must belong to the lower region. The mouse that Li Tongtai shot yesterday must surely be a pet of the deities, concealing a grand conspiracy to incite discord between himself and some god. Which deities are associated with mice? Lingji Bodhisattva? Tao Tai Tian Wang? Certainly not the ear mouse from the Shanghai Jing, nor could it be Zhang Wo Lao from the Loguan Dao. Was it Tom and Jerry? That is beside the point. What truly matters is which fox is stirring discord between myself and the deities. Initially, he did not suspect Yu Zhaoqian. Logically, Yu Zhaoqian's presence in Japan coincided with the era of Emperor Toba, far removed from the present time. Thus, he speculated it might be an unknown passerby fox. Just then, Li Tongtai suddenly halted the ox cart. Young master, Lord Natsum is blocking the path ahead. He trained under He Mo Zhongxing alongside two senior brothers. One was He Mo Baoxian, the eldest son of He Mo Zhongxing, while the other was Natsum. To speak of their closeness, Jean, he had been quite fond of Natsum in his childhood. Young Natsum was quiet and shy, fearful of strangers, with few friends. Thus he greatly admired the astute prince of Chowching, sticking closely to him after they became brothers in arms. He was indeed a little shadow, which had made Qingji quite envious for a long time. It is no wonder, for although Natsum presented as a boy and claimed to be one, his face was as charming as that of a girl. First to catch the eye were his large, majestic, beautiful pupils. Clad in a loose, white hunting without a crown, his long black hair was braided into 3 strands, occasionally billowing in the wind. Natsum fixed his gaze upon Jean, uttering the line both Jean Yi and Li Tungtai were intimately familiar with. Come on, Jean Yi, today I shall surely defeat you. Childhood companions had become rivals in adulthood. Yet Jean Yi could not quite grasp the reason for Natsum's animosity towards him. After much contemplation, it likely stemmed from pride. As disciples of He Mo Zhongxing, Natsum must have felt overshadowed by his junior brother's brilliance. He was ill-suited for the study of yin and yang. Wouldn't it be delightful to master the breath of acid? I say you, as fellow disciples, we must compete and hone our skills. Jean Yi lazily appraised his senior brother, noting his long eyelashes, sharp nose, and the elegant contours from cheek to chin to neck. Yet, within those beautiful eyes lay a fierce pride and sharpness. He leaned closer to Natsum's fair ear. However, I must decline. No refusals allowed. Very well, senior sister. What shall we compete in today? Who is more charming? How could someone so lovely be a boy? If he were truly a boy, would Jean Yi have been so close to her in childhood? Surely, he would have preferred the company of He Mo Baoxian's son. It is clear that Natsum could not possibly be a boy. The adorable Natsum from childhood had struck a chord with Jean Yi. Thus he had treated her exceptionally well, to the point that Qingji considered murderous thoughts. But now, the lowly had grown into a young lady, and her tsundere nature had overshadowed her adorableness. Thus, the two had drifted apart, an inevitable fate. Jean lamented, extending his tongue to lick her earlobe. Hiss! Oh, I will kill you, you scoundrel! Natsum's face flushed crimson, glaring at him fiercely, jumping back a few paces to produce several talismans, stammering as he began to chant a spell, only to be toppled by a hoof from the ox, pulling the cart before he could finish. Jean praised. This ox is splendid. A reward. Li Tungtai crudely stuffed a handful of rice into the ox's mouth, casting a worried glance at Natsum's tearful retreating figure. Young master. Lady Natsum has been brought to tears again. Master He Mo will surely scold you. Hey, this time it was not my doing. It was the ox's fault. He halted the ox cart, waiting for 2 minutes. After 2 minutes, Miss Natsum returned, sulking as she dove into the cart, pouting. Senior sister, what do you truly desire? I want to defeat my junior brother. Jean Yi shrugged. And then? Suppose, hypothetically, I were to lose to you, what would happen? You must know that the Master's teachings are inherited half by Brother Baoxian and half by me. There is little for you in that regard. Natsum glared at him. Who cares about that? If I win, I can impose a condition. The loser must comply with one condition set by the winner. And besides, didn't we agree that I would protect you when we were younger? What are you mumbling about? Nothing. Where are you off to now, junior brother? Off to a matchmaking session again? Yesterday, I heard that you were cast out of the Nyan family by their young lady. What transpired? Moreover, why must you resort to arranged marriages? Do you not have someone you truly cherish? Here she comes, Miss Natsum's daily inquiries. In the past, Yoshimitsu would likely have deflected, claiming his affection for Kyogai, asserting that her background was incompatible and that Natsum never truly regarded Kyogai. Today, however, is somewhat different. I actually have someone I admire. I remarked that arranged marriages cannot compare to childhood sweethearts, right? Natsum grasped his collar, her expression on the verge of tears. Who is it? What is her name? Is it yet another one of those childhood fantasies involving something like a butterfly or kanroji? Are you still dreaming? He chuckled softly. It's Hikari Haim. Is that satisfactory? My favorite is undoubtedly Hikari Haim. And Natsum, why are you angry again? The tale of Hikari Haim originates from Take Torai Monogatari, a story that has been passed down since the early Heian era, well known to all. As Yoshimitsu jested, he was unaware that a divine light was descending nearby. An extraordinarily beautiful goddess was greeting Tamamonome when she heard this and frowned, instinctively turning her head, only to be overwhelmed with joy the next moment. Oh, this sudden elation was utterly unforeseen. She suffered a heart attack, clutching her chest and collapsing to the ground. Tamamonome hurriedly dragged her away. Hikari, Hikari, what has happened to you? You've only just arrived and already fallen ill? Quickly, beseech me for your ailments to vanish. My powers are vast at this moment. The union of foxes and Inari deities began in the Heian era, and during this period, the fox rain mantra, as described in esoteric teachings, became unified with the deity of Taji, believed to fulfill various wishes. However, after a wish is granted, the supplicant must offer their heart to the fox. Hikari Heim produced 4 heart-shaped confections from her sleeve, letting out an eerie laugh. Hihihi, o amaterasu, o inari, otadi, iwishito meriseime. Tamamonome fell silent for a moment, then slapped the confections against her face. Just based on you. Hikari Heim exhibited none of the legendary grace. She clung desperately to Tamamonome's leg. Hey, you heard him say he likes me the most. All you little wretches have lost. Ahahaha. It's Hikari-chan's grand victory. Get lost. Chapter 6. The Japanese Dream of the Red Chamber. Shan Monogatari, regarding Natsum's persistent pursuits, Yoshimitsu remained unfazed. Perceiving her as childish, immature, and overly competitive, constantly striving for superiority. Furthermore, she harbored a vague affection for him, which he deemed normal. He thought it unusual for any girl he had grown up with not to develop feelings for him. However, Natsum's type lacked the delicate charm of Kyoheim, and he was not in a rush to deepen their relationship. In fact, he preferred the subtle allure of a relationship that had not yet been defined. Relishing the moments of accidental contact, feigning nonchalance, that state of being caught between shyness and fluttering hearts held the essence of romance. Or in other words, it allowed for freedom from obligation. They arrived at Kiyoshi's banquet for Hiraga no Satomori, held at a relatively secluded residence in Heian, Kyo. Evident from the exterior that it once belonged to a noble family. In this era, the term noble was not one to be used lightly. Following the Taika reforms, the concept of nobility emerged within the upper class, previously identified by clans or imperial ties, now collectively referred to as nobility. Masakazu Kiyoshi, leveraging his daughter Kyoheim's connection, could be considered a minor noble, while the banquet hosted by Hiraga no Satomori, who held the position of shogun, was meticulously arranged, even personally showcasing his culinary skills. When one thinks of the nobility of the Heian era, they often envision an image of elegant refinement, yet the reality was different during banquets. Hosts would frequently take to the kitchen to prepare dishes for their guests. Do not celebrate the promotion of the military commander. Sit and witness my skill in the kitchen. Kiyoshi, you are far too courteous. Hiraga no Satomori felt the warmth of hospitality and was increasingly pleased. Today, he had received delightful news. The detestable cousin, Hiraga no Tatamian, had passed away, forcing him to return home to observe mourning for 3 years. The loathed Hiraga no Tatamian must vacate Heian Kyo and return to his native land of Sorrow Island, rendering him unable to fill the vacancy of the judicial officer, effectively truncating his career. Hiraga no Satomori was elated. Feasting and merriment ensued. Of course, he could not express his joy directly. With the nominal death of his uncle, he could only lament. My uncle, Hiraga no Yashitomo, was a devout follower of Buddhism, believing he would be blessed with longevity, yet unexpectedly, he has been summoned by the Buddha. Upon finishing, he shed tears. Kiyoshi immediately rushed to comfort him. The deceased is at peace. It was the Buddha's will, and there is no remedy. May the military commander and his family remain in good health, and may we reunite as before. I wish only to see the military commander rise in rank, so do not let your sorrow harm your health. He too was in tears. The two feigned sorrow for a time before resuming their feasting. Hearing that the Ishiro clan and the Hiraga clan were in alliance, could you introduce me? Certainly. The atmosphere within the estate was lively, filled with song and dance. Outside, Ito was driving an ox cart aside to graze, accompanied by Natsum's vigilant Inagami. The Inagami bared its fangs at me, only to receive a sound thrashing. Natsum stared in disbelief at her Inagami being beaten. I saw him fighting even before I entered. Is he not your servant? How can he be so formidable? Our Ito possesses innate strength. Innate strength, you say? He appears blessed by the deities. Natsum did not pay much heed. In this age, where humans and spirits coexist and deities frequently descend, many have been blessed or cursed by the gods, a commonplace occurrence. Moreover, what significance does divine blessing hold? Ultimately, they remain mere mortals. As an Onmyoji, she valued wisdom derived from law far more than miraculous occurrences. Hey, Yoshimitsu, why do we not enter through the front door? The front door lacks lubrication. What? Yoshimitsu dragged Natsum into the back alley of Kiyoshi's estate, scrutinizing the skies, and indeed discovered a grim aura tinged with blood, suggesting that this family was recently beset by misfortune. Yet amidst the black and gray, a vibrant red aura surged forth, dispelling the ominous signs. In essence, Hiraga no Satomori's fortuitous fate was counterbalancing the family's ill fortune. Having been swept away by this misfortune, Hiraga no Satomori was destined for a bloody fate on the battlefield. Yoshimitsu casually commented, crouching in the alley, whispering to Natsum. It felt reminiscent of their childhood, embracing and whispering sweet nothings. Yes, such was the bond shared among good brothers. Regardless of the circumstances, I often comfort my little brother. Yet, returning to the point, what romantic sparks could possibly ignite from Natsum's flat figure? At most, mere splashes. Suddenly, a fan fell upon Yoshimitsu's head, seemingly tossed from the neighboring house, which appeared modest with its thin wooden door and shallow interior. At the base of the wall, delicate white flowers bloomed, quite lovely indeed. I casually plucked one and tucked it into Natsum's hair, realizing that the phrase, more charming than flowers, was no mere jest. Natsum, flustered by my gaze, pointed to the fan on the ground, urging me not to stare but rather to inspect it. Inscribed upon the fan were several lines of poetry, elegantly penned, far surpassing the usual writings of women. Though your garments are drenched, they cannot be separated. May I be the rain upon the mountain. Fortunate to meet you. Zenitsu pondered and discovered that while the poem appeared refined, its underlying message was rather vulgar. He mused that this was not a noble woman. They were strangers. Yet she gifted him poetry. Despite the bluntness of the verses, her intention seemed endearing, and he felt he could not dismiss her feelings. The young lord of Chojo prepared to take a risk. Natsum, having noticed the poetry on the fan, indignantly exclaimed, "How shameless! To wish to become rain and kiss your body is utterly indecent. I have never encountered such a lewd woman. Come now, Natsum, open your mouth," he urged. Zenitsu rolled up a piece of paper, transforming it into a brush. He dipped the tip into Natsum's saliva, which instantly turned into fragrant ink, and proceeded to write on the other side of the folding fan. "Very well, I shall compose a poem as well. This one is quite good, albeit brief. Of course, it has its drawbacks. Let me explain. It is very easily brainwashed. 3 known in the rivers and lakes as the Master of Willows." After finishing, he tossed it back. In a modest courtyard, a woman clad in a light pink kimono held scroll, examining the fan with a smile gracing her otherwise calm and intellectual visage. She then rose, took up her brush, and swiftly inscribed upon a stack of white paper. He is the unparalleled genius of yin-yang studies. His lifetime of learning encompasses yin-yang, esoteric teachings, ascetic practices, Shinto, and more, even including numerous mystical phenomena and spells of Japan, all of which he interprets to establish a complete system of yin-yang studies. After a while, she set down her brush and closed the cover. The beautifully crafted cover bore the title Shan Shur Wu Yu in meticulous calligraphy, with her own name, Fujiwara Murasaki, Shikibu, gracing the author's note. "Hikari Chiyo, do you think my writing is acceptable? Do not call me by my nickname," so casually, she said, puffing her cheeks. Standing beside her, Nagao Kagetora remarked, "Isn't it Genji Monogatari? What is this title about?" Chapter 7. The mischief of Kagayaheim. Natsum was a normally developing young girl. Though bound by the various precepts of yin-yang studies and Buddhism, her body was honest, yearning for physical stimulation. In simpler terms, she was restless. "What is it, Natsum? Why do you keep your mouth agape?" "Well, you used my saliva to make ink, didn't you? Why ask?" Natsum retorted, closing her mouth in annoyance. She would not confess that the sensation of the brush against her tongue was quite pleasant, particularly at the tip, the root, and underneath. The electrifying feeling was novel to her. Zenitsu found her bashful expression amusing and was about to observe further when shouts rang out. "Thieves! Quickly catch the thieves! Intruders have entered!" The commotion echoed through the courtyard as the servants shouted in alarm. Kiyoshi and Tara no Satomori were startled, but fortunately not inebriated. The brewing techniques of this era were quite rudimentary, resulting in excessively sweet beverages with minimal alcohol content, akin to sweet drinks. To become intoxicated, one would need to consume a large quantity. Zenitsu held little interest in such drinks. The noble families of the Heian period began drinking at a young age, leading to a significant number of diabetics among the aristocracy. To understand the suffering of those afflicted, one need only look at Zenitsu's friend, Minamoto no Hiyori. Despite his youth, was frail. Fortunately, Tara no Satomori was a warrior, not easily overwhelmed, and with a panicked Kiyoshi, stepped outside, discovering a dozen masked thieves engaged in arson and plunder. What shall we do? Do not panic. Follow me as we charge out. Taira no Satomori grasped a large stick, commanding the servants to follow him, heedless of the fear gripping the others, and shouted at the bandits. I am Taira no Satomori, son of the governor of Hitachi. Who dares to face me? One of the bandits inquired. Who did you just say your father is? Do not make me repeat myself. Repeating the same words is pointless. I detest such futile actions. Taira no Satomori shed his outer robe, exposing tightly bound clothing beneath, striking a peculiar pose. His stick standing beside him as if performing a pole dance, instantly stunning the bandits. Foul scum, do not make me unleash my ultimate move, the Golden Lamentation. The bandits whispered amongst themselves, sensing an intimidating presence. Indeed, that piercing gaze, the taut muscles, and the ostentatious stance were overwhelming. How flamboyant! I cannot bear it. Boss, let us fight him. I cannot let such a flamboyant man escape. Hiding in the shadows, Tamamo no Mei covered her face. Little Tamamo, was it you? In the shadows with her, Kyogai Haim, alongside Kishi no Hoshino, glared at Tamamo no Mei. You said you would seek Taira no Satomori last night, to cultivate a rival for Saimai. Is this how you train him? What nonsense have you bestowed upon him? Kyogai Haim raised her head darkly. Is there something special about this Taira no Satomori? He is the great-grandson of Taira no Kayamori, a powerful minister at the end of the Heian period, Japan's first military dictator and the founder of the samurai government. Kishi no Hoshino shook her head, reciting information, as the first warrior to hold power in Japan. Taira no Kayamori not only controlled half of Western Japan, but also actively engaged in trade with Song, amassing great wealth and achieving a prominent status among the imperial family, paving the way for the samurai government. Impressive. Kayamori's lineage is remarkable. Thus Taira no Satomori himself must not be weak. Suddenly, she recalled that she had strayed from the topic, glaring at Tamamo no Mei again. What nonsense have you implanted in his mind? Tamamo no Mei, frustrative, clawed at her tail. I merely crammed some knowledge into his brain. Who knew what would mix in there? Oh, this seems to be a form of ripple breathing, a modern type of magic. Kishi no Hoshino murmured. Breathing techniques of magic? In the materials provided by Chaldea, the demon Saimai also pioneered various breathing techniques, including thunder breathing, water breathing, and insect breathing. While they discussed, Taira no Satomori had already engaged the bandits in combat. His form, through the influence of breathing techniques, indeed transformed, emanating waves of energy. Moreover, his occasionally flamboyant and grotesque stances served to intimidate the bandits, casting doubt and hesitation in their hearts. However, as time passed, the bandits grew bolder. As Taira no Satomori found himself in a perilous situation, Tamamo no Mei gestured frantically at the masked figures hidden by the wall, signaling for the lead actor to make an entrance. Fujikara no Genin no dit. Today, she was veiled, prepared to rescue Taira no Satomori, and, through her charm, draw this Heian warrior to her side, simultaneously acquiring the forces behind him. If she were in a male form, aside from her charismatic personality, she could also conquer others with the allure of her hot dog charm, thereby making them her subordinates. She is ready to make her entrance. His Highness Hu Qiandai is about to take the first step towards changing this world. However, at that moment, a black ox-drawn net carriage slowly rolled into the venue. This net carriage, characterized by a roof made of silk, bamboo, reeds, and cypress wood interwoven together, is a vehicle designated for the nobles and high officials permitted to enter Qingliang Palace. Two young gentlemen gradually descended from the carriage. They were too young on Myoji, hand in hand. The leader among them was Chao Chunggongzi, the foremost figure of the younger generation of Onmyoji. Fujiwara Gunshin halted his actions, furrowing his brow. Meanwhile, Aonami Bey was startled by the unexpected entrance of these men, wanting to exclaim, but managing to suppress it. She then noticed that the expressions of Yu Zhao, Qian, and Princess Kagaya had turned extremely grim, their faces contorted. Following their gaze, she saw Chao Chengzhan holding hands with another young man. Oh, is that his friend? They seem quite close. Princess Kaguya Skufa. Huh. Do you think that I say boy? Just because she removed her breasts and donned an Adam's apple, I can't see through it? This is Tsuchimikado Natsum, who has been in love and conflict with Saimai for a millennium. A woman? ISN T Natsum, a boy's name? She is indeed a woman. She squats to urinate. Aonami Bey asked a foolish question. Does she have the Tsuchimikado surname? I recall that only Saimai's descendants possess that name, right? Yu Zhao Qian's expression darkened. My foolish master, in Japan, a woman adopts her husband's surname upon marriage. Have you forgotten? If you marry me, your surname will… Stop. Xiao Yu. Look at how Natsum, being led by the hand, looks all shy like a girl. Clearly, she is a love-struck fool. What abilities does she possess to rival you? Cough. Not me, but my pen pal. Right? What abilities does she possess to rival your pen pal? Do not underestimate her. She only displays this nauseating demeanor in front of Saimai. This woman's resilience and persistence can move even deities like us. In fact, it is she who truly elevated the Tsuchimikado on Myoto, not Saimai. Aonami Bay continued to flip through her notes. But academia has discussed that Tsuchimikado Natsum spent her life in conflict with Saimai, always wanting to establish superiority in Onmyoto. It is written here that upon seeing Saimai, she felt jealousy, thus seeking divine power to regroup. You do not understand. That woman, though deeply in love with Saimai, also wishes to surpass him. Is that because of pride? Then how about this? Princess Kyogai, ever the master of mischief in Japanese mythology, orchestrated a significant event a century ago, creating a farcical scenario where 5 powerful men were tasked with retrieving 5 treasures, leaving them in disarray. One among them, a middle counselor named Ishikawa, even lost his life and reputation because of it. The details are recorded in Take Torai Monogatari. Later, Ishikawa reincarnated in another world, becoming a secretary in a student council. Named Ishikawa Yu, encountering a Shikigami Kyogai who occasionally harbored murderous intent towards him. In summary, Kyogai is indeed the quintessential trickster of the Heian era. On the surface, she is a stunning beauty, unparalleled in grace. Yet beneath lies a mind full of mischief, always devising wicked plans. She leaned close to Yu Zhao Qian and whispered, "Why don't we sow discord between her and Saimai? Let us cultivate her, this so-called rightful wife, into Saimai's nemesis." Yu Zhao Qian gasped, "Mikong, you are so wicked. What do you think? It's worth a try." Though Tsuchimikado Natsum may not match Saimai in skill, she is indeed a remarkable individual. If we guide her, she might genuinely assist us in suppressing Saimai. Turning foes into friends is indeed a commendable idea. The most renowned yokai of Yamato and the most beautiful goddess began their plotting. Aonami Bay, having nothing to do, watched as Chao Chunggongzi swiftly dealt with the bandits. Earning the friendship of Haijo Morito, pondering that Xiao Yu's pawn was about to be snatched by the enemy. After a thrilling day, Haijo Morito returned home with his subordinates, stopping by Inari Shrine to pay respects. Suddenly, he exclaimed, "A yokai!" His guards quickly drew their swords to protect him. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a flickering, massive foxfire. "What kind of demon are you? Depart at once." The foxfire paid no heed and continued to drift closer. The guards promptly scattered, leaving Haijo Morito standing alone. That ball of foxfire abruptly transformed into a god, holding a tin staff, standing in a pose reminiscent of a pole dancer, and issued an authoritative voice. "Haijo Morito, I bestow upon you unparalleled divine skills. And yet you dare to call me a demon?" Flustered, Haijo Morito knelt down, repeatedly begging for mercy. "O White Morning Fox King, Bodhisattva, I do not dare." The White Morning Fox King, Bodhisattva, is another name for the Hindu deity Dakini. Princess Kyogai sought to guide the future Tsuchimikado Natsum, while Yu Zhao Qian chastised Haijo Morito. That Chao Chunggongzi is a foe of the Buddha. Why do you associate with him? Do not be deceived by your current glory. You are already facing great peril. Is that so? Yu Zhao Qian recalled the historical records. Your cousin, Tera no Masakado, is a calamity descended upon the world. And it won't be long before he slaughters your entire family, scattering your ashes. I beseech you, please teach me. Meanwhile, Princess Kyogai, holding a book titled Zanshur Ryaku Ketsu, looked at Natsum with a beaming smile. You wish to surpass him, don't you? This book is a secret tome that encompasses the essence of Onmyoto. Learn it, and you can easily defeat him. Do you want it? Do you want it? Natsum's eyes sparkled as she nodded fervently. I want it. If I become stronger than Jean-E, I can protect him. She accepted the Zanshur Ryaku Ketsu. Princess Kyogai nodded in approval. Yes, as long as you surpass him. Then you can. What did you just say? Chapter 8. Your Majesty. Your singing voice will surely resonate throughout Heian Kyo. Oh, so it turns out the legend of Tsuchimikado Natsum receiving divine Onmyoji skills is indeed true. Jotting it down, I see how it is. At dusk, Murasaki Shikibu continued her writing. She was composing the potentially timeless Shan, Sure Monogatari. This beauty, imbued with a sense of mono no aware, maintained a writing posture so exquisite that Fujiwara Genshin could not help but exclaim, "Lady Murasaki, you must have been a renowned beauty in the world during your lifetime, right?" Murasaki Shikibu shook her head. "You may call me Fujiwara Miss, or simply Murasaki Shikibu." The character Murasaki is merely a figure in Genji Monogatari, often mistaken as a reflection of myself, but it is not. A faint smile, reminiscent of wisteria blossoms, adorned her serene face. In my era, I was not particularly famous while alive, and after my death, it was not I who became renowned, but rather that book. She was the daughter of the scholar and waka poet Fujiwara no Tokahira, coming from a genuine literary family, raised amidst the fragrance of books. And she was also the diligent, exemplary student type. Knowledgeable and composed, she was well-mannered. Her greatest passion was reading. Naturally, she also penned stories related to love and dutifully maintained diary. Her favorite tale was Take Torai Monogatari. However, this celestial being, Kyogai, shattered her preconceived notions of Take Torai Monogatari into oblivion. Why does Kyogai appear in such a manner? Could it be that she is coveting Saimai's form? The tale of Qingming and Huenya, the foremost onmyuji of the mortal realm and the most exquisite beauty of the heavens, unfolds with a glimmer of excitement illuminating her dim eyes. Ah, what a love story that is, the finest in both heaven and earth. I desire that. Despite her usual demeanor resembling a composed librarian, she becomes quite loquacious when discussing narratives or matters of the heart. Murasaki Shikibu, unexpectedly charming, possesses considerable stature. Indeed, more so than Nagao Kajitora. Fujiwara no Yoshinobu swiftly intervenes, urging her to calm down. I see here that Qingming and Natsum are soon to wed, after which Qingming will quell 2 rebellions. Is this referring to the Heian period's rebellion led by Tera no Masakato? Not only that, but also the uprising of Fujiwara no Sumitomo, during which he forged a connection with the shogun Minamoto no Yorimitsu. Murasaki Shikibu add the note, the shogun Minamoto no Yorimitsu, the very one who vanquished Shitoku's spirit, or rather, Minamoto no Reiko. My apologies for the error. Murasaka mutters, he is even larger than me. Let us simply call him Reiko. Fujiwara no Yoshinobu, lost in thought, remarks, I have heard of that formidable general, the progenitor of the Setsu Genji, renowned for his valor. What year was he born? If all goes well, perhaps around 8 years hence. Very well, I shall nurture him into an even greater general. With enthusiasm, Fujiwara no Yoshinobu bids farewell to the subtly perturbed Murasaki Shikibu and returns home, where she encounters the distressed Tamamo no Mei and Princess Huenya, especially Huenya, whose expression is as woeful as if she had ingested something distasteful. What has transpired? Did you not recruit a fighter? Why, Princess Huenya, do you weep? The first beauty of Yamato, Huenyaheim, appears so pitiful in tears that one cannot help but feel compassion. Fujiwara no Yoshinobu cannot resist offering her consolation. Even if you fail, it matters not, for you surely do not place your hopes on a mere Tsuchimikado Natsum. Huenyaheim, weeping, exclaims, I have assisted the enemy. What? Damamo no Mai. Her youthful face now pale, retorts, that fool handed the Zanshura Chimikado Natsum, unaware that every action she undertakes is for Qingming's sake. She will never oppose him. What a grievous loss. Is it merely a book? How trivial. Fujiwara no Yoshinobu suddenly raises her voice, disbelief etched upon her features. The Zanshura Ryaku is not the representative work of the great Onmyuji Qingming? What are you doing? Huenyaheim, embracing her knees, sighs, exuding a melancholic beauty. Indeed, my actions resemble gifting the ultimate cheat to the villainous boss. But fear not, I shall rally. Rejuvenated, she declares, the master of schemes shall not be easily defeated. I am a cunning goddess of the moon, renowned for my intelligence. Tsuchimikado Natsum has yet to present the Zanshura Ryaku to Qingming. Perhaps she intends to keep it for herself. We still have a chance. Let us incite discord between them. Tamamo no Mei inquires, what is your plan? Tomorrow, you shall once again invite Qingming to the estate. Huenyaheim commands, Fujiwara no Yoshinobu reluctantinats. It is not that she opposes schemes. The military god of Ekigo is adept in both covert and overt tactics. She merely finds the legendary Huenyaheim somewhat unreliable. As it turns out, not only Huenyaheim, but also Tamamo no Mei prove to be equally untrustworthy. Suddenly, Tamamo no Mei recalls something. She exclaims, the rice jar. What is it? You speak of rice jars all day. Do you wish to hide in one? No. Where has my master gone? At that moment, the three exchange glances. Nearby, Miss Kawanami Shirano stands at the entrance of Suzaku Street, near the city gate. Though her appearance remains unremarkable, her modern attire is striking. You might assume fashionable modern clothing would be adored in ancient times. Yet she has garnered nothing but disdainful glances along her path. Yet, she remains unfazed. The true Kawanami Shirano would have been mortified or would never have wandered alone in the unfamiliar Heian Kyo. However, the entity controlling her body is none other than the rose-tinted Emperor of Rome. Despite the scorn of passers-by, she holds her head high, adorned with a warm smile, occasionally offering artistic commentary on the scenery. Nero, both emperor and artist, adores all things beautiful. I have long heard the sounds of art. This is the place. Performer. Express gratitude for such exquisite artistry. Kawanami Shirano protests internally, yet the emperor dismisses her feeble objections with grandeur. Upon reaching the city gate, she encounters an elegant man, Minamoto no Yashi, originally of royal lineage, recently bestowed with the title of junior fourth rank by the emperor, thus adopting the Minamoto name and stepping away from the imperial lineage to become a minister. In tales of later generations, Minamoto no Yashi frequently appears as a close friend of Qingming, known for his prowess in gagaku, the classical music of Japan. On this moonlit night, Yashi, dressed in casual attire, plays the flute before the Suzuka Gate. Only he perceives the presence of a similarly dressed young man nearby, also playing the flute. Their melodies intertwine, transcending the mundane, as they engage in a silent dialogue through the enchanting notes. The music soars, embodying a profound beauty that knows no borders or eras, compelling Nero to succumb to the itch in her throat. Thus, her lips part, heralding the commencement of an exhilarating performance, met with resounding applause. Chapter 9. In Pursuit of Dreams. Though legend has it that Minamoto no Yashi is a dear friend of Abe no Qingming, noted in the prayers of the highest Onmyu ritual, the Taizen Fukuin, requesting the revival of Yashi. The truth is that the gentleman only plays the shamisen and cannot play the flute at all. While Nero's song begins to create a substantial impact, he remains in slumber, or more accurately, within a dream. In this dream, it appears to be early morning, with mist enveloping the surroundings. He sleepily steps outside his home, seemingly burdened with thoughts, and sighs as he enters a modest dwelling. What is this place? A maid opens a lattice window and lifts a curtain, revealing a girl in purple attire, admiring the vibrant flowers in the courtyard. Just her silhouette evokes indescribable beauty, compelling him to rush forward. Young master, the girl in purple turns, her flowing robe dancing, revealing a lovely yet somewhat melancholic visage. Though her figure seems unremarkable, upon closer inspection, her slender waist and graceful demeanor are strikingly captivating. Truly, it is beyond words. The young master of Chaocheng silently admired her exquisite and graceful figure, along with her soft, cascading hair. A peerless beauty indeed. With a hint of audacity, he confessed his ignorance of her name. "You may call me Xiangzi," she replied. Chaocheng Shan was taken aback, exclaiming, "Ah, I once owned a pet named Xiangzi, whose fur gleamed as darkly as yours, and whose eyes were as expressive. How can it be that we resonate so deeply?" Xiangzi sighed lightly. "Young master, do not jest frivolously. I occasionally encounter palace maids who are quite playful and capricious, and while I may engage in light-hearted banter with them, such interactions possess their own allure." Chaocheng Shan pondered, recognizing that this woman exuded an air of scholarly elegance, and, despite her seemingly dull expression, her eyes revealed a soul of refined grace. Behind her stood a table cluttered with numerous sheets of densely written text, seemingly chronicling some events. Xiangzi, with a serious demeanor, stated, "I am no palace maid. Please refrain from such inappropriate behavior. That area is meant for nurturing children, and I cannot believe you would act so shamelessly. I misjudged you." She stepped back in alarm, her slender waist colliding with the table, leaning back at a sharp angle. Yet her hand remained firmly grasped by Chaocheng Shan, revealing the extent of her form and its remarkable elasticity. As the novelist often likens it to dough, "I cannot contest this." He released his grip, and the dough-like sensation snapped back, producing a sudden whoosh. How strange, this dream feels all too vivid. The tactile sensations so real. Yet the presence of such a large young lady within my dream is utterly unexpected. Who could be her inspiration? Miri? Qingji? Or perhaps Miss Zhu? It cannot be Musen, can it? Xiangzi heard several unfamiliar names. She recognized Qingji, but found the others quite foreign. Upon reflection, She realized these names had never graced the pages of history. Dismissing her embarrassment and indignation, she stated firmly, "Young master, please do not pursue those frivolous women any longer." Shawnee was taken aback. "What do you mean? Do you not know? The dew on grass vanishes with a mere touch, and frost on bamboo dissipates with a gentle caress. Such fleeting affections are difficult to sustain." "No, you misunderstand. They are not what you think. I understand the whims of youth, and perhaps in a few years, you shall grasp this lesson. My counsel may seem abrupt, but it is offered with sincerity. You understand nothing." He furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the enchanting beauty before him, suddenly grasping something profound. Just as he was about to speak, the world spun, and he was enveloped in a familiar fragrance. "Ah, Qingji, you smell delightful." Shawnee awoke to find comfort in the embrace of a soft, fragrant figure. Sleepily, he nestled into the crook of the young lady's neck, inhaling her familiar scent in a daze. What has transpired? He faintly heard the sound of the palace gate drum. During the Heian period, nobility often faced hardships, especially during busy seasons, as one could not sleep in until 7 or 8 in the morning, but rather began their day with the sound of the palace's opening drums at 3 in the morning. Rising, he opened his eyes to first engage in divination. Divination was seamlessly woven into daily life. Upon waking, one would recite the names of the stars 7 times, observe the heavens, consult the calendar, and gaze into the mirror to assess one's countenance, thereby determining the day's omens. Should fortune prove unfavorable, one could rest for the day, remaining at home. "Shawnee, it seems something significant is occurring outside." Qingji affectionately kissed his face and began dressing him, softly explaining. "Just now, a servant reported that a monster at the Kyogai gate is harming people with its voice, causing all who hear it to foam at the mouth and convulse, rendering them unconscious. Several on Myoji have reportedly succumbed." He listened absently, his hands resting on Qingji's waist with a grip so firm it seemed he wished to draw her into himself, prompting her to chide playfully, "Stop it. I heard that your friend, Lord Minamoto, is currently being held by a monster, forced to play the flute." "Minamoto no Yosiye?" Reluctantly, he released Qingji. Alas! Though mentally he felt mature, physically he remained a youth, with no other passion but to engage intimately with beautiful maidens. Such is the essence of youth. I hope everyone experiences such a vibrant youth. Qingji adjusted his collar and planted a kiss on his face, her smile radiant. "Oh, by the way, someone from the Denayan family extended an invitation, saying their lady wishes for you to attend a banquet tomorrow." That lady of the Denayan family. What did she possibly want from me? She dismissed me only to summon me again. Does she think I am at her beck and call? I'm not her lapdog. He waved his hand dismissively, yet soon recalled the striking visage of the warrior Yasuji. "Very well, I shall grant her another chance." Qingji's smile faltered, becoming strained. Once he departed the room, her expression transformed entirely, her eyes glinting with a coldness akin to a dragon's ferocity. Though Qingji bore no dragon blood, her overwhelming obsession for her beloved had morphed into a toxic fixation, a notion so intense that even the Buddha could not intervene. Unbeknownst to Chao Qingshan, the delicate girl at home was evolving day by day. Upon reaching the Kyogai gate, he observed a gathering of dark, swirling mists at the city gates and furrowed his brow, contemplating whether the demons of this era were becoming increasingly brazen. A one-eyed bald creature, a two-headed woman, a one-legged dog, a peep of sprouting limbs, faceless entities, mouths without faces. Numerous monsters convened as if in a conference. Upon closer inspection, he noticed many familiar faces among the creatures: a jar walking on legs, a flat woman emerging from a painting, a wolf-headed creature stealthily walking on its hind legs, a kappa that walked with its eyes, and a ghostly woman adorned with nay eyes. Compared to these abstract beings, the elegant jade jars of the world of Demon Slayer seem like child's play, devoid of artistic merit and unworthy of recognition. "You wretched creatures," he bellowed. "Why do you not vacate the city at once?" The monsters appeared pitiful and immobilized, paralyzed by his presence. They were genuinely too moved to act. He paid them no mind, instead gazing into the distance. There he spotted a white figure, its once orderly hair now a tangled mess, its luxurious attire tattered and soiled. "Minamoto no Yosiye? Why do you appear so disheveled, dear friend?" Yuan Boya continued to play the flute with a bitter smile, his eyes crazily hinting at the presence of a terrifying individual nearby. Yet, there was no imminent threat to his life, so there was no need for alarm. Just as Zini was about to inquire about something, the melodious singing accompanied the flute's tune. Zini halted his steps, silently employing the breath of sound, causing the air to tremble and disrupt the lethal sound waves. Following the sound, he beheld a young girl. She sang and danced in sync with Yuan Boya's flute, her expressions and movements all conveying her profound love and pursuit of beauty. How exquisite! Her fiery passion was truly captivating. She resembled a splendid, exuberant flower in full bloom. Additionally, red rose petals cascaded down like a gentle shower, creating a scene that would be enchanting even for the deaf. The sound ceased. The background effects reached their zenith. Goodness, is she learning to sing from the infamous Nero? The girl was clad in modern attire. His eyes narrowed. She was a time traveler. Furthermore, a female one at that. At first glance, she seemed unremarkable, but upon closer inspection, her beauty was striking and quite endearing. However, for reasons unknown, her expression changed upon seeing him. Though there was no true hatred in her eyes, they were reddened and brimming with tears, which she desperately tried to conceal, embarrassed to reveal her inner turmoil. What is happening? I do not recognize this girl. Why does she display such a sorrowful demeanor, making me appear as a heartless scoundrel? To be fair, my reputation in Heian Kyo is quite innocent. The warning from Miss Xiangzi in his dreams resurfaced in his mind. Some women may not show their feelings openly, yet harbor resentment for your apparent indifference. You remain oblivious, perceiving them as pitiful and charming, reliable and composed. Such treacherous women are best forgotten. Even if you find yourself lamenting in the quiet of night, do not allow them to ruin your future. Could she truly be a girl I inadvertently spoiled? Yet what does her modern attire signify? Zini approached with a serious demeanor, determined to clarify the situation. Ah, splendid. The performer of resonance. The master of resonance. Truly deserving of thunderous applause for your performance. Nero was an emperor who adored singing. Of course, her singing was rather dreadful. It is said that she drove her uncle Caligula to madness with her voice. Subsequent historians from Chaldea have studied this, concluding that Caligula's downfall was significantly influenced by Nero's singing, as he was her fond uncle. Nero's voice was reviled by the populace of Rome, to the point where no one would listen, forcing her to listen to herself instead. No matter what, she could not bear to see Nero upset. Thus, under the torment of her singing, Caligula ultimately lost his sanity. Regardless, her voice was as unpleasant as a sonic weapon, capable of inflicting indescribable mental anguish. Yet she remained blissfully unaware. No, dear Nero, this is your talent, not mine. However, others will undoubtedly attribute the performance to you. How dare you criticize me? Do remember, I am a unique treasure, and many would kill to possess me. Sing another piece. Let me perform once more. I can no longer stop. My heart races like Mount Etna, and even I cannot cease its pounding. Akiniko Shirane's complexion turned pale upon spotting Zini. Her rosy cheeks instantly drained of color. Panic filled her eyes, a mix of embarrassment, anger, and urgency, nearly causing her to shed tears. As Zini approached with a serious expression, she screamed inwardly. What to do? What to do? I must run. Oh, performer, why not try courting this timeless genius? Surely, you have yet to experience love. This is a most romantic endeavor. Put away your Roman romantic sentiments. I am in tears. What is wrong with Roman romantic sentiments? Nero's harsh words held a certain restraint, swiftly taking control of Shirane's body, and in the blink of an eye, she vanished from Zini's sight. Just as Zini reached out to retain her, it became evident that nothing could be held back. He sighed softly, collecting the scattered red rose petals. He inhaled their fragrance, a smile gracing his face. An intriguing woman. With a flick of his sleeve, he summoned a blazing talisman, which thundered against the entrance of Suzuka Gate, sending demons and monsters fleeing in terror. After a few inquiries from the gate officials, calm gradually returned. Zini turned to his disheveled friend. Boya, why have you not returned? Yuan Boya sighed softly. I have never encountered such a despicable and inferior monster. Though she is a woman, she embodies the very worst of that kind. So shameful to art and culture. Zini, why not capture her then? She is not a monster, hence I cannot act rashly. Yuan Boya placed the flute to his lips, the notes resonating hauntingly in the night sky, profoundly sorrowful. Tomorrow, I am to attend a small gathering at the Dainagon's residence. Why not accompany me, Boya? The Dainagon's daughter is not well. It will be detrimental to her health. Zini returned home, disinterested, sitting in quiet meditation until dawn and after breakfast. He instructed Fujiwara to drive the ox cart to the Dainagon S estate, where he unexpectedly found Natsum as well. How curious. What does Miss Fujiwara desire of me? Natsume pouted, her displeasure evident as she furrowed her brow. It is your affair. Why invite me? Who knows? Huh, is Hoken here too? Hoken, being somewhat older than them, was a handsome young man, just about to greet his two juniors when he heard Zenitsu's grave, shushing sound. Wait, there seems to be a beauty bathing in the backyard. Allow me to indulge in a glimpse. With that, he closed his eyes and began to drift into a trance. Natsume and Hoken exclaimed in unison, "What the heck?" His consciousness arrived before a boudoir, and indeed, he heard someone bathing. From the sounds, it appeared to be Miss Fujiwara after a martial training. Just a quick look. Peeking through the door crack is unacceptable, but listening is permissible. The soft humming of the girl in the bath reached his ears. He took a deep breath and snapped his fingers. Nice. Chapter 11. Under the Kyogai hall, a face reminiscent of Dio. Fujiwara no hin sinemergith, fully adorned and ready to meet others. She truly lived up to her reputation as the dragon of Ekigo, the long-tailed Kagetora, the foremost military deity of the warring states. Even in this era, her demeanor as a maiden was entirely unblemished, radiating elegance and poise, without a trace of flaw. However, her gaze toward Zenitsu was rather peculiar. "Three of you have come. The humble abode of the Dainagon is graced by your presence, Prince Chowching. Were you not the one who spied upon me in a trance just now? If I were to allow you to practice as an onmyoji for another 2 years, you might even intrude upon the bathing of the Emperor's concubines, truly showing no regard for his majesty. Miss Fujiwara, you are mistaken. I certainly hold the Emperor in high esteem, as one should respect such a figure in their heart. Those who incessantly speak of it, like you, only come off as vulgar and uninteresting." Fujiwara, note Jin Shin, shot him a glare. The imposing aura of the Tiger Chiyo startled even Natsume. "Humph, sharp-tongued and clever. You are quite the talent." She welcomed 3 young onmyoji into her residence. Johnny walked behind and conversed with Himo Bao Xian, inquiring, "Senior brother, why did she invite you and Xiaomu today?" Bao Xian feigned anger, responding, "What? Can she only invite you, the genius?" Johnny retorted, "Not at all. I merely pondered that today's banquet might not be favorable, and perhaps Miss Fujiwara harbors ulterior motives. Could it be that she summoned us, her 3 disciples, for the purpose of selecting a suitor?" Bao Xian was taken aback, then smiled. "It is not without possibility. Does senior brother have intentions? It seems our teacher has already found a suitable match for you." Himo Bao Xian chuckled enigmatically. "Jean, what do you think of Xiaomu? You already have such a fair lady. How can you still be unsatisfied?" Zhang Yi's expression grew peculiar. Few knew that Xiaomu was a girl, and certainly not Bao Xian. Upon closer inspection, Zhang Yi realized that Bao Xian's demeanor today was indeed strange, his finesse and gestures markedly different from his usual straightforwardness. Who was masquerading in his stead? "I am curious to witness what tricks you might play." Zhang Yi remained composed. Who would complain of too many beauties? Since we are all fellow disciples, why not share? If Miss Fujiwara does not mind, we shall each take half. I shall have the rear, you take the front. Is that even human language? What do you propose? Johnny extended his hand and grasped firmly, declaring, "I want them all." Bao Xian glanced at Xiaomu, chuckling softly. "Then let us see how it unfolds." The 3 were invited to the courtyard, where Fujiwara Gunshin donned a plain dress and greeted them, exchanging insipid pleasantries until lunchtime arrived. Zhang Yi suggested a drinking game for entertainment and praised Miss Fujiwara's literary talent, to which Gunshin reacted with an awkward smile, covering her face with a folding fan. "I fear my expressions are too simplistic and might amuse the learned. After all, she was a warrior's daughter in her past life, having spent her days on the battlefield, far removed from such frivolities." Bao Xian shook his head. "There is no need for such modesty. Those of lesser caliber often boast of trivial knowledge. Seeking attention at every turn is rather tiresome." It was unclear who he was targeting with this statement. He continued, "A woman who immerses herself in the classics and the 5 canons might find her pursuits diminish her charm. Meanwhile, the bored Murasaki Shikibu, idly daydreaming next door, suddenly snapped her brush in frustration, exclaiming, 'There is only one answer. That shameless princess resents me for not writing about her and is indirectly scolding me.'" Bao Xian opened his fan and smiled. "I do not imply that women should lack comprehensive knowledge. Rather, I believe that those who self-proclaim as literary figures are often just showing off. Miss Fujiwara need not be modest. Allow me to share a story with everyone." Zhang Yi quickly interrupted. "Senior brother, your tales are always about how you woo the celestial maiden in dreams. Alas, her divine presence is so overwhelming that it chills the heart, and we have grown weary of hearing it. The laughter erupted among them. Bao Xian was unperturbed, gently suggesting, "Very well, let us as brothers examine Miss Fujiwara's palmistry as a small competition. What say you, my junior brothers?" Xiao Mu was enthusiastic. "Sounds splendid. But it must come with a prize." "Certainly, there shall be a reward." "And what about you, Jean Yi?" Jean Yi, with a forced smile, replied, "Personally, I prefer foot reading, but since senior brother insists, I have no objections." "Please proceed, Bao Xian." After examining Gun Xin's palm, Bao Xian pondered, raising an eyebrow. "Your joints are delicate, your skin smooth, and your fingers are white and lovely." Gun Xin's expression turned awkward, while Xiao Mu frowned in displeasure. What was wrong with the master brother today? Something felt off. Jean Yi also sensed something amiss, recalling that he had heard such lines before. "May I place your hand upon my face?" exclaimed Bao Xian, his tone unervingly gentle. "Indeed, resting my face against your hand brings an unexpected tranquility to my heart." Those witnessing this scene were filled with horror. Jean Yi could hardly fathom that not only was this person impersonating Bao Xian, but he was also a hand fetishist. He contemplated how to remedy the situation, sensing an odd atmosphere surrounding the day. Suddenly, Bao Xian turned to him with a sly grin. "To be honest, the first time I laid eyes on you, Jean Yi, your hands left quite an impression." Although it may sound lewd, Jean Yi, unable to contain himself, lifted his hand to slap the pervert away, desperate to halt the words about to escape his lips. But it was too late. Baki, his hand was captured, an unusual force seizing his body and halting his breath momentarily. At that instant, Bao Xian embraced Jean Yi's neck and pressed his lips against his. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. Concealed in the shadows, Yu Zhao Qian and Kishiwa Shirano were utterly astounded. Xiao Mu stood with her mouth agape, bewildered, her eyes wide as she witnessed the two handsome men locked in a kiss. The fox could no longer contain herself. Her eyes reddened, longing to leap forth and kick the one masquerading as Bao Xian, gripping Kishiwa Shirano's waist tightly. "What are they doing? Quickly, separate them. That shameless creature. Does he not feel ashamed before the divine path? How could he engage in such acts without feeling any remorse?" Yu Zhao Qian bared her teeth. "Unjust and immoral. Evil deeds." 2 seconds later, Bao Xian released his lips, grinning with delight. "Ah, did he kiss you like that today?" Xiao Mu was completely dazed, instinctively shaking her head. "Not today." "Then, Jean Yi's first kiss belongs to me." Xiao Mu gazed in disbelief at her senior brother and junior brother, her heart shattered, her spirit crushed. Such feelings were known only to those from Jinjiang. "Xiao Mu, the defeated shall eat dust," she lamented, clutching her mouth in despair, her sobs echoing as she fled in sorrow. Jean erupted with fury. "Shit!" Waves of angry aura radiated from him, the breath of the sun reaching its zenith. Though he yearned to cleanse his mouth immediately, his priority was to apprehend this impostor. This could not possibly be a man. No man could possess such sweetness in his kiss, nor such fragrant breath, nor a tongue so tender. I want to experience that again. No, first, I must ascertain who this impostor masquerading as Bao Xian truly is. His spiritual perception revealed a luminous scene, as if bathed in moonlight, with the figure impersonating Bao Xian gradually fading into the light. He chased after the silvery glow, entering the adjacent courtyard, where a familiar purple silhouette seemed startled and fled in haste. "Stop!" Inheritor of purple, Murasaki Shikibu had not anticipated that Kyogai would divert the disaster, missing the best opportunity to meet Saimai, and could only stomp in frustration, forced to cover her face and escape. Meanwhile, Kyogai evaded Jean Yi for a considerable time before returning to the Fujiwara household. She patted her towering bosom, licked her lips, and wore a foolish grin. "I've struck gold this time. It's a tremendous profit. Who among you can achieve this? Can you?" The gaze of Yuzuki-mei was dark, as if she might perish at any moment. She grasped Kyogai by the neck and spoke ominously. "You can sulk over card pulls, but cursing under the sun is a must. You pulled cards, but it's your mother who is sinking. Don't give me that nonsense about being an onlooker. I'm an onlooker too. What onlooker? I'm your mother's guide to the underworld." Kyogai, exasperated, broke free and pointed at Yuzuki-mei. "Don't go too far. It's one thing to insult my mother, but what gives you the right to insult me? You truly are a disrespectful daughter. Besides, how dare you speak ill of my mother? Haughty fox." Yuzuki-mei smirked with a sidelong glance. "Understand this, in this era, I am akin to the divine essence of Amaterasu. So what is wrong with cursing your mother? I possess such status. Prestige. What divine essence are you? Aren't you Just an emoji of Amaterasu? Why act so arrogant? The two deities wrestled on the bed, while Akiha Shirane, accustomed to such antics, anxiously inquired, will this truly sow discord between Tsuchimikado Natsum and Saimai? Such misunderstandings can easily be unraveled, right? Indeed, the art of warfare states that there are 5 ways to employ spies. Fujiwara no Genki nodded with a smile. If the first attempt at discord fails, one must persist, much like uprooting a great tree. Each push, no matter how slight, shakes its roots, and over time, even the closest relationships can be undermined. Akiha Shirane admired, as expected of Lord Kenshin. Fujiwara no Genki waved his hand dismissively. I initially suggested you employ beauty to incite jealousy, but witnessing the two deities quarrel, perhaps it's better left alone. Yuzuki-Mei refused to concede. I'm only doing this for my pen pal. This pen pal matter is not about rivalry. Kagaya-Heim was more candid. I'm simply greedy. You're too honest. Then go for it. Kagaya-Heim regained her pride. How can I? To approach him directly would be demeaning. I want him to confess his feelings to me face to face. Akiha Shirane sighed in exasperation. Suddenly, her eyes turned a vibrant blue, and her expression transformed into one brimming with Roman fervor. Well then, since you're both unwilling, master, it's your turn. Chapter 12. On Suzuka Mountain, few travelers. Foxes often measure heights. The tale of the supernatural occurrences at the residence of the esteemed Fujiwara no Heritage circulated widely, revealing the great lord's apparent affection for his daughter. He, rather peculiarly, heeded Fujiwara no Genki's advice and filled the front and back doors with peaches. In the mythological text Kojiki, Izanagi once used peaches from Yomi no Hirasaka to repel the army of Yomi. Thus, in Shinto, peaches are believed to have the power to ward off evil. Fujiwara no Genki, munching on a peach, grumbled, "Look at this farce you've caused, Princess Kagaya. You've truly put me in a predicament. I still need to visit the shrine with my parents later." Kagaya was sprawled on the bed, engrossed in a book. Her bare feet playfully swayed, embodying the unparalleled beauty of the Eastern world. Every aspect of her radiated charm, regardless of her actions. Yet, her personality seemed somewhat askew. "What book are you reading, Your Highness?" It doesn't seem to belong to this era. As for the task of returning to this era, let us not discuss the rewards I've received. My usual pay consists of gaming consoles, manga, and light novels that you wouldn't understand. Genki caught a glimpse of the book's cover, vaguely noting the words Saimai X Domain, pondering which era's author penned this tale of Onmyoji. It was likely akin to the stories of himself with Oda Nobunaga or Takeda Shinjin, an intricate blend of truth and fiction, lost to history. Does Princess Kagaya truly enjoy such tales? Well, your reading posture is quite casual. It hardly reflects a deity's demeanor. Where's the poised and graceful princess I expected? Why does the style seem so odd? What shrine are you visiting? If there are spirits causing trouble at home, or if an evil deity is fixated on us, we must visit the shrine to seek divine intervention, hoping for a resolution. To demonstrate sincerity, the whole family goes. Which shrine is it? ISC Grand Shrine? No. It seems to be Inari Shrine and Suwatasha. Kagaya became intrigued. Then ISNT, that foul fox I want to deal with? Where is she? She has long gone. Out with her master. Fujiwara no Genki tidied up, preparing to leave. Before stepping out, she glanced at the bored Kagaya rolling on the bed and murmured, "I always feel that with you few troublesome ones around, my wishes can never be fulfilled." Genki followed her parents to Inari Shrine. Sure enough, after the prayers, a divine messenger slipped in from outside, chirping as it dropped a sacred lot and vanished. The so-called divine messenger, as the name implies, is a messenger of a deity. Different shrines represent their divine messengers with various animals. For instance, the messenger of ISE Shrine, Amaterasu, is a rooster, derived from a story where the rooster was placed on a wooden platform to coax the sun goddess out of hiding. This is one of the theories regarding the origin of torii gates. Likewise, the messenger of Suwatasha is a crane, while that of Fushimi Inari Shrine is a fox. Genki, utilizing the divine sight of Bishamonten, almost burst into laughter upon witnessing Yuzuki-Mei transform into an adorable snow-white fox, serving as the divine messenger, reciting incantations at the Inari position, before hurriedly leaving her mark on the statue of the deity. Well done, Yuzuki-Mei. Juggling so many roles must be exhausting. After the priest finished the prayers, he respectfully held up the sacred lot, pondering for a moment before frowning. Indeed, Your household has attracted the attention of a malevolent deity. This malevolent being descended upon Suzuka Mountain over 150 years ago, transforming into a splendid and powerful demoness, ultimately vanquished by the then shogun. It seems she has resurfaced. The shogun from over 150 years ago? Wasn't he that the legendary Sakakibara Tamuramuro? No, that was Kazaka. It said that Sakakibara Tamuramuro was a famed general over a century ago, rumored to be 5 shaka 8 sun tall, with a chest measuring 1 shaka 2 sun, possessing hawk-like eyes and a beard like golden needles, truly a man of Han, embodying the grace of a Tang dynasty warrior. He held the rank of Shoanai, serving as a daimyo and the commander of the Imperial Guard, later posthumously elevated to the 2nd rank. He was indeed a man of great stature in life and death. What kind of malevolent deity could be associated with him? The daimyo and his wife expressed their deep gratitude and departed. Genki approached the statue of the deity Tojin and softly inquired, "I thought Yuzukume would say that Asaka Yoshiko is the reincarnation of a malevolent deity. What could this mean?" At this juncture, public perception of Saimai is deeply entrenched. Even if I were to tarnish his reputation, it would be futile, perhaps only accelerating his growth. Yuzukume smirked. In ancient times, when Shakyamuni achieved enlightenment, he faced the obstruction of Mara. How could Saimai attain enlightenment without encountering heavenly demons? The demoness of Suzuka Mountain may deceive others, but she cannot deceive me. Behind her lies the 4th heavenly demon king. I have only heard that Nobunaga was referred to as the 6th demon king by the monks due to his act of burning temples. As for the 4th day, it is the realm of Methriya, where the white-robed youth descends from the Tashita heaven, and the unsullied Manjushri bestows the divine sword of wisdom. Regardless, she is merely a celestial demon who specializes in undermining the spiritual achievements of others. Xuanqin is familiar with the tale of Shakyamuni's enlightenment and curiously inquires, "I have heard that the celestial demon disguises herself as a heavenly maiden to disturb one's resolve on the path. In simpler terms, does that mean she seduces men? Is that truly acceptable?" Yu Zhaoqian's expression suddenly contorted. It is meant to make him realize that those shameless women are merely lusting after his body. The one who genuinely cares for him is none other than I. As for your pen pal, who might she be? It has nothing to do with me, she replied. In any case, this can be termed as fighting poison with poison, driving away wolves to catch tigers. Once she has driven off those little vixens, I shall clear my throat and speak again. Ultimately, it is not a bad deed. Fujiwara Xuanqin smirked and complimented. Yu Zhao's clever schemes bring peace to the realm. She exited the Inari shrine and followed a family to Suwa Taisha, only to unexpectedly encounter Asahiro Zenitsu at that location. The handsome and elegant Onmyoji frowned. Zenitsu looked at her and offered a gentle smile. "You have arrived at an unfortunate time. There are some issues with the Odo Matsuri, and the deity is currently discussing matters with me." Suwa Taisha hosts a traditional ritual known as the Odo Matsuri, where deer heads are offered to the Suwa deity for a successful hunt, as Suwa Daimujin is also the god of hunting. 75 deer heads must be presented, including one with split ears, but this particular deer was stolen by Yamamba from Suzuka Mountain this morning. Another Yamamba from Suzuka Mountain? How coincidental. Xuanqin chuckled ambiguously. Pulling a shy girl from the crowd, this distant cousin of mine has long admired you, Asahiro-kun, and is quite curious, so please indulge her curiosity. Oh. Zenitsu gazed at her cousin, realizing she was the modern traveler he had been searching for, and couldn't help but feel delighted. "Forgive my abruptness. It is an honor to hear your singing, though I have yet to inquire about your name." Onawa Shirano bashfully glanced at him. "I am but a humble Zabi Z. Francis." "What a lovely name." Chapter 13, The Hollow Zabi Z, which I shall fill. Zabi Z? And Francis? A light flickered in Asahiro Zenitsu's mind, and the theme music of a detective played fittingly. He grasped Onawa Shirano's delicate wrist, his sharp gaze locking onto her eyes. Shirano, blushing, lowered her head, allowing him to hold her hand. Fortunately, the adults from the Fujiwara clan were occupied speaking with the deity, so the 3 young people in the corner were not reprimanded for Zenitsu's somewhat audacious behavior. Fujiwara Xuanqin furrowed her brow and was about to intervene when she noticed that this young lady, said to have come from over 1,000 years in the future, Onawa Shirano, was blushing and her eyes glistening with a desire that was both evident and shy. TSK, these shameless lovers. They exhibit no restraint. Xuanqin inwardly scolded. However, she maintained her composure. Considering the events of the other day, I assume you must be quite furious, Asahiro-kun. If you were to capture that troublesome demon, what would you do? What would I do? Zenitsu recalled the slippery sweetness of that kiss, instinctively licking his lips, and replied fiercely, "That demon has insulted me too greatly. She has tarnished the reputation of my master, which is unforgivable. I intend to strike her with 100 intimidating blows. Remember to wet the stick when you strike. Only then will it be satisfying, and it will make her feel the pain to her very core." Fujiwara Shuanshi nodded. "You are indeed magnanimous, Asahiro-kun. I wonder how Natsum-kun, who wept when teased, is faring." Zenitsu's expression grew troubled. It seemed that Natsum was genuinely heartbroken. Even if he personally visited her, she would not see him, claiming she needed to enter seclusion for training, declaring that she would not emerge until mastering the art of divination. Miss Natsum had made up her mind. She was determined to defeat Zenitsu. However, that was a minor concern. He scrutinized the girl named Zabi Z, previously thinking her just an ordinary traveler. But if Zabi Z were indeed her true name, she could very well be the master from the Moonlit Holy Grail War series. As a non-typical lunar inhabitant, Zenitsu's understanding of many aspects of the Type Moon universe was superficial, with his familiarity limited to two master characters, Amiya Shiro and Fujimaru Ritsuka. He had heard of Zabi Z, but knew little about her. Moreover, he recalled only watching the beginning of the anime, where Zabi Z seemed to have lost half her body. Such a beautiful pair of black stockings. Surely, they were not inferior to Fujimaru Ritsuka's. If she were truly that moonlit master, would there be a possibility of encountering a Gadako later on? Whatever, as long as she is a charming and adorable girl. Fujiwara Shuanshin is also a cute girl, though her demeanor is filled with a spirited aura. Even if she could conceal it, it could hardly escape Zenitsu's notice. This warrior girl left a unique impression on him, as he had never encountered such a girl before. Upon observing Miss Fujiwara's countenance, one might mistake her for a military lad rather than a maiden awaiting marriage. If she were male, I fear she would harbor aspirations of joining the army. Who says women cannot step on a battlefield? She lifted her chin slightly. Today, she wore a simple red garment instead of the heavy 12-layered robes, adorned with a few plum blossoms and a cartoon tiger. One could only wonder whose handiwork it was. Zenitsu's gaze landed on her collar. The slightly open neckline revealed her fair, delicate neck. Tempting, he thought, wishing to take a bite. Fujiwara Shuanshin coldly retorted, "Are you observing my appearance? You look like a lecherous demon." She paid little heed to his gaze. Nagao Kagetora was by no means an ordinary girl. She was unashamed, merely gazing at him with a hint of disdain. "Your gaze is as if you were a thief. You truly are a lecher. Miss Fujiwara, while you are the daughter of a powerful clan, some words should not be spoken lightly. Did I say something wrong? I may be lustful, but I'm not a demon." Shuanshin suddenly recalled something. "I have heard that your family possesses a beauty akin to a celestial being named Kyogai. Why can she not satisfy your desires? In this region, customs dictate that women not formally wed are referred to as bia, akin to concubines or secondary wives in ancient China, especially among the nobility. If one truly wished, they could play the groom all year round. In this aspect, the Heian period and the Warring States period bore little difference. Shuanshin disdained such matters. However, she was particularly intrigued by the rumored entanglements between Saimai and Kyogai. In the story, the great Onmyoji cast aside all fame and fortune for the sake of the demon Kyogai to be with her. Of course, this tale has various versions, and the specifics remain unclear. Yet one thing is certain. That great Onmyoji was indeed a man of deep affection and loyalty, which left her with a favorable impression. Her eyes shining brightly. "Asahiro-kun, how did you come to know Miss Kyogai?" Zenitsu furrowed his brow. "Kyogai, we have known each other since childhood." "Childhood sweethearts?" "A child bride." Fujiwara Shuanshin sighed. "Childhood sweethearts sound much more appealing." "No, you do not understand. The term Qingmei Zhuma evokes a sense of mediocrity, easily overshadowed by various unexpected female protagonists. I find the term Tanjiangxi particularly appealing, as it instills a sense of accomplishment in nurturing. Is there a character that embodies both the essence of a childhood companion and the satisfaction of cultivation? Indeed, the 3D custom-made. Is your hometown in Taosan? Is that mountain distant? A bit far indeed. Are there many people from your hometown? Not many. I vaguely recall an old man who taught me swordsmanship. Well, it appears your swordsmanship is quite commendable. It's just passable. In this era, I am considered the best. Quite arrogant, are we? Care to demonstrate? My swordsmanship is average, and my most proficient weapon is not a sword. What is it then? Many things, including the tier word, which is quite remarkable. As the two conversed, they discovered a mutual affinity. Suddenly, Xuanxin heard the gaze and whispers of her family, and she caught the ambiguous and encouraging glances from her parents. She understood what this meant. However, Fujiwara Xuanxin looked at him and said, "I do not wish to marry." Johnny was taken aback, but he quickly grasped her meaning. He had not even confessed, yet he was rejected. That feeling was perplexing, a blend of confusion and indignation. Your father wishes to recruit me as a son-in-law. In Heiankyo, many prominent figures desire to have you as a son-in-law. With his current reputation and capabilities, not to mention the esteem he holds in the imperial court, it is sufficient for numerous courtiers to contemplate introducing their daughters and granddaughters to him, especially since Hamo Tadaki explicitly stated he would pass on the astronomical aspects of Onmyodo to him. Although Onmyoji in this era has not yet reached its zenith, it has already begun to infiltrate the political arena and permeate every aspect of people's lives, demonstrating a tendency to supplant the shrine priests. Thus, he is indeed in high demand. Fujiwara Xuanxin added, "I must admit, Prince Chaocheng, you are quite handsome." He felt a bit flushed. He increasingly appreciated her straightforward character. Xuanxin pondered for a while with her hands behind her back. "Father is aware of some of my thoughts. He suggested that perhaps I could rely on you to achieve my goals, but I did not agree." "Why?" "If we are to instigate reform in this era, I believe we should be like-minded individuals. Shared ideals are truly significant." This is a piece of advice from an author with over 10 matchmaking experiences. She beamed with a proud smile. "Did I not mention that I do not wish to marry? And what is the reason for that?" During the Han Dynasty, a renowned general remarked, "How can one focus on family while the Xiongnu remain unconquered? I have yet to accomplish what I aspire to. I have no inclination towards that matter." "Is that so?" Fujiwara Xuanxin scrutinized him carefully. That strikingly handsome face of Wu Tai seemed even more appealing. "My apologies. I still prefer this visage. If possible, I too would like to possess such a face." After a brief silence, she laughed heartily. "Moreover, I believe you, and I may not be very compatible. I have yet to inquire about your ideal type of woman." Jean-E greatly admired this extraordinary Miss Fujiwara. It suddenly felt akin to a modern workplace romance in the 21st century, albeit with a distinct flavor. Her demeanor was quite fascinating. As for the question of what type of girl he favored, Jean-E raised a finger. "The first criterion is petite." "Petite?" "Generally, petite girls are quite young. Aren't they?" "Indeed, but I do not mind how young they are." Fujiwara Xuanxin failed to discern the unsettling implications within those words. She suddenly pointed to the side, where Akaba Shirano was idly observing. "Young master, you seem to have been evaluating Zabi. You appear to be quite interested in my cousin." Johnny locked eyes with Akaba Shirano, subtly perceiving some hidden obsessions and emotions, and smiled as he released his grip. "I sense she is quite different from the women of this era, and I am fond of the certain thoughts reflected in her eyes." Akaba Shirano was taken aback. Johnny whispered, "You have no desires, do you?" "What?" "A person devoid of aspirations neither indulges nor becomes excessively extreme. Rather, they tirelessly seek the meaning of their existence. Such a girl, I find immensely appealing." Akaba Shirano stared at him in a daze. Indeed, as he articulated, for reasons unknown, she was chosen by the restraint to correct historical errors in this era. Yet, she believed she had no potential for a contract with the restraint, as she harbored no desires, only an obsession with survival. Thus, she continued to forge ahead in search of her existence's meaning. However, is correcting history and saving humanity truly the essence of her existence? Akaba Shirano felt as though her soul was laid bare before the Onmyoji, yet the faint hostility in his gaze had dissipated, transforming into a form of scrutiny and appreciation, imbued with warmth and acceptance, as well as an overwhelming confidence. The future Onmyoji Saimai possessed an indomitable self-assurance. This confidence was rooted in an unwavering belief in oneself. Even amidst countless unforeseen events and a destiny fraught with uncertainties, he remained unfazed, embodying a spirit capable of embracing all. Akaba Shirano suddenly experienced a thought. Even if he were aware of her origins and intentions, even if he understood the divine machinations at play, this young Onmyoji would likely remain indifferent. He would perceive the conspiracies directed against him as mere theatrical performances, perhaps even exclaiming, "Well done, I commend you." Such a gaze stirred something within the void that was Akaba Shirano. Chapter 14. So, this is the essence of the second dimension. The second chapter of Shanshur Wu Yu primarily narrates the encounter, understanding, and budding romance, though perhaps not quite romance, between the fearsome Tianma Saimai and the formidable Negao Kagetora, who swept across the islands. Having emerged from the Warring States era 600 years hence, this legendary warrior, revered as the god of war, arrived in this decaying era dominated by aristocracy with a mission to subvert the status quo. Self-proclaimed as the incarnation of Bishamonten, she resolved to uphold the principles of righteousness for the people. However, from others' perspectives, her innate strength rendered her incapable of comprehending the existence of the weak. Murasaki Shikibu wrote fervently, Kagetora could not grasp human sorrow nor empathize with emotions such as anger, merely maintaining a facade of smiles to coexist with those around her. With only Saimai able to comprehend her plight, the Tianma Saimai desires human freedom, while Kagetora's transcendent demeanor ultimately instilled fear in everyone and gradually transformed in a fervent devotion. Though they appeared aligned in purpose, they were, in truth, on divergent paths. Their differing views on how to treat humanity had already sown the seeds of conflict deep within. Murasaki Shikibu paused her pen and pondered for a moment. She suddenly realized that this tale was gradually veering toward a narrative of dynastic conflict. Such a writing style did not suit her. It is known that her forte lies in crafting narratives filled with femininity, love, and melancholy. To write about the struggles for dominance in an era was purely outside her expertise. Thus, Murasaki Shikibu decided to temporarily set aside the main narrative and compose an auxiliary piece brimming with romantic intrigue. She even had a title in mind, The Flirtatious Kyogai Schemes, setting traps for the fox. Opening poem. Upon first meeting, those strangers, a lingering thought of affection seems to emerge. In the presence of the cup, a fleeting moment of intimacy is exchanged, while beneath the flowers a tender gaze lingers. As she writes, Murasaki Shikibu feels a slight flush on her cheeks. Her legs fidget uncomfortably. After concluding discussions regarding Suwateisha, Asahi Shinichi returns home to speak with Seiki about Fujiwara no Genshin. He sings her praises, asserting that her character is indeed well-suited to be the mistress of their household, and they share a common vision. Seiki, with a beaming smile, assists him in removing his garments, exclaiming, "Is that so? Congratulations, Shinichi." The flames of excitement flicker in her narrowed eyes. However, Asahi Shinichi shifts the conversation, yet her ambitions are lofty, and she currently harbors no intent of marriage. "I shall not impose, as you know I dislike pressuring others, so let us leave it be." The spark in Seiki's eyes vanishes in an instant. She affectionately rubs against Shinichi's chest, whispering, "You are the best, my master. Indeed, I might disappoint anyone else, but I shall never let you down." He lifts Seiki, settling her gently onto the bed, gazing at the girl who has accompanied him since childhood with tender affection. Seiki, the cherished paper figure from his past lives. His hands glide softly over her feet clad in white stockings, reveling in the delightful sensation that fills his palms. This is quite pleasant, for holding her feet imparts a feeling of love and care. "Come, Seiki, today let us try a different name for me." He recalls the earlier encounter with the girl Zabi and, clearing his throat, suggests, "Try calling me master." Seiki looks puzzled, having received a bat fan that is a blend of black and gold. In this era, the nobility typically wielded fans made of 5 bones, not for cooling themselves in the temperate season, but rather to signal and greet others. Yet, what purpose does she have for this fan? She is unaware of his playful intentions. However, Seiki, ever obedient to Shinichi, never refuses him. After a moment of contemplation, she brings the bat fan to her lips, awkwardly attempting to pronounce Mamasuda. What a strange sound, what does it mean? Ah, Asahi Shinichi beams with satisfaction, finding this more gratifying than kissing her delicate feet in stockings. "Let's try a few more." "Yes, I shall loyally serve you, master, provided you do not deceive me. Though it feels a bit shy, I have always been cherished by you like a butterfly among flowers, so feel free to touch me." That place is a forbidden zone. Do not touch it casually." Seiki, perplexed, recites the lines from the paper one by one. What do these phrases signify? She observes her master rolling about on the bed in excitement. Is this what they call the second dimension? What do these phrases mean? And these titles are so peculiar. "My lord? My lord, esteemed one? My lord, beloved." Logically, even though the author does not engage with the card-drawing game FGO, I know that among the female servants, it seems only Seiki can call her master beloved. Can the other female servants do that? What about the male servants? I wonder if Afu can manage. Seiki's face flushes crimson. Although she does not understand the meaning of these titles, she senses Shinichi's elation. And with her feet held in his hands, she cannot help but feel shy. A fire ignites within her, yearning to embrace her beloved and burn together. Yet she also fears her own thoughts. Fortunately, her heart is currently greatly content, and the fire gradually subsides. She exhales softly. At this moment, Asahi Shinichi casually mentions that Fujiwara no Genshin has a cousin, exceptionally beautiful, described as reserved and pitiable, yet quite lovely. Shinichi remarks, "This girl is unique, and I perceive she holds an interest in me." Seiki feels the fire rekindle within her. "Why are your hands and feet so cold, Seiki? How vexing. My insides are ablaze, as if I might spew forth flames. The abyss is empty." "What?" She forces a smile. "I have not heard of Miss Fujiwara having a cousin. Perhaps she is a distant relative, likely just a village girl. I have inquired, and many say she lacks manners, probably raised in a remote area. What good could come from such a girl? Lacking manners?" Shinichi speculates that the girl Zabi might belong to a later era, but does not voice it. That is a grave misjudgment. This girl has a remarkable lineage. The Daijin family actively seeks beautiful individuals in Heian-kyo to serve as her etiquette instructor. She is not an ordinary relative. After pondering for a while, he resolves, "If the Fujiwara family intends for her to be my concubine, I shall indeed consider it." Seiki's grip on the fan turns pale. Yet, her love for him runs deep, and she has grown accustomed to complying with his wishes, thus suppressing the tumultuous waves of jealousy and offering a sweet smile. "If that is the case, I shall assist you splendidly. I appreciate it, my dear Seiki. Prepare yourself. For the day after tomorrow, I shall accompany the Fujiwara sisters to Suzuka Mountain. We must not neglect our manners." Shinichi chuckles as he pats her hand and rises to leave the room. Upon exiting, he is instantly drenched in cold sweat. Goodness, the Yandere truly is a Yandere. Just now, she even entertained murderous thoughts against the Fujiwara family. Chapter 15. This is not a banquet of hongmen. This is a father-daughter affair. In later legends, Suzuka Mountain is said to be a perilous location, perpetually shrouded in thick fog, steeped in many mysterious tales. Among them, the most alluring to wanderers is the sea kingdom of Suzuka Mountain. Fujiwara no Genshin whispers, "In my era, various legends about Suzuka Mountain already existed. It is said that no one has truly seen the legendary Suzuka Mountain, for even those who brave storms and whirlpools, escaping the onslaught of 6 sea monsters, have never defeated the strongest demon of Suzuka Mountain." Ayanami Shirano is fervently searching for information. Chaldea provides technical and intelligence support. The version of Suzuka Mountain you speak of has only been adopted by a gaming company called NetEase, creating a game backdrop. How absurd. The tales of Suzuka Mountain are often vague, with the most popular version being a blend of the legends of Sakanu no Temuramuro and Fujiwara no Tashitane, known as Tamura no Kasazo, while others hold little significance. Inside the carriage, Ayanami Shirano shakes her head after a moment of research, expressing concern. Will sneaking out like this lead to trouble? It feels somewhat dangerous. If you find it dangerous, you may return, coincidentally. My parents wish to hold an adult ceremony for you. Ayanami Shirano shivers at the thought. She has no desire for such a peculiar ceremony. In the Heian period, to better accentuate their fair skin, the nobility, regardless of gender, often took blackened teeth as beauty. Girls and boys undergoing the adult ceremony must dye their teeth black to signify their coming of marriageable age. That sounds dreadful. By the way, Lord Kenshin, what is your purpose for visiting Suzuka Mountain? You previously stated you were indifferent to this matter. Fujiwara no Genshin rests her chin in contemplation. After some thought, she concludes, I have considered that if merely relying on military connections proves unsuccessful, I might present myself as the reincarnation of Bishamonten to gain renown. Hence the need to venture out to slay demons and eliminate monsters. Bo Baiye exclaimed in astonishment, is this truly possible? How remarkable! Truly, he is Yu Suji Kenshin. No, this is something that any ordinary person could conceive. Should we say that the thought processes of ancient and modern individuals differ? Fujiwara Genshin found it amusing. Moreover, this is all to assist you and Saimai in weaving your fateful connections, is it not? If I were not by your side, your nature might make it challenging for you to spread your wings. Nanny, how can you be this way, Yusuji Kenshin? What I mean is you require an aid. Astonished, she replied, you even know about aids? Fujiwara Genshin pointed to his head. Lady Kagaya has shown me some intriguing books. I've learned quite a bit about the vocabulary from your era. He arrived. Asai Mori Zenitsu had prepared a large ox cart. Ladies, please board. Driving the cart was Fujiwara too. Cautiously, Onbulgate climbed into the cart, only to discover that it was as spacious as a room, furnished with various living utensils, and a few plates of snacks laid on the table. She looked around, pondering if this was some spatial magic. Sitting by the window, she gingerly lifted a teacup, only to be surprised that it contained black tea. Not the dreadful concoction of this era, but authentic black tea brewed from tea leaves, rich and sweet in aroma, leading Onbulgate to feel a sense of temporal dislocation. Then, she became uncertain. This black tea. Zenitsu smiled at them. I dislike the tea brewed by others. This is my own creation. You should try it. The flavor is quite delightful. After speaking, he revealed a bright smile of a senior. I haven't added anything else. So rest assured. Oh my, as expected of Saimai. Even the way of tea is ahead of its time. Onbulgate took a gentle sip, instantly feeling warmth spread through her body, her cheeks flushing. Instinctively, she lifted the curtain of the cart window, only to be startled again. The scenery outside seemed to rush backward as if they were flying. The speed was comparable to that of modern vehicles. She wondered how the green-haired man outside was driving. No need to panic. This is on my Odo. On my Odo, you say? What nonsense. Shouldn't we credit this to the divine era of Japan? Regardless of the miraculous occurrences, attributing them to Onmyodo seemed reasonable enough. Onbulgate struggled to engage in conversation with Asaimori Zenitsu, and soon realized that he was quite the conversationalist, able to discuss any topic without making her feel awkward. Isn't this conversational skill a required course for Onmyoji? What was that idiom? Like sitting in a spring breeze. Onbulgate, typically not skilled in conversation, found herself enjoying the dialogue with him. It was only when she noticed Fujiwara Genshin's peculiar gaze that she became aware. Hastily withdrawing her small hand from Zenitsu's grasp, her face flushed and flustered. She thought to herself that Saimai was not only a great conversationalist, but also quite flirtatious. Zenith, on the other hand, thought this Zabikeo is so adorable, especially in this delicate state. If not for Fujiwara Genshin's presence, he might have acted upon his thoughts. The ox cart sped along, and soon they arrived at Suzuka Mountain. To Onbulgate's relief, this era's Suzuka Mountain was not as ominous as the legend suggested. Rather, it was an ordinary high mountain. They inquired at the foot of the mountain and learned that there were no spirits atop, only a temple. Within that temple resided a revered monk, said to have healed countless patients afflicted by severe illness a year prior. Despite various prayers, invocations, and spells, none were effective. This eminent monk had, during the summer of a plague, managed to cure many while others' chants yielded no results. Jinjin had crossed the sea to spread Buddhism. Since then, Buddhism had taken root in Japan, swiftly becoming the nation's second major sect, standing in contrast to the local Shintoism. In truth, prior to Jinjin, there was no concept of Shinto. This term was created to distinguish Japan's indigenous beliefs from the increasingly powerful Buddhism, allowing it to stand in opposition to the term Buddhism. Reflecting on Buddhism's early development in China evokes a sense of sadness. Now, observing Buddhism's early progress in Japan, one might think the native sects are rather lacking. None can hold their own. It is indeed remarkable that a venerable monk resides here, and it warrants exploration. Asahimori Zenitsu, accompanied by his servant Fujiwara II and the two young ladies, ventured into the mountains. The temple where the monk resided was hidden deep within, adorned with blooming cherry blossoms. As they ventured deeper into the mountains, the spring clouds danced around the trees, creating a spacious atmosphere that was refreshing to the spirit. The temple was situated at a high elevation, offering breathtaking views. As they entered the mountain temple, the old monk was taken aback upon seeing them. I dreamt last night that a noble person would come here. Hearing of the monk's virtuous reputation and his prowess in spells and prayers, they felt compelled to pay a visit. I am honored by your presence. I do not deserve such regard. I have long since detached myself from the mundane world, focusing on the heart of Buddha, and have gradually forgotten the significance of spells and prayers. How could I presume to welcome you personally? His gaze seemed solely fixed on Zenitsu, not even glancing at the other three. This was rather unusual. Onbulgate, arriving from the future, possessed an aura that was distinctly out of place in this era. Fujiwara, too, protected by divine favor, would certainly be recognizable to a true monk. Fujiwara Genshin furrowed her brow slightly. It was highly abnormal that this monk disregarded her. Her spiritual base was Bishamonten, a protective deity in Buddhism. A truly enlightened monk would not fail to perceive this. She exchanged a glance with Zenitsu, understanding each other's thoughts. What do you make of this? There must be some intrigue at play here. They visited each hall, discovering that the arrangements were uniquely crafted, ingeniously designed, and aesthetically pleasing, with everything exceptionally tidy. Fragrant incense wafted before the Buddha, enchanting the senses. The old monk began to expound on the Dharani Sutra, discussing the impermanence of the mortal realm and the karmic consequences in the afterlife. Asai Mori Zenitsu smiled slightly and engaged him in debate with the Taishan Gainiang Pian. While the refined discussions of ancient scholars may have been cast aside in the Heavenly Empire, the religious figures in Japan found themselves engrossed in them. The old monk's chanting possessed a certain flair. His raspy voice emerged from sparse teeth, not at all appearing crude, but rather surprisingly solemn. Zenitsu spoke slowly and eloquently, his gentle voice endearing him to Fujiwara Genshin, while Abu's cheeks flushed crimson. If this continued, she might find herself overwhelmed by emotion. After they ceased their debate and exchanged compliments, they requested the disciples to serve lunch. However, the meal presented to Mbulbur left her utterly astonished. On the table lay a bowl of rich meat soup, a fragrant stewed chicken, and a delicately grilled fish, none of which seemed fitting for a monk's diet. Historically, the monk Shinran advocated for priests in Japan to marry, eat meat, and drink. Even butchers who slaughtered animals could recite the Buddha's name and still attain the Pure Land after death. However, that was a matter of over a century later. In the present, monks typically adhered to a vegetarian diet. Fujiwara Genshin was bewildered. Why do the monks here consume meat? Do they not uphold their precepts? This is utterly absurd. The old monk smiled broadly. What do you mean by meat? Nutan Yue, behold, this is plant-based meat. This is vegetarian chicken. And this is vegetarian fish. Chao Chung Gong Zi swiftly embraced the flustered and Bo Bai Yi, chuckling. So, this is the essence of a mortal, daring to conjure illusions beneath my very gaze. Truly a demon, almost deceived my discerning eye. Fujiwara Genshin was incensed. Kusanahi no Tsuruhi. 8 distinct Buddhist weapons manifested around her. Although Jing Tiger possessed an array of blades, he favored and frequently wielded the 8 exquisite swords and spears known as Bahua. As they unfurled, they transformed the entire temple into a battleground. With a spear in hand, she thrust and smashed. Boom! The meditation hall was instantly overturned. Clouds of dust billowing. The old monk revealed his true form, a creature with a human face and the body of a bird, exhaling azure flames. A monster! How terrifying! And Bo Bai Yi, caught up in a moment, inadvertently echoed the voice of Mikasa. Can you believe it? Zenitsu carried in Bo Bai Yi and soared into the air. Observing the scene, he recognized the presence of a Yamayuba, Fujiwara. Fujiwara had long drawn the Ryujin Hachiman bow. It was said that the corpse energy emanating from the bodies within the temple would coalesce into a Yamayuba. However, a typical Yamayuba could never deceive his spiritual sight. Evidently, there were others behind the scenes. From beneath the temple leapt a colossal fire-red fox, its body ablaze, resplendent in its fiery hue, akin to beautiful red jade. Just as Zenitsu prepared to aid Fujiwara Genshin, he heard someone calling his name from above. He looked up to see a Livu descending from the heavens. Perched atop the deer was a beautiful maiden clad in Miko attire, adorned with a ceremonial hat, smiling down at him. Her gaze fluctuated between clarity and murkiness, ultimately transforming into a shimmering glaze, leaving one perplexed. Zenitsu blurted out, "Dear wife, who are you?" Wasn't he this Suzuka Guzan? Although devoid of fox ears, he was quite familiar with his paper doll wife. He nearly exclaimed her name just now. What was this about a wife? Suzuka Guzan's expression stiffened slightly before tossing a starry, celestial disc to Zenitsu. Chao Chung Gongzi, with this artifact, you can not only subdue that fox spirit, but also enlist her as an ally. Zenitsu's eyes brightened. This bore the essence of a Shikigami. Suzuka Guzan cast a glance at the fiery fox, somewhat surprised to hear Tamamonome's frantic scream. Ah, who gave you that accursed star disc? This star disc was naturally bestowed upon me by my father. Your father? The 4th heavenly demon king? You must be curious as to who my father is, right? I am the beloved daughter of the 4th heavenly demon king, and you must be pondering who exactly the 4th heavenly demon king is in disguise. Suzuka Guzan sighed, revealing a wicked grin. In this realm, aside from the pretender Oda Nobunaga who claimed the title of Demon King, there has only ever been one throughout history. Why can't you all fathom this? Tamamonome was left speechless, her expression frozen as if she were an empty rice jar. She stared blankly at Zenitsu, who held the star disc. Tian Mo Qingming. Chapter 16. Dare you claim this is not on my Odo? Miss Tiger Chio often found herself troubled. At times, She lamented her identity as a daughter. At other times, she wrestled with the mixed feelings of her retainers, who both sought closeness and feared her. Occasionally, she even pondered what weapon to wield. She was proficient with all weapons, but was uncertain whether to use a sword or a spear on the battlefield, or how to equip herself for maximum efficacy. Until one day, she encountered the eight-armed Vishnu, Kusanagi no Tsurugi, and finally attained enlightenment. Unlimited life Buddha. A sword is a spear, and a spear is a sword. Indeed, whether it be a sword or a spear, why not utilize them all? As long as her hand speed was sufficient, she could wield more than just two weapons simultaneously. With enough speed, even with only two hands, she could dance with 8 arms worth of weaponry. Thus, it follows that a girl need not strive for much. No need for an exquisite visage, nor an enviable figure, and certainly not for the personality and charm of a paper doll wife. With merely 2 hands and sufficient speed, she could leave men trembling and chilled in the heat of summer. Tiger Chiyo affirmed this theory, exhibiting the formidable form of the Ugetsu war god. The strongest, invincible, fully armed Sengoku warrior Jing Tiger was thus born. She stepped forth, fortune in the heavens. Under the protection of Kusanagi no Tsurugi, she could make advantageous judgments on the battlefield in a fleeting moment. 8 beams of golden light surrounded her, and as she stepped down, the solid ground surprisingly cracked with subtle fissures. She deftly plucked a spear from the ground. With another step, it resonated like a drumbeat, the earth echoing with a dull thud. Behind her emerged a colossal phantom of a deity, and Zenitsu recognized at a glance that this entity was either supported by divine power or was a reincarnation of a celestial being. The aura of the Buddhist realm appeared quite formidable. Fujiwara Genshin thrust her spear skyward. The massive firefox sensed a mortal threat, opening its mouth to unleash a torrent of flames, the fierce tongues of fire rising with the wind. Zenitsu was further astounded. Shockingly, the nine-tailed fox utilized the fire release technique. Suzuka Guzan rolled her eyes, unable to suppress her sarcasm. It's merely foxfire. Chao Chengongzi, why are you not assisting? Merely watching? No rush. I'm more intrigued by your identity. I am called Suzuka Guzan, the mountain deity of Suzuka Mountain. Sealed here by that General Sakakami years ago, and recently, a fox demon has been causing havoc. Zenitsu scrutinized Suzuka Guzan closely. Wife, you have changed. You weren't like this on the phone. What happened to the love-struck JK? He remembered Suzuka Guzan's character as that of a modern high school girl, headstrong and reckless. To summarize, she epitomized the image of a vibrant, spirited schoolgirl. Why had she transformed into this? Dignified, graceful, devoid of frivolity. Alas, he was a typical moon-dweller, one who merely used his tongue to clean the phone screen, rarely bothering to comprehend his wife's persona. In truth, Suzuka Guzan's original character was in stark contrast to that of the JK vixen. She was a contemplative and empathetic heavenly princess, her demeanor cold and imposing, much like now. She maliciously observed Tamamonome receiving a beating, a cruel smile gracing her lips. The enormous firefox was the embodiment of Tamamonome, pierced by Fujiwara Genshin's spear. Blood splattering as a piercing wail echoed through the mountains, sending stones flying and causing the entire Suzuka mountain to tremble. The colossal fireball was pierced by Genshin's spear. Subsequently, the spear came crashing down. However, that blazing foxfire unexpectedly dispersed, transforming into a torrential meteor shower of flames hurtling towards her. Fujiwara Genshin retracted her spear, stamping her foot, and sidestepped. She could leisurely sip wine amidst the rain of spears. Mere foxfire could hardly harm her. Moreover, she could discern that the fox was preparing to flee. It transformed into a fiery light, attempting to soar into the heavens. It was repelled by an invisible barrier. Yu Zhao Qian felt an urge to curse. She could hardly fathom that Zhao Chongshan Yi, despite his youth, had mastered the barrier techniques of the Yin-Yang path to such an extent. Fujiwara Genshin signaled frantically at the fox. It seems, my lady Yu Zhao Qian, your plan has encountered a flaw. I will feign a misstep and break this barrier. You should make your escape at once. Sudendi, Shan Yibe Loit Uto. Draw your bow and take aim at it. If it dares to flee even a step, shoot it right on its backside. I too eagerly accepted the command, relishing the thought of shooting at the behinds of small creatures, particularly spiders, with their ample and easily targeted posteriors that burst delightfully upon impact. With exuberance, I too filled his mouth with a handful of rice, becoming exhilarated as the divine bow blessed by the dragon god and Hachiman was drawn taut. Tears streamed down Yu Zhao Qian's face. It's over. It's all over. while Fujiwara Genshin continued to play house with the fox. She pondered for several moments without devising a way to assist the foolish creature. In those fleeting seconds, Zhao Changshan studied the star disk in his hand. The star disk was remarkable in its design. It resembled an ancient Chinese astrological instrument, composed of a large square base below and a rotatable circular plate above, with the North Star at its center and 12 lunar deities surrounding it. The star disk in Shan Yi's possession featured 12 small apertures arranged in a circle, which under normal circumstances would emit a glow and slowly rotate. This was reminiscent of the card drawing scenes familiar to many. As the shadow of Bishamon 10 began to dim, he dashed towards the fiery fox, seizing the star disk and aimed it at the strikingly red fox. Capture. It's decided. The enormous fox showed no signs of shrinking or weakening, its beautiful eyes rolling in exasperation. Suzuka Guzan exclaimed. Fujiwara Genshin was equally perplexed. Yu Zhao Qian uttered a surprised eek. Shan Yi turned to Suzuka Guzan. How do I use this Master Ball? Embarrassed, Suzuka Guzan scratched her head. Not that. This is not an artifact for capturing Shikigami. It is meant to restrain them, but only works if you already have a Shikigami. I understand. No matter what. I still need to subdue this fox first, right? Suzuka Guzan smiled brightly. That's exactly right. He pushed Fujiwara Genshin aside and rolled up his sleeves. Leave it to me. Genshin was taken aback, then retreated to protect the trembling Akiha Shireo, eyes fixed on the legendary and immensely powerful Onmyoji, Zhao Changshan Yi. Pondering what methods he might employ, she was filled with curiosity. As for the safety of Yu Zhao Qian, it was of no concern. She wouldn't truly perish. She witnessed Shan Yi's Onmyoji techniques. The elegant and handsome Onmyoji soared high, and then a fist descended upon the fiery fox's head. Bang! It was exceedingly domineering and unreasonable. The punch landed from above, and Yu Zhao Qian's consciousness became clouded, her vision blurred, as an overwhelming force shook her to the core, rendering her thoughts sluggish. The colossal fox was struck unconscious, pinned to the ground, and unable to rise. Onmyoji technique, my style. Fist that shakes the mountains. Fujiwara Genshin could no longer contain herself. What in the world is this Onmyoji technique? Chapter 17. Reiteration. I harbor affections for petite females. Although merely an avatar, she still possessed the formidable strength of Yu Zhao Qian's singular tail, capable of stirring up storms even in an era rife with Onmyoji and eminent monks, becoming a formidable demon deity. Yet, unfortunately, her adversary was the most powerful and violent Onmyoji of this age. This was not how the script was meant to unfold. She had envisioned herself as the catalyst, drawing forth Suzuka Guzan of Suzuka Mountain, allowing the daughter of the heavenly demon king to confront Saimai, letting Suzuka Guzan enter the fray as a celestial entity. In her narrative, Suzuka Guzan will be captured as a pet by Zhao Changshan, using her unique celestial magic to ensnare Saimai in earthly desires. Thus, the heavenly demon Saimai would not manifest in the future. Furthermore, Suzuka Guzan would expel all the women surrounding him, compelling him to devote his affections solely to her. At which point Yu Zhao Qian would stealthily replace Suzuka Guzan with her own enchantments. Today, she would add a pair of fox ears, tomorrow a fluffy foxtail. In terms of character, she would transform Suzuka Guzan's regal coldness into a vivacious and cheerful demeanor, turning the demure lady into an energetic spirit. She believed her charm was undoubtedly on par with that of Suzuka Guzan. The contrast of her words, imbued with millennia of wisdom, alongside a playful and youthful spirit, was precisely what made Yu Zhao Qian captivating. Could Suzuka Guzan accomplish that? She could even blur the distinctions between their legendary origins. In truth, the initial concept of FGO's Yu Zhao Qian was inspired by the image of Suzuka Guzan. In due time, the love-struck Zhao Changshan would be unable to distinguish whether she was Suzuka Guzan or Yu Zhao Qian. This was her meticulously crafted plan, devoid of glaring flaws. However, she had not anticipated the true identity of Suzuka Guzan. She had overlooked the genuine nature of the relationship between Suzuka Guzan and Saimai, leading to a significant miscalculation. Now facing the potential loss of a tail. Yield, you wretched creature. Upon hearing this command and feeling the immense pressure bearing down upon her, Yu Zhao Qian recalled a familiar sensation, one of facing a formidable foe. In her consciousness, she scolded furiously. The heavenly demon king distorts history, creating countless calamities, and seeks to annihilate humanity. Do you truly desire to witness such a future? What benefit would that serve you? Fool. He cherishes humanity more than anyone. I cannot comprehend Saimai's thoughts. How could yokai and deities understand human sentiments? Even I sometimes fail to grasp them. With a gentle smile, Suzuka Guzan remarked, "That is why I am here to assist his past self. On one hand, to ensure that his path is not deliberately obstructed by your ilk. On the other, to genuinely understand him. Those from the future, including herself and Kyogai, possessed only vague recollections of the heavenly demon Saimai, retaining only fragments of his deeds and relationships with a mere outline of his essence. This was the price to be paid for traversing the river of time. Neither she nor anyone else could vividly recall the specifics of the heavenly demon Saimai, with the most profound impression being a carefree, yet desolate figure. As Yu Zhao Qian reminisced about that silhouette, an overwhelming sorrow nearly made her soul weep. She hastily withdrew most of her consciousness, leaving only a wisp of her spirit within the massive firefox. The firefox could no longer withstand the pressure. Letting out a howl as he subdued it with one hand, lying listlessly on the ground, its head firmly pressed into the earth, struggling with nothing but a feral tenacity. I too had just intended to approach when he was swept away by a fluffy, fiery tail, feeling a sharp pain in his chest, rolling on the ground until the fox fire extinguished. Young master, this creature is ferocious. I nearly split apart. Step back a bit, scatter rice in a circle around us, and encircle the fox. Ling Taina produced a pouch filled with rice. In the specialized vernacular of FGO, this is akin to his bond craft essence. The inexhaustible rice bag capable of filling any rice container, no matter its size. The pristine white grains cascaded down, forming a large circle. For reasons unknown, the fire fox ceased its struggles, its bushy tail no longer thrashing about. Instead, it uttered a few gentle sounds. Rice container, rice container. Onboabaya, still shaken, inquired curiously, "What does that mean?" Chao Qingyeni, with an inscrutable expression, replied, "Foxes, you see, have a profound fondness for rice. This is also knowledge of the Onmyodo." Ting Yuanxian curled her lip in skepticism. "Oh, please. From the moment I witnessed you roll up your sleeves and knock out the demon with a single punch, I ceased to believe in any Onmyodo. Those elegant practitioners from the stories who effortlessly subdue demons with their charm. It's all a fabrication. The true Onmyoji is one who can physically suppress a demon with sheer strength." Unbeknownst to Onboabaya, this fox was the embodiment of Yu Zhaoqian. Nervously observing, she remarked, "It seems to have calmed down. What shall we do now?" "Well," Onboabaya rubbed her hands together, "should we divide it into portions to take home? By the way, I've never tasted fox meat." The fox shot her an indignant glare, baring its teeth. Look, it can understand me." Suzuka Guzan knew it was time for her to make an entrance. Perched on the back of the rear Lu, she feigned calculation. After all, it is a spirited creature. I sense a connection between it and Chao Qinggongzi. Why not take it as a familiar? She pointed toward the star chart. "This treasure was an unexpected acquisition for me, but alas, it holds no affinity for me, so I shall bestow it upon you." In this era, divine gifts were plentiful, and Yeni thought little of it, manipulating the star chart to bind the fire fox's fleeting soul, that soul dove, into the chart, instantly illuminating one of the dim circles with a soft white glow. According to the chart's configuration, that illuminated position was called the Tai-in. Yanni was thrilled to discover he could determine the fate of this fox with a mere thought, pondering if this was the origin of Shikigami. However, he soon found himself troubled, as the fox was quite large. Approaching it, he felt its fluffy, substantial form, but it stood 3 zhang tall. He struggled to wrap his arms around one of its legs, exclaiming, "It's far too thick and tall. It should be smaller and slimmer to be manageable." Upon uttering this, the fox shrank several feet and slimmed down considerably. Yenny was astonished and patted its fur again, saying, "Even smaller would be ideal." The fox indeed became even more diminutive, now resembling the size of a small dog. Overjoyed, Yenny cradled her gently, stroking her fluffy and smooth tail, his face displaying the expression of someone who had just petted a cat in winter. "You are so adorable. Shouldn't you have a name?" He initially thought to call her Giolama, but upon realizing she was a female fox, he reconsidered. The fox chirped happily, eager for a feminine name. "Given your beautiful red fur, how about we call you Fei Yuan?" The fox tilted her head in discontent at this name. "Of course you cannot speak, nor would you address someone as sister with a name like you. How about we name you Xiao Yu instead?" The fox appeared delighted with this name, affectionately nudging his chest. Xiao Yu, Ting Yuanxian, and Suzuka Guzan exchanged curious glances. Yin Yi, cradling Xiaoyu, prepared to descend the mountain, considering his journey worthwhile for acquiring such an adorable little fox. Suddenly recalling an important matter, he turned to Suzuka Guzan, mountain deity. May I have the deer under your command? The ritual must not be compromised. Otherwise, the wrath of Suwa Myojin would not be a trivial matter. With a bright smile, Suzuka Guzan replied, certainly, you may take it. How accommodating. But why are you still seated upon it? He added, on top of that, please take me with you. Suzuka Guzan chuckled, employing her enchanting gaze. Chapter 18. Even if I were to leap from here, I would not be tempted. In a lavish chamber, a corpulent noble reclined upon a couch, writhing in agony, gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain that he could no longer endure. The flickering light beside him illuminated his contorted visage, his features grotesque, veins bulging, presenting a truly horrifying sight, further exacerbated by the grotesquely distended belly. This was no mere ailment, nor was it a consequence of having consumed the waters from the mother river of the western Liang female kingdom. Something within his protruding abdomen appeared to be stirring, suggesting the insidious interference of a malevolent entity. Fortunately, I am here. Otherwise, an ordinary onmyoji would struggle to extract this entity, requiring a bowl of cow's blood and a length of rope. Yes, yes, Daomon Fashi. The attendants fled in a panic. Sitting upon the couch was a smiling young man, his countenance somewhat sharp and sullen, wielding a folding fan. This was the itinerant onmyoji, Leah Daomon. This onmyoji, historically recognized as Shiming's adversary, had sensed the threads of fate intertwining. He was aware of a young man known as Chaoqing Gongzi in Heian-kyo, reputed to be the foremost of his generation, and he recognized the exceptional skill the latter possessed in onmyodo. Hence he chose to retreat, leaving Heian-kyo to evade confrontation. He would not engage directly, but rather sought to emulate the strategies of historical figures like Zhang Liang and Zhuge Kongming, aspiring to find a wise ruler to serve. Before that, he needed to build a reputation, much like Kongming during his time in Longzhong. In this era, no quicker route to fame existed for an onmyoji than to heal the nobility. The noble he was currently treating was a city lord, who, for reasons unknown, had recently suffered some calamity, leaving his belly swollen as if he were with child. The attendants presented a bowl of cow's blood, and Daomon produced a leather pouch, tying it to the ceiling beam, the opening facing downwards, directly over the noble's bulging abdomen. Please endure the pain. With that, he smeared the cow's blood over the distended belly. The creature within seemed to react, writhing more vigorously. Daomon smiled and remarked, "Ah, I see it's merely a rat." Having spoken, he retrieved 5 needles, each about 6 inches long. Once the cow's blood had soaked into the abdomen, he swiftly pierced a spot 2 inches below the navel. Waving his hand to drive the other 4 needles into the surrounding area, Daomon closed his eyes and began to chant incantations to dispel the demon. Reaching out, he pulled out the central needle, producing a sound akin to a punctured balloon, as if he had opened a hole in the noble's belly. Instantly, a beam of golden light surged forth, attempting to escape, only to be captured by the leather pouch suspended from a beam. A look of astonishment crossed Liu Daomon's face. A sign of auspiciousness? I had anticipated a ghostly fetus born from the vengeful spirits of those women you abandoned. It turns out to be a harbinger of good fortune. As he attempted to grasp the squirming rat, he suddenly recoiled, his expression shifting from astonishment to fury, his dark eyes narrowing. Who dares to harm here? Show yourself. A long spear emerged from the void, crashing down upon the noble's head. Bang! The fine skull burst open like a watermelon. The room filled with talismans, and Daomon furrowed his brow. I see you are a protector of the Buddhist order? Why do you conspire with demons to harm others? A vague voice echoed from the void. This lord has committed too many misdeeds and is in dire need of the Buddha's guidance. Today, under the mandate of Bishamonten, I come to enlighten him, and I kindly ask the onmyoji not to misconstrue my intentions. Leah Daomon roared back. I shall strike you down with this so-called Buddhist law. This truly was the essence of Buddhist law. Onmyodo was merely the art of dispatching demons with a single, whether with blade or spear. Why can it not be the Dharma that a mouse burrows into the ground? The voice carried a hint of mockery. Or do you imply, Master, that you wish to engage in religious discrimination? Liu Daoman snorted coldly and departed from the scene. The young master of Chaocheng returned to Pinganjing, proclaiming that the young lady of the Fujiwara family was the reincarnation of a deity, possessing unmatched valor despite her feminine form. She had subdued fox demons and mountain spirits at Suzuka Mountain, earning great merit. Upon entering the city during the Odo festival, The deity's oracle instructed the chief priest to invite Fujiwara Genshin to perform a dance at the ceremony. The young master of Chaocheng suggested that since it was a dance offered to the gods, why not present a rendition of Jing Haixing Bo? This dance was a duet, and the young master volunteered to dance alongside Genshin. Both were in their prime, exuding elegance and grace, incomparable to ordinary mortals. When standing side by side, they embodied an indescribable harmony, resembling a perfect pair. Heian Chuko and the great minister whispered to each other, expressing their optimism regarding the union of the two youths, a sentiment shared not only by their elders, but even by the puppet-like Seko Emperor, who welcomed the prospect. As the crimson sun dipped below the horizon, casting a fiery glow, the music swelled, and the dance reached its zenith. Fujiwara Genshin, who had never experienced love in her previous life, had little interest in romantic affairs. However, when she adorned Zenitsu with a sprig of red leaves, her heart inexplicably raced. Not long ago, she had looked down upon Tamamonome and Kyogai. Now, she found herself in a position unworthy of derision. She had arrived at the age of yearning. At this moment, both were deeply engrossed in their dance, their movements and expressions exquisite. Particularly when the young master of Chaocheng sang. His voice was enchanting, infused with an essence that could articulate myriad truths, truly a marvel that even moved the emperor to tears. You have stepped on my foot for the 4th time. Miss Fujiwara. Ah, my apologies, I am not particularly adept at dancing. Fujiwara Genshin occasionally stepped on Zenitsu's foot or tripped over the long tassels trailing behind her, presenting a somewhat awkward demeanor. Yet her expression remained unflustered. Huqian acted with bravado. Her demeanor was calm and composed, with an air of dignity that made her seem unapproachable. As the song ceased, Chaocheng Zenitsu suddenly looked down at her and smiled, saying, "You smell delightful." Genshin's countenance did not change. "I cannot detect it myself. Perhaps it is the scent of cosmetics. You also have a hint of perfume, young Master Chaocheng. Do you enjoy applying it?" "Occasionally, but it pales in comparison to a woman's natural fragrance." In truth, a woman's scent was not as exaggerated as one might think. She recalled the books she had seen at Princess Kogai's, where men were depicted in romantic relationships, and suddenly posed a question. "By the way, have you ever smelled another man's scent and found it pleasant?" "Absolutely not. I have only experienced the fragrance of girls. While you have aided me significantly, I do not intend to invite you to smell my scent." Chaocheng Zenitsu chuckled. "For instance, your aura of menace?" Fujiwara Genshin fell silent. Zenitsu continued. "When I first saw you today, I noticed a fullness of killing intent in your brows and eyes. It seems you had quite the night of slaughter. How many did you slay last night? Or perhaps I should ask, how many did you kill?" She glanced up at him and then lowered her head in silence. Zenitsu guided their dance steps amidst the rising crescendo of the sacred music, whispering in a tone only they could hear. "I rather enjoy helping others, especially considering the nobles you have slain, whom I transformed into demons using on my Odo. You ought to be grateful to me." Genshin scoffed. "Indeed, worthy of thanks. But I do not prefer to raise my head to express gratitude to others. You may rise on your toes. Why not bend your knees instead? What a proud girl." Zenitsu slightly bent his knees, but suddenly embraced her soft waist, lifting her slightly. "Now you may express your thanks." Their faces drew exceedingly close, their gazes entwined. Moments latte. Their lips met in a tender union. The onlookers fell into stunned silence, astonished by the scene before them. After a few breaths, Chaocheng Zenitsu clarified, Please do not misunderstand. We are merely drawn to each other, unable to resist." Chapter 19. A warning. Even dreams are not beyond the law. I was kissed. I was kissed. Fujiwara Genshin felt dizzy, as if caught in a whirlwind. Nagao Kagetora and Yusuji Kenshin have been referred to by later generations as lifetime celibates. The original meaning of this term is to refrain from engaging with anyone outside of one's lawful partner. However, Yusuji Kenshin had no lawful partner, having never approached any woman throughout his life, nor married or taken a concubine. This was an exceptionally rare phenomenon among the warlords of the Warring States period. Later historians in Karurudo have studied this aspect. The first and most common explanation is that Yusuji Kenshin, being a devout follower of the Shingon sect of Buddhism, abstained from women. Upon his first visit to the capital, he received a religious name from Master Chokisokyu, henceforth considering himself a monk, and no longer wishing to approach women. However, this explanation is rather mundane and fails to satisfy the curiosity of historians, leading to the emergence of 3 alternative theories. The second theory posits that Yusuji Kenshin was a man who favored the path of the Nanshoku, akin to Tao Yuanming's fondness for the chrysanthemum, implying he was a homosexual. The third theory is more poetic, suggesting that his first love had perished before she could marry him. Thus his own love also died. The fourth theory, known as Kenshin's woman, posits that he was originally female, presenting herself as a male general for the stability of the Nagao clan. As a woman, naturally, she would not marry or bear children, hence had no spouse or offspring. Historical accounts describe Nagao Kagetora as appreciating beautiful garments, skilled in music, and fond of waka, with a peculiar incident during the Battle of Kawanakajima when she mysteriously vanished for a period, attributed to menstrual discomfort. Moreover, the Chronicle of the Contemporary Era records that Kenshin died of bigworm disease, where bigworm is a euphemism for menstruation, implying that during the second siege against Oda Nobunaga, Kenshin succumbed to overexertion and died from a gynecological ailment. In life, she was revered by her retainers, and due to her identity, had never experienced love, rendering her unfamiliar with kissing. Her mind spun until the surrounding onlookers erupted in cheers, bringing her back to reality. Chaochung Zenitsu, with an expression of calm, remarked, "I did not extend my tongue." "Ah, neither did I." Gunshin forced her face to assume an air of dignity, unwilling to convey any sense of bashfulness. Yet, unbeknownst to her, the more dignified her demeanor, the more it ignited the flames of desire within Zenitsu. I cannot abide by a serious saber. He yearned to see her cry, to make her laugh, to elicit her shyness, to witness her unravel. He held a twisted view of saber artoria during his otaku days. Indeed, there are only two types of people in this world, the king's chef and the twisted king's chef. What do you think? I do not wish for you to be subservient to me. I merely want you to be my lawful wife. Once you marry me, you may do as you please. I shall not interfere. Genshin's expression grew complex as she inquired, "Why me?" How should he respond? Should he say it was because of her beauty? He softly remarked that marrying her would allow him to touch his sister-in-law's derriere. This is fate, he mused. Fujihara Genki calmed down, pondering for a moment. The things I wish to do may lead to grave consequences. Perhaps you lack the capacity to bear such outcomes. Be specific, he replied. For instance, making an enemy of the world. Shanin smiled and said, "How fortuitous, for the very thing I desire is to oppose the world, even to stand against both heaven and earth." Yes, I have already conceived of that notion. Could it be that he was preparing to tread the path of celestial demons? Wouldn't my presence beside you be perilous? If I cannot withstand it, you may flee. Would it not be too cowardly? Can you truly risk your life for me? I do not require you to do so. A peculiar expression graced Shanin's face. If I were to truly perish, perhaps at some point you could summon me as a holy widow. What I mean is, I will endeavor to be a sturdy pillar for you. Before you are besieged by heaven and earth, I should be the strongest pillar, should I not? Genki smiled in understanding. She did not place much value on her own life. If she could harness his strength to shatter this rotten and grotesque world, if she could rely on his power to shape her ideal realm, then her death would matter little. After all, she was meant to perish. Well then, I shall marry you. I shall rely on you henceforth, my fiancé. Shanin was in high spirits. Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Abe Shanin of Asijun, with the Chinese literary name Qingming, clear sky and bright tomorrow. I am Fujihara, with the surname Nagao and the name Genki. She added, "You may also call me by my Dharma name, Kenshin." What is the matter? Why are your hands and feet trembling all of a sudden? I am merely overjoyed. His expression remained composed, but internally he was tumultuous. Yusuji Kenshin, Nagao Kagetora, the dragon of Ekigo. Goodness, I had surmised that this face, with its resemblance to a certain Terra figure or perhaps a saber face, belonged to someone extraordinary. He had speculated about her true identity, perhaps a character from some manga, but never imagined she would be Yusuji Kenshin. You are not a mere character. You are a tangible being. After all, she was a figure from the Warring States period, while now was the era of peace. It was not unusual for a character to traverse time. In that era, the development of technology and magic was peculiar, and the omnipresent supervision of Shinbo Akira indicated an oddity in style. In a world governed by strange settings and aesthetics, anything could transpire. But why would Yusuji Kenshin be transported here? No one from the Warring States could achieve such a feat, unless it involved some suppression of power. Are you attempting to use a renowned general from a later dynasty to usurp the current one? He had begun to realize the gravity of the situation. Yet, gazing at her face, at her stern and serious demeanor, and her elegant yet firm physique, he found it impossible to refuse. As the song concluded, Minamoto no Yoshiaki led the musicians in playing the flute. The bright notes intertwined with the roaring wind and the dance on stage, creating a perfect harmony. The Suzaku Emperor was moved, tears streaming down his face. He beheld the Asachung youth illuminated by the setting sun, finding him exceptionally handsome, and emotion surged within him, leading him to summon Shanin to the imperial palace after the festival, to alleviate the magical barriers for all within the court. They conversed deeply throughout the night, yet no one knew the content of their discussion. Upon reflection, the emperor was merely a child of around 10 years. He was likely eager to hear amusing tales from the Asachung youth, and nothing more substantial. The next day, the emperor decreed that Fujihara Genki should visit the Amaterasu shrine, a ceremony acknowledging her reincarnation as a divine being and, of course, a means of garnering public support for her. This was a result of Shanin's influence. He admired her spirit of reform, thus attributing the credit to her. In turn, he gained a fiancée, a delightful spirit companion, and the charming Suzuka Guzan, who disguised herself as an ordinary shrine maiden residing in the Asachung household. She was vastly different from the Suzuka he remembered. Her grace and poise were complemented by a childlike innocence, and she was very affectionate towards him, as if she were a delicate lady raised in seclusion. The young master visited her daily and instructed all who served her to be exceptionally attentive and thorough in their care. Within the Asachung estate, everyone was puzzled. Who exactly was this girl? Kyoheim also inquired. Who is that girl, really? Her identity was a closely guarded secret. Kyoheim pouted, frowning in silence, her expression undeniably adorable. Typically, it was he who reclined on Kyoheim's lap, but today he allowed her to rest comfortably on his legs, gently tucking away the strands of her cool hair. Let me share something with you. Please do not be upset. I have decided to become engaged to the Dainagon family. She was understandably distressed, tears cascading down her cheeks. Yet, he embraced her, whispering tender words of comfort, causing a blush to rise on her pale face as she buried her head in his chest, remaining silent. Before long, she fell asleep. Shanin, feeling a pang of sympathy for her, allowed her to remain in his arms and called out to the fiery little fox, "Xiaoyu, come here." The little fox, confused, scampered over, nudging his palm with its small head. How adorable! Alas, this era lacked a forum for discussions on the second dimension. He wished to inquire how long one must care for a cat before it transformed into a beautiful maiden. Shanin mused. He recalled an unconventional tale of a scholar and a fox spirit. He chuckled mischievously, no worries. Even without transformation, we can still engage in intimate encounters. The consciousness of Tamamonome had just descended upon this incarnation. She was taken aback by his words. Good grief, Qingming's preferences are rather terrifying. Goodness, how did your embodiment become his shikigami? The consciousness of Kyogai curiously asked. Upon hearing that your plan at Suzuka Mountain failed, I hurried to mock you, saying that Suzuka Guzan is his daughter? Yes. Strange, the records do not indicate he had any offspring, merely 2 adopted sons who inherited the yin-yang path. Tamamonome expressed similar confusion. I too find it odd that he has a daughter from before his time. I requested Master to investigate all data on Suzuka Guzan and found it almost entirely blank. So you mean he has an ally, one who, like us, hails from the future and is a peculiar celestial demoness? We must devise a strategy. Master has already summoned Chaldea for reinforcements. That is good. I will then seek out Qingming's rival, Ashia Duman, and provide him with a copy of Jean Shirluju. Kyogai sighed. I am convinced that Tsuchimikado Natsum is utterly useless. Oh, Yusuji Kenshin stands by his side as well. Tamamonome's eyes widened. I knew there was no woman in this world who could resist temptation. That vile creature. Do not be agitated. She likely only seeks to borrow his strength. Kyogai offered a rationale, even she found hard to believe. As they strategized, they cast glances at Shanin. When he fell asleep, holding Kyoheim, they shared a knowing look and then hurriedly entered his dream. 2 partners, once united in sincere cooperation, found themselves on the brink of conflict over the possession of a man's fleeting dream. Ah, women. Yale Yale, what brings you here? In the realm of dreams. Murasaki's Shikibu had been playfully tugged at by Zenitsu, left clad only in a sheer veil and a strapless top, and was taken aback upon seeing Tamamonome and Kyogai. One was a divine being, the other a yukai, while Murasaki Shikibu served as a chronicler of the library. The 3 exchanged a blank stare, the atmosphere palpably awkward. Tamamonome shattered the silence, her voice laced with fury. Get out. I must protect my pen pal's pure and pristine dream. I shall safeguard his virginity within this dream. Kyogai Haim scoffed coldly. Isn't it more delightful for him to toy with your beastly form in reality? You would surely be overwhelmed with pleasure. Murasaki Shikibu, visibly perturbed, retorted, Hey, I was here first. Kyogai Haim pointed her finger, adopting a fierce expression. Eliminate her. The husband can be forsaken, but the scholar must perish. Tamamonome began to bare her sharp fox fangs. Murasaki Shikibu panicked. No, there's no need to rush. The passage of time in dreams differs from that of reality. We still have ample time. Suddenly, a red glow flickered from the tome titled Shan Shuryu, prompting Murasaki Shikibu to hurriedly open it. Laughing with glee, another aide of the celestial demon Saimai has arrived. You're doomed. Who is that aide? This is bad. He has realized this is a dream. We must flee. Despite the urgency in her voice, none of the three made an attempt to escape. Instead, they fidgeted, displaying an expression of unfulfilled desire. Yearning to be wantonly toyed with by Zenitsu. Recognizing it was merely a dream, they felt little need for restraint. Zenitsu reveled in the dream, enjoying the delightful company of the charming ladies. One was elegant and graceful with a fine figure, another donned cosplay, and the last was a beauty that could topple kingdoms, all possessing remarkable physiques. Their voices were melodious, and their soft giggles enchanted him. Zenitsu found himself utterly enamored with dreaming. Upon awakening, he felt a cool breeze below. With a frustrated sigh, he commanded his servants to prepare warm water and clothing. Xiaoyu, come wash with me. The little fox controlled by Tamamonome trembled slightly, feigning death as it lay still, terrified of being used by that pervert. After all, she was in her yukai form. There must be limits to perversion. Dear brother. The year was 937, during the peaceful 7th year, when a couple residing near Heian-kyo prayed to the 6th demon king and welcomed a lovely daughter named Wu Yi. According to historical accounts, Wu Yi, upon reaching adulthood, possessed both beauty and talent, and when pressured into marriage by a local noble's son, she fled her homeland using secret arts and arrived in Kyoto, adopting the name Koyo. In Kyoto, she became a concubine of Minamoto no Yorinobu. A certain uploader's research claims she was the grandmother of Minamoto no Yorimitsu, but in reality, this familial connection is nonsensical since she was merely 10 years old at his birth. A 10-year-old as a grandmother? How utterly deranged. This girl named Wu Yi was rather extraordinary, capable of speech just 1 week after birth, and within a month, she resembled a 5-year-old child, adorably crafted like a delicate flower. Dressed in a red dress, the little girl placed her hands on her hips. Change my name. I am no longer Wu Yi. I'm Nabinaga. Objection. Nabinaga. You are clearly the big fool of Owari. Chapter 20. Out comes a big fool from the examination hall. Recently, strange occurrences have transpired within and beyond the capital. What did Boya mention regarding these matters? The other day, a noble was harmed by a yukai within his residence. It is said that he was cursed by the grievances of the commoners he had wronged. Yet there are also rumors of a certain sage punishing the wicked and promoting the good. Punishing the wicked and promoting the good? And another noble's household was robbed. Although nothing was stolen, the noble's health has deteriorated day by day. It seems he has lost his vitality. Zenitsu broke into a smile. Apologies, but this gesture is genuine. Although Wang Laoju believes it's scientifically improbable for humans to exhibit such expressions, and despite his own demonstration of a true smile in the world of Tsukihime, this expression poses no challenge for Zenitsu. Additionally, there are whispers of a Yuko infiltrating the capital, one that does not harm others, but rather enjoys darting through the market to steal fried tofu from vendors. Isn't that peculiar? Nearly 200 years ago, during the Tang dynasty, the monk Jinjin introduced tofu-making techniques to Japan, and thanks to this delicacy, Zenitsu did not suffer from anorexia in his early years. He chuckled, choosing to remain silent, his fingers gently stroking the fiery red fox in his arms. That tofu-thieving little one is my Xiaoyu. I sent Tishi adorable. He caressed her smooth fur, reveling in the delightful texture. Minamoto no boja expressed envy. For someone of his stature, outwardly appearing prosperous and with a bright future, returning home to find himself without even a fox companion was disheartening. There is no need for envy, regardless of how much you covet. I shall not part with Xiaoyu, Boya. You mentioned matters within Heian-kyo. What of events beyond? Moreover, there is a child who is the reincarnation of a celestial deity. Which deity? In this era, divine occurrences are quite common, and the reincarnation of gods and Buddhas is not unusual. Zenitsu accepted the tea poured by Inari no Gami with a smile. nodding at her. He mused that the reincarnation of deities was nothing extraordinary. After all, he had a genuine mountain god in his household training to be a maid. That said, in the mythology of Yamato, there are many deities, yet only a few are genuinely powerful. As the age of gods gradually faded, those truly formidable deities seldom descended from Takamagara. Once the heavenly grandson descended, humanity lost all information regarding Takamagara. In this era, does Takamagara still exist? He mused for a moment, only to notice Inari no Gami, dressed as a maid, winking at him, which made him smile. Could it be that you two have heard this rumor? Or do you know which deity has descended? Minamoto noboyate no utistinari nogami. At first glance, he was captivated by her serene elegance, reminiscent of a quiet white flower. However, upon closer inspection, he was astonished to find her features perfectly enchanting, her every smile and frown exuding boundless charm, causing his heart to race. This was the allure inherent to the daughter of the Demon King. Had she not concealed it with magic, it would have undoubtedly caused a great stir. Minamoto no Bo shook his head in admiration for a long while before inquiring, "What is the age of this young lady?" Zenitsu, with a sly smile, replied, "Why does it concern you? She is a distinguished guest in my residence, so Boya, you should not entertain such thoughts." Minamoto no Boya, feeling awkward, said, "Since she is a distinguished guest, it is improper for her to serve us tea." Inari no Gami slightly lowered her head. "I am deeply grateful for your kindness. My lord, I could never repay such a debt, so I shall linger by your side, attending to menial tasks as your maid. Please do not think poorly of me." In truth, she had repeated this sentiment several times. However, Zenitsu had always given vague refusals. Minamoto no Bo whispered to him, "Having just become engaged to Miss Jen Shin, now another of your esteemed lady, you are courting danger." Boya looked up, worry etched on his face, tears brimming in his eyes. "Originally, there were rumors in the capital that you and I had an inappropriate relationship. I was pursued by her throughout half of Heian-kyo. At that time, she truly wished to eliminate me. I felt wronged, yet I shed no tears. What? I was unaware of this. Even a foreigner like Yuan Boya is aware that Qing-ji conceals a fragile and twisted nature beneath her gentle exterior. How could Chao Changshan remain oblivious to this? His concern lies in this very fact. Firstly, Qing-ji has a propensity for anger. Secondly, he harbors a slight fear of her temperament. Nevertheless, today he has resolved to act. After all, the young lady has made her intentions abundantly clear in front of others. How can he possibly decline? As for compensating Qing-ji, he shall devise a means to do so. Perhaps he shall compensate her physically. Shani nodded at Ling Zhuguo. "We shall discuss this matter shortly. Are you aware of what we spoke of earlier? Do you know what people are saying outside? They claim that the prodigy is the reincarnation of the auspicious celestial maiden, or perhaps the divine maiden from the Moon Palace, akin to the legendary Kyogai, who could speak from a tender age and matured into a young lady within mere months. The Takatori Monogatari records that Kyogai-Heim's growth was akin to bamboo shoots, transforming into bamboo. Within 3 months, she had already blossomed into a maiden. Could it be that the celestial princess has descended once more for amusement? However, it is not that princess. For someone has witnessed her visage, and though her beauty is enchanting, her demeanor is far from dignified. Rather, it is unruly and violent, suggesting she might not be a true deity. Ling Zhuguo continued, "That girl exhibits a rebellious spirit and has declared her intention to participate in next month's imperial examination, aiming for the top honor. She might be the first divine being to achieve such a feat." Shan E and Yuan Bo exchanged sighs, lamenting the so-called imperial examination. In Japan, this examination is akin to the ancient imperial examinations of China. Established post-Tang dynasty, it comprised 4 categories: Shukai, Mingjing, Jinshi, and Mingfa, alongside 2 medical categories, Yao and Zhun. The Shukai examination, in particular, garnered significant attention. The subjects were largely similar to those of the Tang dynasty, encompassing works such as Zhuan, Li Jing, and Mao Shi. However, not everyone is eligible to participate in the imperial examination. Students are categorized as Gongrun or Jiren, with Gongrun being those sent by local domains and Jiren being those who pass the examination at the university level. During this era, China was witnessing the decline of aristocratic families and the rise of the gentry class. Ironically, Japan, at this time, was experiencing an elevation of noble power. The imperial examination system clashed significantly with aristocratic traditions, rendering it nearly impossible to take root in Japan. The nobility dominated the political landscape. and the pathways to official positions were tightly controlled by them, rendering the examination system virtually obsolete. In less than 2 centuries, the Jinshi category would face complete abolition. In other words, the so-called examination is not based on talent or knowledge, but rather on lineage, reputation, and family background. What are her lineage? She hails from an ordinary family. Setting aside gender issues, her family background alone disqualifies her from the Jinshi category, let alone aspiring for the top honor. Boya, contemplativelli. Recalled, 5 years ago, you seem to have aspired to that top honor, even achieving success at the Siridan, laughing as you donned your crown before all the court officials. I envied you greatly back then. Ling Zhu Guo mused. Did he truly engage in such reckless behavior? A wave of fondness and admiration surged within her. Chao Changshan, chuckled coldly. It was then that I discerned the true nature of these examinations. The so-called literary prowess revered in the capital is utter nonsense. It would be insufficient to express the frustration I felt at the time. Hey, I heard that the Minister of State has appointed you to preside over this autumn's examination as the chief examiner. That is precisely why I am troubled. Just wait and see. Soon there will be gifts delivered to my home. I wish I could tell them to simply send the gifts and skip the pleasantries. What a bunch of insufferable fools. Ling Zhu Guo gazed at him in astonishment. It was her first time witnessing him express such ire. Seeing her surprised expression, Shan Yi smiled apologetically. Forgive me. I momentarily lost my composure. What is that child's name? If I encounter her, I may need to pay her some heed. If she truly possesses genuine talent, I might even let her pass the examination, making her the first female top scholar in Japan, just to see those noble families eat their words. Ling Zhu Guo thoughtfully revealed a name. That child dislikes the name her parents bestowed upon her, and has chosen to call herself Nabinaga. Nabinaga? Indeed, it seems to refer to Oda Nabinaga, as in the region of Owari. Owari is a geographical area, while Nabinaga is a personal name. Only one individual combines these elements. Shan Yi closed his eyes. His first reaction was an exclamation of disbelief. The great fool from Owari, what business do you have attempting to take an examination? His second reaction was the realization that, following Yusuji Kenshin, another famed warlord had traversed into this era. Could it be that a grand game was afoot? One that he could not comprehend? Should he prepare himself in advance? His third reaction was a light-hearted, the diminutive figure of Ding Gong Yin. I am on my way. Chapter 21. The Ding Gong illness has reached an advanced stage. The imperial examination takes place in the autumn. As previously mentioned, this examination, akin to the imperial examinations, is exclusively open to Gongsheng and Juran, both of whom are subject to strict identity restrictions. Only the descendants of 5 or more generations from the university and those from a national student body may participate. Children from commoner families are entirely barred from even attending school, let alone participating in the examinations for official positions. This fundamentally obstructs the pathway for commoners to enter the bureaucratic sphere. Ultimately, the Heian period is an era dictated by familial background. Even if one achieves success in the imperial examination, what does it matter? The highest-ranking Shukai would only attain the 8th rank, while the lowest rank among the nobility begins at the 5th rank. A commoner would have to toil for 30 to 50 years to attain such a position. The nobility monopolizes the pathway to officialdom. Such is the harsh reality. Thus, after Shan Yi aspired to greatness 5 years ago, he recognized these truths, prompting his audacious act of leaving the Siridan. While others praised him for his charm and elegance, only close friends like Yuan Boya understood the turmoil within his heart. Now, 5 years later, Shan Yi returns to the examination venue, but this time not as a candidate, but as the chief examiner. Autumn is in full bloom. The sky is high and the clouds are sparse. Shan Yi rose early today and chose not to engage in the usual playful banter with Qing Ji. In recent days, her jealousy had boiled over, and her mood was exceedingly poor. He dared not provoke her. Under the attentive care of 2 maidservants, he prepared himself for the day. Have I angered Sister Qing Ji? Ling Zhu Guo timidly inquired. Every time we meet, she glares at me. Her gaze is quite terrifying. It's nothing. She's simply a bit unaccustomed. He gazed at Ling Zhu Guo's timid countenance and felt compelled to reach out and pat her head, thinking to himself that this mountain goddess, though possessing an elegant demeanor, harbored a truly innocent and childlike spirit. In that moment, he suddenly produced a charming sailor suit, designed by Miss Zabi Zifu Lan Shi, which was said to be quite popular among noble maidens in Heian Kyo. When I return, you must try this on for me, he urged. Ling Zhuguo accepted it with a nuanced expression. As a celestial maiden from the future, She was well aware of such attire, and was also cognizant of the situation regarding Akinami Shiro, the master from Chaldea. So, Okinami Shiro, are you perhaps emulating the heroines from those female-centric narratives? Returning to ancient times to sell modern clothing seems rather cliched. When will there be a chain store for intimate apparel in Pingying? Lost in her thoughts, her expression inevitably fluctuated, leading Chao Chengshan to assume she could not accept such attire. He gently reassured her, do not perceive this clothing as vulgar. In truth, it is quite adorable. I have several pairs of silk stockings in my room that complement this outfit and the short skirt beautifully. She timidly lowered her head, her cheeks tinged with crimson. I cannot. It seems rather complex. Sir, perhaps you could help me dress once you return? If he were a typical man, he would understand the implication behind her request. However, Shawnee was clearly no ordinary man. He offered an encouraging smile and raised his thumb, saying, believe in yourself. It is actually quite simple. Do not worry. I was clumsy at first, taking a quarter of an hour to manage it. But with a few attempts, one becomes adept. Suzuka Guzin stared at him in astonishment. What is happening? Is this truly her father? How utterly flamboyant. Shawnee smiled proudly. I possess no special talent, merely practice. After breakfast, the students gathered at the Gongshu courtyard. The sounding of the bell 7 times signified the imminent start of examinations, spanning 3 days, during which candidates would reside within the courtyard. Following the bell, officials from the Ministry of Rites guided the candidates inside to the stone platform, where, after a stick of incense had burned, the solemn sounds of court music filled the air. The main entrance of the Gongshu courtyard swung open, and the chief examiner, Chao Chung Gongzi, led the procession of officials, all elegantly dressed, into the hall. Today, Chao Chengshan was impeccably attired, all meticulously arranged by Qing Ji, and his outstanding demeanor and appearance cast a striking impression, leaving the other candidates feeling inadequate. The examiners, upon surveying the candidates, expressed their admiration for the flourishing literary talent. Shawnee observed many students who had been confidently debating moments ago now appeared anxious and fidgety. In contrast, a few seasoned scholars, despite their humble attire, remained composed, owing to their extensive experience. Suddenly, Shan Yi's gaze fell upon a candidate standing quietly in the corner, their expression peculiar. The individual had concealed their presence and appearance through an illusion, causing others to instinctively overlook them. However, Shawnee recognized them as a familiar face. Someone he would soon marry, the eldest daughter of the Fujiwara clan. How had she managed to infiltrate the examination hall? Today, she donned male clothing, appearing different from usual. Her tall silver-haired beauty clad in hunting attire, exuding a more heroic and striking aura compared to her usual makeup. The contrast between her dark robe and fair skin was striking. Fujiwara Genki shook her head at him, imploring him not to expose her. Shanyi chuckled silently, delivering grandiloquent speeches while his gaze frequently wandered to Genki, his affection for her growing more intense, leaving Fujiwara Genki blushing and unable to react. He felt as though he were admiring a beautiful landscape, unaware that he too was a captivating sight in someone else's eyes. In another corner, a diminutive figure was intently observing Chao Chengshan, their gaze unwavering and audacious. Shawnee sensed this scrutiny, lowering his head slightly to meet a pair of lava-like scarlet eyes. He squinted, feigning ignorance. What is the matter? Why is there such a young candidate this year? Or has some child strayed into the examination? Oda Nobunaga widened her eyes, grinding her teeth, and retaliated with a sharp tone. You are the child. Your whole family is made up of children. Fool! My goodness! That voice! Shan relished the interaction, deliberately provoking her for this very reaction. An official nearby whispered, Chao Chung, she is the reincarnation of the deity Oda Nobunaga. Is that so? If she is a prodigy, let her achieve the highest honors with grace. Shan Yi approached, warmly shaking hands with the candidates, offering words of encouragement. And when he reached Oda Nobunaga, he wore a bright smile and a gentle demeanor. You are exceptionally gifted. Do not bring shame to the gods, Miss Nobunaga. She placed her hands on her hips, emanating an air of arrogance. Who do you think I am? I hope you can at least manage to become a scholar. His patronizing tone reminded Nobunaga of her previous life as teacher, Hirate Masahide, who had been driven to despair by her insolence. Yet, that was not a favorable attitude, for Nobunaga could sense the disdain in his eyes, as if he believed she would surely fail. Did he mock her height, or was it her figure? Shawnee reached out to ruffle her hair, encouraging her. Do your best. Certainly, He was mocking her height. The little one suppressed her irritation, vowing to make him pay. As the examination commenced, nearly 100 desks were meticulously arranged within the hall, directing everyone to their designated seats. The chief and assistant examiners sat at the front, their expressions stern, while the proctors patrolled the aisles to ensure no cheating occurred. In such an examination, copying or bringing notes held no value. Candidates could only produce original articles based on their knowledge. Cunning Nobunaga felt a twinge of anxiety. Just as Sean doubted her potential for success, she too questioned her own abilities. In her previous life, she had indeed been a renowned general of the Sengoku period, standing at the pinnacle of that era. Yet this did not imply she possessed significant cultural prowess. Oda Nobunaga had never adhered to conventions, disregarding etiquette and dismissing academic pursuits, often engaging in mischief and brawling. The fool from Owari. Her motivation for participating in this examination was merely to catch a glimpse of Chao Chengshan, to see the past incarnation of the celestial demon Saimai. Initially, she intended to take action afterward, as the examination itself meant little to her. However, his taunt ignited her spirit. While she could not compete against his future self, why should his past self bully her? The Owari fool rested her chin on her hand, her eyes blinking with mischief, her scarlet gaze glimmering with cunning, leaving one to wonder what prank she was concocting. It was undoubtedly a prank. The Oda Nobunaga-san he knew was a cheerful and striking girl, who claimed to be the sixth heavenly demon lord, a troublemaker through and through. Surely, she was not plotting something? Anxious for her antics in the examination hall, Shan-e discreetly descended from the platform, wandering about until he arrived behind Oda Nobunaga. Upon glimpsing her test paper, he gasped, the temperature around them rising a few degrees. What on earth was she doing? She had not answered the questions. Instead, she was drawing. True to her heritage as a general of the Sengoku, her illustrations were war-themed, filled with flintlock guns, swords, spears, armor, and predominantly depicting horses. Horses. If her artistic skill was exceptional, one might describe her portrayal of horses with a single term. Subeon. Were her horses? The scene is reminiscent of a child's doodle, one thing connected to another, lacking in depth and distinction. Thus, it would be wise for you to adopt a different name. Perhaps Maichun or Mawaiti. Is my title as a horse hunter merely a facade? With an expressionless demeanor, Shan-e passed by her. In Chapter 22, Oda Nobunaga joins the hunt tonight. The deep autumn dusk descends early. After dinner, the night envelopes the surroundings. The bustling atmosphere of the examination hall has now quieted. Numerous scholars rest peacefully in the accommodations arranged for them. Although Heian-kyo is not as vast as it would become in later eras, the population is still modest, allowing ample space within the examination hall and comfortable temporary quarters. The candidates have retreated for the night, refraining from conversation and socializing, as they must conserve their energy in preparation for the examination to come. The chief examiner need not remain here, yet Shan-e quietly approached the candidates' quarters, sensing a faint presence, leading him to Fujiwara Genshin-'s room. The young lady stood by the window, gazing into the profound night, pondering her future and the imminent marriage. Her emotions inevitably complex. The dragon of Ekigo, Nagao Kagetora, the god of war of the warring states, Bishamonten. Ultimately, she is still a girl. A soft sigh escaped her lips. Her golden eyes, piercing through the darkness, caught sight of distant flickering lights, and a thread of loneliness unfurled within her unwavering heart. To her surprise, even in this second life, such feelings continued to linger. She could not fathom the suffering of others, just as others could not comprehend her solitude. At that moment, arms encircled her from behind. Don't move, it's me." Genshin felt a twinge of nervousness but did not resist his embrace. "What brings you here? I heard from your cousin that you've been feeling quite down these past few days. Akiya Shirano is a good person. Regardless of the era, it is not uncommon for sisters to turn against each other over a worthy man, and cousins are often merely superficial sisters. Moreover, Akiha Shirano isn't even your true cousin. Zabiko is kind-hearted and gentle. Why are you feeling low? Does it have anything to do with me? Not at all. I merely wish to forge connections with talented individuals during this examination. Yet it seems that most are either noble scions or local tyrants. The so-called meritocratic system is simply a facade to grant these aristocrats a respectable identity." She sighed for a moment before hesitantly inquiring, "What did my cousin say?" "Oh, your cousin mentioned something about premarital anxiety syndrome." Genshin smiled. "Don't listen to her nonsense. I'm not like those ordinary women who fret over trivial matters like marriage. I simply feel a bit lonely." "Is it merely loneliness?" "Yes." Shawnee could not claim to harbor deep affections for her. Rather, he appreciated her. A woman with aspirations for the world, possessing a charisma that transcends gender. Yet, beneath that exterior, her heart must still be soft and sensitive. Especially when it pertains to marriage. I understand my fiancée is astute and composed, masking her emotions well, yet I wish to hear your true thoughts, including any grievances. She indeed had grievances. With the back of her head resting against Shan Yi's chin, her voice softened, tinged with a hint of grievance and melancholy. I do have grievances. I am indeed quite unhappy. If you do not comfort me, I shall grow increasingly discontent. She struggled to articulate the playful words of a girl, yet her eyes spoke volumes. Those golden orbs illuminated by the night and the light were captivating. Shawnee found himself entranced by her gaze, licking his lips. I was thinking of that. What? An uncontrollable feeling. The term uncontrollable feeling instantly reminded her of that day at the Matama festival when he had forcefully kissed her, and her cheeks flushed pink. What uncontrollable feeling? I can't comprehend. Just open your mouth, and I will whisper it to you. The young couple reveled in their sweet embrace and kiss. What does this mean? In the solemn examination hall, a candidate has dared to bribe the chief examiner with their body. Heaven above, where's the moral order? Shan Yi did not linger there. In truth, he yearned for tenderness with her, but he was shyly ushered away by Miss Fujiwara. After being expelled, Genshin transformed into a golden light and arrived outside her residence in the left city. A golden glimmering white rat leaped onto her palm. Squeak! Genshin's expression darkened with anger. Although I have encountered many nobles who regard others as lesser beings, this is the first time I have witnessed such a repugnant act. It is truly despicable. While Yusuji Kenshin revered Buddhism, she had not learned the compassion of the Buddha. Instead, she had fully embraced the wrath of the guardian king and the physical retribution. She had stealthily infiltrated, dispatching her rat familiars to gather intelligence over these past few days. And that evening, she personally took action, delivering those who deserved 1,000 deaths to the underworld. Not for personal gain, nor for desire, but solely to extend a hand based on reason. Without sentiment, only rationality. Thus, her actions appeared utterly unreasonable in the eyes of the nobles of this era. That night, she was set to take a life, disregarding the edicts of gods and Buddhas, adhering only to her own principles. The background music began. It must be fiery music. Ideally, it should ignite readers to the point of bursting their roommates' bubbles. As Fujiwara Genshin infiltrated, her gaze swept across the courtyard illuminated by rows of lanterns. The residence was not only opulently adorned but also guarded by patrolling soldiers, exuding an imposing aura, indeed surpassing the common households. As Genshin stepped inside, she suddenly halted. Beneath her feet lay a talisman. An onmyoji was stationed here. The talisman erupted into a pillar of fire, soaring skyward. Who goes there? A troop of guards rushed toward her. Genshin swung her spear, unleashing an invisible wave of force that sent them flying, crashing through the doors and windows surrounding the courtyard. The paper doors at the back were shattered by her strike. With a thunderous crash, half of the artificial mountain in the courtyard collapsed. Immediately following, the force swept through, causing the fallen stones to shatter and scatter, resulting in anguished cries as dust rose, wood and bricks flying chaotically. Genshin emerged from the haze, but suddenly sensed an invisible spell sealing the world around her. As an elderly voice resonated, "Is it for this moment that the left minister invited this old man as a guest?" Indeed, not an ordinary yukai. This voice, Fujiwara Genshin, was taken aback. It belonged to Shan Yi's mentor, Heian Tadaki. She let out a muffled grunt, retracting her Buddhist radiance. Gallop forth, release the moon. She silently recited another phrase. May Bishamontan's protection be upon us. A white celestial steed lifted her into the sky. The moon mane unleashed beneath the name of Bishamontan, displaying an unruly demeanor, executing a graceful drift before crashing against the barrier set by the onmyoji. The resounding explosion echoed throughout half of the capital. Genshin rode the white horse, pursued relentlessly by the onmyoji. Upon reaching Shizuku South Street, she was confronted by a somewhat familiar figure, a frail young noble. Without hesitation, Genshin brought her spear down with tremendous force, striking the ground beneath him. A long pit ensnared Yuan Boya, plunging him into a state of panic. He cried out as he fell, buried in the earth, completely at a loss. Fortunately, Hiemo Zhongxing paused to lend him a hand. Otherwise, this frail individual might have met an untimely end. This brief delay allowed Fujiwara Genshin to finally shake off her pursuers. She pondered that her luck had soured today, and she should have returned to the examination hall earlier. Indeed, her misfortune became apparent when she encountered a little dwarf at the street corner. Jinghu. Fujiwara Gunshin turned away, covering her face. Young one, you must be mistaken. Halt. I know it's you. Oda Nobunaga obstructed her path. It truly is you. I recognized you by intuition. The diminutive Nobunaga wore a look of delight, as if meeting an old friend in a foreign land. Genshin felt somewhat helpless. Even if it is me, what of it? Though we belong to the same era, we have no real connection. You big fool from Owari. Nobunaga and Yusuji Kenshin indeed had little in common. Their only point of intersection was perhaps the Battle of Handegawa, which was merely a minor skirmish. And neither had paid it much heed. Nobunaga shouted, I told you not to call me a big fool. I am the demon king of the 6th day, Oda Nobunaga. Look at my demonic gaze. Is it not terrifying? You big idiot? Genshin mused. Why is Oda Nobunaga such a childish fellow? I shall call you Kenshin-chan instead. Yes. Yes, that title feels splendid, akin to encountering a friend in this era. Delightful, truly delightful. Nobunaga appeared genuinely pleased. She spun in her petite form. It seems quite noisy over there. Have you done something noteworthy? Fujiwara Genshin replied nonchalantly, not much. Merely attempted to assassinate the left minister I found displeasing, but unfortunately, I failed. Ha ha ha. Well done. Truly well done. Just as expected of Jinghu. If only we could celebrate this with a feast. Excitement sparkled in Nobunaga's eyes. In her past life, she had never crossed swords with Nagao Kagetora. A regret she had carried. Who would have thought she would encounter him in this life? A smile graced Nobunaga's face, her tone shifting from fervent to slow and alluring. I never imagined you would engage in such endeavors. It seems I underestimated you. How about we find a place to converse leisurely? What? The long night stretches ahead. Let us discuss the grand plans for the world. What world? Genshin's expression turned peculiar as she waved her hand in refusal. I cannot acquiesce, for I am already betrothed. I know. It is that Asahiro Harumi. I could tell by your exchanged glances today that your relationship with him is rather unusual. After all, you spent your previous life alone. Are you preparing to marry in this life? Indeed. However, he promised me that after marriage, I could pursue my desires, whatever they may be. Nobunaga was taken aback, astonished by Harumi's open-mindedness. In this land, a woman who marries is often viewed as a possession with a defined role. The notion of pursuing one's dreams is a luxury. To promise a wife the freedom to do as she pleases post-marriage is indeed remarkable. He is truly exceptional. I find myself somewhat envious. You must share a little of that with me. Fujiwara Genshin was momentarily stunned, rarely losing her composure as she exclaimed, Share a little with you? What do you think we are discussing? This is not something to be shared. Oda Nobunaga scratched her head in frustration. But we are we not, classmates? We are merely contemporaries who participated in the same examination. That hardly qualifies as being classmates. Then, fellow candidates? Chapter 23. The mischievous child Fujiwara Genshin declined Oda Nobunaga's invitation for an evening discussion. She sensed a sinister glimmer in the little dwarf's eyes, a chill creeping up her spine as if her virtue were under grave threat. You truly will not go? Of course not. How dull. Nobunaga's eyes twinkled with mischief. Then let me pose you a question. Do you truly like him, or is it merely a political alliance? This question was indeed difficult to answer. Miss Fujiwara had never experienced romance and could not ascertain her feelings, only vaguely responding, I suppose so, but Nobunaga, unable to tolerate her hesitance, interjected, But what? But I find him physically appealing. Nonsense. Is that what you call being physically attracted? You truly like him. True love. Genshin's face flushed. After a moment's contemplation, she shook her head. I am uncertain. I shall inform you once I have clarity. I must return home. My chicken soup is simmering. Wait. Nobunaga clung to her trousers. Kenshin-chan, please do me a favor for tomorrow's examination. That is out of the question. I am a good child and do not cheat. If I were to become the top scorer, would that not be helping you? Fujiwara Genshin pondered. A woman achieving the highest score could indeed challenge the entrenched societal norms of their time. Moreover, having observed the other candidates, they were all inept second-generation heirs. Assisting Nobunaga in attaining the top score seemed rather amusing. Besides, sharing the same era naturally fostered a sense of kinship. I shall consider it, she said. I will discuss it with him first. After all, he is our examiner. Excellent. I await your good news. Watching Nobunaga skip away, Genshin's eyes gleamed with a determination akin to cold stars. Oda Nobunaga walked with the exuberance of a child. Without high-heeled boots or a military cap, she appeared diminutive, her buoyant gait rendering her even more charming and mischievous, a renowned figure of the Warring States period wandering through Heian-kyo. Though the streets were nearly deserted at this hour, she strolled with great enjoyment, now adorned with a blood-red cloak that fluttered in the autumn breeze. Ah, how pleasant, she sighed, feeling the refreshing wind. If only I could be without clothing, it would be even more comfortable. That big fool from Owari loves to run around without clothes. Nobunaga lamented as she glided through the autumn night, her long black hair dancing in the wind until she inadvertently collided with the carriage. The petite girl emerged unscathed, while the towering coachman was sent sprawling. Enraged, the coachman rose. "You little brat, watch where you're going." Nobunaga narrowed her eyes. Try uttering another word. The coachman seethed with anger. However, upon catching a glimpse of the girl, as crimson eyes, those cold, fierce orbs that would not regret slaying thousands, he recalled the strange occurrences in and around Heian-kyo and dared not retort. What kind of child would walk so carefreely in the streets at this hour? With hair like shadows and a cloak like blood, this girl was no ordinary child. He sensed the gravity of the situation. Meanwhile, the nobleman inside the carriage remained oblivious, lazily inquiring, "Did we hit someone? Which careless fool is to blame this time?" The coachman shivered and whispered, "My lord, this girl seems rather unusual. It would be wise not to provoke her." Huh. The carriage curtain was lifted, and a nobleman of imposing demeanor descended, a square-faced gentleman with a thick mustache, a prominent brow, and sharp eyes. Upon casting a glance at Oda Nobunaga, he instinctively felt displeased. "Whose child are you? How dare you obstruct my path?" Nobunaga's eyes glimmered red momentarily as he innocently stroked the white horse harness to the carriage, smiling sweetly. "What a beautiful horse you have. Why not give it to me?" This magnificent steed was no ordinary breed. It was a descendant of horses imported from the Tang dynasty, a breed reserved for the imperial family and rarely bestowed, not even to noble science. The horse, having been raised with an air of pride, was known to react fiercely to strangers. Yet in the presence of this small figure, it remained still, as if carved from stone, overwhelmed by an unexplainable fear. Upon seeing the blood-red cloak, it felt itself transported to a realm of corpses and blood. When Nobunaga smiled, the horse understood that this individual was not to be trifled with. Animals possess a certain intelligence, especially those of divine lineage. Unlike most humans who have lost their instinct for danger, the nobleman, oblivious to the peril, felt only anger and seized the whip from the coachman's hands, poised to lash out at Nobunaga. However, the smile on Nobunaga's face turned icy in an instant, and she took a peculiar step back, suppressing her grin. "Ah, I have searched for you for quite some time. What brings you here?" Asahina Zenitsu looked down at her, his expression warm and gentle, reminiscent of an elder observing a mischievous child. He placed his hand atop Nobunaga's head, lightly tapping it. "I truly have no way to deal with you." Having said that, Zenitsu turned his attention to the people in the carriage. So, it is young Master Asahina. It's a pleasure. I apologize for the trouble my student has caused. By the way, may I ask your name?" Fujiwara no Murasuke's square face darkened. He recognized Asahina Zenitsu, though the latter did not return the familiarity. Or perhaps had forgotten their past acquaintance. Fujiwara no Murasuke waved his sleeve dismissively, saying coolly, "I am from the Fujiwara no Kita family, a lineage of the regent Fujiwara no Tadahira." The Fujiwara no Kita family refers to the lineage of the powerful regent Fujiwara no Tadahira. Although not the sole power in the court, remains a figure of considerable influence. Fujiwara no Murasuke, the fourth son of Fujiwara no Mototsun, carries the weight of his mother's lineage, the daughter of the empress and the regent of Empresses with two distinguished sons, one being Fujiwara no Murasuke, who has honed his skills over the years. He is sure to rise to the position of minister within a decade. His lineage indeed commands respect, and many are wary of his status. Time and again, he has witnessed others' expressions change from indifference to fear and flattery upon revealing his identity. This has become second nature to him. He assumed that the renowned Onmyoji would seek to ally with him, but he was mistaken. Hamo no Tadaharu and Asahina Zenitsu were not inclined to his company, favoring the second son of Fujiwara no Tadahira, Fujiwara no Shisuke instead. Hence, Zenitsu's response was perfunctory. So it is young Master New. A pleasure to finally meet you." This dismissive attitude was infuriating, especially given that Fujiwara no Murasuke's childhood nickname was New. Now in his 30s, being addressed by such a name ignited his fury. How dare a mere onmyoji treat me with such disdain? He rolled up his sleeves, his hair bristling with indignation. Huh, it has been years, and young Master Asahina's charm remains intact. Murasuk admired him in silence. Yet, why is he not furious now? There was no room for anger in an age where the divine and the monstrous roamed the earth. An exceptional onmyoji is a safeguard of human sovereignty. The art of sorcery is unpredictable, and many have found protection useless. Offending one means preparing for the possibility of being cursed at any moment. Fujiwara no Murasuk was no fool. He understood that one must endure minor grievances for the sake of greater schemes. Nobunaga, infuriated, attempted to free herself from the hand Asahina Zenitsu had placed on her head, yet her struggles were futile. Upon hearing Fujiwara and no Murasuk declare his lineage, Nobunaga fell silent. She was Oda Nobunaga of Owari, and while she may have been unfamiliar with many matters, she was well versed in the history of Owari. The name Fujiwara no Murasuk was not foreign to her. It echoed through the annals of history. With a hint of mischief, she smiled. Ah, so it is young Master New. Splendid, splendid. Just as I am quite hungry, let us dine on some beef. After all, one should consume what they wish to embody. Young Master New, indeed, you ought to indulge in some milk as well, being raised by cattle. An unexpected silence enveloped the air. Fujiwara no Murasuk pulled up his sleeves once more. I can no longer endure this. Chapter 24. The intriguing nature of the fox. This troublesome child. Characters voiced by Kogami Eri are never genteel or accommodating. Asahina Zenitsu twitched the corner of his mouth, wanting to respond with a comical expression to mock the situation, but ultimately restrained himself, delivering a light punch to Nobunaga's head. What nonsense are you spouting? Ow, ow, ow. Nobunaga crouched, clutching her head, embodying the innocence of a child. Even though Fujiwara no Murasuk's face displayed fury, he could not act against the little girl. To argue with her would only lead to rumors of the eldest son of the Kita family being petty. Hence, despite his anger, he suppressed it, exchanged a few pleasantries with Zenitsu, and instructed the coachman to depart. With her arms crossed, Nobunaga was taken aback. You can endure this? She had anticipated a grand spectacle, but found her adversary had not provided her with the opportunity to create one. The nobility of the Heian period seemed to possess a greater magnanimity than she had imagined. Differing from the tumultuous Sengoku period, it felt as though people were more genuine. Perhaps it was more accurate to say they were straightforward, lacking the myriad of plots and schemes characteristic of the Sengoku era. Nobunaga suddenly felt as though a tiger had entered a flock of sheep, and this instinctive sensation ignited within her a desire to draw her sword and gaze upon the world with disdain. The next moment, her head was struck once more. She leapt up, flailing her arms. What are you doing? I have tolerated you for long enough. Knock it off. If you strike me again, I shall turn against you. Asahina chuckled coldly, pinching her puffed cheeks. Aren't you a student? Why not rest properly in the examination hall? Now, tell me, how did you manage to sneak out? Mind your own business. Nobunaga was dragged by her ear toward the examination hall. Throughout the journey, she remained silent, secretly observing Asahina Zenitsu. The future Tengu Saimai left her no room for resistance. But what arcane abilities did this Saimai of the past possess? She had not been without resistance. However, whenever she was near him, a sense of suppression surged from the depths of her soul, rendering her unable to unleash even a fraction of her power. Why did this occur? Nobunaga was not entirely certain. She found herself in contemplation, appearing somewhat pensive. Zenitsu released her small ear and playfully touched her earlobe. The 6th-day Meng Wang still hasn't reacted? What is going on? Has she realized her error? That seems unlikely. He cleared his throat. Tomorrow is the Jingluan examination. Have you prepared well? Ah, yes. I've studied very diligently. Diligent, my foot. You probably haven't even looked at a book. Zenitsu chuckled inwardly, choosing not to press the matter further. After escorting her back to the Gonyuan quarters, he made sure to check on Fujiwara Shin before drifting away into the night. Nobunaga leaned against the window, watching his figure fade into the darkness, lost in thought. Her promise to Tenma Saimai to come to this era did not imply that she must assist him in any particular manner. She understood her role, akin to a catfish disturbing a stagnant pond. Simply put, she was merely a variable that enlivened the atmosphere. Upon returning to this era, she felt as though she could do anything. What can I truly accomplish? It seemed she could do anything, yet nothing appeared meaningful. Miss Nobunaga found herself ensnared in confusion. Back at home, Zenitsu embraced Kyoheim and closed his eyes. He felt restless and rather fatigued today. Thus, The aphrodisiac Kyoheim prepared for the midnight snack had no effect. Although it did not manifest physically, it proved useful in his dreams, which once again turned to delightful fantasies. This time, however, the dream did not feature the elegant and demure Daibuko, nor the enchanting princess. Instead, it was somewhat impoverished. Amidst the chaotic colors, there was only a young lady adorned with fox ears and a tail, dressed in a remarkably scant outfit. Surely a swimsuit? Indeed, I must be dreaming. Where in this era would one find a swimsuit? Moreover, the girl with pink hair in a blue swimsuit appeared oddly familiar. Where had he seen her before? The fox-eared girl brushed her hair from her forehead, her eyes sparkling. Young master, do I look beautiful today? This outfit was supposedly invented for swimming. Her delicate form leaned closer. Would you like to know what I am wearing beneath my swimsuit? That rising intonation and feigned coyness. Is this Tamamo no Mei in a swimsuit? This Tamamo no Mei seems rather unorthodox. The way she spoke made him involuntarily wonder what lay beneath her swimsuit. Once that thought emerged, it became uncontrollable. Zenitsu's gaze fell upon Tamamo no Mei's bosom. Everyone knew his peculiar preferences. Lolas, petite chests, and white stockings. Characters like Tamamo no Mei were not his ideal waifu. He initially intended to reject her, but alas, she was simply too captivating. He sighed softly, gazing at Tamamo no Mei's charming face, recalling how, in his subconscious, she was the enchanting femme fatale who had bewitched 5 dynasties. Her beauty was beyond question. It appeared she also embodied the archetype of a virtuous wife and loving mother. Instantly, countless pink scenarios flooded his mind. A pink app materialized in his thoughts. Just how many doujinshi featuring her had he read? Suddenly, he was overcome with melancholy. The male protagonists in those stories were never him. The warm, delicate body nestled into his embrace. The utterly beautiful and alluring fox girl sighed. Young master, why do you not dote on me? He could easily pull her into his arms and indulge in her whims, just as he had in his dreams a few days prior. However, today, he felt a tinge of hesitation. Tamamo no Mei sensed something amiss. Are you troubled, young master? Zenitsu nodded. As the saying goes, what one thinks about during the day, one dreams about at night. The reason I keep dreaming of you might be related to that little fox I brought home. Tamamo no Mei was taken aback. I often entertain the thought that the little cat I keep at home could one day transform into a charming young lady. After bringing little Tamamo back, this thought has only intensified. He caressed her cheek tenderly. If little Tamamo could truly become like you, that would be wonderful. Tamamo no Mei felt inexplicably touched. Despite any grievances she held against Tenma Saimai, her heart was now filled with affection. She smiled and asked, if I truly were your little fox transformed, what would you do? Then I would emulate the tale of the scholar and the fox spirit. Zenitsu grasped her neck. Tamamo no Mei was stunned. What's happening? Don't transform like this. Change back. Become a fox. I want to indulge in a fox. Chapter 25. Once again, the world shall be unified. The warm body. The smooth fur. The fluffy texture felt incredibly comforting. Kyoheim stroked the little fox, her expression tinged with concern. Zenitsu, do you say your nightmares are related to little Tamamo? Isn't this the beast you have subdued? That cannot be considered a nightmare. In the dream, the flag-bearing beast path felt very real. The expression on Chao Cheng's face was utterly bizarre. He remained silent for a moment. I can hardly believe I had such a dream. Was I not a bit too perverse in that dream? He recounted the dream's events to Kyoheim. She was greatly astonished, her expression shifting numerous times. Finally, she nodded, confirming one fact. What a disgusting dream. How perverse, Zenitsu. She felt a twinge of jealousy directed toward a small creature. Her fingers, instinctively tightening as they stroked the fox's fur, inadvertently plucked a tuft of fur. Apologetically, she set down the grinning little Tamamo, looking up in admiration, as expected of Zenitsu. You can even go so far as to indulge in small creatures. Truly remarkable. Kyoheim smiled in admiration. That was just her nature. She loved someone wholeheartedly, amplifying their virtues while viewing their flaws and peculiarities as endearing. He was at a loss for words in response to such praise. Was being perverse, in fact, a compliment? It was still some time before dawn. Kyoheim nestled in his embrace, fervently requesting that he recount the events of his dream, eager to learn of his nightly escapades. Zenitsu, did you dream of me? Well, there might have been something. Embarrassed, he admitted, actually, I haven't dreamed of you. However, it was of no concern. He could simply take those romantic tales he had heard before, alter the setting, and switch the protagonists, transforming them into dreamlike narratives. I dreamt of our past lives. Really? Yes, in our past lives, your name was Maigahara Keru, and mine was Arima Kusii. We met through music, grew to know each other, fell in love, and ultimately. Kyoheim's cheeks flushed as she leaned against his chest, whispering. And then, what happened? Zenitsu stroked her cool hair, slowly sighing. In the end, you died. He quickly reassured her. But do not worry, although you passed away, I did not. Moreover, I became quite composed with a girl named Kawaimi. Kyoheim wished she could strangle this rascal. Upon listening to the complete tale, she was so moved that tears streamed down her face. And she fervently wiped her tears and snot on his nightgown. Eventually, she noticed his affectionate gaze upon her, and an overwhelming sense of happiness enveloped her. Being looked at in such a manner made her feel a bit bashful. What do you think of this story? Their hands, entwined like lovers, seemed to symbolize a bond akin to that of a married couple. She bit her luscious lips, exclaiming, I am so delighted. When she felt joyful, she became quite proactive. Before dawn, the room remained shrouded in dim light. However, at that moment, Jean-E felt as though his eyes had been illuminated by a faint glow, reflecting from her figure, with her silky hair cascading down her smooth back in a gentle curve. He held the young girl's ankle in his hands, feeling as though he had grasped happiness itself. Happiness gradually split into two. Yet, on that day, the chief examiner did not arrive. It was said that the young lord of Chaochang had consulted an oracle at home, foreseeing that it was an inauspicious day for travel. Hence he remained behind closed doors. This fortunate turn of events allowed Oda Nobunaga to indulge in reckless cheating, aided by Fujiwara no Genshin. After the examination concluded, he eagerly rushed out of the examination hall, intent on procuring some funds to prepare for a celebratory feast. To her, the imperial examination resembled a battlefield. Fujiwara no Genshin brought this troublemaking fellow to her home, maintaining a composed demeanor. Owari's great fool. Apart from feasting, what else do you desire? Stop calling me a great fool, Kajikatsu. You should refrain from addressing me as such as well. Nobunaga glanced around Genshin's garden and stretched. She tore off her blood-red cloak, preparing to disrobe. Hey, I've longed to say this. I want a bath. A bath. Nobunaga complained loudly. What's going on in this era? Why is there not a single bathhouse on the streets? Is this the disparity of the ages? Are bathhouses still reserved for the nobility? Well, that's not entirely inaccurate. The main issue seems to be that people in this era do not particularly enjoy bathing. Why is that so? It pertains to the customs of divination determining auspicious signs. Bathing on inauspicious days, while cleansing impurities, also carries the malevolent side effect of disturbing the pores. Even the nobility primarily bathe in purification rituals. Is adhering to outdated customs a sign of foolishness? Do you wish to perish? Nobunaga leaped into the bath, startled to find numerous deities and Buddhist statues nearby. Kajikatsu, how could you do this? You invite so many bothersome figures to witness your bathing. One must admit, this approach is rather exhilarating. The two other individuals soaking in the hot water sighed in unison. Truly, as one who claims to be a demon king, Nobunaga's delusions and exhibitionism are remarkable. The assistance summoned by Taimakusei is indeed formidable, but thankfully, the master of Chaldea can match her in terms of eccentricity. Akinawa Shirano sighed contentedly. Oh, she is no longer Akinawa Shirano. She is the Roman tyrant Nero. Nero, too, possessed a penchant for exhibitionism. The moonlit Kyogai, capable of displaying her flawless form to the commoners, inciting their envy. What could be more regal than that? Is this what the royal path entails? So, did the Roman ruler often showcase his perfect physique in bustling markets during his lifetime? Well, not exactly. I frequently visited the women's bath. Kyogai expressed her admiration. She then pointed at Oda Nobunaga. After our bath, let us eliminate this demon's assistant. Look at her wicked gaze, her diminutive stature, and her stunted development. She will surely become a menace to the populace. There are many short and underdeveloped women. I have not seen many who truly endanger the populace. Nobunaga maintained a stoic expression. To accuse without grounds is to be at a loss for words. The petite sixth demon king shrugged helplessly. This is simply unavoidable. I lost to her future self. I'm not one to play tricks, so I must agree to assist. She suddenly caught sight of Nero clad in a thin, sheer garment. Her curiosity piqued. What is this? Such a style is rather indecent. I can hardly refuse. Nero, however, was unbothered, for she had an inherent love for beauty. Oda Nobunaga's soul differed from that of ordinary individuals. It exuded an indescribable allure and exuberance, which Nero found appealing. Yet the predicament lay in the fact that she was currently inhabiting the body of the master. Just as Nobunaga attempted to leap forward, she was lifted by Fujiwara no Genshin's hand. "What are you doing? Stay still and remain in the water." The four women relished the sensation of soaking in the bath. What was Kajikatsu planning in this era? To slay the wicked nobility and promote justice? Were you not intending to assist them in altering history? Fujiwara no Genshin remained silent for a lengthy moment. She shook her head. "I'm not aligned with them. I have my own ideas. I wish to see if I can change history with my own strength, but not by distorting one individual's history to alter the entirety of it. I believe that would be wrong." She spoke slowly, meeting the varied gazes of the other three. History is a tapestry woven by many. It is not the product of a single individual, and to claim otherwise is egotistical. Kyogai gazed at Fujiwara no Genshin in astonishment. This ideology certainly did not align with that of Bishamonten. In other words, Fujiwara no Genshin, who claims to be the reincarnation of Bishamonten, has established her own beliefs, not Buddhism, nor any other doctrine, but something entirely different. That something, in the calculations of restraint, is a variable. Tamakusei is a variable. The only force capable of countering a variable is another variable. Fujiwara no Genshin is the first variable. If one variable is insufficient, then several must be introduced. Indeed, in the next moment, Oda Nobunaga burst into hearty laughter. "Exactly. That is precisely the thought I cherish. I adore you. Life is but a fleeting dream within a span of 50 years. She puffed out her chest. "Then I shall be like you." Regardless, that scoundrel did not specify what I should do upon being sent to this era. So I may as well play once more at unifying the realm. My life is the most splendid, novel, intriguing, reckless, with a strong desire for self-expression. If she could leave an indelible mark in this new era, she would undoubtedly partake in such a grand celebration. This is the survival instinct of the sixth demon king, Oda Nobunaga. She pointed her finger at Genshin, at the Sengoku figure of Nagao Kagetora, and flashed an audaciously arrogant and domineering smile. "When the time comes, we shall meet on the battlefield. I shall shatter your righteousness with my firearm, Kagetora." She is the second variable. Nagao Kagetora smiled serenely. "Very well." Hiss. Nero inhaled sharply, then stood up from the water. With her hands on her hips, she revealed Akinawa Shirano's seemingly meager, yet surprisingly ample physique to the air, smiling with a playful grin. "I, too, am becoming excited. Although, due to this body being that of a performer, I cannot participate in your grand conquest. I still have my own ambitions." Kyogai rolled her eyes. "You should spare us." Nero shook her chest, raising her fist. "My heart is swelling with excitement. Let it be so. I shall bear witness to the clash of the two heroes of Heian with the most splendid and magnificent voice." Fujiwara no Genshin and Kyogai expressions drastically altered. They hurriedly rose, leaping out of the water without even donning their clothes, and swiftly dashed out of the bathhouse. Kiriya elegantly waved her hand, creating several layers of barriers. Oda Nobunaga was evidently oblivious to the gravity of the situation. She foolishly clapped her hands and cheerfully exclaimed, "Wonderful, wonderful. How can a banquet be without music and dance? What is wrong with them? Do not mind them. Those two lack any artistic sensibility." Nero cleared her throat. "The time for the performance has arrived." Chapter 26. There are always those who will lift their heads to gaze at the starry sky. During today, South Grand Court Assembly. The Denagon Fujiwara heritage accused the left minister of engaging in the sale of examination answers and corrupt practices during the recent imperial examinations. The evidence and witnesses were irrefutable. Yet the left minister refused to plead guilty. Emperor Suzaku remained expressionless. The regent Taisei Daijin Fujiwara Tadakura presided over the assembly. The seasoned old statesman spoke slowly. "The scholar is the pillar of the nation. We must not treat it lightly." He glanced at the emperor. "Why not invite the chief examiner to clarify the specifics for us?" Zenitsu respectfully bowed to the emperor and smiled faintly. "Your servant has noted the unfavorable celestial signs lately. Thus, apart from the first day, I have remained at home during the other examination days, without visiting the examination hall." Fujiwara Tadakura nodded. "Thank you for your diligence, Asahikyo." Zenitsu continued. "Since the reign of Emperor Monmu, the brilliant talents of the realm have had the opportunity to serve in the court. If we are to select the finest minds, we must not chill the hearts of the common people. The corrupt practices observed in this examination are intolerable." The emperor spoke. "What you propose? Perhaps I could take responsibility for this matter. The minister's expressions shifted, just as the emperor was about to speak further. He was interrupted by Fujiwara Tadakura. Your Majesty, I am more than willing to alleviate your burdens. Young Asahi Kyo likely does not have the time to investigate this matter thoroughly. The uprising led by Fujiwara Temitomo is escalating, and there are reports of malevolent beings on Nizam Island. We must ask Asahi Kyo to focus on that. 3 years ago, pirates had ravaged the Seto Inland Sea. Fujiwara Temitomo was tasked with suppressing the pirates in the southern regions, but unexpectedly colluded with them, becoming their leader. This cunning rogue used Nizam Island as a base for renewed activities, defying the court-s summons and allowing pirates to plunder state properties, attacking the governor, driving him away, and assaulting Awa, extending his influence to Kyushu. The court's efforts to quell the rebellion over 2 years yielded little progress, with rumors suggesting he had the aid of a sea demon. It was indeed the duty of the Onmyoji to eradicate such evil beings. However, Fujiwara Tadakura's timely mention clearly indicated his desire to prevent Zenitsu from meddling in the corruption case surrounding the examinations. For the so-called examination was merely a tool for the nobility to allocate positions among their offspring and retainers. The exposure of this scandal was simply a manifestation of unresolved conflicts among the aristocracy. Zenitsu had initially intended to seize this opportunity to intervene legitimately and amend certain regulations, making it easier for those of humble origins to rise. Yet, he did not foresee that the Taisei Daijin had already seen through his intentions. Thus, this matter was settled. Zenitsu sighed softly as the court assembly concluded. He left the imperial palace alone. The era of youthful exuberance had passed. The ruthlessness of the political arena had gradually hardened his heart. He yearned to steer the nation towards a different course. In his youth, he had scorned factionalism and detested petty scheming. If he were willing to lower himself to pick up those very things, if he were willing to wear a smile at all times, if he were willing to tie himself to those he despised, then he should be seeking power at this moment. Instead, he found himself at odds with the nobility over the trivial matter of examinations. The state and history are never propelled by the will of a single individual. He finally recognized the insignificance of an individual's strength, even if he possessed immense power. Could it change the hearts of men? Could it dismantle this entrenched hierarchy? Impossible. At that moment, he would not be a reformer, but rather a deity feared or revered by others. The results of the examinations were announced. The bustling capital of Heian-kyo once again became a cacophony. Within a secluded tavern amidst the clamor of the marketplace, Zenitsu had indulged a bit too much in drink, growing increasingly disenchanted with the taste of the era-his wine. Yet, to express some pent-up anger, drinking was indeed necessary. Boya, why have you stopped drinking? The physician remarked that if he continued, he would not live past 30. Minamoto no Boya recognized his friend's discontent, but could not find the words to console him. As lunch hours passed, Zenitsu rose, feeling somewhat dizzy. Barkeep, the bill, please. The barkeep hesitated, eyeing them. Are you the esteemed Boyakuin? Minamoto no Boya replied, indeed. The barkeep excitedly pointed at Zenitsu. Then he is the famed Onmyoji? Minamoto no Boya fell silent for a moment and coldly replied, he is not. He is merely a pathetic drunkard. I'm just as pathetic. Upon returning home, Zenitsu maintained a composed demeanor. He seldom brought the emotions of the outside world into his home, wishing to greet his beloved Shinji with a smile each time they met. Shinji was engrossed in playing with a small bow, focusing intently. This was a simple indoor game, shooting at fabric targets with a small bow, the kind children play with, primarily to strengthen her grip. Lately, my hands feel quite fatigued, she noted. As Asahi Zenitsu approached full maturity, he had become a seasoned man, unwilling to concede defeat easily. Thus, his rival Shinji had to exert herself. Not only did her back and legs ache, but her hand were also sore. Moreover, her lips were nearly chapped. Zenitsu joined her in play, recalling the morning's court assembly, feeling a wave of frustration. Why not simply savor such a life, free from the trivial worries? With a charming childhood friend in his arms, a lively Suzuka guzzling by his side, occasional visits to his fiancée, and checking in on Natsum to see if she had emerged from her seclusion, he could even indulge in dreams. In his dreams, the young ladies were so alluring and gentle. This life felt like a haven of tenderness. He reveled in this sanctuary, akin to a drunken man oscillating between lucidity and intoxication. What was wrong with that? Had the results of the examinations been released? A servant presented the joyous announcement. As the chief examiner, Asahi Kyo possessed the authority to inspect for cheating, yet ultimately, the final results required the emperor's decree. In other words, it remained a compromise among the upper echelons of nobility. The ranking of that short fellow was rather noteworthy. Passing 10 subjects was exceptional, while passing 6 was above average. She had passed 9 out of 10, categorizing her as above average. This was evidently a result of Nobunaga's deceit. Zenitsu was not surprised. What astonished him was Taisaku. Taisaku? She had not even attended the examination. Perhaps her divine reincarnation warranted her a barely passing mark. He sighed. I did not supervise. Could she not even manage to cheat? Shinji wiped the perspiration from her brow and chuckled softly. What is amusing? That child. I heard she had an episode on the 3rd day of the examination. Reportedly going mad and perching on the roof, covering her ears and shouting incessantly. What is she up to now? It seemed she was driven mad by the song of some demon. Zenitsu paused momentarily. Then his thoughts turned to the fellow, Akinobori Shirano. In half a year, he will wed with Tingyuan Genshin, and before that, he must unravel the mysteries surrounding Yamabe. What purpose do these two illustrious figures from the Warring States period, alongside the protagonists of the moonlit Holy Grail War, have in this era? There must be a profound significance behind it. The sound of delicate footsteps approached. Suzuka Guzan gracefully entered, cradling a cup of tea. Her movements were elegant, and her flowing gown trailed behind her, accentuating her slender form. She had already discerned that Chao-Ching Zhani was at a pivotal moment. From the distant end of time, the celestial being Saimai looked back with indifference, reflecting on his past. A flicker of surprise crossed his otherwise serene features, as if he had encountered something peculiar. In the 27th chapter, Suzuka Guzan softly whispered in his ear, "My lord, there are guests outside who invite you to a banquet, claiming it is a teacher's appreciation feast. Will you attend?" The sons of officials, having mingled with the elite, traditionally treat examiners and officials to a feast, and Zhani nodded in response. "Suzuka, please inform them that I shall join shortly." Suddenly, Seiki interjected, "My lord, it would be prudent to bring Suzuka along. Having someone to care for you would ease my mind." "Why would there be anything to worry about?" Zhani questioned. "What if I were to become intoxicated?" He waved his hand dismissively. "That would be acceptable." Suzuka Guzan's origins were shrouded in mystery, and she exhibited a certain lack of decorum, seemingly disregarding her role as the lady of the house. Seiki pondered for a moment. She exchanged glances with Suzuka, anticipating hostility, pride, or gratitude in the other's eyes, but found none. Suzuka's gaze was distant, as if lost in thought. The two exited and settled into a bullock cart. "I heard some odd rumors today," said Fujiwara Taichi, who was driving. "What sort of rumors?" Zhani inquired. "It seems that Fujiwara Naritaka, just returned from the southern lands, has been possessed. Although the Daijokin has suppressed the news, whispers have leaked out. Upon his return home, his behavior grew increasingly bizarre, as if haunted by a specter." Zhani shrugged nonchalantly. Perhaps he provoked a vengeful spirit. A Onmyoji could easily exorcise him. Fujiwara Taichi slapped his thigh. "It is indeed peculiar." Upon returning home, he stripped before his female relatives and ran about the courtyard laughing maniacally. Zhani stroked his chin. What a scandalous display. Might this be the doing of Oda Nobunaga? Such a petty individual. Arriving at the grandest tavern in the capital, Zhani heard a familiar voice before he stepped inside, distinct and commanding. What are those soft, ineffectual bureaucrats doing? I have no respect for them. I yearn for battle. Do you think the court would ever appoint me as a general? General? Such a title is not to be bandied about lightly. All eyes turned to Oda Nobunaga, speculating how this reincarnation of a deity would be suitably placed. Idleness was out of the question. Although divine rebirth was not uncommon in this era, such a being was akin to an envoy from the Celestial Empire. To treat her with any degree of neglect would surely astonish allied nations. Yet, securing a position of real power seemed improbable. After all, this divine reincarnation was a girl, lacking in notable talents. Zhani entered calmly, mingling with the revelers, and as the teacher's banquet unfolded, the officials from the Ministry of Rites conspicuously avoided discussing future arrangements. Likely overwhelmed with concern, many pretended to be intoxicated. One dramatically collapsed, exclaiming, "I am inebriated. Quick, bring me horse urine." Zhani felt a desire to find a horse that had just drunk. These ingrates wished to avoid trouble, passing the burden to him. In light of that, he resolved to take full advantage of the situation. Nobunaga was not someone to be squandered. If he must be utilized, it must be done thoroughly. He patted Nobunaga's frail shoulder and earnestly said, "Nobunaga, If you're not in a hurry, come to my residence for proper preparation. We can take the next examination together. Alternatively, I could arrange for you to serve in the military." Nobunaga looked up in astonishment, meeting Johnny's deep, chaotic gaze. Johnny contemplated the fiery depths of her crimson eyes, thinking that if she trusted him, he would ignite a conflagration across the heavens. What harm would it do to burn down Mount High? For years, he had been contemplating how to enact change, yet his identity as an onmyoji, while elevating his status, also imposed numerous constraints. Participation in governance was feasible, yet reform was unattainable. Overthrowing the aristocratic order was even more improbable. Such aspirations were often accompanied by decisive action. Those who succeeded were the exception rather than the rule. Many who bore such thoughts were hesitant to act, self-proclaiming their detachment and embracing a philosophy of seclusion in times of chaos and engagement in times of peace. The waters of the Zonglong are clear, they can cleanse my tassel. The waters of the Zonglong are murky, they can wash my feet. How did Chu Yuan articulate this? Who knows what he truly said? Now, he yearned to hear Nobunaga's thoughts. Do you dare to take action? Nobunaga shivered under Johnny's profound and intricate gaze, as if doused with cold water, and then widened her eyes in determination. You shall go. I refuse to languish here for a lifetime. Johnny smiled. Life, indeed, should not be lived in such a manner. One cannot remain perpetually lost in dreams. A profound sense of melancholy and relief, seemingly from the future, filled his heart. Fragments of memories, once dormant in his consciousness, now sparkled with life, rolling forth vivid recollections of a golden-haired youth named Wakijani, practicing swordsmanship and slaying demons. These fragmented memories were not foreign to him. He had absorbed a wealth of experience from them. However, in the past, viewing these moments felt akin to observing another's life. Devoid of genuine sensation, though he recognized it as his own, it evoked little emotion. Until today, those radiant fragments reassembled into a series of both strange and familiar scenes, portraying the brief yet extraordinary life of a youth, culminating in a magnificent strike. That strike embodied an immense will, indescribable in its essence, igniting his spirit and filling him with fervor, prompting him to unconsciously murmur a phrase. Concentrate. Concentrate on what? Johnny suddenly recalled the technique he had employed when departing from Amoyama, the thunder flash. It had been instinctive, yet utterly unreasonable. He had not considered stances, gestures, sword techniques, footwork, or mental discipline. It was undeniably the first strike he had comprehended. Why had he only remembered it now? A voice seemed to whisper a simple yet profound truth to him. In the face of adversity, the home is untroubled. When outside, one is invincible against foreign foes. A nation perishes, and only then do we understand that life springs from hardship and perishes in comfort. Was it implying that he had lived too comfortably in this life? Lacking external pressure, he was paralyzed even in the most basic choices. Is this the meaning? Shani cast aside his doubts and smiled at Oda Nobunaga. That smile was filled with gratitude towards the sixth heaven demon king. Without her, he knew not how long he would remain lost in slumber. Nobunaga blushed deeply at this smile, puffing up her cheeks, exclaiming, "Ugh, that smile is too disgusting." Suzu no Gongen, who stood beside them, lowered her head. She sensed an inexplicable change in Shan E at that moment. He too felt this transformation within himself, as a familiar yet strange sensation surfaced in his consciousness. Current world, Millennium Demon Capital, Type Moon, Soul Condition, Semi-Awake, Mysteries of the Womb, Physical Condition, Strong Power Assessment, Great on Myoji, Current World Standard Unit, Energy Supplement, 12 time until next possible time travel, 12 Shikigami Completion, Chapter 28. It seems you have changed a bit. After the banquet, Nobunaga skipped along behind him, her beautiful yet impudent eyes scrutinizing him as if trying to see through his very being. It's truly strange. You were not like this before. Why have you suddenly changed so much? How to explain? It was indescribable, but I rather like it. He. Oda Nobunaga chuckled foolishly. You still haven't told me what's wrong with you. It's odd. I used to think you were all right, but now? Quite splendid. Shani laughed. So, little shorty, what impression did I give you before? Don't call me little shorty. You're just a worthless onmyoji. Just an onmyoji, nothing special. Well, now I'm a great onmyoji. The term great onmyoji may seem merely an embellishment, but Nobunaga might not understand, while Suzu no Gongen comprehended well. She understood the significance of that great. It referred not to mere physical stature, but to an expansion of spirit and ambition. Throughout the long passage of time from the era of the Onmyodo founder, Yatagarasu, to the point where Onmyoto was submerged in the tides of history. How many could truly be called great Onmyoji? Most were merely Onmyoji. Suzu no Gongen contemplated her thoughts, sensing a deviation in history. Shan-i was embarking on a path that seemed both familiar and foreign. She cast a discreet glance at him, her lips curling into a smile. What kind of path will you tread in the future? I am curious. Shan-i felt Suzu no Gongen's gaze and suddenly reached out to take her hand. A casual flirtation he had not engaged in before. Upon reclaiming his true self, his personality subtly shifted, no longer bound by rigid propriety. He became as carefree and flamboyant as in his past life, even enjoying bestowing nicknames. Little Shorty is just Little Shorty. Nobunaga, Little Shorty. Will you respond if I call you? Oda Nobunaga's wild, cat-like roar echoed through the heavens. 3,000 worlds. How cute and adorable. I will kill you, you bastard. Nobunaga's face turned crimson with rage, wanting to unleash her noble phantasm. Yet she found a hand pressing down on her head, rendering her thoughts incoherent. However, she would not concede. She could not yield. The defiant demon, King Nobunaga, widened her eyes, revealing a shadowy figure behind her, a manifestation of her demonic essence. She was not the true Sixth Heaven Demon King, the Lord of the Six Heavens, but rather a grotesque portrayal crafted by monks, an elevation through legend. This was a noble phantasm born of the brutal deeds she committed in life, an embodiment of the fear and reverence the later generations held for her, a vast, scorching hell. This noble phantasm was akin to the divine treasures, like the shining locks of heaven. Suzu no Gongen's complexion shifted. She was a celestial demoness, yet possessed a fragment of the deity of Suzuka Mountain. Under the barely perceivable demonic aura, she felt ensnared in a sea of flames, suffering immensely. Her lips parched and her clothes soaked in sweat. However, for beings of weaker divinity, her noble phantasm bore little effect. Shan-i remarqued in surprise. It feels a bit hot. Just this extent. Do not get too pleased. I have not truly unleashed my fury yet. If I really do, you bastard. Where are you looking? Oda Nobunaga, in a fit of anger, followed his gaze and beheld Suzu no Gongen, seemingly pulled from the water. Her white gauze, dampened by sweat, became translucent, especially as she worried about being seen by passers-by, invoking a gust of wind to shield herself. She stood shoulder to shoulder with Oda Nobunaga, one ample, the other slender. Interestingly, the slender Nobunaga was pushed back a step by the wind, while the ample one remained unyielding, indicating that, from an aerodynamics perspective, a woman's larger bosom reduces wind resistance, unlike the flat-chested who lack such capability. As a proper gentleman, Shan-i fixed his gaze upon Suzu no Gongen's form, not only indulging himself, but also enjoying the spectacle with the lustful Oda Nobunaga, critiquing and admiring to the utmost. Since the moment he became aware of the fragmented memories of his past life, he had endured a tormenting emotion. Am I truly myself? No one could answer this philosophical question. He pondered countless times what would happen if his past self awakened. This was an inquiry about self-identity, akin to the Buddhist concept of ego clinging. Yet upon genuinely awakening to his previous life, he found his heart unexpectedly calm and light. The people and things he had previously overlooked now appeared imbued with greater beauty. For instance, Suzu no Gongen, comparing her once spoiled demeanor to her current self. He felt a subtle charm in the contrast. Suzu no Gongen felt shy to the point of wanting to die. She was the cold and ruthless princess of the demons, yet could not present an indifferent facade to him, instead nervously clutching her clothes and softly murmuring, "It's cold, very cold. Lingtai, bring the carriage over." Shan-i gently assisted the delicate beauty Suzu no Gongen into the ox cart, then joined her inside. Let us go, Lingtai. Today I have something delightful to share with Qing-ji and wish to return early. Suzu no Gongen's eyes narrowed. Indeed, he favored Qing-ji the most. Lingtai cracked the whip and the ox cart began to move. Suddenly, he pointed towards Oda Nobunaga, who was approaching. Young master, shall we not wait for her? Did you not say she could stay at our home? Shan-i replied coldly. Let her walk on her own. He waved at Oda Nobunaga. Good luck, little short legs. The ox cart sped away faster than a dog. The demon king Nobunaga, perplexed, could not grasp who was the little short legs. Once she did. Her only reaction was to roar in frustration. This is unavoidable. Shan-i had countless words he wished to share with Qing-ji. It was not a matter of revealing secrets. He merely sought a trusted confidant with whom to share the excitement and joy of awakening from slumber, a feeling beyond words. Upon returning to the estate, he made his way directly to his room. Tsingyi, Vingyi. The room remained unlit. Sean-e stood at the entrance, observing Qing-ji enveloped in darkness, her face adorned with a sinister smile, brandishing a glimmering knife in her right hand. Cradled in her arms was a fiery red object that emitted 2 points of phosphorescent green light in the shadows. Startled, Sean-e exclaimed, "What are you doing?" Qing-ji, equally surprised, responded, "Young master, why are you back so early? I was just about to prepare clear broth with fox." Clear broth. In a swift motion, Sean-e snatched the unfortunate little you and embraced her, scolding, "What are your intentions?" With a playful chuckle, Qing-ji concealed the knife behind her, tilting her head in an endearing manner. "I was just joking." As Sean-e lit a candle, he held Qing-ji's hand in a prolonged silence, seemingly on the verge of uttering something sweet. Sensing his resolve within the quiet, Qing-ji's cheeks flushed crimson. "Sean-e, what is it that you wish to say? Is there something that cannot be spoken in bed?" "It's nothing much. I merely wish to convey that I want to be with you always." Qing-ji found herself perplexed. Though she could not fully grasp his emotions, she sensed his current elation mirrored her own, rekindling the feelings from when he first embraced her during their childhood. It was a heavy yet fulfilling sensation, a reckless yet sweet delight that resonated deep within her soul. Little Yu whimpered softly. Qing-ji, the peculiar woman, was not merely jesting. Yu Zhao-qian was acutely aware that had Sean-e returned even a few minutes later, this fellow might indeed have cooked her incarnation. A possessive, obsessive woman, even envious of a fox. As Yu Zhao-qian lay sleeping nearby, her consciousness drifted back to the residence of Fujiwara no Genshin, just in time to see a red-haired girl emerge from the magical array crafted by Uchiwa Shirakawa. "Ah, doctor, we have arrived at our destination," announced the pink-haired girl behind the red-haired one, wielding a massive shield and addressing the air with a few words before turning to the red-haired girl. "Senior, what should we do next?" "Don't be silly. I need to greet a friend, Uchiwa." Uchiwa Shirakawa waved timidly. "Fujiwara-senpai." Fujiwara Rika was an exceptionally sweet-looking girl. Initially composed, her demeanor changed upon spotting the day's Kyogai, a suspicious blush creeping onto her cheeks. "This is rather strange. Mashu, look, isn't that the goddess? So beautiful, truly beautiful." Mashu glanced at Princess Kyogai and whispered, "That must be the Kyogai mentioned by Uchiwa-senpai, the one from the tale of the bamboo cutter." "Stay calm. I feel like Kyogai would be more entertaining than you. Can I bring her over as a servant?" "Hey, can I?" "That should not be allowed." Fujiwara Rika pouted. "How can it be like this? It's all Mashu's fault." Yes, I apologize. It's all my fault for not allowing you to have fun, senpai." With tears glistening in her eyes, Mashu lamented, "In any case, it's all my fault." Gently caressing Mashu's small face, Fujiwara Rika smiled softly. "Is it my fault for making my adorable junior cry? It seems I've been neglecting you lately. Let's do something enjoyable together, something that will lift your spirits." "No, it's not like that." With a finger lifting Mashu's chin, Fujiwara Rika flashed a charming smile. "No need to deny it, you cheeky little thing." Chapter 29. So it is. After listening to Uchiwa Shirakawa, Fujiwara Rika nodded nonchalantly, devoid of any tension. After all, she was a seasoned master of the mystic arts, a savior of humanity, mentally matured from her experiences. What were anomalous tales? What were peculiar points? A mere trifle, a mere oddity in Japanese history was as simple and effortless as a business trip in her eyes. That should suffice. I will first observe the opponent closely, and if the opportunity arises, I shall devise a strategy. Uchiwa Shirakawa disagreed. "Senpai, that is not permissible." "What is it?" Lady Uzao-qian mentioned that we must not take action. At most, we may assist those adversaries of his, continuously suppressing him to ensure his failures, thus compelling him to alter his path. Fujiwara Rika eyed her suspiciously. "Uchiwa, you seem rather anxious. Miss Uchiwa has yet to be married. In half a year, young Master Sean-e shall wed Fujiwara no Genshin. At that time, she will accompany as a dowry cousin. She yearned for a profound romance as well." "Senpai, have you ever died for your husband?" In an instant, Fujiwara understood. She pointed a finger. "I see you have indulged too much in those female-centric novels, dreaming of traversing history to romance historical figures. How base. Indeed, your honesty is commendable." Fujiwara Rika instructed Mashu to remain still. She stealthily infiltrated the Sean-e residence, having learned 2 spells from the renowned ninja, Fuma Kotaro, one of which was the art of infiltration. It was a technique belonging to ninjas. She slipped in effortlessly, crouching amidst a cluster of kikyu blossoms, surveying the surroundings to ascertain a direction. moving like a shadow into a corner. From that vantage point, she could observe the happenings within the room. Inside the room was a young girl. Guda was instantly captivated by the beauty of her alluring silhouette. The atmosphere piqued her interest. Within the room, Suzuka Guzan was playing the koto. He had hired the finest koto master in Kyoto to teach her. Naturally gifted, Suzuka could effortlessly play even the most challenging melodies after just a single hearing. The illustrious young master he often accompanied her with a shamisen. Currently, Suzuka Guzan was alone in the room. Rarely did she display her emotions on her face. After learning the koto, she expressed her feelings through music. The piece she played was titled Hozuru Kurosari, an unrefined name, yet the melody was exquisite. Fujiwara Rika, a mundane individual, could not comprehend the intricate emotions woven into the music, merely finding the girl in the room exceptionally beautiful and adorable. She even allowed a silly giggle, revealing her infatuation. Suddenly, a shadow emerged behind her, accompanied by a soft sigh. Tonight, Suzuka Guzan is particularly enchanting. Unexpectedly, there exists another elegant yukai like myself. Are you also peeking at her? Fujiwara Rika opened her mouth to speak, hesitating before nodding. The shadowy yukai, lacking a physical form, was concealed within the darkness. Magic was ineffective against such entities. Fujiwara Rika recalled that the Heian period marked the end of Japan's divine age. Though it was the twilight of that era, gods and yukai still roamed. Her previously nonchalant demeanor grew serious. The shadowy yukai, seemingly reveling in the act of spying, suddenly inquired, "What kind of yukai are you? I have never encountered you before. Your attire is rather unbecoming." Unbecoming, you say? The attire, with a tangerine base and contrasting black and white, prominently featured a striking white area around her chest, the fabric clinging to her form reminiscent of a bodysuit, its elasticity rivaling that of Murasaki Shikibu's Naoko. This is the battle attire of Chaldea, you know. To be criticized for her appearance by an ancient yukai was intolerable for Fujiwara Rika. The yukai chuckled coldly. Are you dissatisfied? You see your own unevenness, you rogue. She cast a cold glance. Say that again, perhaps sensing that this rogue was not to be trifled with. The shadowy figure let out a hiss and swiftly changed the subject. I know what kind of spirit you are. You're a ghost, right? I heard that after a certain Jotuntong Z occupied Dajiangshan, that place became the stronghold of a ghost clan, and wild ghosts are quite rare. Fujimara Ritsuka was taken aback. She then clapped her hands and smiled. Indeed, I am a ghost. The question is, what kind of ghost am I? I can see it at a glance. You are a red-haired ghost. Red-haired Liu Tang. That's you. Had Fujiwara Ritsuka read Liangshan Zeiko Liu, she would have immediately realized that this mysterious person was not from this era. She intended to play along and impersonate a spirit to extract some information. However, unexpectedly, the shadow suddenly struck, engulfing her like a black tide and staining her combat attire a deep black, indicating a dire situation. Ritsuka desperately fought back. Ino. Rune of Luan. High-speed divine words. White crane, spreading wings. All proved futile. The shadow was not a spirit, but a remarkably advanced spell. By the time she realized this, it was too late. The shadow transformed into a vortex and swallowed her whole. Saimai's past self was not the same as before. Their character had become more whimsical, and the sense of alienation from this era was increasingly pronounced, leaving one uncertain whether it was for better or worse. Several hours later, just before dawn, a pink-haired girl anxiously confronted a burly green-haired man outside the Chowching residence, holding a shield like a wronged hero. Please let me in. I truly need to find someone. Fujita, carrying a sack of rice and exuding an intimidating aura, replied, Little girl, please state your name, so I can report back to my master. Do you think this is a place where you can just enter at will? I am. She had only just arrived in this era and had not yet established her identity. Ritsuka intended to sneak into Chowching's home to gather intelligence, but after several hours, there had been no response. Mash was extremely worried. However, her concern was in vain as they would not let her in. She hesitated, wondering whether to use her shield to forge a path. At that moment, a gentle voice echoed, Fujita, you may return to rest. I am aware of the situation here, and I will handle it. Fujita bowed respectfully, retreating back to the estate. Now, only Mash remained at the entrance of Chowching's home. She watched in bewilderment as a shadow emerged from the space, revealing a smooth, white arm stretching out. Soon, Fujiwara Ritsuka's head appeared, under Mash's peculiar gaze. A naked Gadako slowly crawled out of the shadowy vortex, her expression a mix of lingering frustration and indignation. utterly shameless. Mash stared in shock. Senpai, what are you doing? Why aren't you wearing clothes? Not even any underwear. Ah, Kodako had not anticipated that, after a nightmare, she would first see Mash. Anger surged within her as she hastily grabbed Mash's clothes and clumsily put them on. Senpai, please, leave me some underwear. The warmth left in Mash's underwear provided comfort to Fujimaru Ritsuka, though her legs still trembled slightly. This master from Chaldea felt the brutality and darkness of this era and proclaimed loudly, "Don't think that just because you spare me, I will be grateful. I will certainly take my revenge." Mash, utterly bewildered, had no idea what had transpired. She shielded her vulnerable areas with her hands, internally lamenting her senpai's recklessness and dominance, while also wondering who had caused this outrageous behavior. Her instinctively glanced at Fujimaru Ritsuka's face, noticing a mix of anger and bashfulness, as well as a lingering desire. What on earth had happened? At that moment, a barrier enveloped the area. The dawn sky turned pitch black again, with a bright moon appearing amidst the high blackness. From the moon, someone rode in on a celestial steed. The girl atop the horse cried out, "Red-haired demon enticing men, prepare to meet your end." Ritsuka's face darkened. Her limbs grew cold. Chapter 30. The bride's delicate hand rips the red garment. Fujimaru Ritsuka sensed malice. She felt unjustly wronged, but could not articulate it. The air around her suddenly expanded, and a circle of ethereal flames materialized, wrapping around her and above, gradually forming 5 small fiery whirlpools. What kind of magic is this? This is not magic. It is Inyan curse technique. Burn away the evil talismans, swiftly as the law commands. Da, ili, evil. 5 elements in a chain, swiftly as the law commands. The 5 flames transformed into 5 massive talisman-like shadows that floated upward. The light intertwined with the talismans, creating a dazzling pentagram in the air, erecting a sturdy barrier that enveloped Ritsuka in Mash. Just as Mash was about to unleash her noble phantasm, she was to do so without any clothing. Its power would undoubtedly be more terrifying than usual. Seizing the distraction created by the figure riding in from the sky, Zenitsu quietly appeared behind Mash, taking a moment to admire the slender figure of the pink-haired girl. This Chaldean comic relief character, refreshingly innocent and oblivious to the abnormality behind her, prepared to plant her shield firmly on the ground and recite the incantation aloud. But she was unsuccessful. A hand pressed down on her shield. Chouching Zenitsu was in high spirits, feeling playful enough to tease Mash, wrapping his arms around her from behind and placing his right hand on the shield. "Don't be nervous. I'm here to help you." Fujimaru Ritsuka glared at him, her eyes seemingly ablaze. That detestable face had tormented her for several hours. Unforgivable, unbeatable. Zenitsu assessed the extraordinary material of the shield, feeling the 12 faint auras emanating from it. Realizing that the shield's true form was the round table where the 12 knights of King Arthur once sat. Suddenly, it struck him as somewhat familiar. He remembered his star chart, which also featured 12 Shikigami. From this vantage point, he thought he might find common ground with King Arthur. He raised the shield. In Mash's hands, it was indeed a shield, but in his grasp, it transformed into a broad blade. As the most skilled swordsman of this era and world, Chouching Zenitsu swung the shield. Breath of a shield, first form. Dinner is served. A brilliantly clear and stunning blade of light flashed, illuminating the dim barrier. Before this blade of light, both moonlight and firelight dimmed immeasurably. The cage woven from the 5 elements was cleaved in 2, drifting apart, leaving no power behind. The barrier crafted by the Inyan arts hissed ominously, as if on the verge of being melted away. Just when it seemed destined to be cleaved apart by a single strike, the ethereal forms of the 4 divine beasts suddenly illuminated the air. Yet, in that fleeting moment, Tunwanlika and Mashu had already made their escape. Amidst the heavy clouds, a hazy full moon flickered into view. The wind rose abruptly, revealing the moon in the sky. Though conjured by the barrier, the moonlight painted the surrounding clouds in exquisite beauty. On a crisp autumn morning, the dew weighed heavily, and the sky loomed dark. Within that celestial tapestry, a white speck rapidly approached. It was a steed of pristine white. Unlike the wild and untamed Yuelyang steed of Fujihara Genshin, this horse, though equally majestic, descended with a gentle demeanor. Upon this noble creature sat a young maiden. Natsum gripped the reins tightly, her expression solemn. Her long hair billowed in the breeze, and a deep crimson ribbon secured her white garments, revealing her slender arms which bore a peach bough. Her imposing presence obscured her inherent charm, rendering her somewhat intimidating. She rode the celestial steed, descending from the heavens. Fixing her gaze on the two figures fleeing into the distance, she cast an irate glance at Asahi Shirin, who was yawning lazily. Adulterous swine, if you dare, do not let them escape. Today, I shall take it upon myself to punish you, unworthy disciple. Shirin shrugged. Natsum. To catch a couple in the act, one must be in the bedroom. Do you have any evidence? Miss Natsum clenched her teeth and, in a fit of frustration, unleashed a flurry of arrows into the sky, dispelling the yin-yang arts and the barrier. As she descended, she found Shirin regarding her with an odd expression. What are you staring at? Senior sister, your strength has advanced remarkably. Congratulations, he complimented, swiftly shifting the topic. I am merely curious how a diligent novice like you could improve so rapidly in such a short time. What fortuitous encounter have you had? Being called a novice did not anger Natsum. Rather, she puffed out her chest with pride. Let me tell you, I have indeed had a fortuitous encounter. I received a tome of magical secrets from a celestial being. She then assumed a serious demeanor. But I shall not show it to you, Shirin. However, after I defeat you, I could let you see that book, she added, but was interrupted as Shirin raised both hands. What are you doing? I concede. You have won. Shirin spread his arms. Since you have already won, let me see the book. How can it be like this? Her large eyes brimmed with disbelief. Although she knew Shirin was not the typical macho man of this era, he had always been prideful in the realm of yin-yang arts. He had never conceded, even verbally. Why was he yielding today? In Natsum's eyes, Asahi Shirin seemed to differ from her childhood companion, appearing more distinct. Yet, this distinction brought an unfamiliar flutter of anxiety. Why did she feel this way? Was it because she had been in seclusion for so long, creating a chasm between them? As she regained her composure, she noticed Kyogai standing gently beside Shirin, adjusting his disheveled clothing. Her obedient demeanor concealed her true nature entirely. Be quiet. Natsum suddenly erupted in anger. She glared at Shirin, then glanced at the compliant Kyogai. A wave of jealousy surged within her, a sharp pang that transformed into a fiery rage, flushing her cheeks. She furiously waved her arms. A promise is a promise. I will not accept your pity. How dare you declare defeat? Shirin, taken aback, exclaimed, Am I not allowed to admit defeat? Absolutely not. Come on. No. It's not good to hit a girl. Come on, strike me. She had initially believed that with the extraordinary tome, Zhan Shi Lu Ju, she would be invincible, driving all other women away and protecting him alone. Yet, he simply conceded. It felt as if she had punched Kyogai in the chest. The hollow feeling of helplessness gnawed at Natsum, and she raised her delicate fingers, her face aflame as she shouted, Come fight me. Kill me. Shirin remained expressionless, uncertain of how to respond. Should he feign amusement? Kyogai tugged at his sleeve. Is she losing her mind after being in seclusion? Should be, Shirin replied. Miss Natsum clenched her tiny fists, her frustrated demeanor exuding an adorable charm, though she was oblivious to her own cuteness. Feeling despondent, she summoned her celestial steed and aimed her peach bow at Asahi Shirin. Shirin, you once said in your childhood that your dream was to have a beautiful maiden ride a white horse to marry you. Confronted by Kyogai's perplexed gaze, Shirin loudly denied. You're talking nonsense. When did I ever say that? I distinctly said I wanted a rainbow cloud. Natsum retorted bitterly. You have broken your promise. You have gone back on your word. Shirin sighed. To speak plainly, what is it that you desire? According to our childhood agreement, now that I have conceded, I will grant you one request, provided it is not excessive. He reflected on their years together, particularly the moments spent in childhood play, when she had always followed him, believing every word he spoke. She had grown up. Natsum bit her lip. All right, you must promise me that you will not marry the eldest daughter of the Fujihara family. Shirin froze. Natsum, what are you saying? Suddenly, a glimmer of golden light appeared nearby. Another rider on a white horse approached swiftly, thrusting a spear forward. This strike pierced through the dawn light with incredible speed, and it was none other than Fujihara's eldest daughter, her silver hair flying wildly, her face ablaze with fury. Even if I perish, entombed in a coffin, I will still cry out in decay. With that, a spear struck Natsum squarely on the rear. Natsum,